Vin Tran was born at a disadvantage, lacking an arm. But the greatest misery of his life was being born on the same day as Kagon, a child blessed by the sword god, with both beauty and talent. Vin Tran's mother would always sigh, wishing that he were Kagon instead. Every night, she would whisper into her son's ear, "Why don't you just die?" Such bitter words were a far cry from what his father had promised before he was born. They had once hoped Vin Tran would surpass Kagon, but soon, he became their shame, crushing all their expectations. By the time Vin Tran learned to walk, Kagon was already holding a sword. When Vin Tran finally held a blade, Kagon was already mastering mana at the Swordmaster's Academy. That constant comparison turned Kagon into someone Vin Tran both envied and admired. At age 7, he was sent away to be Kagon's attendant. Ostensibly, he was there to support his cousin, but in reality, his parents had sold him for 300,000 luden. In a blizzard, Vin Tran screamed in agony, his face covered in blood, while Kagon toyed with him as if it were a game. "Ha ha ha, I've never seen such a pathetic loser in my life." Kagon had disliked him from the start, always using him as a punching bag. Vin Tran had to hold back his tears. No matter how much pain he was in, the adults around them just turned a blind eye. Vin Tran's uncle was a brilliant man, but he had left the family long ago and never returned. With no one left to keep Kagon in check, he grew up more like a madman than an admirable leader. His innate talent, and the sword god's blessing, became a poison that corrupted him. He treated everyone like trash. One by one, they were forced to spar with him, and even if they conceded, he showed no mercy. The next in line was Vin Tran. Envying Kagon's strength and talent, he didn't hesitate to rush forward, desperate to become stronger. Kagon glared and shoved him aside. "Don't look at me with those pathetic eyes, Vin Tran. I hate you. A one-armed loser like you dares to look at me like that? Do you think effort alone can beat me? Fine, give it a try. People like you, even if you try your whole life, will never even compare to a hair on my legs." Vin Tran lay still as Kagon kicked his face repeatedly. He gritted his teeth, determined to win. He knew that dream was impossible through effort alone. As Kagon grew older, he neglected his training, drowning in women, alcohol, and drugs. Yet, Vin Tran still couldn't defeat him. However, things couldn't go on like this forever. Back on the arena floor, the two faced off again. Vin Tran poured every ounce of power and all the techniques he had spent years honing into one final blow. With a deafening blast, everyone stood frozen in shock. Vin Tran had actually defeated the sword hurricane, Kagon. By the age of 29, after 21 previous losses, he had finally won. In all those past matches, he had always lost, and people would constantly tell him to quit, mocking him as a talentless waste of time. But in the end, he won. The crowd erupted, chanting his name. He stared straight into Kagon's eyes. "How much longer do you think you can act so arrogant?" Kagon growled, unable to accept it. "How could I lose to a failure like you?" Vin Tran replied bluntly, "If I were you, I wouldn't be like this. I wouldn't waste my life on women, booze, and drugs. I would lead a meaningful life and make my mark on the world." Vin Tran had won, but as he limped away, Kagon lost control and stabbed his sword straight through Vin Tran from behind. This backstab made Vin Tran realize that until the very end, Kagon was nothing but a coward. As blood poured from his mouth and the pain washed over him, Vin Tran thought, "It hurts so much, but I finally beat him." The Solar Sword, a blade passed down only to the descendants of the Samion clan, contained the clan's demon-repelling mana. Even if the Saintess appeared, he had no chance of survival. When he opened his eyes, Vin Tran found himself bound in chains. Was this hell? A large, muscular man in a mask, covered in chains, looked at him, confused. "Hell? You're lucky. Who would have thought the divine sanctuary would appear in the arena?" The Saintess had healed his mortal body with a miracle, which was the only reason he survived. His body was completely broken. Now, he could barely breathe. The man with the crimson eyes asked, "Did you make a pact with a demon?" Seeing Vin Tran's surprise, he narrowed his eyes. Why act surprised? Only by making a pact with a demon could a loser like you defeat Kagon. Your parents have already admitted it. Why deny it? Vin Tran recalled his parents' expressions, filled with resentment. So that was it? According to the man, blood and sacrifices had been found at his home. He claimed Vin Tran was a demon who had taken the lives of 300 innocent children to gain power. The man pointed a finger right at his face. "Young Master Kagon destroyed you to protect the honor of the Samion house, executing his own cousin and childhood friend with his own hands. He must have been heartbroken." Vin Tran couldn't even bother to argue. It was all just ridiculous. "Haha, I see. I defeated Kagon, but I never touched the family. Yet, they chose him instead of me. And so, Vin Tran of the mana-tainted family was branded as a disgrace, his mana sealed, and sentenced to life in prison. The tendons in his hands and feet were severed, his mana locked away by layers of chains, and he was thrown into a dungeon. With his eyes bandaged and unable to see the light, that piece of trash Kagon came to mock him. This look suits you, Vin Tran. I have become the Sword King. The world calls me a legendary warrior. It's all thanks to you. Thank you, you piece of scum. After Kagon's visit, the food became more and more scarce. Vin Tran looked like nothing more than a starving corpse. Even his internal organs were failing. He began coughing up blood. If I have to give up this life, I want to die with my head held high. I should have died in the arena. It was so cold. If he hadn't been born without an arm, would his life have been different? Vin Tran collapsed and wondered, if I had been an accepted son, if I had been the child blessed by the sword god, would life have been different? The moment a tear fell was the moment Vin Tran passed away. But in the darkness, a spark of light appeared. Opening his eyes, he saw someone hitting his hand. The elder is talking to you. Are you even listening? Vin Tran felt the pain in his right arm. It felt incredibly real. Could this be a dream? If so, why was it so vivid? The man standing before him was an elder from one of the collateral branches of the family. He jumped in surprise. Wait, did he just call me Vin Tran? Seventh son of Khan. What were these memories flooding his mind? Still, this dream wasn't entirely a nightmare. The air was fresh. There was no stench of decay or the heavy perfume of the dungeon. In this dream, I have a right arm. Is this a gift given to me before I died? Under the identity of Vin Tran, the man continued to drone on while he stood there blankly, making the elder furious. How much longer do you intend to ignore me? Vin Tran felt a surge of powerful mana that caused him pain. Instantly, he reacted. The way to stop this attack was to physically distance himself from the opponent. Even though he did it instinctively, it released a terrifying force that pushed the other man away. Vin Tran was startled. As the old Vin Tran, this attack wouldn't have been this strong. He stood stunned, only managing to apologize and offer to help him up. The elder shoved his hand away. You insolent brat. Just because you're from the main branch, but my son will crush you without mercy. This will be the first time a collateral branch overthrows the main one. Hearing this, Vin Tran realized this man was exactly like his father from his previous life. He had always wanted to defeat his older brother. The moment he realized he couldn't achieve that dream, he projected it onto his son. And as a result, Vin Tran became an unfilial child. The elder stepped away, looking bitter. I won't forget your arrogance and rudeness today. Just wait for the sword conference. Vin Tran slumped into the soft chair again, breathing in the air. This wasn't a dream, was it? Shouldn't he have woken up by now? Now, other memories began to return. His mother had died giving birth to him. His father hadn't cared for him for a single minute. All the other children treated him like a target for their frustrations. Out of the 8 children of the prestigious Adenka sword family, I, Vin, am the 7th. I was so cowardly that I would curl up and cry in my room after being bullied by the youngest child of the family. A pathetic weakling is cast aside by the other branches of the Adenka family. A target for those minor branches seeking to surpass the main line. Vin Tran, once a renowned warrior of the Sami family, has been reduced to the useless, disgraced Vin Tran of the Adenka family. Even though he has no idea what on earth is going on, he realizes he has been reincarnated. Seeing a diary on the bookshelf, Vin Tran decides to open it. The pages are filled with Vin Tran's self-loathing. It seems his self-esteem hit rock bottom, and he had given up on everything. At this moment, Vin Tran thinks to himself, it seems God has finally answered our prayers. Kid, a voice calls out. Even in my final moments, I was clinging to life, while you, Vin Tran, were always looking for a way to end it. He wonders if that's truly how it went. The one who wanted to die disappeared, and the one who wanted to live was reborn. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the room. Do you really intend to believe something so ridiculous? Vin Tran jumps in shock. Who are you? The voice replies. Are you being naive, or are you just plain stupid? Vin Tran breaks into a cold sweat, acting defensive. Is a demon trying to trick me because my reincarnation shouldn't have been possible? The voice speaks again. Why are you overthinking it? I am the original owner of this body. My name was Vin Tran, but since I've handed over this body to you, I no longer have a name. From now on, call me Julian. Vin Tran is bewildered. Didn't you die? How can this even be possible? Julian smiles brightly. A divine revelation. Vin Tran is still confused. A divine revelation? The kind gods grant to humans? He had heard that those blessed from birth could sometimes hear such revelations. So, are you telling me you're a god? Julian answers enthusiastically. Exactly. Though, I'm only a minor deity. I had originally intended to summon a spirit deity, but you took that spot instead. If I want to become a true god instead of a minor one, I need to achieve countless feats. We call them trials. If I complete my trials, I can ascend to true godhood. Vin Tran hesitates, clearly annoyed. I understand your situation, but I have zero interest in your achievements. If everything you just said is true, then I have been reincarnated. I'll be very busy living my own life, so I won't have any free time to listen to the wishes of some ghost. Julian keeps that bright expression. That's right. I gave up on my life, and you wished for it. As a result, this happened. However, my spiritual power is extremely weak. If my spiritual power disappears completely, this body will fade away too. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Vin Tran sighs, rolling his eyes. What? Are you threatening me? This body is too healthy to kick the bucket that soon. No sooner had he finished his sentence than Julian did something that made Vin Tran's body feel completely drained. He immediately collapses to the floor. See? Told you, Julian says. From now on, I will show you my true memories. Suddenly, the space around Vin Tran shifts, and swarms of butterflies transform into lightning that strikes him right in the chest. These are terrible memories, but accompanied by unimaginable insights. These memories reveal that the character wasn't hopeless at all. He was only pretending to be a coward. He was laying the groundwork for his revenge. Waking up in a cold sweat, Vin Tran is still stunned. Are these really the thoughts of a 13-year-old? What kind of world have I reincarnated into? Julian reveals his true colors. How was that? My acting was perfect, right? I must escape the family's surveillance. The subjects I want to learn are considered to be at the level of apostles. Now, are you willing to listen to me? This won't cause any disadvantages for you. Vin Tran decides to sit down obediently. Julian gets straight to the point. All right then, do you know the great demon Maven and the brave King Kagon? Upon hearing this, Vin jumps to his feet. His face shows intense agitation. Did you just say the great demon and the brave King Kagon? He tries his best to stay calm to hear what Julian has to say. This happened 500 years ago. The one-armed swordsman, Vin Tran, escaped from the Sami dungeon. Because of a deal with a devil, he wiped out thousands of lives to become stronger. Rumor has it he personally killed 10,000 people. That is why he is recorded in history as a great demon. Vin Tran is once again stunned. The great demon. From 500 years ago. Does that mean I've arrived 500 years into the future? That makes no sense. But how many people could have the same name? And from the same Sami family line? I definitely died in that dungeon 500 years ago, didn't I? The Sami family abandoned the one-armed man and chose the sacred sword instead. When the one-armed swordsman died in isolation, the sacred sword became the Sword King. But they distorted history, painting the great demon and the brave king like that they fabricated such horrible lies. The Sami family is despicable. Vin Tran feels like he's going crazy, frustrated to the point of slamming his fist into the ground. He never imagined they would smear his name to that extent. Julian, oblivious, continues excitedly. The brave King Kagon was a dear friend who truly loved the great demon Maven. Isn't that romantic? Vin Tran tries to hold back, hanging his head before shouting, "Shut up and stop that crazy talk." He even swipes all the books off the table. Julian, not understanding what's happening, becomes flustered. Why are you so angry? Vin Tran snaps back. Because history has been completely twisted. Julian asks, are you from that era? You must be very old. Don't be angry, old man. Vin Tran keeps his composure, grunting in utter frustration. Julian floats around, saying, well, history is just a story written by the winners, anyway. Vin Tran looks up and asks, how does a 13-year-old talk like that? Well, kids these days grow up fast, not like in your time. Vin Tran lets out a weary sigh. Fine, whatever, just keep talking. Julian continues, encouraged. The brave king wept as he worked with the outstanding heroes of that time, including his close friend, the Solar Sword King, to defeat the great demon Maven. Vin Tran, listening to the story of his own life, doesn't even have a clue who the Solar Sword King is. He's never even heard the name before. Julian looks surprised. Oh, you don't know who Aslan is? He is the ancestor of the Adenka family. Vin Tran seems to remember something and snaps his fingers excitedly. Aslan? That cheeky little brat? Huh! He became the first head of the Adenka family? Remembering when he was Vin Tran, Aslan used to come before him and act like he admired him so much. Greetings, Lord Vin Tran. I am Aslan. I admire you so much. When I grow up, I want to be just like you. Even though Aslan was small, he was the boy's friend and student. At that time, Vin Tran had very little self-confidence beyond his own insecurity, even thinking, what good is a one-armed man like me? Aslan visited him in the dungeon several times. Aslan even expressed his outrage and insisted that he had never committed any crimes. Power will never overcome the truth. I will ensure that. I will certainly restore your honor, no matter how long it takes. Ever since that moment, the boy never returned. Julian continues. He was the first head of the Adenka family and left a lifelong mission for us. It is related to my trials, which is to surpass the Sami family. We must fight for the truth. Vin Tran hears this, his gaze freezing. Fight for the truth. Is this a coincidence? Aslan definitely said he would reveal the truth, and he is the one who knew my story. It's certainly no coincidence. And even though I don't know everything, I understand this issue clearly. Aslan abandoned the Fractor family and created the Adenka family. He wanted to fight for the truth. The Adenka family was created to restore Vin Tran's honor. Aslan's family. Vin thinks that perhaps this is fate, which is why he was reincarnated into this family. Vin Tran seems to calm down and listens. You are from the Adenka family, and my mission is to complete the tasks assigned. If I complete that mission, will you truly become a god? Julian nods. That's right. If that happens, you will truly become the master of my body. If I become a god, I can also grant you blessings. This is beneficial for both of us, isn't it? Vin Tran now feels quite appreciative. Thank you, Aslan. I will inherit the task you left behind. I will surpass the Sami family. I will climb over the family that betrayed me by becoming a part of this family. He immediately walks outside. Julian follows him, wondering, hey old man, where are you going? Vin Tran is so annoyed he doesn't even want to answer. I told you to stop calling me an old man. Julian remains playfully and innocently mischievous. Come on, if you're from 500 years ago, you're definitely an old man. Suddenly, shouts of battle erupt outside. Many people are wearing armor and carrying shields. Vin Tran wonders, I wonder what kind of martial arts people in this era use. How much has it progressed in 500 years? The Sami family, descendants of Kagon, how much stronger have they become? Just thinking about it makes Vin feel somewhat excited, but his body is constantly breaking into a cold sweat and feels incredibly heavy. He loses consciousness before he knows it. Vin Tran. This pathetic kid's body faints way too easily. This body is so pathetic that if I didn't use mana to control it, I wouldn't even be able to live normally. While sitting in the practice room, suddenly, Vin Tran sensed a strange flow of mana. He was startled and immediately called for Julian. Julian, where did you go? You're still in your pajamas, and you have to show up. Julian let out a long yawn. Why are you looking for me all of a sudden? Vin Tran kept shaking Julian. Why? Why don't you learn swordsmanship? Julian was a bit flustered but replied, because I'm ill, so I can't. Don't ask why. I was born like this. Vin Tran was still fired up. You have the holy bone, so why wouldn't you learn swordsmanship? Julian snatched the pillow away. Let go of me. What is this holy bone you're talking about? And why are you acting so crazy? Vin Tran shouted his explanation. You can store mana anywhere in your body. To be precise, you can store it in your bones. Looking at Julian's face, he clearly didn't understand a thing. Vin Tran looked exhausted, not knowing how to explain it. Listen closely. A master warrior needs mana to gain power that transcends an ordinary person. Mana is usually stored in the heart, but having a holy bone means that besides your heart, you can also store it in your bones. That means you have an endless source of mana. Julian's eyes were still wide, looking as innocent as ever. Oh, that's amazing. I have something like that? Vin Tran tried to explain further. You still don't seem to realize how important this is. Kagon, the one you call the Hero King, he also had the holy bone. Julian gestured and replied that he couldn't connect the symbol to his heart. Vin Tran was confused, having no idea what a symbol was, and even made such a baffled expression that Julian felt helpless. What's with that look? Since when did I have to explain this kind of stuff? A symbol is an image that represents mana, Vin Tran muttered, growing impatient. What? Isn't mana supposed to be stored in the heart? And what about the meditation method? It seemed these two weren't on the same page, making the conversation quite frustrating. Now it was Julian's turn to look clueless. What meditation method are you talking about? Vin Tran explained again. How can you ask what meditation is? Fractor was the first person capable of storing a massive amount of mana in his heart. Julian's eyes went wide. In our time, we stored mana in a symbol we called a star, and the number of stars represented each person's strength. People haven't used their bodies to store mana for a very long time. In other words, there was no one left who knew how. Vin Tran sighed helplessly, unable to believe this harsh reality. He walked to the window and looked up at the sparkling sky. He realized that every member of the family had to converge at least one symbol. Connecting to the symbol and feeling the mana was the first condition to reaching one star. It seemed the method of converging mana into symbols was to avoid the dangers that occur when mana is stored in the heart. He drew his sword and stared at it. In the past, many people faced great danger because they used that method. And when it exploded, it was truly horrific. But Vin Tran was doing something different, which shocked Julian. Wait. Stop. Are you converging mana in your heart? Vin Tran insisted that his heart was very strong. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to accept the challenge. Back when he was Vin Tran the One-Armed, he had also used this method to become stronger. Julian stood behind him, panicked. Wait, why are you letting the mana disperse everywhere like that? The command is wrong. Don't you know the formula for the meridians? Vin Tran went crazy from the noise, wondering if there was any other formula out there. Julian gripped his hands and replied, Of course there is a more efficient formula for using mana. Vin Tran sighed, as he was just trying to reminisce about the past. The magic energy would transform and explode in just a few seconds. Julian felt miserable. So, am I just going to die? Vin Tran replied optimistically. In other words, let's just say you'll have half a life left. Is that okay? After saying that, Vin Tran flopped onto the bed while Julian grew increasingly frustrated. That body isn't yours, so you're just going to do whatever you want with it? Could you please show some respect? Fine, I'll respect it, okay? But why are you doing this to this body? After being asked, Julian looked clueless again. Vin Tran continued, This body's appearance isn't bad, and the heart is very healthy. You just need to peacefully be a member of the Samion family, and success would be guaranteed. A symbol is important for converging mana, but the body itself also needs mana. Because it's so difficult, no one has seen it for 30 years. At this rate, the body of Vin Tran would perish before reaching adulthood. The sky was pitch black, with many stars twinkling above. As for Vin Tran, he was still concentrating all his energy on meditating. To him, meditation could help avoid many things, but everything has its limits. Maybe he only had 10 years left, time enough to become a sword king, and for the one-armed man to return. It was also the period when Vin Tran was imprisoned, slowly being starved to death. Just thinking about it made Vin Tran shed tears. It was truly a pathetic life. Those years were so terrifying that he didn't even want to look back. Vin Tran had endured so much back then. Just then, someone pounded on the door. What are you doing in there, young master? Answer me. Vin Tran looked blank, not sure who it was. The person couldn't wait any longer, and straight up burst through the door. Seeing the messy scene before him, the man was shocked. Oh my god, what is going on here? Young master, what kind of mess have you made in your room? Vin Tran slowly stood up and asked a question that couldn't have been more oblivious. Are you my servant? Why would you ask something so strange? Of course I am. Who else would I be, young master? Following the flow of memories, Vin confirmed this person was named Wilson, whom Julian would kill with his own hands in 3 years. Vin decided not to analyze or think too much. If he was a servant, he would order him around. You came at the right time. Bring me a clean set of clothes. And make sure you clean this room. Wilson was stunned. What's going on? Why does he look stronger today than usual? Is this even the weakling Vin Tran I know? Wilson scowled, looking annoyed. Young master, what have you done to turn the room upside down? Did you do some crazy experiment or something? Vin Tran replied calmly. No, I didn't. Before he could finish his sentence, Wilson made a sour face and started griping that Vin Tran was acting like a spoiled brat, yet dared to say he didn't do anything. You hide in your room reading books all day. What's the point of going crazy like this? You must have been studying black magic, right? I'm going to report this to my superiors. Vin Tran decided to put this servant in his place. How interesting. It's rare to see a servant talk to his master like that. You keep wanting to do things your master doesn't want, which means from the start, you never intended to listen, right? These sudden, firm words made Wilson stiffen and stammer. Vin Tran continued to pressure him. It's true that I make you work harder than usual, but don't you see that as your duty? Wilson kept his defiant attitude and shouted at Vin. I already told you I won't do things I don't want to. What do you think I'm here for? Vin Tran stared him straight in the eyes. That's right. You're just a servant. Am I wrong? After saying that, he immediately changed his attitude and snatched the clothes from Wilson's hands. If you don't want to do it, then you don't have to. I'll get my own things. Wilson broke into a cold sweat, panicked. Where are you going, young master? Vin replied calmly. I'm going to Chamberlain's place to find clothes. I'll tell him I had to come because Wilson refused to do his job. With a reluctant attitude, Wilson had to obey. I'll go do it right away. Who said I wouldn't? I'll clean the room, so just leave it there. The Vin of the past really was a coward. Even a servant could be so arrogant. They must have had a goal in mind. Julian, standing beside him, nodded. True, I think so too. Vin Tran felt they were just a bunch of people who didn't know their place, fond of provoking others. He had to show them what the seventh master of the Adenka family was really like. Julian informed Vin Tran, "This Wilson is one of the fanatics who murdered hundreds of people. What should we do?" After hearing this, Vin Tran felt even more intrigued. Is that so? Listen carefully. A murderer always has a different kind of energy around them, but I don't feel that energy from him. He's just a loser, after all. His eyes still looked very innocent. I also think he's just a coward. Julian was surprised upon hearing this. Weren't you that kind of person too? If not, how could you understand it so clearly? Vin Tran looked behind him with a sharp gaze. Because I have lived a life already. Julian suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Not understanding what was wrong with Vin Tran, Julian began to feel fear. Could I have resurrected something even more terrifying than the Demon King? With an expression that couldn't be more annoyed, Wilson carried in the freshly laundered clothes. Sir, I have finished washing your clothes from yesterday. Are you satisfied with how I cleaned the room, sir? Vin Tran put on a look of satisfaction. The room is indeed incredibly clean. The young man crossed his legs and sat comfortably in the chair. Thanks for the hard work, kid. Wilson continued to grumble. Please, next time don't turn the room into a battlefield again. Vin Tran replied with a straight face. All right, I won't do that again. But in reality, he felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Wilson becoming more obedient. What could useless Vin possibly do, even if he acted so arrogant? He continued his bossy orders. Wilson, get me a wooden sword, about 1 meter long, just like this one. It would be even better if it weighed about 500 grams and was made of blackwood. There should be plenty in the storage room. Wilson started acting up again. What if I refuse? Vin Tran continued his lesson on how to teach him a lesson. Get your butt up. If you won't do it, I'll go get it myself. And what am I supposed to tell the gatekeeper when he asks why I had to go get it personally? He paused. Oh, that's right. Wilson, do you know that the guards at the storage room are experts, and they are extremely loyal to the descendants of this family? Wilson was terrified. Wait, why are you acting like this again? Good grief, give me a moment. The moment Wilson touched Vin Tran, he reflexively pinned him down hard. Oops, my bad. I have quite a few bad memories of being attacked from behind. Wilson looked confused, as he had never heard of anything like that happening before. Vin Tran turned his head and emphasized, then even better. From now on, burn that into your memory. In truth, he was struggling to endure it. Pinning Wilson had cost him a lot of energy, and his whole body ached. It was truly painful. Sensing a feeling of resentment right behind him, Vin Tran glanced back and continued, What now? Do you want to say something to me? Ah, too scared. Wilson suddenly became as obedient as a puppy. Oh, no sir. What did you say? 1 meter of blackwood, right? Vin Tran didn't stop there. Hey, didn't you say you didn't want to go get it? Wilson jumped like a madman and immediately ran out the door. I never said I didn't want to do it, sir. Out of habit, he slammed the door with a loud bang to show his attitude. But afraid Vin Tran might pull another trick, he cracked the door open to explain. The door slammed shut because of the wind. I didn't mean it. As soon as he left, Wilson started plotting his revenge. I must not lose to him again. I'll show him why I am Wilson. With an arrogant and disdainful look, Wilson brought back what Vin Tran requested and gave him a terrible attitude. He was smug about his rudeness, thinking to himself, how about that? Feels pretty miserable, doesn't it? Do you think I'd just hand it to you that easily? Vin Tran closed the book and looked at him with one eye. Wilson, you know what? Of all the people I've known, there was one who didn't have a right hand. Because he lacked a right hand, his life was quite difficult. In fact, he met a very tragic end. As if he had realized something, Wilson suddenly handed the sword to Vin and bowed his head. Here is your wooden sword, sir. Even as he bowed, he felt humiliated. Damn it, this is so shameful. Wilson gritted his teeth. I have finished the task you assigned. If you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave. The slamming door followed his bitter exit. Vin Tran pushed everything aside and focused on the sword. Good. Now I need some appropriate exercises. Currently, he was practicing by himself with 2 wooden dummies. He knew this holy bone was weak, but he hadn't expected to be exhausted after just a few swings of the wooden sword. It seemed like there was a long way to go. However, Vin Tran found this feeling exhilarating. It feels like I was born to be a martial artist. Just then, some freak appeared out of nowhere. Because his mana levels were so low, he didn't think anyone would be using Samsara Spirit Sense. Facing Vin Tran's question, this person introduced himself as Revan, not forgetting to add, aren't you the useless Vin? In a moment of silence, Julian, who was in a different space, reminded Vin that Revan was only a reserve descendant. Vin was quite surprised to hear Julian's voice suddenly. Julian continued, He is just one of the candidates predicted to win the upcoming sword conference. You met his father before, right? Only then could Vin Tran confirm that the man he had met earlier was indeed this kid's father. Julian didn't forget to warn him. Be careful. He is the top talent among the reserve descendants, the most skilled 13-year-old in the Adenka family. Revan smirked and spoke up. I figure if I win this sword conference, I'll have to fight you. So I came to find you. Hearing the name sword conference, Vin was suddenly startled. It was a tournament using real swords, bringing together children from martial artist branches of the Adenka family. Because there were no age restrictions, people usually participated in the sword conference at age 14. The champion of the sword conference was said to have a chance to fight the official descendant of the Adenka family at the same age. The official descendant would have to fight the sword conference champion. Vin Tran, the useless, was considered the weakest among the official descendants. Revan was already acting like a maniac. You won't hide from me, just because you're scared, will you? At this sword conference, things won't end with wooden swords, Vin Tran retorted bluntly. How could a martial artist be afraid of a sword? Hearing this, Revan laughed wildly again. Haha, I guess you've become quite a talker since you became an official descendant. Vin Tran crossed his arms, determined to win this verbal spar. You're flapping your gums pretty well too. Even provocation requires a sense of limits and rank. The reason Vin Tran said that was because he was furious. How dare he mock someone who was actually training. He's just too rude. Even Vin Tran, with his missing arm, had respected both training and sparring. Even Kagon respected him. Vin Tran was determined to shut him down, slashing at another person's dummy. You are a disgrace to all martial artists. You should be ashamed of yourself. I guess your father from the reserve descendants taught you to behave like that too? Revan was absolutely furious and jumped up. You bastard! How dare you insult my father? I've decided I won't spare you since you insulted my father. Julian warned that Revan was at level 2 and his attribute had reached the steel level. Vin Tran had to be careful because, right now, Revan was stronger than him. Deep down, Vin Tran thought, I know I'll lose if I fight him right now, but he clearly reeks of the low-class stench of someone raised as a reserve descendant. He's using mana, even though I can't control my own yet. His father doesn't even act like an adult, and his son doesn't know the etiquette of a martial artist. The mindset of martial artists today is no longer like it was 500 years ago. I must ensure he learns this in my time. Vin Tran pointed his sword straight at Revan and said, Someone like you needs to be disciplined by the eldest in the family. Revan was surprised that Vin, someone he considered a coward, dared to point a sword at his face. He thought to himself, from the moment he pointed that sword at me, I knew he didn't stand a chance of winning. But why is the atmosphere so tense? Is he really going to slash me at any moment? After a few minutes of intimidation, Vin Tran pulled his sword back and said, If you're scared just by a few wooden swords, how will you manage? I feel like I can fight you at the sword conference. In the sword conference, things don't just end with a few wooden swords. You understand? Revan gritted his teeth, unable to contain his anger. He lunged immediately, determined to deal with Vin Tran right there. Seeing this, Julian was terrified, quickly hiding behind Vin Tran and saying, What are you doing? Hurry up and dodge. Vin Tran replied calmly, Don't worry, Julian. He can't hurt me. At that same moment, a man appeared, holding Revan back and saying, Young Master, stop immediately. You cannot fight Young Master Vin Tran here. Revan shouted angrily. What? Let go of me. Seeing the situation settled, Julian sighed in relief and said, Thank heavens. Vin Tran stood to the side, looking smug. See? I told you. The blonde-haired man continued. If you injure young Master Vin Tran here, he'll have an excuse to avoid this match. You have to fight him at the sword conference, so please, restrain yourself. Revan reluctantly agreed. Fine, then let's meet at the sword conference. The coward then returned to his room, while Julian continued to complain. Good grief, why did you provoke Revan earlier? If his guard hadn't stopped him, you could have been in real trouble. Vin Tran replied with an arrogant look. All I did was teach that brat who doesn't know right from wrong a lesson, that's all. Julian asked, confused. I'm going crazy. How did you end up like this? I had to plan to summon the Spirit King, after all. Vin Tran remained very calm. Yeah, sorry. That's why I'm learning what's happening in this era from you. Vin Tran looked at a photo of himself as a child and whispered, This is a portrait. Julian angrily grabbed the photo and said, Hey, focus. Don't get distracted by random things. Have you finished learning the theory of optical illusions yet? Focus on magic and the 5 elemental attributes. Vin Tran was curious. Attributes? Julian explained that attributes are what humans create power from, through blessings, a self-created blessing. Hearing this, Vin Tran was shocked and said, What? You can create your own blessings? That's disrespectful to the gods. You'll be punished. Julian pouted and said, What are you talking about? You don't respect the gods either, do you? You should be grateful. No one has ever died from a divine punishment before. Vin Tran asked further, Revan has attributes too, right? So, what exactly is the blessing of the Ironsmith? Julian explained. The blessing of the Dwarf King covers many things. These attributes will grant the recipient much more power. The more special blessings you have, the more opportunities you'll have to open up a path to greater strength. It's like the branches of a tree. The Ironsmith blessing is a mid-tier one. Its power lies in both defense and offense. Vin Tran fell into deep thought and replied, That sounds like a pretty interesting new discovery. Julian continued, Exactly. You will become much stronger. At that moment, Vin Tran thought to himself that Julian was right. The training dummy had been sliced clean in half right at the neck. Revan had shown him an achievement that seemed impossible compared to those of his own time. Is that the power of an attribute? To fight someone like that, I need to get used to those skills. Early the next morning, Vin Tran headed to the training grounds. He practiced relentlessly with his wooden sword. The guards, witnessing the scene, gathered in surprise and whispered, The young master again? Is he actually swinging the sword with his left hand? He'll get bored soon enough. Everyone knows that. He'll start slashing wildly after only 2 or 3 swings. Suddenly, someone approached and interrupted. Don't speak so harshly about him. Seeing Merlin, the group fell silent in fear. Vice Commander Merlin, they stammered. Merlin said calmly, Is it fun to mock the young master of Adenka while he is training? Hearing this, the group quickly replied in fear, We are sorry. They immediately left. Merlin glanced at Vin Tran, who was still training. He sighed and whispered to himself, That's what I wanted to say, but look at him. Everyone always calls him the disgrace of Adenka, a man who swings a sword mindlessly, without any attributes or mana. He's always looked down upon by others, Julian said awkwardly. They're talking about you. Shouldn't we be training in the forest? Vin Tran replied, Do you have the energy and time to go all the way there? Vin Tran recalled the past and said that he was already used to being looked down upon. No one expected me, Vin Tran, to defeat Sword Dance. But I did it. I've turned defeat into victory with this body before. I need to try even harder. Suddenly, Merlin approached and handed Vin Tran a cup of water, saying, Here is a mana recovery potion. It will make your training easier. Vin Tran took the bottle and asked, Who are you? Merlin quickly explained, I am the vice leader of the White Sword Unit. Vin Tran probed further. Are you mocking me? Merlin replied, To be honest, I was. But your eyes look like they are desperately seeking something. Anyone who mocks a martial artist like that is the truly despicable one. As soon as he finished, Vin Tran said, Merlin, I will remember that name. Excuse me, you should be on patrol right now. You can go. Merlin quickly bowed and replied, Then I shall take my leave. Seeing Vin Tran's determined expression, he also felt strange something had changed. Young master, I wish you luck. Vin Tran worked day and night, practicing from dawn until dusk, day after day, alone with his wooden sword. He would train until he was completely exhausted, before finally sitting down to drink water. At night, Vin Tran diligently recorded something. Remembering the moments of his practice, Vin Tran told himself, Keep the right leg stable for balance and add the rotational force of the hips. I can feel the mana in my chest. I'm starting to sense it. Vin Tran, the path to defeating Kagon. Vin Tran recalled the power he once felt when fighting Kagon, whispering to himself, The sword path must follow the precise points of light to unleash its full power. Immediately, he resumed training, each strike swift and decisive. Seeing the results, Vin Tran couldn't help but feel joyful. It worked. I've mastered the sword technique. In another corner, Wilson was constantly frowning in anger. Damn it, how many days has it been? He's not a rooster, so why is he eating at 5 in the morning? His training just makes more work for me. Thinking this, Wilson had an idea. Should I humiliate him a little? Afterwards, he brought the food and said, Young master, breakfast is here. Wilson slowly opened the lid, and Vin Tran was shocked to see the plate had already been picked at. Seeing Wilson's mouth covered in food, Vin said angrily, If you want to snack, don't be so obvious about it. Wilson feigned ignorance. What are you talking about, sir? Vin Tran replied. If you had any conscience, you'd at least wipe your mouth. I can easily let this slide for now, but I hope you don't overstep your bounds. Wilson hurriedly wiped his mouth. You know I used to be a criminal, right? I might look like this, but I've taken care of quite a few people. Hearing this, Vin Tran burst into laughter. I'm so scared. Before Wilson could finish being smug, Vin Tran used his mana as a warning. Controlling others through intimidation is easy. But you can't scare me. That's why I'm not crushing you with force. Wilson, startled, quickly asked, the young master has mana? Since when? Vin Tran replied calmly. The important thing is that I'm using mana, isn't it? Wilson nodded. Yes, sir. Vin Tran continued. Stop putting on an act in front of me and stand by my side. Soon, you won't have to feel embarrassed about serving me, Vin Tran. When the time is right, you will have to choose between resisting or serving me with loyalty. Wilson went outside, looked through the door, and asked, What are you saying? Even if you suppress me like that, there's no way I'll listen to you. He slammed the door shut, pondered for a moment, and started to feel unsettled. Why is this supposedly pathetic young master suddenly so cool? Elsewhere, Merlin walked leisurely past the sword training area. He thought to himself, It seems young master Vin Tran came early today. Suddenly, Merlin was startled by something. He looked at the training dummy and exclaimed, What? This straw man was sliced in half with one sharp, precise strike? Impossible. From what I saw, young master Vin Tran only used a wooden sword, but looking from this angle, it's so accurate. Can he really improve this much? Young master Vin Tran, what kind of sword technique are you learning? At this moment, Vin Tran was enjoying his breakfast. After eating, Vin changed his clothes. Wilson accepted sitting on the floor to fold each of Vin's outfits. Julian said, with interest, Hasn't that bastard Wilson become incredibly obedient? He's just a bit stubborn. Leave him be and he'll fall into line. Suddenly, Vin Tran lifted his sleeve to look at it and asked Wilson, About my clothes. These are made from Leviton fabric. Wilson asked, confused. What fabric is that? Vin Tran explained. Using this type is cost-effective, but in return, it gets dirty easily. This quality isn't good enough for a noble like me to use. And as for the food, compared to my family's budget, the quality of these meals is very poor. Julian asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Vin replied, Someone stole the money. They must have embezzled it. Julian asked in surprise. What? Is it Wilson? Wilson stammered. Seeing Wilson's trembling, fearful attitude, they felt helpless. Vin Tran said, It's not Wilson. He wouldn't dare do that. It must be someone above him. In another turn of events, Revan was training hard. Revan's muscular body made the ladies drool. Revan remembered Vin Tran once saying, Why are you so afraid? Thinking of this, Revan couldn't help but get angry. He shouted, Who's afraid? Then, Revan swung his wooden sword in a frenzy. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door outside, asking if Revan was there. You seem to be training very hard, my son. Hearing the movement, he turned back to call his father. Revan's father said fiercely, Revan, you don't have much time until the sword conference. We need to escape this life of poverty and sorrow. If you want to help our branch family, you must defeat Vin Tran. Hearing these words, Revan replied, I know. Father. Revan's father gripped his arm tightly and shouted, You must. You have to become one of the members of the branch family who can overthrow the main house. Do you understand? Facing this, Revan could only nod and reply, Yes, father. Revan thought to himself, The conference is coming up, so father is even more irritable than usual. Day after day, father's obsession keeps getting worse. If I just defeat that bastard, my father and our family can return to the prosperous days we once had. On this side, Julian said with interest. So, it's finally finished. The information about the participants in the sword conference. Vin Tran said, What the hell is this? Not only their personal information, but here are the special techniques they often use, and even their habits. Julian was smug. What do you think? Pretty great, right? Vin Tran turned and replied, You're terrifying. You know that? You're giving me goosebumps. Julian replied with interest. I'll take that as a compliment. Vin Tran asked, Is your plan to create a grand entrance at the sword conference by borrowing the power of the Spirit King? Julian replied, That's right, and this divine stone is a mana gem. It will be given to the champion. If you absorb that gem, both your body and your mana will become significantly stronger immediately. As magical as the name itself, Vin Tran mused to himself. Based on the information he had gathered and the expression on his face, he could clearly tell how badly the kid wanted him to win. It would be humiliating for a warrior to lose when he had all the intel and everything else he needed. Revan, even if I'm not the Spirit King like you, I will win this tournament to get what I need. Vin Tran then shook the bell to call Wilson. Immediately, Wilson panted as he opened the door and asked, Yes, young master, what is it? Vin got straight to the point. There is something I need you to do for me. Wilson? Elsewhere, in a certain room, a voice came from outside. It's Wilson. May I come in? Wilson slowly opened the door and asked, Are you well? High Priestess Raelsa saw Wilson appear and asked coldly, What is it? Seeing Raelsa's unapproachable demeanor, Wilson trembled, thinking to himself, A rank 7 martial artist. She's terrifying. Wilson then replied, Young Master Vin Tran has a message for the family head. Raelsa calmly responded, Is that so? It seems he doesn't even dare to face the family head himself. Wilson continued, He wants the family head to attend the Sword Summit. He says he will prove his worth as a member of the Adenka family. As soon as he finished, Raelsa said, The family head never attends the Sword Summit. He neither has the time nor any reason to. Before she could finish, Wilson took out a piece of paper, placed it on the table, and said, This is the price for embezzling funds. Your job is to make the impossible possible. Hearing this, Raelsa lowered her voice and asked, What did you just say? Wilson quickly replied, Oh, no, I was just relaying what the young master told me to say. Raelsa said angrily, Enough, leave. As soon as she finished, Wilson ran off immediately. Raelsa thought to herself, He could have come here himself. No, even if he came himself, he couldn't intimidate me any more than this. Is he trying to show off his authority by sending Wilson? He's finally become much smarter. Elsewhere, a man was constantly working hard at his training. Raelsa slowly walked inside. Sensing her presence, the old man called out her name. Hearing the call, Raelsa replied, Master, young Master Vin Tran would like to invite you to attend the Sword Summit. As she finished, the man spoke up. It seems you've been caring a little too much, Raelsa. Stop doing such pointless things. Before she could finish her sentence, Raelsa hurriedly explained. He said he would prove his worth as a member of the Adenka family. Hearing this, the old man said solemnly, Prove his worth. Raelsa, in your opinion, do you think Vin is qualified to talk about his worth within the clan? Raelsa replied, Of course not. That is exactly why he promised that this time, he would prove his worth. Raelsa bowed respectfully and said, Please attend, Master. I will be the one to vouch for him. Upon hearing this, the head of the Adenka clan replied, Do you know what this means? Raelsa answered, I do. If young Master Vin Tran cannot prove himself, I will sacrifice my life. The Adenka family head expressed that he didn't understand why she had to do this. Raelsa answered, That's because young Master Vin found my weakness. The Adenka family head pressed, Is it because you embezzled funds, isn't it? You surely did all this for Vin Tran's benefit. You intend to use that money for his future. Raelsa looked ashamed. It is my fault. The Adenka family head continued, I have no reason to intervene. That is your business. I don't want to get involved. But regardless of what methods that kid uses to express his intentions to me, as long as he doesn't lose an ounce of his dignity, is that kid really Sarvana's son? Then the Adenka family head stood up. All right, you win. I will attend the Sword Summit. Time flew by, and the day of the Sword Summit arrived. All the handsome young men were present. Revan walked into the hall with a heavy responsibility, whispering to himself, Prepare yourself, Vin. I'm definitely going to defeat you today. Revan glanced up at the stands, and a figure caught his attention. Revan wondered, That person, it can't be. The Khan family head? Did I see Khan? Revan thought triumphantly. He must have come here to see me, the rising star among the younger generation, in action. This is my chance. I will defeat you in style in front of the family head. Just then, the referee's voice echoed. The Sword Summit is now officially underway. As the signal ended, Revan said excitedly, How annoying. You can just die already. Facing this, Revan's opponent was not afraid. He raised his sword high and said, You dare to be arrogant? Suddenly, the sword shattered into many pieces, making Revan startle and exclaim, What did you just do? How did you think that trick would work against my steel body attribute? After that, Revan kicked his opponent hard. Witnessing the match, Revan's father cheered excitedly. That's it. That's how it's done, Revan. Everyone present marveled. No wonder he's called the rising star among the younger generation. He's so young, yet he's already reached the 2-star threshold. That defensive attribute is impressive, isn't it? A younger descendant who could actually win this competition for the first time in history. Vin Tran stood to the side and muttered, By the standards of 500 years ago, they are all geniuses. Very bright geniuses. But they have almost no deep understanding of swordsmanship. Their strength comes primarily from their own attributes. From their movements, I can't see any combat experience. It's like they are puppets dancing on an answer sheet. That must be why he can use his attribute and attack so recklessly. Following his opening victory, Revan bowed arrogantly to the cheers of the crowd. He whispered to himself, I acknowledge you for not running away. Come on up, Vin. I'll be waiting for you. On the other side, the Khan family head was still observing the competition closely. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly heated, as one person after another was easily defeated by Revan. The bell rang, signaling a stop. The battle was over. The winner is Revan. Revan smiled smugly and said, "It's over. I, Revan, have defeated all my opponents. Now, just as the rules established by all the elders required, I will fight my dear friend, Vin Tran. In the final battle of the Sword Summit, I will fight the direct descendant of the family." As soon as he finished, Vin Tran responded proudly, "I accept your challenge." Then Vin Tran stepped onto the stage, and the two faced each other. The man standing in the middle introduced himself. "I am Jerson, the referee for this sword tournament." Both prepared themselves. Suddenly, Vin Tran interrupted. "Wait, I have a condition." Vin called out, "Wilson." Immediately, Wilson brought a wooden sword to Vin. Vin was full of confidence. "I will only use this wooden sword and use my left hand to fight my distant relative. I will also give him a 3-move handicap." Hearing this, Revan's father was extremely bewildered. "What is he saying?" The people sitting nearby exclaimed in shock. "I've heard some negative rumors about him. Has he gone crazy? Who knows?" Vin Tran continued. "Until the first 3 attacks are completed, I will not move a single step from where I am currently standing." As he finished speaking, Revan roared angrily, "What the hell are you doing? Vin, how long are you going to keep mocking me?" The crowd started buzzing. "How ridiculous. Doesn't young Master Vin Tran have no martial arts skills? So even if he is a direct descendant, what does it matter? How can he be so arrogant?" Revan's father roared angrily. "Young Master Vin Tran is just doing this as an excuse for when he loses." Immediately after, the Khan family head calmly replied, "I allow it." Hearing this, Revan's father reluctantly nodded. "Yes, master." The Khan family head said, "Vin Tran, you had better use your actions to prove your words." Vin Tran replied confidently, "I will do so, master." After the agreement was made, Jerson spoke up. "In that case, the battle against the direct descendant will begin. Both sides, get ready." Revan said irritably, "Come at me, Vin Tran." Vin Tran smiled and replied, "Didn't you hear what I said? I told you I would give you a 3-move handicap." Jerson raised the flag and said loudly, "Begin." As soon as he finished, Revan immediately said, "If that's the case, then just die in that position." Then he immediately attacked. Vin Tran observed calmly, counting to himself, the first attack. Flashing back to a moment earlier, Vin Tran had told Julian that it was highly likely to be a short stab. Just as predicted, Vin Tran quickly dodged to the side. He said, "Let's see how long you can keep being arrogant." As the blade touched his neck, Revan thought to himself triumphantly, "Got him." Vin Tran thought, "Most of them are just feints. The real attack will be the second strike." At this moment, Revan said arrogantly, "Now I've got you cornered, Vin." Facing this situation, Vin Tran calmly mused that the way he moved was way too obvious. Even without Julian's information, he could see it. Since his attributes shield him from taking any damage, he doesn't even pay attention to the basics, Vin Tran said with a frown. To begin with, good swords aren't meant for stabbing. With a mere flick of his wrist, Vin Tran parried Revan's attack. This made Revan exclaim, "Did he just deflect my sword? No way. To even track my blade's trajectory, he'd have to be several levels stronger than me." Vin Tran smirked. "I already gave you 2 moves to attack first." As soon as he finished, Revan grew embarrassed and furious. "You bastard, don't get cocky just because you've learned a few cheap tricks." With that, Revan frantically lunged for his 3rd strike, but unfortunately for him, Vin Tran easily caught his hand and used his leg to trip him, making it impossible for Revan to keep his footing. Moments later, Revan crashed to the ground in pain. Revan lay sprawled on the ground, shouting, while Vin Tran coldly stated, "That was your 3rd attack?" Revan asked, confused. "How did you?" Vin Tran muttered to himself, "Julian, I will keep my promise to you, and the promise I made to father as well." He picked up the wooden sword. "Now, it's my turn to attack." Watching this scene, everyone was left gaping in shock. Even the referee, Jerson, was no exception. The Khan family head sat restlessly, frowning as he observed the situation. Revan's father screamed in anger. "What are you doing, Revan? Get up! Why are you struggling against a guy who doesn't even know how to use mana?" Even Revan was left bewildered, wondering, "What is going on?" Julian asked in surprise. "What happened?" "I don't know. I couldn't see Vin Tran's movement clearly." Vin Tran replied, "That's basic hand-to-hand combat. Standing still without attacking is also an effective defensive method. It allows you to observe your opponent. There are many ways to suppress an opponent without needing a weapon." After a moment of thought, Revan said, "I understand now. Having such an advantage for a short time, that must be thanks to a little spirit helping you, right? Don't you feel ashamed?" As he spoke, Julian said angrily, "A little spirit? He's going too far." Vin Tran replied, "If that makes you feel better, then keep thinking that way." But those thoughts of yours end right here. Revan flew into a rage. Shut your mouth. Your cheating ends here. Faced with this situation, Julian screamed in fear. It's dangerous. To block this, dodge to the left. Vin Tran replied calmly. I know. Then, Vin Tran quickly stepped aside. He used his sword to immediately block the incoming attack. Vin Tran whispered, Damn it. Here's my chance. Instantly, Vin Tran slashed the wooden sword at Revan's neck, causing Revan to blurt out in confusion. What? Why doesn't it hurt at all? Revan's father heard this and went ballistic. Of course it doesn't. A training sword can't break through armor as hard as steel. Vin Tran thought to himself, with a body that hasn't been trained much, I can't use any powerful skills yet. But if he's confident enough, he'll attack with that same move again. Revan laughed smugly. Let me show you that the gap between us can't be bridged by your limited talent. Vin Tran, meanwhile, was calculating how to exploit the force behind his opponent's attack. As Revan was about to unleash his next strike toward him, Vin Tran immediately launched a lethal countermove. Revan was sent flying back. Vin said, Referee Jerson, you'd better find a way to stop this disaster before it happens. These words left Jerson wide-eyed with shock. At that moment, Vin Tran knew he only had one chance. He lunged forward to attack. He thought to himself, if I use this skill again, my body will fall apart. I have to finish this while he's still suspended in the air from his move. Facing Vin Tran's onslaught, Revan was stunned. Revan roared in anger, You son of a bitch. Watching Revan's movements, Vin Tran thought that he could see the light trails Revan left behind, as well as the ones he was creating himself. The sword path was connecting them both. Watch closely, Julian. This is the technique I've been practicing. Finished speaking, Vin Tran struck with a bizarre technique for Julian to witness. In an instant, Vin's wooden sword severed Revan's right arm. Seeing this, Revan's father gasped, eyes bulging in shock, while the Khan family head looked surprised at Vin's strength. Vin thought to himself, quickly, taking advantage of the opponent's loss of balance to unleash his ultimate move, using it to control everything, including the opponent's movements. This is called swordsmanship. Revan was screaming uncontrollably. My arm! My arm! Referee Jerson couldn't believe his eyes. No way. Vin Tran turned and said, Referee, what are you doing? Do I have to cut off his leg for you to declare me the winner? As soon as the words left his lips, Jerson immediately raised the flag to announce the victory. The champion was Vin. Revan's father rushed over, shouting, Revan, stop the bleeding. The referee looked worried. Medicine alone won't work. A healer. Call a healer, Vin Tran said smugly. I told you to find a way to stop it. Jose heard this and bowed his head, saying, I apologize. That was my fault. Du looked intrigued. Why are you so calm? Your body has reached its limit. You need to rest. Vin Tran replied coldly, I know, but now is not the time to rest. Vin Tran said, I have kept my promise, father. At this, the Khan family head sat calmly in the stands, watching. Vin Tran thought to himself, I said I would prove my strength to the Anka family directly. Seeing this, the Khan family head pondered for a moment and replied, I understand. The champion of the sword festival was Vin Tran. Vin stood below, looking up at his father, after which the Khan family head told everyone to go inside as the award ceremony was about to begin. By now, night had fallen, covering the castle, and everyone was present. The Khan family head took out a shimmering object and placed it on the table. You, the victor, shall receive this sacred stone. Vin Tran stepped forward to pay his respects and receive the reward. Suddenly, Revan's father rushed in, shouting, This doesn't make any sense. There's definitely some trickery involved. He borrowed the power of some little spirit. The healer behind him added, Family head, there's a small problem. The Khan family head asked, What problem? The healer explained, It appears that young Master Revan's arm cannot be reattached. Revan lay on the bed, his severed arm being tended to by healers, but he was in extreme pain. Sackley looked skeptical, asking the healer, Is that so? Will Revan be one-armed forever? The healer bowed his head and expressed, I am truly sorry. Sackley almost lost his mind. He grabbed the priest by the collar, demanding loudly, You are a priest! You mean to tell me you can't even reattach an arm? This is a type of wound we have never seen before. Elsewhere, Julian called out to Vin Tran with some concern, but Vin just frowned and didn't answer right away. Julian dismissed the other priests, so he could explain the situation clearly. This wound is quite strange. It's hard to fathom. It seems to have been cut by something that my divine power cannot control. If we don't act quickly, even higher-ranking priests won't be able to heal it. Sackley was in tears by now. He angrily accused, Look at this, family head. With just this one wound, Even a third-rank priest like him cannot heal it. He must have learned many dark techniques. There must be some power helping him. As soon as he finished, others began to whisper and gossip. Julian finally spoke up. Will it be okay? Vin Tran asked for his opinion first. Once approved by the Khan family head, Vin Tran stepped forward calmly and said, "The sword festival was held in the presence of the family head. Therefore, any behavior must be approved by the family head's authority, and the family head has declared me the final winner. Therefore, all your words have been flatly rejected by the family head's authority. This is also a place where many special guests have gathered. Sackley, do you believe your understanding is superior to that of the family head?" Stung by the question, he bit his lip, and sweat began to pour down. Without letting him explain, Vin immediately gave the order. "Jerson, arrest him." Jerson hesitated and asked, "Your?" Vin Tran confirmed, "That's right. My father, Revan." Sackley clenched his fists. "What? Even if you are a member of the main branch, so what? You dare?" Before he could finish, Vin Tran glared at him, asking, "Are you questioning the family head's authority here? Do I need to say more?" Jerson dared not disobey and replied, "I will follow your orders." He stepped forward, used ropes to bind Sackley, and forced him to his knees. He struggled and screamed, "What are you doing? Let me go!" Then, the voice of the Adenka family head rang out coldly. "Sackley, do you realize that you owe Vin Tran? The laws of Adenka do not forgive the same crime twice. If Vin Tran hadn't done this here, you would have had to suffer the family's punishment. As a fellow elder, I will forgive you this time, so don't you dare complain ever again." Sackley turned pale and bowed his head low. "Understood, Lord Father." The Lord then turned to offer praise. "You've done well, Vin Tran." He placed a hand over his heart and bowed slightly in gratitude. Julian couldn't help but feel cheerful. He laughed and asked, "You seem happy, don't you?" He scratched his head and replied, "It's nothing. I'm just a bit embarrassed." It truly was a valuable experience to be praised by the Lord. On the bed, Revan couldn't help but cry out in pain. Seeing this, Sackley grew anxious and hurriedly turned to call for Revan. The priest approached and used his divine power to alleviate the pain. At this point, his right arm would be lost forever. Revan struggled in pain, trying to say no. Julian leaned close to Vin Tran and whispered, "Vin Tran." Vin asked suspiciously if this was really okay. Julian insisted, "This will definitely be a beneficial opportunity for us." Seeing that, he reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I will do as you say." Then Vin Tran walked over to the priest. "Priest, that right arm, can the divine stone help heal it?" The priest appeared flustered by the request. He thought skeptically to himself, the reward was meant to heal young Master Revan. It was a divine stone. He is asking me to use that stone. Vin Tran smiled and guessed, "I'll assume that it can." He said clearly, "I am the one who cut off Revan's right arm. Would it be all right if I handle this situation?" The Lord narrowed his eyes and said, "Very well, I will leave it to you." Vin Tran walked in front of Sackley. "Revan mocked and laughed at me in the arena." The man hurriedly begged, "I apologize. I didn't know how to raise him properly. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive him." Vin Tran suddenly drew a sword from someone in the room. That person cried out, "My sword." He stated that everything should be proven through actions. He swung the blade and cut the ropes binding Sackley while the man was still in shock. Vin Tran set a condition. "Show the remorse of a head of the family. Only then will I use the divine stone to heal Revan." Sackley asked suspiciously, "What is it that you want?" Vin Tran's gaze was cold as he looked at him. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. And for the right arm, I will need someone else's right arm." At this, Sackley couldn't help but tremble. His pupils constricted and veins stood out. Vin Tran looked coldly at Revan on the bed, mocking him silently. What a pathetic guy. I know he's already fully conscious. He refused to speak despite everything that was unfolding. Is your right arm that important to you? Where has the filial piety of this generation gone? After a moment of struggle, Sackley picked up the sword. He placed his right hand on the table and said, "Fine, I will sacrifice my right arm." Even as he said it, Sackley was shaking violently, the sharp blade slowly descending. Julian marveled. "He seems to love his son quite a lot, doesn't he?" Vin Tran replied, "That's right. It looks quite strange, but it's still fatherly love." Sackley gritted his teeth. "I have to do this for Revan. I must cut off my own right arm." He let out a loud shout and raised the sword high, preparing to strike his own arm. At that very moment, Vin Tran cast a cold glance to the side. "I already said to prevent any risks." In the blink of an eye, Jerson swung his sword and severed the blade that was about to cut Sackley's arm. The man breathed heavily in fear, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. Jerson acted just in time, letting out a sigh of relief. Vin Tran reminded him, I hope you put this courage to better use next time. Having said that, he knelt before his father to report that everything had been resolved. My lord, are you satisfied? The lord smiled, picked up the divine stone, and said, Well done, Vin Tran. He held out his hands to receive the stone, then brought it to the priest and said, Hurry. The priest complied. He took the stone, held it in his mouth, and channeled divine power as glowing circles appeared. O goddess of healing, please show your compassion and grant us a miracle. After the prayer, he crushed the stone. The power from the stone, combined with the divine energy, flowing to Revan's arm to knit the wound back together. Sackley appeared overjoyed. Revan's arm, Julian marveled. Such a precious divine stone. Vin Tran smirked and said, You're the one who told me I had to give it to him. Julian expressed a bit of regret. I still can't help but feel sad. Vin Tran agreed slightly. True. It is a rare item to come by. Outside the door, Wilson was leaning in, eavesdropping. His face was full of excitement, silently praising him. The young master is so cool. Seriously cool. Remembering back, Vin Tran once said there would come a time when he would need to decide whether to oppose him or swear loyalty. At this moment, Wilson had made his decision. He clenched his fists. Naturally, absolute loyalty was much cooler. Wilson stood cheerfully at the door, grinning as he looked at Vin Tran and called him young master. He announced that he would start preparing dinner soon. Vin Tran nodded. All right, and dismissed him. Julian wondered, what's wrong with him? Vin Tran leaned back in his chair and said, Isn't that what you wanted, for him to see me as his master? Julian sighed. Of course not. I'm aiming for something greater than that. A knock sounded at the door. Julian wondered, He brought it already? How is he so fast? Vin Tran sat up straight and said, Come in. A man in a cloak entered and inquired, How have you been lately, young master? He asked with a puzzled look. You are? The man raised his hand to his chest, bowed respectfully, and said, Good evening, before introducing himself. I am Dan, a priest of Heir. Vin Tran wondered why a priest would come there. He stepped close to the table right in front of him and replied, I came to express my gratitude for what happened earlier. This left Julian extremely surprised. A priest coming here just to give thanks? The man brought out the divine stone and said, Please, accept this. Vin Tran felt a bit confused. Why are you giving this to me? Julian replied. I am returning this miracle stone to you because you helped heal young Master Revan today. The reason I became a priest is so that those suffering in pain can stand up, smile, and find happiness. With the glowing stone in his hand, he continued. However, when I saw young Master Revan today, I ultimately didn't know what to say. I had placed the value of the magic stone on the scales against human life, and as if to mock me, you voluntarily gave up the magic stone you had just won. He placed the stone into his hand and added, Thanks to young Master Vin Tran, we were able to reflect on ourselves. Please, accept this back. Holding the stone, he smiled. I didn't really do anything. You arrived at that realization yourself. However, accepting this is also a reasonable way to show my respect for you. Dan bowed to thank him and then searched for something else on his person. A card with an image of a cinnamon person and the number 2. If you ever need help from the shrine, please show them this card. Both of them stared intently at the card. Dan explained, Although this news hasn't spread to the public yet, I recently became a level 2 priest. Julian was extremely astonished. Level 2? He's a level 2 priest? Vin Tran looked over and asked, Is this thing any good? Julian explained, Good? That card is like telling them to treat me with the respect of a level 2 authority. In any case, Vin Tran didn't even know what being a level 2 priest meant. Dan bowed respectfully. Thanks to you, I have learned many things. Thank you. Then he left. Vin Tran held the card in his hand and smiled. Take care. Julian leaned over the table in front of Vin Tran and spoke up. See? We got something better than Wilson's loyalty, didn't we? Vin Tran sighed. That's true. You're really good at this, Julian. The young boy was delighted. Suddenly praising me directly like that makes me a bit shy. Vin Tran added, I don't know if it's because you've been looked down upon your whole life, but you're easily swayed when praised, aren't you? Julian was startled. That's right. Mentioning that reminded him. Father usually eats alone, but there was one time he invited a family member to dine with him. After the sword tournament took place, Vin Tran asked, Who was it? The answer was the second child, Sister Dia. She had an overwhelming victory at the sword tournament. He asked Julian, Are you saying there's a possibility that will happen tonight? Julian nodded. That's right, 50-50. Hearing that, Vin Tran stood up. My body doesn't feel very comfortable, but I guess I won't be getting any rest now, Julian said anxiously. I said it was 50-50. He put on his cloak and replied, "If it's something you've spoken of, it's best to be prepared, even if it's only a 1% chance." Julian embarrassedly scratched his head and smiled. How awkward. Wilson rushed in from outside, opened the door, and called out, "Young master." Vin turned around and said sternly, "What's with all the commotion?" A hint of anxiety appeared in his eyes as Wilson stammered, "It's the Lord just." Before he could finish his sentence, Vin Tran walked past him and said, "He invited me, didn't he? Let's go. Lead the way." Wilson thought to himself, did he predict this would happen too? Damn, he's terrifying. That evening, at the residence of the Adenka family head, Vin arrived and walked alone down the long hallway. Suddenly, a woman with a flower in her hair appeared before him and said, "Hurry, Vin Tran." This surprised him a little. The woman was his stepmother. She said, "I heard you just won an unbelievable victory at the sword tournament. Is that right?" He brought his hand to his chest and bowed his head. "Thank you, mother." He thought to himself that his birth mother had passed away after giving birth to Vin, and the woman in front of him was his stepmother. Julian spoke up. "That is Vesa. Before she retired, she was such a skilled martial artist that people gave her the nickname the Giantess. Currently, she holds control over everything related to the Adenka family." She turned around and said, "Let's go. Your father is waiting for you." The door to the family head's chambers slowly opened, and the two walked in quietly. Before them sat Khan, the current head of the family, and Vin's father. He sat there motionlessly, calling out Vin's name along with a gaze filled with immense pressure staring straight at him. The whole room seemed to shake. Vin Tran felt short of breath as the pressure weighed heavily on his lungs. He thought to himself that he hadn't felt this way all day. That meant this must be a test for him. Surely, he is testing whether my strength at the sword festival was real or fake. Vin Tran looked up and said, "I don't think you need to intentionally exert pressure on your own son during a private meeting, father." The family head still sat with his arms crossed, a flow of mana surrounding his body, and said, "Why do you think that?" He smiled, because when greeting her, his mother had called the head of the house father, not family head. They looked at each other. It was unexpected that he could grasp the situation based on just that small detail. He raised his hand to dispel the formation. "Not bad. You realized that, did you?" Still maintaining the demeanor of a family head, he sat there and said, "I called you here for 2 reasons. First, to congratulate you on your victory today. And second, to see how much merit there is to Sackley's concerns." Looking back, on the day of the competition, he had shouted, "Look, family head. If a 3rd-grade priest couldn't heal him, how could that technique have been learned through proper, formal methods? Something is definitely not right about this." Vin Tran also felt a bit anxious, but he didn't know how to bring it up. Suddenly, it felt like an eye from behind was trying to see through his very soul, making Vin Tran terrified. It was none other than the gaze of his stepmother, Vesa, piercing right through him. Vin Tran stood frozen, silent, sweat trickling down his slightly wary face. Khan asked, "Is it possible he's an apostle?" Vesa replied, "It doesn't seem like it. Didn't the boy deny it himself?" Vin Tran's whole body trembled. He wondered, what was this horrifying sensation he was feeling? Julian replied, "It must be your mother's special skill. She possesses eyes that can see through the truth." The family head asked further, "Then what kind of martial art is that?" Vin Tran hasn't been able to use mana, so how could he sever the arm of a 2nd-grade martial artist? Vesa answered, "That sword technique is similar to the sword style recorded of the heroic king." Hearing this, Vin Tran immediately asked, "Is the heroic king you mentioned Kagon?" She was right. He wielded his sword in strange ways, and it was said it could purge any evil power. People also rumored that his sword could suppress the great demon Maven. Vin Tran frowned, thinking to himself that this fabricated history left him speechless. What could Kagon and the Sam family possibly want to achieve by doing this? She stepped in front of him, placed her hands on his shoulders, and used her truth-seeking eyes to look at him. Vesa asked, "So, tell me, seeing that the sword style resembles that of the Sam family hero, how did you learn it? My son, will you tell me?" At that moment, his whole body felt dazed. Looking at the man in front of him, Vin Tran felt that the person who called him was supposed to be his father, but it didn't seem like it. His mother was the one leading this conversation, and he was being interrogated about the true origin of the martial arts he used. Just as he was stammering to come up with an answer, Julian immediately appeared and stopped him. The boy said that she had the ability to use her eyes to distinguish between truth and lies. If he gave some clumsy excuse, she would definitely be suspicious. Facing the pressure of the truth-seeking eyes, Vin Tran wondered, what should I do now? Should I say I'm not her son, but actually an old man from 500 years ago. Julian placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him, wanting to try. The truth-seeking eyes had not left Vin Tran. Vesa kept urging him, "Come on, speak to Mother quickly." Vin Tran remained rooted to the spot, unable to speak, and turned to urge Julian. The boy was tearing his hair out, fearing that the woman in front of them would discover they were acting. Vin Tran used his experience to advise the boy. "Julian, it's only one step," Vin Tran added. "Overcoming your fear only takes one step. You just need to take one step forward, and the rest will naturally follow. Let me take that first step for you." He flashed a confident smile and replied, "I received a divine revelation." That answer left Vesa extremely surprised. The air in the large room fell silent for a moment. She spoke up. "You received a divine revelation, but did not receive any blessing? Do you not know that if someone receives a revelation without being blessed, it's because they are an evildoer?" Vin Tran remained silent, feeling incredibly anxious. "Damn it, Julian didn't tell me about this." Vesa began to press him. "Why aren't you saying anything? You're acting very suspicious. Do you want to undergo a trial by the Holy Court, or do you want to stand before Judge Gramian?" Vin coughed once. Julian, behind him, started whispering, "Say it like this." Both of them began to coordinate their answers. "If Mother finds me suspicious, you can go and verify it with the temple." Hearing the word temple, Vesa tilted her head slightly, looking at him. Vin Tran took out the stone and continued, "If I were truly an evildoer, wouldn't a bishop holding a third-grade miracle stone have noticed?" His stepmother wondered, "Isn't that the miracle stone I gave to Dan?" Vin Tran answered honestly, "Yes, this is what I was given." With her truth-seeking eyes, she realized he wasn't lying. Her eyes showed no reaction. Vesa still wasn't entirely convinced and asked again, "Did you truly learn that sword technique through a divine revelation?" Vin Tran brought his hand to his chest and replied, "I have learned many things from divine revelation. However, I did not learn this sword technique from it. Actually, I had read records of these mysterious sword techniques long ago, but I was always hesitant about whether I should learn them or not." This was the truth they were both telling her. "But I didn't want to be like that forever. Even if, to some, I might act suspiciously. If I didn't do anything, I would feel I was too weak." This was also the truth of their shared identity, the truth that could deceive the truth-seeking eyes. Vin Tran continued, "I felt I had to prove something. Only then could I surpass the Sam family and fulfill the mission of the Adenka family. I want to prove that I am much stronger than those relatives." At this moment, in his own skin, he looked at Julian and smiled. "See, you can do it," Vin Tran added. "And I also want to prove it to Father, the stoic man in front of me, Khan, the head of this family." He directed his gaze toward his father sitting there, thinking, "Because I thought Father would be able to give a fair assessment. Now that the temple has cleared it, everything just depends on Father's decision." He sat there, stroking his chin, appearing to be contemplating something. Vesa turned around, saw it, and smiled to herself, thinking, "He's stroking his chin, he doesn't even realize it himself. But that is what he always does when he is satisfied with something." Khan crossed his arms in front of his chest and said sternly, "And this is my decision. Vin Tran can continue to train in that martial art." This announcement made him very happy, and he immediately thanked his father. Julian also breathed a sigh of relief, having survived the crisis. Vesa added to the family head, "I'm sure you also know that the sword technique of the heroic King Kagon is very similar to the sword technique of the great demon Maven, don't you?" His face remained stern and impassive. As the head of the family, he was fully aware of this. Vesa added, "If we say it uses the heroic king's sword technique, the Sam family will make a scene, saying we stole it from them. But if we say it is the great demon's sword technique, they won't be able to say a word." She still had some doubts. "Can I assume your decision was made after considering all those things?" The family head hardened his expression, his sharp gaze confirming, "I have considered everything that needed to be considered, my lady." Hearing the reply from the family head, his stepmother finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to Vin and said, "Since the family head has approved, it means he will be the one responsible for all of this. Therefore, you must try your best to become strong and not cause any trouble for him." He thought to himself that this was not simply a warning. She was confirming the family head's decision while also informing him. She had also approved. He bowed respectfully. "I will definitely keep this in my heart." At this moment, the family head stood up and added, "Vin Tran, you have achieved great results in the Sword Festival. Not only that, but you have also affirmed your level. As a direct descendant of this Adenka family," he stepped forward and approached him. "Therefore, I will grant you one wish." "What would you like?" Vin Tran replied, "I want to become stronger." Khan stood before him. "That is a good answer. but that is something you must achieve yourself. He used the gaze of a father. Looking down, he said, "Tell me one thing I can do for you." Julian whispered to him, "You want to enter the library." Vin Tran complied and requested permission to enter the Anka family library. The family head was puzzled. Only martial artists above 3 stars can enter the library. "Have you reached level 3 already?" He smiled. "Not yet. That is why I want to take this opportunity to act like a spoiled child." The family head smiled. "Very well. I will grant you access to the lowest level of the library that a 3-star martial artist can enter." The family head turned to Vesa and ordered, "My lady, grant the blood lotus to Vin Tran." She turned and smiled, obeying the order. He looked at his son and said, "Take it. This is the reward for keeping your promise to me." The blood lotus sword. That was the sword his father used when he was young, the very blade he used to start building his reputation in this world. Julian continued, "It is the living history of the Adenka family itself." Holding the sharp sword in his hand, Vin Tran marveled, "What an amazing sword. Even after being stored away for so long, it is still so sharp. But are you actually happy about this?" Julian hovered around, full of excitement. The boy replied, "What are you talking about? I'm not that happy." Vin Tran said firmly, "If you are this happy over just this much, that is not a good sign." He smiled, "Because in the future, we will achieve even more." Julian thought to himself, "At first, I was disappointed that you weren't the Spirit King, but now I'm starting to wonder, if I had summoned the Spirit King as planned, would I have been able to achieve this much? Even if you are a bit reckless and old-fashioned, I still feel like I can entrust my entire body to you." Wilson was still waiting in the courtyard for his young master to leave. Vin Tran stepped out of the mansion and said to Wilson, "Let's go." He bowed respectfully in obedience. Just as he was about to leave, Vesa called out from behind, "Vin Tran, talk to me for a moment." She walked up in front of him. "You must have been putting a lot of effort into planning and training lately. I am very proud of you." Vin Tran smiled and thanked her. Vesa added, "Because of that, if you have become the winner of the Sword Festival, you will be forced to enter the Blood City, just as tradition dictates. Have you thought about how you will subdue the Blood Demon?" Vin Tran reflected that the Blood City was one of the training academies under the authority of the Adenka family. Only those who complete the test at the Blood City can be considered a qualified martial artist, and the conditions for entry are winning the Sword Festival and subduing a low-level blood demon. He hesitated and asked Julian, "How should I answer this?" The boy said, "You haven't thought of it yet." Vin Tran looked straight into Vesa's eyes and said, "I am not yet sure, mother." This surprised her a little. "Oh my, how unexpected. I thought you had planned everything out long ago." Vesa looked through his physique and asked, "That strange sword technique, it seems like in the few times you have used it, it has caused your body great pain, hasn't it?" Vin Tran did not hide it, and replied, "That is true, mother." Vesa said, "Seriously, if that is the case, then listen to me. You will never be able to defeat a blood demon in a single strike. If you fight in this condition, you will die." Julian, hiding behind Vin Tran, wondered, "Is she giving us advice?" But Vin Tran felt that his stepmother seemed to have grown fonder of them. Julian asked why he thought so. Vin Tran replied coldly, "Have you forgotten my story? My enemies threw me into prison and twisted history. With eyes that see through lies, and being a person trusted by the Lord, she could have accused us at will, but she didn't. Perhaps she doesn't like us, but at least she is not hostile towards me." Vesa just happened to say the words, "blood demon," and Vin Tran bowed his head, interrupting her. "Thank you for your advice, mother. I will not let you down." She thought to herself, "I was trying to explain the traits of the blood demon to him, but he just left without asking anything." Watching Vin's back, a wonderful warrior who knew no fear or hesitation. "My heart is fluttering." Vesa smiled. "Can you see it, Sarvana? Today, your son has taken a big step on the path of martial arts." The next morning, Wilson was hanging clothes and singing, looking very upbeat. "As always, today I will support the young master with all my might." Just as he was getting into it, a suitcase flew and hit him in the head with a thud, followed by a harsh sound from behind. "Support! My foot! What are you plotting this time?" Wilson clutched his painful head and turned around to complain. "Hey, I didn't do anything wrong, Siri." Standing before him was a maid with a giant suitcase. "You must be planning to cause trouble for the young master again." Hearing that, Wilson reacted violently. "Don't you see I'm hanging the laundry?" The girl glanced at him suspiciously. "You're actually doing it?" He puffed out his chest. "Since the young master has changed, I, a direct servant of the young master, should also change, right?" The maid's eyes widened. "Regardless, the young master did what?" This question made Wilson burst out laughing. Inside the library, where only the family's martial artists are allowed, Vin was sitting reading a book among piles of books of all genres stacked around him. He seemed to be searching for something, repeatedly throwing books aside in frustration. "It's not here. I can't find what I need." He scratched his head in annoyance. "Why are there no records of 500 years ago?" Julian agreed. "That's right. That time period is nowhere to be found, as if it had been taken away. Even if there are some, they are just folk tales about the great demon and the hero king." The boy added, "I suspected it wouldn't be in the records, but to this extent, it's like someone intentionally erased it." Vin Tran bowed his head in thought. "That's right. The history of 500 years ago and the sword techniques as well. Someone erased or changed them." Vin Tran thought to himself, "I can save myself from discrimination later. Right now, it's more important to increase my sword proficiency to defeat the blood demon. I need a training method before the test, because I cannot reach the level of the sword aura right now." Julian looked at Vin Tran, puzzled. "You call Father Aslan a child, and use the sword techniques of the man known as the Hero King. Face to face," the boy asked Vin Tran suspiciously. "Who on earth are you?" Vin Tran hesitated. If he revealed that he was the great demon Vin Tran, obviously he would be shocked. Should he be worried? He crossed his arms and shook his head. "That would be very disrespectful to Julian, the previous owner of this body. You also share the same destiny as me." Vin Tran sighed. "Julian, listen carefully, and don't be too confused." The boy was excited. "You must have something to say, right?" Vin Tran spoke. "My name is just hearing that." Julian's whole body felt like it had been electrocuted, freezing him in place. The boy covered his ears and asked again, "Wait, say that again. What did you just say?" Just like the previous situation, Vin Tran hadn't managed to mention his name, Vin Tran, before loud noises appeared in Julian's ears, making him unable to hear anything at all. Vin Tran stood up anxiously and asked, "Are you okay?" The boy replied, "I'm fine. You don't need to tell me. I don't want to hear it anymore." While he was doubting that, something caught his eye that grabbed his attention. It was an ancient book with a blue cover titled First Love and the Water Wheel. Julian wondered, why would a book like this be among the mana training books? Vin Tran picked it up and examined it, replying, "This is a library managed by the family. How could a romance novel get mixed in here?" He smiled triumphantly. "Someone has kept secret historical records in a different form. The truth about the past." Vin Tran skimmed through the lines, which made him blush. "It was a hot summer day, and I went naked to bathe in the water wheel." Neither of them expected the truth to be in the form of a book like this. This could be a different approach to keep opponents from suspecting. Vin called out to Julian, making the boy jump. He pointed to the book and asked, "The main character in this novel does not have sword aura, but they possess the power of love. This is not an ordinary novel," he continued. "The traits were not originally used to create a flow of mana, but their manifestation is caused by the flow of mana. To achieve this, one needs to throw away all that sword aura nonsense. Without sword aura, the freedom of mana will make all of this possible." Julian was shocked. "No way. Accumulating mana without sword aura? That person would die." Vin Tran closed the book, clenched his fist, and smiled. "Right here, a person who accumulated mana without sword aura and is still alive. Mana flows with each defined trait. Knowing this, we can also clarify those traits." Both were satisfied as they walked out. Julian added, "Learning these traits is dangerous. Even with the help of sword aura, these traits are equivalent to a martial artist's wealth. So, they won't easily teach mana flows to others." Vin Tran agreed. "But we have found a clue to become stronger." He smiled and looked back at Julian. "Let's try it right away." Meanwhile, the boy warned, "Did you not hear me say it's dangerous?" Just as Vin Tran stepped out of the library, the maid was standing there, waiting, and called out, "Young master!" She looked at him, extremely excited. "Is it true that you defeated Revan Anka and were awarded the Blood Lotus?" He wondered. "Julian, who is this?" The boy replied, "This is a maid named Ciri. She left for a while because her family had an emergency." The memory of her finally surfaced in his mind. She was one of the few who still loved the pathetic loser Vin Tran from his past. He replied, "That's right. Just as you said." Hearing the confirmation directly from their young master, Ciri knelt to the ground. Thank God. The girl seemed overwhelmed with emotion, raising her hand to wipe away her tears as she spoke. "I thought that after the assembly, the young master would be ignored even more." Vin Tran grimaced and asked, "Julian, do you know how to comfort a woman? It's truly surprising that an old man from 500 years ago is asking a kid about this." He knelt down and placed a hand on Ciri's shoulder. "I'm sorry for keeping this a secret from you. I'm training really hard to become a master who won't make you feel ashamed." Just as everyone was caught up in the emotional moment, a loud voice called out from below, Where have you been? A familiar figure appeared. All three of them were quite surprised, their eyes widening at the arrival of Revan. He stood there, fixing a sharp, piercing gaze on everyone as he spoke. I have something to discuss with you. Inside the room, the atmosphere grew heavy. Vin and Revan sat facing each other, with the maid Ciri standing between them. She glanced anxiously toward Revan. He hadn't made a move yet, just sitting there in silence. Julian wondered. I thought he had something to say, while Ciri tried to break the tension by asking, would the young masters like some sandwiches? Revan suddenly stood up, reaching behind his back to draw his massive sword, his eyes glinting with danger. Julian watched with slight apprehension, while Vin Tran was still trying to get a handle on the situation. Gripping the heavy sword in his hand, Revan's face furrowed. I've come to settle the score from the sword assembly, Vin Tran. Seeing this strange behavior, Vin Tran stood up, ready to draw his blood lotus. He thought to himself, damn it, I didn't expect him to attack like this. Now that he knows my swordsmanship, my old tricks won't work anymore. Vin Tran braced himself, assuming a defensive stance. Anxious, he turned to his maid and said, Ciri, get out of here right now. She clutched her chest, worried. But I can't leave you behind. Ciri started when she heard Revan's words. Vin Tran, I owe you a great deal. He slammed his sword into the ground and continued. You forgave my insolence and gave me your magical stone. A coward like me tried using my father's money to plant spies there, but then my spies returned, and my father became gentle once again. Revan suddenly knelt down. I've regained everything, but I still can't repay you. He let go of his sword, leaning the hilt toward Vin. Right now, I'm still a coward, but I won't be that way anymore. Revan placed one hand on the floor and bowed his head before Vin Tran. This is the best I can offer you right now. I swear I will always be loyal to you. This was something Vin Tran never expected. Seeing this, Ciri was absolutely stunned, thinking, young Master Revan is kneeling? Vin Tran smiled, thinking, in the end, he wasn't a lost cause after all. Julian was worried. Are you really going to trust him? This guy is Revan. He explained. He placed his sword in front of me. This action signifies surrendering one's entire life to another. From a warrior's perspective, this kid is serious, Julian retorted. Always with the idiotic warriors, but it seemed like he had just come up with an idea. The young man smiled at Vin. I'll trust Revan, but I have a great idea. He drew his sword and said to Julian, since you've agreed, I'll follow your lead. Vin Tran placed his blood lotus on Revan's shoulder, making him flinch slightly. He added, I accept your oath, and I will stand by your side until the moment you betray me. Seeing the sword, Revan thought, I had my doubts, but this really is the blood lotus. Could it be that the clan leader has already appointed him? If that's the case, I won't regret this pledge of loyalty. He smiled and bowed, saying, thank you for accepting it. Even in her wildest dreams, Ciri could never have imagined what was happening right before her eyes. She thought, he really has changed. The time when he was mocked with the name Vin the Loser felt like a distant, faded dream. Julian coughed lightly, looking quite satisfied. Sorry to interrupt, just as you've gained his loyalty. His eyes brightened. Shall we test it to find the characteristics of the king's blessing from Revan? At the same time, inside the Adenka family estate, the head of the family was writing something in his study. Vesa stood beside him, saying, it seems Vin Tran is planning to participate in the Blood Castle next year. He replied, I know. How is the blood demon subjugation coming along? Vesa answered, I've informed him of the blood demon's traits, but he didn't say a word. He looks very confident. Blood demons can only attack 3-star mana or higher when they aren't in a physical form. The reason this subjugation became a rite of passage is to see how one faces a demon, as proof that they have the potential to be a third-grade warrior. Vesa turned and added one more thing. A few days ago at Vin's house, Revan appeared and stayed there. Within his body, a flow of mana was twisting like a thread. Julian and Revan were both watching Vin Tran sitting there, practicing the use of mana within his body. On the right, Revan stood behind him, guiding him. Very good. Try creating the circulation loop one more time. On the left, Julian watched with concern. All right, be careful with this direction. Recalling the days prior, they had been reviewing a book they found in the library. Revan picked it up and asked, you want to obtain the king's blessing traits from me using the method in this book, because you can't imagine it, right? Vin Tran sat in his chair with his arms crossed and asked, will you help me? Revan set the book down and replied, I'll help if this isn't some boring book, but he still smiled and said, I will guide the flow of energy, and you will have to practice right in front of me. Basically, you have to trust me with your life. Are you okay with that? Vin Tran said something that left Revan stunned. You already promised to be loyal to me, didn't you? Returning to the present, Revan was looking at Vin Tran, wondering, could I trust Vin Tran with my own life if I were in his position? If it were me, there's no way. He chuckled softly. There you go again. You're making me look pathetic, Vin Tran. But it's not bad either. This is the first time losing has made me happy. Seeing his expression, Revan could only marvel as the flow of mana spread throughout his body. Who would have thought that in the main family, there'd be someone using a method this insane? Vin Tran closed his eyes tightly, focusing intensely on the mana flow within his body. Julian reminded him, don't just do whatever you want. Slow down a bit. Vin replied, are you going to keep lecturing me forever? You were the one who suggested the plan to use Revan to get this, Julian. The young man sighed, worried. How can I not lecture you when you keep doing things your own way? You're just stumbling around Vesahala Mountain. Revan also began to chip in. Vin Tran, you're being too reckless. You're already fast enough. There's no need to rush. Given his past, Vin Tran was firm. This is how I live, Julian. I can't get anything without putting my life on the line. In those moments, you can only try to push forward, no matter the risk. Julian clutched his head in worry. Vin Tran, at this rate, you're going to die. But the streams of mana didn't stop, and the two ends were getting closer than ever, ready to connect. Just a little more, just a little more. The circulation would be perfected if he could connect them like this. The two mana currents from both sides were preparing to fuse together with Vin's intense concentration. Seeing this, Revan rushed over, trying to stop him. But for Vin Tran, it was still too early. However, the two ends of the mana flow connected, and several sparks of mana shot out. He laughed with joy. I did it. His whole body was drenched in sweat, but suddenly pop, the mana flow that had just resumed was instantly severed, and boom! An explosion rocked the room, as if it were going to blow everything in Vin's room to pieces. Inside the room, everything was shattered and collapsed. Revan staggered as smoke billowed out. He coughed, his body trembling as he fell backward, not knowing how Vin Tran was faring. In the family head's study, Khan asked, there's still about half a year before the Blood Castle opens, right? Vesa respectfully replied, yes, that is correct. He added, Vin Tran already defeated a 2-star martial artist? Surely, for him, that's just normal strength. The stepmother was slightly worried, and she hoped that was the case. Revan managed to stand up and asked anxiously, Vin Tran, are you okay? He raised his arm and waved it, replying, I'm fine. Revan was slightly angry. You overdid it. Even it took me half a year. You're extremely fast, but it should have taken at least 2 months. Almost simultaneously, Khan mentioned the figure of 1 month. He ordered Vesa to pass on the message to Vin Tran to defeat the blood demon within 1 month. At the same time, Vin Tran was stunned by the explosion. Julian took the chance to lecture him. What did I tell you? He sat there, dazed and disheveled with the book on his head, thinking, I really thought I was going to reincarnate again. In the hallway, the sound of footsteps echoed slowly. It was Raelsa. She was thinking about the family head's message to young Master Vin that he had to complete the rite of passage in 1 month. She worried, You don't have much time, my lord. Young Master, you must hurry. Throwing open the door to the room, Raelsa called out loudly, Young Master, are you in there? The scene before her left her completely stunned, frozen in place for 5 seconds. Inside the messy room, Vin Tran was having his wounds tended to by a maid, while Revan sat nearby with a bandage wrapped around his head. Ra asked in confusion, What is this? Looking quite angry, she demanded, Young Master, would you care to explain this? Seeing the presence of the 7-star Great Guardian Raelsa, Revan trembled. Vin Tran spoke up, Don't worry, Great Guardian. I was just meditating for a bit. The honest maid interrupted. Don't you dare lie, Ciri said, slightly annoyed. I don't know much about mana, but people don't end up like this after meditation. Are you trying to make me worry? Vin Tran looked blank. I'm sorry. The Great Guardian noticed the young master's attitude toward others was completely different from the past. Raelsa bowed. I won't ask further since you said not to worry. Whatever kind of meditation it is, you must hurry, as the Patriarch has sent a message for you. You must complete the transfer ritual within 1 month. The two young men looked stunned at this announcement. Julian said to Vin that, to his knowledge, his father had never set a time limit before. He smiled. I see. That means he has expectations. The Great Guardian walked toward the door, turned around, and said, I will personally serve as your guardian until this day next month. I trust you will do your best until then. Ra thought to herself, Young Master, you must defeat it. Revan looked at him, feeling uneasy. Vin Tran needed at least 2 months to receive the Dwarf King's blessing, but 1 month seemed a bit short. Hearing this, he spoke up. Only 1 month? I have to hurry, but Ciri interrupted him. The maid held the young master's hand and said, "You mustn't overexert yourself anymore, all right?" He let his hand drop, turned to her, and smiled. "All right, I promise." But that hand-holding made Vin accidentally realize a difference in Ciri's body. It was her mana. He realized the maid in front of him wasn't simple at all. Ciri possessed a massive amount of mana. Ciri urged, "Are you sure, young master?" Vin Tran replied awkwardly, "Okay, I promise. Now you go. I have some things to discuss with Revan." So, the two women left the room, and the door slammed shut. Inside, Revan told Vin, "1 month isn't enough. We must find another way." Julian also asked with concern, "What should we do now?" Vin Tran didn't say a word. He raised his hand to circulate the mana flow within his body. He asked Revan, "Is this the correct way for mana to move?" Both Julian and Revan were completely stunned, their eyes widening as they shouted, "You've completed the mana flow?" Vin Tran sat there, smiling. "It worked this time. I can now circulate mana at will. With this, I can accomplish what Father said," Julian exclaimed. "Truly, talented people do everything quickly. Even Revan can't believe your speed." Vin Tran flashed a confident smile. "We don't need to wait a month. Let's just exceed Father's expectations." 2 weeks later, in the forest near Vin Tran's estate, he and Revan were standing there discussing something. Julian was also flying around him. Vin raised both hands. "Now, I will demonstrate the characteristics." Revan nodded slightly in agreement, but his expression looked tense. Julian was also focusing intently on the situation. Vin Tran was slightly worried. It might explode like last time. "Can you step back, Revan?" But he remained steadfast. "I must see your success with my own eyes." Julian smiled, thinking, "This guy is so loyal." Vin Tran spoke, "I'm starting." Then he began circulating the mana in front of him. Soon, the mana flow was complete. 2 halves of a mana sphere appeared, moving, like an hourglass, forming circles of different sizes. While Vin Tran continued, Julian sensed something slightly strange. A faint figure with a bushy beard slowly appeared. Behind them was the image of a dwarf king with a large hammer in his hands and his iconic 2-horned helmet. His massive physique, glowing eyes, and the thundering sounds made Julian tremble slightly. "Are you the dwarf king? Hello. Am I the only one who can see him?" The dwarf king began to raise the hammer in his hand amidst a whistling wind. He held the hammer, preparing to bring it straight down where the 3 of them were standing. Julian grabbed his head in fear, while Vin Tran remained quite calm. However, what descended was a square barrier that surrounded them and blurred the figure. The golden aura made Vin Tran's hair fly backward. He still kept his eyes shut, concentrating intensely. Vin Tran slowly opened his eyes, as light shone onto his face. The mana circles from before were now enveloped by a larger circle, appearing as a form of protection and shielding. Revan stood nearby, joyfully saying, "The Dwarf King's blessing, the first characteristic, is defensive reinforcement for the body. Your body will become tougher." Revan smiled, brighter than ever, thinking to himself, he really did it. It didn't even take a month and he had already obtained the Dwarf King's blessing. The image of the Dwarf King in the forest was gradually fading. Julian also smiled and said to Vin, "Let's head home." He looked happily at his own hands, along with the golden aura radiating around his body. "With this, I can fight a Tier 3 swordsman. I have achieved the foundation to subdue the blood demon." He turned. "Thank you, Golden Fairy. This is all thanks to you." He smiled and closed his eyes. "Since I helped you kill the blood demon, thank me." Vin Tran added, "But I need to ask one more favor," which left Revan wondering what was going on. 2 days later, a red carriage was prepared for the trip. Vin Tran stood in front of the estate with the blood lotus in his hand. He smiled and said loudly, "It's time to head to the blood demon's lair." He stepped toward the carriage. "I apologize for the sudden request, Great Guardian, but I've decided to exceed my father's expectations." Ra thought to herself, "He's not utilizing the Patriarch's time limit and is leaving 2 weeks early. Will he be all right?" She spoke, "I have guarded those participating in this transfer ritual 3 times. Neither the Patriarch, your brothers, nor anyone else from the Adenka family has ever failed this trial." Raelsa thought to herself that the son of Sarvana couldn't possibly be the first to fail. Raelsa said to him, "Please don't risk your life with such reckless courage." Vin Tran simply flashed a confident smile and said, "Don't worry, Great Guardian, you will be surprised." The carriage rolled through the forest toward the site of the blood demon trial. Inside the carriage, Vin and Raelsa sat opposite each other. The atmosphere was somewhat quiet. He said to Julian, "Having a guardian for a mission like this is really useless." The little guy replied, "The blood demon leaves behind some items. She's just here to observe you." Vin Tran wondered, I truly don't understand why I have to do this just to prove myself. Julian sighed. Many things have changed after 500 years. Raelsa suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Do you know anything about the blood demon yet? She added. To subdue the blood demon, you must have at least 3-star mana or higher. Did you know that? From what I see, young master hasn't even reached the 3-star level yet. Julian suddenly remembered that Vin Tran hadn't even asked about the blood demon. He replied to Raelsa. Don't worry, he thought. Did Aslan arrange all of this? The blood demon will be the first monster I subdue. Vin Tran added to the Great Guardian. That's not the only monster I need to know about. Raelsa was slightly worried. Even with your swordsmanship, you shouldn't let your guard down. She frowned slightly at him. I don't think I'm in a joking mood. Vin Tran laughed and asked, Great Guardian, why are you trying so hard to help me? Raelsa replied, Because I am the guardian and overseer for this trial. At this moment, Vin Tran mentioned the word corruption and looked straight at the woman in front of him, questioning, Are you really planning to hide that? Raelsa had clearly been struggling, yet the carriage continued to roll steadily. Vin Tran said, That is exactly why I can't help but think about this. He added, Perhaps you think I'm too weak to do this on purpose, right? Hearing what the young master said, Raelsa was left pondering and didn't know what else to say. Vin Tran crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled. If you don't want to talk, that's fine too. You haven't asked about my training sessions, so let's call it even. The carriage stopped. The horse reared up and let out a loud whinny. Vin Tran asked, Have we arrived? Raelsa turned to look outside respectfully. Yes. He stepped out of the carriage and looked ahead. Julian stretched after a long trip. Vin Tran looked at the ruins in front of him and asked, This is the blood demon's lair? Raelsa replied, There is no exact name for this place, but people usually call it the ancient temple. Looking at this pile of rubble, who would believe this is a temple? She explained further, This is a memorial for the first leader of Aslan after he defeated one of the remnants of the great evil, Maven. Vin Tran mused, It's Aslan again. And the blood demon, it can't be a coincidence like this. Raelsa gripped her sword and slowly drew it. She held the sword to her chest, and mana erupted to cover her body. I am ready. After speaking, she pointed her sword straight at the sky, creating a massive pillar of light that soared into the heavens, accompanied by thundering sounds and a barrier membrane that slowly appeared. By this time, the entire trial area where the three of them were standing was completely covered by a spherical barrier. Julian realized this was a mana barrier. Vin Tran smiled. This barrier was set to a level that allowed only one monster to pass through at a time. Behind a boulder, a figure with deadly red eyes and a tattered hood watched them in silence. Standing before Vin Tran was the blood demon, a massive monster wielding a colossal scythe. It stepped forward and let out a chilling demonic screech. Confidently clutching his blood lotus, Vin Tran spoke to Raelsa. Watch closely, Raelsa. He turned slightly, smiling, and added, Report exactly what you see. This is how I prove myself to the Anka family. As he finished, the blood demon lunged forward, raising its scythe to strike him down. A layer of purple energy enveloped the scythe as the blood demon's murderous gaze locked onto him. Julian warned Vin Tran to dodge and then counterattack, but he disagreed, insisting that maintaining distance was better when facing an opponent with a weapon larger than one's own. But for us, it's different, he thought, then pushed off the ground, surging forward. It's better to close the distance. With that, he tightened his grip on the blood lotus and rushed toward the blood demon. This caught the monster off guard. It never expected him to get that close. Instead of swinging, it was forced to pull the scythe back to block Vin Tran's sword thrust. Vin Tran's eyes glowed crimson as he smirked. Don't think I'll let you swing that scythe around. With a flurry of strikes, Vin Tran forced the blood demon back, keeping it trapped in a defensive stance. Raelsa thought to herself that close combat was naturally the advantage when fighting heavy weapons. She watched from the sidelines. But for his very first real combat trial at age 14, how many could perform so perfectly? Seeing Vin Tran's poise and smile, Raelsa felt as though he had already defeated this blood demon countless times before. He continued his relentless assault with the blood lotus. The Dwarf King's attributes are truly incredible. I can actually move like this in this body. A lightning-fast strike descended, but ultimately, it served as the foundation for his sword technique. He withdrew his blade and kicked the handle of the blood demon's scythe, catching the monster by surprise. The move propelled him high into the air and backward. Vin Tran landed gracefully and slid back a distance. Now that he was well away from the blood demon, he realized this was the perfect moment to extend the gap. The blood demon appeared excited, yet it grew visibly tense after such a prolonged defense. Its next strike would surely be wide. creating the opening Vin Tran needed to close in. The blood demon lunged, one hand swinging the scythe while the other reached forward. Vin Tran quickly took his stance with the blood lotus, channeling mana for the attack. He thought to himself that when facing an enemy with many openings, finding victory would be easy. A flow of mana swirled around the blood lotus. Vin Tran was fully determined. He had to maximize his attributes and sword techniques in this moment. With sharp eyes and extreme focus, combining his sword skills with enhanced physical strength, Vin Tran delivered a full-force strike against the blood demon. It staggered, its face contorting as it dropped the scythe. Vin Tran appeared between the two halves of the monster, slicing it in two with one final, fierce, and determined look. The blood demon's entire body began to shrink into a red orb. After absorbing everything, the blood orb fell to the ground with a thud in front of Vin and Raelsa. He turned back, laughing. "Did you see that, High Priestess?" But she didn't react. She just stood there watching, as if the battle had only just begun. Raelsa asked anxiously, "Does he really not know why the blood demon cannot be defeated by a single killing blow?" From within the blood orb, streams of red energy began pouring out at incredible speed. The blood essence coalesced into an eye. The blood demon actually had 2 lives, and it was preparing to strike Vin Tran from behind. The scythe was already inches from his neck, but he remained calm, even wearing a smile. Raelsa raised her sword and shouted. Young Master Vin Tran quickly noticed the anomaly. He glanced over and, almost instantly, ducked to dodge the blood demon's lethal blow. Vin Tran still smiled at it. Even this event was identical to what happened 500 years ago, but the scythe immediately swung vertically toward his head and chest, catching him slightly off guard. Thankfully, with his agile reflexes, Vin Tran managed to dodge to the side by a hair's breadth. He was surprised by the blood demon's current speed. It seemed that after its second rebirth, it had become much faster. Vin Tran observed it, noticing that its appearance had changed as well. Have these bastards evolved in the last 500 years? Raelsa frowned. A blood demon that goes berserk after resurrecting. Along with that, its speed and strength increased. Using its massive size, it reached out with its powerful, clawed hand to grab Vin as it usually did, but he jumped to avoid the attack. Rocks and debris flew up, accompanied by sparks of crimson electricity. Vin Tran landed, and by now, he had begun to realize the danger before him. He had been pushed back against the wall behind him. His path was blocked, and the blood demon roared, charging at him. It swung down with massive force. Vin Tran was pinned against the wall. The situation was extremely dangerous. He grimaced. Fortunately, he hadn't been hit yet, but Julian noticed something and kept calling his name. The boy shouted about the temple. Vin Tran looked over and saw that amidst the large gap left by the blood demon's previous strike, gusts of wind were being sucked inward. Julian was worried. "This isn't good. We have to change the plan." But Vin Tran stopped him. "No, we don't need to yet. We have to make it lower its guard." Looking at the blood demon, Vin told Julian that it was thinking the same thing. It was trying to corner them for a finishing blow, and once it was fully committed, they would execute their plan. The blood demon growled, fixed a deadly gaze on him, and prepared its final move. Raelsa stood outside the battle, silently observing every detail. She clenched her fists, thinking to herself that if she, the supervisor of the transition ritual, interfered, it would mean the young master had failed. She felt a bit anxious. "Please, don't let me end the future of her son, Lady Sarvana." She remembered back in the day, a girl with long blue hair and somewhat disheveled attire, reaching out her hand and saying with a laugh, "Staying here is such a waste of your potential." The person kneeling below was none other than Raelsa. The blue-haired girl added, "We are embarking on an adventure to become warriors. Do you want to join us?" In the past, Raelsa came from a declining family and survived by stealing at the national border. Recalling it now, having to face such a terrifying monster was a huge shock. But she invited me to join. I even thought she was a crazy woman. The blue-haired girl grinned. "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Sarvana. It's nice to meet you." It turned out this was Vin Tran's mother when she was young. She turned around to ask Vesa, "You two agree, right?" Those two were the current family head and his stepmother. Khan, familiar with the Blood Lotus, said he didn't care much, while VA laughed, "You're so spontaneous. Even if I didn't agree, you'd still go through with it, wouldn't you?" Back then, Raelsa thought perhaps she had lost her mind after a head injury in battle. Perhaps she was just too tired of that life of thievery, or maybe she had been influenced by the girl's boldness. Raelsa reached out and grabbed Sarvana's hand. She finally accompanied them on the journey to become legends of Adenka. In the forest, a pair of large, grotesque bare feet were approaching. A giant ORC with a club in its hand was preparing to attack Raelsa, who stood there holding her sword. She smiled, confidently, pointing her sword up and apologizing to it. But a figure with familiar long blue hair glided past. Because Raelsa wasn't the main character, Sarvana was. She had jumped into the air behind the ORC and was preparing to unleash a fatal blow. In a flash, Sarvana landed radiantly and looked at her, saying, "Raelsa, you're the best." The ORC couldn't escape death, its head flying off from a razor-sharp strike. In Raelsa's memories, Sarvana was an incredibly strong and beautiful girl. She had the power to make others smile through her pure, carefree nature and the positive energy she radiated. At that time, in Raelsa's hopeless life, she was a ray of light. Raelsa also became more positive. But to her, Lady Sarvana was the most wonderful person of all. That night, outside the mansion, the rain was pouring down. Inside, the woman was lying with her eyes closed, and people were pulling a white cloth up to cover her face. Khan bowed his head in sorrow. The servants mourned, while Raelsa held the newborn master in her arms. The child cried loudly, the last drop of blood that Sarvana had left in Raelsa's care. She was also sorrowful. Looking at the child in her arms, he had inherited his mother's blue hair. The baby was none other than Vin Tran, the son of the wonderful mother, Sarvana. Tears streamed down, but she told herself this was not the time to be sad. This was the child Lady Sarvana had left behind. She would protect this child from the miserable life of being a direct descendant of Adenka until he became an admirable warrior. Time slowly passed, and Vin Tran grew up. Loud noises echoed through the mansion's hallway. Vin Tran's sister slapped him across the face, then stood over him, sneering, "Don't pretend we're friends, you pathetic loser. You're only good for lying there and clutching your face." She added, "You're so useless. Why don't you try speaking to me with some respect instead?" Vin Tran could only take it, bowing his head as he replied, "As you wish, sister." Raelsa stood in the back, witnessing the entire scene, but she didn't intervene. The sister laughed loudly. "I just said that, and you actually did it." Raelsa bowed her head. For 14 years, she had wondered countless times what she could possibly expect from this loser, Vin Tran, and whether she should leave the Adenka family. Meanwhile, Wilson stood outside the door, happily praising the young master for being cool. Then, Raelsa approached, radiating a murderous aura. "You've been creatively foolish, Wilson," she said, making him shrink back in fear. He trembled, trying to explain. "It's not like that, great steward. I was only acting in my capacity as a servant." Young Master Vin Tran had been recognized by the family head. This came as a surprise to Raelsa. She began to rethink her opinion of the young master, and for the first time, she started to see a glimmer of hope. "Don't give up, young master," she thought to herself. The blood demon launched another attack, swinging its massive, mana-infused scythe straight at him. With a powerful strike and a roar, the blood demon attacked. Vin Tran stood, rooted to the spot, showing no signs of reaction. Raelsa grew anxious, hoping her young master wouldn't fall here. The moment arrived. Vin Tran finally spoke his command. Instantly, Revan's shadow flashed past the great steward. Revan moved with such incredible speed that it caught her off guard. But Raelsa hadn't recognized him yet, and she wondered who had just rushed past. A loud boom echoed as two hard objects collided, creating a blinding flash of light and arcs of electricity. Revan stood his ground, using his greatsword to block the blood demon's devastating strike. Only then did Raelsa realize the person who had dashed past her was Revan. Revan had arrived just in time to block the lethal blow for Vin Tran. His face was twisted with fury, surrounded by crackling lightning and the howling wind. Raelsa was stunned to see Revan stepping up to help the young master fight the blood demon. Vin Tran smiled with confidence. "I'm counting on you, Revan." Then he looked at his opponent with a grin. "Finish it off before I collapse." Vin Tran held out his hand and began to meditate, focusing intensely on the mana flowing through his body. Raelsa panicked at the sight. Oh heavens, has he lost his mind? Why meditate at a time like this? Looking at Vin Tran, she realized that if Revan were pushed back, and the young master took even a single small hit, he would be done for. The blood demon in front of them was still seething with rage, aiming for the one who had taken one of its lives earlier, but Revan blocked its path, saying, "Where are you looking? I'm the one challenging you." Revan gripped his greatsword tightly, bracing himself for the impact. He deflected the blood demon's scythe backward, causing the creature to flicker in frustration, but it immediately roared and changed its target. This time, it lunged straight at Revan, likely intending to finish him off before getting to Vin Tran. Revan just smiled. "If you can't beat Vin Tran, then you're just prey for me." Saying that, he activated his stun skill, hardening his body. However, the blood demon didn't hold back, swinging down with enough force to create an explosion. Though he was sweating, Revan kept up his taunting tone. "Weaker than I thought, Huh? Is that really all you've got? Before he could finish, the blood demon unleashed a barrage of rapid-fire strikes. Revan began to worry, because his sword couldn't hold the stun effect. It wasn't durable enough and was beginning to crack. Watching the blood demon swing down again, Revan realized it was targeting his weapon. The next blow shattered the greatsword into pieces. Revan grimaced and cursed, "Damn it!" Facing the massive silhouette of the blood demon with its scythe descending, Revan wondered how he could protect Vin Tran without a sword. He used his bare hands, grabbing the blade to stop the strike. But human strength has its limits. His whole body trembled as he struggled to hold it back. Even with his stun effect active, it was incredibly difficult, and he felt like he was about to give way. Revan shouted, and Vin Tran's familiar voice responded, "Well done, Revan." Along with that came a surge of primal mana. A streak of energy shot past under Revan's arm, aimed straight at the blood demon. It was a sword wave from the Blood Lotus, combined with a sword skill technique from Vin Tran, slicing the monster in two. Once again, the blood orb appeared. This time, it seemed unable to regenerate. The orb fractured with a crackling sound. Its color faded as shards fell away. With a loud pop, the orb shattered right in front of Vin Tran and Revan. The blood demon had been defeated. Vin Tran stood by and laughed. "Thanks, Revan." Revan chuckled. "Man, I actually started to feel bad for that blood demon." Raelsa's voice from a distance caught his attention. "Was that your plan, young master?" She walked over, saying, "Congratulations, but I'm not sure the family head will be pleased that you received help. Didn't you say you wanted to exceed your father's expectations?" Vin Tran bowed his head and smiled. "You're too hasty. You created this mana barrier just to let one monster pass at a time." At that moment, a faint red glow appeared on the shield. A massive hand emerged since the first one was dead. This must be the next blood demon. It would tear through the barrier and enter, still targeting Vin Tran. Holding the magical stone in his hand, he raised it and said, "Now, I will prove myself." Saying that, Vin Tran brought the stone to his mouth and swallowed it. His entire body erupted with a massive, dark purple aura. The second blood demon charged. Vin Tran thought to himself, "Even with the body enhancement, I can only use my sword skill twice." The reason I had to meditate was to calculate the stone's effects. He remained standing on the ground as the creature attacked. As he calculated his body's endurance, he raised his sword, preparing to finish the task. He unleashed his WMP sword skill, firing a blast of mana energy from below, piercing straight through the blood demon. Vin Tran noticed the blood demon's weak point exposed as it regenerated. The blood orb appeared, radiating energy to revive the creature. The blood demon was slowly taking shape with its familiar, hideous face. With an opponent so full of openings, it's much easier to execute my swordsmanship. Before the blood demon could fully form, it took a slash across the face. The second sword skill cut a sharp line. The blood orb split in two, and the blood demon was finished. Raelsa, having witnessed the entire process unfold in such a short time with the orb cut in half, couldn't help but be amazed. She closed her eyes and thought, "It seems I have nothing to worry about." Looking at the boy before her, she felt proud. "Well done, young master Vin Tran." But he didn't look well. The strain of using his ultimate move caused Vin Tran to cough up blood. Julian asked anxiously, "What kind of sword technique is this? Why is my body like this after only a few uses?" Vin Tran leaned on his sword and replied with difficulty. "Without the meditation property of the magic stone, it wouldn't be possible." Julian advised, "Lie down, young master. Even if you pass out, Raelsa will look after you." Vin replied, "It's like the Great Sword Assembly. Julian, the true winner is the one who can hold on until the very end." He struggled to stand firm. "Even if I'm exhausted, I will never fall." Raelsa approached from behind him and smiled. "Young master, the barrier around us is slowly fading. It seems the trial has been passed." But no, a massive circle appeared above the barrier, causing it to shatter. Revan looked up in a panic. Julian was also shocked, unsure of what was happening. Raelsa drew her sword, her expression tightening. "This is a summoning circle. But such a thing never existed in the transfer ritual." The surrounding rocks began to gather around a purple stone. A glowing eye appeared, staring down at them. Raelsa looked serious, ready for battle. Before them stood an ancient guardian, a giant stone serpent that roared at them. Raelsa deduced, "A guardian this large hasn't been discovered until now, which likely means it was created along with the temple." She pointed her sword at it and declared firmly, "I am Raelsa, a servant of the Adenka family. State your mission to the main branch of the Adenka family and show some respect." The serpent ignored her words, opened its jaws, and lunged straight at them. Raelsa worried. "It's no use. It's lost its sanity from being too old." She shouted, "Young Master Revan, Please take young Master Vin Tran and retreat. Revan hurriedly helped Vin Tran up to lead him away. Meanwhile, Julian was incredibly anxious. The two young masters turned to leave, leaving the great steward facing the giant stone serpent alone. Ryelsa prepared to strike. Baladian's sword technique. Form 7. A terrifying slash. Behind the two young masters, a towering pillar of light and massive destruction erupted. Earth and rocks flew everywhere. Revan and Julian heard the commotion and turned back in shock. Revan shouted, "Great steward!" At that moment, they only saw the stone serpent's head crash into the ground, and Ryelsa was nowhere to be seen. The ground shook slightly. The serpent guardian's jaw was locked, and frost was spreading through its mouth. In an instant, its entire body was frozen, curling up like a slide. On the newly formed ice wall, cracks appeared from within. A powerful slash featuring a snowflake crest emerged as Ryelsa broke out from inside the serpent. Revan was absolutely stunned and filled with admiration at what he had just witnessed. Looking at the High Knight, Revan marveled, acknowledging that this was the level of a 7th-rank star light. While everyone was still caught up in the moment, Vin Tran used his last bit of strength to whisper, "Not yet, comrade. Look over where Ryelsa is standing." He then summoned his remaining energy to unleash a strike aimed straight behind Ryelsa. The blade swished right over her head and slammed into the rock behind her. Everyone was confused and puzzled by his sudden action. Even the High Knight was taken aback, wondering why he had attacked thin air. But why? Was he trying to tell her something? That was when Ryelsa carefully looked and finally saw it. It was a guardian, and it seemed this was its true form. It looked like a bee with an eye-catching red gemstone for a belly. Ryelsa was shocked. When did it break free? The young masters are in danger. The guardian was flying toward Revan at high speed. It buzzed as it flew, looking incredibly dangerous. Immediately, the High Knight knelt, invoking the blessing trait of the Milky Way traveler. Ryelsa seemed to gain a burst of speed, rushing toward the two young masters with her ultimate technique, the Snow Ep. In the blink of an eye, she reached them, faced the small guardian, and swung. A strike that grazed past Revan, slicing the guardian in two and narrowly averting disaster. Both of them collapsed to the ground. Ryelsa stood beside them and asked, "Are you two okay?" The High Knight was slightly surprised. She hadn't seen the guardian's true form, but the young master had spotted it and warned her. Vin Tran, propping himself up with his hands due to exhaustion, told Ryelsa to look ahead. A small wooden box appeared right where the serpent had crumbled. Vin Tran figured that must be what the guardian was protecting. The ordeal had passed, the test was over, and the forest grew silent. Ryelsa slowly opened the box and looked inside. Vin Tran sat in the distance and asked, "What's in there?" Picking up something that looked like a fang, she replied, "This is a dragon bone. It seemed to be an artifact left behind by the first family head, Aslan." Julian looked quite pleased. Dragon bone is an extremely rare magic material and a priceless treasure. Vin Tran smiled. It seemed this was the very reason Aslan had created the transfer ritual. Ryelsa knelt and held the dragon bone up reverently. "Young master, please accept it." She bowed her head and added, "Out of all the Adenkas who came here, you are the one who found it, so it rightfully belongs to you." Vin Tran hesitated, sitting still without reacting. Ryelsa added, "That is my concern, meaning my responsibility to the family if I am reprimanded." At this, he stood up, drew his blood lotus blade, and said, "Then let's do this." With that, he struck a blow, splitting the dragon bone into 2 pieces. Holding one chunk in his hand, he smiled and said, "Now, we are accomplices." Vin Tran handed one piece of the dragon bone to Ryelsa. "We wouldn't have been able to get it without you, so keep it." She smiled and bowed. "Thank you, sir." In a certain place, with a sword driven into the ground, surrounded by withered, leafless trees, lay the graveyard of the Adenka family heads, known as the Sword Grave. Family head Khan stood there, gazing at the swords of his ancestors. Ryelsa was bowing and reporting, "Family head, I have returned after young master Vin Tran completed the transfer ritual." He wondered, "Shouldn't this have been reported to the church?" Ryelsa replied, "What I saw was far more astonishing, so I came to find you." He looked serious. "I am eager to hear it." The High Knight began to recount the events. "Do you remember the hostile Revan? He was influenced by the young master and even risked his life to block an attack from a blood demon. Moreover, young master Vin Tran successfully subdued it." The family head closed his eyes, looking disappointed. "Doesn't that mean the boy couldn't do it alone and had to use trickery? But after that, he defeated the blood demon single-handedly." Ryelsa's words seemed to snap Khan to attention. The High Knight added, "And he even found the dragon bone left by the first family head, Aslan. This is half of it, which the young master shared with me." The family head was puzzled. Shared? Vin Tran did that himself? Raelsa was honest. Yes, the young master cut it himself with his sword. The family head then commanded, "One more thing." Raelsa looked slightly confused. He demanded that she break the piece of dragon bone. It was an order from the family head to shatter it immediately, which made her anxious and confused, but she obeyed. Raelsa used all her strength to strike the dragon bone. Both the family head and the High Knight intently watched for any change in the artifact. Raelsa raised her sword and bowed. "Ancestors of Adenka, please forgive this disrespect." Saying this, she poured all her power into her ultimate technique, the Eastern Wind Slash, and struck down. The result was that the dragon bone was completely frozen. But when the outer layer of ice broke away, the piece of dragon bone inside was almost completely unscathed. She was incredibly surprised. "How is this possible? I gave it my all." The family head turned and said, "You must be a high-ranking craftsman to be able to break a dragon bone." Khan's gaze turned cold. He whispered to his father in his mind and looked at the tomb below, thinking, "It seems it will be my turn soon," he ordered Raelsa. "It seems Vin Tran has special powers. Take care of him, my son." Having said that, he put his hands in his pockets, standing proudly before the grave of his grandson. The scene opened with Wilson crying, 2 streams of tears flowing as he called out to the young master. Ciri, seeing this, turned back to complain. "Wilson, the young master needs to rest after that battle. Be quiet." He ran over and asked, "Young master, do I really need to go to the Blood City?" Ciri poured more tea for their master and said, "Of course, unless you're going to let him go alone?" Wilson worried. "But Ciri, that place is crawling with monsters and terrifying martial artists." The maid shrugged. "So the great Wilson is afraid of monsters? Huh." Vin Tran watched his 2 servants bickering with a sense of weariness and turned to say, "Julian, didn't you notice?" It turned out he was focusing on looking at Ciri. Mana flows from Ciri were quite visible, but Julian was rather surprised by that. "Mana? I couldn't feel it, even though I've lived with Ciri much longer than you. If it were true, I should have known, right?" Vin Tran affirmed. "I've seen a similar mana flow 500 years ago." He turned to ask the maid, "Ciri, what is your surname?" Hearing the young master ask, she was a bit flustered. "I come from a lost clan, sir." This firmly confirmed Vin's suspicions. He knew it. Ciri possessed a magical body. Julian was astonished. "A magical body? That's the first time I've heard of it," Vin Tran explained. "The Ailey clan studied the body and mana. Moreover, they were among those who found the Holy Bone. People in the Haley clan have a trait called a magical body. Similar to the Holy Bone, it allows them to absorb mana and use it skillfully." Julian wondered. "So that means," Vin nodded, "if a body is full of mana, it can prevent the Holy Bone from slowly dying out." He stood up and asked Ciri, "Do you know anything about the Hully clan? For example, your ancestors?" The girl looked a bit sad. Wilson seemed unhappy. "Young master, do you know why Ciri is here?" The maid sadly recounted. "My grandmother passed away a long time ago. She was the only Lee I ever knew." Vin Tran sat down and sighed, apologizing to Ciri. She waved it off, saying, "It's all right, sir. You've been through much more." From the sword conference to the transfer ritual, Julian was deep in thought. Why would a clan with such skills be wiped out? Vin speculated that perhaps something had happened similar to the Sam clan. Julian agreed. It makes sense if they were trying to hide the existence of the Holy Bone. Vin believed the Haley clan was killed to silence them. Ciri then remembered something. Wait. There was one other person. She passed away recently. But the young master's mother, Princess Sarvana, was also a Haley. Hearing this, Julian was startled. The boy insisted, "I've never heard of this." Vin Tran echoed the same sentiment. Ciri added, "Perhaps it's because no one is allowed to mention Princess Sarvana, as the family head always feels sad whenever he hears someone mention her name." The scene shifted to the family head's mansion, in the room where Khan stood, deep in thought. His gaze looked into the distance. It was unclear what he was thinking at this moment. Back in Vin Tran's room, Ciri continued, "The princess hired everyone without any discrimination, even those from clans that had been wiped out." Wilson added, "We are all here thanks to Princess Sarvana, especially the High Knight. She was at the very bottom of society until the princess personally brought her into the Adenka clan." Julian smiled. Mother was truly a wonderful person. Vin Tran frowned. "That's true. It also means Raelsa cares for us because of Mother." Outside, there was a knock on the door. The High Knight stood outside and asked, "Young master, are you in there?" She had come to inform him that the young master was leaving. Revan was standing there with a great sword on his back, arms crossed, looking toward the mansion. Vin Tran arrived and asked, You're leaving? Revan nodded. I've defeated the blood demon, and I can't stay here forever. Vin spoke up. I still have one more thing I need your help with. Revan was happy. Sure, go ahead, he said. I want you to find out more about the history of the Holy Clan from 500 years ago. It seems someone wanted to cover this up. He smiled. Things like the story about the essential oil and the watermill? Vin Tran nodded. Something like that. Revan replied. All right, leave it to me. Then the two shook hands. Vin Tran smiled and said, See you later, Revan. He also replied cheerfully, I'll become even stronger. I don't want to embarrass you. Then he left, not forgetting to turn around and wave goodbye to everyone. Vin Tran said to Ryelsa, The great divine servant told me about my mother. It seems your kindness toward me is just to repay a debt, isn't it? She nodded and replied, Yes, that's right. He turned to face her and said, I have a request, not as the son of Sarvana Adenka, but as Vin Tran. This left Ryelsa puzzled. What is it? His expression was completely serious. Train me until I reach Blood City. Vin Tran added, I'm not asking this because I'm my mother's son, but as a martial artist. The great divine servant wondered, Lady Sarvana, will the loyalty I held for you be passed on to the young master, Vin Tran, from now on? Recalling the radiance of your face, I will never be able to hear your answer. Forgive my indecision. She wore a smile, her eyes sharp. I won't go easy on you. Vin Tran was equally pleased. That is what I was hoping for. I'm counting on you. Later the next day, at Vin Tran's mansion on a beautiful day, the two stood facing each other in the training yard. Ryelsa began, You can learn attributes without a catalyst, but that requires you to have a mana attribute circle. Understand? Vin nodded. Understood. She took a sword from the rack and continued. All right, but since you asked me as a martial artist, I won't just tell you everything. Vin Tran looked at the sword, confused. Aren't you going to use the ceremonial sword? Ryelsa closed her eyes. You'll see it when the time is right. She began to channel mana. You have 5 months until you reach Blood City. If you can injure me even once, I will show you that attribute. Her eyes brightened as she smiled. Try to strike me with that strange sword style of yours. Suddenly, Vin Tran felt anxious. Wait a second, don't you see Revan? A permanent injury would be a disaster. Before he could finish, Ryelsa closed the distance, her sword tip right in front of him. Do I look like young Master Revan? The tip was inches from his eye. Vin Tran swung his sword to strike, but she simply flew up and dodged it. Ryelsa said, I know that sword move quite well. That's why I'm planning to give you no chance to use it. Vin felt nervous. Did she just aim straight for my eyes? That's too dangerous. Ryelsa landed gracefully. I heard you are friends with the 4 Taitan. We will ask them for help when necessary. Vin Tran began to feel the ruthlessness of the great divine servant. She smiled. I told you, I won't go easy on you. A week later, on a cool, moonlit night, the two were still going at it in the training yard with no sign of stopping. Vin Tran's determination was clear on his face, though he was struggling a bit, while Ryelsa remained composed and dominant, suddenly appearing behind him. He had been preparing for a long time, and with a loud bang, the whole training ground seemed to shatter from the massive force of Ryelsa's strike. She said, 2 more offensive techniques and you'll be exhausted. Let's stop here. Vin Tran lay there, struggling to respond. You're too harsh. She sheathed her sword. You'll get better soon. I'll call Syrian Wilson. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, Ryelsa thought, this sword is about to break again. I don't know how many swords I've gone through these past few days. I have to talk to the blacksmith about this. At the forge, a man who looked short but muscular was swinging a massive hammer, forging iron. Ryelsa stood at the door and complained. It seems like your reputation as a master is the only thing you've lost since we last met. She added, it would be a tragedy if you forged trash swords like this for the Adenka family. Hearing this, Hansen seemed hurt in his pride as a blacksmith. He crossed his arms and glared toward the door, taking off his glasses. Hansen took off his glasses and asked, Who's there? Are you one of Sarvana's stalkers? What business do you have bothering me in the middle of the night? Ryelsa produced a bag and said, Take a look at this. She dumped out a pile of broken and chipped blades. The great divine servant said, These are the blades I've used this past week. I only use them for sparring, too. I can't let you keep providing such fragile blades. Hansen examined them carefully and noticed something odd. Did you fight a monster with sharp teeth? The blacksmith threw out several scenarios. What about a 9-star martial artist or higher? Or a mage with more than 7 magic circles? But none of those apply. Ryelsa shook her head. Do you think I want to die? My blade clashed with a greatsword. The great divine servant's answer remained the same. No, that can't be it. She added, I don't know if you'd consider it a great sword, but I was sparring with young master Vin Tran's Blood Lotus. Upon hearing his name, the blacksmith Hansen was stunned. What? Vin Tran, that ugly seventh young master? Why does he have the Blood Lotus? Shortly after, a meeting took place in front of the mansion. Raelsa had brought the blacksmith. Vin Tran stepped out, puzzled. What's the matter at this hour? The great divine servant bowed respectfully. I apologize for bothering you so late. The man insisted on seeing the Blood Lotus. Hansen had changed into a dapper outfit, crossed his arms, and said, Is there any reason I shouldn't see it? I'm the one who created it. Vin Tran was surprised. You created the Blood Lotus? Julian also woke up completely. So, is this dwarf the blacksmith Hansen? He maintained a confident smile, saying, I'm a dwarf. If I wanted to, I could call out a Khan. Julian told Vin that he was a famous blacksmith, a longtime friend of his father's, and a former master linked to the Adenka family. He asked, Former? Does that mean he's no longer a master? Decades ago, he stopped creating great swords and focused on high-quality innovations. He was looked down upon by other forges for his greed and eventually lost his honor and position within the Adenka family. Vin Tran smiled. That's amazing. This left Julian wondering why. Many people have been able to protect themselves thanks to this man. He prioritized others over his own reputation. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. I am the seventh young master of Adenka, Vin Tran. It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Hansen. He looked at the boy and smirked. Master? Then Hansen laughed out loud, thinking, this kid really knows how to put on a show. All right, I apologize for coming so late. Are you satisfied now, young master? Vin Tran kept his composure. I'm not mocking you. You made the right choice. Vin Tran's words made Hansen pause. The smile faded, and it was time to remember the past. When he was young and his beard wasn't as long as it is now, someone had told him the same thing. The path you chose is correct, Hansen. That person was none other than the family head, Khan. When the two were sitting in a pub, Khan had said that his aspirations would be mocked by many. He raised his beer mug, looked at Hansen, and continued. However, I believe your decision is correct. Back to the present. He looked at the young man before him very intently. Seeing Vin Tran's demeanor now, he could see a glimpse of Khan in him. It seemed like the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Hansen said, I thought you were the ugly Vin Tran, but that must be a fabricated rumor. Vin Tran just smiled. I'll take that as a compliment, he said to him. Let me see the Blood Lotus. I need to check its condition. Vin Tran didn't hesitate to hand him the sword. He drew it and examined it for a long time. The blade was still sharp and shiny. Returning the sword, Hansen asked, You used this to defeat a blood demon and spar with Sarvana's stalker? Vin Tran nodded. Yes. His confirmation surprised even an experienced man like Hansen. Looking at Vin Tran's confident demeanor, he thought to himself, how is the blade not damaged at all? It's as if he didn't even use the blade, but cut through things with his own power. Hansen asked seriously, What kind of sword technique do you use? I must see it. He frowned at Vin Tran. Why are you hesitating? Are you really going to walk around with the Blood Lotus but say, I'm too tired today, just to get out of this? Julian stopped Vin Tran. You can't. You've already used 2 sword styles today. Vin knew this, but it's not every day we meet a master. If I miss this opportunity. While he was lost in thought, Siri suddenly appeared behind him, calling out, Master Hansen, in a dangerous tone, making him jump. The maid put her hands on her hips and spoke loudly. Why are you still causing a ruckus when it's bedtime? Hansen shriveled up, stammering, No, Siri, I was just Vin Tran, saw this, and asked Raelsa, do they know each other? She replied, Hansen donated to children living in poverty, and Siri was one of them. The two of them are basically like father and daughter. Siri didn't stop questioning and scolding Hansen. The maid turned, acting spoiled. Whatever, I'm going to be mad. How would you feel if someone came and messed with your work? Hansen hurriedly backed down. All right, I'll come tomorrow, okay? Vin Tran stepped forward, put his hand on his shoulder, and said, Tomorrow, I will come to the forge with Siri. It's not every day you run into a master like this. If I miss this chance, while lost in thought, Siri suddenly appeared behind him and called out, Master Hansen, so dangerously that it made him jump. The maid frowned and raised her voice. It's way past your bedtime. Why are you still making such a racket? Hansen cringed and stammered. No, Siri. I was just seeing this. Vin Tran asked Raelsa. Do those two know each other? She replied. Hansen has donated to orphans living in poverty, and Siri was one of them. The two of them are basically like father and daughter. Siri didn't stop questioning and scolding Hansen. The maid turned around and pouted. Whatever. I'm going to be mad. How do you think I feel when you come here and interfere with other people's work? Hansen quickly backed down. All right, I'll come by tomorrow, okay? Vin Tran stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, I'll come to the forge with Siri tomorrow. Hansen was delighted. Really? So he started to head home, but didn't forget to turn back and warn him. You have to bring Siri with you, promise me. Julian sighed. He's a total daughter-obsessed old man. Looking at the girl in front of him, Vin Tran thought he knew where Siri's warm heart came from. The next morning, at Hansen's forge, Vin Tran arrived as scheduled. With mana streams surrounding him and his sword, he swung, creating a purple cross-shaped figure directly ahead. Hansen and Siri were standing nearby, witnessing the power of this strike. Hansen thought to himself, that's an unusual technique. It feels just like the moves of the Hero King and the Great Demon Lord recorded in legends. Hansen smiled. Not bad. I can see why they gave you the Blood Lotus. Vin Tran asked. Is that enough for you, Master? Hansen winked. All right. You've piqued my interest. It's almost enough to make me want to forge you a sword. Vin Tran was stunned. A sword for me? He scratched his head. But it's missing one component. Vin Tran quickly asked. What is it? Hansen sighed. I've had the design for a sword in mind for a long time, but it requires a rare material. Vin Tran offered. I'll buy it for you. Hansen looked at him. No, it's a treasure so precious that you couldn't buy it no matter how much money you have. It was the horn of a Matterden weight. Wasn't that the dragon bone he was talking about? Both Vin and Julian's eyes widened when they heard that. Then they looked at each other. It was truly a coincidence, as if it had been fated all along. Then, he brought out the piece of dragon bone, half of the horn, in front of Hansen. He asked, Can you forge a sword with this? Seeing what was in front of him, the blacksmith couldn't believe his eyes. He shouted in amazement, A Matterhorn! Vin Tran raised his hand to signal. Only Father and Raelsa know about this, Master. Hansen looked at him. Destiny must have arranged for us to meet, kid. Fine, I'll forge your sword. Vin Tran held up the Blood Lotus and asked, I wonder if you could add the horn to the Blood Lotus instead of making an entirely new sword? Hansen asked in surprise. Why? You should just get a new sword. Holding out the sword in his hand, Vin Tran said, This blade represents the start of my father's career, and the Blood Lotus itself is already excellent. I've grown quite fond of it. Hansen took the sword and smiled. You always know the right things to say. Fine, come back in 3 weeks, and I'll have the horn added to the Blood Lotus. 3 weeks later, Vin Tran and Siri returned to the forge as promised. With flames flickering, Siri asked worriedly, Young Master, what's going on? In front of them, the forge was ablaze, and fire was erupting everywhere. Vin was anxious. The forge was genuinely on fire. The flames almost covered everything, and the heat radiated, illuminating the entire area. Siri looked at the fire with concern. And what about Master Hansen? Vin reassured her. Stay calm. Siri, he thought to himself. Seeing Siri this shocked, it means something much more serious than just a fire must have happened inside. Vin decided, We have to rescue Master Hansen. Julian asked, What are you doing? Don't tell me you intend to rush into that fire. Looking at the rising flames, Vin Tran told the boy, My sword can cut through anything. I'll slash through the door and the fire, then run inside quickly. Saying that, he immediately channeled his mana to prepare his strike. Julian worried, You're being too reckless. There was no time left. Vin Tran unleashed a powerful strike toward the forge door. The mana flow zigzagged from outside the shop into the door. Vin Tran's figure followed through, with his familiar cross-shaped sword technique clearing the way. Finally, he made it inside. Julian pointed to the right and said, Over there. Master Hansen is slumped over, motionless, with fire surrounding him. Vin stepped forward and called out, Please, stay calm. Hansen was there. Julian said sadly, We're too late. He's completely unconscious. Just as he didn't know what to do, something caught Julian's eye. The boy asked, Vin, look, is that the Blood Lotus? In the middle of the room, the sword was glowing, radiating massive energy. Julian sensed that mana seemed to be overflowing from it. Vin Tran confirmed that the dragon bone must have been much stronger than Hansen had anticipated. But the most important thing now was to get Master Hansen out first. The boy hoisted him onto his shoulder and started walking, with sparks flying all around them. But suddenly, he stopped when he felt a difficulty ahead. Vin grimaced. What do we do now? The exit is blocked. If we don't do something, we're going to be swallowed by these flames. What now? Julian darted around, reminding himself to think of a solution. The boy asked, Oh, right. Do you know any defensive skills? Looking at the Blood Lotus, Julian added, I know it's dragon bone, but it won't be able to hold back this fire for long. Vin Tran replied, You mean we can just stand here and wait? He added. I have this a sword technique used only for defense. Julian replied. Great. Use it to defend us. Vin closed his eyes and thought to himself, remember, I am Vin Tran, also known as Vin Tran. Samon Sword Technique, Chapter 1. Vin held the sword up to his forehead and began to channel mana. The image of Vin Tran from the past appeared, along with the Genten Breaker move, a wind-breaking strike that created a thin layer of mana surrounding his body. The sword strikes created thin lines that seemed to block the fire, the blade shattered steel, and the amount of mana depended on his determination. Vin was using the sword slowly from top to bottom. He felt the flow of the fire approaching, a horizontal slash through the fire that was the deadly silence sword art, also the first chapter of the wind-breaking gale. Julian watched this, utterly terrified. Good heavens! The boy realized it was the Samon sword style, and wondered, who exactly is this old man? A moment later, the fire died down, leaving only wisps of black smoke. Vin Tran was drenched in sweat and exhausted from using so much mana. He sat there, propping himself up with his sword, with the blacksmith Hansen lying beside him. Julian sighed. Did we survive? Hansen coughed, likely from the smoke. He finally woke up. Vin Tran approached and asked with a smile, Master Hansen, are you all right? He looked at him, confused. How could you use the Samon sword technique? Vin Tran gave a wry smile. Looking at you saying such confusing things, I guess you're doing just fine. He thought to himself, if the master recognizes it, I guess I'm not that weak after all, am I? Hansen stroked his beard. That's true. That would be impossible. I must have been dreaming. He added, the sword is finished. The blood lotus was hovering right above the forge, looking incredibly sharp. Hansen sat there and added, I've never tempered dragonbone before. How could I have known it would overflow with mana and spit fire like that? Vin Tran slowly approached the sword, using both hands to carefully grip the hilt. A golden aura enveloped it. Vin Tran drew the sword. It glowed as bright as the morning sun. He felt the sword resonating with him. On the blade, a mark appeared, resembling the mana circle he received when the Dwarf King blessed him. Hansen asked, Why are you standing there frozen? Do you not like it? Vin Tran smiled. Not at all. This is a sword that's beyond amazing. Julian was thinking. Something felt strange. That made Vin Tran ask curiously, What's wrong? Julian replied, If this sword was inherited from clan leader Aslan, then he should have known the Dragonbone would do this. If I were Aslan, I would have given a warning. Or perhaps there was a reason he didn't mention it during the training for the next Dragonbone encounter. Vin Tran smiled and asked, Hansen, could you forge me a new sword? He replied, Want a new sword already? You must not like this one, Vin Tran said gently. Since you've already finished one good one, I'm certain the next one will be even better than this. He sat there and replied, That will take quite a lot of time. I still have to clean up this mess. Hansen wondered. But I can't fight the Dragonbone. So what's the problem here? Do you think I can survive the next Dragonbone battle? Vin Tran appeared calm, while Julian covered his mouth, grinning. Another piece of Dragonbone appeared before Hansen. It was none other than Raelsa's counterpart. She held it out and said, I brought this over because I know you need the Dragonbone. Just like last time, Hansen was incredibly shocked when he saw it. His expression was the same as before, jaw dropped, eyes wide as he exclaimed, Another Dragonbone sword? The Grand Steward, like Vin, raised a hand to his mouth as a signal, implying that only the master should know about this item. Hansen hurriedly covered his mouth with both hands. He glanced at Raelsa. Forging another Dragonbone sword? Surely Sarvana's subordinates aren't nobles, right? She replied, This isn't for a subordinate. This sword is reserved only for the young master. Holding the Dragonbone in his hands, Hansen sighed. You really know how to persuade people, don't you? Fine. I don't know how long it will take, but I will forge the most perfect Dragonbone sword possible. Raelsa walked back toward the mansion with a mess of thoughts in her mind. I had given up halfway, but seeing him grow this much, I am truly surprised. While she was lost in thought, a voice beside her startled her. Pardon me, Raelsa. It was none other than Vin Tran. He said, I intended to share it with you, but it seems I've already taken it back. How can I repay you? She stepped forward and replied, There is no need, my lord. You already repaid me for the Dragonbone sword 14 years ago. Raelsa bowed her head. You were born, and you have proven your excellence as a warrior. There is no greater reward than that. What about this? Vin Tran slowly drew his Blood Lotus sword and said, Then you will be even more pleased. Raelsa looked at the seal on the sword. Vin Tran thought about what he had pondered while fighting the blood demons, a way to defeat a 7-star warrior. He held the sword forward, flashed a confident smile, and declared, Today, I will defeat you and learn your techniques. Raelsa also slowly drew her sword to respond. I have told you time and time again, I will not go easy on you. In the middle of the training ground, a flash of white light swept through the air, followed by a powerful, frigid aura and the sound of wind being torn apart. Vin Tran pulled both hands to his chest, trying to defend himself, but it looked quite difficult. His body felt the coldness of the air, accompanied by Raelsa's voice. Not good enough. She lunged forward with her sword in hand, preparing to leap down from the air, accompanied by her seriousness and some goading. You said you would defeat me, but looking at you, you have no chance of winning. She stabbed her sword fiercely downward. Vin Tran raised his blood lotus to block the strike. The immense force caused the ground beneath his feet to cave in. A deafening explosion echoed through the training ground as light and shards of dirt flew into the air. Raelsa's blade collided with the blood lotus, but it didn't budge at all. Vin Tran was straining to hold the defense, his face showing signs of difficulty. Raelsa thought in surprise. He blocked it? I used mana equivalent to 4 stars, but neither my sword nor the young master's blade took any damage. With this much mana, a normal sword would have shattered. While defending, Vin Tran channeled a zigzagging stream of mana toward Raelsa. While she was lost in thought, he slashed upward to both attack and neutralize his opponent's strike, forcing Raelsa to leap away. She thought, this is far different from the way he usually uses his strength. Looking down, she wondered, young master, what kind of power does that blood lotus contain? This sword cannot be destroyed. Thanks to the power of the pseudo-king, the sword has absorbed all external force. A sword that carries all the characteristics of its master. The new power of the blood lotus. Raelsa landed and said, the blood lotus has been enhanced. Vin Tran nodded. That's right. Master Hansen has been working very hard. Hearing that, she smiled, and her figure seemed to dissolve into the cold mist. Then I will go harder. Vin Tran was stunned to realize she had vanished. He sensed her and seemingly detected Raelsa's figure behind him. She was moving at incredible speed around him, creating a circle of cold. Vin Tran immediately closed his eyes. Don't let this speed fool you. Just feel the mana being used to move. It seemed he had discovered Raelsa's position, so he swung his sword and shouted, over here. But he was wrong. She appeared behind him, her sword raised and ready to strike. You're wrong. Just when it seemed he would be worried, Vin Tran smiled and said, yes, of course I was wrong. As soon as he finished, he used his bare hand to catch Raelsa's sword. And you will target me from behind. As he spoke, an arc of mana flowed from the blade right past Raelsa's throat. She was shocked. Bare-handed? How could he predict my movement direction in just 1 month? Vin Tran's eyes blazed. He gripped the blood lotus tightly and used a fluid dual sword technique to attack. First form, Beauty King. An upward slash with terrifying force was being unleashed by Vin Tran. He used one hand to disarm Raelsa and the other to deliver the decisive blow with the blood lotus. It was strangely proficient. The strike created a massive explosion. Raelsa landed inside the circle created by the move. He used both techniques, but the second one was truly unexpected. The two stood facing each other within the circle. The Grand Steward thought, I've been disarmed. Vin Tran threw the sword in front of her and said, pick up your sword. With his usual confident demeanor, he added, I don't want to win cheaply by fighting someone unarmed. His words left Raelsa speechless. Will the pride of a 7-star warrior make her angry? She picked up her sword and said, that's quite arrogant, young master. Not every swordsman or monster will go easy on you like I do. Enemies stronger than you will not show mercy or care about your situation. Saying that, a surge of mana and a seal appeared behind her. The cold aura of the mana seal created a freezing sensation. Along with that, tracks of ice appeared beneath her feet. Raelsa had begun to take this seriously and warned, you must remember that, young master. Vin smiled. Winter is coming. All right, I understand. What a dazzling aura. Raelsa lunged, even her eyes flashed with coldness. Be careful with this move of mine. She kicked off the ice beneath her feet to gain momentum and charged toward Vin. Raelsa's speed was extreme, but something was happening that made her slightly shocked. Raelsa stood frozen, eyes wide at what was happening. While she was charging, Vin had grabbed her shoulder, prepared a knee strike, and finished with a flick to the Grand Steward's forehead. He smiled. You've been wounded by me. Only 4 months left until we have to go to the Blood City. Raelsa collapsed to the ground, unable to believe it. How is that possible? Vin added, even with dual sword techniques, I still couldn't cut through your defenses. But I can cut through the mana stream around you. Adding the resonance of the pseudo-king's power, it becomes possible. Raelsa was slightly confused. He cut through the mana stream to stop my technique? Is that even allowed? She looked at Vin Tran and said, You always do better than I expect. You haven't forgotten the reward the Grand Steward promised at the start. Raelsa stood up and said, All right, I will tell you. She smiled. The blessing I was granted. The flow of mana from the Galaxy Wanderer. And so, Vin began training with a flow of mana that had patterns like clouds. He sat there channeling mana, with Raelsa guiding him from the side. She was extremely surprised. He can grasp it in just 2 days. She instructed him to let the mana flow through his meridians, and then begin to materialize it. Vin sat with intense concentration, following everything Raelsa said. His form and mana flow had changed. Julian watched, worried. I hope he doesn't puncture the ceiling. A blue light, like an entire galaxy, appeared, drawing the boy's attention. A girl with an ethereal form appeared, with long, ice-blue hair, radiating a galactic aura around her. Sometime later, at the Blood City, a fortress built atop a high mountain with a vast forest below. Snow had fallen, and winter had arrived. Inside a room, a man looked at the girl in front of him and said, Why haven't you looked over these documents? You're distracted again. The girl replied, But I am a swordsman. It's a waste for me to keep holding a pen. That man was the Blood City's supreme commander, Vagan. He added, Please, stop talking nonsense and go check on the group entering the city. The red-haired girl unexpectedly turned out to be the city lord of the Blood City. Hoka Ken took the paper in her hand and sighed. I'll do it right now. She was startled to see the name Vin Tran Adenka on the paper. Isn't he from the Chien family? Vago replied. That's right. He is the 7th son of the family. She sighed. Another troublesome person is coming. Vago stood nearby and thought to himself, that failed 7th son, if he is as useless as the rumors say, he will tarnish the reputation of this Blood City. He pondered. Before he registers, we will deal with him first. A figure like the snow girl blew a breath, resembling the mana flow Vin Tran had just created, toward him. A cold air radiated like a wind in a blizzard, making Julian panic and ask, What is that? A voice sounded from behind. The blessing of the Galaxy Wanderer is only 1 step away. The wind just now swirled, creating a tornado. Julian could only cry out, It's so cold. A moment later, the wind dissipated, and the girl vanished as well. Raelsa said, Not leaving a single trace, even when walking on the cold white snow. It is called ice walking. A mana seal appeared in Vin's hand within the large circle, featuring waves at the top and bottom with a cloud-shaped stone in the center. Julian told Vin that the Blood Fortress wasn't exactly a training ground, it was more like a fortress. The young man pointed at the map. It's right here, in the middle of these jagged rocky mountains near the Samion border. Long ago, when fanatics and countless archdemons invaded Samion, Aslan and many warriors of that era pushed them back. Ever since then, they have carried the mission of maintaining and protecting this blood fortress. Vin Tran smiled. Then we're sure to find Aslan's scroll here. Maybe even another dragon bone, Julian interrupted. There won't be another dragon bone, but there is a legend about a different treasure. Vin turned to ask. What treasure? The young man replied. It's the heavenly fruit. They say it can cure 100 diseases, or even bring the dead back to life. Julian added that the heavenly fruit tree is heavily laden with fruit, and many lazy people loiter around the Blood Citadel, just sitting around the tree waiting for the fruit to fall. He sighed, noting that the past version of himself would never have believed in such things. But looking at the current situation, Julian asked Vin if the heavenly fruit was their next target. They need the heavenly fruit to heal the decaying Saint Bone. He said sadly that after registering, he would only have 9 years left. Vin Tran brushed it off, saying, No, we have too much work to do, so our real time is even shorter. Julian held his hand, smiling with determination. Fine, we'll uncover the secret of the heavenly fruit tree and take it for ourselves. Vin Tran opened a book and called out to Julian. Pointing inside, he said, It says here we have to fend for ourselves and can't rely on family connections at the Blood Citadel, he explained. This is to avoid wasteful spending and maintain the expenses of such a large family. Vin Tran wondered. Then where are we supposed to get money? Julian punched his palm to his chest and replied, Don't worry, I've already invested in the 6 magic towers. Vin turned, looking confused. Magic towers? Julian explained, The Adenka and Samion families are famous for their swordsmanship, while the 6 magic towers are the powerhouse that trains the most elite mages. We will invest in the 6 magic towers research and receive dividends and contributions in return. A girl in a purple outfit with a familiar mage hat appeared Vanelli, but the investment money would be lost if this co-owner died. Alongside Julian's explanation, Vanelli was busy taking notes when someone knocked. She told them to come in, still too preoccupied with her work to notice anything. Didn't I just say everything already? I don't want to work with behind her. A shadow slowly drew a sword. A flash of a blade, and blood was spilled. Julian couldn't understand why a co-owner of the 6 magic towers could be assassinated so easily. Vanelli fell without closing her eyes, her blood pooling around the mysterious assassin. It turned out the news reported Vanelli's death, claiming it was caused by an explosion during her research. Someone must have interfered. Julian trembled with worry. How could this happen? He said, clutching his head. Oh my God, my money, Vin Tran complained. Show some respect for the dead, Julian cried. Do you think I'm in the mood to think about that? We're going to starve in this blood citadel. The notice stated that they found her will, revealing that she left all her assets to her younger brother. To everyone's surprise, her brother was none other than the Deputy Citadel Lord of the Blood Citadel, Vagon. He stood on the castle walls, deep in thought. I know both of us are Pagolas, but I never had a genius brain like yours, sister. Am I just a disgrace to the family? Why? Vagon stood there, looking toward the distant snowy mountains. On the other side, Julian and Vin agreed to investigate this Vagon character first. Vin Tran had been thinking a lot. After all, they only had 4 short months left. He secretly thought he had to gather as much information as possible to prepare for this event. 4 months later, on the rocky cliffs of the Blood Citadel, the towering snowy mountain ranges and the snow-covered forests below created a magnificent view. In the carriage, Raelsa said, "For security reasons, we will have to walk from here," he said happily. "That's fine, I understand." The Grand Priestess pointed toward the citadel ahead. "Just follow this path. The Citadel Lord will welcome you." Vin Tran stood before Raelsa and said, "I don't know how to thank you. Thank you for everything." She bowed slightly and smiled. "It's nothing. I think my mother would have wanted it this way too." His words made Raelsa pause for a moment. She thought to herself, "It makes me happy to see you maturing." Then, she bowed her head and said, "Please take care of your health." With that, the carriage turned back to the mansion, leaving the 3 of them to walk toward the Blood Citadel with their luggage. Their footprints and the carriage tracks were deeply imprinted in the snow. Vagon came to report, "Citadel Lord, the young Master Vin Tran will be arriving soon." Hoka Ken, the Citadel Lord, looked bored. How annoying. I'm not used to appearing formally to welcome anyone. While Vagon was telling her it was her duty, a voice came through the communication stone on the table. The other side reported, "Citadel Lord. Monsters have recently been invading the lands of the surrounding residents." That was all she needed. She stood up abruptly and said, "As a Citadel Lord, I have a duty to protect the civilians here." Ignoring Vagon's remark that these monsters were weak, she jumped out the window and turned back to say to him, "I'll leave the name Young Master Vin Tran to that guy, Vagon." After saying that, she jumped down from the room, smiling brightly, leaving the Deputy Citadel Lord screaming above. The soldier behind asked, "What do we do about young Master Vin Tran, Chief?" Vagon grumbled, "I'll go welcome him in place of the Citadel Lord." A short while later, Vagon appeared on the castle walls and landed lightly. 2 guards turned and recognized him. They immediately raised their hands to their chests, lowering themselves in respect for his glory. He replied, "Respect to Vin Tran. Where is the young master?" The guard handed his binoculars to Vagon and replied, "They are over there." He raised the binoculars to look into the distant forest. He realized it was the Grand Priestess Raelsa standing there, smiling before the young master. Hearing that name, the soldiers seemed to know her as well. "That's right, that's Raelsa, the Galaxy Wanderer." He frowned, thinking, "I heard young Master Vin Tran was a useless person, but is he so useless that he needs an authority figure to guide him?" The guard on the right asked, "What about the trial? Are you going to go easy on him?" He replied, "No. Do it like last year. I'll test him myself." Vagon cast mana, creating 2 rings spinning around his hands. "In any case, I'll have to pull the weeds out by the roots before he even manages to register." He created a magic mana circle in his hands and shouted, "The first trial taming the void beast starts now." Back in the forest, the 3 of them were trudging through the steep, snow-covered path toward the Blood Citadel, surrounded by forests and rocky mountains. Wilson noticed something and called out, "Hey, Siri, look. Isn't that the Blood Citadel?" In front of them was a massive citadel with a white and red color scheme, built on top of a steep, vertical rock cliff, looking extremely imposing. In the middle of the citadel, a blinding light suddenly appeared, very easy to spot. This made all 3 curious. A roar echoed from the nearby forest, causing all 3 to stop and look in 3 directions, on high alert. The sound of a beast's paws running on the white snow approached. Vin Tran smiled. "Is that so? The test has already begun, has it?" He slowly drew his Blood Lotus sword, thinking it was finally time to check the results of his training sessions with Ryelsa over the past few months. He placed his sword on his shoulder, his spirit soaring as he issued a challenge. "I'm very glad to receive your welcome." From the darkness inside the forest in front of them appeared eyes glowing white as snow, moving toward Vin. A large paw with black and white fur stepped out. That monster was the most powerful predator in the snowy mountains, the blue-eyed white tiger. Wilson and Siri were shivering from both the cold and the monster in front of them. This was exactly why they didn't want to come here. Vin Tran instructed his two servants, "When I move, run as fast as you can to the Blood Citadel." He kicked off and ran to the right, taunting, "Over here, kitty cat." The white tiger followed his movement. If this was the blue-eyed white tiger he knew, it would react faster to moving objects. Sure enough, its eyes tracked Vin's run, and it immediately chased after him. He turned back and smiled. "Good, you're in range now." But wait, something felt wrong. Vin Tran thought to himself. Even though it looks like a blue-eyed white tiger, it doesn't feel like one. It doesn't seem like a living monster. Once he reached a safe distance for the other two, Vin Tran stopped and turned toward the white tiger, determined to defeat it anyway. A line of mana extended from his blade toward the beast, but before he could strike, another one jumped out to attack him. He started, frowning. Another one? Vin Tran quickly used body reinforcement on his legs, and immediately leaped high to avoid the attack from the two tigers. He sprang onto a high tree branch nearby. Julian pointed, "Look over there." In front of them were many white tigers, roughly 18 in total. Julian warned cautiously, "You can't defeat them all with just 2 strikes." Meanwhile, Vin Tran was a bit worried. "There's something strange," he added. "Blue-eyed white tigers don't move in packs. They are the strongest predators, so they don't need to do that. And they are carnivores. But there isn't even a hint of the smell of blood." The tigers lunged, and Julian asked suspiciously, "Could it be that they were created by magic?" At the Blood Citadel, Deputy Citadel Lord Kagon was still using magic to test Vin, frowning slightly. He figured it out? He thought, "It won't change anything anyway. This is high-level illusion magic. They are only slightly different from real tigers, and they are even smarter because they are controlled by humans. What will you do now, you useless 7th young master?" Vin Tran was still sitting in the tree, observing the situation. Vin turned and said, "We can wait a little longer. If they are using high-level magic like this, they will run out of mana soon." Julian dismissed it. "That's impossible. They are definitely using synthesized elements," the boy explained. "Compound elements is a method of using multiple incantations of the same type at once. Instead of casting them separately, you can designate one as the core and extend the incantation by copying it. It's far more efficient and uses much less mana." Vin Tran smiled. "If that's the case, I just need to find the designated core, and the others will vanish." Julian was still quite worried. "That's true, but how do you plan to do that?" Your gaze was incredibly confident. "I can find it, because they are being controlled by a human. In times like this, the real monsters will be at the front, but if it's controlled by a person, he will try to protect the compound element. The one standing motionless on the main peak is it." Vin Tran smiled and began to leap down toward the herd of white tigers. He utilized the Galaxy Wanderer's blessing trait, aiming toward the tigers below. Icy gusts of energy swirled over the white tigers, leaving them stunned. Vin Tran immediately used Frost Step, gliding across the top as fast as the wind. Vagon recognized that move. It was Ryelsa's signature Frost Step. He couldn't believe his eyes. In an instant, Vin Tran had reached the peak where the 3 largest white tigers stood, and one of them was the compound element. He stared fixedly at the one in the middle and confirmed that it was the one. The white tiger had a more ferocious appearance, and notably, its eyes were not blue, but fire red. On the other side, Vagon waved his hand and shouted, "I won't leave an opening for you to attack." He commanded the 2 white tigers beside him to charge and intercept Vin Tran. In his hand, the Blood Lotus, enhanced with Dragon Bone, was absorbing his mana signature. Absolute Sword crossed with the Galaxy Wanderer's blessing trait, Absolute Sensation Sword. Vin Tran brought the Blood Lotus back, preparing to strike. Galaxy Wanderer's second technique, a stream of purple mana snaked past the 2 white tigers in front, aiming straight for the compound element tiger. A full-force strike sliced the tiger in 2. The magic in Vagon's hands shattered, causing him to cough. Vin Tran had mastered the Galaxy Wanderer technique, blowing away obstacles to strike his final target. The fake white tigers gradually dissolved because the core element had been defeated. Magic energy rose from the forest into the air. Vagon realized he hadn't truly slashed the illusions. He had cut the mana flow that created them. He frowned. He understands magic very well. "Vin Tran, who exactly are you?" Vin Tran rested the Blood Lotus on his shoulder, smiling toward the fortress. I wonder if the host of Blood Fortress is satisfied yet. A guard turned to ask, Marshal Italy, how should we handle the results of this test? Vagan sighed. What do you mean? Can't you see? My magic has been completely wiped out. He ordered the gates to be opened. We shall welcome the young master. Blood Fortress was a gathering hub for martial artists. Was a high-level mage really that easy to find? Julian and Vin Tran had reached the city gate, where Siri and Wilson were waiting. Seeing him, they were quite relieved. The gate slowly creaked open, and light from inside the Blood Fortress spilled out toward them. Julian thought their intel was correct, the brother of Vanelli, and the mage in charge of managing the fortress. Vagan led his soldiers, standing in neat rows, placing their hands over their hearts, and bowing in unison. Greetings, esteemed sir. Marshal Vagan smiled. Welcome, young Master Vin. We permit your entry into Blood Fortress. Vin smiled back. You must be Marshal Vagon. It's a pleasure to meet you. Julian whispered into his ear. We can't bring the family's money into Blood Fortress, but they have a sponsorship system. Talented cadets will be supported by the fortress. The boy gave a wicked grin. Now we have to score as many points as possible with this guy, and get back all the money invested in the magic tower. The carriage carrying the deputy fortress lord and Vin Tran moved through the streets of Blood Fortress. The streets were somewhat quiet, but many trainers, students, soldiers, and children of various noble houses lived here. Including the servants, the number of people was not small. Vagan told Vin Tran, you will have to live in a dormitory with others, so it might not be very comfortable. But Vin Tran didn't mind. The deputy fortress lord said seriously, once you start living here, you will become a cadet in the fortress and must discard all your previous status and titles. Vin Tran smiled, understanding. You mean I'll only be treated like a young master in this carriage? Siri looked out the carriage window and saw students in Blood Fortress uniforms, making her quite impressed. The girl asked Vin Tran, you recognize that uniform, right, young master? I'm sure you'll look very cool, young master. Vagon, by the way, your uniform will be delivered tomorrow. Vin Tran asked about his current cadet rank. The deputy fortress lord explained, all cadets start at rank 9 and take promotion exams every 6 months. The ranks go from 9 to 1. If you pass the promotion exam after rank 1, you'll be considered a novice martial artist. And only upon graduating from the fortress will you be a true martial artist. Vin Tran thought to himself that it would take about 4.5 years to graduate, so he needed to find the heavenly fruit before then to avoid dying. He took the opportunity to ask about the compound element. Vagon realized his target was the blue-eyed white tiger that served as his magical core. Vagon clenched his fist in excitement. So, I was right. But how do you know magic despite coming from a martial arts family? Julian meant that since he's good at martial arts, he should practice magic. Vin Tran smiled cleverly. Knowledge is power, so there's no distinction between such things. Vagan wondered, with such confidence, talent, and deep knowledge, how could a child like this be labeled useless? To him, Vin Tran was now an incredibly interesting boy. He looked up and said he wanted to ask a few more things. The question of how to obtain the heavenly fruit made Vagan suddenly freeze. He sighed. Kids are still just kids. This boy actually believed in such a myth. Vagon explained dismissively. Treasures like the heavenly fruit choose their own masters. Who knows, maybe you'll be chosen by accident. Julian suspected that the marshal also just considered it a myth. Vin Tran pondered. It seemed it would be a bit difficult to gather information. A moment later, the carriage stopped. They were standing in front of the dormitory for rank 9 cadets, a tall building with many floors and rooms. The dormitory door slowly opened, and everyone stepped inside. Standing in the room, Vagan announced that his servants would be stationed on the first floor, while he would stay on the third floor, room number 5. He handed him a badge. It was the rank 9 cadet military insignia. Vin pinned the shimmering badge onto his left chest. Suddenly, Vagon spoke up. I humble myself before your glory. While Vin Tran was still stunned, he added, this is the greeting of the rank 9 Blood Fortress cadet, Vin Tran. He also brought his hand to his chest to return the salute. I humble myself before your glory, Marshal. On the door with the sign for room 5, Vin Tran carried his bag and gently pushed the door open. Before him were 2 rows of members standing and trembling as if afraid of something. They didn't dare to move, and the air in the room became tense and suffocating. Vin Tran asked Julian with a confused face, what's going on? Did I do something wrong? Suddenly, a voice from behind asked who it was, making Vin Tran startle and turn around. It was Morlan, the 6th son of the direct Adenka line. He stood with his arms crossed in the doorway and asked, isn't that our useless Vin Tran? he asked. Which idiot is this? And why do I suddenly feel so disgusted? Julian stepped back a bit and replied, That's our lousy older brother. That guy is the sixth son, Morlan. He's the one who bullies me the most. He even made Julian eat garbage. Julian's face was extremely angry when mentioning him. Hearing the words eat garbage, a subconscious obsession made Vin Tran cover his mouth in nausea. The memories from the past were completely real. This scumbag usually used his power to bully the weak. He noticed the expressions of everyone in the room. It seemed to be the same here. Vin Tran was sitting there asking Julian, That bastard brother is burying the honor of the Adenka family. It wouldn't hurt if I insulted him a little, right? Encouraged, Julian said he could even kill him. Vin Tran waited for exactly that. He stood up and grabbed Morlan's hand, saying, Long time no see, brother. What a display of affection in front of everyone in the room. I didn't think I'd run into you here. I'm so happy. Vin Tran's fake, sugary expression made him look uncomfortable. Morlan quickly pulled his hand away and glanced at his younger brother. I don't think we're close enough to talk like this, do you? Vin Tran lowered his head and smiled dangerously. But I didn't think you had left the family's main line so long ago. He looked up at him with mocking eyes and a disdainful laugh. And yet, you're still at rank 9? Hearing that, Morlan was furious. No one could stand being bullied like that by their younger brother. The veins on his face bulged, revealing his rage. He turned to the guy next to him and called, Season, come here. The guy obediently followed orders. Before he could react, the guy in the room was slapped hard across the face by Morlan. He used a deathly glare to intimidate him. How are you training the new recruits, huh? You dare to show that expression in front of me? Morlan added, If something like this happens again, you'll be expelled. Clear? The guy who was slapped for no reason could only hold his cheek and stammer in agreement. Vin Tran stood back and watched. To think this jerk was actually a direct descendant of the Aslan family. Suddenly, he felt a bit uneasy looking at Morlan. Vin Tran saw the shadow of Kagon in him, a guy who specialized in bullying him, just as he bullied those weaker than himself. Thinking about that, his mood dampened a little. He didn't know what to say. At that moment, he stepped forward and grabbed Morlan by the shoulder, which annoyed him. What the hell? You still have something to say? Before he could finish, Vin Tran landed a punch right on his snout. He looked at him with a mix of hatred and disgust. Seeing this, Saizen couldn't help but be shocked, his eyes and mouth wide open. Everyone in the room was startled and terrified. Morlan had just taken a punch, yet he still smiled mockingly. What's wrong, Vin Tran? He stepped forward, preparing to throw a punch, and said, I guess you haven't received a loving punch yet, have you? Vin Tran thought to himself, I've learned a few things since coming here. He gently tilted his head to the side, easily dodging the punch. Around here, nothing matters more than strength. Vin Tran countered, grabbing Morlan by the collar, then lifted him off the ground with both hands, preparing to slam him down. Thud. He hit the ground in pain and helplessness. Vin Tran stood there, dusting off his hands, ignoring the beloved older brother groaning in anger on the ground. He stood before the crowd and spoke clearly. Everyone, listen to me. The only fear one must accept as a martial artist is reverence. So, overcome your fear. It is the only path to becoming a top-tier martial artist. His words made the younger ones realize a lot. Behind him, Morlan was furious, grinding his teeth as he glared at him with murderous intent. You bastard! He swung his sword with a killing aura, slashing straight at Vin Tran. How dare you provoke me in this hall? Vin Tran shot him a light, mocking smile. He simply hopped forward to dodge the attack, then turned to face him. He braced himself, staring ahead. Julian was a bit surprised by what had just happened, but looking at the older brother in front of them, the boy thought, if we're lucky, we can turn this into an opportunity. Before them stood the infuriated, bloodthirsty brother, towering over them. At the same time, in a small village near Ya City, a pile of green monsters lay dead. The village chief stood there, thanking the city lord for helping them deal with the beasts. Tonight, the villagers could finally sleep in peace. The city lord waved his hand, saying it was nothing. The old man spoke up. Since you've come all this way, why don't you stay for a drink? The city lord scratched her head shyly. Technically, I shouldn't drink while on duty, but it would be rude to refuse such hospitality. Before she could finish, the deputy city lord stood behind her and said, Let me drink with you. He looked at her with a killer glare. I need a drink too, because my superior is constantly driving me crazy. The city lord turned to look at Vagon, startled. A moment later, the table was set with meat and wine, looking quite appetizing. The female city lord pondered. That direct descendant of the Vin Tran family only took down a synthetic elemental? The two sat in the tavern, and Vagan said, "You don't understand a single thing I'm talking about, do you?" She retorted, "Of course I don't. Do you think I'm a mage or something?" At that moment, the High Marshal began to explain. "My lady, Vin Tran knows of and has destroyed something that even a 7-star martial artist like you has never heard of. Don't you realize how astonishing that is?" She picked up her glass and took a sip. Hokaken responded, "Not at all. Didn't other direct descendants destroy entire snowy mountains or something? At the end of the day, he still sounds like a coward." She began to mock him. "Oh, right. Vagon, you must be excited to have found someone just as cowardly as yourself, right?" Suddenly, a call came through the communication stone. "High Marshal, could you both please return to the city?" Vagon clutched his head and asked, "What's going on?" The other side reported that the 9th rank and Vin Tran were requesting a mediator for their duel. This caught Vagan completely off guard. He still couldn't believe what he had just heard. Standing in the teleportation circle back to the city, Vagan's face was tense. The kid only just arrived. A moment later, on the arena floor, the two Adenka brothers, Vin and Morlan, stood face to face, and in the distance, the soldiers and High Marshal Vagon had just arrived. There was 9th rank dormitory manager Braun. He announced, "High Marshal, since this is a duel between two direct descendants, I have accepted Cadet Vin Tran's request." Vagon walked past Braun and said, "You did well. Continue to report everything related to Cadet Vin to me." He stood between them and said, "Even though you caused a commotion in the dorms and should be disciplined, we will overlook this because we have received the report from Cadet Vin Tran." Morlan glowered at the cunning fox. In response, Vin Tran smiled. "I'll take that as a compliment." Vagon stepped forward and declared, "Then, by my authority as High Marshal, I authorize these two cadets to duel. Keep your honor, both of you." Vin Tran slowly drew his Blood Lotus sword from his cloak. Morlan also drew his sword, but seeing Vin Tran's blade, he wondered, "What is that? Could it be the Blood Lotus?" He pointed at him, questioning, "Are you planning to use a knockoff to imitate our father?" Vin Tran replied softly. "Does it look like a knockoff to you?" He replied confidently. "Of course. I'd bet my right wrist that it's a fake." Waiting for exactly that, Vin Tran smiled with a lethal gaze. "You'd better remember those words." Morlan wasn't about to be outdone. He channeled mana into his hands and laughed loudly. "I'll make you surrender soon enough," using the Blessing of the Daughter of Fear ability. He attacked Vin's mind with his force-based technique. The technique radiated outward, affecting those nearby. Season trembled because of it. Ciri was no exception. Her whole body shook with worry for her young master. Julian asked, "This is an ability that strikes extreme fear into the opponent. Are you okay?" Seeing his calm demeanor, Julian couldn't help but wonder. "You're not affected? How can that be?" It was simple. In his mind, a swordsman must never fear another swordsman. Julian turned and asked, "You mean that nonsense from earlier that the only fear a martial artist is allowed to feel is reverence?" Vin Tran affirmed it. As matters like this concerned one's psychological state and determination, Morlan began to worry. What? Why isn't that bastard affected? The spectators watching had the same question. Morlan roared, "You're cheating, aren't you, Vin Tran?" He ignored his words. Vin Tran channeled his mana, creating a purple layer covering his body. He lunged forward with his sword in hand and shouted, "I'll use my sword and magic to mince you." As soon as he finished, he slashed with an incredibly powerful strike at where Vin Tran was standing, then wore a confident smile and said, "How was that?" But he was shocked. At the spot where the ground had been shattered by the sword, there was no one. He yelled, "What? Where did he go?" While Morlan was still confused, Vin Tran had already appeared behind him. He hurriedly turned around and asked in astonishment, "Since when?" He immediately gave his beloved older brother a powerful kick. Luckily, Morlan managed to turn and raise his hand to block, but he was still pushed back. The force of the kick made the spot where Morlan blocked quite painful. Before he could steady himself, a wave of sword mana appeared before him. A sword swing combined with Vin Tran's ice movement struck. Morlan hurriedly raised his sword to block his chest. The attack was amplified by physical enhancement. The two swords collided, creating a blinding flash of light. Morlan was struggling to block. The slash caused him to be pushed back and thrown to the ground. The force on his body and the impact made Morlan feel quite pained. Before Vagon, Vin Tran hopped back to his position, while Morlan lay on the floor. He thought, "Everyone knows Morlan is trash. However, the reason he can still keep his position as the representative of the cadets is because of his overwhelming strength compared to other 9th rank cadets. But right now, Vin Tran was threatening that position." Season was also worried when a voice came from behind. A purple-haired girl leaned on his shoulder and asked, "What's going on? Why is the dorm empty? What is everyone doing here?" That girl was Selbira, she added. Is that guy sprawled on the ground, Morlan? And the High Marshal was there too, Season explained. That's Vin, the newcomer who just joined this place. He's amazing. He said the only fear a martial artist is allowed to feel is respect. I wonder if I could ever be like him. Selbira crossed her arms and stepped forward, asking, Want to be like him that much? She added, You know this isn't over yet, right? Morlan was still lying there, but his hand was glowing. Force was an ability he had attained, but his blessings were an entirely different issue. Julian was still excited. Keep going. Beat him to a pulp. But Vin Tran felt something was wrong. He glanced at Kagon, wondering. I forced him to lower his sword, but the High Marshal hasn't announced the winner yet. Suddenly, Morlan's eyes and entire body glowed with a golden hue. A massive pillar of light appeared in the middle of the arena in front of everyone watching. This was one of the most powerful gods, who possessed the power to control lightning. Morlan roared, Blessing of the Giant King. Seeing this, Vin Tran was also extremely shocked. That light was wrapping around him and creating immense pressure. Vin Tran winced, bracing himself with all his might. That last thunderous strike had left his right arm charred black, as if struck by lightning. In the distance, Morlan was enveloped in golden lightning. He let out a loud laugh. Do you like this move? The Giant King's blessing has amplified my lightning. Julian was anxious. This is impossible. The only move this jerk has is Bully's fear. I've been bullied by him since we were kids. I've never seen him use this technique. While the boy was still wondering, Morlan spoke up. Of course you wouldn't know. With lightning crackling in his hands, he said, Even though I was born with this affinity, I only truly mastered that move after arriving at the fortress. Vincent asked, How many years have you been hiding this? Morlan didn't hesitate. I never intended to hide it. He smiled confidently. It just wasn't necessary. This took Vin by surprise, and he blurted out, What? Morlan added, My basic abilities were already enough that no one my age could stand against me, so I didn't think it was worth the agony of rigorous training to improve my lightning. At the fortress, however, there was no other choice if I wanted to graduate. Since I'm a direct descendant, I only spent time training it recently. Unlike the others, I don't have to work or labor like those stupid fools. Because of that, I've become stronger and stronger, and it also helps a lot when it comes to torturing those low-class bastards. Vin shouted in anger. Cut the crap, Morlan. Memories of the past flashed back, and he continued. Your strength is only just developing, and with that attitude, you'll never achieve true mastery in your entire life. He gritted his teeth. You don't just neglect your family's responsibilities, you trample on and bully others, denying all their hard work. Vin looked at him with glowing red eyes, purple mana swirling around his body as he challenged him. What do you think the honor of the Adenka name even means? Morlan gathered lightning in both hands, sneering. You're just rambling. Logic always belongs to the strong. If you can beat me, then you can talk. No sooner had he finished speaking than he launched a bolt of lightning at Vin. As Vin dodged, he said, You said you'd bet your arm that this Blood Lotus sword was a fake, right? I'll show you that your arm will be crippled, just as you wished. Vin thought to himself, 2 more moves, and I'll use a beast-type technique to finish this match with the absolute sword slash of the noble king. Morlan roared, lunging toward Vin, who was in midair. Do you think I'd let that happen? Another bolt of lightning streaked across Vin's path, but he dodged it quickly. Morlan kept missing, which made him furious and lose control, screaming, Die, you bastard. Endless lightning strikes rained down, but Vin dodged them all with his ice step. Kagon, watching from the sidelines, realized, That idiot has lost control of his lightning energy. With that level of power, he clearly hasn't mastered it yet. The lightning possessed immense destructive power. Each impact against the ceiling caused a deafening explosion. Ciri stood there, terrified, watching the ceiling crumble. A massive hole opened up, and debris began falling toward the maid. Vin glanced over, panicked, and shouted, Ciri. The girl could only raise her hands to protect her head as the rubble descended, but luckily, nothing happened. Ciri looked up cautiously. Beside her, Captain Kagon was using magic to create a barrier above her head. He turned to her and asked if she was all right. Ciri stammered, I'm okay. He ordered Braun to disperse the rest of the cadets, then turned to Ciri. I will use teleportation magic to get you to safety. Although she was still worried for her young master, Kagon seemed to have noticed something strange about Ciri's body. He looked at her and said, Wait. Her whole body was overflowing with magical energy, which surprised him slightly. On the arena floor, Morlan hadn't stopped, laughing wildly as he shouted, Keep coming, you coward! Vin circled the arena, dodging attacks. He knew the move was powerful, but it had too many openings. I just need to find a weak point and use Ice Step to dash in and close the distance. Just as he was deep in thought, he ran out of mana, causing him to stumble. Vin realized it, but it was too late. The lightning struck, sending him flying backward. Lying on the ground, Vin realized the power required to maintain Ice Step was too great. He couldn't sustain it for long like Ryelsa. A single long dash was his limit. As Vagon was leaving, he saw Vin lying there while Morlon laughed mockingly. He realized that even though this was a duel between cadets, the destruction was too great. I should have done this from the start. A mana barrier engulfed the entire arena. Vin looked worried. Damn it, this means the space I have to dodge his attacks just got smaller. Morlon grew even more arrogant. What now? Looks like the captain is on my side too. Vin felt a flicker of anxiety. It's harder to use my sword techniques now. Closing the distance is too difficult. He's exploding with power while I'm recovering, and I'm nearing my limit for Ice Step. What should I do? Julian suggested. You don't need to close the distance. We can use the magic barrier to cause an explosion, and he'll be caught underneath it. Morlon stamped his foot on the ground, sending a barrage of lightning toward Vin, who had regained his composure. I trust your strategy. As the lightning wave arrived, Vin leaped high into the air to dodge, then used the momentum from the barrier to kick off and dive downward. With that jump, Ice Step was completely exhausted. Julian reassured him. Don't worry, just trust my plan. Morlon raised both hands, gathering a massive ball of lightning upward. Nice jump, but let's see how you'll dodge this lightning blast in midair. It's the perfect grave for a bug like you. Vin held the Blood Lotus sword, aiming the blade backward. He will be defeated by his own move. He stabbed his sword into the magic barrier, creating a razor-sharp cut, then slashed from back to front, left to right, to tear the barrier apart. Vagon instinctively sensed something was wrong with his magic barrier. The lightning blast shot straight through the barrier and struck the ceiling with immense force. Along with the strike, piles of rubble poured down from above. Morlon realized the danger too late. He was buried by the very thing he had just destroyed, screaming in pain. He lay there, face twisted, his entire body pinned under rocks. Vin stepped forward, placed his foot on the stone, crushing Morlon's chest, and said, "A warrior's oath is stronger than anything else." He leaned in slightly, looking at him, and added, "With this sword my father gave me, I will punish your sins." Morlon screamed in terror. "Wait, stop!" Vin wore a sinister, slightly arrogant smile, his eyes sharp and glowing red. Vin said, "A younger brother cannot let his older brother become a liar." With those words, he swung his sword, slicing off Morlon's right arm. The arm flew off as blood sprayed everywhere. The cut was as clean as a whistle. Vagon stood there, stunned. The barrier he had created was of a completely different level, constructed from layer upon layer of countless spells. It was a completely sealed-off space, separated from the outside world, yet it had been destroyed by a single slash. Vin stood over Morlon, his eyes still glowing red. The sharpness of the Blood Lotus meant it took Morlon a moment to register the pain and scream. The captain approached and declared, "We will end this here." Vin Tran. Vin turned around and asked, "You didn't stop me?" Vagon replied gently, "He said those words himself during the duel, so there was nothing else I could do." A voice called out for the young master from behind, making him turn around. It was Wilson. He had brought a healer at Vin's request. It was a non-permanent grade 5 blood priest, Chevin. She held up her badge and asked loudly, "Who is walking around with a grade 2 priest badge?" Vin stepped forward. "That would be me." Chevin asked, "Is that the 90th grade cadet, Morlon, lying on the ground? Did you defeat him? And how did you come to possess such a precious item?" Question after question was fired at Vin. He smirked. "Strange. I heard that this item allows me to be treated just like its original owner." The priest suddenly realized she had overstepped. "Right. A lowly grade 5 priest like me shouldn't be asking questions like that." She bowed and asked, "Would you like me to heal your wounds?" Vin answered modestly, "Please." And just like that, Vin's arm, which had been charred black from the battle, slowly began to heal back to normal. Morlon lay there, coughing, and shouted, "You cunning bastard. This was all a setup. Now, heal my wounds too." Vin turned back, maintaining that sinister smile as he looked at his brother, deliberating. He asked, "Is it really the best thing to heal your arm?" "I'm thinking." While Morlon was still trying to understand, Vin added, "You put your right arm on the line in an official duel, brother. We both share the same principles. If I heal that arm for you, wouldn't that destroy your honor?" Morlon was furious, thinking to himself, "You bastard, are you asking me to choose between my honor and my right arm?" Julian said smugly, "That was some sweet revenge, my friend." Seeing that, Vin Tran looks a bit intimidated. "We should make sure we stay on your side." The instructor and the other cadets turned back, asking what had just happened. Did Vin Tran actually win? Vin Tran urged them to make a choice. Even if the gods granted a miracle, once the arm had withered away, it couldn't be reattached. Morlan made a painful decision to get his arm treated. Julian repeated, "What was that? Didn't you hear him?" He shouted. "So the other cadets can hear you too." Then he yelled, "Don't pretend you can't hear anything anymore. Heal it. I have no honor left. I have nothing, okay?" Only then was the young man satisfied. Vin Tran turned and said, "Now, please, priest, I ask that you also treat my brother." While the priest sat there healing and reconnecting Morlan's arm, Vagon took the opportunity to use magic to clean up the rubble. The priest warned him, "It would be best if you ensure you don't overwork yourself and avoid any heavy training. Since this kind of healing is not a perfect power." Season spoke up then. "It's hard to believe he actually defeated Morlan." Selbira smiled. "You're right. Seeing him up close, he doesn't look that bad." Season gathered his courage and asked loudly, "Vin Tran, do you think I could become like you?" He turned back and gently replied, "If you can overcome your own fear, I am sure you can go much further than your current potential." A well-timed word of encouragement lifted the spirits and wiped away the boy's lingering weakness, leaving him deeply moved. Morlan was still bitter, he thought. Just because you won once, don't get so cocky. Season and those other jerks were already turning to fawn over him. He clenched the stone in his hand, thinking to himself, "Don't you forget that I'm still the boss around here." Morlan glared at Vin Tran, thinking it wasn't too late yet. He thought he could channel energy into this stone and hurl it at his head, but a foot immediately stepped on his hand to stop him. Captain Vagon stepped forward. "The only reason I'm letting your tyrannical behavior slide is because your arm must fully recover so you can hold a sword in 1 month." He glared and added, "Thanks to the grace of a superior who didn't fulfill his responsibilities, I've already been plenty busy, so don't bother me any further." Morlan understood the situation and bowed his head. "I understand, sir." A week later, at Captain Vagon's room, a familiar figure with his left hand leaning on a sword and his right hand placed over the badge on his chest. It turned out Julian was teaching Vin Tran how to express condolences in this era. Vagon sat there with his arms crossed, watching him and saying, "You are my sister's guest, but if you've come here to pay your respects, you're about 4 months late." He closed his eyes sadly, and this was not comfortable at all. "You will go back to being a direct descendant, the 7th son. But I am just a captain, a former low-level mercenary. I think our relationship is quite strange." Before Vin Tran could say anything, Vagon continued, "Now that I think about it, you knew my name from the very beginning." He frowned. "You investigated me and my sister, then intentionally approached me." He looked at Vin Tran with an extremely serious gaze and asked, "What is your goal?" Vin Tran sighed and said, "Actually, I am investing in Vanelli's sister." Vagon seemed to understand the issue. "So you want me, the heir, to return what you invested?" Vin Tran was honest. "At first, I did want that. But after I also invested in you and heard the whole story, I reflected on myself." This left Vagon slightly surprised and stunned. Vin Tran continued, "A child suppressed by his environment. When I heard that story, I just wanted to talk to you." Vagon maintained his attitude. "I know your situation well, but I don't think you will hear what you want from me. I ran away from home and the magic tower under the Samion family, the forces that abandoned me, and I made a living as a mercenary. After a very long time, I am now working here on the Adenka front lines." He slightly bowed his head and smiled. Not like him, no longer attached to his sister or his family. Vin wondered, "But if that's the case, why haven't you renounced the name Pagoda yet?" The question really made Vagon think. The two looked at each other. The air in the room suddenly went quiet. It seemed they really understood each other, didn't they? Returning to the dormitory room, Morlan was standing there watching the other members chatting happily. Seeing him, they just glanced back and said nothing to him, then acted as if nothing had happened, and happily returned to their unfinished conversation. Morlan helplessly walked toward his bed and slumped down. He lay on the bed, his hands clenched tightly in frustration, and he brought his hand to his forehead to think. In just one match, his status had been completely lost. How could he not be angry? Behind that arm was a furious, red-eyed Morlan. He thought to himself, "I will kill you, Vin Tran." Just then, something strange and black appeared from the foot of the bed. A black shadow with 2 red eyes emerged in front of Morlan and asked, "Do you want to kill him?" While he was feeling a bit nervous, the shadow continued, "Do you want me to help you?" Back in Vagon's room, Vin continued, "Pagoda is a prestigious family that has led the magic tower for countless generations. If you were once a mercenary, that background must have hindered you quite a bit." He wondered, is it possible that you, Captain, before he could finish his sentence, Vagan cut him off, telling him to shut his mouth. He glared at him. You're just a kid. You haven't even earned a star yet. How dare you talk as if you know everything? Vagon gritted his teeth. You don't know what I've been through, and you don't understand my feelings about leaving the magic tower. He stood up face to face with Vin. If war breaks out between the Samion and Adenka tribes, I will destroy the magic tower people who ruined my life first. Vin bowed his head in empathy. I know. Vagon started in surprise and asked, What? Vin Tran kept his attitude. I was like that too, but in the end, what I wished for was not revenge, but to be accepted and loved. He added, The reason you haven't discarded the name Pagoda is because you are still attached to your family, aren't you? The question made Vagon start and realize many things. The atmosphere dimmed and went quiet again. Vagon slumped into his chair and thought. Thinking back, his sister was very talented and brilliant. To say that he had endured bullying all this time simply out of respect and admiration for her wasn't an exaggeration. But at the time, her brightness caused him a lot of pain. Furthermore, everywhere he went, he had to hear things. Like, why can't you be half as good as Vanelli? He couldn't handle the pressure and abuse, so he ran away and abandoned his family. Vagon bowed his head and said, I thought I saw through you, but that wasn't the case at all. Vin Tran replied, It's about being honest with yourself, because human emotions are not always simple. He laughed, and here I am, getting advice from you. He stood up and looked at him, continuing, Condolences. Then, and even though my sister is dead, I can finally be honest with myself. Vagon smiled and asked, If you've already invested in the magic tower, surely things haven't changed that much, have they? I will become your sponsor. You won't need to worry about living expenses while in the city anymore. Hearing this, Vin Tran was overjoyed and thanked Vagon, while Julian only thought that his connections had returned. Walking out of the room, Julian praised, You really know how to talk. The young man listed them off, Revan Raelsa, Master Hansen, and now Captain Vagon. Vin Tran reacted, Why do you treat me like a swindler? He reaffirmed, Everything I said to them came from the bottom of my heart. Julian exclaimed, Of course, your 500-year-old senses must be perfect. That's right. Vin Tran stopped short. There was a sound coming from ahead. That's hard to believe. Selbira complimented. To think you were sponsored by the captain. Season agreed. That's right. The captain is so difficult that he has never sponsored anyone before. He walked up and asked, This is Season. And you are? The girl reached out and introduced herself. I am the representative of the Rank 9 Junior Cadet Class SBI. Since female students use the second floor, we have never had the chance to meet. Vin Tran didn't hesitate to shake her hand. This is the first time I've heard of a junior cadet representative. The girl replied, Do you think your brother finished his mission properly? I am responsible for reporting to the professors. Vin Tran was startled and surprised as he noticed something. A pair of large eyes appeared behind the girl, he thought. Although the level couldn't be compared, the essence of her presence felt like his mother's. Selbira thought to herself, My special trait is perception. I can check the strength and potential of my opponent. Let's see. How did he take down Morlan? The girl looked at him, wondering. He has no symbol, and it's red like this color. That meant she couldn't evaluate his potential. Vin Tran pulled his hand back and said, I don't value that kind of greeting using your special trait. The girl quickly replied, If I made you uncomfortable, I apologize. How could he know? If this is the first time, then even the professors wouldn't be able to sense it. Selbira was extremely curious. Vin Tran tilted his head and asked, But what are you all doing here? Selbira asked back, What about you? A military cadet isn't supposed to be wandering around alone in the middle of the night like this. Season is worried. It's very dangerous. If you catch a cold, you should always stay with friends. Or you might run into Vin Tran, Selbira teased. Hearing his own name, he rushed over, grabbed her shoulders, and asked, The evil spirit of Vin Tran? Tell me every detail about that. Selbira blushed slightly. Season asked, You know about the great demon from 500 years ago, right? After the great demon was defeated by the Hero King, his soul was scattered all over the world. However, there are still remnants left that form pacts with warriors, granting them immense power. They use their lives as collateral to give them the strength to achieve their own goals. Vin thought to himself, Does this great demon actually exist? Isn't it all just a myth to pin all the blame on me? Selbira, finally losing her shyness, interrupted. We've had reports of fake pacts occasionally, but I don't really believe in them. Vin Tran listened intently. An evil spirit from 500 years ago. There's no way something like that could exist, right? Meanwhile, Morlan was facing exactly such an evil spirit. It approached him and made an offer. Form a pact with me, and I will help you achieve anything you desire. Morlon frowned, sweating as he asked, Are you the evil spirit of Vin Tran? Is this real? The evil spirit hovered around him. Does that really matter right now? What matters is that I can help you achieve your goals. It seemed he was already wavering. The evil spirit tempted him. Aren't you the king of this place? Don't you want to reclaim your throne? As if touching the very pride in his soul, his eyes began to glow red, and the evil spirit started to consume him. Vin Tran and Season had returned to their dormitory room. It was late, and everyone was sound asleep. Season waved goodbye. I have the night shift, so I'll head out now. Vin Tran smiled and thanked him for keeping him company, but something over there made him jump. He realized Morlon's bed was empty. Was he not here? In the dark outside the dormitory, someone with a lantern in hand was walking through the cold, windy snow. It was Season. He had been assigned night duty and was walking with a horn hanging around his neck. The path was deserted, the night pitch black. The night was truly terrifying. Suddenly, he noticed something with black and red colors ahead. Who's there? Season shouted, lifting his lantern to get a better look. Before he could react, his left arm was severed, and blood sprayed out. Season realized in terror what was standing before him, hearing a sound emanating from the red and black aura. Damn it. I was aiming for your throat but missed. Season trembled, stammering, Are you Morlon? Indeed, it was none other than him. He had been possessed by the evil spirit and was enveloped in an aura of pure malice. He laughed wickedly and asked, Where is that bastard Vin Tran? Season clutched his severed arm tightly. In front of him was a monstrous, corrupted Morlon. Ignoring the pain and holding his sword, he braced himself against him. Your appearance, did you sign a soul pact with an evil spirit? Morlon looked down at the boy with contempt. You're pointing your sword at me? You've got guts, kid. Season screamed as he charged. I'm not afraid of you anymore, Morlon. But almost instantly, the boy was grabbed by the throat. Morlon pressed his head into the dirt and said, If you point your sword at the king, you shall be executed. With that, he raised his blade, eyes filled with killing intent, preparing to run Season through. The boy was helpless, unable to move, closing his eyes to face his fate. But just then, a surge of blue sword energy slashed across Morlon, saving Season just in time. Having escaped death, he tried to see who had saved him. Standing before him was Instructor Braun, sword in hand. Braun looked at Morlon and said, Signing a pact with an evil spirit, Morlon. You have forsaken the honor of a warrior. Words were useless now. Morlon looked at Braun and laughed wickedly. Slicing you into 100 pieces will be more fun than slicing Season. The instructor realized his attacks weren't leaving a scratch on him, so he turned and ordered Season to ring the emergency bell. Inside the dormitory, in Vin Tran's room, he was still sitting there, staring at Morlon's empty bed. Noticing something was wrong, he thought, why hasn't he returned at this hour? While he barely cared about Morlon's existence, the bell suddenly rang. Vin Tran jolted awake, though he hadn't even slept yet. Everyone in the room scrambled to get up. He asked what the bell was, and others explained, That's the emergency bell. Something serious must have happened to the patrol. Mentioning that, Vin Tran became anxious, as Season had just mentioned he was on patrol tonight. Along with the others, he rushed to see what was happening. Rushing footsteps, coats unbuttoned, he grabbed Blood Lotus and ran with the group. In the hallway, he ran into Selbira, who was also rushing down. She recognized him, and Vin Tran asked what was going on. She didn't know either, just heard the bell and rushed out like everyone else. Vin Tran smelled blood. With the experience of someone from 500 years ago, he recognized the unique aura. He immediately turned to Selbira. Use your crystal to inform the commander. Tell him this is an emergency. He added, Things don't look good. We might need someone higher up. He turned and shouted, Everyone, please follow me outside. All the military cadets heard this and immediately followed Vin Tran out of the dormitory. Everyone noticed the emergency bell had stopped. Vin Tran also felt the chaotic mana flow cease. He wondered if the battle was already over. As Selbira urged everyone to hurry, Vin Tran used a special form of communication to tell her, Don't react, just listen to me. Can we cast a barrier? She puzzled. What do you mean? Vin Tran replied, The initial fight is over, we can't connect, which means the opponent won. After thinking for a moment, Selbira replied, I've learned a type of barrier. It's one of the 7 basic barriers of Adenka, the triangle barrier. But she hesitated, clearly troubled by something. Everyone was moving rapidly toward the exit. The problem was that the apex of the triangle required a level 5 warrior or higher to construct. If this condition wasn't met, the barrier would lose its balance and collapse. If we could find Professor Brand New, we could do it. Vin Tran understood the problem. Just then, they reached the exit and pushed the doors open. They slowly creaked open before him. In front of everyone were fresh bloodstains, and they were all shocked. Thud, a body was tossed right before their eyes. The person lying there was Instructor Braun, with his eyes closed, motionless, a pool of blood flowing from his abdomen. The evil shadow flew toward Vin Tran. Found you. From within it, Morlan's arm slowly emerged, sword in hand. Vin Tran immediately drew Blood Lotus to parry the strike. The blade, reeking of evil, was pushed back. Since the other side hadn't fully revealed himself, he asked, "Who are you?" Morlan's head emerged from the shadow. Everyone had gathered. "All of you bastards who oppose me." Vin Tran looked at him with fury. "Morlan, what have you done?" Selbira, standing beside him, panicked. "Is that dark, sinister aura real?" The cadets behind were also terrified. She added, "These characteristics are exactly the same as the warriors possessed by the evil spirit of Vin Tran." Vin Tran was slightly startled. "How can this be? I'm right here. Am I fighting a version of myself?" Morlan raised his hand, gathering evil energy in his palm. "I will show you who your true king is." With that, he unleashed a suppression skill, amplified by the evil spirit. Overwhelmed by the pressure, the younger ones coughed, raising their hands to brace themselves. Some couldn't take it, their bodies trembling as they covered their ears. This move is even stronger than before. Vin Tran calmed everyone down. "Don't lose your cool." He raised his Blood Lotus and channeled his mana, telling them, "We are warriors. Do not be afraid. Draw your swords." As if by magic, the fear from the suppression was pushed back. Morlan frowned, worried. "That bastard Vin Tran, he's freeing them from my suppression." Vin Tran thought, "The instructor is a level 5 warrior, and he was defeated easily. Can I even handle Morlan? If I rely only on myself, it won't work. We need the reinforcements Selbira called for." Back at Vagan's office, he was writing something when his communication stone lit up. "Until they get here, I need to buy time with these inexperienced cadets." He asked Selbira, "The barrier you mentioned earlier, can you execute it perfectly?" She was startled. "Yes, I've memorized it." "Then let everyone know we are going to create a triangle barrier together." Selbira was shocked. "What?" She grabbed his shoulders and emphasized, "Did you forget what I said earlier? We need a level 5 warrior or higher to be the center of the barrier." Vin Tran said he would do it, which left her completely stunned. Vin Tran once again poured all his mana into his body, surrounding himself in a purple aura, and reaffirmed, "I will act as the center of the barrier." Hearing that Vin Tran would take the center position, Selbira panicked. "How can you do that? You aren't even a 5-star martial artist yet. Stop dreaming. You'll be crushed the moment we form the barrier." Vin Tran turned back and said, "You are a full-fledged cadet now, Selbira. Make a decision that will protect everyone." Hearing this, she had no choice but to follow his lead and ordered everyone into a defensive triangular formation. Morlan laughed sinisterly. "You're planning to set up a formation? Interesting. Are you all trying to commit suicide?" Vin Tran smiled. "On the contrary, it would be quite embarrassing for you if you were trapped in our formation and defeated, even after making a pact with an evil spirit." Morlan wore a look of pure confidence. "Fine, I'll attack and grant you your wish to die. Form your barrier, you scum." Julian was worried and wanted to. Vin Tran used ice steps to dash forward before it was too late, but he insisted that if he had wanted to run, he would have done so long ago. If he did that, everyone behind him would die. All the 9th-rank cadets behind him simultaneously took their stances, raised their swords, and entered the formation in unison. The formation took shape with Vin Tran standing at the apex of the triangular defense, creating a protective barrier with everyone standing inside. Vin Tran winced. His mana was being drained, but he had to hold on. He couldn't let the formation falter. Morlan laughed loudly, staring at him with dark eyes, and slashed his sword toward Vin. "You're running out of strength, aren't you?" The sword strike collided with the defensive formation and was deflected, but the cadet team also had to brace themselves for the impact. A near full power strike had been blocked. Morlan couldn't believe his eyes. He grimaced and gritted his teeth. Seeing Vin Tran still standing firm, he thought, "How can that bastard still be standing after that blow?" Raising his Blood Lotus sword, Vin Tran issued a challenge. "Is that all you've got?" Hearing this, Morlan grew furious, his dark aura surging. He lunged forward, swinging his sword while screaming, "Do you think you can take this hit again? Die!" Another slash, carrying a massive amount of dark mana, was aimed straight at the barrier. Two contrasting figures appeared. Morlan, with his confident smile and malevolent aura, and Vin Tran, with a face strained from holding the barrier together, drawing power from everyone and the formation. Vin Tran winced. The power is incredible. Because the evil spirit was lending him strength, his lightning and sword techniques had become far too powerful. He continued to laugh, pouring more mana into his attack. Tremble, you ants. The cadets were still struggling to hold their ground step by step. Streaks of lightning began to pierce through the barrier, attacking the members. Everyone began to feel shock and fear at the sight before them. An evil spirit with a massive dark aura and glowing red eyes was staring at them. The kids stammered in terror. The demon god Vin Tran Morlon laughed loudly. That's it. Exactly. Your terror is exactly what I wanted to see. Seeing this, Vin Tran shouted, Don't tremble. The only fear for a martial artist is losing their honor. Don't be afraid of a scumbag who abandoned his own dignity to surrender to evil. Selbira understood and stood firm. He was trying to lift everyone's spirits and reduce the pressure on the triangular barrier. Is he really only 14? Seeing him, she no longer had time to hesitate. She shouted to everyone, 9th rank cadets, we will all channel our mana into the barrier on my command. The expressions of the kids became more determined than ever. The fear was pushed back. Mana surged with intensity following Selbira's count. 1, 2, 3. As soon as she finished, all the mana was released in a powerful counterattack, blasting Morlon and his dark aura away from the formation. He was pushed back, sliding a long distance, and had to drive his sword into the ground to stop himself. Pushed back twice, he growled in anger and cursed, Damn vermin. Vin Tran spoke up. Give it up, Morlon, you bastard. The professors will be here soon. Time is on our side. He added that if he stopped now and repented, he might avoid death. Hearing this, Morlon bowed his head, seemingly wavering. The evil spirit immediately appeared and manipulated him. You know you want to kill them all. That's your goal. Have you forgotten? Once again, Morlon completely sank back into the world of evil. He stood up, fueled by a massive amount of dark mana replenished by the evil spirit. He roared, I will make all of you die in horrible terror. That is my goal. At this point, life or death means nothing to me. Vin Tran was astonished. His mana had increased again. Was he going for a finishing move? It was as he thought. Dark aura surged intensely into his hand and sword. Morlon swung his sword upward, aimed straight at Vin Tran, screaming, Die. The attack was so powerful that the formation shook, the ground trembled, and the members were pushed back by the combination of lightning and dark magic. Selbira continued to warn everyone. Be careful of the rocks flying from the ground. As soon as she spoke, stones erupted and flew into the air, and one of the cadets took a rock to the neck and fell backward. But Vin Tran stood his ground with the blood lotus in his hand. He was determined to protect everyone, even as the barrier showed signs of cracking and collapsing. He winced as the defensive barrier grew weaker after several members behind him were knocked down. Morlon took this opportunity to leap into the air and slash down. Vin Tran, it's over. Despite his worry, his face remained determined, refusing to retreat alongside his blood lotus. A full power blow with terrifying strength, combining lightning and darkness. Would the cracking barrier hold up? They thought it had collapsed, but when the dark aura faded, the faint barrier was still standing. Even Vin Tran couldn't believe the barrier, and he himself were still standing there. Looking down, it turned out that Season was lying there with his sword in his hand. Everyone was surprised that he had used his last breath to crawl over and replenish mana into the barrier just as Morlon slashed down. Even Morlon couldn't figure out why he was there. He had been knocked out, hadn't he? Season stared with glowing, determined eyes. Let me tell you, I will never fear your magic ever again. Morlon felt annoyed. His rising anger meant his mind was being encroached upon more deeply by the evil spirit. He continued to curse everyone as bastards and roared, his eyes filled with death. Don't look at me like that. If you dare to oppose me. Vin Tran reassured everyone. Hold the formation. We just need to endure a little longer. He understood that the barrier was about to shatter, and Season couldn't hold on much longer. Vin suddenly widened his eyes in surprise as he realized something. A jagged flow of mana appeared even before he had executed any sword technique. He wondered why he could see the star points of the sword technique. Thoughts flooded Vin's mind. A sword path tracing through the star points, piercing Morlon's right arm. His priority was to wait for the professors, but the defensive shield was near its limit. He was torn between swinging his sword or waiting. If he struck, it was risky, but waiting was becoming impossible. The cracks in the barrier were growing larger and spreading. It felt like it could collapse at any moment. At this point, he had almost no choice. He called out to Selbira, The shield is about to break. Get ready. The girl asked in confusion, Wait, what? Vin Tran swung his sword, creating mana patterns on the blood lotus, and said, Everyone, switch to flying sword formation. Morlon laughed in excitement. Fine, let's have a real fight. Vin Tran exhaled cold air, preparing to execute the second form, Galaxy Wanderer. Vin Tran took the initiative, breaking out of the formation to attack Morlan directly with his sword. Several cuts appeared on his body, and blood splattered out. The technique consumed a lot of mana and strength. He looked back at him and clicked his tongue, thinking to himself that he couldn't hit the star points perfectly. He needed to do it again. But before he could steady himself, dark lightning surrounded him, accompanied by a chilling voice. "Is that all you've got?" He had gathered a ball of dark lightning and rushed forward. "Do you think I'd just sit still while you do as you please? I'll burn you to ashes, Vin Tran." A surge of dark mana aimed straight at Vin Tran. He barely managed to raise his hands in front of his face to try and block part of it. He was reeling. The last attack had blown his shirt away, but thankfully, his pants were still there. His left arm turned gray from being hit. It was now difficult to hold his sword, but with his spirit of protection, he couldn't retreat now. Thinking this, he continued to rush toward Morlan with his sword. He thought he would finish him right now, using his last bit of strength to swing his sword with a determined look, shouting, "Take this, you bastard Morlan." But before his sword could touch him, Morlan caught it with his hand. With a sinister smile, he thanked him. Vin Tran coughed, his face showing exhaustion and struggle. Morlan shouted in his face, "Do you think I'd take a hit like an idiot?" When you swung your sword with that crippled hand, he poured dark lightning into Vin's left hand, causing him excruciating pain, forcing him to let go of the Blood Lotus. The boy's arm turned pitch black from the attack. The Blood Lotus fell, accompanied by Morlan's mocking words, "You're going to be roasted, Vin Tran." A thought flashed through his mind. If this were my previous life, I wouldn't have had this chance. This arm wouldn't have been crippled, you idiot. He used his uninjured right hand to catch the Blood Lotus just as it fell within reach. Continuing to slash following the light patterns appearing in his mind, he executed the absolute sword slash with his right hand. A sword strike named Happing Hansen swept from the right, severing Morlan's right arm once again. Morlan screamed in pain, watching his arm fall off and show signs of dissolving. The slash was accompanied by a massive explosion where Morlan had been standing, sending rocks and dirt flying. Exhaustion was evident on Vin Tran's face. Sweat poured off him. He asked if the bastard had collapsed yet. The shadow of his opponent emerged from behind the dust. Morlan stared fixedly at him. "You bastard," he shrieked. "You dare sever my arm twice?" Vin Tran realized the evil power within Morlan had vanished. That mysterious black sword strike, could it be that it can sever the connection between Morlan and that evil soul? Morlan continued to use his stance and screamed, "I will never forgive you." He lunged toward him. "I'll mince you into pieces and throw you to the beasts." The lightning orb in his hand was fully charged, aimed straight at Vin Tran as he yelled, "Die, you piece of trash." Vin Tran was still quite calm, thinking, "It's not over yet. If I want to stop him, I think I need to swing my sword one more time." But as soon as he channeled his mana, his whole body seized up, drained of all strength. He couldn't move. Seeing the maniac before him charging forward, he grew anxious. "Damn it, move! Everyone has gathered their strength to support me this far. How can I?" He gritted his teeth. "I can't give up here. I need to find out what happened 500 years ago." While he was panicked, a voice echoed, "Stop causing a scene, Morlan." Green glowing ropes appeared, binding his body and suspending him in the air, right in front of Vin Tran. Morlan struggled and roared, "Let me go!" Captain Vagon slowly emerged from a magic circle behind him. Morlan recognized him, but Vagon shut him down. "Don't act like you know me." With those words, Vagon used magic to create a circular formation, erecting blocks of ice that locked Morlan's feet. His entire body gradually began to freeze. He panicked. "What is this? Stop at once." With a whip in her hand, the fortress master arrived. She spoke up. "Give it up, Morlan. By the time we're done, you won't be able to escape." Standing next to Vagon, she continued, "This is a binding spell that traps you within your own illusions, the crystal prison." Hoka Ken frowned. "The only downside is that it takes time to prepare, but anyone possessing magic power cannot escape once bound." Only his head remained unfrozen, so he still had a mouth to curse in frustration. "Damn you, Vin Tran." He tried to shout before his entire body became immobilized. "Don't think this is the end." The spell was completed, and the ice pillar locked Morlan inside. The fortress master turned to look at him and asked, "Are you Vin Tran?" She added, "You're the brat that Captain Vagon has been praising endlessly." Vin Tran remained motionless. Seeing him suffering like that, Hoka Ken teased, "Oh my, are your wounds so severe that you can't even open your mouth?" Hoka Ken looked at the boy kneeling before her and exclaimed, "Truly extraordinary stamina. You saved a lot of people today." She stepped forward to pat his head and said, "Vagon and I will take care of the rest from here. You can rest now." Vin Tran's eyes suddenly flashed a strange red. The other kids ran over, asking, Vin Tran, are you okay? Vin Tran suddenly appeared in a white space filled with picture frames surrounding him. He wondered, where am I? Suddenly, Julian's familiar voice rang out. Brother. The boy appeared and asked, what did you do? Why did you push my body to the point of exhaustion like that? He looked at the boy in front of him in surprise. You're Julian? After a night of cleaning up the aftermath, Hoka Ken stood in the master's mansion, looking somewhat stiff. She stood before the master and raised her hand in salute. I humbly lower myself before your glory. It is an honor to meet you, Master Adenka. The master seemed to notice her discomfort and spoke up. No need for such formalities. Speak freely, Hoka. Once you shed the weight of etiquette, you look much more comfortable. Hoka Ken replied. Since you've said so, Master Khan. He placed his hands on his lap and asked, so, what happened? She prepared her report. In truth, it wasn't a pleasant story. Standing before the master's desk and narrating the events of that night, she moved to the issue of casualties. There were about 15 ninth-rank cadets injured. No one had life-threatening injuries, but one instructor had died. His name was Braun, a 5-star fighter and instructor who was lucky to survive the battle with Morlan. The master pondered, we are ready to share this grief with the deceased, his family, and also those who were injured. Provide them with everything they need until they fully recover. Hoka Ken bowed her head. It was my fault. I should have handled it sooner. Khan was an understanding master. Many incidents occur with those who contract with evil spirits. Your decision to stop him decisively and quickly was correct. But he paused for a moment, looking at her with skeptical eyes and a slight frown. He asked, Morlan is still alive after becoming a contractor for an evil spirit? Khan added, as far as I know, those who contract with evil spirits are granted a source of immense power in exchange for their lives. Once that power is exhausted, they die, the fortress master explained. The fortress mages have analyzed it. There is no specific cause, but there is one thing. According to the cadets who participated in that battle, Morlan became reckless and furious after Vin Tran severed his arm. Moreover, his severed arm could not be reattached. Hearing this left Master Khan extremely astonished. He remembered, could that be the strange swordsmanship that the boy used in the sword tournament? Khan ordered, impose sanctions on Morlan. He has crossed the rules of a warrior by trading with evil spirits. He was being held in a dungeon to hear his sentence. He would be imprisoned for the rest of his life. His image and news about him would also be blocked. Furthermore, cut his hand and leg tendons to prevent any future trouble. Later, Morlan heard his sentence in agony. From now on, he would never be able to hold a sword again. Khan continued. Next, there must be a reward for Vin. Where is the boy? Hoka Ken stammered slightly when she heard this. They took him to the main house after treatment. But he hasn't woken up for several days now. Both Vin Tran and Julian were in a white void with many picture frames around them. Hearing him wonder about this place, Julian replied, I don't know. After you lost consciousness, I was brought here too. But observing the surroundings carefully, I think we are inside Morlan's memories. We are trapped in Morlan's memories. Why is that? Julian answered. I want to know that too. Do you think the dark-slaying swordsmanship you used to deal with him has something to do with this? He thought to himself, this never happened in my previous life. Entering the memories of someone I've struck down? Morlan made a deal with an evil spirit, and when I used the black-slaying sword, this connection is truly strange. A sound from a picture frame behind Vin Tran caught his attention. I told you I didn't want to go. Inside was an image of Morlan talking to Kagon. I am the strongest 9th-rank cadet. Why must I train to control the guardian lightning power? It seemed he was talking to Captain Kagon before we arrived here. The captain said, You are one of the honorable sons of Adenka. Do you intend to make a fool of yourself in the arena? He added, If you don't want to end your life on that stage, bring out the guardian lightning power and manifest it immediately. Vin Tran thought, so that's why Captain Kagon let Morlan go. He sat on the ground, annoyed. Fine, I'll do it. Saying that, he created a triangular lightning formation right in front of his chest and channeled his mana. Both of them were watching with their mouths agape in shock. What they were seeing was the mana flow of the guardian lightning power, watching each of Morlan's movements inside the frame intently. Suddenly, a black aura appeared behind his back. Vin Tran turned back to ask, What is this now, Julian? But the boy was not there. The white surroundings faded away, replaced by a dark, swirling mist. An arm wrapped around him, accompanied by a chillingly familiar voice. Why didn't you just die? My son. It was the image of his mother from his past life. Vin clutched his head in agony. Are these my memories? As he wondered, other familiar faces began to appear. There was Master Nidia, the guy Falk, and even Asla, but they were all drifting further and further away from him. Vin Tran reached out, desperate. What happened after I died 500 years ago? Before he could get an answer, a blade pierced straight through his chest. Vin Tran realized, that's right, there was one more person here, none other than Kagon, and it was he who had just stabbed him. His body was trapped by chains in a dungeon. This was the Samion family prison, the life behind those stone walls that he had once endured. From outside the iron bars, a voice called out, "You've done nothing wrong. Power can't mask the truth." This left him puzzled, so he asked, "Who is that?" "That is Aslan, with tears in his eyes, and a promise. I will fight for you, even if it takes a long time." Vin Tran recognized him. He whispered his name, his eyes widening as he watched Aslan's footsteps on those stone walls, and an adult Aslan with an elegant yet sorrowful appearance stood before him. Vin was still confused. "Who is that? Is that Aslan?" He recalled that the last time he saw him, he was in the dungeon. He had never seen Aslan in this adult form before. The figure spoke up. "Aslan is Julian." Hearing this, he panicked and asked, "What? What did you say?" "Aslan, please say it again." Even as Vin Tran tried to press for answers, there was only one phrase, "Let's meet again." 500 years later, no matter what happens, an Aslan holding a sword stands there with Vin Tran bound and kneeling a promise made centuries ago, and the dawn breaks. He remained dazed and full of doubt. The sunlight was shining brighter than ever. Vin Tran jolted awake, shouting and reaching his hand forward. He had returned to reality, waking up after a long coma. Vin Tran sat there on the bed in a large room, the light streaming in as thoughts of Aslan swirled in his head. He sat there, holding his head in confusion. "What did you do to me?" Julian saw Vin Tran wake up and appeared, asking, "My friend, are you okay? You disappeared so suddenly. I was terrified." He raised his hand to inspect himself and replied, "I'm fine. My body seems to have been healed." But in his mind, there were still many questions about the memories that had just surfaced. He wondered, did the adult Aslan come to see him before he died? While he was lost in thought, the sound of a towel basin falling to the floor startled him. It was Ciri and Wilson, his loyal servants, staring in surprise to see their young master awake after many days. They were overwhelmed. Tears welled up in their eyes, though it was a bit comical. Both of them rushed over and hugged their young master, sobbing. Seeing him wake up, they were happier than if their own mother had been reborn. Wilson cried a river, "I thought you would never wake up again." Ciri was gentler, smiling as she hugged his six-pack abs and enjoyed the moment. Vin Tran was stunned by their dramatic display, but he smiled anyway. "Thank you for being so worried about me." Just as the sentimental moment reached its peak, a voice interrupted, "Good grief. I think I've come at the wrong time." It was the female city lord standing there, watching and saying, "Am I interrupting a touching moment for you all?" She finally introduced herself to him. "I am the city lord, Hoka Ken. It's a pleasure to meet you." Vin Tran placed his hand on his chest. "I humble myself in honor of your glory." The generous lady pulled a chair over to the bed and waved it off. "Forget it. No need for that. You can skip those formalities." She told him that City Lord was a bit stiff. "Just call me sister." Vin Tran was puzzled. "Why are you here? What about the fortress?" Hoka Ken smiled. "I came to report the incident to your father. Vagon can handle the fortress much better than I can anyway. So don't worry. It's better if I stay away from anything involving paperwork." She continued, "We plan to carry out some business projects in the central area with you, and will return in about 3 days. Hoka Ken suddenly gave a dangerous smile. "Hey Vin Tran, your sister wants to ask a small favor of you." Her face turned extremely serious as she asked, "Do you want to have a match against the young master of the Sam family?" Vin Tran was shocked. "You want me to fight a match against the young master of the Sam family?" She explained, "Actually, I want you to compete in the friendly gathering." He wondered what the friendly gathering was. It was where the Sam and Adenka families were introduced to compete in martial arts with each other. The event is so huge that both clan leaders will attend, and this year's friendly gathering will be held at Blood City, meaning the young master and the clan leader of the Samjizon family will appear at our fortress. He was a bit stunned to hear the current clan leader of the Samun family mentioned. Vin wondered why she was only bringing this up now. She explained, "Initially, Morlan was the one scheduled to participate in that match, but things have turned out like this. So the only direct descendant close enough to the age and skill level requirements is you." He thought to himself, "Is this the stage that Commander Vagan mentioned, the friendly gathering?" Hoka Ken added, "Your opponent is the 6th youngest of the Samon family. He is a genius with the potential to become the next clan leader. Everyone, even Morlan, didn't think they could win." Aside from Dia reaching second place, no one has ever won at the friendly gathering before. So don't be under too much pressure, just see this as an opportunity to gain experience. Hearing this, Vin Tran smiled and dismissed it. No, if I enter the arena with the intention of losing to the Samion family, then I would be going against the will of the Adenka family. Seeing the confidence from the young boy in front of her, Hoka-ken looked at him differently. She stepped forward and ruffled his hair. So, you're going to try to win? I like the way you think. The family head, Khan, also heard those words and walked in, asking, are you willing to take responsibility for what you've just said? Looking at the family head, as well as his own father, standing right there with an extremely stern gaze, he answered honestly, I believe I have already shown father how I take responsibility through the sword tournament. Khan stepped closer. The pressure between the two events is incomparable. Vin Tran smiled confidently. I promise I will bring home the victory, father. He smiled slightly but still looked at his son with a stern gaze. That's the spirit. I look forward to your news. Khan and Hoka-ken left. With the exhaustion from the recent battle, your internal injuries are still quite severe. We have to go now. You should get some rest. The door slammed shut after the two of them left. Walking down the hallway, the family head turned and asked, come to think of it, we haven't given Vin Tran his reward yet, have we? Hoka-ken was also surprised. Oh, that's right. Have you decided what the reward is? Khan replied. I will accompany you when you return to Blood City. He turned to look at Hoka-ken, and we will carve Vin Tran's name onto the memorial in Blood City. I will carve it myself. Hoka-ken was stunned to hear this. Carve his name? Are you serious? In Blood City, there is a giant memorial used to carve the names of the heroes of Adenka. Those with great achievements have their names carved on the memorial. I know Vin Tran has accomplished a great deed, but remember, no one has ever had their name carved there while at level 9, except for Dia. Am I right, brother? Khan didn't explain further and walked away. I will come to see you in 9 days. Vin Tran lay on the bed, deep in thought about America. He thought about the friendly gathering, where he would have to face the heirs of his Sam family from 500 years ago. The Adenka family always had the ambition to surpass the Samion family. There will come a day when we surpass the Sam family with our swords. This was a good opportunity to assess the current power level of the Sam family. He sat up and called Julian. The only thing currently is that he knows nothing about his opponent. He asked, do you know anything about the 6th son of the Sam family? Julian thought for a moment. I'm not sure, because until now, I didn't think Morland would turn out like that. I never paid attention to the friendly gathering. Vin Tran wondered. So, assuming our levels aren't vastly different, what are the chances of me defeating him? We haven't fully mastered the sword sense yet, so it's almost impossible, but I think there's still a small chance. Based on the theory, it's best if you reach 3 stars. But your opponent is someone educated by the elite standards of the Sam family. They must be at least 3 stars or higher. Vin thought to himself, I'm sure the power difference is huge. Suddenly, he threw off the blanket and shouted, no way! Vin Tran stood there, started moving his body, and lifted his arms to loosen his joints. Julian was worried. Didn't you hear your father say that your internal injuries are currently very severe and you must rest? He turned back and smiled. My body is fully healed. I just need to avoid using magic during training. That's all, right? Julian pouted. Haminously, take care of my body, you ugly brat. The blade swung, tearing through the air with faint blue auras behind it. With his footwork and the staff in his hand, Vin was training extremely hard and with determination. He thought to himself, to reach the level of the current era of the Samion family, he would use his feelings for this match, including his feelings for his previous life. While he was lost in thought in the training yard, a familiar figure approached and spoke. This reminds me so much of the past. The first time we met with the sword in hand was right here. Hearing the voice, Vin Tran turned around and looked, realizing in surprise. It was none other than Revan, with a bright smile on his face. Long time no see, Mr. Vin Tran? It's been a while. The two of them drank tea together. Revan asked, Vin Tran, I heard you were seriously injured. I'm happy to see you looking so well. Vin replied, thanks. I didn't know you would come to visit. Revan then reported on the search. Oh, also, regarding the things you asked me about, I've found some information on them. Vin Tran heard this and immediately jumped up, slamming his hand on the table, asking, really? Did you find out what happened 500 years ago? Yes, absolutely, Revan replied with a smile. Go on. Yes, of course. I've discovered a few things that I'm not entirely sure about. Vin Tran was curious. What do you mean? Revan continued. I'm very curious about my family. Aside from me, no one in my family has a talent for martial arts. In terms of family status and financial standing, we're all far ahead of the other successor candidates, Revan continued. Yet, I still couldn't surpass Master Vin in our sparring match, he thought to himself, then asked, "Don't you find that strange, Vin? What's odd is that my father, despite having no martial arts talent or any special wealth, has been able to participate in the Sword Grand Assembly as a key member for so many years," Revan added. After I pressed him for answers, he finally gave me one. He said, "Very well. One day you will become the successor. Follow me, Revan." Revan's father led him to a bookshelf. Revan asked curiously, "Where are we going, father?" Revan's father used magic to touch the shelf. It immediately shifted, revealing a passageway behind it. He looked into the path and told Revan, "Even clan leader Adenka cannot enter here without my permission." Revan asked in amazement, "Where is this?" Revan's father explained, "This is an underground library, holding the history of the Adenka clan that the rest of the world knows nothing about." He continued, "All records of Adenka from the dawn of time, its history, its light, and its shadow, are kept here. Our family holds a high position in the clan because we have maintained this precious archive for generations. For the past 500 years, this repository has been kept secret. If this knowledge were leaked, only our family would suffer the consequences. We treat the maintenance of this knowledge as our family business." Revan seemed to spot something that surprised him. Ah, here it is. It was a thick purple book labeled Hlei. It turned out to be the preserved records of the Hlei family. Vin Tran looked delighted upon hearing this. He thought that if this were true, it might contain records to prove his innocence. But Revan cut short Vin Tran's hopes. "I have to succeed my father as the head of the family before I can let you see them. That won't be for a long time." Vin Tran replied, "That's all right. Even knowing that much is useful." He asked anxiously, "But are you sure you're okay? This is top secret information about your family's business." Revan smirked. "I've already bet my life on that day, so I don't need to worry about it." Vin Tran smiled. "Thank you, Revan." Revan suddenly turned around as if to grab something. "Oh, that's right. I almost forgot this important thing." Vin Tran looked at Revan, bewildered. He pulled out a blue crystal. It was a magic crystal. Revan explained, "I went to get my broken sword fixed, and the blacksmith told me to give this to you." Suddenly, the stone glowed, and an image of a bearded man appeared. I'm not sure if this is working right since I haven't used it in a while." Vin Tran was overjoyed to see him. "Master Hansen, how have you been lately?" As soon as he asked, Hansen disappeared. Revan explained that it was just a saved message stored in the crystal. "Did you not know that was an expensive astronomical communication crystal?" Vin Tran went blank, stuttering in confusion. Ah, of course I knew. I was just joking." Master Hansen appeared again. "I left this message to tell you some things I've discovered. Oh, keep this magic crystal. It has the basic function of recording video messages." Then, chuckling, he continued, "Now, based on what I've learned and remembered about the dragon bone, truthfully, it's not too insane, but I discovered that I cannot forge a perfect dragon bone sword." Vin Tran asked in surprise, "You can't forge it?" He thought to himself, "How could that be? We already have the materials." Master Hansen continued, "Do you remember the fire at the workshop? I found the cause. When I began mixing the blood lotus with the dragon bone to create the cold sword, I used an eternal flame to forge it. As you know, the dragon bone absorbs the aura of its wielder. A great god once gave that flame the name, the Flame of Conviction. The dragon bone must have absorbed a portion of that flame, causing the explosion. It's actually impossible to forge that dragon bone sword normally. It's a bit beyond me at the moment. The materials and the flame stability in the forge aren't consistent yet." Vin Tran hung his head. "I understand." Suddenly, Master Hansen spoke up again. "However, I can turn the dragon bone you gave me into a hammer. After testing a small piece, I found that the power it absorbs is completely stable, with no signs of violent eruption. It surprised me, but if we do that, we won't have any material left to make your sword. With that special hammer, I think it might be possible to forge the sword for you. That's what I wanted to tell you. Let's leave it at that. If you have anything else, send a message to me through that kid, Revan." As he finished his sentence, he vanished. Vin Tran thought, "If I have more dragon bone, I could get the perfect dragon bone sword." Revan stood up. "I'm heading back to the workshop. I left my sword there. If you want to send a message back to him, let me know." Vin Tran also stood up. "Then tell him to go ahead and forge a hammer with that dragon bone. I will try to find more dragon bone to forge a perfect sword." Revan smirked. "I knew it. I guessed you'd decide that." The two men shook hands. Revan said his goodbyes. "I'm off. Take care of yourself." Vin Tran replied, "Thank you." The scene shifted to a mansion. Julian followed behind Vin Tran, muttering, What was that? Revan and Hansen just shared a bunch of useless info. But Vin Tran retorted, that's not true. Julian chuckled and said, that's all we need to know for now. The rest depends on me getting stronger for the upcoming competition. Vin Tran added, and the start of my comeback will be defeating the sixth son of the Sami family. He said firmly, Julian, we must defeat the sixth son of the Sami family. Can't you think of a way to make me stronger? Julian sighed, resting his forehead on his hand. You're always like this, taking on opponents stronger than you, and then you expect me to do the thinking. Vin Tran asked, are you going to help me or not? Julian pointed and said, there's no way right now. We're barely on par with Morlan and can't overwhelm him at all. How can you expect to win against someone even stronger? Vin Tran pondered and spoke. You're right. Morlan's lightning nature is extremely difficult to handle. His attack range is wide and powerful enough to pierce my defenses. Julian crossed his arms. If we had the blessing of the lightning heaven technique, maybe we could win. Vin Tran glanced at Julian, knowing that was too difficult. Julian smirked. At least it's a path. We've already witnessed that special skill, even if it was just for a split second during the match. Vin Tran frowned and sighed. I know I saw it, but you know I can't just replicate it after seeing it once. Julian then replied, that's only if it were human memory. Vin Tran looked at Julian in shock. At that moment, a large butterfly spirit hovered behind him, surrounded by smaller butterflies. Julian smiled. But if it were divine memory, do you think it would be impossible? Julian's eyes reflected Vin Tran's surprised face, and within them, the scene of the move Morlan used was replayed. Vin Tran was ecstatic upon hearing this. So, you really have the memory of the Titan's lightning mana flow? Julian smiled. Naturally, there's no mistake. Vin Tran suggested. Then what are we standing around here for? Let's go get that blessing. Julian's face darkened. This is exactly why I've been standing here. Your body wouldn't handle the blessing, Julian explained. Lightning mana is the most violently destructive among all elements, and the Titan's lightning is the strongest of all divine lightning. If we tried it right now, your body would just be destroyed. There wouldn't be any blessing. So, before we return to the city, we must try to recover as much mana for you as possible. Julian gave Vin Tran some rules. No exercise, no going to the training ground, and no using any training methods from 500 years ago. If you break any of these rules, I won't teach you the Titan's lightning mana flow. Vin Tran reluctantly replied. Fine. I won't do anything, okay? The scene shifted to 3 days later at Blood City. Carriages were speeding toward it. Someone was talking inside a carriage, saying they had finally arrived. Don't we have to get out and walk into the city for security reasons? Ah, that? Hokaken explained. That was a lie. You can't hide this massive city anyway. It turned out Hokaken and Vin Tran were chatting. Hokaken explained the rules. It was just a formality for welcoming ceremonies. You know you're an exception. Vin Tran replied, I see. He looked out the window. It seems like there are more carriages here than we started with. Hokaken was surprised. Oh, didn't I tell you? You're going to have an engraving ceremony. Vin Tran was stunned. What? The scene shifted to the inside of a large hall in Blood City, where a massive memorial monument stood. It was erected in the center, and a group of people was entering. 2 people were holding flags very solemnly. Leading them was a young woman who called out the roll. First-tier Wind Army representative Hannah, and 4 others gathered. Hannah was a direct descendant, the 3rd daughter of Hannah. The blue, brown, and red flag was raised high, and voices rang out. All 2nd-class cadets, assemble. All 3rd-class cadets, assemble. All 4th-class cadets, assemble. A brown-haired man introduced himself. Representing the 5th-class cadets, Aben, along with 15 other cadets, assembled. Aben was the 4th son, a direct descendant. Lines of people marched inside. All 6th-class cadets, assemble. All 7th-class cadets, assemble. Another man stepped forward. Representing the 8th-class cadets, Damien, along with the remaining 15 cadets, assembled. Damien was the 5th son, a direct descendant. Vin Tran stood at attention, not daring to move. He thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen the other direct descendants besides Morlan. They're all astonishing, especially that child representing the 1st-class cadets, Hannah. She's so sharp, it gives me goosebumps. Just then, more footsteps approached. A voice announced. Representing the 9th-class cadets, Selbira, along with 19 others, assembled. It was a purple-haired girl, followed by someone carrying a yellow flag as a representative. Vin Tran thought to himself, everyone else seems fine. People began to whisper amongst themselves. Wait, who's getting their name engraved today? I heard the clan head decided it himself. No way. The clan head is actually coming here? Suddenly, someone recognized the footsteps and turned around in shock. The clan head had appeared behind them. Upon seeing him, someone shouted, "The clan head! Adenka is here! Is it really him? The clan head is here." He stepped onto the podium and commanded, "Vin Tran, step forward." Vin Tran stepped up, drawing near to Lord Adenka. He placed a hand over his heart, bowing in respect to his glory. He thought to himself, "I never knew I would receive such an incredible gift." As for Lord Adenka, he thought, "This is no gift. You deserve to receive this fairly." Then he spoke aloud, "Give me your sword." Vin Tran handed him his blade. The clan head took it with both hands. He unsheathed the sword and declared, "From now on, I will engrave it myself." With one swift motion, he drew the blade. He glared ahead, swung his sword, and channeled mana into the monument. A terrifyingly massive surge of power erupted. Vin was stunned by such strength. He had simply channeled mana and swung the sword. Those standing below struggled to hold their ground. The wind was so strong it could have blown everyone away. Damien stared in shock, sweating profusely. So, this is Father's true power. Meanwhile, Hannah stood there with a cold expression, hands behind her back, upholding the Adenka rank. The energy finally subsided, and the tip of the sword emitted a brilliant blue light. On the monument, the name Vin Tran was now carved. Everyone spoke in unison. "We humble ourselves before your glory." The clan head instructed Vin Tran, "Never forget your name, Vin Tran." With a determined gaze, Vin Tran replied, "I will never forget, Father. My name is Vin Tran." A moment later, in the lounge, there was a buzz of conversation. That was incredible. A group of cadets sat in a circle, taking turns exclaiming, "The clan head is so cool. Yeah, he really is a true Adenka. I'm glad Vin Tran is okay." Suddenly, Selbira poked her head in and asked, "Hey, have you guys seen Vin Tran?" Season replied, "He isn't here yet. Wasn't he talking to you on the second floor?" Selbira stood with her arms crossed and replied, "I was planning to throw him a celebration party, but I haven't found him yet." Season wondered, could he be at the training grounds? "No way," Selbira denied. "He just got back." Elsewhere, Vin Tran was drenched in sweat. Vin Tran sat focused on controlling his mana, while Julian stood behind him, guiding him. "Expand all your meridians in that direction. You have to feel those 3 points, and start from here. Sniff. This part is important." Sniff. Hearing the sniffing, Vin Tran looked back at Julian. It turned out Julian was bawling his eyes out, overcome with emotion. "I can't believe it, even someone like me, who's always called a failure, was able to have his name engraved." Vin Tran sighed. He turned back and asked Julian, "Isn't this something to be happy about?" Julian, tears streaming down his face, replied, "Of course I'm happy. My father finally acknowledged me as his son. Doesn't this affect you at all?" Vin Tran rested his hands on his thighs, his eyes gazing into the distance. "Didn't I tell you? We have so much more to achieve. We can't just laugh or cry over such trivial things." He returned to his meditative posture, encouraging Julian to stop whimpering. "We still need the giant's blessing to meet Father's expectations, don't we?" Julian, face a mess of tears and snot, replied, "Right. We have to work hard." After regaining his composure, Julian continued to guide Vin. "By now, you must feel it, right? You have to focus and connect those 3 points into a triangle." Vin concentrated. A moment later, a golden triangle formed. At that same instant, a massive bolt of lightning struck the room where Vin was, its light blinding. Julian squinted. Did it work? The image of a massive, glowing, muscular figure appeared before Vin Tran and Julian. Julian asked, "Are you the giant?" Julian cheered with joy. "We did it, buddy. We got the blessing." Suddenly, a cry of pain echoed out. Vin Tran collapsed to his knees, his whole body trembling as he felt an agonizing sensation in his chest. Julian panicked. "Buddy, what's wrong?" Vin Tran's eyes turned gold, and his body began to emit a golden aura, as if something had possessed him, causing him to lose control. The power grew stronger and stronger, causing Vin Tran even more pain. His eyes looked like they were burning, sweat pouring down his face. He was in so much pain that he screamed. Julian was terrified. "Bro, what's going on?" He was scared, not understanding what was happening. Why is this happening? Vin Tran had just a shred of consciousness left to try to speak. The lightning, the energy is overflowing. The giant slowly approached. How interesting. A human trying to attain divine power on their own. Every era has people like you. The giant looked incredibly imposing, clenching his fists and staring intently at Vin Tran. Julian shouted in anger, "What is this? What's happening to him?" The giant replied, "You summoned me by activating the blessing, and I gave you what you wanted. That is all." The soul of Julian asked indignantly, There's no way a blessing would make the recipient suffer like this. We had full control over that power before, the giant explained. His body, his current body, absorbs the mana being transferred like a sponge. He can absorb much more power than normal, almost like the body of a god. But that is precisely what is causing the overload. Vin Tran was still in agony, absorbing the power. Julian anxiously asked the giant, "What should we do? He's going to die." The giant said, "It's simple. Stop the flow of mana, and the lightning will stop as well." Julian, as if finding hope, replied, "All right." Suddenly, the giant interrupted him, crossing his arms nonchalantly. "But if you stop it now, I will not grant him any more blessings. Either he dies, or he endures it, to survive, and receives the blessing. Choose one." Although Vin Tran had collapsed, he was still trying to hold on. Julian looked at Vin Tran. "How did it come to this? This is ridiculous." Julian pointed a finger right at the giant's face. "This makes no sense," the giant asked angrily. "Does it not make sense? You were the ones who activated the blessing and summoned me. Does it make sense for you to receive power you have no right to? Know your place. That is a sacrifice you must bear, you foolish little godling." Hearing this, Julian teared up. The giant continued, "And that stubborn brat, he isn't even stopping the flow of mana into his body, because he knows this is both a chance and a trial. He won't receive the blessing if he stops the flow of mana now. Control the energy within your body and find your balance. You must achieve that before you can receive my blessing." Julian, sweat dripping, thought, "I can't just sit here and do nothing while he's on the verge of death. My holy energy might be weak, but I will do my best to protect his heart and meridians as steadily as I can." With that thought, Julian cast his holy magic. "Let's do it." Julian's energy transformed into butterflies that swarmed over Vin Tran. The butterflies gathered to form a shield, wrapping around Vin and Julian. Joyful. "All right, my energy has successfully enveloped him. Now everything depends on his own perseverance." However, Julian's energy barrier instantly shattered under the overwhelming mana from the lightning. Julian gritted his teeth. "Damn it, at this rate of mana absorption, I can't maintain stability for long." Lightning energy was surging through his body. Julian kept trying to channel his own energy to protect Vin Tran's heart. "Please, just hold on a little longer. If his heart explodes, we're both done for." Suddenly, Julian's hand began to turn translucent and ghostly. Julian panicked. "Have I used too much of my holy energy? I'm fading away, my body is dissolving. I don't want to die. But if I let go now, he will." Julian's power could no longer hold out. The protective shield shattered completely. Vin Tran's heart felt as if it were about to explode. His body slowly collapsed, leaving Julian in a state of shock. Julian watched, panic rising within him. "Oh, heaven! Someone! Please, somebody help us!" Just then, there was a noise at the door as if someone were trying to open it. Someone pushed the door open and rushed in. "Who's there?" Vin was sprawled out on the floor, and Julian was in tears. The person who opened the door was Shevin, the healer who had treated Hamon. The priest had been sent by the fortress. Julian thought to himself, "I see. My voice can be heard by those who possess the power of the sanctuary." Shevin saw Vin Tran lying motionless and asked, "Young Master Vin Tran, what happened here?" Julian watched Vin Tran. Despite being exhausted, the blessing triangle was still being maintained. My God, he still hasn't given up. Julian regained his resolve. "All right, I won't give up either. I have to go all in and give it everything, just like Vin Tran." Priest Chevin was still confused when he heard Julian's voice calling him. "Priest, can you hear me?" Chevin asked in astonishment. "Are you the one who called me? Who are you?" Julian tried to stay calm and directed him. "I am a deity who knows Vin. Quickly, heal him." But Chevin was struggling. I can't get close to him with these lightning bolts surrounding him like this." Julian asked, "So, I just need to block these lightning bolts, right? I will block them so they don't strike you. In the meantime, please heal Vin," Chevin replied. "Understood." After planning it out, Julian continued to cast his magic. Butterflies flew toward Vin as Julian thought to himself, "If the priest can heal even a part of him, then my job is to block these lightning bolts and keep them from attacking the priest. Hang in there, even if I only have a little strength left. I have to endure it." Julian shouted, "Now, Chevin." Receiving the signal, Chevin immediately unleashed his holy power. "Oh, light of the Mother Earth." Vin Tran seemed to sense the recovery. The lifeless look in his eyes began to fade as light returned. The scene shifted to another room in the Blood Fortress. In Vaughan's room, he sensed someone approaching. "So, you've come?" he asked. "Are you ready?" Siri, with a look of determination, bowed and replied, "Yes, sir." "Captain Vagon, please teach me magic," Vagon asked. Do you remember the duel between Vin and Morlan? When I saved you from those falling rocks, I sensed an incredibly powerful source of mana within your body. Ciri was like Vin Tran. The mana she possessed was beyond their current understanding of magic. Vagon stepped closer to Ciri. Learning magic isn't easy, and I've never been lenient with anyone. Ciri replied timidly. I know, but I am still determined to learn. Young Master Vin Tran keeps growing and following a path where I can no longer assist him. All I can do is take care of him when he returns covered in injuries. Ciri looked up with determination. I don't want that anymore. I want to help him. No matter how small the task, I want to do it. Vagon was very pleased with Ciri's resolve. I understand. Young Master Vin Tran truly has a good servant. But since you are a servant, you need Vin's permission before you can learn. Suddenly, the whole room was filled with golden light, accompanied by a loud thud, leaving Vagon and Ciri stunned. Vagon shouted, What the hell is going on? Ciri stammered in a panic. Young Master Vin Tran. At that moment, he had just fallen from the floor above where Vagon and Ciri were talking. He knelt in the center of the room, having left a large dent in the floor, kicking up dust everywhere. Vagon saw Vin Tran and asked Chevin, confused, Priest Chevin, what is the meaning of this? Chevin, dripping with sweat, laughed and replied, Please don't worry, young Master Vin Tran is fine. Chevin continued, I'm not entirely sure, but the young master seems to have received a great opportunity. Vin Tran no longer looked as if he were in pain. Before him flowed a new stream of lightning mana he had just received from the giant's brain. A moment later, a voice asked Ciri, Do you want to learn magic? It was Vin Tran who had spoken. He had woken up and looked stable. Ciri knelt beside him, answering subserviently, Yes, as long as you agree, I can start learning immediately. Julian whispered to Vin Tran, To think a servant would be taught by the captain, an extraordinary mage. Brother, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Give your permission immediately. Vin Tran turned to look at Julian. You look a bit blurry, Julian. Julian rubbed his head and replied, Don't worry, I'll be back to normal after a little rest. Vin Tran asked Ciri, Are you sure about this? Learning magic won't be easy. Ciri replied firmly, Yes, I want to help you no matter what it takes. Vin Tran thought for a moment and agreed. All right then, train hard. Ciri replied excitedly. Thank you, young master. Then Vin Tran turned to ask Vagon, Please take good care of Ciri. Captain Vagon smiled in response. Of course, I will train her very strictly. Vagon thought to himself that because he had observed Merlon's growth, he could confirm that what Vin Tran had just acquired was great lightning, an extremely powerful lightning-based energy. Vagon looked at Vin Tran and mused, I only took my eyes off you for a moment, and you've grown stronger again. Vagon looked at Ciri and spoke up. Vin Tran is safe now, so why don't we plan the lesson? Ciri replied, Oh, yes. Vin Tran fell into deep thought. He realized he had no mentor, and now even Ciri had one. He had never been taught any of the sword styles that Aslan had left for the Adenka family. As Vagon turned to leave, Vin called out to the captain. Vagon turned back. Yes? Vin Tran stepped forward. But you know the reconciliation meeting is fast approaching, and I need to train with everything I've got to prepare for it. Where is the mentor who will be in charge of training me here in the fortress? Vagon asked. What do you mean by where? What are you talking about? Vin Tran, don't you know you have to find your own mentor? Vin Tran looked surprised. What? But isn't this an organization specialized in training members of the Adenka family? Vagon explained. That is just the facility and the learning environment. This place is a fortress first and foremost, Vin Tran. Elders from each family invest in a mentor for the child who has the potential to succeed them. Sometimes, a warrior will volunteer to take on direct descendants. The family elders will come to teach them personally. Don't tell me that at your age, you still haven't found an elder to invest in you? Vin Tran stood frozen, at a loss. Vagon sighed, looking helpless. Good heavens, did I choose the wrong one? Vin switched his gaze to Julian. Julian, I'm just asking as a precaution. Julian said bluntly. No elder is on our side. Don't get your hopes up. I'm afraid to say it, but who would volunteer to invest in a useless guy like Vin Tran? This is something I really can't do anything about. Vin Tran wished to himself, if only there was someone who could help us. The scene shifted to Raelsa, who was holding a letter. There is only one place. She examined the letter. What is this, Wilson? Wilson stood trembling, hesitating to answer. That is a letter from young Master Vin sent to the family head. Raelsa stared at Wilson. Since you brought it directly, it must be important, right? Why didn't you take it straight to the family head instead of going through me? Wilson was shaking from head to toe, stuttering. No, I don't have the courage to stand before the family head. Raelsa sighed. All right, I'll deliver the letter. Very quickly, the letter was delivered to the family head. Raelsa was explaining to the family head why she had come to deliver it. He stood by the window reading the letter. Raelsa approached him, asking cautiously, "Could you tell me the contents of the letter?" He replied, "He is asking for a mentor." Raelsa thought anxiously, "Damn it, I should have checked it first. I was so distracted registering him for the fortress that I completely forgot about this." He interrupted Raelsa's thoughts, saying, "He has obtained the great lightning blessing of Morlon." "Do you understand why he sent me this letter?" Raelsa replied. "Isn't your son asking for your help? Because right now, he can only ask for help from here." Hearing this, he sank into deep thought. Then he asked Raelsa, "I heard you used to instruct Vin Tran. Would you go?" But she shook her head. "No, I can't. I use the family's sword style that has since faded, not the Adenka one. If I teach him for too long, he will only develop bad habits." After hearing Raelsa decline, he asked, "Then what can I do to help Vin Tran?" Raelsa smiled and replied, "There is someone suitable, someone you know well, a very powerful person who uses the Adenka sword style. The person who possessed the great lightning before was called the Lightning Master. With your authority as the family head, if you can give him a position to enter the fortress, he could become young Master Vin's mentor." He heard Raelsa's proposal, and said, "He has to want to do it, too." Raelsa expressed confidently, "Don't worry about that. He is a friend of mine. I can convince him." Merlin, the deputy captain of the White Sword unit whom Raelsa had mentioned, was currently taking a walk by himself at the training ground. After walking a short distance, he suddenly saw something. In the left corner of the training ground was a training dummy, reminding him of his meeting with Vin several months ago. Merlin closed his eyes and smiled, thinking, "I wonder what the young master is doing." Suddenly, Raelsa appeared, cutting off his memories. She asked if he was taking a walk. Merlin was curious. Raelsa spoke up, "Hello, Merlin." The two of them entered a room a short while later. Merlin hung up his cloak and asked, "A busy person like you didn't just come here to ask what I'm doing, did you?" Raelsa made her proposal. "I want to invite you to take a job." Merlin immediately asked back, "Working where?" Raelsa replied, "As a trainer for the Royal Dragon team." Merlin sat down in a chair and let out a sigh. "Pfft, the team name doesn't even have the word sword in it anymore. I'm sorry, but I refuse." Raelsa hurriedly tried to explain. "There's someone I really need you to teach." Merlin asked curiously, "Who is it?" Raelsa answered, "The good-for-nothing young master, Vin. Do you know him?" Hearing the name Vin, he looked quite surprised. Raelsa continued, "The elders don't bother looking at him, but he's still too young. Since he has very little potential to become the family head, no one wants to teach him either." Merlin crossed his arms and bowed his head slightly. "Thank you for the invitation, but it's not possible." Before he could finish his sentence, Raelsa interrupted, "And he has already received the blessing of the great lightning." Merlin was stunned. "What? Is that true?" He hesitated for a moment before speaking honestly. "I'm quite interested, to be fair, but there are too many reasons stopping me from taking this job. The elders don't like me, so they've been pushing me around. Yet, you want me to teach someone who the elders have never even chosen?" Raelsa wore a sinister smile and proposed, "Why don't we make a bet? Young Master Vin Tran is about to have a duel with young Master Sam. If he wins, you become his instructor." Switching scenes to a few days later, at the D7 friendly meeting, Vin Tran was still determined to train despite being exhausted. He thought to himself, "Still not enough. I have to make the great lightning power completely my own." Then, he swung his sword again to gather power into the blade. He quickly realized the problem. The lightning energy wasn't enough to coat the entire sword. He had to break it down into small sparks like Morlun did. "So, I have to increase the intensity even more." Thinking this, Vin Tran surged with more power. Great lightning appeared, but he still couldn't control it, and it flared up violently. A bolt of lightning struck toward him. Luckily, he managed to dodge it in time. Julian stood nearby and sighed. "You still can't control it." Julian crossed her arms, looking at the large room that had been left in chaos by Vin Tran's destructive training. Vin Tran looked at his arm, where sparks of lightning were still dancing. "I can feel the lightning energy filling every fiber of my muscles, but controlling it is still too difficult." Julian then wondered aloud, "That idiot Morlon, how could he possibly control this violent lightning energy?" Julian continued, "This intensity still can't be considered micro-electric enhancement. It's just basic electricity. The results really aren't what we expected considering all the effort we've put in." But Vin Tran smiled. "That's right, even though you've worked hard and put in so much sweat and tears." Julian blushed. "What? Have you been listening the whole time?" Julian was so flustered that she started waving her arms around. Forget it. Just forget all of it. Vin Tran laughed with his eyes closed. Don't be embarrassed. I exist because of you. Remember? Vin Tran turned back to ask Julian, do you remember Raelsa's response? In the letter, Raelsa wrote, please forgive me, young master. Given the current situation, it seems we still cannot find a teacher before the friendly meeting. First, due to the personal reasons of those invited, and second, due to the influence of the elders. They don't want you to set foot into the ranks of the successors they've already arranged. The Council of Elders exists to suppress the family head's power, so even the family head cannot control this matter. I really want to help you, but I can't leave the general manager position for that long. At this year's friendly meeting, Vin Tran looked annoyed and decided, I'll have to rely on my own strength. No, we will. We'll make full use of the sword and all remaining moves to the best of our ability. Julian seemed to remember something. Oh, that's right. We still have another method. Vin Tran asked in surprise. Another way? What kind of way? Julian suggested. The Sam swordsmanship. You used to be part of the Sam family, right? You used it at the meeting with Hansen. Vin Tran crossed his arms and hesitated. I could use it, but if I do, how are we going to deal with the consequences? If everyone sees that I can use the Samion swordsmanship proficiently, we'll end up being dragged back to your mother. Julian thought about it and found it logical. You're right, that's really difficult. Vin Tran sighed. Using the swordsmanship from my previous life is impossible. Suddenly, he realized something. A skill from my previous life. Huh? He pondered. If it's his skill, how could I possibly use it at my current level? Switching scenes to the Sam territory, the main castle of the Samion family, a white tiger was bound by chains. With sharp teeth, it was snarling at a young man with blonde hair and a red cloak standing in front of it. So, you are the blue-eyed white tiger, the monster of the frozen region that the Adenka people had to defeat to enter the Blood City? The young man spoke. Another voice rose. There you are. A bald man with a long beard entered. Your opponent for the friendly meeting has been chosen. The bald man who just spoke was Julian Sam, an elder of the Samion family. He took out a paper with a picture of Vin's face and said, the seventh child, also known as the good-for-nothing, Vin Tran, a direct descendant who suddenly emerged strangely with his talent and quickly rose in rank and reputation within the clan. For the Samion family, the friendly meeting brings more harm than good. If you win, nothing changes. But if you lose, we will suffer ultimate humiliation. What people want to see is that touching moment when the underdog rises up and wins. What are you planning to do? While the two were talking, the blue-eyed white tiger used its strength to break the chains. Once free, it opened its mouth and lunged toward the blonde young man. A magic circle shaped like a sword, emitting blue energy, appeared. I must completely overwhelm him. At the same time, his sword strikes repeatedly, slashed the blue-eyed white tiger to pieces, blood splattering everywhere. He said confidently, I will let the whole kingdom know. That touching story doesn't exist. He was the sixth child. Direct descendant Kagon. Switching scenes, Selbira was holding a blue gem in her hand, humming a song as she ran. Her cheeks were flushed, and she thought, Vin Tran would like this gift, wouldn't he? Opening the room door, she excitedly asked, Vin Tran, are you here? But something made Selbira gasp in astonishment, her eyes widening. A massive surge of energy overwhelmed her for a split second. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and the ground shook. Vin Tran appeared, holding a massive sword covered in power that he was slamming into the ground. Vin Tran gripped the sword tightly, its energy growing even stronger. Selbira looked at the power radiating from Vin Tran and wondered, what is that skill? It's as if he's holding a different sword, not the Blood Lotus. Vin Tran saw Selbira and hurriedly put the sword away. He asked her, Selbira, long time no see. How have you been lately? She shyly stammered, I mean me? I brought you a gift. She took out the blue gem to give to him. Vin Tran saw the crystal and asked, a gift? Is that an enchanted crystal? Selbira replied, the content inside is what's important. The sixth son of Samion. Kagon's practice match is stored in this crystal. Hearing this, Vin Tran was extremely excited and grabbed Selbira's hand. Really? Thank you. That touch made her blush in embarrassment. It's nothing. She was still shy but didn't forget to warn him. But be careful towards the end. Vin Tran asked, why is that? Selbira explained that it was a bit cruel. The crystal glowed. It played back every detail of Kagon's match. Everyone watched very intently. Vin said that no matter how many times he saw it, the technology of this era was still admirable. Julian teased, Vin, you're acting like an old man. Suddenly, Vin's eyes widened. Julian asked anxiously, brother, Is something wrong? Vin was staring at Kagon. He explained, he's going to plant his left foot there and attack the lower body, but that's just a feint. With a single quick move, he successfully forced his opponent into a defensive stance. And hidden within his successive strikes was a blow with great destructive power. Just like that, he destroyed his opponent's sword. And then the opponent had to concede. I lost. I concede. Vin Tran was very surprised to see that technique, but even when the opponent had already conceded, he didn't stop. At this moment, Kagon spoke arrogantly. Do you think everything just ends if you concede? He brutally stabbed the man right in the face, coldly uttering, "This is the price you pay for daring to challenge a member of the Sam family." Vin Tran wondered why Silbira was covering her eyes from the cruel scene. He really was a heartless bastard. Vin Tran frowned. Watching it from beginning to end, why do you act exactly like? The physical resemblance might be a coincidence, but the technique he used, down to the smallest habits, made him remember Kagon from back then. Vin was determined. Kagon, I need to meet you. Switching scenes to a certain hall, people wearing black cloaks were gathering. The whispering underneath made the person sitting above slam the table. Please, be quiet for a moment. She began to speak. We are honored to welcome the mages present here for the friendly meeting. She was the captain of the Alberto Mage Guild. She continued. As everyone knows, the friendly meeting consists of a total of 3 stages. A treasure hunt with the goal of finding treasures in an enchanted dungeon. A subjugation battle fighting against monsters that have been captured beforehand. And finally, a practice match. That is considered the highlight of this friendly gathering. We will handle the first phase, the treasure hunt. I will now decide the types of monsters we will create using magic. Suddenly, Vagan raised his hand to speak. May I have a word? Alberto replied. Go ahead. Captain of the Blood Citadel. Vagan held a paper and read, At our Blood Citadel, considering the level of the 2 young masters, we would like to nominate reptilian monsters or level 8 demons. Vagon thought to himself, this type of monster should be difficult enough for the 3-star light martial artists to conquer. They will be just right for the first stage. Someone else raised their hand. Alberto said, Yes, you may speak. He offered his opinion. On behalf of the members of the 6 magic towers, we nominate the level 8 giant monster, Fractor. Vagan shouted in surprise. What? Fractor? Vagan pointed at the person who just spoke. Are you kidding me? Giant monsters have a difficulty level suitable for 4-star and 5-star light martial artists, don't they? That guy remained arrogant. What's there to be so angry about? This is the first friendly gathering in thousands of years. We need a little change to heat up the crowd, right? And isn't that the responsibility of both sides? Vagon shouted angrily. You've already rigged it, and you still dare to talk about responsibility? Using a giant monster is just for you to polish the performance of the 6th young master. Hearing that, the guy challenged him. If you keep making excuses like that, I suggest you just give up. Vagan from the Blood Citadel unleashed his power, clenching his fists. It seems the Samion family has found themselves a loyal dog. The guy didn't back down. He also began to cast magic. How dare you utter such insults against the 6 magic towers while carrying the pagoda name? You disappoint me. Vagan. Alberto shouted angrily. Enough. You will be participating in the practice match as young masters, not us. Let's resolve this by a vote. Those who want to use the giant monster, please raise your hands. When Vagan turned around, half the people there raised their hands. Vagan gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, these bastards. All of them raised their hands. Alberto clapped his hands. Now, it's decided by the majority vote. She smiled sinisterly, thinking, they are all dogs of the Samion family, and then she announced, we will proceed with preparing the giant monster, Fractor. Scene change. Hoka Ken was confused with thoughts in her head. In meeting room D1, she was sitting struggling with a pile of papers and pens. Hoka Ken asked Vagan, Captain Vagan, how is the guest list for the Samion family coming along? Vagan had a huge pile of documents in his hands. Looking at that pile, Hoka Ken sighed wearily. Oh my god, this is truly labor exploitation. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have become the city lord. She lay down on the table. Exhausted. Just kill me. On Vagan's side, he was still working diligently. He said to Hoka Ken, aren't I helping you with it? Hoka Ken suddenly realized and asked, oh, that's right. How is the preparation for the first stage going? You're still planning to prepare some illusions, right? Vagan sighed wearily. Stop, don't mention it. He recounted Alberto's words. All the mages not from the Blood Citadel, including the head of the Mages Association, had been bribed by the Samion family. Hoka Ken heard this and rested her chin on her hand. So that's why your face is all scrunched up. Vagan thought deeply. I suppose it makes sense since the 6th magic tower is in their territory. But to be able to manipulate the entire Mages Association, Hokaken stretched and leaned closer to Vagan. Those idiots might even be great demons, for all we know. Vagan replied thoughtfully. Never mind. As long as Vin Tran wins all the remaining challenges, everything will fall back into place. Hokaken was startled and asked something. Captain Vagan, do you really believe Vin Tran can win? Vagan replied shyly. Well, I mean, if the Adenka family wins, wouldn't it be better for us? Hoka's eyes sparkled. The winning probability for the young master of the Adenka family is less than 10%. I remember you saying those exact words back when Aiden was still a participant. Vagan turned his face away to avoid her gaze. Did I really say that? Hokaken grabbed Vagan's collar, teasing, It seems our captain is captivated by young master Vin Tran. Why don't you go and offer to sponsor him? She pressed Vagan's face close to her chest. Or do you just want to make this sister of yours jealous? Vagan gritted his teeth and asked, Since when are you my sister? Then Vagan used his speed blitz power to arrive at the door. Please finish your work first if you have time to joke around like this. Tomorrow is the friendly gathering. With that, he slammed the door shut, leaving Hokaken standing there deep in thought. Hokaken's cheeks flushed red as she stood still, whispering, But I was being serious, you know. The next day, the day of the friendly gathering, all three, Vin, Vagan, and Hoka appeared. People around them whispered, Is that Vin Tran? Must be. Clearly, he's only here to substitute for Morlon, who couldn't attend today. From the start, the Adenka family was at a disadvantage, but now the situation is even more dire. Vin thought to himself, Kagon's attitude is almost 100% hostile toward Kagon. Or maybe we are just imagining things. And then, young Master Samion arrived to open the gate. The gate opened immediately. Kagon stepped into the hall with great spirit. He smiled triumphantly. It's a pleasure to meet the people of the Blood Citadel. He walked up to stand across from Vin. Vin, I am the 6th son of the Samion family, Kagon. He held out his hand. Vin Tran also reached out to return the greeting. Vin Tran, 9th rank cadet from the Blood Citadel. They shook hands. The people standing around whispered, They are quite friendly, aren't they? True, I actually thought Vin Tran would lower his head. Kagon smiled happily. Being friends with peers is always great. Vin Tran also smiled and replied, Yes, absolutely. On the surface, he was smiling. But inside, Vin Tran thought, How annoying. Clearly, there's nothing strange about this guy. But why do I feel so uncomfortable? Kagon expressed, I hope you can prove your own strength. Vin Tran, right? Vagan and Hoka standing below also felt uncomfortable for him. That guy wanted Vin Tran to prove himself with a social attitude that showed superiority over the Adenka family. Here, Vin Tran replied calmly. Yes, I agree with you. This reply left Kagon surprised. What? Vin smiled sinisterly. And I also want to see you demonstrate your own abilities. Kagon. Vagan, standing behind, exclaimed, He dares to provoke Kagon? Vin is truly thinking about winning. Everyone around was excited. Even though they hadn't stepped onto the arena yet, their interaction had already begun. The battle started inside the arena, with continuous cheers. Everyone shouted to cheer for Samion. Sam, young Master Kagon, I love you. Hoka held a crystal stone in her hand and shouted, Begin! Hoka walked closer to Vin Tran and Kagon. I officially declare the friendly gathering open. The first challenge is a treasure hunt. In her hand, she held a chest. Both contestants will enter a magical space and recover chests that look like this. However, inside the magical space, there will be enhanced monsters that can use magic spells and a giant guarding the chest. People sitting in the stands whispered, A giant? The difficulty has been raised this year. Must be. Hoka Ken added more about the rules. Each contestant will be allowed to choose 2 9th rank cadets to support them during the challenge mission. Hoka placed her hand on Vin Tran's shoulder, the defeated party of the previous gathering. The Adenka family will be the one to choose cadets first. She leaned in and whispered to Vin, You're planning to choose the 9th rank representative, Selbira, first, right? Just a heads up, in case you didn't know, the second strongest cadet is Vin Tran interrupted with a bright smile. I choose the 2 cadets, Season and Hamon, for my team. Hoka Ken shouted in surprise. What? What did you just say? Her scream echoed throughout the arena. Seeing the awkward situation, she quickly forced a laugh. My apologies for my scream. Not far away, 2 people were wondering who Hamon was. The other one picked up the list to check. I'll check the cadet list. Found them. These 2 were the 2 bottom-ranked cadets among the 9th rank cadets. Season and Hamon walked out, terrified. Season and Hamon stood in place, their whole bodies trembling. Everyone in the stands was whispering, "Did he really choose those two cadets? They look so thin and weak." Not necessarily. If they were chosen, there must be something more eye-catching than their appearance. Hoka Ken looked confused and put her hand on Vin Tran's shoulder. "Cadet Vin Tran, are you sure you want to choose those two?" Vin Tran smiled and replied, "Certain." Hoka Ken leaned close to Vin Tran's ear and whispered, "I hope you aren't thinking of using those two to justify your failure. If that's the case, I'll be disappointed." Vin Tran replied with a sinister look, "It's not just that. The first reason I chose them is that I don't want young Master Kagon to have any excuses for his failure." Kagon looked confused. "Huh?" Vin Tran continued. "The second reason, those two, although they are distant, both have the blood of the Adenka family flowing in their veins." Vin Tran remembered his conversation with Selbira. They might be from the maternal side or a collateral branch. But the important thing here is to defeat the Samion people with the blood of the first family head, Aslan. Selbira replied, This is perhaps a bit, but because I thought you would choose me, I was a little sad." Selbira showed clear sadness. Vin Tran stood up and looked toward Selbira. "I fully trust and respect you. Thanks to your guidance, I was able to defeat the monster. So, you should also give it your all at the friendly match." Selbira asked, "What do you mean by that? I thought you said you wouldn't choose me." Vin Tran replied confidently, "I only said that to provoke Kagon. I'm going to let Kagon turn my provocation into overconfidence, and I'll defeat him using that very arrogance. In that case, he's a goner." Back in the present, Kagon was mocking Vin. "Good job. In that case, I'll choose two cadets." He then arrogantly added, "I will teach you what happens when you're arrogant, Vin." Vin smiled and replied, "That's a great choice." Kagon was observing Vin, thinking to himself, "This stage has already been set for the Sam family's victory. Now that you know this, what else are you trying to prove in front of us, Vin? In that case, I need to trust you and keep believing in your efforts during this round." The person who had been arguing earlier about the Sam family's choice of monsters looked worried. What's going on? Why did he give up his right to choose his own representatives? Vagan put a hand on his shoulder. "Get ready." Vagan glanced at the man, who was still anxious. "What's wrong? I'm sure you're excited to start the first round, right?" He stuttered in response. That's right." Then, several figures in black cloaks began to cast magic. A magic portal opened up. Hoka Ken shouted excitedly, "From now on we will begin the first round of the friendly match, the treasure hunt." Vin led Season and Hamon into a cave. Hamon said fearfully, "It's so dark." Season stepped forward and asked Vin, "Do I need to use a light crystal?" Vin replied, "Yes, please, thank you." By the light of the crystal, the three of them continued their journey. Elsewhere, Kagon had also begun his trek. He led Selbira and another cadet. Selbira stepped forward and asked, "Young Master Kagon, do you need some light?" He replied coldly, "I'm fine." Looking down at the two cadets, he reminded them, "And you two, can you walk a bit further away from me?" Selbira felt resentful. What is he saying? Is he telling us to stay back because he thinks he can handle everything alone? He's completely looking down on us. Outside, the arena was broadcasting live footage of the two teams, and the audience in the stands looked rather bored. Are they still searching? Probably. So boring. If a giant monster appeared, it would be a lot more interesting. Hoka and Vagan were observing the two teams. Hoka told Vagan, "Their approaches are completely different." Vagan agreed. "Yeah. Vin treats them like his companions, which is completely different from Kagon." Meanwhile, on Vin's team, Hamon suddenly asked Vin, "I know I shouldn't say this when we've come this far, but do you think we can actually help you?" Vin smiled gently and replied, "Don't worry. You two are excellent cadets who have already overcome your own fears." Just as he finished his sentence, something attacked them from above. It caused a huge explosion, blasting the three of them away. Hamon and Season collapsed to the ground. Season tried to sit up, clutching his head. What was that? Season's eyes were wide with shock. A massive monster, with two fangs and a giant horn, stood there. Season asked fearfully, "What is that?" The monster let out a growl, revealing it was a giant beast. Season panicked, clutching his hair. "It's huge. Is everything still going according to plan?" Hamon also looked around in fear. "Wait, where is Vin? Could he be buried under the rubble?" Both of them shouted for Vin. Vin suddenly appeared. "I'm here!" He charged straight at the giant monster with his sword drawn. His eyes were burning with determination. He swung his sword hard, slashing the monster's shoulder. The monster roared in pain. It fell backward, stunned. Season and Hamon ran toward him, calling out, "Vin!" Vin shouted back, "Season! Hamon! Now!" Both of them caught the signal and replied, "Got it. We'll stick to the plan. You go find the treasure. Leave this to us. In their hands were 2 drums. They both hit the drums repeatedly to lure the monster. Over here, you big stupid oaf. Season thought while drumming. The giant monster has poor vision. It will automatically react to the loud noise coming from the drums. Season and Hamon drummed as they ran for their lives to distract the beast. Season told Hamon, "Lead it back to where we came from, Hamon." Vin looked at them with pride. "See? You two are brave enough. Now, let's go find that treasure." Then, Vin dashed away from the monster at incredible speed. Seeing this, Hoka-ken broke into a cold sweat. "No, no, no, you can't do that." Vagon was equally worried. It's called a treasure hunt, but the most important factor here is to show off your combat skills throughout the process. The Sam family representative smiled smugly. I guess he completely misunderstood the true meaning behind this round. Vin was flying fast to find the treasure. Suddenly, he spotted something. It was a chest. He exclaimed, "There's the treasure." Suddenly, something massive struck him head-on. The impact sent him flying over 100 meters. He coughed in pain. Vin looked up. Damn it, that's another giant monster. This one is huge, with 2 horns but only 1 eye. The monster immediately lunged, slashing toward Vin. The strike was so powerful it created an explosion that sent dirt and rocks flying. A blinding ring of light radiated out, carrying immense power from the blast. Vin had to move constantly to avoid its attacks. He gritted his teeth, thinking, for the plan to succeed, I need to save at least 1 slash of my absolute sword. Having 2 giants makes things much harder. The monster tracked Vin's movement, and, in a flash, reached out to grab him. Vin looked at it, feeling that it was even faster than the one he had faced before. It could even match the speed of his ice walk. The giant hand slammed into the rocks, creating a massive explosion. Outside, Vagon was extremely worried as he watched. What's going on? Why is there another Fractor monster? Vagon looked at the Sam family representative, who laughed arrogantly. Oh my, I guess we made a mistake at the start. Vagon grabbed the man by the collar in anger. Why? You bastard. How dare you carry the name of the 6 towers and pull such dirty tricks? A hand rested on Vagon's shoulder. Stop, Lord Vagon. That hand belonged to Hoka-ken, she reminded Vagon. There are too many eyes and ears here. If we cause a scene now, we'll be at a disadvantage. I understand why you're angry, but that won't change anything. Vagon had to swallow his anger and replied softly, I understand. The Sam representative sneered. Contrary to the rumors, you're quite calm. You really do fit the title of Blood City Manager. Hoka-ken looked at him coldly. And you? She frowned, looking disgusted. As for you, once this is over, make sure you stay put. You sorry excuse for a dog. On Selbira's side, her eyes were wide with shock. She screamed in surprise. Oh my God! Right in front of her was a giant green monster. It had just been slashed, and blood was spraying from its arm. The person who slashed it was Kagon. He soared into the air, sword in hand, driving straight toward the monster with an incredibly powerful surge of energy. That power caused the monster to lose its balance. It looked like it was about to fall. The giant monster's face was bruised and blackened. Kagon said with a tone of contempt, What the hell? Is that it? Kagon looked at it smugly. I was really hoping for something interesting. They called them giants. But this is too easy. Suddenly, another giant monster appeared behind him. Selbira screamed in panic. There are 2 giants? What is happening? Be careful, young Master Kagon. Kagon remained still. He drew his Sam sword. First stance. He smirked confidently. Crescent moon. He flew up and unleashed a barrage of slashes at the monster. The slashes he unleashed cut through the monster's hand, shattering it into hundreds of pieces. Then he launched himself forward. He fiercely charged at the second beast. He leaped, stepping onto the monster's arm. His feet moved rapidly through the air, closing the distance to the monster's face. He said confidently, Let's see how long you can hold out. Kagon slashed the monster across the face. Boom! A cloud of dust and debris filled the air. The monster collapsed. The 2 people with Kagon were stunned by the scene. Selbira thought to herself, even though it makes me angry to admit it, he is really strong. No matter who else was here, the outcome would be the same for Kagon. Kagon stood in front of the beast, laughing smugly as he provoked it. Don't overreact like that. Get up. I still have plenty of techniques to show you. Selbira thought. I hope Vin is okay. On Vin's side, the monster was stomping its feet, shaking the ground. It was madly chasing Vin. Julian was walking right next to Vin, tearing his hair out. Damn it! Why? Why is nothing going according to plan? Vin reassured him. Calm down. We need to think of a way, Julian. Julian pondered, saying that the absolute sword strike was an incredibly powerful skill. Can't we just round them both up and slice them both at once? Vin Tran hesitated. I don't think that's so easy to pull off. Julian asked why not. Vin Tran explained, they're too big. If I target one, I won't be able to see the path for the next strike. Julian scoffed. What a trash skill. Vin Tran retorted angrily. You just said it was incredibly powerful a second ago. The two of them fell into a sullen silence. Vin Tran thought that if there was only one target, he would have to defeat both of them in a single blow. Wait. Vin Tran's gaze shifted forward, then he looked over at Julian. A target, huh? Over by Season and Haman, the two were exhausted from drumming, their whole bodies trembling, but the monster kept chasing them relentlessly. Season was on the verge of tears. We have nowhere else to go. Haman was worried too. I don't see Vin Tran anywhere either. Aren't we in big trouble? Suddenly, blue lights appeared. Vin Tran stood before Season and Haman. Season shouted, Vin Tran! Haman was still terrified. He brought the yang. Does this mean we're getting out? Vin Tran looked at the two and shouted, Change of plans. It'll be here soon. Season panicked. What do you mean? The three stood frozen as they watched the two monsters slowly approach. One by one, the massive beasts emerged. They screamed. Season covered her face, sobbing. Another one? Haman was also in tears. The two monsters roared madly and lunged toward the three of them. Season clutched her head and cried loudly. We're done for, Haman stammered, calling for help. Vin Tran shouted, Julian, get into position. Julian, hovering above their heads, looked frantic. Julian panicked. Do we really have to do it this way? I don't want to be the target. The monster got closer, opened its maw to roar, and lunged at Vin Tran. Vin Tran thought, because of their massive size, I can't use the absolute sword to slice both of them at once. In that case, I just need to find something that can pierce through both of these monsters. Vin Tran stomped his foot into the ground, gaining momentum to leap up. Vin Tran's eyes turned crimson, focusing intensely on the monster. Found it, no. I can feel it. The other half of my soul. Julian's presence. Vin Tran raised his sword, carving a path through the air, aimed straight at Julian. Julian stood behind the beasts, worried. Are you sure this is safe? I won't get hurt, right? The monster aggressively raised both arms to smash down at Vin Tran, who was now locked onto it. Vin Tran gripped the sword, which emitted a golden power, and unleashed his technique, changing the shape of the absolute sword. The monster's mountain-sized hands came crashing down. Right at that moment, Vin Tran slashed forward. The blade pierced straight through, splitting the first monster in two. The strike didn't stop there. It continued in a straight line, slicing into the second monster. With a shing, the monster in front of Julian was cleaved in half. Seeing the beam of light, Julian screamed in terror. Why isn't it stopping? Julian yelled desperately. Save me! With a boom, the area exploded, sending fire and smoke everywhere. The two monsters were blown away, dust scattering in all directions. Alberto watched from the outside, stunned. He took down those two giants with just one swing. The representative, Sam, was also shocked. Hokaken couldn't believe his eyes. Vagan, that is, Vagan smiled happily. That's right. That's Vin Tran's lethal ultimate move, the absolute sword. After defeating both monsters at once, Vin Tran wore a satisfied smile. As expected, even the absolute sword can't defeat a god. Julian was still shaking with fear, tears streaming down. Julian sobbed, lunging to grab Vin Tran by the collar. What are you talking about? You weren't sure, were you? Vin Tran smiled and dodged. I could never defeat a god, could I? Julian remained furious. Even so, do you have any idea how terrified I was? Vin Tran suddenly realized he had only been thinking that in his head. How could Julian hear him? Season and Haman saw Vin Tran mumbling to himself and asked, looking both stunned and terrified. Vin Tran, is there someone else here? Vin and Julian jumped at the question. Julian quickly hid behind Vin Tran. Vin denied it. It's nothing. Let's get ready to leave. As the three prepared to enter the portal, Vin Tran laughed. I saved the absolute sword for this. The final thing, the absolute sword needed to destroy the blade, plunged straight into the light. Vin Tran swung his sword in a straight line, cutting through the entire space concealed by magic. Season and Hamon's eyes went wide. The space was torn in two. Vin Tran held his sword high toward the sky, and all three of them appeared in the middle of the arena. The representative Sam's face went blank. A magic dungeon? Vin Tran said arrogantly, It's broken. Representative Sam shouted to his subordinates, Hey, check the incantation. It looks like there's a bug. Vagon saw the fear on his face and reached out to put a hand on his shoulder. No need. What did you ask? Vagan said with a proud look. Vin Tran's sword can slice through magic. Vagan thought to himself, He surprised me. I didn't expect him to destroy the entire dungeon like that. Beyond his swordsmanship, I'm very impressed by his creative problem-solving. Suddenly, Alberto shouted, "Impossible! It's extremely rare for someone to destroy a dungeon on their own." We underestimated young Master Vin Ha, reaching a hand toward Vin. Is there a rule against doing this? Besides, other than Vin Tran, no one had ever even tried it. Suddenly, Hokaken's expression darkened. But why is a commander of the Mages Association, a neutral party, so angry? Acting like this is your own business. Season and Haemon ran over to Hokaken. City Lord, we found the treasure. Vin Tran won, didn't he? The representative of the Sam family spoke up. No. Not yet, he shouted angrily. The first phase was just for you to show your strength. Finishing first doesn't mean anything. Although the sword he possesses can slice through magic, which is astonishing, that's all it is. The young master's attack isn't over yet. In the remaining time, if the young master continues to perform martial arts, victory will belong to the Samion family. Vin Tran slowly approached the representative of the Sam family. If that's the case, Kagon will end this phase. Quickly, the representative asked in a panic. End this phase? What are you talking about? Vin Tran turned to Vagan. The dungeon I entered, it was created using synthetic elements, wasn't it? Vagan replied, that's correct. The environment is assumed to have a balanced nature, so the synthetic elements are masked, and you just entered one of the 2 clone dungeons. Vin replied, I've already destroyed 1 clone dungeon. Then, Vagan answered, yes. Vin Tran's face lit up. Then, the mana that created the dungeon. Julian, standing behind Vin Tran, also wondered aloud. Where did it go? Vin hypothesized. If a stream of water flows in 2 directions and we block one side, imagine the scene. Kagon is looking at a pipe looking very confused. A rush of water flows down, so on the other side, the water will flow violently. Kagon was standing in front of a giant monster. It looked significantly stronger. Kagon wondered, what the hell? That giant. This monster had only one eye, staring unblinkingly at Kagon. One hand reached out as if to grab Kagon, while the other rose up, dropping a fist toward him. Kagon didn't think much of it. Even if this monster seems to have gotten stronger, its intelligence is still the same. With that simple attack, it's definitely going to lose an arm to me. Saying that, Kagon used the Stormbreaker technique to counter the giant's attack. He was very confident in his abilities, but it seemed this technique of his was no longer effective. With just one punch, the giant easily shattered Kagon's technique. He witnessed this, and couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect it to have become this strong. While Kagon was still doubting everything, the giant didn't hesitate to land another blow on him. It was determined to destroy Kagon at any cost today. It used both hands to punch continuously, and the force was not light at all. Kagon had looked down on it at first, but now he was being pummeled. He still wouldn't accept it. Something must have affected this giant. Otherwise, how could a dying monster suddenly become this strong? Kagon lay motionless among the rubble. The giant didn't hesitate to prepare another punch for him. Kagon could only curse inwardly. Damn it. I don't even have time to adjust my stance. Suddenly, someone tapped a bell. A clanging sound echoed incessantly, catching the giant's attention. It quickly stopped its attack on Kagon. It turned out to be Selbira. She had captured the giant's attention, looking this way and ordering Saizen to hurry up and find the box. She didn't stop ringing the bell, moving in another direction to lure the giant to follow her. Just as she hoped, she succeeded. Not only did it look her way, but it chased after her too. While dodging the giant, Selbira thought, that Kagon guy sure is lucky. If Vin Tran hadn't told her to give it her all, she never would have helped a jerk like him. As she stood there, lost in thought, a massive figure loomed over Selbira. Without a word, it threw a brutal punch that sent her flying dozens of meters away. Selbira scrambled to shield her face from the flying debris. She struggled to open her eyes, trying to see what kind of monster had appeared this time. It was another giant, the same one from before, but with a single horn, right in the middle of its forehead. She had no idea how it was still alive. Now, both giants were attacking at once, leaving her with absolutely no chance to escape. The 2 giants lunged at her simultaneously. Terrified, Selbira's eyes bulged in shock. She felt like something was seriously wrong. But luckily, Kagon appeared. He slashed at the giant from behind, fueled by his anger toward Selbira for how she had treated him earlier. He moved like a killing machine, seething with hatred for the SBI for ruining his performance. Kagon didn't hesitate for a second. He unleashed his final technique, the Crimson Petal Hymn, to take down the giant. Moving with the speed of a lightning bolt, the blood-soaked full moon, he surged toward his foe. It was a terrifying strike. In a single blow, he pierced right through both giants. Kagon finished the attack with a display that was as imposing as it was elegant. Selbira couldn't believe her eyes. He had wiped out both giants with just one sword stroke. Kagon had been brilliant from the start. He hadn't just let the giant live to add drama to his performance, but also to conserve his own stamina. Kagon gritted his teeth, fuming at the thought of what Selbira had dared to do. She had ruined his plans, and he would never forgive her. He forced himself to calm down and think. Even though he had acted dishonorably, he had still succeeded in the challenge to find the Yang, and had even made a good impression. Even if he hadn't done his best, his performance was surely better than Vin Tran's, or so he thought. But to his dismay, Vin Tran had finished before him. Vin even smiled and told Kagon that he hoped he enjoyed his gift. Kagon couldn't believe Vin Tran had finished ahead of him, and he didn't understand what he meant by a gift. Vin just looked smug, crossing his arms as he declared that he had a friend who was quite skilled in magic. Thanks to them, he had been able to overload the mana in Kagon's dungeon. Kagon finally realized that driving the giants into a frenzy had been Vin's plan all along. He had been played from the very beginning. Deep down, he was seething with rage, but he managed to keep his cool. He smiled and conceded, admitting he had been short-sighted to underestimate Vin Tran. Then, he wore a sinister smile. But things would be different from now on, because he was finally starting to see Vin Tran as a real rival. Vin didn't back down either, replying that he was looking forward to it. Kagon, my friend. Hoka-ken stood there, staring them both down. If the two of them were just going to decide the winner themselves, what was the point of having judges in the first place? Regardless, she declared Vin the winner of the day, with the next challenge scheduled for 3 days later. At that moment, Selbira finally let out a sigh of relief. She was so glad Vin had won. Just as she was feeling happy, Kagon appeared right in front of her. It seemed he was looking for Selbira. He offered a polite, charming smile and thanked her. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to finish. He would have looked like a total fool. Selbira hesitated as he reached out to her, replying with a flicker of doubt. Right. She didn't return his handshake, kept wondering why. She didn't understand it, but her gut told her not to take his hand. Seeing her hesitate, Kagon remarked that his arm was getting a bit tired. Selbira apologized and reluctantly shook his hand. He said his goodbyes and left, flashing that same artificial, professional smile, before walking away. Selbira still found it hard to believe had Kagon really come to thank her, but then, he turned back toward her, wearing a disgusting smirk. Goodbye, Cadet Representative Cell. The night sky was beautiful. Someday, when you look up at the stars, you might just see a star named J97. Ignoring the time, Siri was pushing herself to the limit with her training when someone called her name, snapping her out of her deep focus. She was delighted to see Wilson standing there, huffing and puffing with a pile of gear on his shoulders. Wilson stepped closer and dropped the heavy backpack, which was filled with food and clothes for her. Siri immediately asked how Vin had done during the exhibition match. Wilson replied happily with his help. Vin had won, of course. Not only that, but his opponent had even voluntarily surrendered. Siri finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wilson then took the chance to ask her about her training here. Siri couldn't hide her joy. Back in the city, she couldn't focus, because Vin kept distracting her. Training here was much better for her, as she could communicate with the Snow Mountain spirits. Since she was well suited to be a spirit mage, she needed to find a spirit to form a contract with soon. At her current level, she could only control one spirit, but she really loved them all. As she spoke, she couldn't help but cuddle them affectionately. Just as she was having fun, a cry for help echoed from somewhere, making Siri jump and change her expression. She suspiciously asked if Wilson had said something. However, he hadn't said a word. Yet the cry for help kept ringing out, and it seemed only Siri could hear it. She couldn't help but wonder where the voice was coming from, and whose it was. In contrast to that tense situation, the others were happily celebrating Vin's victory. Selbira raised her glass high. To Vin's victory, drink up. Even though it was just fruit juice, everyone raised their glasses in unison and cheered. Only Vin didn't bother joining in. He asked if it was really necessary to make such a fuss when he had only beaten Kagon by a single point. Selbira didn't see it that way. Only 1 point? In Adenka's history, that's an achievement. She knew that as Kagon's assistant, she shouldn't be saying that. Vin cut her off, explaining that she had been a crucial factor in his win because he believed Selbira would be very useful against Kagon. She didn't quite understand, so Vin explained further. He and Kagon might have been on the same martial arts level, but Selbira's role in Kagon's victory was vital. So even if Kagon didn't accept the result, Vin would still have the advantage after the assessment. Selbira was impressed. That's amazing. You planned all of this? She reached out a hand toward Vin Tran. After all, If there was another chance, she would help him again since she was a level 9 cadet representative. Vin Tran reached out to her too. He accepted Selbira's offer because he trusted her. They bumped fists, deciding to cooperate and help each other next time. But that fist bump made Vin Tran realize something was wrong. He grabbed Selbira's hand and stared at it, sweat starting to bead on his forehead. As for Selbira, she was blushing from Vin's sudden action. Vin Tran was now deeply anxious and afraid. He couldn't believe this was happening. How and when could this have happened? On Selbira's hand, there was a seal of the Samion family. Vin panicked. What happened to Samion? Was it physical contact? Hearing this, Selbira remembered. She hesitated before finally admitting that she had shaken hands with Kagon. He had wanted to thank her for her help. Vin couldn't believe Kagon was such a scumbag. He had dared to use a curse on Selbira. The seal of the seal was slowly suppressing the opponent's mana, causing them to die a slow death. Was Kagon really this cowardly? Vin kept holding Selbira's hand to try and break it. First, he had to identify what kind of seal it was. Depending on the type, there would be different ways to break it. So, he shouted her name and told her they had to train together every day at dawn. Selbira was left red-faced by Vin's series of bizarre actions. She was shy and couldn't believe she would be training with Kagon, or rather, Vin, every day. After a moment of confusion, she agreed. The next morning, as promised, Vin Tran was there waiting for her to train. While waiting, he spoke with Julian. If Kagon had placed the curse on Selbira directly, he must have been very confident that no one would find out. Julian hadn't known about it either, so perhaps this seal had been erased from history. Just like the Absolute Sword, Heavenly Demon Body, Julian was also troubled. He told Vin to keep it a secret for now, even from Selbira. Vin was determined not to forgive Kagon, to think he would use dark magic on an innocent person. While he was thinking about Kagon and the seal, Selbira arrived. But she appeared with a strange look today. She was late because she had taken her time getting ready. Shyly, she asked Vin how she looked if she was okay. Both Vin and Julian were stunned by Selbira's new look. Vin was baffled as to why she would dress like that for training. Julian could only sigh. Was Vin Tran a monk in his past life or something? Could he really not tell that Selbira liked him? Hearing that, Vin Tran finally realized why Selbira had dressed up like that. But she was just a kid, 500 years ago. He was already 29 years old. How could he be expected to recognize the feelings of a 14-year-old girl? To break the awkward silence, Selbira spoke up first. Let's practice. Vin had called her over because he had a plan, right? To warm up for today's training, the two of them started by meditating. Keep cycling your mana through the energy points in your body, like this. Tell me if you feel anything strange, Vin told her. Selbira was puzzled. It's just meditation. What could be strange about it? On the surface, Vin Tran told her it was nothing, but he kept watching her closely. Selbira couldn't feel the flow, it was intermittent. It seemed she had lost much of her sensitivity and imagination while training. Julian asked anxiously what Vin Tran was thinking. Would he be able to break this crimson seal? But the crimson seal was still there on Selbira's hand. Vin Tran couldn't break it at all. The seal was stronger than he thought. He couldn't undo it on his own. Julian was startled to hear that. So what are you going to do now? To create a seal like this, usually, the heart of an animal or a spirit, two living things, is used. Kagon must be hiding the sacrifice somewhere in the snowy mountains. They just needed to find and release it, and the crimson seal would be broken. Vin grew worried. If they couldn't find it, Selbira would die within 3 days, a painful and horrific death. Julian couldn't believe the time was so short, only 3 days. He knew it sounded heartless, but he prioritized the friendly match. In 3 days, the second stage begins. We have to be fully prepared. Vin glared at Julian upon hearing that. He wished the kid realized what was more important. Those who stubbornly chase only their goals end up losing their people. For instance, if I still had the comrades that Sam's wiped out, I wouldn't have had to die rotting in a prison. Selbira spoke up. Can we continue? She felt a bit tired. So, they ended today's training there and left. Julian began to wonder how Vin Tran knew so much about that curse. Were you a spellcaster? Vin Tran denied it, saying he had just experienced many similar things. When I was imprisoned, they sealed my mana. I heard they used the heart of a death row prisoner back then, Julian exclaimed in shock. He hadn't expected Vin's past life to have been so miserable. In his previous life, Vin had been imprisoned for 10 years after the battle with Kagon. As the two were engrossed in their conversation up ahead, Selbira, who was trailing behind, fainted from exhaustion. They were startled when they looked back and saw her collapsed on the ground. Vin Tran panicked, shouting Selbira's name as he rushed to her side. He quickly brought her to a room to be treated. Selbira needed rest. Chevin had checked on her, but it was the first time he had seen such symptoms. He thought there was nothing more they could do for her, so he suggested Vin send Selbira to the Temple of Gay in the capital. Vin wondered if the priests in the capital could break the Crimson Seal. It has been erased from history. It likely wasn't possible, and it was progressing too fast. Selbira might not even make it there in time. Vin climbed out the window. Before leaving, he told Chevin to take good care of Sel. Chevin was stunned by Vin Tran's actions, unable to understand what he was doing. But Vin Tran had his own way, finding the sacrifice used to create the Crimson Seal in the snowy mountains. Suddenly, Chevin shouted in panic, unable to believe what Vin Tran was doing. He had jumped straight out of the window. The ground was a long way down. Sliding across the white snow, Vin Tran vowed to Samion. He wouldn't lose anyone else to those dirty tricks. Meanwhile, Ciri was standing motionless in the snowy mountains. She looked toward the place where cries for help were coming from. Someone was calling for aid. It sounded like a spirit's voice, but it was so far away. Then, a sudden gust of wind brushed past her. She didn't know where it came from. It was caused by Vin Tran sliding across the snow at high speed. Ciri called out, making Vin Tran stop. He turned and asked what she was doing there. After a brief explanation, Ciri understood that Vin Tran was looking for the sacrifice. It's sealed somewhere on this snowy mountain. Ciri wondered what they used as a sacrifice. Vin Tran observed his surroundings as he answered. Usually something small, easy to hide. A small animal or a spirit. When Ciri heard small thing or spirit, she stiffened. She suddenly stopped walking, which made Vin Tran apologize to her. I'm in a hurry, so I'm talking nonsense. But Ciri didn't think so. She made a determined gesture and said she could help him. While Selbira's situation didn't look promising, her body was covered by Kagon's Crimson Seal. To save Selbira from this crisis quickly, Vin carried Ciri to move faster. Ciri could hear spirits, so she observed her surroundings to guide Vin. Finally, she identified the exact spot where the cries were coming from. Ciri heard the spirit's voice in the middle of that crevice. Vin Tran didn't hesitate and moved toward it. The two quickly entered the crevice. Ciri shouted, asking where the spirit was she had come to help. Suddenly, Vin Tran stopped. He thought, it wasn't that he didn't trust Ciri, but Selbira didn't have much time left. He couldn't stay here any longer. He touched his sword. There isn't much time. If it's here, I'll destroy this whole region to break the Crimson Seal. But Vin Tran had to stop when Ciri found it. She held the spirit in her hands. It was sealed exactly like Selbira. Ciri teared up. How cruel. Is there any way to save it? But there wasn't. From the moment it became a sacrifice, it couldn't survive. Giving it a peaceful death was best. Ciri stared at the poor, gasping spirit in her hands. She couldn't accept it. She told Vin Tran she had one more way. She began to chant a spell to redeem the spirit. Vin Tran didn't know what that was, but Julian explained it was a soul contract. If Ciri signed a contract with that spirit, the higher-level contract would destroy the Crimson Seal. And so, the Crimson Seal was shattered and removed from the poor soul. Ciri rejoiced, unable to hold back her tears. The curse is broken. Vin Tran stepped forward to thank her, showering her with praise. Ciri was happy, too happy that she had helped Vin Tran. As they were celebrating, a light suddenly attacked them. Vin Tran stared at it, quickly jumping in front of Ciri to block the terrifying attack. He slashed it in half. Look at that. Its power could blow up rock. If it had hit Vin and Ciri, who knows how terrible the outcome would have been. Vin Tran's eyes flashed red. He demanded to know who had attacked them and what he was doing there. The attacker heard his voice and asked back, Vin Tran, what do you think you're doing? He stepped out slowly, walking toward Vin Kagon. He was angry that Vin dared to interfere with Sam's traditional ritual. He stared at him, warning that he better have a good reason. Vin hated Kagon immensely, and here he was, daring to appear before him alone. He ordered Ciri to put that thing down and get lost. In exchange, he would spare Vin this time. Vin shouted, How dare you call it an exchange when you're trying to kill Selbira? Kagon wasn't startled. He sighed and asked, So you already know, Vin Tran? Vin Tran was furious at his attitude. He didn't understand what kind of act Kagon was putting on. Kagon laughed and said, As you know, Vin Tran, there is a class you are born into. Vin Tran stood there staring at Kagon. Class? What does he mean? Kagon continued, Like you and me, some are born with the weight of destiny on their shoulders, but others don't know their place. We are different from those people, and for anyone who dares to cross that line, and the person Kagon believed had crossed that line was Selbira. She had ruined his entire plan, and he vowed not to forgive her. That was why he believed punishing Selbira was only natural. Kagon thought someone of the same class as Vin would understand that. That's our law. Vin Tran didn't say a word. He simply held his sword to Kagon's neck, demanding an answer. He glared at him with hatred he had never changed. For 500 years, it had always been this way. Seeing Kagon look surprised, Vin Tran told him to stop acting ignorant. He angrily declared that his laws were completely wrong, at least to him. Kagon wasn't afraid in the slightest. He smiled and complimented Vin Tran's eyes, calling them excellent. Because Vin had such excellent eyes, Kagon didn't think they could ever be friends. Then let's see who is right at the friendly match. And the two stared at each other, both carrying a fierce determination to win. Finally, the crimson seal on Selbira's body was broken. She slowly opened her eyes after a long, unconscious state. Her health weakened. Seeing that she had finally woken up, Shevin was very happy. He asked with concern if she was okay. At the same time, Vin Tran returned. He kicked the door open and loudly asked Shevin how Selbira was. Shevin happily told Vin Tran that Selbira had just woken up. Hearing that, Vin Tran rushed towards Selbira. He picked up her hand to check, leaving Selbira sitting there, completely confused. Vin Tran examined her hand. The luck-sealing chain was gone. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's better now. He could rest easy. Shevin spoke up, asking Vin Tran, "The second round is only 2 days away. Shouldn't you be preparing?" Vin Tran was confident. He was already prepared. He couldn't lose to someone like Kagon. In the second round, they would have to face a real monster in a conquest-style match. At the same time, the main palace of Adenka was still lit up. The newspaper reported Vin Tran's victory at the recent friendly match. This was the Adenka family's first victory in 5 years. Kagon, one of the 4 great elders of Adenka, held the paper in disbelief. Findanel, another elder, replied, "It's true. Even with the Sami family trying to sabotage things, it didn't help Kagon win." The Adenka elder, Tiulu Van, thought having Vin Tran around was better than nothing, but he had grown up. Hearing this, Debach, another of the 4 great elders, slammed the table. "Is this the time for jokes?" Jerson was startled by his outburst. While Findanel asked what the problem was, Debach said, "The elders represent strength. We have held the power of the Adenka family for 500 years, except for the last 25 years, since Khan took power. He hasn't even bothered to hide his dislike for the elders since he was young, and now he is firmly seated on the family throne bit by bit." Findanel explained that this was exactly why they were striving to support the eldest son and the second daughter as heirs. The eldest son, Khan, was full of ambition. The second daughter, Dia, had eyes for nothing but martial arts. The elders' plan was to make them family heads and treat them like puppets. Debach wasn't so sure. He asked if they had ever considered what would happen if Vin Tran defeated the Sami family. The 7th child, especially that annoying Sarvana Holi, they had no family to influence her, which meant they couldn't control her. Not long ago, Khan had inscribed Vin Tran's name on the blade he carried, the Blood Lotus, used by Khan when he was young. Jerson was still confused about what Debach meant. Debach spoke anxiously, sweat beginning to form on his brow. "Khan is using Vin Tran as a sword to strike back at us, the 4 great elders." The other 3 fell silent. They looked at Debach, waiting for him to continue. Debach gritted his teeth. They couldn't let Vin Tran win any more matches. But how could they stop him? Did Debach have an idea? Tiulu Van suddenly spoke up after several minutes of silence. He came up with a plan. They would send a letter to the Sami family. The letter would state that the Adenka family would not consider the Sami family's rule-breaking in the first round a problem. Debach stared at Tiulu Van in disbelief. What was he trying to do? Tiulu Van gave a sinister smile and continued. "However, the second round will be held under the authority of the Adenka family. These 4 great elders, they really cared about power." 2 days later, the second round of the friendly match officially began. This was a competition between the Adenka and Sami families. This second round was a conquest match, and there was only one rule. Whoever took down the monster in the shortest time would win. The monster was a lizard man, carrying a long spear made of animal bones. A single powerful strike from the lizard man could shatter any obstacle. The ground where the monster struck was left with a massive crater. Not seeing its target, it gnashed its teeth in fury. Vagon, watching from the outside, thought Kagon had disappeared. However, that wasn't the case. He had flown upward and was diving down toward the monster. He smiled wickedly. He had only used his chain strike opener, and Kagon had already easily dealt a fatal blow to the monster. The monster was simply sliced in 2 without the slightest resistance. His time was 14.86 seconds. Hokaken couldn't believe he was that fast. It was a new record. It even surpassed the lady by 20 seconds. The stands erupted in non-stop cheers. "Oh my god, under 20 seconds. The Sami family is truly top tier." Kagon smiled proudly, looking at Vin Tran with a challenge. Once he got serious, things wouldn't go like the first round. Kagon pointed his sword straight at Vin. "The next one I cut down will be you." Vin Julian began to worry about how to break the record. However, Vin reassured him. Don't worry. If it comes to speed, I won't lose. I'll destroy this monster from the moment the match starts. Hoka-ken introduced Vin Tran, the Adenka candidate, who was up next. Are you ready? Vin Tran entered his stance. His fighting spirit was boiling over. He replied, Of course. Hoka-ken declared the second round for the Adenka family officially started. Vin Tran stared at the monster, and suddenly, he felt something was wrong. This lizard man seemed a bit strange. On the other side, the four great elders were calmly enjoying their tea. Findanel asked Tiulu Van what he had done, but he said he had done nothing. She didn't believe him and told him not to lie. She knew he had done something in the second round. Tiulu Van still denied it. He really hadn't done anything to the monster Vin Tran had to face. He didn't use magic or potions. It was the same type of lizard man as Kagon's. It was just that the lizard man Vin had to face had been starved for 2 days. A normal swordsman wouldn't notice, but a starved monster is different. It becomes much more savage. That was enough to ensure Vin Tran couldn't finish it quickly. Over here, Vin Tran had also realized the peculiarity of the monster. Those bloodshot eyes were definitely from madness induced by hunger. Julian told Vin Tran to suggest postponing the challenge, but the signal to start had already sounded. The lizard man was released from its iron cage. Vin had to keep his distance from it, but if he kept dodging like that, he wouldn't be able to break Kagon's record. Therefore, he decided to stand perfectly still, doing nothing, spreading his arms and waiting for the monster to come. Hoka-ken watched from the outside, screaming in fear, asking what Vin Tran was doing. Vagon also yelled anxiously for Vin Tran to dodge. Meanwhile, the lizard man kept crazily charging at Vin Tran like a bloodthirsty beast. It lunged its spear straight at Vin. Hoka-ken couldn't believe Vin Tran would just stand there and get hit. Vin Tran tried to suppress the pain caused by the wound the lizard man inflicted. He quickly grabbed his sword and stabbed it straight into the monster. Vin Tran thanked it. Because of it, he could shorten his time. The monster didn't understand what was happening. It had stabbed too deep into Vin's body. This was exactly what he wanted. Because I don't need to waste energy using control skills. Now, take my lightning. The monster took the lightning strike from Vin, groaning in endless pain. But Vin Tran didn't let up. Using the blessing of the Great Thunder, he intensified the lightning, making the monster scream even more violently. Under Vin Tran's lightning strike, the monster turned to ash. Vagan had no idea what the hell was going on. He ordered for the healers to be called. Hoka had grasped the situation. She ordered Vagon to check Vin's performance. She remembered Vin once saying that if he participated in the competition with the intention of losing to the Sami family, it would go against Adenka's wishes. Even though he had said that, Hoka didn't think he would try this hard. Vin was ready to die to defeat the Sami family, and the result was that Vin killed the monster in 5.39 seconds. There was no room for debate. In the second round of the friendly match, Vin Tran was the winner once again. The healing team arrived just in time. The wound on Vin Tran's body was currently extremely serious. Chevin ordered everyone to pull the spear out first. On his signal, they would remove the spear and treat the wound simultaneously. Chevin began counting, 1, 2, 3, to pull it out. Kagon stood far away, watching everything. Kagon couldn't understand how Vin Tran could choose such a brutal, life-risking method. The healing team was doing their best to treat Vin Tran, while he acted as if nothing was wrong, flashing a winner's smile at Kagon. This provocative act successfully angered Kagon, who cursed under his breath. Damn it. A notification rang out, signaling the end of the second round. Everyone, please leave immediately. They had to move the injured. Oh, almost forgot. The third round of the friendly match would continue in 3 days. Vankia sat in the carriage, listening to everything. She wondered, is Vin the son of Sarvana? The carriage rattled away, leaving only Vankia's anticipation of meeting Vin Tran. On this side, after treating Vin, Chevin began to complain. He joined the Blood Castle because he heard it was an easy job, and it used to be, until Vin Tran appeared. Vin Tran thought Chevin was right, so he just gave an awkward smile. He thanked Chevin, because thanks to him, the hole in his chest had healed, as if it were a miracle. But Chevin immediately denied what Vin Tran had said, which surprised him quite a bit. Chevin held the wooden symbol in his hand. He was not its master. To do what you just said is impossible at my level. But with the master of this card, Vin Tran looked at Chevin with suspicion. So, what does this mean? Chevin explained. He thought Vin Tran had experienced something like a miracle. The healing ability of a second-level priest was truly magical. Therefore, whoever understands this symbol will also possess miraculous healing powers. But because he is only a 5th-level priest, his healing ability is limited. He can only stitch and bandage wounds. And obviously, Vin's heart has not yet fully recovered. If he exerts himself before it is completely healed, he might lose the ability to use mana. Suddenly, Hokaken threw the door open, impatiently telling Vin Tran that since he was done healing, they should go eat. Vin Tran didn't understand. He asked what Hokaken meant. What was she talking about? She shouted loudly that he, the Adenka family head, and the lady of the Adenka and Samion families had arrived. The Sam family was inviting him and Khan to dine. Finally, Vin Tran understood Hokaken's meaning. He and his father headed toward the dining hall. As they walked, he pondered the dinner invitation from the Sam family. Were they plotting something? The two arrived at the destination. The head of the Sam family greeted Khan first. It was Lady Vankia, the lady of the Samon family. She happily walked toward the two of them. Following her was Kagon. Vankia also made sure to greet him. Vin, I am very happy to meet you. The two families entered the dining area. The table was full of tempting food. Vankia noticed Vin hadn't started eating yet, so she invited him. These dishes were all specialties from Sam. Hearing that, Vin Tran finally began his meal. He didn't forget to thank her. While eating, he looked at the lady and thought to himself, so, that person is Vankia. Similar to his father, her appearance was characteristic of the Samun family, resolute and tough, like one of the rulers of the continent. Vankia struck up a conversation with Khan. She said he had become quite petty for hiding that. Khan didn't understand what she meant. Then, she pointed her dining knife toward Vin and asked him where he had been hiding someone so adorable for so long. The words were light, but the aura around her was so thick, it made Vin Tran's hair stand on end. He stood up suddenly, causing his chair to crash to the floor. Vin Tran gripped his sword tightly, sweat pouring down his face. He looked at Vankia with a guarded expression. She thought to herself that Vin Tran was actually able to react to the aura she was secretly emitting. Vin Tran gritted his teeth, his body stiff. By now, he was certain Vankia was extremely powerful. The murderous intent made him believe he would die, and that aura was sharp enough to slice him into 100 pieces. Vankia, she is a truly terrifying swordmaster. Vin Tran needed to be wary of her. Finally, Vankia spoke up. She looked at Vin Tran and said, Khan, you have good intuition. Vin Tran thanked her on the surface, but inside, he was looking forward to the chance to spar with someone like that. Khan didn't understand why he was smiling. Vin Tran simply replied that it was because the Sam family was very strong. Vin Tran finally sat back down. Khan asked, Did you sense that aura? After the question, he cast a glance in Kagon's direction, staring at him with visible hostility. Kagon remained sitting, motionless, staring back at Khan. He didn't understand what was going on. Then, Khan performed a gesture similar to what Lady Vankia had just done toward Vin. However, Kagon still didn't sense any aura, and even asked Khan in return if there was a problem. Khan wiped his mouth, assessing Kagon quite politely. He was civil enough not to draw his sword at the dinner table. Vankia immediately comforted Kagon. Don't worry, just enjoy your meal. Vin Tran saw the situation wasn't right and asked Julian, Even the kid feels that way, right? The two of them were like they were in an aura-clashing battle. To see who had the more overwhelming presence, those were the two family heads, the rulers of the continent. Night fell, and only Vankia and Khan were left talking. Vankia assessed that Vin Tran had matured quite well, while Khan replied that her prodigy had been overwhelmed. Hearing that, Vankia laughed heartily. Khan had seen right through her. After that statement, Vankia fell silent. She thought about something and then said, There are people with ill intentions. How dare they interfere in a friendly meeting while the heads and the lady of two great families are watching? Khan glanced at Vankia, asking if it was the elders of the Samion family. However, Khan was only half right. Vankia believed that there was meddling by the Samion elders in the first round, but the second round involved meddling from the Adenka family elders. Vankia believed that the four great elders of Adenka were plotting something, and their target was Vin Tran. Although there might have been more choices, they wanted to eliminate a variable like him as soon as possible. Vankia asked what Khan thought of this situation. Did he think his son, Vin, would continue to win in the third round? Khan pondered silently for a moment. Now he could only say one thing, which was that the Adenka family would definitely surpass the Samion family. Vankia laughed. Khan, are you talking about your wish? I advise you, if it hasn't come true in 500 years, it's time to give up. What about the interference from the elders? How will you stop them? Khan said coldly. No one on this continent could survive after cheating in front of him. Nothing could stop Vin's victory in the third round. Vankia heard this and didn't change her expression. She looked at Khan without blinking. His words sounded as if he was certain Vin would defeat Kagon if nothing unexpected happened. Khan remembered Vin's promise to him. He had promised to return victorious. Therefore, he simply replied to Vankia that Vin had promised him he would return a winner. Very quickly, the third round of the friendly match took place. In the stands, people were constantly discussing Vin's victory in the second round, as well as the battle for the third round today. Today's match was also special because of the presence of Vankia, the lady of the Samion house, and sitting next to her was Khan, the head of the Adenka family. Two martial arts masters representing this era were present. Two swords touched, forming an X shape. Hoka declared the final round of the friendly meeting, the match everyone had been waiting for a long time. It was about to begin. Both Vin and Kagon carried a fighting spirit. The stands echoed with constant cheering, and the arena felt like it was about to burst. Julian asked Vin Tran, "You haven't forgotten about your current condition, right? Your injured heart can absolutely only withstand one sword strike at most." Therefore, Vin Tran had to find Kagon's opening and win in a single blow. Vin gripped his sword tightly. Then, he would start with Great Thunder to test Kagon. An extremely beautiful ultimate move was unleashed by Vin Tran first. However, Kagon still stood there calmly, facing it. He even arrogantly asked, "Is that Great Thunder?" Without wasting much effort, Kagon simply held out his hand, creating terrifying lightning, easily blocking Vin's Great Thunder. Vin couldn't believe his eyes. Kagon's lightning had truly terrifying power. He was satisfied with Vin's expression and arrogantly asked, "That's your challenge?" Kagon wore a sinister smile. "Unfortunately, Vin Tran, I have to burn you to ashes to be satisfied." Vin Tran panicked and struck out. That red mana, as if burning, could it be the one he had experienced before? Even though he had tried it, he could not forget the mana secret technique of the Samion family. The thing that had caused him to suffer defeat. The type of mana that uses the user's vitality to blaze, the Bloody Emperor's might. Kagon assumed Vin knew what this was. There was no way he wouldn't know. Then he didn't hesitate to attack Vin Tran, to see if he knew how to neutralize it. Vin Tran held his sword forward. He had to use the reinforcement technique with the Blood Lotus to block that attack, but things didn't go as he thought. A sword strike slashed straight through his shoulder. Vin Tran couldn't believe his eyes. He asked himself, "Did I just get slashed?" Vin Tran was slashed without having any chance to resist. Kagon was decisive, leaving no trace. Vin Tran couldn't help but wonder why he had such terrifying speed. What kind of Bloody Emperor's might had such an effect? What Kagon had achieved had exceeded even the ability of Kagon in his youth. Kagon didn't hesitate at all and continued to attack Vin Tran. "You've been thinking too much." Very fortunately, Vin Tran managed to block this attack of his just in time. Kagon still didn't stop attacking. "That arrogant look of yours from the first and second rounds, did you throw it to the dogs? Why don't you act like you can defeat me anymore?" He wouldn't let Vin Tran have a chance to swing another sword. Vin Tran exerted all his strength, using all his inner energy to block the attack. Neither side yielded. Both put their all into ensuring victory. The two attacks collided, creating a shocking explosion. Khan looked toward the arena, worried, not knowing if Vin Tran was okay or not. In contrast, Vankia wore an expectant look. She believed the winner was Kagon. The smoke was so thick that the result inside couldn't be clearly seen. Vin silently calculated that the Bloody Emperor's might would weaken if the battle dragged on, so he had to time it precisely to be able to win. Kagon continued to attack. He wouldn't let Vin Tran have any chance to rest. He was brimming with bloodthirsty spirit, rushing relentlessly toward Vin Tran. With this new moon slash, he would let Vin Tran taste the feeling of defeat. Vin Tran stood motionless there, trying to think of a way to win. As Kagon slashed powerfully toward him, another terrifying explosion occurred. On the ground was a long trench caused by Kagon's previous slash. Kagon stood there, looking at the result he had just caused. He thought he had won, so he bared his teeth in a triumphant laugh, a crazed smile. He found it very satisfying. This is the result for anyone who dares to challenge the Samion clan. While he was enjoying himself, Vin Tran suddenly spoke up. "Is that really all Kagon has? Now, the real battle officially begins." Vin Tran utilized the third form of the Amaloon swordsmanship, his body radiating intense killing intent as he gripped his sword. Looking at Kagon, he didn't hold back at all. This sword technique was derived from the memories of his past life, where Vin had defeated his opponent easily. A single strike was enough to send the opponent's sword flying. Afterward, he delivered a powerful kick to his opponent's face, mocking him. How boring, even as the opponent collapsed. Why is it that having two arms makes you even worse than a loser? If you're this pathetic, you might as well quit sword arts. Vin Tran was sitting there, observing the entire situation. He was deep in thought about Kagon's actions and words when a figure appeared. Someone asked him why Kagon was still attacking even though the winner had already been decided. Vin Tran didn't answer. He simply told her that she had done well. She told him to stop being so rigid and to just call her Fen. How many times did she have to say it? Vin had met Fen at the Samion clan's arena. They were nothing but puppets used as background noise to make Kagon's power shine. Fen suddenly asked Vin about what he had said before. Did he really think so? What Vin Tran had said was that he would defeat that thing, defeating a young master whose very existence was a complete cheat. Hearing this, Vin Tran sighed. Yeah, it's a stupid dream, isn't it? Fen replied. No, it isn't. Vin was the only one who truly tried to defeat Kagon. Fen believed he was the only one capable of doing it. Fen was a talented martial artist and a loyal friend, someone who never denied Vin Tran's dream but supported him to the very end. But Fen had grown powerful too quickly. This led to something unfortunate. The claws of the Samion clan reached out when Fen became too strong, and he fell into a trap set by the elders of the Samion clan. But fortunately, Fen had left this sword technique to Vin. The third form of Amulun was a skill completely opposite to the Samion clan's techniques, consuming very little mana. It was the Amulun Greatsword technique, fast attack, fast victory. Kagon, too, was seeing this new sword technique for the first time. Vin Tran held his sword, proudly declaring the justice of the Adenka clan. This was a sword technique belonging to someone who had sacrificed everything for it. Kagon didn't show any remorse. He simply replied indifferently, "Is that so? If that's the case, then I'm sure it's just a useless skill." Having said that, he relentlessly charged toward Vin Tran, attacking continuously. Vin Tran's eyes flared with strong resolve, giving him an answer of, absolutely not. Vin Tran used the Amulun swordsmanship, successfully blocking all of Kagon's attacks. Kagon's entire body was pressing down on Vin's sword, yet he couldn't do a thing. Still, he arrogantly claimed that he would break this cheap skill with ease. Kagon used his new swordsmanship, the flowing feather sword, to break Vin's technique, with immense pressure. Vin Tran felt as if he were facing the young Kagon all over again. But this time was different. He would completely defeat him. Kagon laughed maniacally, saying his next strike would send Vin Tran to hell. With that, he vanished into thin air right before Vin Tran's eyes. Vin Tran couldn't believe he had simply disappeared right in front of him. The crowd in the stands was stunned. Would Kagon appear from thin air just like in the second round? Vin Tran heard this and suddenly realized. He smiled. Right. Of course. And then, he easily dodged the attack Kagon had worked so hard to execute. Kagon was caught off guard. He couldn't believe Vin could predict the trajectory of his blade. Vin calmly replied that it was because Kagon would lower his right foot first, and then he would retreat into the empty space behind him to dodge. Vin Tran was reading him like a book. Just as Vin Tran said, under his attack, Kagon had to step back to evade. Kagon was furious, pointing his sword at Vin Tran and asking what tricks he had used. Vin Tran coolly replied that it was because of Kagon's arrogant nature he wanted to stab from above. As he said this, Vin Tran thrust his sword across Kagon. He ducked and dodged. However, Vin Tran smiled and said, because of that, doing the opposite isn't hard at all. Now, he could be certain that Kagon was using the exact same strategy as Kagon. Normally, that would mean he was incredibly strong. But for him, this meant something else entirely. Because in this world, no one understood Kagon's swordsmanship better than Vin. Kagon was absolutely livid. He shouted, "Damn it! Just die already, Vin." Vin kept thinking that Kagon was a genius. He could use his power to control any situation, but if something unexpected happened, he would completely lose his mind and attack recklessly. Even in that weakness, Kagon was exactly like Kagon. Vin Tran calmly used the first form of the Amulun swordsmanship, the Great Sword Twin Waves. Kagon was still constantly attacking him. This time, Vin would show him what a real fight was. Vin's eyes were determined. Kagon, wait for it, I'm coming for you. With just one move, its energy covered everything. The first form of Amulun easily broke Kagon's sword. Witnessing it all, Kagon still couldn't believe what had just happened. His eyes widened in shock. It can't be I lost again? The stands erupted in cheers. The Adenka clan could win all 3 rounds. Vin Tran was exhausted by now. It was lucky the match ended quickly, because the absolute sword strike wasn't the only skill affecting his heart. But Kagon hadn't given up yet. Don't make me laugh. This round isn't over yet. Vin Tran couldn't understand what was happening to Kagon's mana. The mana was becoming increasingly dense. Kagon laughed because he had just practiced it, so it was a bit dangerous, but he couldn't let Vin Tran hide his true power. Kagon used a technique that restored the sword in his hand, the blessing of the Sword Saint, the Crimson Spirit Sword. Khan sat watching the situation, also stunned by this technique. However, the person even more surprised was Lady Vankia. She hadn't expected Kagon to have another blessing. The blessing of the sacred sword gives its owner expert swordsmanship talent, but when one reaches its peak, they receive an additional blessing. And the power of the blessing would transform the user's sword into a different form. Kagon was at the highest level of the 4-star boundary. Vin Tran asked in shock what kind of blessing he had. He was truly using all his power for the Blood Emperor's might. It was dangerous for him because he was channeling an immense amount of power. He glanced at Vin coldly and headed toward him to attack, even thanking him for his concern. Vin couldn't believe that after everything, Kagon still had this much stamina left. Vin Tran tried to block the attack, but it had terrifying power. This power created extreme wind pressure that reached all the way to the stands. Vin Tran was still trying his best to resist, but the situation didn't look good. Vin's Amelun sword had signs of cracking. It was about to break. Kagon smiled contentedly, seeing Vin Tran risking his life. Throughout the 2 previous matches, he had only managed to smirk, so he wouldn't care about his own life either. Even if his body shattered because of the sword, he would defeat Vin Tran. Vin would be the same. Kagon was exactly like Kagon. He would never accept defeat at his hands, even if he had to risk his own life to do it. Then the 2 sides clashed violently. Each sword strike swung out continuously. Both sides poured all their strength into this final showdown. And then, with just a few moves, the Amelun swordsmanship was completely shattered. Kagon gloated. Finally, this sword technique is broken, right? And when the sword is broken, use your fists. Vin Tran quickly swung a punch at him, but Kagon saw it and managed to defend in time. However, with his super strength, he was still sent flying back by Vin Tran's punch. Both stood a distance apart, staring at each other without blinking. Both had reached their physical limits. They would bet everything on this final blow. Kagon used the final form of the Crimson Bloodsong swordsmanship, the Absolute Sword, and Vin Tran shifted to the 3rd form, as if another body appeared behind him. Kagon attacked Vin with the Blood Moon Butterfly technique, and Vin didn't hold back either. He used the Giant Thunder to counter him. The Absolute Sword, combined with the power of Giant Thunder, this would cut through the target and lead to an explosion. Kagon could no longer see anything in front of him. His vision was blocked, and then Vin Tran suddenly lunged down from above at high speed. It was then that Kagon realized Vin Tran had used the final move just to create a smoke bomb to block his vision. Vin Tran, with burning determination, looked at the Samion house. Listen carefully, Samion clan. From now on, all of you are nothing but challengers. With this single attack from Vin Tran, young Master Kagon could no longer continue the match. Vin stared at Kagon. He had completely defeated him, and the result was clear. The winner of the 3rd match is Cadet Vin. Everyone in the stands stood up in joy. How many years had it been? The Adenka house had finally produced a talent. Everyone chanted in unison, Vin Tran, Vin Tran, Vin Tran. Vin Tran gazed toward the stands, where the crowd kept chanting his name. Finally, he had done it. He had defeated Kagon and the Sami clan. Both the Vin Tran of his past life and the one in this life had succeeded. He had finally fulfilled the wish he had made so long ago. An announcement echoed. The interview would take place after his treatment. Healers, hurry up! While the announcement was still playing, a sword slash cut across the air. Debak was furious. His strike had even cracked the table. Tielu Van didn't fare much better. He was so enraged he couldn't even speak. At the arena, having witnessed everything and the victory Vin had brought, Raelsa said to Merlin, Young Master Vin has grown up, hasn't he? I suppose even you have to admit you lost this bet, Merlin. Outside the arena, discussions about this year's friendly match were already buzzing. Both were incredibly strong. Raven asked Khan if he thought he could defeat the 2 of them. Khan answered confidently that he could. After all, the Vatican family was renowned for their spear techniques, standing on par with the Adenka and Sami houses. Khan secretly thought to himself, I really want to fight Vin. Is there a way? After pondering for a while, he came up with a brilliant idea. He was certain Vin Tran was staying in the city since he was a cadet. So, Khan decided to contact Revan's father. He wanted to join the Blood Citadel as well. Vin Tran opened his eyes, but his vision was still blurry. He didn't know where he was. He remembered defeating Kagon and then resting. Right? Oh no, where was he? Could this be a world inside his own memories? Suddenly, countless hands appeared from nowhere, reaching toward Vin Tran. Those hands belonged to strange, bizarre monsters, and they were surrounded by a suffocating aura of death. Even though Vin Tran kept asking who they were, they didn't reply, and only lunged at him faster. Only now did Vin Tran realize these monsters intended to attack him. He drew his sword and easily cut down each one. He felt a very strange sensation. It felt as if it were the spirit of the great devil, Maven. Then, an image appeared before him that left Vin Tran even more stunned. It was Kagon. His entire body was shrouded in terrifying red smoke. He stared straight at Vin Tran, smiled, and said, "There you are." Vin Tran shouted, "Kagon, what the hell are you doing?" Kagon didn't care, and suddenly lunged to attack him. He surged forward with bloodthirsty intensity, rushing toward Vin Tran without pause. The mana pressure was so intense that Vin Tran's body couldn't move at all. But then, a source of light suddenly appeared from somewhere, slashing across Kagon's stomach. Where did this light come from? Vin Tran couldn't help but be on guard. Then, a familiar figure fell from the sky, causing Vin Tran's eyes to widen in shock. The person who had appeared and attacked Kagon just now was Aslan. Seeing Aslan, Vin immediately asked what all this meant. Before Aslan could answer, a terrifyingly massive monster appeared beside them. Vin was horrified. He asked Aslan what that monster was. "It is the Great Devil, the one who caused all this chaos," Aslan replied. Looking at Vin Tran, Aslan shouted, "There's no more time. That bastard has noticed your presence, so you must recover quickly. Surpass the Sami clan and face the full truth that I have left behind." Vin Tran didn't understand, and just as he was about to ask more, Aslan cut him off. Everything now relied on Vin Tran. No matter how much Vin Tran called out, Aslan didn't answer, and heroically charged toward the Great Devil. A series of voices calling, "Vin, Vin, are you okay?" kept echoing. Finally, Vin Tran woke up from the dream. Selbira asked him worriedly if he felt unwell anywhere. Vin Tran rubbed his head. He had surpassed the Sami clan, so why couldn't he see the truth yet? Was he still missing something to fully master the Adenka secret scroll? As Vin Tran was lost in his chaotic thoughts, there was a knock at the door. It was his father, who entered and asked to bother Vin Tran for a moment. Khan's arrival not only surprised Vin Tran but also left the other cadets feeling flustered. Khan told everyone he would only be a moment, so they should relax. Selbira shyly asked Khan when the Adenka family would arrive. Khan praised Vin Tran for doing a good job, noting that he had kept his promise to him once again. Therefore, it was only right that he reward him. He wondered if Vin Tran had any wishes. Hearing this, Vin Tran thought to himself, the thing he lacked was the most fundamental thing. So, he told Khan that he was not yet a true Adenka. He still needed a master to teach him the Adenka sword style. Khan grew silent. He asked, "Do you know that the Adenka elders don't like you at all?" Vin knew, of course. "But today, I defeated the Sami clan, taking another step toward completing the Adenka scroll. If even after that, they still oppose finding me a teacher, then I will have to be disrespectful to the elders." Hearing this, Khan smiled with satisfaction. He stroked his beard, said he would handle it, and told Vin Tran to follow him. And so, the father and son walked outside together. Raelsa and Merlin were already standing there waiting. Vin happily walked over to greet Raelsa, but when he turned to Merlin, he hesitated slightly. In the end, he was able to recognize him. This surprised Merlin. He remembered Vin had said he would remember his name, but he didn't expect him to actually keep his word. Raelsa stepped forward to introduce Merlin. "He is an 8-star martial artist and a wielder of thunder. That is why I suggested him to be your teacher, Vin Tran." Merlin politely asked to reintroduce himself properly. "I am the vice commander of the White Sword Squad, currently serving under the Royal Dragon Guild. I am Merlin Fanker." Hearing the name Fanker left Vin Tran unable to hide his shock. He immediately asked about the name. It surprised him because Fanker was Aslan's old family name. At the same time, at the Sami family's main mansion, Vankia sat on her throne and asked Kagon, "Do you know why you lost?" It was because Vin had seen right through him, and he had lost his composure, becoming overly agitated. Kagon had brought shame upon himself. Hearing this, he could only apologize. Vankia placed her hand on his head. After all, failure was the mother of success. But if he dared to make that mistake again, Vankia would personally peel his skin and pull out his tendons. Kagon smiled brightly at that. He had remembered, but suddenly, his eyes shot out a red light. He was comforting someone. He knew it was angry about losing, but they were in front of his mother now, so it had to calm down. And the person he was comforting was actually his own ancestor. Kagon's ancestor had come here too. He had seen it. He had seen Vin Tran. Just then, on Vin's side, seeing his panicked expression, Merlin asked in confusion, "Yes, that is my family name. Is there a problem?" Vin didn't hide it, and explained, "Oh, no. I mean, could it be that Sir Merlin here holds a higher position than I imagined?" Raelsa stepped in to explain. The Fanker family is one of the oldest martial arts families that has served the Adenka house since its founding. They are of middle standing, neither too high nor too low. Hearing this, Vin Tran imagined it for himself. But there was one thing that made him think. How did that work? The Fanker family changed their name to Adenka, yet their own family name, Fanker, still exists? Raelsa continued. He has completed his registration at the Citadel, so he can start teaching the young master from tomorrow. Merlin added, next time we meet, we will be master and student. I apologize in advance if I happen to be disrespectful to you later, sir. Young Master Vin Tran smiled brightly and replied, I will also humbly learn from you, Sir Merlin. Khan, standing behind him, gave some parting advice. Keep pushing yourself further, Vin. Vin turned to answer his father. Yes, sir. His father stared at him with eyes full of trust. You must try, because you never know what the Vantu board of directors might do to you. At that moment, in a room, Debach slammed his table in anger. It's happened. The thing we were always afraid of has happened. Vin Tran has become the hero who defeated the Sami clan, and now, we have no chance to interfere with that brat's growth anymore. How do you intend to take responsibility for this, Elder Tiulu Van? The elder looked pale and replied, I have nothing to defend myself with. Vin Tran has grown beyond our imagination. Phi Daniel frowned in annoyance upon hearing the elder's answer and retorted, Wasn't this your idea alone, Elder Tiulu Van? He remained silent, but his heart was filled with fear. That brat dares to say I'm trying to make excuses? Why are they trying to use me as a scapegoat? He spoke up. Let's think of a solution together. At the same time, in another place, blood splattered before an elder's eyes. He trembled in fear and asked the person in front of him, Why would you do this? Vankia advanced with murderous intent, her voice grinding as she replied, I want to ask you that. Why did you hire those mages? Tell the truth, Elder Halion. She said this while using a white cloth to wipe the blood off her beautiful sword. Seeing Vankia's ruthless aura made the elder so scared, he nearly lost control of his bladder. I only wanted to add a bit of flair to the Sami clan's victory. He didn't hesitate for a second, stomping his foot hard against the wall right next to the old man to intimidate him. So, the Samon house expects you to polish their victory, huh? I've always despised politics and underhanded tricks. They don't suit the title of a martial artist at all. Vin Tran thought about his own frustrations. Because of those politics, he had never been able to have a proper one-on-one duel with that scumbag. He continued, We have never had any association or involvement with the Magic Tower or other organizations. This is my own path to success, for the sake of the Samon house. He turned his back, his eyes carrying a hint of sorrow. And yet, I'm still powerless against the elders of the Samon clan, no matter what I try. He then glared threateningly. So, why don't you be sensible and retire to the background? Go grow some vegetables or raise some fish. Find something to do for your twilight years. The old man, understanding the situation, replied, I will do as you say. And so, Vankia spared the Samon elder. He slammed the door shut, leaving the old man alone in the room. The elder approached the magic stone on the side and touched it lightly. The other end connected. I'm listening. The Samon elder was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead as he cursed. What the hell is going on here? I thought you had already intervened in the second or third act? Tiulu Van. He hesitated, searching for an excuse for a moment before speaking. Thanks to the appearance of Khan and Vankia, we couldn't make a move. Plus, Vin Tran's abilities have exceeded our expectations. On the other side of the line, the man wouldn't stop shouting. How dare you use that as an excuse? If this keeps up, we won't be able to avoid being blamed for trying to stop Vin Tran. And those elders aren't the problem. The problem is that we will become a thorn in their side. The elder proposed that they must come up with a plan immediately, to get rid of that Vin Tran brat as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in his room, Vin Tran was fast asleep when he suddenly sensed danger and woke up instantly. A mysterious man beside him tried to thrust a sword into his chest, but he quickly dodged it, drew his own blade, and took a defensive stance. Who is it? How did you get in here? The stranger pulled the sword from where his pillow had been and replied, I was sure you were asleep. Your reflexes are quite sharp. As it turned out, the one who ambushed him in his sleep was his master, Merlin. His voice was warm, yet tinged with coldness as he spoke to his apprentice. It's past midnight. From now on, you must call me master. Vin, your reflexes are sharp, but your observation skills are still lacking. You haven't even realized that you're in a very strange place. Vin looked around, startled. Merlin explained that it was a magic dungeon used for the first stage, created by the head of the department. If you can pass my training, I will let you go. Otherwise, don't even dream of leaving. Vin asked, confused and bewildered. What are we even supposed to do here? Merlin replied with a stern expression. Break your great lightning and reshape it. Your orientation is completely off. Vin Tran broke into a sweat, not understanding. Merlin asked, What are you talking about, master? He reached into his robe to take something out and gently explained. You don't understand its potential. This is a prerequisite that needs to be firmly established before learning the Adenka family sword technique. Seeing the necklace Merlin brought out, Vin asked, "Is this?" Merlin put it on himself and told him, "This is a special pendant created from magic. Only by using great lightning can it be destroyed. Your mission is to destroy this pendant, and only then should you think about learning the Adenka sword technique." Suddenly, Vin Tran stood up seriously and replied, "I must become stronger. I must become a true Adenka to face the truth. I will destroy that pendant at any cost and master the Adenka sword technique." He channeled magic into his sword and launched himself at Merlin, aiming to shatter the necklace. Merlin was no pushover. He unleashed his immense power, eventually sending Vin Tran flying back. He used his hands and feet to brace himself, struggling not to be thrown too far. He was drenched in sweat. Looking up, he couldn't help but question that terrifying power. It was a gaze that seemed to look right through his soul. Merlin called out to his disciple, "Watch closely, Vin Tran. This is what real great lightning looks like." At that moment, Julian's soul appeared. The boy and Vin Tran opened their eyes wide, staring at the massive sight before them. Julian exclaimed in surprise, "That looks completely different from anything we've seen before, doesn't it?" Merlin furrowed his brows, lightning flashing across his eyes, and ordered the Thunder God to attack him. The Thunder God swung his hammer hard at where Vin Tran stood. Vin raised his hand to shield his face, making sure the debris wouldn't hit his eyes. He jumped away, but because he was so startled and didn't anticipate the movement, his leap was too much, and he slammed his back against the ground. Vin was affected by the electrical discharge. He couldn't stop thinking, "What is that blue lightning? It's completely different from mine and Morlon's." Merlin approached him and spoke, "I apologize. I'm not really the type of person who is suited for teaching, so I'm not confident in my ability to explain things in detail or teach in a systematic, scientific way. For now, I only know how to use the method I think is best. Until you understand what true great lightning is, my great lightning will be your opponent." Time slowly passed, and the invisible mouse crept through every corner, scouting every spot. At the mansion, the servants were busy washing all of Vin Tran's dirty clothes. Over at the Blood Castle, everyone was struggling with a mountain of documents that needed processing. The mouse passed by a group of soldiers, and in an alleyway, a familiar figure appeared. It was Tulu van Adenka. He seemed to be plotting something. The invisible mouse continued on to another room. A blue light from a portal appeared. The mouse looked up at the portal in the room, then teleported to another place covered in snow. The mouse scurried over and waved its hand. A slender hand picked it up to listen. She replied, "Oh, really? I guess everyone is doing their job well. Right? You've worked hard. So that's how it is? Are you worried about the young master too?" As it turned out, the person using the mouse was Ceres, Vin's servant. She looked up at the sky, thinking to herself, "It's been a whole week since the young master started his training, and he's still not done. I wonder if he's getting enough rest? I hope he's not pushing his body too hard." Currently, in the cave, only Vin Tran and Merlin were training together. Vin launched himself into the fight against his master with everything he had. Looking into Vin's eyes, Merlin constantly analyzed his current power levels. "Just as I thought, every time he's backed into a corner, the kid uses the same trick. He melts down lightning energy, using a very strange sword technique, though he's still green." Merlin spoke as if he could predict the future. Vin Tran used the Vi-electric reinforcement technique, and Merlin also used his own ultimate move. The two of them engaged each other, one attacking head-on, the other setting up a rigorous defense. Vin Tran was truly surprised. He frowned and thought, "The range of his strikes is so wide, and I didn't expect that defensive layer to keep expanding and overpowering the whole area." Vin struggled to resist. "The power isn't as strong as my gold lightning, but how can he create such terrifying pressure over such a vast area?" Merlin appeared from behind. Vin Tran didn't forget to lecture his student. "Just standing there admiring it won't do you any good." Merlin then swung his sword horizontally, but luckily, Vin dodged to the side. Seeing Merlin's necklace, Vin quickly regained his composure and lunged forward, trying to snatch it. As it came within reach, he reached out to grab it. But it won't be that easy. Master Merlin cleverly ducked down. Vin Tran cursed in his heart. "He let me have the chance to grab the pendant on purpose." Merlin didn't hesitate to poke the base of his sword right into Vin's ribs. Vin Tran was in agony, eventually lying motionless like a corpse. Merlin stared at him, thinking, "The kid's movements have improved, but his great lightning hasn't improved even a little bit. That's enough for now. Let's rest a bit." After waking up from the sharp pain a while later, he sat on a rock, drinking a sip of water. Julian said to him with concern, "I don't know when Merlin will let us rest again. so drink as much water as you can. Vin Tran wiped the corner of his mouth and replied quietly. I know. He asked difficult questions. Even if I discharge as much electric light as I can, or expand the range of my attacks, I still can't overcome that blue lightning. It's like double-body great lightning. What is fundamentally different from me? Julian complained on Vin's behalf. Why is that bottle so low on water? How stingy. Vin sat drinking the water and whispered, Don't complain. Be lucky we even have some to drink. Suddenly, a train of thought flashed through his mind. What if there isn't a single drop of water? Vin Tran imagined a wave of water in his mind, and he seemed to have discovered something new. He shouted out, making everyone turn their heads. Vin Tran smiled brightly and said, At first, I thought I had to suppress the lightning energy before releasing it, as if I had to save the water in this bottle. But it turns out from the very beginning, I didn't need to do that. I just need to let it naturally flow through everything in my veins and transmit it to my sword. Then, he dissipated the lightning energy in his body. Merlin laughed wildly with excitement, his inner thoughts reflecting his pride. The kid finally understands. He tells him that the lesson isn't over yet. That doesn't mean he's exempt from destroying this thing. Can you handle it? Looking at the necklace in front of him, he replies confidently, Sure, let me give it a try. And so, the battle between the two erupts once again. Merlin coldly aims his sword directly at him, but Vin Tran quickly reacts, running out from behind to launch a sneak attack. He puts all his strength into a strike against his mentor. Merlin, quick as lightning, raises his sword to block the lethal blow. The clash of magic between the two creates a massive explosion. Merlin steps back, carefully observing his surroundings. By running in circles, Vin has created a deadly vortex around Merlin. Is this footwork a skill from Rael? Feeling that was enough running, Vin decides to charge in head-on. He swings his greatsword down at his opponent. The two swords collide, sending sparks and lightning flying everywhere. Yet, Merlin remains unscathed. He even lectures him. Rosa and I have been friends for a long time, so we know each other's techniques very well. You're out of luck, Vin Tran. Merlin uses his strength to blast both the sword and Vin's body away. Vin Tran struggles, thinking, the great sword attack was broken. Too dangerous. Suddenly, his eyes catch something. It turns out to be the scar running along his mentor's eye. A deep, old scar from a time when his master was overwhelmed by an opponent, so much so that he didn't even have a chance to treat the wound. Pain, fear, humiliation, and the ultimate failure for a martial artist. That must be a fatal weakness. Merlin lunges at him without a second thought. Vin Tran quickly slashes near Merlin's scar, causing him to instinctively dodge to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Vin grabs the necklace and pulls it hard and fast. The necklace slowly cracks into pieces. Finally, it shatters completely. Vin Tran clutches the necklace as he collapses to the ground. Merlin instinctively touches the scar on his face. He feels that the boy is much more mature than his youthful appearance suggests. He keeps thinking, he aimed for this scar? What should I say? For a 14-year-old kid, he's quite experienced. Then Merlin makes his decision. You passed. I will teach you the Adenka sword style. Vin Tran forces himself to stand with his sword, grinning as he replies, Are you serious, master? The teacher smiles with intrigue and says, Just wait and see. What's coming will be far more painful than this battle. A day passes, and Vin Tran returns home. Everyone curiously follows him. The girl with purple hair asks, So, you've been fighting in that confined space for the entire week? Season is full of admiration. You're amazing, Vin. He replies to them, What's the big deal? But the spirit of the ancient warrior disagrees and appears to answer him. Young martial artists don't usually do that. At the same time, Siri runs over to call her master. Vin Tran looks at her, confused, and asks, Siri, what's wrong? She says, with a serious face, This was just delivered for you, young master. Looking at the mission paper, Season leans in from the left, curious. A target mission for a 9th class cadet? Selbira, on the right, adds, And it was sent directly to Vin, too. He stares at it intently and says, This is a bit unusual, isn't it? Hearing this, Siri replies, Usually, missions like this are assigned to 7th class or higher. Julian, flying beside them, asks curiously, Look at that, bro. Vin Tran looks up and replies, What is it, Julian? The kid reads the text on the paper to him. The ones who requested this mission are the elders of Adenka. Selbira observes his expression and asks confidently, Vin, what's wrong? Do you need someone's help? Season is equally confident. Since we've been training with you, we've become stronger. We can help with something. His eyes darken, and he remains silent. When he arrives at his mentor's place, Merlin watches him closely and asks, You intend to go alone? Why? Vagon sits nearby, folding his hands as he speaks. This is your first mission. I think it's quite dangerous for you to act on your own. Vin Tran stands firm and says, that is exactly why I will go alone. The elders blatantly dumped this mission on me, so it must be a test. Or Merlin furrows his brow, understanding his point. A trap. They are probably trying to eliminate you because you're standing in their way. Vagan adds, I agree with Master Merlin. In this situation, it is too dangerous for you to go alone. Vin Tran places a hand on his chest and replies solemnly, General, this is my battle, and safely escaping this trap will be my victory. There is only one truth. I must become stronger. This declaration surprises his mentor. He continues, even if I accidentally become a victim in this power struggle, I must accept it, because I am also an Adenka clansman. He clenches his fist as if the victory were already his. General Vagan sighs, unable to argue, and gives in to his wishes. So, you've truly made up your mind. I accept your expedition. Don't embarrass the Blood City cadets. Vin Tran smiles and promises on his honor. Yes, sir. Vin Tran Adenka, 9th class cadet, will take responsibility for this mission. Meanwhile, Hoka Ken is lying on the roof of the Blood City, humming in the wind. Suddenly, a voice interrupts the atmosphere, making her pout. Are you being lazy again? Hoka Ken replies, how rude. I'm just resting a bit. Just a little. She looks up at Vagon and asks, I heard Vin Tran just received a mission, right? The general, standing nearby, replies, I thought you weren't interested in managing the cadets. Hoka Ken responds cheerfully, what's that supposed to mean? I am the city lord, after all. So, who is the mastermind? She becomes serious, getting straight to the point. Vagon looks at her and says, they call themselves the Council of Elders, but I am certain it is that old man Tiulu Van. Hoka Ken ponders, that cunning old man, Tiulu Van. Giving a mission to Vin Tran certainly isn't for any good reason. Suddenly, a subordinate calls out to her loudly, City Lord, it's an emergency. Currently, there's an unidentified martial artist causing trouble right in front of the city. He calls her through a magic stone. He keeps insisting on seeing Vin Tran, but because he refused to follow our rules, we were forced to engage him. Soldiers confront the man and shout a warning. Don't let him get closer. Identify yourself. Or else. His subordinate whispers nervously. Young master, we should follow the regulations and come back later. The orange-haired man says irritably, why? I only came to talk. He grips his weapon tightly and declares, don't make me repeat myself. He channels his spiritual energy into his weapon, threatening them, then insists on seeing Vin Tran at all costs. The soldiers say to each other, stop him, don't let him into the city, then use a spear-breaking technique. The first move is launched at the Blood City subordinates, but unexpectedly, something stops his projectile. The orange-haired guy turns his head in panic and shouts, what the hell, a whip? Then, the whip continues to wrap around his body, rendering him unable to move. A person jumps down from above and speaks. I've already confirmed your identity with that spear technique, young Master Revan. Why don't you stop here? If things get out of control, it will become an inconvenience for both of us. His subordinate behind him calls out in panic, young master. At the same time, another person appears. They threaten, if you move, I will cut off your head. Vagon, behind the subordinate, uses magic to suppress him. The guy stands frozen, thinking, a mage? He must belong to the 4 circles? No, more than 5 circles. The subordinate speaks. A 5-circle mage and a woman possessing a whip that can be customized to the user's will. You must be the manager of this fortress, right? Hoka Ken stands still on the ramparts and replies, I guess you know quite a bit, don't you? The caretaker says, yes, I am the city lord here. Hoka Ken is my name. Why would someone from the elite guard come here? Revan breaks free from her whip and speaks up. You really are the city lord? Hoka Ken is beyond surprised to see this bastard. He could escape her binding technique? Suddenly, Revan excitedly suggests, I have a request. Please accept me as a cadet for Blood City. This statement leaves Hoka Ken completely stunned, forced to exclaim, what? Currently, at the entrance of Tuon City, Julian senses the air and shouts, how long has it been since I saw a forest covered in snow like this? Vin Tran agrees. Yes, it is truly refreshing. The kid asks Vin Tran, what about the mission? Isn't it a bit too easy? I don't see how the elders could interfere at all. Looking at the paper, he replies, on the surface, it seems so. The goal of the mission given to me by the elders is to take down a specific goblin. Julian says, slightly panicked, could the goblin just be bait leading into another trap? He replies, don't let your guard down, Julian. Goblins are creatures that live in groups. Individually, they are weak, but they use their numerical advantage and are extremely smart hunters. However, This bastard is alone. Julian asks, why would that be? Vin doesn't know either. Perhaps it was abandoned by its pack, or it became strong enough that it no longer needed protection and slaughtered its entire pack. The kid hears this and gets goosebumps all over. Julian says worriedly, all right, I'll plan for the worst-case scenario then. Vin Tran smiles and thanks him for his kindness. By its pack, or it has become strong enough to no longer need the protection of its pack, and it slaughtered the whole lot. The young man got goosebumps hearing this. Julian said anxiously, all right, I'll draw up a plan for the worst-case scenario. Vin Tran smiled brightly, thanking him for his kindness. Then he rushed toward the carriage and shouted, according to the reports, it should be somewhere around here. Vin Tran jumped onto the footboard, tossed a pouch of coins to the driver, and said, this covers our fare. The man replied, confused, but we're still a long way from 2 nickel. He replied, that's fine. I'll be getting off here early. Looking up and seeing him climbing onto the roof out of nowhere left the man stunned. He instructed the driver, please, get out of this forest as fast as you can. The man asked, panicked, what are you talking about? It's dangerous. Get down here right now. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Vin Tran had vanished without a trace. He moved deep into the forest and stopped in the middle of the area. It seemed Vin Tran was planning something. Feeling far enough away, he summoned his sword and said excitedly, time to go find that goblin, shall we? Channeling his power, manifesting his true form. Vin Tran wanted to show off the strength he had learned from his beloved teacher Merlin. He had even managed to summon the thunder god giant, Ryu. Although Lam Loi lacked raw power, it radiated far and fast. It could cover the entire area with just a small amount of lightning, detecting every movement. He closed his eyes to focus, then discovered something strange. Within the silent circle, he sensed something moving. Was that the goblin? It was growling, hunting for its own prey. The dense purple aura radiating from it was exactly what Vin Tran used to sense it. Vin Tran teleported closer. He hid behind a tree, his face turning pale as he witnessed this disgusting goblin. It was far too big to be classified as just a goblin. He focused on its body and thought, what the hell are those markings? Julian's spirit appeared, frowning. Could it be a chimera created through black magic? He wondered. A chimera? Vin Tran struggled with his calculations. A chimera, huh? I can't confirm its combat capabilities just by its appearance. I have to approach it very carefully. Suddenly, his intuition warned him that something strange was entering the trap he had set with his lightning. That something was getting closer. Could it be an assassin sent by the elders? Vin Tran stood in a defensive stance. Suddenly, a beam of light flew straight at his face, but thanks to his agility, he managed to dodge to the side. A spear? The person's footsteps grew closer as they called out, I almost didn't catch you there. Nice to meet you, Vin Tran. This is our first time meeting, right? I've come here to challenge you. Let's see who will claim the glory. It turned out the one who had struck at Vin Tran was that cheeky guy, Revan. Vin Tran asked, confused, you want to challenge me? Looking at the badge on his chest, he couldn't help but analyze it. It was a 9th grade cadet badge. Who is that? There's no way I could overlook a 9th grade cadet. At the same time, the goblin, alerted by the earlier commotion, discovered his hiding spot. Vin Tran broke into a cold sweat and cursed inwardly. It used its bare hand to smash the trees, causing everything to shatter. He leaped to dodge the monster's lethal strike. Revan asked, trembling and panicked, what is that? A goblin? Vin shouted in fear, be careful, it might be a chimera. If you attack it without a plan, the goblin turned its gaze toward him, eyes burning with murderous intent, purely focused on killing. Then, with all its might, it lunged at Vin Tran. He gritted his teeth, thinking, it switched its target to that kid. He shouted a warning, it's dangerous, run. Revan calmly held out his hand. Suddenly, his spear flew from behind the monster and smacked it right on the head. Revan caught his weapon in his hand. After the staggering blow, the goblin wobbled and collapsed. Revan said excitedly, I might not know the details, but I do know that scumbags need to be beaten into a pulp. Meanwhile, back at Blood City, Hoka stretched and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, those annoying pests have left the fortress. Vagon, standing beside her, exclaimed, you did that on purpose, didn't you? She had accelerated the enrollment process and sent him to chase after Vin. Meddling with a descendant of the Vatican, the third most powerful family, was reckless, even for the Adenka elders. Vagon was happy and excited, because he knew her brilliant plan, and someone taking an interest in Vin would serve as a guarantee and reinforcement. She had used her head, right? Hoka Ken put her hands behind her back and played dumb. Who knows? I have no idea what you're talking about, teacher. After saying that, her face fell, and she spoke to the marshal. Lord Vagon, I still have some leave time, right? Currently, on Vin Tran's side, the monster focused all its might into its fist. Revan laughed gleefully and, going along with it, launched a strike at the monster's shoulder. It fell to the ground in pain, losing its balance. The goblin's face turned pale, but it seemed Revan didn't want to stop there. He jumped high into the air with his spear, thrusting it straight at the monster. But unfortunately, it managed to dodge to the side, then channeled its energy into its hand again, intending to pounce on him. The spear that had been stuck in the ground earlier popped up. Revan used it to slide past the goblin's massive body and slashed another blow right into its ribs. Vin Tran stood still on a nearby tree branch, watching Revan toy with the goblin. He couldn't help but feel confused, thinking, there's no room for me to intervene. Who is this kid? Can't compare him to swordsmen of the same age? He's on the same level as me and Kagon. Seeing Revan's competitive expression made the goblin feel a sense of fear. He continued to use another technique to confront it. Blessing of the piercing spear, universal specialty. It screamed in panic, shaking and terrified, unable to do anything. Finally, it was pierced through the shoulder by the orange-haired guy's spear. The destructive power of the spear made the monster's arm explode into pieces. Both Vin Tran and Julian were so surprised their jaws dropped. They whispered, "A goblin? He defeated it?" Suddenly, the goblin's arm started growing back. Revan turned his head, panicked, watching the severed part regenerate. It's like a dragon's arm. What a monstrous combination. Seeing its form made Revan scream in shock. Scales? Scales, you say? Vin Tran, on the branch, saw it too. That doesn't look normal. Dodge it. Its feet dug deep into the earth, and then it unleashed its strength, clawing at its opponent. Revan's eyes widened, thinking, those scales and that physical damage could it be? Vin Tran broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "What are you doing? Move your body, now." Suddenly, multiple beams of light enveloped the space. They wrapped around the brutal arm of the half-breed goblin. Revan recognized that technique. Silk threads? Like that? A person with a long ponytail controlled the strings wrapping around the monster's arm and spoke. "I've finally found you. It would be quite troublesome if you just ran around without telling me anything, young master." It turned out to be Revan's butler. He asked kindly, "Are you all right, Vin Tran?" Revan, seeing his subordinate, called out joyfully, "Thank you, Serkan. You saved me." Vin Tran, behind him, felt his hair stand on end, and asked, "That uniform, is he a butler?" The monster's hand struggled relentlessly. It broke free from the restraints and lunged to attack them both. Vin Tran shouted in panic. The threads broke. Butler Serkan frowned, sweating profusely. "I guess this isn't an ordinary goblin." Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath the goblin. Revan shouted in panic, "Magic seal? This goblin knows how to use magic too?" It glared at them with bloodshot eyes, then disappeared along with the circle right before everyone's eyes. The hand of the spellcaster appeared. A strange man stood on a rocky peak, looking down at the forest. That man coldly called out, "There is a problem, Lord E." After the monster disappeared, to everyone's astonishment, Julian was no exception, wondering, what just happened? Vin Tran knew its mana was moving far away, but first, there was something else. He looked at the two people in front of him and asked, "Who are you?" The long-haired young man behind replied, "Ah, we haven't introduced ourselves yet." He stepped forward, gesturing toward the grinning orange-haired guy, and said, "This is young Master Revan Vatican of the Vatican family, and I am his butler, Serkan." The boy stepped forward to introduce himself. "My name is Revan. Today I became a cadet in the city, and am following the principal's orders to find you." Hearing the family name, Julian was somewhat surprised. Vin Tran asked the boy, "You know this family?" The boy began to explain. The Vatican is one of the three famous martial arts families, along with the Adenka and the Sam. He is the son of the Vatican family, famous for their spearmanship. Vin Tran replied, not very surprised. "Of course. That explains his martial ability." Julian added, "But that's not all. Their family head, Pontianus, is famous for having only one child. That means he is the only heir of the Vatican family and the future head of the house." Vin Tran wondered, what is the only son of the Vatican house doing at the Adenka family's blood city? Julian chirped, "It seems you should join forces with them now." This made him a bit puzzled. Julian analyzed, "The only son of the Vatican can't be harmed. If we join Javan while the intentions of the elders are still unclear, he will act as a shield for us." The boy added, "And if they are strong, they will support us." Vin Tran smirked. "I guess I have the principal to thank." Serkan suddenly spoke up. "We also require an explanation from you, young Master Vin Tran." He added, "That suspicious monster. And why is a main house young master out on a mission all by himself?" His gaze was razor sharp. This wasn't just some ordinary monster-slaying quest. His tone was both probing and cautionary toward Vin Tran. I can't let my young master get caught up in the Adenka family's civil war. He added, being a cadet at Blood City is just a title. Depending on your explanation, we'll decide whether to follow you or not. Before he could answer, Raven ran out, spreading his arms to block the butler. Who cares about that? I've got something more important. He pointed straight at him and said, Vin Tran, I challenge you to a duel. This took him slightly by surprise, and he asked, a duel? Julian just remembered. He recalled the guy mentioning wanting to fight him earlier. Raven closed his eyes, reminiscing. I watched your sparring match. Your battle with Kagon really got me fired up. He gave a dangerous grin. My original plan was to take Kagon down, but I've changed my mind. With that, he pointed at Vin Tran. I want to get stronger alongside you, and eventually surpass you. Vin Tran's face went blank hearing that. Julian thought it was a mix of stupidity and enthusiasm. Vin Tran, however, simply figured the kid in front of him was just straightforward and battle-hungry. He smiled, feeling a bit excited they were probably going to get along well. Still, he brushed the request aside, causing Raven to widen his eyes in shock. Why not? Vin Tran sighed. Because I'm on a mission right now. My top priority is taking down that monster from earlier, Raven pleaded. Just one spar, can't we? Vin Tran's answer didn't change. You need to be prepared first. The kid started whining like a child. You're so annoying. You're such a coward. A total amateur, but that didn't bother Vin Tran. He turned to walk away, saying, no matter what you say, I'm not doing it. Vin Tran turned back and smiled. I'll say it one more time. I can't spar with you until I defeat that monster. His words were accompanied by a cunning look and smile. The butler's eyes flashed. It seemed he had noticed something strange in that statement. But before he could react, Raven chirped up excitedly. If that's the case, once you beat it, you'll fight me, right? Vin Tran looked indifferent, as if he'd almost reached his goal. He replied, who knows? If I have the time, maybe I will. Planting his spear in the ground, Raven threw his fists in the air and cheered. All right, let's kill that monster. This is going to be fun. The butler standing next to them couldn't stop him in time. He knew his young master too well. Once he was hooked, he'd follow through to the end. Even without an explanation, the young master had already made up his mind to follow him. Watching the young master trailing after Vin Tran, the butler thought to himself, Vin Tran, you win this round. A while later, in the city of Tunikol, on the main street with its massive, boxy architecture, waitresses in pink dresses and red ribbons were cheerfully serving food. Vin Tran's group decided to rest here for the night. Getting some strength back was crucial. The butler brought up the Adenka elders, saying, I think we've stumbled into some real trouble. Raven asked innocently, really? While munching on his food. Vin Tran recalled, first off, that monster seems like a chimera created by someone. The butler crossed his arms and replied, I agree. Its scales and horns were extremely strange. While they were investigating further, footsteps sounded from the staircase behind them. Vin Tran's eyes widened, dark red auras swirled around him, accompanied by the sound of someone gulping. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his face grim. Vin Tran recognized a familiar scent. He remembered it was the scent of the Samion family's dungeon. Why would I smell that here? Vin Tran sensed something and turned his attention to a hooded figure descending the stairs. That guy was emitting the scent, his expression vacant, with drool dripping from his mouth. He stepped in front of the stairs and looked up, asking, Are you free? As soon as the guy saw him, his face flickered with anxiety and terror as he screamed his name. Vin Tran Adenka. Vin Tran was startled, thinking, he knows my name? He frowned, staring hard at him. Suddenly, thud. The hooded man missed a step and tumbled down. Vin Tran dodged, letting the man crash face first. He stepped forward, grabbed the guy's collar, and demanded, Who are you? He shouted. Who sent you? But before he could get an answer, he sensed that familiar aura radiating from the man's body. The dungeon stench and his mana were leaking from his heart, accompanied by guttural growls. The man grimaced as cracks appeared on his face. His eyes slumped, then blazed with light. He brought his hands up to his face, mana pouring out uncontrollably. Vin Tran grimaced, realizing this was the Blood King's power. His mana is going berserk. With that thought, he quickly drew his blood-red blade. The butler and Raven stepped up, asking, Is something wrong, young Master Vin Tran? He turned back, panicked, his face full of worry. He's having a mana explosion. He's going to blow up any second. Raven was clueless, while the butler frowned, puzzled. I don't feel anything. It seemed Vin Tran was the only one there who could sense the hooded man's mana. His face was etched with anxiety and irritation. Mana blazed from the man's eyes and mouth. His body was cracking, accompanied by agonizing screams. And then, boom! A mana explosion was about to happen. A blinding, lethal light. Vin Tran, standing the closest, only had time to scream. "It's dangerous! Look out!" Before he could even pull his sword, he faced the blast alone. Behind him, the butler rushed forward to shield the young master, while Raven called out Vin Tran's name in a panic. Vin Tran was worried, but his gaze was filled with determination, gritting his teeth and cursing. "Damn it! It's too strong!" Everyone in the tavern stood up, looking toward the explosion, where Vin Tran was standing at ground zero. The crowd screamed in fear. The explosion had started. Among them was a young woman holding her baby. The butler stood there, worried, wondering why he couldn't feel any explosion at all. Throwing some strings from his hands, he told himself, "No matter who did this, I must protect the young master." He used the threads to form a spiderweb shield in front of the young master, pumping mana into it to brace for the impact. In front, Vin Tran was still holding back the dangerous blast. Raven shouted anxiously, "Butler, you have to save Vin." He turned back to say, "Young master, please stay behind me." The butler frowned, thinking he had to save young master Vin quickly. This protective barrier was safe enough. The massive explosion erupted, blowing everything away, and it was unclear if Vin Tran had survived. Suddenly, from the center of the blast, a purple light emerged, looking like a star. Vin Tran was standing there, having just swung his sword. The slash seemed to have blown the explosion away, preventing it from spreading. Embers drifted down in front of Vin Tran. His face showed fatigue, sweat dripping down, but his eyes remained incredibly firm. The butler and Raven stood there, completely amazed to see him still standing. But in a blink, Vin Tran's body slowly collapsed. He fell face first after the blast. Raven quickly jumped forward, shouting, "Vin Tran, are you okay?" He was unconscious, ignoring Raven's desperate calls. The butler stood there, thinking, "This is truly surprising." Young Master Vin Tran was clearly caught in the blast. "I saw it with my own eyes," he wondered. Could that strange sword technique destroy an explosion itself? Raven quickly helped Vin Tran up the stairs. The butler followed behind, dragging the man who had just self-destructed. Vin Tran had regained consciousness, but was still quite weak. He grimaced. That was dangerous. It was way too close. Julian worried that he had used his sword key ability about 3 times. Thank goodness our hearts haven't stopped, but the mana circuits are a total mess. They entered the room and slammed the door shut. Raven asked, "Are you all right? Do you need me to call a priest?" Vin Tran sat there and replied, "No need. It's just from overexertion." He quickly sat cross-legged, held his hands out, and said, "I need to meditate quickly. I need you two to guard me." The butler stood there, puzzled. "Guard you? You're trusting us today? What if we had bad intentions?" He replied frankly, "If my senses are correct, butler, you are at least a 7-star martial artist." Vin Tran smiled. "If you had bad intentions, whether I meditated or not wouldn't make much difference." These words made the butler thoughtful, and he frowned slightly. And so, Vin Tran retreated into his cocoon to meditate. Outside, Raven and the butler stood watch attentively. He closed his eyes tightly, circulating the mana in his body to regulate his breath. The cocoon, created by countless silk threads, looked incredibly sturdy. Raven sat there, turning to ask, "Butler, do you know how Vin Tran is still alive?" He replied, "I'm not sure." He added, "It seems he slashed the explosion itself." Raven was surprised. "You can do that? Can you do it?" The butler answered, "I'm not sure. Even he couldn't guarantee he could pull that off." Looking at the corpse lying there, the kid thought to himself, the source of the explosion was that man. Even though he's dead, the body is relatively normal, as if no explosion ever happened. Cracks began to appear on the corpse. The body started to dissolve, emitting a dark red mist. Even someone like the butler had to exclaim, "How can so many confusing things happen at once?" Raven stood up, propped his hands on his hips, and smiled. "So that's how it is. I get it now." The boy looked a bit stunned. He crossed his arms, staring at the cocoon, and muttered, "Vin Tran is truly a formidable opponent. I really want to face him soon." Night had fallen, and though the moon was a crescent, it was incredibly bright. Inside the room, Vin Tran broke free from the cocoon, stepping out with a sigh of relief. He stretched his limbs after the long process. Night had already set in, and it had taken much longer than he expected. As he rubbed his shoulder to ease the stiffness, he noticed Javen standing there. Julian asked, "So much has happened, yet you were still able to sleep soundly?" Vin Tran confirmed that he was indeed someone from a noble family, completely free of worries. Just then, Julian turned and asked, Was what you said earlier true? Mana radiated from that man. Vin Tran nodded. That's right. There's no mistake. He added that it was the Red Emperor's power, and based on things others couldn't perceive, Julian noted. He stores mana in his heart just like us, but he's not a martial artist. Vin Tran replied, judging by the scent coming from the Sami prison, he's a prisoner. It seems after being forced to inject mana, he was brought to us. This made him feel a bit uneasy. Could the actions of the Sami faction and the Council of Elders be coincidental? Could there still be something they didn't know? While he was lost in thought, a voice from the right startled him. I have a question. Standing in the dark corner, the butler, Sokon, appeared mysteriously. He retracted some silk threads and asked if the young master knew the man would explode, and furthermore, if he knew how to escape quickly. So, why didn't you run? It was a question that felt like a test of character. Vin Tran replied, in that dining hall, it wasn't just us. There were many innocent people. If I recall correctly, there were even women carrying their children. Sokon continued, is that more important than your own safety or goals? Vin Tran countered with a question. If Revan were in my place, what would happen? Would he pretend not to see them? He smiled and shook his head. Certainly not. It seems he truly understands his young master's integrity. The truth is, I certainly would not have acted like Master Vin Tran. He placed his hand over his heart and bowed slightly. You are the most righteous sword I have ever met, Master Vin Tran. The boy smiled and returned the gesture. Thank you, Butler Sokon. Sokon added, there is one more thing to show my respect to you. In this subjugation mission, I will not be joining. A cold smirk appeared on Sokon's face. This left Vin Tran deep in thought. He wasn't going to join this mission? Outside the forest, the familiar green footsteps of the monster echoed. The monster roared, but was immediately yanked by a man in a cloak holding a chain, who said, stop being so noisy, behave, and follow me. Wait a little longer, and I'll let you eat Vin Tran. He took off his hood, revealing a face covered in stitches, as if different pieces of flesh had been grafted together. He laughed maliciously. And for dessert, you'll have the only son of the Vatican, none other than Kavo. The next morning, in the forest, there was a not-so-melodious voice singing, I love, love, love. It was Javen, who seemed quite happy and excited, saying, let's make this quick. Julian asked, wait, he's really not coming with us? That cruel Sarkon, Vin Tran replied. He declared it clearly last night. Remembering back, while Vin Tran was sleeping, he had asked Sarkon what he meant by not participating. He had replied, young Master Javen's safety is my goal. If the situation had been dire today, I would have killed that monster sooner, but doing so would have affected young Master Vin's performance. He smiled. I want to see what you can do with that righteous sword without any family intervention. Sokon affirmed, I promise I won't touch a single hair on that monster. Julian looked back, still shocked that he really wasn't coming. Vin Tran just smiled. Isn't this interesting? I have the support of such a strong martial artist, after all. Julian added, if I had known it would turn out like this, I would have healed my internal mana injuries first and come back in a few days. But Vin Tran thought, if someone really was behind this, giving him more time would be even more dangerous. While the two were talking, Javen turned back and asked, hey Vin? He scratched his head with wide eyes. Wait, where are we going? Vin Tran froze. You don't even know, yet you volunteered to lead the way? Vin Tran raised his hand, creating small circles of mana, and added, I'm heading to where the monsters are, but I haven't seen a single one yet. He continued, if that was the case, their lair probably wasn't around here. It might be much further away. It was highly likely that the way it appeared here was the same way it disappeared. Revan wondered, so what do we do now? Vin Tran rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. We have to change our search method. I think traditional ways might actually work in this case. Saying that, he approached a bush and started rummaging through it. Revan sounded impatient. Wait a minute. We'll never find a trace of it unless you have special abilities. Vin glanced sideways and replied, why would I need them? He explained, it's even more massive than this forest's ecosystem. It's bound to leave traces like footprints or waste. It's not hard to find those scattered clues. He added, this is just a tracking method I picked up from years of hunting monsters in my past life. It's nothing major. He stood up and signaled to Javen, we'll follow the blood trail from here. Revan nodded. And so, the two walked together through the forest. Clues slowly began to emerge, claw marks on tree trunks, followed by the remains of forest animals it had devoured, and giant footprints stamped into the ground. Following the trail, they arrived at a field of reeds. Revan was still skeptical. It's hard to believe. No tracking abilities, yet you still managed to track down the monster? The two walked through the reeds. The boy exclaimed, that's incredible, Vin Tran. I've learned so much from you today. Suddenly, Vin Tran stopped. He realized something wasn't quite right. He said it couldn't be this easy. This left Revan standing behind him quite surprised. Vin Tran analyzed that the traces looked too obvious, as if they had been staged. That's why we haven't gotten lost or confused this whole time. He turned and added, tracking a monster is never this simple. If it seems so, it's only because someone is leading us by the nose. As soon as he finished speaking, a red mana array circle appeared beneath their feet. Both were horrified as they realized the danger. Boom! A massive, terrifying explosion erupted right in the middle of the field. It turned out to be a magic landmine, a trap set in advance. Luckily, both had managed to jump back in time. Julian touched his chin, deep in thought. This whole field is very strange, the boy analyzed. Reeds usually grow in hot, humid places, but this spot is different. Vin Tran agreed. This reed field has too many irregularities. An extremely bright beam of mana surged up right where Vin Tran was standing. He unleashed his move, Giant Thunderstorm, a blast traveling in a straight line forward. Kavo, who had been hiding in the field, was forced to reveal himself when he realized the incoming force. He raised his hands, creating red mana circles, along with incantations to block the attack. A magic shield was erected, deflecting the giant storm to both sides. The white and blue orb collided and exploded, creating a massive blast that illuminated a corner of the forest. It blew away almost all the reeds in its path and scorched the ground before them. Revan wondered, "Who is that?" Vin Tran replied, "That's the person who lured us here." At that moment, the man spoke up. "You realized it was a trap? You kids are pretty smart." He laughed maliciously. "Thanks for fulfilling my request, young master. My name is Kavo." Vin Tran asked him, "Did the Adenka elders send you here?" He didn't deny it. "That's right. They promised me 100 million if I took your life." Vin Tran gritted his teeth and frowned at him. "Since you've been so straightforward with me," he pointed at Vin Tran and laughed loudly. "Of course, I don't intend to let you survive." Behind the two appeared a familiar silhouette, with blue and purple eyes, and two intertwining auras. Vin Tran swung his sword, performing the Amilun sword technique. Revan was not to be outdone, channeling mana to execute his spear technique, with both gold and purple attacks striking at once. Explosions appeared continuously on the monster's body, but it seemed to have no effect. The monster tensed up, roaring to the heavens, and deflected all of their attacks. Both were utterly shocked. How can that be? It reflected all of our attacks. Immediately, Kavo lunged forward with two magic orbs in his hands, creating a pincer attack. "I hope you haven't forgotten about my presence." As he finished speaking, he wore a malicious smile with a deadly gaze and unleashed his move toward the two. From Kavo's hands, a series of fireballs shot out. Both boys had to jump to avoid them. They landed far away, having escaped the range, but they looked disheveled and strained. Vin Tran clutched his chest, feeling a bit of pain. Why am I still feeling the after effects of the Sword Saint's strike? Perhaps recovering after meditating for only one night wasn't enough. Kavo, now standing atop the monster, said, "My special chimera and I, do you really think you can defeat both of us at the same time?" He laughed loudly. "That's impossible. The two of you will be buried here." In response, Vin Tran curled his lips into a smile. He looked toward that direction and said, "As for that monster, you have to leave it to me." Hearing that, Kavo was startled, and his smile vanished. The familiar silk threads appeared, wrapping around his body, far beyond the range. Yet he looked quite disheveled and worn out. Vin Tran clutched his chest in slight pain, wondering why he could still feel the lingering effects of the absolute sword slash. It seemed recovery, after only one night of meditation, was a tall order. Kavo, standing atop the goblin, sneered, "This is my special chimera, and then there's me. Do you really think you can take both of us at once?" He laughed loudly. "No way. The two of you are going to be buried right here." In response, Vin Tran offered a faint, thin smile. He locked eyes with him and said, "You leave the goblin to me." Hearing that, Kavo was startled, his smile vanishing. Familiar silk threads appeared, encircling his body. The silhouette of Seokan appeared behind him, thin threads tightening. He shouted in terror, trying to grab the threads with his hands, but it was no use. The thin wires sliced into his body, drawing blood at every point of contact. With sharp, clean cuts, Cavell's body was shredded into pieces. Seeing this, Raven happily called out to his butler. He landed with a smile, noting that while he had hidden his tracks, young Master Vin Tran really had sharp eyes. Vin Tran replied, "I knew there was no way you would just let Raven go like that." The butler said cheerfully, "My apologies, young Master Morlong, but I only struck the one who threatened young Master Raven." While the two were talking, they were suddenly shocked. Where did the body go? On the ground, there was nothing left but tattered clothes. The corpse had vanished. Cavill slowly materialized beside the monster, his hand gripping the creature as he gasped for air. Now I remember that name, Kagon. It was a notorious name in the Vatican, the assassin who used his real name. He cried out in terror, "It's you, the Assassin King, Kagon." Hearing that, Kagon froze, his expression turning serious. Even Raven was extremely surprised to hear the title, Assassin King. Kagon smiled. "I guess my name is still quite famous, isn't it?" Kagon immediately pulled the threads taut, fixing an assassin's cold gaze on him. "So what, you still haven't run away?" Cavill smiled, a twisted, sinister grin. "No, my plan has changed. I'll take your bodies and turn them into the perfect chimera." With that, he laughed loudly and signaled the monster behind him, which let out a thunderous roar. Vin Tran laughed. "Leave this to the mage over there. Kagon, take it on. I'm leaving it to you." Raven, standing behind, looked equally excited. As soon as he finished speaking, the two young men lunged at the leaping monster, while Kagon aimed straight for Cavell below. A familiar surge of mana zigzagged through the air. A strike from the absolute sword style cut through from the left, aiming straight at the monster with a purple glow. The creature immediately raised its arm to block the blow. Although the attack was quite powerful, the monster's defense was just as strong, leaving it almost completely unharmed. Raven asked, "It blocked an absolute sword strike?" Vin Tran clutched his chest, wincing in pain. "It's strange. It's like it's resistant to all magic." Nearby, the two mages were engaged in a fierce standoff. Cavill's red attacks were colliding violently with the blue mana flowing along Kagon's threads. Cavill laughed, shouting while sparks danced on his fingertips. "Stop doing useless things, Assassin King. Your specialty is assassination, not direct combat, right?" He fired rays of energy from the sphere towards Kagon, who blocked them and retorted, "And it seems you don't have much talent for taming either." Cavill laughed. "You think I could tame something like a monster on my own? It's all thanks to the properties of this collar. Magic beasts that wear it are forced to obey, and I can move them at will." He snapped his fingers. The monster seemed to receive the command and resumed its attack. It roared, ignoring the other two targets, and turned back towards Kagon, clenching its hands together to smash down on him. He was startled, realizing what was happening, but his hands were busy defending against Cavell's magic. Boom! A massive explosion created a powerful, purple-pink shockwave. Fortunately, Kagon had managed to teleport behind to dodge. Both boys looked worried for him. His clothes were torn, but he looked back and said, "I'm fine." He stood up and continued. "In any case, young Master Raven's guess was correct." Raven nodded. "It can't be wrong. Those are Dragonkin scales." Vin Tran was stunned. Dragonkin? Dragonkin are supposed to be extinct now. They look like humans. But when they unleash their power, their entire body is covered in scales with high magic resistance, just like real dragons. Everyone froze when they heard Cavell cursing at the monster. He kicked it in the head, scolding it. "You stupid thing, attacking like that, what if you hit us? You have to adjust your aim." The monster, having been abused and scolded, showed clear resentment and shame in its eyes. It let out a low growl, glancing back at him, which only made Cavell more furious. He struck its head and shouted, "You dare resist me?" He gritted his teeth in anger. "You can't escape my control. If you dare to defy me again, I'll drain your dragonkin blood and destroy you." Hearing this, the creature had no choice but to suffer in silence. After all, it was still being controlled by the collar in his hand. Vin Tran was surprised to hear about the property. Kagon explained, "That's right, he's subduing the beast using the properties of that collar." Vin Tran's eyes lit up. If it's based on an inherent property, then there's a way. Seeing the two of them bickering, Vin Tran spoke to the two behind him. "I've got a plan." As Cavell was busy training his pet, he suddenly looked ahead in shock. The three had disappeared from his sight. "What? They ran away?" he muttered. This was getting difficult. At that same moment, thin threads appeared and wrapped around his body. It was a surprise attack from Kagon. Cavell leaned back to dodge, landed safely, and raised his hand to cover his face as he stared at Kagon. From behind, Raven raised his spear high, preparing to strike with his family's technique. The spearhead glowed. Cavell was extremely agile, using teleportation to dodge the blow. Raven didn't stop. His entire body was covered in a golden aura as he laughed. "This spear can pierce through anything." Cavell winced, worried. "Damn it, I can't block that." But in front of Dragonkin scales, everything was useless. With that, he commanded the monster to appear in front of him to take the hit. It used its dragonkin arm to catch Raven's spear tip without taking any damage. Being stopped so suddenly made Raven uneasy, his face twisting in frustration. The monster swung the spear away. Momentum carried Raven's body into midair. Cavil laughed triumphantly. Anything you do is useless. But suddenly, a glowing mana orb appeared beside him. It was the absolute sword style. The second technique of Vin Tran's sword style slashed toward the monster and Cavell. Cavell looked nervous, gritting his teeth as he cursed. These guys have clearly been toying with me this whole time. After using that move, Vin Tran looked fatigued, his face dotted with sweat, but his eyes remained determined. Without resting, he immediately launched the Celestial River Slash, cutting straight at Cavell and grazing the monster. The sword path left a wound on Cavell's side, blood spurted out, and he staggered. Cavell laughed loudly. A good attack, but that doesn't change the fact that you're at a disadvantage. Clutching his side, he pointed forward and commanded, Chimera, charge and kill them. But the monster just stood there, eyes wide. It seemed to sense that it was no longer bound. It let out a roar of rage, its bloodlust and two clashing mana streams surging in front of Cavell. Vin Tran spoke up. To Cavell's astonishment, from the very beginning, the thing I was aiming for wasn't you, he smiled smugly. It was the chains binding the beast, to break the control property, he continued. I hope you treated it well on a daily basis. As soon as he finished, the monster raised its dragonkin fist high, preparing to smash down on Cavell. Realizing the danger, Cavell immediately used defensive magic, creating a shield in front of him. The monster's hand collided with the barrier, causing it to crack. Magic shards flew out alongside bursts of red energy. He struggled to hold it, his eyes filled with terror as danger loomed. He suddenly remembered the dragonkin horn, but the arm had already shattered his protective magic. Blood sprayed where Cavell was standing. The monster roared thunderously, blood splattering everywhere, and Cavell's head went flying. He only had time to raise his hand before collapsing to the ground right in front of the monster. Raven trembled. It seemed the creature's relationship with the dragonkin wasn't a good one. Vin Tran explained. That guy wasn't a dragonkin. He was just using a dragonkin horn to keep the monster calm. He added, true dragonkin share the joys and sorrows of their monsters. They fight together in any situation. That man was just exploiting that special ability. After Cavell was destroyed, the dragon scales on the monster's body began to melt like candle wax. Seeing this, Sokon, who was supporting Raven, said, I'm glad, because I was racking my brain over how to solve this. The power of a dragonkin is very difficult to fuse into a chimera. He must have used magic to maintain that forced fusion. Vin Tran, holding the Blood Lotus sword in his hand, stood in front and said, Let's finish our work. I came all this way to eliminate you. He pointed his sword forward, full of confidence. Now, just relax. A moment later, the forest returned to its natural silence. Without the dragonkin influence, the monster became weak and easy to handle. Vin Tran walked away with a bag of loot over his shoulder. Raven continued to lead the way, laughing heartily. The first mission, a success. Sokon walked right behind and asked if he had any further plans. Vin Tran replied, This mission was directly assigned to me by the Elder Council. He added with a smug smile, If anything happens here, I'll think about how to deal with the elders in the family. Vin Tran said to Sokon, Besides, I already have a witness. Sokon asked, Who is the witness? Vin Tran pointed at him and said it was him, Sokon. He turned to look at the two bags on his shoulders and laughed. The other clue is in the head of, Didn't Vorin already clearly demonstrate Sang So's talent? Thank you, sir. Because of that, everything went smoothly. Seo sighed, thinking to himself that he'd been dragged into trouble yet again. As he moved, the sound of clapping hands echoed, followed by a woman's voice. Not bad at all. She stood on a tree branch, looking down as she continued. The butler's been played, hasn't he? Vin Tran widened his eyes in surprise when he recognized her. It was none other than the city lord of Blood City, Hoka Ken. She looked at him and said, Taking a break. Yet we run into each other, huh? Vin Tran stood there as Hoka Ken jumped down in front of the three of them. Vin Tran, you've worked hard. The mission is a success, isn't it? She pointed to the two bags on his shoulders and asked, Mind showing me? Seeing the two heads inside, Hoka Ken let out a huff. Vin Tran asked, You know him? She waved her hand. Of course, it's my first time seeing him. But I agree with you. She held up the bag mysteriously, noting that this could be used to handle the situation within that family. A thick, foul stench hung in the air. Vin Tran felt confused when she mentioned the smell. Hoka Ken explained, You probably don't know this, but an elder was held captive during the friendship exchange. Holy man Sami was responsible for Sami's cruel acts, and the person who pointed you toward that mission was our very own Elder Bin. She patted his shoulder and whispered into his ear, "Those two are old friends. Quite the coincidence, don't you think?" Not long after, in his office, Vagon was deep in thought. "Since I'm exhausted, I'll officially recognize that Vin Tran has completed the mission. Because Vin Tran had personal business to attend to, he returned to the clan. That reason should hold up, right?" He looked as anxious as if he were sitting on hot coals. City Lord Hoka Ken, who always works so hard, is currently on vacation. He grabbed his head and shouted, "How can any work get done if the City Lord is on vacation?" Vagon brought his hand to his forehead. "I really don't want to work overtime." Just as his head was throbbing, a soldier nearby called out, "Vice City Lord." Vagon slammed both hands on the table and yelled at him. "Can't you see I'm busy?" The soldier nervously held out a stack of papers and said, "It's just the report from Lord Vin Tran that has arrived." Holding the thick stack, he asked, "Vin Tran's report?" Glancing through it briefly, Vagon couldn't believe what he was reading. He smiled, realizing the main content of the issue had been handled neatly. Now he could comfortably review the City Lord's report. This document had already been dealt with. He carefully examined the details, including the chimera from the mission and the mage's whistle. Vagon wondered if this event was meant for a level 9. What on earth had happened inside Adenka? The pages of the detailed mission report were now in the hands of Househead Khan. He read them with intense focus and thoroughness, then looked up with a sharp gaze, asking, "What exactly do you mean by this?" In front of him, Vin Tran placed his hand over his heart and presented his findings. "There are two main assumptions," he continued. "First, this mission was a trap set for me." Khan responded immediately. "If you find this challenge difficult, it truly disappoints me." Vin Tran remained calm. "Of course I don't feel that way. I succeeded in this mission and stand before you, Househead. But during the mission, I felt the power of the Samion." This answer startled Khan slightly. Not stopping there, he spread his arms and continued. "It is good that the Adenka elders evaluate their successor using the power of the Adenka. However, it is completely unacceptable to use the power of the Samions to evaluate me like that." He smiled. The fact that Elder Tob and Elder Holy Man were so close was unexpected. Khan Chio wondered, could this be a hint from HA? He asked what Vin Tran's second assumption was. With a serious face, he replied, "The useless council of elders in the family related to this case, they don't know a thing." The househead rubbed his chin, thinking that admitting suspicion would make him look like a coward, while denying it would make him seem incompetent. He looked straight at him and asked, "Interesting. Which one do you lean toward more?" He presented his case. "Reasonably speaking, I choose the latter. Being seen as useless is better than being a coward with ill intentions." Before he could continue, hurried footsteps approached from outside. The door burst open, and someone called out frantically, "Househead, something terrible has happened." This left both Khan and Vin Tran worried. He asked his lady what was wrong. Vessa's face showed clear terror as she replied, "Tuloban Adenka has committed suicide." A sword was plunged straight into his left chest, blood leaking from his mouth. The fourth elder of the clan had died with his eyes open, in a very mysterious way. When Vessa appeared, she screamed, announcing the grave news. Vin Tran saw his mother and was stunned. Househead Khan was bewildered, immediately asking his wife what was happening. Vessa was still dazed, her mouth stuttering, able only to repeat the name, Tilaban Adenka. She continued to stammer, saying he had committed suicide. Hearing this, Househead Khan's face turned stern, and he asked, "Tilaban committed suicide?" Vessa, with a panicked expression, continued, "He used a sword to pierce his heart and died in his room." Vessa held up a letter and said he had even left a suicide note. She was taking responsibility for everything related to Vin Tran's mission. Vin Tran, standing behind them, heard this, and said, "No," leaving everyone confused as they turned to look at him. Vin Tran calmly continued, "This suicide is fake." Househead Khan, hearing this, looked bewildered and asked, "Fake?" Vessa broke into a sweat at the mention of the word suicide. Just then, the spirit Julian, standing behind Vin Tran, secretly whispered to him that the one responsible for this is still in the shadows. Vin Tran remarked that the culprit wouldn't have done this without a reason to frame someone. The spirit, Julian continued, "There is definitely a force behind this that killed him and staged it as a suicide." Vin Tran added that disguising it as a suicide was a predictable move. He continued, "This place is the heart of the Lan Diaka. The idea that there is a force capable of assassinating an elder here, I don't even want to think about it." Vin Tran stated that this suicide was nothing more than a scripted play. His gaze was stern as he reached his conclusion. Vessa moved toward Vin Tran, saying he could see things she couldn't. With that, she turned to Househead Khan and asked if he would allow her to speak with Vin Tran privately. The househead replied, "If that is what Vesa wishes, then proceed." She turned and told Vin Tran to follow her. Vesa told Vin Tran that she truly wanted to borrow his eyes to see through this matter. The door opened, and light flooded the room. The two of them entered the room where Tiliban's body lay, the sword still embedded in his chest, his eyes wide open in death. Seeing Vin Tran approach, Vesa said, "Don't be too afraid. If this is the first time you've seen someone commit suicide." Vin Tran leaned close to Tiliban's face to observe, his eyes attentive, missing no detail. Vesa watched this and thought, "What is it? Is something not right?" She said it was strange and appeared bewildered. Vin Tran looked at the body and said, "The sword strike was very clean, only one blow." Vesa heard this and said, "So, what is strange about that? He was a swordsman, and that is his heart. It only takes a little force." Hearing this, Vin Tran replied, "That is the fundamental problem." He continued, "When people die, they feel a bit of regret and pain. That has nothing to do with their strength. At that moment, they show fear of death." He continued, "Tiliban's death is completely different from that. There is no trace of fear in this sword strike." He asserted firmly that this suicide was staged. Vesa was incredibly bewildered upon hearing this. She asked, "If that's true, then where is Tiliban really?" Vin Tran hesitated, stuttering before stopping. He turned and shouted, asking the spirit Julian where Tiliban was. The spirit replied, "Haven't you already figured it all out?" That statement left Vin Tran confused, and he replied that he only knew that much. Vin Tran said to Julian that, "Furthermore, if I said something wrong, wouldn't you offer your input? Could it be that Julian has no thoughts on this case?" Hearing this, the spirit thought for a moment and admitted that Vin Tran was right, which annoyed the boy. Julian continued, "There is a type of dark magic that can reanimate a corpse." Hearing this, Vin Tran was delighted and said, "I knew you'd have some input, Julian." Then he turned and said to Vesa, "There is a type of dark magic that can reanimate a corpse." Vesa was incredibly surprised. She asked again about the dark magic and asked Vin Tran what proof he had. He asked Vesa if she didn't see anything in Tiliban's eyes. Vesa said her ability only distinguishes truth from lies through the human soul. "I cannot clarify the whole situation or see through a person's nature." Vesa placed her hand on Vin Tran's shoulder, preparing to do something. Then she looked straight into his eyes and asked, "Where did you learn about that dark magic?" Hearing this, both the spirit Julian and Vin Tran were stunned. She continued, "Whether that old corpse committed suicide or not has nothing to do with me. But what I need to know is where Vin Tran learned that." Scene change. At the Adenka branch, seeing Househead Khan enter, they stuttered, "Why are you here, sir?" Househead Khan walked a few steps into the room and spoke coldly to those present. "It's been a long time." Then he picked up the teapot and suggested everyone have tea. Afterward, he lifted it to his lips and took a sip. Everyone in the room looked at him in bewilderment. After drinking, Househead Khan complimented the tea, saying it smelled wonderful. He continued, "This tea is the kind Elder Tiliban really enjoys." That statement caught Phi Daniel off guard. The room fell silent, with tension hanging heavy over everyone. Phi Daniel gave a light smile and said, "The Elder? You say?" Then she added, "Does that corpse even have anything to do with our Council of Elders?" Hearing this, Patriarch Khan thought to himself, "Does she think she can just brush this off and call it a day?" Phi Daniel set her teacup down and said, "Patriarch Khan, you might as well just speak plainly." With a sly look, she continued, "Could it be that you've come here because you're unhappy with Vin Tran's mission at this year's assembly?" Patriarch Khan admitted he was indeed dissatisfied. Phi Daniel replied, "Lord Adenka actually came to the Council of Elders personally to complain. It seems you truly cherish him." She went on, "Is it because he is Salvana's son that you treat him that way?" That remark left Patriarch Khan speechless. Jerson also chimed in with a question. Wasn't Patriarch Khan afraid that Lady Vesa would be jealous? And he asked if Patriarch Khan would even protect the Helen family, his wife's kin. Phi Daniel seemed a bit shameless, if not outright brazen. She looked at Patriarch Khan and said, "What good does it do you to look after Sarvana's son now?" She continued, noting that the one who gained immense power within the family through her sacrifice was none other than Patriarch Khan himself. Patriarch Khan suddenly recalled the past. When he and Sarvana were in a room together, from outside the window, one could hear Patriarch Khan's pained cries. He was collapsed, weeping over the weak, dying Sarvana, saying, "If Sarvana would only use it, she would live. But I don't understand why she's being so stubborn." Sarvana heart-wrenchingly asked him to understand her decision. It was all for the sake of their son. Patriarch Khan bit his lip, trying not to weep because Sarvana didn't want him to suffer. His heart was shattered. struggling to hold back the tears. Back in reality, her words, "Please take good care of Sarvana's son," still echoed in Patriarch Khan's mind. He stood up, and a suffocating tension filled the room. His eyes were burning with rage, and every movement he made radiated an uncontrollable, imposing fury. Seeing this, Phi Daniel scoffed, saying she didn't understand why he was overreacting. Did he think no one knew? She continued. After Sarvana's death, Patriarch Khan suddenly grew powerful and was awarded the title of Adenka. She added that Sarvana's death was clearly linked to Patriarch Khan's sudden rise in fortune, something anyone could figure out, which brought back his memories of the day Sarvana passed away. Then, she stood up and told Patriarch Khan that Sarvana Hisley was a kind and innocent woman, and the whole family was devastated by her death. Phi Daniel smirked and said, "Oh, wait. No." She mocked him, saying that since he was the one who ended Sarvana's life with his own hands, why should he feel sad? Immediately, Patriarch Khan drew his sword and pointed it straight at Phi Daniel, leaving her rattled. He swung his blade, and a blinding light erupted, illuminating the entire space, spreading across the building. The light reflected off the golden walls, shattering the quiet. The sounds of battle echoed the clashing of swords and weaponry blended together, making the atmosphere feel as if it were boiling. In the midst of the intense skirmish, the two sides clashed violently, with powerful attacks from both sides heightening the tension. By now, Phi Daniel was trembling, soaked in sweat, and could barely stand. Inside the room, Patriarch Khan held his cold blade pointed toward her. His eyes were full of power and killing intent, leaving everyone around him stunned. She immediately fell to her knees, overwhelmed with panic, thinking to herself, what was that just now? Her body was still unable to control its fear. She wondered, was she just imagining things? Or did she truly feel such intense killing intent just from him drawing his sword? Trembling, she thought, this is the limit of what a human can reach, a power far beyond my comprehension. The aura radiating from Patriarch Khan was the 9-star light, brilliant and imposing. Patriarch Khan spoke coldly to Phi Daniel. Remember this well. Sarvana's name is Sarvana Adenka. Back in the present, Vesa looked straight at Vin Tran with an icy gaze. She demanded he explain his findings regarding the traces of dark magic he had discovered. Julian's spirit stood behind him, anxious and unsure how to handle the situation. Vin Tran felt suffocated, stammering, unable to find the words. Finally, he could only say that he had seen it. Vesa sensed something off about his answer. She seemed agitated, her eyes sharpening. She repeated her question, doubting Vin Tran's abilities and disbelieving what he had just said. Julian's spirit worried that everything was going sideways. Vesa, unable to contain her suspicion, kept asking about the name of the dark magic, not believing Vin Tran could possibly know it. Vin Tran explained that it was just his intuition and that he couldn't know everything. In his mind, a thought flashed quickly. His eyes, seeing the truth, were the only way to deal with such power. He looked Vesa in the eye and affirmed that the gods had bestowed a heavenly revelation upon him. Upon hearing this, Vesa began to harbor doubts. Was Vin Tran lying? She couldn't help but ask him to explain the heavenly revelation more clearly. Was he implying that the gods had revealed everything to him during the recent friendly match? Vin Tran calmly replied, yes, it was the gods who bestowed the heavenly revelation upon me, and the name of this dark magic is information I learned through that very revelation. Vesa thought to herself, Vin Tran's eyes haven't changed. There isn't even a flicker of reaction. Is he really telling the truth? Vesa turned away and told Vin Tran not to let others know about the gods. This ability of his would bring him no benefits if it were exposed. Vin Tran politely replied, I understand. Julian's spirit witnessed the scene and wondered nervously, has this really passed? Vesa asked again, what other content did the gods reveal in the heavenly revelation? Did he indicate Tilaban's location? Vin Tran signaled Julian's spirit, asking him to bestow a hint as a heavenly revelation. Julian was caught off guard, unable to react in time. Julian said, if it has reached the point where even Vesa Hele cannot sense his trace, then he must have used a high-level dark concealment spell. Therefore, it is certain that Tilaban has sacrificed a huge amount of life force to cast that magic. Vin Tran told Vesa that was exactly it. Vesa wondered in confusion, does that mean there is a third party helping him? Hearing this, Julian told Vin Tran that Tilaban had been discarded after acting as the scapegoat, so he had no further utility. It was unlikely someone was helping him. Julian's spirit added that Tilaban was physically exhausted and had no one to assist him. Julian pointed toward the ceiling, asserting that Tilaban was still hiding in this very room. Vesa, hearing this, looked bewildered, questioning how Tilaban could still be present. Vin Tran spoke up, saying he needed Vesa's help. He firmly expressed his intention to strike directly at Tilaban's body to confront him. Vesa replied calmly, stating that as a criminal, Tilaban could be judged right on the spot. She didn't care who struck him down. But she wondered if Vin Tran, with his current strength, was capable of fighting him, especially since Tilaban was an elder of the Adenka family. Hearing this, Vin Tran drew his sword without hesitation and expressed his need for Vesa's support. He explained that he would force Tilaban out of hiding, but that the enemy would surely unleash a powerful counterattack. Therefore, he implored Vesa to help block that attack so he would have a chance to finish him. Vesa immediately agreed and calmly replied, "Leave it to me." Vin Tran gripped his sword with overwhelming power. The energy from the blade radiated a brilliant, powerful blue light. He drove the sword deep into the ground and shouted, "Thunder strike!" creating a surge of blue light that enveloped the entire space. The light quickly coiled around Tilaban's body, which was lying motionless on the floor. Tilaban was indeed hiding in a dark corner of the room. His eyes flashed with panic as he watched everything unfold. Enraged, he lunged toward Vin Tran, shouting and demanding to know how he dared to do such a thing. As he swung his sword to strike directly at Vin Tran, Vesa quickly used her bare hand to block the attack. She remained calm, her eyes sharp, as her hand stopped Tilaban's blade in an instant. This left him stunned and flustered. Realizing that she didn't even need a weapon to dismantle him, he gritted his teeth, his eyes showing his fury, but there was nothing more he could do. Then, Vesa unexpectedly used her strength to snap Tilaban's sword in two. That action forced him to reveal his true form, and he collapsed to his knees, completely unable to resist. Vesa looked at him coldly and said, "So, Tilaban has truly become Samon's obedient dog." Tilaban tried to suppress his anger, but still glared at Vesa, and loudly asserted that this was the Crimson Imperial might. He raged on, saying that if not for Vesa's interference, he would have escaped this place long ago. Vesa just scoffed, her expression full of disdain, as she heard him justify his attempted flight. She summoned her power. Unwavering, he declared that Tilaban wouldn't be able to escape his fate. Casting a cold, sharp glare at the trembling Tilaban, he stated that, in the name of his family, he would see him properly punished. Immediately, Vin Tran lunged forward with overwhelming intensity. He swung his sword with finality, plunging it straight into Tilaban's body, causing him to scream in agony. The sword in Vin Tran's hand had completely crushed Tilaban, putting an end to all his resistance. "It's over," he declared coldly, his crimson eyes burning like a fire fueled by deep resentment. But moments later, his body suddenly buckled, leaving Vesa filled with confusion and worry. She turned to see Vin Tran collapsing, her face etched with panic. Vesa immediately screamed his name, her voice thick with anxiety and desperation. Vin Tran was in excruciating pain. His screams of agony echoed through the silent space. Watching him fall to the ground, Vesa was utterly bewildered, her eyes wide with fear as she couldn't help but scream his name again. Both Julian's spirit and Vesa rushed toward him, asking what was wrong. Julian asked what had happened to him. In his immense pain, Vin Tran managed to gasp that after using his sword ability, his body was suddenly struck by agonizing pain. Then, his eyes widened and his fingernails began to change. Seeing this, Julian's spirit was shocked. Eyes wide, thinking his nails were disintegrating, Vin Tran silently wondered, could it be that it's already starting? He gritted his teeth, staring at his arm as it suffered from heavenly bone erosion. Vesa saw this and panicked, rushing off, saying she would go fetch the high priest, telling Vin Tran to hold on just a little longer. Vin Tran thought to himself, "This makes no sense. It shouldn't be until years later that I'd face the erosion." Julian replied that the erosion beginning now wasn't entirely strange. Julian added that they had achieved their wishes and gained unimaginable power using Vin Tran's fragile body. Time and again, they had dealt with opponents stronger than themselves, and there were many instances where Julian had used power far beyond the limit. Julian's spirit felt tense, thinking that the inevitable consequences had likely arrived. Vin Tran's face was twisted in pain. He gritted his teeth and stuttered, calling out to Julian. He spoke with great difficulty, asking in pain if he was destined to fail even in this life. Julian's spirit remained silent, offering no answer. Then, Julian's spirit stated firmly that such a thing would not happen, making Vin Tran glance at him with a confused expression. Then, Julian's spirit rose, radiating a pink light. That light spread throughout the space. Then Julian said, "Though the method you used was reckless and irrational, I don't think it was wrong." With a grave expression, Julian added, "If it weren't for you, your father and mother wouldn't have recognized your talent." Julian explained that, much like receiving the protection of the giant's brain force, he would use his own divine power to sustain Vin Tran's heavenly bone. Suddenly, Vin Tran shouted to stop him. "Stop it!" As he realized Julian was continuing to do something harmful to himself. Julian calmly confirmed that if he kept doing this, he would gradually vanish. Therefore, before his existence faded away, he wanted Vin Tran to find a cure for this heavenly bone erosion. Vin Tran shouted to stop him in vain. Julian slowly began to disappear, leaving Vin Tran alone with the words that he believed Vin Tran could do it. Vin Tran called out to Julian in desperate confusion. He reached out to catch the remaining butterfly as Julian slowly faded away. Clutching it tightly, Vin Tran thought with determination, "Julian, leave it to me." He believed he would definitely find a way to cure this eroding heavenly bone. Suddenly, the door opened, and someone walked in, calling for Vin Tran, leaving him stunned. The man stepped in and asked if Vin Tran was all right, while Vin Tran stared blankly, not knowing who was in front of him. He introduced himself as High Priest Dan. The scene shifted to a courtroom, where men were sitting with serious expressions. Scon stood by with a stern look. The other men sat, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Hoka Quell and Javen were waiting outside. Hoka Quell crossed her arms, asking angrily, "How long is this notarization going to take? Can't they just do a rough job of it?" Va had already slumped over from sleepiness. Just then, Merlin approached and called out to clan leader Hoka. She was surprised to see Merlin there. As he drew near, Hoka asked if he had come all the way from Blood City in the dead of night. Merlin replied, "I read the report and was a bit worried about Vin Tran." Then Merlin asked after Vin Tran's condition. Hoka immediately replied, "Everything is fine, so you don't need to worry too much." Revan stammered that he was probably with Khan, then trailed off as if interrupted. At that moment, Scon approached and apologized for taking up their time. Hearing this, Hoka Ken turned back with a bright smile and said, "Steward Scon, you've worked hard." Scon's gaze turned sharp as he replied that it was nothing, as he had to handle it anyway. At this moment, Merlin's eyes blazed with rage upon seeing Scon. Seeing the two exchange hostile glares, Merlin stammered, asking if they knew each other. Scon smiled coldly, confirming that they did indeed know each other, and added that this was putting Hoka Ken in a difficult position. Scon looked at the furious Merlin and said the scars on Merlin's face were his own handiwork. At this, Merlin couldn't hold back anymore, drawing his sword and lunging to fight Scon. Scon glared at Merlin with sharp eyes and prepared to strike back. Hoka and Revan screamed to stop them as they prepared to clash, threatening to cause a brawl. The scene shifted to a room with Vin Tran and Dan. Vin Tran muttered, "There's no way it should have reached this point." He hesitated, and Dan continued, saying that if he hadn't heard news of Elder Tilaban and come here, something terrible would have happened. As he spoke, he treated Vin Tran's wounds. Dan continued, saying that the healing wasn't a panacea, fixing the outside wasn't everything. Hearing this, Vin Tran just stuttered an apology. Vin Tran thought of Chevin and wondered to himself, why do they both ramble the same way? Then he thought that if it were High Priest Dan, perhaps he would know a cure. Vin Tran asked Dan if he knew about the heavenly bone. Dan looked surprised at the mention of the heavenly bone. A sudden silence fell between them. Dan rested his chin on his hand and said, "So, your patron god said they were protecting you and helping to boost your power, is that right?" Vin Tran said he didn't have much time and asked if Dan didn't have a way to cure it. Hearing this, Dan apologized, saying this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Vin Tran thought in disappointment, is there really no method? Were both Julian and I wrong? But then, while Vin Tran was lost in thought, Dan spoke up suddenly. He said he had a way to protect Vin Tran's patron god, without relying on Vin Tran's own bones. Dan said if Vin Tran directly cultivated divine power, he could protect him. Hearing this, Vin Tran stared blankly and asked, "Does that mean you want me to become a high priest?" Dan said that was one way, but it wouldn't be easy. And if there wasn't much time, it would be even harder. While Vin Tran wondered how to go about it, Dan said that near the Gai Temple, there was a place called the King of Saints Dungeon. The King of Saints was the legendary priest who built the Gai Temple. Dan said there was a legend that a holy grail was left there, an artifact providing immense divine power to its owner. Vin Tran asked if he had to find an item from a legend. Dan said it wasn't just a baseless legend, as the master who had received divine power through that grail actually existed. Vin Tran asked excitedly who it was and said he wanted to meet that person right now. Dan said that in history, only one person had used that grail, and that person was Aslan Adenka, the Sun Sword, and Vin Tran's ancestor. At this moment, Scon and Merlin were still glaring at each other intensely. Merlin spoke up, saying it seemed they hadn't faced each other since the battle on the Veden Plateau. Scon said he was a mercenary from the Dema House, while Merlin was a warrior of Adenka. They had faced each other many times as enemies. Merlin gripped his sword angrily and said, "And right now, it's no different from being enemies." Scon said, In that case, excuse me, and lunged at Merlin. Revan witnessed this and screamed Skon's name to stop him. Skon launched his attack, leaping from above toward Merlin. His anger seemed to have finally exploded. Merlin was bewildered, not having enough time to react. Just then, Hoka-ken walked out, grabbed their hair, and smashed their heads together. She angrily ordered them to stop. Then Hoka-ken laughed and asked if the two of them still remembered their status as instructors of Blood City. If they caused a scene, she would be the one in a difficult position. She told them to leave the fighting until after Vin Tran and Revan left the city. Until then, if you two pull this stunt again, you'll answer to me. Suddenly, voices drew everyone's attention. It was Dan and Vin Tran. With Dan trying to prevent Vin Tran from going somewhere, Dan kept blocking him, saying it was very dangerous. But Vin Tran argued that Dan had told him he was a high priest, hadn't he? Then Vin Tran turned to Dan and said they would go to the tomb of the King of Saints together. The group was deeply unsettled upon hearing Tomb of the King of Saints. They remarked that it seemed like Vin Tran wanted to recreate that event. Skon then bowed to Merlin, saying, "In that case, we shall settle who wins or loses another time." Merlin replied, "If that's the case, that's fine by me." Then, he watched the silhouettes of Khan and Revan fade into the distance. Merlin turned around, surprised when Ha addressed him by his last name. Hoka asked in astonishment, "Are you a fan?" Stuttering over Merlin's last name, the scene shifted to the Jia Temple, where Dula and Vin Tran had just arrived. Dulan asked anxiously if Vin Tran really intended to go inside. Vin Tran replied coldly, "If I didn't intend to go in, why would I be here?" Vin Tran thought to himself that Julan didn't have much time left. If Aslan had placed the Holy Grail here, he couldn't afford a moment's delay. Dulan spoke up, asking if Vin Tran had forgotten everything he'd said. Everyone who had entered that place lost their lives and never returned. Dulan continued, saying no one knew the depth of the tomb's structure or what lay within. Vin Tran maintained a steady gaze, completely unshaken. There were guards outside, though a bit lax. Without at least a second-tier priest, one couldn't enter. Vin Tran repeatedly questioned Dan on why he had told him that, leaving Dan silent and unable to respond. Dulan asked if Vin Tran knew of the Holy King lingo. Vin Tran replied that he knew a little. Dulan said, "If you know about Julian and history, you've surely heard of him. The Holy King Lingo was the hero who founded the current Jia sect. He was the pioneer of the crusade against the demons and sacrificed himself for it. Most information about him was destroyed by his enemies." Then, Dulan placed a hand on his chest and declared that he was the priest who inherited the Holy King's power. Vin Tran was incredibly bewildered upon hearing about the Holy King's power. Dan said there was a prophecy passed down to the heir of the Holy King's power. He recited, "Only those who have experienced death and witnessed the divine can find the Holy Grail." Vin Tran was surprised to hear this. Dan admitted he wasn't sure if the prophecy was true, nor what it meant to experience death. Dulan continued, but he felt the Holy King's power within him, gravitating toward Vin Tran. And if he was the one mentioned in the prophecy, this was Vin Tran's chance. Even so, Dulan remained worried about Vin Tran entering the tomb. But Vin Tran told Dan not to worry about him. Vin Tran stated clearly that he was the one chosen by the Holy King. With that, Vin Tran entered the tomb alone. Seeing this, Dulan was worried he hadn't been able to stop him. He clasped his hands in prayer, asking the gods to bless Vin Tran. Vin Tran had already ventured deep into the tomb. The stairs inside stretched on endlessly, shrouded in a mystical darkness. As he walked, he felt as though he had been going for a long time. Because of the intense darkness, his sense of time was very vague. Vin Tran couldn't stop wondering what Dulan actually knew. He sighed and thought to himself, how could Julian possibly hear his words? He thought humans were truly cunning. If stuck in a dark tomb for 10 years, one would only hope it had only been a day just to make time pass faster. This path was truly strange, with no end in sight. Could Vin Tran have missed something important because the darkness made it hard to observe anything? He firmly decided he had to verify it. Suddenly, Vin Tran was startled when he heard a voice warning him never to look back. The voice said that if he turned around, he would instantly lose his way and be trapped in this tomb forever. Vin Tran drew his sword, asking who it was and ordering them to come out. But what happened next left him startled and on guard. He was bewildered to realize it was an illusion. A man bowed to Vin Tran and introduced himself as a member of the Illusion clan, identifying himself as Melanon. He said he had been waiting for Vin Tran all this time. Vin Tran was surprised when he called him the Seeker of Truth. Vin Tran's task now was to overcome the Sun Clan and face the truth. Melanon said they were the ones who remained to protect the mission, having guarded this place for 500 years. He told Vin Tran to prove he was the Seeker of Truth and to set them free. Vin Tran thought to himself that everything Aslan had arranged was unfolding, and he asked Melanon how he could prove it. Melanon said for Vin Tran to use his sword to strike them, and his mana would provide the proof. Vin Tran said that to honor their long wait, he would use the sword of Adenka. He looked straight at Melanon, thinking of the Adenka sword technique he had been taught by his master, Adenka. He unleashed the first strike, a crescent moon slash. Vin Tran smiled confidently and said, "I am Vin Tran. I am the descendant of Aslan. You have arranged everything." Melanon's eyes widened. It was the proof of failure. Deep in the tomb, the ground shook, and the sounds of fierce combat erupted. The illusionary figures were lunging at Vin Tran with blinding speed. They told Vin Tran he had failed the test. He gritted his teeth, swung his sword, and shouted, "Giant's brain force!" Vin Tran soared upward, emitting a brilliant blue light. The illusionary figures were utterly shocked. Their arms began to elongate. Vin Tran watched this with a mix of surprise and fear. He thought these illusions were far too strong. No matter how many times he struck them down, they kept attacking. The illusions shrieked, demanding to destroy the intruder, which startled Vin Tran. He knew they were lurking behind him, but dared not turn around. The warning still echoed in his mind. If he turned back, he would be forever lost and imprisoned in the tomb. Suddenly, Melanon swung his sword at Vin Tran. He said coldly, "Vin Tran, give up. You are not the one mentioned in the prophecy." Vin Tran was confused, not knowing what to do, and wondered if this place was truly what Aslan had arranged. Deep down, he thought if Julian were here, he would surely know something to help him. He thought he couldn't do anything on his own. Vin Tran was surrounded by the illusions. His eyes scanned them, as if deep in thought. Outside, Dan was still silently praying for Vin Tran. Just then, voices arose, grabbing his attention. He turned to see two people being blocked by the guards, forbidden from entering this restricted area. When they saw Dudan, they wondered how someone had managed to get in. Dan looked on, bewildered, trying to see who those people were. Inside, Vin Tran seemed exhausted. Melanon declared they were the guardians of the Holy King's prophecy and the Solar Sword Emperor. They said they would use their power to protect it, warning that if he tried to hinder them, he would suffer the consequences. The fact that they couldn't be defeated meant he was an intruder, not the one mentioned in the prophecy. They said the seeker of truth is one who has experienced death and witnessed the divine. Vin Tran heard Melanon say the prophecy had two parts. He claimed Vin Tran didn't fit either part, then told him to depart in peace. They seemed prepared to end his life. Just when it seemed like everything was over, Vin Tran's power suddenly erupted. A red light from that source spread throughout the space. Vin Tran broke free from the giant illusion's hold. Seeing this, they realized this dark red mana was Samion. They were panicked, realizing it was the Scarlet Demon King. Vin Tran then spoke, mentioning the final chapter of the Crimson Hymn. His eyes locked onto his enemies with a sharp, piercing glare. That power shook the space, illuminating the entire area. Vin Tran thought to himself that he had used the wrong name at the start to prove he wasn't just Vin Tran, but that he had surpassed death, so he was Vin Tranin. His eyes burned as he looked at his enemies and declared, "I am Vin Tran. You have surpassed death and arrived here." He looked toward Melanon and demanded he produce the Holy King's Grail as the prophecy dictated. The illusions screamed, finally finding their release. Vin Tran stood in the vast space, no longer hindered by the illusions. Suddenly, his eyes went wide as if he had discovered something. Before him stood a massive door, as if it were an entrance for him. Vin Tran slowly pushed the door open, the light from within casting its glow upon his face. Vin Tran walked inside. A vast, magnificent space appeared before him. He looked down and realized this was the tomb of the Holy King. Suddenly, the coffin lid moved and slowly opened, a massive figure emerging before Vin Tran's eyes. He was stunned to realize this was the Holy King himself. He wondered if this was the legendary Holy King lingo. The Holy King spoke, confirming it, and called Vin Tran the successor to Aslan's bloodline. He said the arrangement Aslan left behind seemed to be unfolding exactly as predicted. The Holy King raised his hand, radiating immense power. Vin Tran stared at him, his face a mix of bewilderment and curiosity. The glowing object in the Holy King's hands was the legendary Holy Grail. He handed it to Vin Tran, stating his role was finished and that Vin Tran should now move toward what comes next. He added that the Holy Grail would lead Vin Tran to paradise. "Thanks to you, Vin Tran, I was able to keep my promise to my comrade and can finally leave this place," the Holy King said. He thanked him and vanished, leaving Vin Tran in awe. Vin Tran gazed at him with shimmering eyes, then bowed his head, speaking with the utmost respect and reverence. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, opening deep fissures as rubble rained down. The whole place was on the verge of collapsing, catching Vin Tran off guard. Terrified, he wondered if the tomb was crumbling because of this tremor. Was this, too, part of a preordained plan? Just then, a man appeared, drawing Vin Tran's full attention. It was none other than Merlin. He no longer called Vin Tran instructor, but instead referred to him with the reverence due to a legendary figure. Outside, Dan was worried, wondering what was happening inside between them. He turned to Hoka and asked her the question that had been gnawing at him. He asked Hoka about the prophecy regarding the Holy King's tomb, which had been handed down to Merlin's Fractor clan and the City Lord's Kubel clan. Hoka confirmed it without hesitation. She said that whoever seeks the truth of Adenka reaches the Holy King's tomb, and the descendants of the Kubel house are there, too. Hoka Ken frowned, saying she wasn't sure what her role was here, but now that the prophecies had come to pass, she fell into a worried silence, fretting over Merlin. She wondered if he would be all right if Vin Tran really was the seeker of truth. She feared that if that were true, it would mean Merlin might not survive. Inside, Vin Tran wondered. Fractor was the family name of the founder, Aslan, right? It's strange that his clan still exists after changing their name to Adenka. Merlin pondered Vin Tran's question about the fate of the Fractor house, then spoke to some of the warriors from the Adenka clan, who had a prophecy passed down through the ages. Hearing about a prophecy left Vin Tran deeply intrigued. Merlin placed a hand over his heart and said, "The arrangements left by the founder Aslan are our mission. Descendants of Fractor, prepare to die in the Holy King's tomb for the sake of Adenka. You have finally remembered your own name." Hearing the words "prepare to die" left Vin Tran speechless and unsettled. Another tremor sent rocks falling everywhere, shaking the tomb to its core and startling him. Merlin was now ready for battle, his eyes glowing intensely. His power caused the ground around Vin Tran to quake, triggering a massive earthquake. Clutching the Holy Grail, Vin Tran carefully dodged each of Merlin's attacks. Merlin stopped and said, "This place has held on for 500 years, but now it's collapsing. There's no going back." He held up a finger and explained how to get out. There was only one way. "We must destroy this mechanism," Merlin said gravely, pointing to a massive pillar. "It's the core holding up the Holy King's tomb. If it's destroyed, the collapse will accelerate, creating a small opening to the surface." Vin Tran was stunned to hear Merlin suggest destroying the pillar. Merlin didn't let Vin Tran finish. He insisted that Vin Tran's interference wasn't needed, as this was his own mission. He stood tall, sword at the ready. Vin Tran frowned, asking if Merlin meant to let him escape through that gap while he died in the process. With his eyes closed, Merlin thought back to their first meeting. He remembered when he first met the Holy King, and how he had promised to remember his name. His heart had raced then, and he realized his time had finally come. Merlin raised his sword, saying that for a warrior, there is no greater joy than fulfilling one's mission before death. He swung his blade with immense force and told Vin Tran that he had truly been a good student. Their powers collided, creating a blinding light that flooded the space. Merlin's eyes widened in pure astonishment as he saw Vin Tran deflect his strike. "Is this what the prophecy meant?" he wondered. Vin Tran, now furious, shouted, "Is the name Fractor so insignificant to you, Merlin? If it were the Aslan or Fractor I knew," he roared, "they would never sacrifice anyone to achieve their goals. Alan was just a simple child. That child wept for the injustices done to him. He would never discard his own descendants like mere tools." They clashed again, the sound of steel ringing out and sparks flying everywhere. Merlin gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with frustration. He shouted at Vin Tran, asking if he intended to keep this up forever, saying that if they didn't stop, they would both die. Vin Tran insisted firmly that they could both make it out alive. Merlin looked at him in total shock, unable to believe what he was hearing. Vin Tran turned away and asked, "Are you planning to stay behind and exhaust your energy just to open a path for me?" He wrapped his robe around the Holy Grail and said, "What if you save just enough strength to escape? What if you become faster and stronger so that we can both make it out?" He placed his hand on the ground, releasing a burst of light that left Merlin stunned. Vin Tran closed his eyes and said, "Gather all your strength for one final leap." He channeled the guardian powers of the human king, the wanderer of the galaxy, and the titan of intellect. Merlin was bewildered, wondering what on earth Vin Tran was doing. Vin Tran kept his eyes shut, concentrating intensely as he fused the different traits, each emitting a unique, mystical light. Surrounded by these combined powers, he shouted with raw determination, focusing all his energy for this decisive moment. Merlin drove his sword deep into the ground. His power made everything blur and the earth tremble. The space was engulfed in blinding light as both men looked up, seeing the opening beginning to appear. Light streamed in. They used every ounce of their strength to leap toward the exit. Vin Tran focused, gritting his teeth, pushing past his limits. They were almost at the hole. Vin Tran clenched his jaw, struggling to hold on as the surface came into view. They were so close. Vin Tran thought that because he had used the Crimson Sovereign magic earlier, he didn't have enough left. He feared falling back into the abyss. Just as he was faltering, he looked down to see Merlin catching him with a sincere, warm smile. Merlin smiled, placing all his hope in Vin Tran, trusting he would find the truth. He gathered the last of his strength into his palm and pushed Vin Tran out toward the light. Vin Tran screamed in despair, unable to bear the thought of Merlin sacrificing himself for him. He called out to Merlin, knowing he would be trapped inside forever. Just then, Hoka grabbed a rope and dove into the chasm. Seeing the situation go south, she bravely plunged toward the opening, rope in hand, fueled by sheer determination. Hoka dove in, shouting Merlin's name over and over. Merlin was still deep in the dark tomb, and the rope held from the outside tightened. Hoka-ken sighed in relief when she finally grabbed onto Merlin. Merlin replied calmly, saying he finally understood everything. She smiled at him, confidently saying that she was born to save him. Merlin looked at her with eyes full of gratitude. Vin Tran was still dazed, unsure of what had happened, but he kept worrying about Merlin. Suddenly, realizing something, he looked down at the ground. Seeing Merlin lying there, safe, he let out a sigh of relief. Dan looked at Vin Tran and said he was finally awake. Hoka-ken quipped that he sure could sleep well after causing such a ruckus. Dan was curious about what Vin Tran was holding. Vin Tran confirmed to Dan that, yes, this was it. Holding the Holy Grail the king had left behind, he offered it to Dan to see if he wanted to examine it. Dan was stunned. He never imagined he would see the Holy Grail in person. He reached out slowly, a mix of awe and reverence in his touch. The Grail suddenly glowed, spreading a brilliant light that made Dan realize his own divine power was being drawn into it. Inside, a layer of clear water appeared, leaving Dan speechless. Vin Tran watched this strange sight, wondering if this was the Grail's special power. He was curious if drinking this liquid would really grant the strength they were looking for. Hoka-ken looked skeptical, asking if Vin Tran would actually dare to drink water from a Grail that had been buried for 500 years. But Vin Tran didn't hesitate. He raised the cup to his lips. As soon as the water touched his tongue, he immediately felt a fierce surge of power coursing through his entire body. In that moment, Vin Tran suddenly caught a glimpse of Julian's soul. The spirit, eyes tightly shut, floated amidst the hazy void, a sight both mysterious and heart-wrenching. A deep, lingering sorrow welled up inside Vin Tran. He silently prayed for Julian to wake up and return to him. Slowly, Julian's eyes fluttered open, filled with an awe so profound he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Julian happily rushed over to Vin Tran, touched, thinking he had found a way to restore him. But Vin Tran calmly explained that he couldn't return things to the way they were. He had only supplemented the divine power to allow Julian to continue existing. Julian joyfully realized that thanks to this power, he could maintain his existence and stay in his current state. But he seemed to notice something unusual. He glanced around, bewildered, questioning the ruined scenery. Vin Tran replied that this was the Holy King's mausoleum, and the entire ruin had collapsed. Hearing this, Julian gasped in shock, then burst into an angry scream, interrogating Vin Tran about what he had done. Meanwhile, rumors about the collapse of the Holy King's mausoleum were spreading everywhere. People were gossiping, calling it a long-abandoned site that no one cared about anymore. But what really caused an uproar was the fact that the one who destroyed the mausoleum was the young master of Adenka. In the major newspapers, a clear photo of Vin Tran was printed, catching everyone's attention. By this time, Vexa had read the news and was shaken. She recalled Vin Tran telling her he wasn't feeling well, but now Vin Tran explained that thanks to High Priest Dulan, he had partially recovered. Hearing this, Vexa's anger flared. She gripped the newspaper tightly, scolding him for causing such a serious incident right after recovering. At the temple, Dulan was trying to clarify that they needed to uncover the truth slowly, because there was no reason for young Master Vin Tran to intentionally destroy the Holy King's tomb. However, High Priest Nelly spoke up, rebutting that Dulan's perspective was too simple. He emphasized that the motive didn't matter to them. The crucial fact was that Adenka's young master, Vin Tran, had destroyed the Holy King's tomb. Dulan continued to defend his stance, but Nelly cut him off, slamming his hand on the table in anger. He declared that they had every right to demand appropriate compensation from Adenka. As for the past 500 years, they had been maintaining the ancient relics, including the Gaia site. Neely argued that the damages caused by Vin Tran, even if he demanded that Adenka donate to restore the site and maintain other relics, wouldn't be a problem. Others in the temple chimed in, agreeing that they should seize this opportunity to expand the power of their temple. Dulan, hearing this, thought to himself that although they called it a donation, the money would only flow into their own pockets. Suddenly, Dulin turned around at the sound of a voice behind him. Delbach entered, stating that he had expressed his deep regrets during the elders' meeting regarding Vin Tran's departure. He insisted that to compensate for the tarnished honor of the Holy King, they must demand proportional accountability. Drawing his sword, he glared at everyone. He asked about taking Vin Tran's arm as a sacrifice. Vexa sternly asked Vin Tran if he knew he had just caused a major incident. She looked at him with anger, her voice full of reproach as she reminded him of destroying the 500-year-old Gaia relic. She explained that the Gaia Temple and Adenka had established a relationship after the Great Demon War, and the incident of the Gaia Temple being destroyed had led to severe political consequences. Vexa warned that if this relationship collapsed, the aftermath would be beyond their imagination. She added that the temple had sent a delegation to protest, and they would make unreasonable demands just to keep this friendly relationship intact. Vin Tran calmly said that if Vexa already knew, he wouldn't need to report such trivial things. Vexa was confused, not understanding which trivial things Vin Tran was talking about. Suddenly, Vin Tran ordered a girl named Ryelsa to push a cart into the room. He placed his hand on the cloth covering the item on the cart, then whipped the cloth away, revealing the Holy Grail. Vin Tran looked at Vexa and whispered that this was what he had found in the Holy King's tomb. Vexa stared blankly at the cup, realizing immediately that it was the Holy Grail. She angrily said that no matter how high its value was, it had nothing to do with this incident, because those people only cared about their own interests. Vexa continued, saying Vin Tran could not escape reprimand from the clan, and asked how he would take responsibility for this. Vin Tran calmly replied that it wasn't necessary. Vexa was stunned and surprised. Vin Tran said confidently, "On the contrary, they should be thanking me." Vexa said helplessly, "Vin Tran, just try it." Vin Tran said, "The Holy King's tomb has nothing to do with those people. I said that place was abandoned without any management to even be called an important relic." Then he continued, "There were only 2 guards there. Even though a priest is needed to enter or leave, as long as you know a priest, anyone can get in." Vin Tran said those people had long stopped investigating the tomb. He said if they really thought that relic had value, they would have been digging inside, regardless of any threats or sacrifices. He said the Holy King's tomb was essentially a chicken rib, a waste to throw away, but worthless to keep. He asked Vexa if that was enough to clear him of responsibility. Vexa said she was too disappointed in Vin Tran. She said helplessly that he knew exactly what kind of person she was, yet he dared to do this. She shouted angrily, scolding Vin Tran for daring to lie. This was the terrifying side of Lady Vexa, when she discovered a lie. She pointed at Vin Tran and said, "Don't you dare try to justify this. Tell me everything else you're hiding." Vin Tran remained calm, saying that, as expected, nothing could get past Vexa. Then he said he would show her something. As Vexa looked at the light radiating from it, she wondered what it was. She questioned if it could be a fake. Ryelsa said it had a structure that couldn't be forged. Vin Tran said, using this, could turn the situation around, and asked if Vexa was satisfied now. A few days later, the Gaia delegation arrived. If Vin Tran's defamation was made public, he couldn't escape responsibility. Nellie said that the power of the Holy King would see how Vin Tran's family answered to them regarding that destruction. Dulin said Nellie was making a mistake, but he retorted that he was only doing what was right. Neely thought to himself that even if Vin Tran still had the support of those old men, he could still sit before the High Priest. Dulin was speechless. At this moment, Delbach was asking Vexa if what she said was true. Vexa confirmed it, and said that since she had put Vin Tran in this important position, this incident was nothing. Vexa said if Vin Tran couldn't prove his innocence, she would deal with him. Julian heard this, and was terrified, while Vin Tran remained bold. Delbach agreed because the lady had said so, but in his mind, he thought this was a useless battle and they couldn't do anything to Vin Tran if it came to it. Vexa approached the Gaia delegation and welcomed them. Vexa announced that because the matter was long, she would begin by introducing the location where they would meet. Everyone sat down at the table in a prepared room. Nellie, leading the delegation, expressed regret at having to come to the Adenka family over an unpleasant incident. He said he wouldn't summarize the incident anymore, and invited the elders of Adenka to express their views. Meanwhile, Delbach silently calculated that this was his chance to exploit the support of the Gaia Temple to seize power from the Elders' Council. Just then, Vin Tran stood up, surprising Delbach. He smiled confidently, his expression somewhat mocking. Delbach angrily reminded him that this meeting was the result of his recklessness. But Vin Tran didn't look worried at all. He slammed his hand on the table, responding with a sarcastic jab. comparing Neely's actions to removing the head of the Adenka family. Those words surprised everyone in the room. Julian just smiled inwardly with amusement. Nelly couldn't control his anger, threatening that Vin Tran would have to pay if he didn't explain clearly. However, Vin Tran remained calm, stood up, and greeted everyone, introducing himself as the 7th young master of Adenka and also affirming that he was a 9th-level student of the Blood City. As he spoke, he raised 2 fingers, creating a brilliant light that projected the image of the Holy King within a halo. This image stunned the whole room, and in the Holy King's voice, he thanked Vin Tran, saying that thanks to him, he could keep his promise and leave that place. The sight left everyone in the room, especially Nelly, surprised and confused. Vin Tran looked at their astonishment and confidently declared that they could now begin the meeting. In a small village, Millie was carefully placing each weapon onto the rack. The swords and spears glinted with metallic light under the dim glow. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making her freeze. A man hurried in, looking disheveled, asking if this was Hansen's forge. Millie stopped her work, turned around, and looked at him with cold eyes. She asked why he was there. Was he looking to have a sword forged? The man shook his head, slightly surprised by her attitude. He quickly introduced himself as a reporter, then hurriedly asked if the Red Lotus sword that Vin Tran used to defeat Simon was indeed forged by Hansen. The man was still very eager, clearly wanting more information. However, Millie suddenly lost her temper, snapping at him to stop showing up here. She shouted that every time he came, he only talked about some famous sword, and if he didn't stop, she would write a report about him. She yelled in frustration, asking if he had any idea how much his behavior was hurting their business. The man was terrified and quickly denied it, insisting he didn't mean anything by it. Just then, Hansen appeared and spoke to Millie, asking if she was arguing with a customer again. Hansen stood with his arms crossed, saying he had reminded her many times about maintaining a polite attitude when dealing with customers, and asked if she was trying to drive them all away. Millie rushed to explain, but the man still looked excited when he saw Hansen. He quickly ran over and asked for just a few minutes of his time. Meanwhile, Hansen just sighed, feeling bored, and muttered to himself, "Another reporter." He thought to himself that it was precisely because of situations like this that he despised that guy, Vin Tran, so much. And now, all sorts of trouble were piling up again. Just then, a voice called out, making Hansen turn around. At this moment, Millie was still trying to stop the reporter, chasing him away, but the reporter remained insistent, begging for just a little more time. Watching the scene, Hansen thought that at least thanks to Vin Tran, he was now called a master blacksmith. Hansen wondered, it had been a long time since Vin Tran was last here. He suspected that perhaps Vin Tran had taken the recording crystal along with all the shop's money. The scene shifts to another location, where Vin Tran was sitting in a meeting with everyone. He stood up, looked at the group, and announced that they could finally start this meeting seriously. Nu then spoke up, questioning if that thing from earlier was truly the Saint King. And if so, did that mean the tomb had fulfilled its purpose and the Saint King had finally been freed? Vin Tran held the crystal in his hand, thinking he never imagined he would have to use the mana crystal the master blacksmith had given him in this way. Nu was so angry he gritted his teeth, his face turning bright red. He shouted, claiming that the whole thing was a fabrication memories staged by Vin Tran to hide the crimes he had committed. The others in the room looked at the images on the mana crystal, and even though they couldn't deny it, it was hard for them to believe it was fake. At this moment, Nelius thought to himself that they were all just a bunch of useless people. Vin Tran didn't stay quiet. He asked if he wanted to test something right now. He then pulled out the Holy Chalice, emphasizing that this was the achievement the Saint King had left for him. Debach saw this and was incredibly surprised, realizing it was indeed the real Holy Chalice. Nu angrily criticized Vin Tran, saying he was dragging the Saint King's reputation through the mud with an object of unknown origin. Vin Tran calmly explained. After reviewing a series of recent events, Merlin, a royal knight, had sacrificed his life to prove this was the real deal. Nelius heard this, and angrily thought that Merlin, one of the 12 swords of Adenka, a person of such stature, would give his life to protect this item. Just then, Dudan stepped forward and declared that he would bear witness. With the power of the Saint King flowing through his body and staking his own life, he affirmed that the Holy Chalice was genuine. M also asked Debach if they needed any further guarantees. She said, "After all, Vin Tran has put in the effort, so I cannot let him down." M said with a resolute voice that she would stake her own right arm to prove that what Vin Tran said was true. Debach was extremely surprised to hear this. M continued, "I am especially welcoming toward Debach, so I will stake his left arm to guarantee it." He heard this and thought, What the hell is going on here? If they were that confident, he wouldn't let himself lose. Thinking this, he spoke up, accepting the demand. He bet his left arm, claiming that what Vin Tran said was a lie. Vin Tran said confidently, "From the moment you stepped in here, you already staked your own life." That statement left Debach confused, and then he moved toward Nelius, making him panic. Vin Tran said that Nelius was the only one here who hadn't put anything on the line. Merlin demanded that Nelius bet something equal to his own life, Priest Dan and his mother's right arm. This terrified him. Nelius tried to reassure himself, thinking there was no way it was the real Holy Chalice. It had to be a fake. He tried to stay strong, wondering if everyone here was really willing to go all in. And then, he decided to agree to bet his life. Nelius's statement made everyone in the room panic. A moment later, Dongthon declared that he would also place a bet. Vin Tran signaled to Dan, and Dan immediately understood. He stepped forward and touched the Holy Chalice. Instantly, a surge of power radiated throughout the room, shocking everyone around. The Holy Chalice was now full of water. Dan picked it up, his voice confident as he said this was the power of the Holy Chalice. It had absorbed his magic and created holy water. Everyone present in the room was bewildered after witnessing that scene. With confidence, Vin Tran asked Nelius what he was going to do now. The question terrified Nelius, leaving him stammering and unable to speak. Someone in the crowd spoke up, refusing to accept what was happening, claiming that only a little water had gathered, and it was nothing special or noteworthy. He even insisted that it was definitely a trick. Hearing those words, Nelius felt extremely confused. Before he could react, that person was immediately slashed, which made Nu even more panicked. The sight only added to his confusion and anxiety. Vess continued to advance, cutting down those who dared to oppose them one by one. Debach was bewildered by the situation, unable to understand what was going on, and asked what Vess was doing. But immediately after, his left arm was also cut off by M, causing him extreme pain. Vess stood firm in the tense space, declaring herself the lady of the Adenka family, and stating she would uphold the honor of Vin Tran's son. This statement shocked everyone in the room. No one could believe what they had just heard. Julian's soul watched the developments, realizing immediately that she had just called out the name of Vin Tran's son. And before anyone could react, a sharp sword strike was unleashed, so fast that no one could see it. It was Bertha Helium, the powerful woman leading the Adenka family. Debach, with his injured arm, was also extremely shocked by this event. Tension filled the room. In the heavy silence, Vin Tran asked if he could say something. B did not hesitate to ask what he wanted to say. He replied, hoping that person could live, and continued to explain that this was the Saint King's holy chalice, and if they acted now, everyone present could survive. Vess seriously asked why he would decide that. Vin Tran replied simply, but profoundly, that he didn't want to be a child who had to borrow his mother's hands, but wanted to maintain his honor with his own hands. That statement deeply moved Vess. She felt Vin Tran's heart and determination, and immediately agreed to his wish. With clear determination in his eyes, Vin Tran ordered Dulan to act quickly. D did not hesitate, turned back, and ordered everyone not to stand still, but to act immediately. He called for everyone to gather all the priests and unite to focus the god's power into the holy chalice. The people in the room finally realized the seriousness of the situation and hurried to move, placing their hands on the holy chalice in hopes of the magical power it could bring. Vin Tran stood there observing, feeling everything going according to his plan. Julian's soul couldn't hide its anticipation, sensing that something huge was about to happen. Meanwhile, Nelius suddenly woke up. He felt dizzy, not understanding what was happening because he had clearly been beheaded, and now he was back in this room. Thinking he was still alive, he reassured himself but remained confused. Dulan noticed Nelius had woken up and called to him, but no longer called him senior, but instead, Priest Nelius. Hearing this, Nelius felt anger rising. He could not accept this change in address. Dulan ignored his emotions and continued to command, asking Debach to come closer to reattach his arm before it was too late. Debach reluctantly agreed and looked at Dan. Just at that moment, Vin Tran spoke up to stop him, laughing mockingly. He said he would never let Debach reattach his arm, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Debach was shocked and angry at these words. Vin Tran picked up Debach's arm, his eyes full of pride, saying that this arm was not like those of the priests, but was a symbol of an honorable knight of the Adenka family. He continued to explain that if Debach agreed to reattach his arm, it would be no different than throwing away his honor. He looked at Debach with a look of contempt, which made him feel extremely angry at Vin Tran's words. Vin Tran continued, stating that Debach's arm was proof of his innocence, a testament to the integrity and honor he had upheld for so long. He affirmed that such spirit would be etched in his heart forever. Though furious, Delbach could only remain silent and reply that it was all for the best. Responding to Delbach, Vin Tran said that everything had been settled properly. He turned to ask Neliu about the situation. Upon hearing this, Neliu just smiled and replied that young master Vin Tran was completely innocent, so he would not demand compensation from the Gai Temple. He said he would take his leave, thinking to himself that although it was a bit humiliating, but if everything ended right here, he wouldn't lose a thing. The plan to withdraw funds from the Adenka family and increase his own power could still be carried out later. It wasn't too late. However, Vin Tran suddenly stopped him. He said that he hadn't received what he needed yet. Then, Vin Tran held the glowing crystal up in front of Nelyuk. He handed the crystal to him and thanked him for helping him keep his promise to his comrades, then asked him to leave. Vin Tran continued to explain that the Holy Grail had been placed there by the arrangement of the Sun Sword Emperor and the Holy King. The Gaia Temple had been unable to decipher this arrangement and had abandoned the Holy King's tomb. Through many hardships, Vin Tran had found the Holy Grail and received the Holy King's gratitude. He affirmed that they, everyone present here, were considered descendants of the Holy King. Then, he didn't forget to ask Nelyuk if he didn't have something to do, which made him frown in anger. The whole group bowed their heads in silence before Vin Tran's majesty. Nelyuk, though he had no other choice, reluctantly voiced his thanks to Vin Tran for fulfilling the Holy King's last wish. Nelyuk knelt before Vin Tran, showing his reverence and wishing for the blessings of the Gaia Temple to accompany him and his family. Everyone in the room bowed their heads. The soul of the attendant looked at this scene and remarked that this was the highest ritual of a Gaia priest. Kneeling to the point of kissing the floor, Vin Tran felt the solemnity of those actions and thought that this image wasn't bad either. Deep inside, Nelyuk's anger flared up. He secretly thought that one day he would take revenge for this humiliation. When Vin Tran opened the door, a crowd of reporters stood in front of Nelyuk, which surprised him. The reporters buzzed, noticing the officials kneeling, and speculated that this was the hearing to judge the seventh young master. They scrambled to take photos, calling it a hot scoop, and asked each other if anyone could explain what was happening. Nelyuk tried to stop them from taking pictures, but Delbabak immediately ordered the reporters to be chased away. Inside Delbabak, his anger grew, and he secretly thought that he would not spare Vin Tran and Vexa for what had happened. He was furious and ordered that the contents of the meeting, organized by the Elder Council, must not be leaked by any means. He wondered if Vin Tran was trying to break the Adenka family's laws, unless those contents benefited the interests and honor of the Adenka family. Vin Tran stood there, smiling, and replied with a sarcastic tone. "The rest of that still has that clause, right, Delbabach?" he said. "Isn't everyone saying now that what happened is beneficial to the Adenka family?" This remark made Delba extremely angry. A few days later, the event between Vin Tran and the Gaia Temple became a hot topic and quickly spread across the continent. The powerful hermits of Gaia, even the first-rank priests, were bowing before the Adenka young master. This caused the temple's prestige to plummet. The temple's plan to gain dominance in its relationship with the Adenkas had completely vanished into thin air. At this moment, Dan was shouting in surprise, "You're handing that Holy Grail over to me? Are you serious?" Vin Tran sat with his arms crossed. "Aren't you the one who received the Holy King's power? There's no one more suitable than you now," Dan stammered. But Vin Tran continued, "Besides, I will often need to use divine power in the future, so it's better to have someone I know keep it." Dan knew he couldn't refuse, and resignedly answered, "If that's the case, then so be it," Dan said, then fell silent, his eyes full of thought. He clenched his trembling hand. "As you can see, the temple is gradually rotting. I could live there and use the Holy Grail for personal gain. I could sell holy water at a high price to use as bribes." Or Dan looked toward Vin Tran. "Can the young master still trust me?" Vin Tran smiled happily and replied, "I trust you." Dan was extremely stunned. "Huh? Are you for real?" "Of course I trust you." Just as he finished, Vin Tran remembered something. "Oh, that day, the one who gave me the God Stone was Priest Dan, wasn't it?" Hearing Vin Tran mention that, Dan was stunned and looked terrified. Vin Tran continued, "I trust you will use the Holy Grail for good." Saying that, he pointed at the Holy Grail. Dan picked up the Holy Grail with both hands, happily. "Whenever the young master needs help, I will fill this Holy Grail with holy water." Vin Tran smiled lightly and replied, "You don't need to do that." Suddenly, Ryelsa pushed the door open and asked, "Is the young master there?" Vin Tran was surprised. Ryelsa Julian, beside him, vaguely remembered and mentioned that during the meeting, it felt like someone had been calling them. Ryelsa looked very panicked and urged Vin Tran, "You must prepare immediately. Lady Vexa is inviting the young master to dinner, Raelsa's eyes wide with fear. What? Dinner? Julian and Vin Tran were both shocked to hear that. The dinner had already taken place. Lady Vexa asked Vin Tran, I heard you are returning to Blood City tomorrow. He replied, I am still a student, so when the mission ends, I must return quickly. Julian, standing beside him, was trembling so much he was biting his nails. Vin Tran felt quite uncomfortable, thinking to himself that his mother, just like his father, had never eaten with anyone. Vexa suddenly stared intently at him. Julian, terrified, hid right behind Vin Tran, shivering uncontrollably. Ah, Vin Tran asked Julian, are you still trembling in fear of my mother? Julian replied, I told you, she always has eyes that perceive the truth. Because I'm afraid I'll do something wrong, I'm always scared of her gaze. Vin Tran had to give up. That's a chronic case of anxiety. It can't be cured. He smiled, looking toward Vexa, then said to Julian, but you don't need to be so tense. We found the holy artifact. You remember what happened, removing the 2 heads of the Elder Council. Vin Tran continued, the reason she called us here. But before he could finish, Vexa spoke up. The reason I called you here is to give you a gift, she said with a smile. You exposed the evil face of the Adenka elders and took control of the relationship between Gaia and the temple. I will give you a gift to acknowledge this contribution. What do you want? Vin Tran replied, Mother, give me some time to think, please. She immediately replied, very well. Vin Tran thought to himself, this was also a penalty for her, for failing to play the role of the family head properly. After a while of thinking, Vin Tran spoke up. I've decided. Vexa immediately asked, what is it that you want? He smiled and replied, as a student of Blood City, I want the opportunity to participate in the promotion exam. Vexa was very surprised when he mentioned that. A promotion exam? Really? Vexa smiled. Ha ha, Vin Tran. It seems you underestimate your mother's influence. I am the head of the Adenka family. Whatever level you want, I can give it to you. Is that all you want? Vexa asked him again. Vin Tran smiled and replied, that's right. Vexa immediately asked for the reason. Because that is what I need, he answered, with a look full of determination. The promotion exam takes place twice a year, with a predetermined number of people. You know it's a brutal exam, Vexa added. Exactly, Vin Tran continued. If I am promoted by my mother's support, it turns into me taking the position that should have belonged to someone else. Winning such an opportunity is not what I want. Vin Tran flashed a confident smile. I want to earn it with my own strength. Vexa hesitated for a moment. That's the right thing to do. What I mean is, I find your faith, Vin Tran, quite stupid. But faith can take one very far. She looked at Vin Tran. There were times when I also pursued something like you. Hearing that, Vin Tran asked in surprise. Not anymore, mother? She replied. I am too old to pursue that now. I have many more things to be responsible for now. I have gradually had to adapt to that. No longer dreaming like before. Her gaze was deep and thoughtful as she lowered her head. If you return to Blood City, the mission letter will arrive. That mission will be the 8th level promotion exam for you. Hearing that, Vin Tran and Julian were extremely surprised. The 2 of them stood up and faced each other. Vexa smiled gently. I will support your righteousness. Vin Tran. He bowed solemnly and replied, thank you, mother. The sun had gradually disappeared behind the high mountains and green trees. Vin Tran had finished packing his luggage, and he prepared to step into the carriage. He was ready to set off. In the mansion on a high floor, there was the silhouette of a person standing there looking at him. It was Vexa. She watched her son preparing to leave. She instructed Raelsa, prepare it. I will write the mission letter for Vin Tran. Raelsa asked, my lady, may I ask what mission that is? It is Melidium. The boy will go to Melidium, Vexa replied with a smile. Raelsa asked again, my lady, are you referring to the southern coastal city, Melidium, a territory ruled by the Vion family? That's a poor place, with no special products. I heard that the people living there are suffering in misery due to exploitation, so the family head has ordered the young master to go there. Raelsa continued, does my lady want to use young master Vin Tran to attack that place? Vexa replied, I know Vin Tran is an excellent child, but that mission will be very heavy. He will protect the Gaia envoy sent there. Hearing Vexa say that, Raelsa was extremely surprised. Raelsa didn't understand and wondered. A few days ago, when young master Vin Tran made the Gaia temple feel humiliated, my lady ordered him to protect them? The Vion family were cunning people. What if the temple bribed the Vion family to harm young master Vin Tran? Vexa simply replied, of course it will be dangerous. They have many ways to disguise that assassination as an accident. Hearing that, Ryelsa immediately shouted in anger. My Lady Vexa, she thought to herself. That's right, Vin Tran. Because you are walking on the right path. You will encounter danger. At this moment, Vin Tran and Julian had set off. They chatted happily together in the carriage. But that's what makes it an exam, right? He smiled, revealing his anticipation and excitement. The scene shifted to Blood City, where he was greeted by the bright, smiling face of Hoka Ken. She laughed heartily. Ha, welcome back, Vin Tran. You must have had a hard time, right? You've achieved a great feat. I'm very moved. She opened her arms to welcome him. Vin Tran replied, You seem to be in a good mood. She continued to express her joy. I heard you took care of that Weo Tiovan guy. When you deal with a scumbag like that, of course I have to be happy. Vin Tran asked back, I guess you don't like him very much, either? Hoka Ken frowned as she recounted. He asked me to become his concubine with such a creepy expression. Perhaps Vin Tran imagined that scene, so he replied, I understand. Vagan gave a light cough to remind Hoka. Ahem, City Lord. She suddenly remembered and told Vin Tran, Oh, that's right. That's not the reason I brought you back. Hoka Ken took out a secret letter and said to him, This is your next mission. I know you're exhausted from the long trip, but this time you only need to go for 3 days. He immediately asked back with a very serious attitude. Where is the location? The City Lord replied. The southernmost city on the continent, Melidium. Vin Tran thought to himself. Melidium, if that place has kept the same name for 500 years, then surely. Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting off Vin Tran's thoughts. Merithium. Hearing that, the three of them looked back in surprise. It was Selbira, her face full of excitement as she asked, Are you planning to go to Melidium? Really? When? Then, Selbira shouted excitedly, Vin Tran, take me to Melidium with you. The scene shifted to Selbira telling Vin Tran about the place where he was about to carry out his mission. That was what they had done. Currently, it was being managed by the Vion family. Melidium was quite famous because of its border. Moreover, even though it bordered the Hella family's territory, the two sides had never had any friction. Since there were no records of tribute between the two, many theories surrounded this peaceful state. Vin Tran frowned, thinking to himself, Hella right. In my memories, the Hellem family had a very close relationship with Myentum, Hella, his mother Vesahim's family. This mission was definitely to serve her purpose. Selbira was still talking non-stop about the ruins of a naval battle from 200 years ago. Seeing that, Vin Tran asked, You must be very interested in history, right? Hearing that question, her face suddenly turned bright red. She flusteredly waved her hands around, trying to explain, well, this, Then she said shyly, My dream isn't to become a warrior, but a historian. Vin Tran didn't say anything, but his look was questioning and disbelieving. Selbira got angry. What's with that look? My dream isn't that strange, Vin Tran replied flusteredly. No, it's not. I think that's a wonderful dream. It's just that I don't understand why you came to Blood City with a dream like that. Selbira closed her book and sighed. Historians don't make much money. Plus, exploration is very dangerous, so I need to know more about martial arts. Incidentally, she placed her hand near Vin Tran. I can also help you with this mission. Hearing that, he was extremely surprised, while Selbira's eyes sparkled. Her face flushed with shyness. This time I will go with you and support you. Suddenly, Saizen and Hamon pushed the door open and rushed in. Vin Tran, I heard you just received a mission? Saizen asked excitedly. If you allow it, I want to go with you. Vin Tran. Hamon said the same. Me too. I promise I will work hard and follow your orders. Vin Tran crossed his arms and smiled. Good, then everyone will go together. Saizen and Hamon cheered. Only Selbira still felt shy, with a look of slight regret on her face. Julian smiled very cunningly as he looked at Vin Tran. I think you have enough companions already. Vin Tran replied. What are you saying? All of them will be useful. Julian was quite surprised and asked, Then why do you really think those friends will be useful to you? Vin Tran replied, Look at those trusting eyes. Their readiness will definitely help me a lot. And there was one more person, Vin Tran thought to himself. Raven was extremely excited, his eyes sparkling as he asked, Really? Vin Tran replied happily, Yes, if you help me on this mission, I will seriously train with you. I swear to you as a warrior. The two shook hands. Raven smiled brightly, suggesting they become friends. Vin Tran smiled to himself. If Raven joins, then Seokan will automatically be involved, Julian replied. In any case, Melidium is famous for being a dangerous place, you know. Julian glanced at Vin Tran with a smirk. Brother, you're getting more cunning by the day, aren't you? Vin Tran calmly crossed his arms and replied, "That must be your influence." Raven suddenly remembered. "Oh, right. Come to think of it, So Khan has something he wants to tell you." Immediately, a thin silk thread appeared before Vin Tran's eyes. The threads appeared more and more. Vin Tran was now surrounded by tangled spider silk, his expression extremely annoyed. He asked in confusion, "What does this mean?" "Apologize," he continued. At that moment, someone's footsteps could be heard approaching. Seo Khan appeared, walking slowly toward Vin Tran with a strange, demonic smile on his lips. "I didn't intend to startle you." Vin Tran kept his hand on the hilt of his sword, calmly looking at Seo Khan. "Why don't you draw your sword?" Seo Khan wondered. Vin Tran replied, "Because you haven't truly shown that you intend to kill me." Seo Khan's eyes revealed clear interest. He thought to himself, "Does this not bother him at all?" He smiled. "You are quite interesting, young master." Vin Tran asked, "What skill is this?" Seo Khan replied, "This is a type of barrier. It seals everything both inside and out." Julian was extremely surprised. "This is the Assassin King's domain. The number of people who have survived this can be counted on the fingers of one hand." Hearing that, Vin Tran looked suspiciously at Seo Khan. "The Assassin King's domain? I guess not many people have survived this skill, right?" Seo Khan replied, "This is a perfect method for assassination, and it's also very useful when you need to discuss secrets." Vin Tran wondered, "Secrets? What do you mean?" Seo Khan rubbed his chin and looked thoughtful. "That's right. I don't know where to start either." It seemed like Seo Khan remembered something. He smiled. "Right. Because you brought this up. You just said that not many people have survived this skill, right? To be precise, there is only one person. Only one person could perfectly dodge this skill. That person's name is Merlin Fanker." Hearing that name, Vin Tran jumped. He thought of his master. Seo Khan continued. "He was a young genius. Even though he was quite young, his power was extremely high. The Assassin King's domain was completely destroyed by him. I failed completely." As he spoke, Seo Khan recalled the battle, where he was soundly defeated by Merlin. "After that, to face Merlin Fanker's lightning, I started learning how to use mana. And finally, the scene shifted to the long scar on Merlin's face. That was caused by Seo Khan." He continued, "I was also able to leave a scar on his face. However, 15 years ago, when I became the butler of the Vatican, I completely lost contact with him." Vin Tran was stunned, as if he couldn't believe it. "With my master? 15 years ago?" Julian was also extremely surprised. "Wait, how old is this butler?" Seo Khan smiled, and a sparkling blue light appeared on his face. "Isn't it strange? Strictly speaking, I should be about your father's age. But don't you think my face looks too young?" His true face was revealed from behind the mask. On Seo Khan's face was a massive scar from his forehead down to his eye, along with wrinkles of age. Julian was extremely surprised. Could this be the reversal technique? It was rumored that the Assassin King used the reversal technique to change his appearance to deceive opponents. Vin Tran panicked and stammered. "The reversal technique." Seo Khan replied, "So you know about it too? Then do you know why I am demonstrating it in front of you?" Vin Tran replied, "No. I also don't know what message you want to convey through this conversation." Seo Khan bowed his head slightly and smiled. "First of all, I did this because you protected us from the explosion." In his mind, he remembered the explosion that day. Then he continued to explain. "Secondly, because I hope that you are worthy to accompany the young master to achieve his dreams." Hearing this, Vin Tran asked, "I don't understand what you mean." Seo Khan closed his eyes, remembering the time when Raven was training fanatically. At that time, Seo Khan tried to advise Raven, "Young master, you cannot ignore the cold of Blood City. That's enough for today." Seo Khan watched Raven's back and reminded him. However, Raven's eyes at that time looked extremely sad. "I have lost twice in a row. Vin Tran is the one who saved all of us from the explosion." Raven recalled that chaotic moment. Only Vin Tran was brave enough to rush out and save everyone. Raven continued, "He was also the one who devised the plan to defeat Chimela. Whenever we face a difficult situation, we usually just stand by and watch." Raven's hands were shaking at that time, which made Sar Khan deeply worried. However, he could only call out to the young master. But Vin turned his head back to look at Sir Khan, his gaze no longer filled with sorrow or despair, but overflowing with light. "Isn't it wonderful that I've found an opponent stronger than myself?" Raven held both hands up high with enthusiasm. "All right, from now on, with Vin Tran as my goal, I must constantly grow stronger." Seekin looked at that display, speechless. He thought to himself, "Please, just keep up that momentum, young master. You'll reach the peak right alongside him." Emerging from his recollections, Sekon said sternly, Master Vin, you must become stronger, stronger still to lead the young master toward his goal. But if you lose your edge, I will hack you into a million pieces. Hearing this, Vin Tran couldn't help but jump. Julian was incredibly annoyed on the side, thinking, what the hell is this? As for Raven, he just commented, what a terrifying threat. But what does your reversal technique have to do with our conversation? He asked, puzzled. Seiken rolled up his sleeves and explained, the reason I developed the reversal technique was to create a physique capable of withstanding Merlin Fanker's lightning strikes. Suddenly, blue mana flowed across his arm. Seiken continued, beyond changing my outer appearance, this technique allows me to shift the flow of mana at will and regenerate my bones and muscles. Right then, you looked as if you were trying to prevent your body from exploding by using some kind of power. Didn't you, Master Vin Tran? You replied cautiously, as if caught red-handed. That's right. Seiken turned serious. If your body is destroyed and you die, there is no benefit to me. But what if I taught you the reversal technique? Hearing Seiken's proposal, Vin Tran asked with interest. Really? Seiken asked. What do you think? Do you want to learn it? You didn't hesitate. Of course. There's no reason for me to refuse. Julian was also very excited. If we can master the reversal technique, we can stabilize the holy bone even further. Vin Tran smiled and replied, that's true. Besides using holy power, I need another way to protect this body. Seiken then told Vin Tran, but you must promise me one thing. Vin Tran thought for a moment, then replied, I cannot guarantee that I will always be a goal that can help Raven rise. To be honest, I don't feel worthy of being a goal for others to pursue. You clenched your fists. However, one day, I will surpass Sami at any cost. That is the only thing I can promise you. Seiken was very satisfied. That is more than enough. I will teach you the reversal technique. Vin Tran sat on the ground, and Seiken activated the reversal technique. A powerful flow of blue energy radiated outward. Vin Tran was incredibly serious and focused. Suddenly, you opened your eyes as if sensing something. 3 days had passed. Vagan closed his book. Vagan sat opposite Vin Tran. I will skip the report. Behind Vin Tran were other students of the Blood Fortress. Vagan clasped his hands together solemnly. This competition will be held at the request of High Priest Dolan and approved by the noble lady of the Vahim family. It is considered an advancement exam. Hearing Vagan say this, Raven wore an incredibly excited smile. Vagan continued the announcement to avoid it becoming a nuisance for both sides. I hope you will do your best. All for the sake of good results in the advancement exam. Vagan thought to himself, feeling quite anxious. The Lord will be the evaluator for this exam, but in the end, I suppose it will be me doing the work. Thinking of that, Vagan just sighed helplessly. Everything will be reported to everyone in the coming time. For now, you are all dismissed. Everyone happily said their goodbyes to Vagan, bowing respectfully before his glory. Only the two people standing on the edge were not very interested, sighing, not understanding why they had to do this. The carriage began its departure. Julian explained to Vin Tran, we will use the teleportation gate, but it will likely take a few days to reach Meltium. Vin Tran wondered, a teleportation gate takes days? In my era, it would take years to travel by land. Julian replied helplessly, ah, I forgot that you are an old man. On the 4th day since departure, at the 5th teleportation gate, Wilson was incredibly angry. Wait, what is the meaning of this? A girl with a blue witch hat and turquoise hair laughed cunningly while Wilson was frustrated with her. Why is the price so high? Do you know whose money you are trying to extort? She laughed and replied, this is the original price. If you don't have the money to pay, don't use the teleportation gate. Wilson shouted angrily, Blood Fortress officers are on an official mission. Siri hurried to intervene from the side. Calm down, Wilson, the witch girl asked in surprise. Blood Fortress? What is that? Wilson was stunned. You've never heard of the Blood Fortress? Then Wilson said arrogantly, well, how about this? Do you know who is sitting in that carriage? That is the young master of the Adenka and Vatican families. The witch girl remained calm. So what? If they are that great, surely they should be willing to pay a higher price. Wilson was furious. I know you are intentionally ripping us off. Do you want to taste the power of Wilson from the Black Thunder? Vin Tran sat in the carriage and looked out. That's enough, Wilson. If you continue, you will ruin our reputation. If even a small problem like this is enough to make you lose your cool, you had better return to the Blood Fortress. Wilson immediately went silent. Vin Tran thought to himself, now they don't even know what the Blood Fortress is. The further away we get from the central Adenka continent, the worse the treatment becomes. Julian explained from the side. It can't be helped. Our influence wanes in these remote regions. Vin Tran replied, this trip seems like it will be difficult. On the 6th day since departure, they were traveling by sea. Everyone inside the carriage was laughing and talking happily with each other. Suddenly, Selbira pointed in that direction. Vin Tran, look, that is the barrier of Meltium. Before them now was a massive wall. Selbira recounted. It was built 200 years ago. Thanks to this barrier, Meltium has been able to protect itself from the relentless attacks of pirates. Vin Tran asked in surprise. Relentless attacks? Syra replied immediately. That's right. They say that even to this day, pirates are still a thorny issue. You thought to yourself, that's strange. I feel like there's something odd about that statement. You told Julian, we must thoroughly investigate this barrier. Julian replied, I understand. Leave it to me. Julian flew away. The image of Meltium appeared a port city protected by a barrier for 200 years. Meltium, although protected by a barrier, the safety of the residents was always threatened by constant raids from pirates, along with the famine currently taking place, which only made the suffering of the residents increase. Vin Tran's group entered the city. Along both sides of the road, people were lying sprawled out from hunger. Raven spoke up. I had heard rumors about the famine happening here, Seacon continued. But I didn't expect it to be so serious, beyond what I could have imagined. Siri wondered, so, where should we go now? Wilson was frustrated. There isn't even a guide. Are they intentionally looking down on us? Selbira also wondered, could it be because Adenka's influence in the south is very little, or perhaps non-existent? Vin Tran seemed confused. He thought, no, there is still something strange about this. He thought, Helm is the only family that has a marriage-based relationship with the Adenka family. Because this city lies on the border of the Helm territory, the reputation of Adenka should have a stronger influence than anywhere else we have been. He told everyone, we need to gather more information. Let's go to the cathedral and ask the priests there. They arrived at the Gaia Cathedral in Meltium, with their mission guide. I think I have heard a little about it, said the third-class priest, Lucen. He leaned his chin on his hand and answered Vin Tran's group. Vin Tran handed over the paper. This is our mission instruction. But before he could finish his sentence, the man raised his hand to interrupt and turned away. Actually, I don't need to see those. Vin Tran asked, what do you mean? Lucen walked into the cathedral and flashed a treacherous smile. Why don't you guys just go for a walk to kill time and then leave here quickly? Wouldn't that be a win-win for both sides? I don't need protectors because this place is very peaceful. Raven was angry. We spent days traveling to get here, and now you're telling us to leave? Sekon wanted to stop Raven. Young Master Lucen asked the people inside the cathedral what the next plan was. The other person replied, we will go to the homeless shelter tomorrow. Ignoring Vin Tran's group standing outside the door, he closed it. V was annoyed. Daring to ignore us? Selbira couldn't understand. What was wrong with him? Vin Tran was now looking toward the barrier of Meltium. Julian, have you reached it yet? Almost there. Julian was trying to stretch his trembling arms to climb up. Almost there. My friend, it seems my abilities fluctuate in strength depending on the distance between you and me. Vin Tran asked, how are things going? What is the status of the barrier? Julian looked down and replied, just as we suspected, there isn't a single crack. And furthermore, there is no protective magic or maintenance magic being used at all. All the rumors about pirate attacks are just lies. Vin Tran frowned and thought, everything is strangely orchestrated, including the attitude of the people. And suddenly, on the other side of the wall, there was an explosion. Season panicked. There's an explosion. Is it a pirate attack? Vin immediately reassured him. Calm down, Season. The surrounding citizens were terrified. Pirates again? Run quickly. Consecutive explosions occurred. Our home, hurry, run. Vin Tran contacted Julian, asking, Julian, is this a pirate attack? Julian replied, of course not. It's all fake. Seriously. Julian looked toward the sea. There wasn't a single sail in the distance, let alone pirate ships. Suddenly, the sanctuary door opened, and Lu Sen held out his hand, looking utterly disdainful. Now, would everyone like to come inside and take shelter? The citizens rushed forward. It's the priest. We're saved. Vin Tran couldn't help but feel something was strange. He was too relaxed, even amidst such a massive explosion. Vin Tran remembered Len's words earlier, saying that they didn't need protection because this place was very peaceful. He still said that even though attacks frequently occurred, this guy knew all the attacks were fake. Vin Tran remembered the time he talked to the person inside. What's the next plan? We'll go to the homeless shelter tomorrow. He smiled as if he had thought of something. The homeless shelter? Huh. Scene change. Merlin had woken up and was staring into the distance, appearing thoughtful. Merlin's gaze looked extremely sorrowful. Then, someone's voice spoke up. What are you thinking about? Master Vagon, Merlin said happily. Vagon asked him. It seems you have recovered significantly, Master Merlin. He replied, Ah, I won't hold any grudges. Merlin recalled what happened in the Sacred King's tomb. I intended to complete my mission at the Sacred King's tomb because I believed it was my destiny. However, young Master Vin Tran changed everything. Merlin offered a smile, but it still looked very sad. I never thought about how I would live after fulfilling my mission, so I used to wonder what I should do next. Vagon empathized. I have also put myself in difficult positions because of my family. Vagon recalled meeting Vin Tran. It was shameful to be comforted by a child who hadn't had any breakthrough, and to be more honest with my own intentions. That child is, Merlin asked. Vagon replied, That's right, it's young Master Vin Tran. Vagon continued. If he is the one who changed your fate, do you think you will find the answer to your next question through him? Hearing this, Merlin said nothing. He looked very thoughtful. Returning to Vin Tran's side, the next day, they arrived at the homeless shelter. Stop. Vin Tran was blocked at the gate by the guards. The two guards said loudly, This is the property of the Vion family. No unauthorized entry. Vin Tran introduced, We are cadet officers from Blood City. May we enter, please? No way. The guard still didn't accept it. Without a valid reason, we don't allow any martial artists from other families to enter. Vin Tran looked over to the other side. He's here. That's my reason. Lu Sen had arrived. He was extremely surprised. Why are you here? Lu Sen shouted angrily. I already said I don't need any protection. Vin Tran calmly replied, We are simply following orders. Lu Sen flew into a rage. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here immediately. You bastard animal, Vin Tran thought to himself. He's quite stubborn, huh? I really don't want to provoke him either. But he held up his identification card. This is proof for a second-class priest. I must inspect this place. Third-class priest Lu Sen. The card was immediately knocked to the ground by Lu Sen. He continued to yell, Are you deaf? I told you to get lost. Vin Tran remained incredibly calm, thinking, he dared to insult a superior like that. It proves there's something else here. Wow. A sound of astonishment rang out, making him turn to look, while Vin Tran smirked. While he was arguing with Vin Tran, Javen had quickly opened the door to the shelter. Surprise, there are so many boxes here. The two guards didn't understand what was happening. When did he? The other replied, But we were blocking the entrance the whole time. Raven approached a box, curious, intending to touch it. What's inside this? Suddenly, Raven's hand was grabbed. It was a large, fat, bald man. He gripped Raven's hand tightly, his face full of murderous intent. You are not allowed to touch it. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. Let go of him, and the man was surrounded by intricate threads. It was Sarkhan. He used those threads to wrap around the man's head and threatened him. Do you want to die? The bald man was tied up tightly by Sarkhan's threads, unable to move. Seeing this, Vin Tran immediately intervened. Butler, if he gets hurt, we'll have a hard time. The man was immediately released. Vin Tran told him, As the priest's security team, we only came to confirm whether the place where the priests arrive has any obstructive or dangerous elements. He draped his arm over Javen's shoulder. If there is any dissatisfaction, my friend here will report that there is danger at Vion to Blood City. The bald man panicked and couldn't say a word. Lu Sen gritted his teeth in anger. These people? The bald man spoke up. It's nothing, Priest Lu Sen. He smiled warmly at Vin Tran's group. If you say so, then I understand. Having you all here, the priests can be more at ease. He introduced himself. I am Edmund, the manager of this place, the general manager of the light camp, where the homeless are gathered. He told Vin Tran's group, Follow me. You can tour to your heart's content. Vin Tran smiled in response. Thank you for your cooperation. He replied, You're welcome, because this is a peaceful place. He smiled with a cunning look. He said the exact same sentence Lu Sen had said, which startled Vin Tran. Raven asked while walking, What are these barrels? What's inside them? Lu Sen replied, They are all magic stones. Magic stones? Raven asked back. Edmund went ahead and explained. They are materials to absorb magic power. The homeless will help us forge magic stones to compensate for their room and board. Lu Sen boasted proudly. We priests also take on the task of healing them, because this work is quite difficult. They often get injured. Season couldn't believe it and shouted, No way! Those tasks are only for mages. How can the homeless do that? Edmund replied, That is a secret technique passed down from the Vion family. I'm not sure either. Season was confused. A secret technique of Melidium, or a secret technique of the Vion family? Edmund explained, Magic stones are sold at a very high price everywhere. The sound of knocking on magic stones echoed. They had arrived at the workshop where the magic stones were mined. Edmund introduced this as the workshop. He rambled, "Thanks to the best treatment, we can help them. And we hope that one day they can be self-sufficient and live outside." But the workers all looked emaciated and weak. They must have been working at a very high intensity. Edmund continued to lead the way. "Let's go to the next place." He introduced this as the final location. The Noun Rooftop is a famous spot in the city of Millennium. In front of Vin Tran's group was a brilliant scene. The sun was slowly setting behind the city wall. Vin Tran pointed to the other side and asked, "What is that building? Used as a warehouse, perhaps?" Edmund replied, "Ah, yes, because storing magic stones is very important." Vin Tran thought to himself, "Placing a warehouse that far away, is it logical? There must be a reason they don't want anyone to know." Lucien pushed the door and called out, "Manager, he reported that no one was injured today, so I'm heading back. You believers should also go rest." Night had fallen. Everyone was fast asleep. Revan's sleeping posture looked truly unsightly. He rolled around, kicking his leg into Season's face. Vin Tran had gone outside. He looked at the moonlight shining down. He gave a slight smirk. In the middle of the forest, 3 lights suddenly appeared. A group of people were being escorted through the forest. Next to them were guards holding torches. One escort asked, "How many people are there in total?" Another answered, "About 10 people. Keep a strict watch so no one escapes." The people being escorted were in handcuffs. One of them spoke up, "How can we run? Besides handcuffs, these people also had leg shackles like prisoners." Another continued, "How could they escape this mountain in that state? Move quickly. At this rate, we'll probably have to stay up all night." The leader of the escort group was the Vion family martial artist, Helk. He held a torch and urged them on. An elderly man begged, "Please, let me go." It was Subin. He wept and pleaded, "I am not homeless. The priests forced me to come here. My child at home is still young." The martial artist angrily kicked his stomach hard. He shouted, "So much for staying home." Subin let out a cry of extreme pain. Then he fell down, making the others terrified. The cruel martial artist asked with murderous intent, "Where is your home? Huh? Speak up. I'll bring your kids here too. So what'll it be? Do you still want to go home?" Subin could only grit her teeth, tears streaming down her face. The warrior mocked her. "What? You're suddenly not missing your kids anymore?" He also warned the others who were trembling, "The rest of you had better stop acting up, too. Even if you try to run, you'll just become snacks for the monsters in these mountains. Who knows? Maybe your families and friends will be the next ones chosen to take your place." A burly man with brown hair and a sorrowful expression spoke up, "I want to go home." Suddenly, an arm reached out from the bushes beside him. He pulled him inside, leaving the poor guy totally bewildered. He let out a startled gasp, and before he knew it, only his shoes were left behind. As the group moved on, his shoe fell behind them, unnoticed by anyone. The lead warrior spoke up, "We're here." They stood directly beneath the facility the Iman sect called their warehouse for storing magic stones. "This is your real workplace," the man growled. He grabbed Subin by the head. "What are you just standing there for? Get in. Or do you want a beating?" He turned to the guard and asked, "How many in total?" The guard replied, 10. The warrior began to count, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He stopped abruptly, looking back, only to realize the 10th person was missing. He snapped, "What is this? You said 10, so why are there only 9? The guard replied, "I'm sure there were 10. The warrior flew into a rage, shouting, "You idiots!" One of them escaped. "Go find him." Suddenly, a voice called out, I'm sorry." The voice left the men feeling confused. A figure slowly emerged from the dark corridor. "I got separated and lost my way." Finally, the person flashed a sinister grin. "Looks like I caught up to you all." It was Vin Tran. He was using his transformation art to change his appearance. He had shifted into the bulky, brown-haired man from earlier, and wore an eager, bright smile. "It's all a lie!" Someone slammed their hand onto the floor in anger. This was 2 hours before Vin Tran infiltrated the warehouse, and the hand belonged to Selbira. She was furious, unable to believe that magic stones could be mined with a simple pickaxe. That concentration camp for the homeless, it definitely has a secret. Selbira speculated. Season wondered, a secret? The Emin sect's facilities were top-notch, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Vin Tran countered, "That's only because we can't see the warehouse hidden on the mountainside." He thought of the Iman sect's head administrator, a man with sharp, suspicious eyes. He remembered the gaze of a serial killer. That's right, just like the mage who attacked us. Mother wouldn't send me here on a mission without a reason. With that settled, he told everyone, I will uncover that secret. Tonight, I'm infiltrating that camp. Hearing this, Season's face showed clear worry. Vin Tran, if you aren't there, they'll get suspicious. Vin Tran smiled and looked at Sokon. So, Butler Sokon, can you use the transformation art to turn into someone with a smaller build? Scene change. Back in the present, Sokon was disguised as Vin Tran, sitting in the sanctuary, looking incredibly bored. Lucen was reading the holy scripture above, saying, Thanks to the Lord's grace, we are all one family. Lucen smiled, looking pleased with himself. He thought, You lot are useless. You're looking in all the wrong places, kids. Raven whispered, Are you still okay, Sokon, Vin Tran? He replied, while the person next to him kept rambling. Butler Vin Tran said, No need to worry, I'm fine. Sokon thought helplessly, Young Master Vin Tran, you've tricked me again. Scene changed to the real Vin Tran. He was in a dark, gloomy space. The warrior had roughly shoved him into a place that looked like a prison. He kicked Vin Tran. Get in there. Vin Tran fell, writhing in pain. He couldn't do anything because his body was restrained. The warrior was annoyed. So annoying. I thought I'd lost one. The cell door closed, and the warrior said threateningly, Sit there, and don't try anything funny. Julian was terrified, never expecting to be thrown into a cell. Vin Tran replied calmly, If you get used to it, it's not that bad. Suddenly, a blue-purple magic circle appeared on the ground. A hologram of Ciri emerged from it. She asked, Young Master, are you all right? Vin Tran replied, I've successfully infiltrated without being detected. I'll gather some information here first. Suddenly, there was a scream. Is anyone there? Another prisoner had been locked up. I'm not homeless. Let me out. It was Subin, weeping in despair. Midway Road, house number 3 to 12. The one with the green roof. My child is there. Please, someone, bring food to my child. Suddenly, the warrior entered the cell where Vin Tran was held. He ordered him, Get up, now. He smiled cunningly, holding a round pill in his hand and offering it to Vin Tran. Time to eat. Vin Tran looked at the pill with trepidation. The warrior stepped closer, grabbing Vin Tran's face and forcing him to swallow the pill. Hurry up. I told you to get up and drink it. Julian was panicked. Quick, dodge it. Do you even know what that is before you drink it? Vin Tran replied, I don't, but this is the fastest way to find out what's in it. He was forced to take the pill, thinking, I'll just try it and see. Julian was extremely anxious. My boss, what stupid thing are you doing again? Outside, the warrior ordered, Make the others take their medicine too. Suddenly, a wave of purple energy erupted, leaving Julian completely stunned. The energy was radiating from Vin Tran. He used his transformation art to prevent his body from absorbing the pill. He stood up straight, his handcuffs instantly shattered. If I use my inner energy to break this down, I'll know exactly what this pill is, and what it's made of. A blue light from Vin Tran's power spilled out of the dungeon window. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This is high-concentration refined mana. Vin Tran was stunned by how potent the substance was. Julian was equally shocked. If an ordinary person drinks this instead of a warrior, the mana will rush to their heart and rupture their blood vessels once it hits the limit. It was a dangerous item for homeless people who hadn't trained in martial arts. Vin Tran frowned, thinking, what are they trying to do by kidnapping innocent people and forcing them to drink this? But if this is given to someone who already has mana, it's basically a tonic. Vin Tran clenched the mana in his palm and smiled. A few days later, Vin Tran and the other homeless captives were taken to another building. He thought, I've never seen this building before. The warrior spoke up. We're here. He pointed toward the door leading inside. The door emitted an eerie, red aura that made the captives tremble with fear. He ordered, Start going through that gate. One by one, the first person stepped in, looking terrified. The others began to follow. The warrior was irritated. What's wrong? Are you deaf? It was Subin. He was standing outside the door, trembling and afraid to step inside. Finally, he gritted his teeth and walked in. Subin looked around the building, stunned. Everywhere he looked, eyes were staring back at him. Subin stammered, What's happening? Suddenly, a monster shrieked, K. Subin immediately collapsed, letting out a shriek just like the monster. His entire body also began to radiate the same eerie red energy as the gate. Seeing this, the warrior looked satisfied, smiling with glee. Ha ha ha, that's it. At least one of them worked. Subin now seemed to be controlled by something. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, looking terrifying as he exhaled a stream of black-red gas. He muttered, Midway Road, 3 to 12. Daddy will be home. Both Vin Tran and Julian were horrified by the sight. Vin Tran thought, that's definitely. He recalled the evil spirits he had encountered before. Vin Tran's eyes filled with rage. It's an evil spirit, a spirit contract, and that thing. Subin kept screaming violently, his eyes remaining bloodshot, and the eerie energy continued to flow. Vin Tran was confused. He thought, how can an ordinary person enter into a contract with an evil spirit? He remembered the pill the warrior had forced him to take. That pill must be forcing the mana in the body to its limit, causing this to happen. Subin was restrained by a massive iron neck shackle, his hands chained. 2 guards held the 2 chains attached to the shackle to escort him. The warrior looked triumphant. At least we got one. Major General Emon will surely be pleased. Another guard urged Vin Tran to go inside while he was still stunned. What are you standing there for? It's your turn. The warrior looked at him. Ah, right. Let's see if our luck holds out. He shoved Vin Tran inside. Get in there! Vin Tran stepped through the gate into the building. Instantly, waves of bizarre red energy surrounded him, making him panic. Suddenly, the space around Vin Tran turned pitch black. He didn't know where he was. This is, he thought. So that's it. These are my most feared memories. It allows the evil spirit to invade the mind and devour the host. Suddenly, images of Vin Tran's parents from when he was young appeared. His father scolded him, calling him a disgusting thing born into the world, while his mother cursed him. Why don't you just die? Vin Tran hesitated, calling out to his parents. He remembered the moment he lay in agony, nearing death, thinking, no one accepted me, even until the end. Vin Tran used his magic. I'm sorry, but I won't let you control me that easily. The illusions of his parents slowly faded. Vin Tran shouted, returning to reality. After breaking free from the illusion, Vin Tran stood motionless. What's wrong with this guy? Why isn't he moving? Can he not form an evil spirit? Suddenly, a burst of emerald green energy erupted, followed by a massive explosion that shook the entire mountain. Everyone at the foot of the mountain looked on in total shock. After escaping the illusion, Vin Tran stood motionless. What was wrong with this warrior? Why wasn't he moving? Was he unable to manifest an evil spirit? Suddenly, a burst of turquoise energy erupted, followed by a massive explosion that shook the entire mountain. Everyone at the foot of the mountain watched in shock. An explosion on the mountain? Is someone attacking? Lucen was bewildered. Seo Khan, who was disguised in that position, was also startled. He was worried. Young Master Vin Tran. More than half of the building has collapsed since the explosion. The warrior was pulling himself up from the smoke. That damn bastard, he cursed, furious. He shouted his orders. Anyone who can still stand, go and capture him for me. He urged them to hurry. Just then, Vin Tran swung his sword and appeared right behind him. The warrior turned around, eyes widening in shock. What the? He barely managed to parry Vin Tran's strike. He gritted his teeth in frustration. It really is you. A homeless rat like you dares to. His blade was snapped in half by Vin Tran's strike. Then, he swung his blade quickly toward the warrior. One of the warrior's arms was severed instantly. He screamed in agony. Vin Tran began to remove his mask, revealing his true self, a human and a spellcaster. I cannot overlook your wicked deeds any longer. Vin Tran's face was cold, his cloak fluttering, looking incredibly cool. 2 of the warrior's subordinates lunged at Vin Tran from behind. Lord Helk, you arrogant bastard. A turquoise light flared, and in the blink of an eye, Vin Tran vanished. One of the subordinates gasped. He disappeared. Faster than lightning, Vin Tran swept past and struck both subordinates before they knew it. Blood splattered from the 2 men. The warrior was still struggling, clutching his wound with his remaining hand. He was furious. Damn it, the bleeding won't stop. Vin Tran slammed his sword into the ground right next to him. That's only natural, considering this blade contains magical power. He ordered the man, call a priest here now, or you'll be crippled forever. Terrified, the warrior immediately made an emergency call. We need backup here. We have wounded. We need priests to come and save us. Vin Tran smiled to himself, thinking, if the priests come, their protectors will have to show up too. He turned and headed toward the ruined building, calling out to Julian, let's wreck their plans. Julian grinned, clasping his hands together. You got it. Inside the multi-story building, an explosion rang out. Walls shattered, and debris fell continuously. Vin Tran kicked away someone trying to attack him. The guards inside were terrified. An intruder, some brat. Vin Tran landed on the floor with his sword in hand. The aggressive guards rushed toward him, brandishing their weapons and shouting, kill him. Don't let him escape. Vin Tran used the sword stance technique, and golden energy erupted from him. His eyes were filled with confidence as he countered their provocation. What? His immense power caused another explosion. Seeing the scene, the people on the lower floors were horrified. Is that brute really the one who caused all this? Then, Vin Tran used his next technique, King's Subjugation. A stream of green energy emerged, leaving the guards stunned. Behind him, the image of a giant appeared, radiating massive green energy. Vin Tran unleashed the Great Thunder technique. He swung his sword, creating a colossal pillar of green energy. It plummeted downward. Everything in the path of the strike was wiped out and shattered. Vin Tran dove down, walking over the ruins he had just created. He looked around, thinking, doesn't look like there are any more guard warriors here, but the amount of mana I used is a bit higher than I expected. I need to investigate this place quickly and find proof of their crimes. Suddenly, a sword fell from the sky. Vin Tran turned and dodged the strike just in time. A grunt echoed from above. A dark figure was staring down at him from the upper floor. He was dressed like a clown. He laughed and taunted Vin Tran. "My good sir, you seem quite ambitious." Julian spoke up. "Clown mask. Clown outfit, one of the 7-star guard warriors of Vion. Clown Lenserton." The clown was holding 5 knives in his hands. "Let's see how well the mediocre young master of the Adenka family can dance." Vin Tran asked Julian in surprise. 7-star warrior Lenson? Julian replied, "Yeah, he's a monster, one of the 5 strongest warriors of the Vion family." Lenton replied, "That's right. Do you realize the difference in power between us?" Vin Tran frowned, saying nothing, thinking, he really is different. Even though Raelsa and Lord Seokan are also 7-star warriors, this guy is nothing compared to them. Vin Tran raised his sword with a mocking laugh. "No, you're actually much weaker than the 7-star warriors I know, Clown Lenzeron." The clown stared at Vin Tran, thinking, then immediately crossed his arms. His hands were full of knives. "Let's see if you can still talk like that after your body has a few holes in it." He threw a barrage of knives toward Vin Tran. A loud explosion followed, shattering the surrounding stone. Dust and smoke enveloped Vin Tran. Clown Lenserton laughed triumphantly. He raised his voice. "The difference in rank is absolute. No matter how much talent you have, no one can overcome the rank difference against a warrior." Vin Tran had appeared behind him. When? He crossed his arms and looked at him with a smirk. "Looking up close, your mask is even uglier than I thought." The clown spun around in surprise. "What?" Something made him panic. "No, wait, there's still a guy standing down there," he thought in shock. Then the one who took my attack, Vin Tran, who was standing below, was using the reversal technique, surrounded by spiderwebs. "Didn't I tell you earlier? You really are weak compared to the 7-star warriors I know." All the knives Lenson threw were blocked by the threads. Lenseron still couldn't believe it, thinking, how can there be 2 of them? Vin Tran shot the threads toward him. Blood sprayed onto Lenson's face. He was furious. Damn it. His head was instantly severed from his neck, and blood splattered everywhere. Vin Tran stood above, watching the scene, his expression unchanging. "Was this all part of your plan?" A voice echoed. It turned out the one who used the threads to kill Lenson was Seokan, disguised as Vin Tran. He said, "My appearance and the presence of the clown, it was all too convenient to be a coincidence." Vin Tran smiled and replied, "Well, ever since you showed your skills at the light camp, I guess these guys were planning something. Besides, where did Javen come from?" Vin Tran continued, "I trust Raven. He wouldn't be able to stand by in the face of injustice." Raven was looking around, shouting, "Where are those dirty bastards?" Vin Tran replied, "They aren't here. I was planning to check the lower floors." Raven urged, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's move." Seokan sighed and rubbed his head, feeling like he'd been played again. Vin Tran jumped down and approached Raven and Seokan. "Why don't we go take a look? See what they're doing in the shadows of Melidium." The guards had been defeated. Raven looked around. It seemed there were no more of them left. Vin Tran asked an old homeless man, "Are you all right, sir?" The old man replied, "Thank you, young man." Vin Tran asked him, "Is this really the base where they create the magic stones?" "Exactly. What happened here?" The old man and the other homeless people were trembling as they answered, "We were kidnapped by the priest Lucen, and we were forced to create magic stones. They used the Black Gate to force a dark pact onto those who have a talent for sensing mana. Even though most of us are very weak and die after being consumed by evil spirits, a few of us lucky ones were used to make magic stones. So many people have died that way." Hearing this, Vin Tran's face darkened, his hands trembling at the thought that the temple and the warrior families, who were supposed to protect the weak, were behind all of this. Vin Tran's eyes were filled with indignation. He wondered where justice was in this era. Seokan asked, "What is the process for making magic stones?" They pointed to the blue orb placed on the table. "Everything goes through that device." Inside, the orb was a fragment. The homeless explained, It's a crafting tool, based on black magic, that allows mana stones to absorb mana. Vin Tran stared at it. Raven called out to Vin Tran, who suddenly grabbed the orb. Immediately, purple energy erupted from it. Julian panicked. What are you trying to do? Vin Tran replied, I swallowed a mana-enhancing potion and passed through the black gate just like them. I should do what they did. Vin Tran's face was bulging with purple veins. The stone inside had separated, now glowing with a jade-green light. Vin Tran sighed in relief. Turning to Julian, he asked, Can you capture the data on this place through it? Julian excitedly replied that he could. This would be irrefutable proof. Vin Tran held the stone high to extract the information. Scene changed to the surface outside. The priests were treating the wounded. Luen was tending to the warrior's severed arm. How disappointing, she scoffed. You mean to tell me a mere child did this to you? The warrior admitted his fault. It is my failure, milady. Suddenly, Luen looked stunned. Vin Tran was staring at him with murderous intent, with Kagon following closely behind. Luen pointed right at Vin Tran. What is the meaning of this? How dare you do this to the V headquarters? Before he could finish, he was slapped across the face. Vin Tran had struck him. This is for using innocent lives to line your own pockets. You pathetic wretch. Vin Tran was furious. His eyes seemed ready to devour him alive. From this moment on, this place will be leveled, and both of you will be sent to the Gramian Fortrial Judgment Tower. Where did Eamon come from? Purple smoke spewed from his mouth. Things were getting complicated. The purple mist forced Kagon and Raven to cover their noses. The air was thick with a foul stench. Eamon laughed loudly. My plan has only just begun. Vin Tran stared at him, completely unfazed. Suddenly, two hands erupted from Eamon's mouth, struggling to tear his body in two. Vin Tran couldn't believe his eyes. Eamon's body split open, revealing someone else with long, white hair. Vin Tran looked wary. The figure spoke, Let me introduce myself again. I am Nightmare, the #1 strategist. Everything around us is now shrouded in purple. Vin Tran thought to himself, Nightmare? Vin Tran asked Julian, Do you know anything about Nightmare? Julian looked confused. This is the first time I've heard of it. It must be a secret organization. Vin Tran pondered. If someone like that dared to show their face, they must have planned to eliminate everyone here. Luen and the warrior frantically begged, Nightmare, please, save us. Nightmare flashed a wicked smile and immediately unleashed his power. A giant serpent lunged toward Luen and the warrior. Luen was paralyzed with fear, letting out a scream. Instantly, the serpent swallowed them both whole. Nightmare let out a sinister laugh. Thanks for everything, Luen. Vin Tran angrily pointed his sword at him. Nightmare, what are you plotting? He replied with a ghoulish grin. We are just a group of people with a dream to make the world more magnificent. He snapped his fingers. Suddenly, skeletal arms covered in purple energy clawed their way out of the ground. Vin Tran couldn't believe his eyes. These were undead. More and more were rising. Vin Tran wondered, Are these the townspeople who lost their lives here? Nightmare laughed loudly. Now, you will all become my powerful puppets. The king of assassins and 2 heirs from prestigious families. The undead charged toward Vin Tran, Kagon, and Raven. With a single sword stroke, Vin Tran blew them away. Kagon and Raven were also fighting back. Raven gritted his teeth. There are too many of them. Suddenly, someone's voice called out. Mind if I help you kids out? It was Hoka Ken. She used her whip to strike down the undead. One by one, they fell. Her power created a massive explosion. Raven just gasped, while Kagon hesitated. This magic, Hoka Ken, spoke up. I'm only here because Baron Vagan kept insisting I check on the situation. This is an emergency, totally unrelated to my mission. Vin Tran signaled to the city lord. Hoka Ken stared at Nightmare defiantly. What now, pal? Your undead buddies are all wiped out. Nightmare just kept laughing. Ha, 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 how could that be? He stared at Hoka Ken alongside his giant serpent. Suddenly, a sound echoed, people screaming and running. Behind them, homeless people and building guards were fleeing in a panic. The tower was collapsing. Run if you don't want to get crushed. Nightmare placed his hand on the ground. Did you forget? The sight before them left Vin Tran's group in total disbelief. The strongest undead is still here, Nightmare shouted. And it was Lenser, the undead. The undead of the 7-star Nightmare warrior. Lenser emerged from the ground, one hand holding the head that had been severed earlier. Kagon was shocked. Is that mask the clown Lenser's? Hoka Ken reassured everyone. Don't be afraid. Most undead die if the necromancer summoning them is killed. Hoka Ken launched an attack, using her whip to bind Nightmare, but he didn't fear it at all, and just laughed. Julian was stunned, thinking, He's laughing? Then Julian pointed at him and screamed, "He's a lich!" Hokuken snapped, "Slice him in half." Vin Tran shouted to stop her. "No, Lord City Master, he's a lich." Hokuken was surprised. "A lich? Liches are undead that cannot die unless their monocore is destroyed. Destroying the body is useless. It only increases their range." Before they could process it, the clown Lenser appeared right behind them. He raised his weapon, delivering a powerful strike that shattered the ground. Seikon rushed to protect his young master. Both Vin Tran and Hokuken tried to block the attack. Lenser's strike cut a path for a great distance, leaving the area filled with dust. Thankfully, everyone was unharmed. Hokuken asked, "Is everyone all right? Is anyone hurt?" Nightmare stood high above. "Another one to add to my collection. Can you thank me?" He stroked the serpent as he spoke. "You will all be under the command of my Nightmare Legion soon enough." The serpent dove down from above at Vin Tran's group. They all quickly dodged. Seikon was frustrated. A warrior revived by a necromancer is definitely stronger than before, but as they say, Hokuken dodged the serpent and replied, "Earlier, you said he was a 7-star, right? A 7-star undead is just too overpowered." Seikon frowned. Hokuken climbed onto a tree branch. Seikon called out to her, "Lord City Master, my primary mission is to serve as the butler for the Vatican House and protect young Master Raven. If there is any choice that ensures Raven's safety, I will prioritize it." Hokuken's face twitched. She thought bitterly, "Does that mean he'll run away when things get tough? How pathetic." But then, she agreed. "Fine. I'll leave Vin Tran to you. Vin Tran, you should leave with Raven." Vin Tran refused. "No, I will not run away." He flashed a confident smile. "I will defeat him and walk out of here with my head held high." Hokuken's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at Vin Tran and said, "From now on, you're the second Baron Vagon." Vin Tran was confused. "Huh? What does that mean?" Hokuken remembered Vagon's face, just like Baron Vagon. You always plan ahead, and grin cunningly. It looked so strange from the outside. She asked Vin Tran, "So, you already have a plan to defeat him, don't you?" Vin Tran gave an arrogant laugh. Nightmare provoked him. "That's a long goodbye," and signaled his serpent. The serpent lunged at where Vin Tran was standing, but he dodged in time. Vin Tran thought, "I've gained everything I needed as an intern." Suddenly, he lunged forward, directly facing Nightmare, and swung his sword at him, but Nightmare didn't even flinch. "Remember this." Vin Tran swung his blade. "I am the 7th young master of the Adenka family. Vin Tran Adenka." Then he lunged to strike, but Nightmare raised his hand and blocked the blow. He mocked him. "How foolish. You thought you could take me on?" Vin Tran replied confidently, "I can. And that's because I'm not the only one you have to face." Suddenly, Nightmare's arms were bound by ropes. He was being restrained by Seikon on one side and Hokuken on the other. Instantly, Seikon leaped up. He and Hokuken jumped simultaneously, pulling the ropes tight and dragging Nightmare along. Nightmare gnashed his teeth in anger. "What do you think you're doing? How dare you pull me?" Suddenly, something flashed in front of him, startling him. Right above him, Raven jumped out. Raven used his long sword with a crushing technique to stab Nightmare right in the stomach. The powerful attack drove him down from the air, creating a massive explosion. Vin Tran laughed triumphantly. "Ha, how about that?" The three of them landed on the ground. Nightmare started to crawl back up. Seikon looked at him. "We haven't finished him off yet, young master." Nightmare hissed. "You're all fighting me?" 2 7-star warriors and the Vatican heir, Raven, Seikon, and Hokuken, gripped their weapons in a battle stance. Nightmare continued. "You think that's enough to stop me? You're dead wrong. You're too naive. That's not enough to take me down." He laughed sinisterly. Purple energy radiated from his body again. Hokuken smiled, trying to reassure them. "I'm not sure if we can win, but since he says everything is okay, we just have to give it our best." Both Vin Tran and Seikon were determined. Seikon spoke up, echoing what his young master had said. "I'm sure he has a plan. We will take him down." Raven agreed. "That's right. If Vin Tran says it's okay, then it's going to be okay." Nightmare retorted. "I'm afraid your hope is misplaced. The Vin Tran Adenka you trust is probably already shattered." Meanwhile, on the other side, the undead Lenser used his own head to create a powerful whirlwind. Vin Tran quickly dodged the clown's attack. Vin Tran asked Julian, "How much longer do we need?" Julian replied, "We're right on schedule, but we need more time." A giant hand belonging to Len Certain was chasing after him, trying to grab Vin Tran. Even though he dodged it, Vin Tran let his arm get dangerously close to the clown Len Certain's arm and was almost caught. After the impact, Vin Tran fell, writhing in pain as blood poured endlessly from his arm. Suddenly, the clown's head appeared. Vin Tran gritted his teeth in frustration. Even that head had a mind of its own. From the clown's mouth, a barrage of knives shot toward Vin Tran. He used his sword to shield himself from the dense rain of blades. No, just a little more. He tried to hold on. I need to buy more time for Julian. Vin Tran soared into the air, swinging his sword toward the head of Len Certain. He lunged forward as fast as lightning, his blade piercing the very center of the mask. After the strike, Vin Tran seemed to pause. Nothing happened? I failed. Suddenly, something began to shake like an earthquake. The body of the clown, Len Certain, rose from the ground, causing Vin Tran to fall. He thought in confusion, "Damn it, I can't keep my balance." At this rate, the clown's head lunged at Vin Tran, and that hideous mask broke into a demonic grin. Vin Tran was immediately struck in the back of the head. A loud explosion rang out, startling Raven. He turned his head, looking back in worry, and called out to Vin Tran. Raven thought to himself, "No, I said I would trust Vin Tran. I have to focus on the fight." The nightmare approached, speaking with a provocative tone. "Come here, you little brat." Raven dashed toward him, blocking the attack. "You undead piece of trash." Back on Vin Tran's side, the body of the clown Len Certain was grabbing its own head. He reattached it to his body, rubbed his head, and laughed. That was close, wasn't it? Dust and smoke swirled around Vin Tran's feet as he planted his sword into the ground to steady himself. Len Certain reached out, lunging forward. Suddenly, his arm was sliced clean off. A blinding golden light erupted, leaving the clown, Len Certain, confused about what was happening. Vin Tran's sword was now equipped with a chain. Surrounding it was a brilliant golden glow. Julian cheered, "Success! I've restored a portion of my holy power within your body. This is the chain sword technique." Vin Tran was now filled with confidence. He smiled and unleashed his move, Divine Power Chain, recalling the past chainsword. Back then, Vin Tran was asking Merlin. Merlin explained, "This is one of the essential sword techniques in the Adenka style, and it's also the blade I use." The Adenka sword style consists of 7 types: Justice Sword, Heavy Sword, Speed Sword, Round Sword, Explosive Sword, Piercing Sword, and Chain Sword. The chain sword isn't as flashy, but it's as unique as the others. While explaining, Merlin drew his sword. The chain wrapped around Merlin's blade emitted a powerful blue-purple light. Merlin continued, "The master of the sword can directly channel their own energy into it. With the ability to utilize diverse attributes, this is a sword technique born for you." Returning to the present, he smiled smugly, remembering Merlin's words. "Once you obtain new power, you will become much stronger." Vin Tran stood tall, holding the chain sword in his hand, his cloak fluttering in the wind. He thought to himself, "It must be similar to the perfect sword technique Aslan left for me. This is the perfect missing piece." The clown, Len Certain, couldn't believe his eyes. He stammered, "Warrior holy power? That's impossible." Vin Tran raised his sword. "Consider this an honor. You are being struck by the power of the reincarnated Holy King." Vin Tran remembered Merlin's sword technique, the Paleka sword style of his master, which was transcendent and powerful, but now he was using the holy power within the chain to fight against evil. Vin Tran immediately unleashed a strike toward Len Certain, a slash carrying immense energy. The clown was extremely shocked. "Where did you get that power?" Suddenly, Len Certain began to fade away as he channeled holy power into his sword. His face filled with pride as he said, "Vin Tran is very lucky to be enlightened by the Holy King's power." He then fired a bolt of sword lightning directly at the clown. His opponent had no way to defend against such massive strength. The clown was split cleanly in two by Vin Tran's blade. A pillar of magical light illuminated the entire area. This terrifying monster was brought down to the ground by his strike. Raven, witnessing this, couldn't help but admire him, exclaiming, "The eating form is gone." The butler couldn't help but be amazed. He was starting to feel afraid of young Master Vin Tran. The girl, Hoka Ken, was no exception. He was truly too strong. Iman, at that moment, was a bit fearful upon seeing his power and spoke up. "Damn it, what the hell just happened? Is that really the power of a 7th-rank warrior?" After dealing with the clown, Vin Tran returned to his companions, approaching them as he said, "Your ambitions end here, Iman. You'd better shut your mouth and surrender." Vin Tran's face was stern and admonishing, his eyes glaring with caution. "You damn pests, you arrogant, ignorant Adenka people. Always acting so high and mighty. I've spent 20 years planning to wipe all of you out, and yet, now, that plan is failing miserably at the hands of the very Adenka people I despise." He roared in furious frustration. "This is unforgivable." Suddenly, his body began to radiate a strange, ominous light. Iman's terrifying power caused everything around to crumble, and the water currents were violently churned. Even the city's levee was struggling to hold. Vin Tran looked up toward the castle in contemplation. The entire Mayhem stronghold was shaking, and Amon was losing control. This city is mine. I won't let my plan fail. I will destroy you all, along with everything else. Amon then tensed his body, unleashing his power like a super saiyan. Suddenly, a man's voice cut in. That's enough of that. This tone made Amon tremble in absolute terror. Who on earth was this person? Just as his plan was failing, he was already resorting to cowardly tricks. A young man sitting on the rubble said with a bored expression, "It seems like this level of strategy is out of your league, isn't it, Amon?" He trembled like a leaf in fear, replying, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The red-haired girl asked curiously, "What? That guy, when did he appear?" The butler glanced at the man and called out, "That's Julian," someone said, pointing to the man's hand. "Look at what he's holding. That's a lich's magic core, right? Is that Edmund's?" Amon, terrified, hurriedly approached and lowered his voice, begging, "Wait, hold on a second. It's not over yet. Please, just give me one more chance." Indifferent, the man slowly crushed the magic core with his hand, saying coldly, "Shut your mouth." Finally, the magic core shattered into pieces before everyone's eyes. Iman's body began to fade away, his fear reaching an absolute peak. Iman screamed, "No, don't. No, no. This really is a nightmare. Please, have mercy. I don't want to die." Raven was shocked and panicked as he witnessed the scene. His body was being torn to pieces. Hokaken watched, trying to keep her composure, and asked Vin Tran, "Hey kid, what do you think is going on here?" He stood behind her, looking somewhat panicked, and replied, "It seems like Iman was just a sacrificial pawn for their plan." The butler narrowed his eyes and asked the man, "Why are you here, my lord?" The man raised his hand as if it were obvious and replied, "Butler Soon, it is a pleasure to see you." Raven looked at the butler curiously, asking, "Soon, you know him?" He replied, "Yes, he is Dem Mahim, the next head of the Hell-Le family." The man continued to look toward Vin Tran, wearing a strange smile, offering a greeting, and "Hello, my nephew." All the soldiers appeared at that moment, surrounding his group. Vin Tran looked at his uncle cautiously and said, "It's just a family reunion. Is all this military presence really necessary?" Julian observed the surroundings and said to him, "These people are Hell-Le warriors. This is Vyanga territory. How could he get here so quickly?" Vin Tran said nothing, lost in silent memories of the past. The purple-haired girl spoke up. "Besides, even though it borders the Hell-Le territory, there have never been any conflicts before, and there are no records of any tributes being offered." Then there was the stepmother. She said, "I am too old to pursue such things. I have many other responsibilities to bear. I only went there to find the fastest way." Upon hearing that, he grew somber. His eyes were somewhat melancholy when he heard her say, "We support your integrity." Returning to the present, he glared at his uncle, his expression angry as he asked, "So the ones behind all of this are the Hell-Le family?" Dem Mahim looked down at him intently and replied, "You finally realized it, did you?" Vin Tran, with a determined gaze, began to understand his mother's intentions. Is this what mother wanted? To bring the darkness of the family into the world? The uncle spoke with a tone of contempt. "Nephew, if you've already figured that out, you obviously know you should retreat, right? You have to do it, don't you?" He stood firm, refusing to waver as he retorted, "Obviously? Obviously what? I have witnessed the father of a 2-year-old child dragged here without a single charge, and he was nearly taken away as a sacrifice. Is that what you call obviously, uncle?" He was so angry he shouted at the top of his lungs. The uncle remained silent, then leaped down in front of him and retorted, "I don't want to debate right and wrong with you here. Erase everything that happened today from your mind. If you do that, no one has to die." Daima glared at him, his murderous intent clear. The pig-headed army also prepared for battle. Jiven looked visibly tense but refused to back down, confronting Daima's army. "What do you want? Want to fight?" Beside Vin Tran, standing before his own uncle, he remained unshaken by the intimidation and responded, "I have fulfilled my duty as a disciple on the path of life. Therefore, I am now Vin Tran of the Adenka family." Daima seemed to sense something strange, and instinctively backed away. "Wait, what are you plotting?" he asked triumphantly. "I didn't come here alone, uncle." Suddenly, someone's piercing gaze tore through the arrogant atmosphere, replaced by fear and terror. Vesa had arrived. Vin Tran cheered happily. "Is it really you? Mother." When everyone saw her, whispers broke out. "Is that Vesa Halisa? The giant Vesa Halisa?" Daima panicked. Fear was written all over his face. Why are you here in Millennium, sister? Vin Tran's mother radiated an eerily terrifying aura. She stared at her younger brother and then said to Vin Tran, "So, you knew I would come?" Vin Tran sneered at his uncle but softened his voice for his mother. "I knew for sure that once Uncle Daima appeared, Mother would show up to intervene in this situation." The uncle gritted his teeth, muttering about the brat, then turned to his sister with a demand. "Sister, if you think about stopping me, that would be a grave mistake," she replied in the tone of a superior. "Do you not know, Daima? Magic doesn't just appear out of thin air, and it will always be a novel power that many desire in Helisa. Even this very territory of Helisa is a favor from the heavens. Do you intend to seize all this new power by killing people with dark magic?" Daima replied with a forced smile. "That's just a misunderstanding. The man you mentioned is not my subordinate, and as for those worries of yours..." Before he could finish, she snapped at her younger brother. "It's been a long time since I've seen your face. Have you forgotten what your sister's trait is? How dare you lie to my face?" Daima shouted in anger. This terrifying aura affected everyone nearby. Standing before his powerful sister, the younger brother trembled as he looked into her eyes. Not again. Those eyes. Those eyes looked as if they could see right through him whenever he intended to lie. She was always one step ahead, looking at him with eyes full of contempt. Unable to bear it, he lunged to attack his sister. "I hate those eyes." Vin Tran's mother stood perfectly still. Suddenly, the right arm he used to attack her was torn into two. The image of Vin Tran's father appeared before their eyes. His earth-shattering strike lit up the entire area. This power was truly astonishing. It pierced all the way to the castle. Daima stood frozen in shock and terror. He realized his mistake and began to plead for mercy. "I was wrong, sister." The powerful father stood firmly in front, and with just one swing, the dark sky had cleared into a bright blue. This man was a descendant of the Aslan clan and Vin Tran's father, Khan, the embodiment of the Adenka family's power. He looked solemnly at his wife, asking for her decision. "How shall we handle this situation, my lady?" Blood dripped from the severed right arm. She looked at her younger brother with disappointment. "My foolish younger brother, Daima, seeing you like this only makes my heart ache." After thinking, she spoke up. "I came here to correct the mistakes of Helisa. Therefore, Daima Helisa, you yourself must take full responsibility for the crimes committed here." Suddenly, the sounds of another group arrived. It was the Black Sword Legion and the priests from the Holy Temple of Gaia. The younger brother was now terrified, his initial arrogance completely gone. As he was being restrained, he cried out in frustration. Was this all set up from the start? "Sister?" She turned her back without a shred of pity. "I want the Helisa family to walk the path of righteousness." The younger brother shouted at his sister's retreating figure. "Don't you feel guilty toward father?" She clenched her teeth, showing a terrifyingly calm expression. "Our father has to shoulder a much greater responsibility." Vin Tran's father looked at his wife and called her name. She smiled faintly and said, "It's okay, let's go. It's late, but I think it's time I pursued what I once stood for." Afterward, the Dark Legion seized all of Daima's soldiers, capturing all the warriors of Helisa. The Holy Temple of Gaia and the Vesa Helisa family are present here. Resistance is futile. The Gaia temple here will be closed. Abandon all thoughts of running away. He glanced to the left, saw his young master there, and cheered happily. "Lord Vin Tran," he also greeted Priest Dan. Dan rushed to him, asking Han anxiously, "Good heavens, are you overexerting yourself again?" He replied as if just giving a perfunctory answer. "Maybe so," then turned to the red-haired lady. "By the way, City Lord, what about my promotion?" She avoided his gaze. Well, about that you play an important role as the heir of Adenka, don't you? Isn't your mission to protect the priests of Gaia? And since some priests were injured, it's a bit difficult." Dan spoke up. "Don't worry about that." Then he turned to call the man from the Gaia faction. "Forgive me, priest of Millennium. Are you satisfied with Lord Vin Tran's escort? Do you feel he did his job well?" Their faces clearly revealed intimidation. They whispered to each other, "If we continue like this, we'll end up in prison with Vyoga, and it might be the end of us." With no other choice, they played along. "We are very satisfied." It was not just Lord Vin Tran's amazing strength, comparable to an 8-star warrior. No, even more than that. His expression did a 180-degree turn as he spoke to his young master. "It seems the priests are very satisfied with you, young Master Vin Tran." She crossed her arms, pulled something from her pocket, and said, "Then perhaps even a stubborn knight like Baon would agree. Right? Vin Tran, you have passed the 8-star warrior test." Usually there would be a speech during the promotion ceremony, but that's long-winded and boring, so let's skip it. Congratulations, 8-star cadet, Vin Tran. Everyone nearby happily congratulated Vin Tran. Seeing the scene before them, his mother and father were able to depart in peace. The Dark Royal Legion escorted Daima. He looked visibly annoyed, gritting his teeth, feeling frustrated inside. Was sending Vin Tran to Meridium part of her plan all along? If only Vesa Hele had come to supervise, I could have carefully hidden everything. If I had known she would come in person, things would be different now. But she sent Vin Tran. Unable to accept the plan's failure, Daima flew into a rage. Do you think everything will go according to your plan? He struggled and broke free from the royal soldier's grip. Watch closely as I ruin her plan. The younger brother decided to aim directly at his sister's child. That crazed clawing made blood pour relentlessly from Vin Tran's back. By the time he noticed and turned his head, it was too late. Hokaken tried his best to intervene quickly. Damn it, I was completely off guard. The butler frowned in horror. But it was too late. Young Master Vin Tran was in danger. The malicious uncle rushed forward with insane, murderous intent. Right, because Lord Khan arrived. I let my guard down too much. This is my chance to take him down. Let's see how your plan ends. Everyone tried to run to Vin Tran, shouting. Daima's speed was so fast he had already reached him. But it seemed that was not Vin Tran's blood, but the uncle's own blood. Vin Tran's mother had arrived in time to finish off her own brother. Daima was decapitated, unable to accept it. Sister in the end, she said with a sorrowful, disappointed tone. Please, stop. One strike from his sister sent her brother's head flying. Hokaken, standing nearby, gasped in shock. Oh my. The butler Hako remained silent, but his heart was filled with judgment. She actually beheaded her own younger brother without the slightest hesitation. Vin Tran stood there, not knowing what to say. Even he couldn't react to Daima's speed. Is this the power of a giant? At that moment, he looked down and saw his mother's hand shaking uncontrollably. He called to his mother in a soothing voice, then handed her the magic stone and exclaimed, This magic stone was forged from my own magic. The proof is all inside. It has recorded every one of their cruel acts. His mother took the stone with a bewildered look and replied, You've solved this trouble for me, thank you. I will organize the evidence and return it to you. He quickly grabbed his mother's hand and said, There's no need. This is a gift from me to you. Please keep it, she asked in surprise. A gift for me? Vin Tran tried to comfort her. It couldn't make up for his mother's loss that day, but he still wanted her to have it. The boy beside them asked curiously, Are you comforting her? A giant like her? He replied, noticing her hands were trembling. That wasn't the reaction of an unfeeling giant. Perhaps his mother was actually more gentle than she appeared. She was happy, though her eyes held a hint of sadness, and she clutched the stone to her chest, responding, It's so heartwarming. Thank you, son. After that night, at the Vyanga family estate, a sword pierces through a soldier. Vin Tran's father is the one who did it. The Vyanga city troops cry out in fear, but the commander handles the guards with ease. He walks forward calmly and speaks up. He demands proof from the head of the Viona family regarding his ties to Meridium, then removes his own cloak. I'll only attack those who resist. They stood frozen, hesitant, but in the end, they chose to protect their master and stepped forward to confront him. He gathered his strength throughout his entire body, then lunged forward, cutting them down without stopping. Each one fell, one by one, filling the rest with absolute terror. He had no intention of leaving anyone behind and braced himself for the next attack. The soldiers of the Vyanga house were sliced to pieces. Many of their corpses lay scattered across the floor, discarded by his terrifying strength, which showed no mercy. Vin Tran's father marched straight into the mansion. Upon reaching the door, he glared at the person standing before him. All evidence had been presented to the Jeremiah Judgment Tower. Vyanga family head, you are sentenced to death. The old man sat on his throne, trembling uncontrollably. Lord Ka's veins bulged with threats. But since we are both human, I'll let you end your own life. The old man showed his contempt, then screamed, Kill him for me. An assassin appeared out of nowhere, charging straight at him, but he was too powerful. Even getting close enough to touch him with a single finger was impossible. The assassin's body was sliced cleanly in two, and he calmly wiped his sword clean. The old man could only mutter curses in fear. Vin Tran's father radiated intense killing intent, as Luang Huyet spoke up. I understand your choice now. The Vyanga family head was so scared he wet himself, not daring to make a sound. The clean, swift cut that had sliced the others horizontally was now saved by Vin Tran's father to slash the Vyanga head vertically. The old man screamed in terror, and as for what happened next, you all surely know. At this very moment, on Vin Tran's side, his mother asked if this much sugar was enough. Vin Tran obediently replied, Yes, thank you, Mom. She smiled and said, I'm sorry, dear, You probably want to go back to your friends, don't you? The two of them sat opposite each other with their cups of tea. Vin Tran said, "It's okay." She looked at him with a tender gaze and continued, "Because this is something that needs to be done. I learned a lot watching you pursue your convictions. Thank you, son. Because of you, I am ready to face what I believe is right." He smiled back at her. "It's not because of me, Mom. It's because of your own determination. But are you really okay with this? You'll be rumored as a traitor in the Hihole family territory." This remark made her burst into a laugh, teasing him. "Goodness, is the kid who blew up the magic factory worried about me?" Vin Tran avoided his mother's eyes. "About that," Julian scratched his messy hair. "Right, we are in danger, aren't we?" She gave him a wry smile and said, "Oh, you really are just like your mother. This isn't much of a reward, but I have something to tell you. About your mother, Sarvana, and the heavenly fruit as well." He looked at her, pondering, and replied, "Heavenly fruit and my mother are the two related?" With a serious expression, his stepmother answered, "Sarvana was the one chosen by the heavenly fruit to possess it." Julian, standing by, looked confused, failing to grasp her explanation. The stepmother continued, "This is a long story, and it's a very old one too." She decided to tell him everything. At that time, Khan was a top-tier cadet about to perform the transfer ritual. Sarvana and I accompanied Khan to support his ritual. There was another ritual that needed to be performed before the transfer ritual in the fortress. Near the Red Fortress, right at the Nin waterfall, our group had to defeat a monster living there. It was a giant oyster monster. Vin Tran's stepmother recalled that Sarvana was truly beautiful and powerful. Her abilities were not inferior to Khan's at all. At that moment, the monster unleashed an attack from its mouth, grabbing Sarvana's arms and legs, preventing her from using magic. It continued to open its giant maw, intending to swallow her whole. Vin Tran's biological mother screamed in fear. "How disgusting. I knew it would be like this." She suddenly stopped joking, becoming serious instead. Then, Vin Tran's stepmother jumped out and sliced off its tongue. She coordinated with Khan, shouting, "This is our chance." Khan finally appeared, slicing the hideous oyster in two. So, this was the strongest man all the ladies were chasing after. Vin Tran's biological mother landed on the ground. "Amazing. What great teamwork to complete the mission." Vin Tran's stepmother looked at her and said, "It's not over yet. We still have to retrieve the pearl." The father reached his hand into the slimy pile of remains and pulled the pearl out. V, standing nearby, covered his nose in disgust and asked with a grimace, "Why did you have us bring back such an ugly, stinking pearl?" The father held up the pearl and replied, "I don't know either. The waterfall oyster has been a tradition since the Aslan ancestors." Vin Tran's biological mother suddenly felt something strange and spoke up. "Something is very odd. We defeated the waterfall oyster without much effort. It wasn't that difficult for a top-tier cadet about to be promoted. Furthermore, why does this waterfall have a stream flowing near the Red Fortress? Where is the source of the water that creates this waterfall?" She continued, "Your mother was always cheerful, radiant, curious, and discovered things that others couldn't." V looked on, puzzled, but Vin Tran's biological mother said, "Possibly, just possibly. Do you think this mission had another purpose?" Vin Tran's father looked at her. "Another purpose?" She glanced to the side, explaining awkwardly, "Maybe it's like a plan the Aslan ancestors set up beforehand. For example, what if there was something hidden inside the waterfall?" Vin Tran's stepmother stood with her arms crossed, wondering, "But how could we investigate inside the waterfall when the current is so strong?" She smiled triumphantly. "There's always a way." Then, they climbed up the waterfall together. V sighed in frustration. She really doesn't let anyone say no, does she? The father, Khan, hearing her say that, replied, "Who could stop her anyway?" Vin Tran's biological mother winked at the two of them and said, "If we cling to the Vesa Haley stone, we can get inside. My intuition is always accurate. There is definitely something there." V yelled, "Don't take that back later." Suddenly, the rock under her feet broke. She didn't have time to react and eventually fell into the waterfall. Khan quickly jumped down to save her, while Vesta tried to stop him. "Wait, it's too dangerous." With no other choice, she decided to jump down with them. Finally, all three of them tumbled down the waterfall. After Sarvana woke up, she saw she was in a cave and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the cave behind the waterfall? My intuition was right after all." Suddenly, Vin Tran's stepmother grabbed her ear and scolded her. "Right about what? Do you want a punch? We almost died. You have to be more careful." It seems she didn't know how to hold back, but she apologized to them both anyway. The father, Khan, curious about their current situation, said, "It's a miracle Sarvana wasn't hurt. being swept away by such a strong current. Vin Tran's biological mother sat there, stunned. Yeah, it's a miracle we're still alive. Suddenly, a mysterious voice emanated from deep within the cave. It's no miracle. It was I who saved you. After hearing this, Vin Tran was surprised and asked, "There was someone inside?" His mother answered seriously. "To be exact, that is what we call the holy fruit. Its true identity." Back to the story, Sarvana opened her eyes wide, staring at what was in front of her, and cried out in terror. It's a dragon. It seemed this dragon had been in there for 10,000 centuries without anyone knowing. Khan and the stepmother were terrified. Unable to speak, even someone as curious as Vin Tran's biological mother was the same. The dragon asked the three of them, "So, which one of you is the prophet of truth?" V, covered in sweat, tried to stay calm and asked, "Does the prophet of truth refer to the prophecy handed down in Adenka?" The dragon exclaimed in surprise, "You don't know anything, yet you found this place? You lot really are unlucky." It frowned in annoyance. With no other choice, it decided, "All of you must die." A fireball appeared from the dragon's mouth, shooting straight at the three of them. Sarvana screamed, "If we get hit by that, it's all over." V held his hand up to his face, thinking, why is there a dragon in the Red Fortress? No, that's not important right now. First, we have to find a way to survive. Sarvana quickly gathered her momentum, and all three of them tried their best to escape. This ferocious dragon had no intention of sparing humans. "You can't run." It continued to cast its magic. Seeing the waterfall ahead, Sarvana hesitated, not knowing what to do, while the dragon behind them was catching up. "You have nowhere left to hide. Accept your death, you human children." Hearing this, Vin Tran exclaimed in astonishment. It was actually a dragon? Do such creatures really exist in this world? She laughed and replied teasingly, "Is it that surprising? You once put dragon bones into the blood lotus." Hearing her say that left them stunned. Julian asked him, bewildered, how does she know about the dragon bones, which only Father and Rosa knew about? Vin Tran was speechless, replying, "It's no surprise she could hide it from the Adenka intelligence." Vin Tran asked his stepmother, "When you encountered it, how did you survive?" Her face fell as she replied, "I don't know either. The only one who knows clearly is Sarvana." Vin Tran's stepmother braced herself and shouted, "Sarvana, we have to fight." The two of them took up defensive stances, and then all three jumped up to fight the dragon. Va jumped to the left, while Sarvana jumped to the right of the dragon. Both of them lunged at the terrifying monster, which no one could deal with. It observed them calmly. Right after the two mothers slashed at the dragon's head, Father Kan lunged from below to attack from the front. He used the God General sword technique, but the dragon gently caught the sword blade. He redirects his technique toward the top of the cavern. He clicks his tongue, remarking, "Not bad." Khan is stunned, shocked that the strongest sword technique of the Enka family could be dismantled so easily. He loses his temper, unleashing a terrifying aura upon everything living around him, but he yells that there are limits to human strength. Stepmother Vesa Hele cannot move. Is her own body being suppressed by his overwhelming aura? This pressure makes Sarvana unable to breathe. Khan's father, standing behind them, sees them both collapse and calls out their names in worry. Sensing the father resisting the dragon's pressure, he speaks up to threaten him. How are you resisting the pressure of my aura?" He stares straight at the father, thinking, he is quite strong. It would be a waste to kill him. He likely has a bright future ahead. The father, enraged, resolves to fight. "I won't let you kill them." Khan lunges, determined to fight to the death, but is struck by the other's magic. He was completely devastated, his internal organs spilling out from the impact. It seemed he had lost consciousness from that monstrous technique. The dragon shifted into its human form and spoke. "Every method humans use to control mana is just a poor imitation of dragons. No matter how strong you martial artists think you are, you're nowhere near being a threat to me." It looked on with a sense of pity. "As much as I regret it, I will put you out of your misery." The dragon wore a twisted smile, preparing to finish them all off, when suddenly, the cave exploded violently. Salvana's hair whipped around in the smoke as she arrived just in time to stop the dragon from dealing a fatal blow to Khan. It stared in surprise, mouth agape. "Huh? You survived my magic? Oh, I see. So that's how it is." Sarvana's face was severely injured from blocking the blow. The dragon reached out, grabbed her chin, and forced her to look up. "You must be Ahli, right?" Sarvana was stunned. "How do you know that?" It chuckled in response. "I can see through everything." Vin Tran's stepmother, overwhelmed by the dragon's pressure and fading from consciousness, tried to call out Sarvana's name. Before Vesa Hele was completely lost in the haze, she only heard, "After all, your family was chosen by me, and that was all I remembered when I woke up." We had left the cave behind the waterfall. Moreover, Sarvana held the heavenly fruit in her hands. Vin Tran was shocked to hear of the heavenly fruit. It actually existed. The thing Aslan had left behind for the blood god must have been the heavenly fruit. She continued. However, Sarvana's condition began to deteriorate. A few years later, she grew weak and lived through days of agony before passing away. She hung her head, speaking with a pained heart. Even then, Sarvana never ate the heavenly fruit, saving it for Khan, but he couldn't bring himself to sacrifice her health to have it, as Sarvana was the only one Khan ever loved. And so, many years later, she passed away, leaving their child to Khan, and Khan finally ate the fruit in accordance with her dying wish. Sarvana had remained in Khan's heart forever. Recalling those memories, she smiled, yet her face was etched with agonizing torment. Vin Tran watched her, feeling the complex mix of envy, longing, and regret in her expression. Then he spoke. "What do you think of my birth mother?" She gave a bitter smile, saying she deeply respected her and was also incredibly jealous. The past emerged through the heavy rain. Sarvana hugged her, comforting her. "It's okay, it's all right, Vesahele." She had been drenched in sweat, her face worn and haggard, but she finally broke down in tears when Vin Tran's birth mother reassured her that she was not just a puppet. In the lonely darkness, Baksa embraced her, sobbing uncontrollably. Vin Tran's stepmother looked at him earnestly and said, "Could you agree to one more request from me?" He replied seriously. "What is it?" "Destroy the Hiola family," she said, with a stern expression. A few days later, Vin Tran headed to the Blood City, the Nin waterfall, where his parents had met the dragon. Vin Tran asked, "So, is this the Nin waterfall?" Julian looked around and confirmed, "I'm pretty sure this is the place." Seeing him draw his sword, Julian was confused. Vin Tran channeled his absolute technique, the absolute sword slash, and struck straight at the waterfall in front of them. Julian screamed in terror, "What are you doing? What if you destroy the cave entrance?" He looked ahead and replied, "Destroy it? You think it's that easy to break?" The boy exclaimed in astonishment as it remained unscathed. "What kind of waterfall is this?" Vin Tran watched it and replied, "It seems we can't get in this way. The dragon living inside must be waiting for someone who sees the truth about the Adenka family. There must be some connection between this waterfall and Aslan. My birth mother must have used something else to get inside. That is why she grew weaker and died after receiving the heavenly fruit. So the key to opening the way into the waterfall must still be hidden somewhere else. I have to find it. The truth beyond the waterfall was currently over at that fortress." Vagon's voice spoke up. "Daima Helm died recently. The head of the Vi family was executed by Pak Khan under Gramian's supervision. Such a tragedy," he lamented, looking at the stack of papers in front of him. Hoka Ken said smugly, "Who knows what would have happened if I hadn't been there?" He looked at her, irritated, and scolded her lightly. "So who was the one who dragged out the mission and claimed it would be too much trouble, huh?" She smiled awkwardly, intentionally trying to change the subject. "When did I say that? Anyway, it's over now. What happened to the sisters is truly sad." Vagan sighed and thought, "That's right." He looked at the memorial photo of his late sister, muttering to himself, "Sister." At the same time, in another place, there was the sound of a priest running heavily. It was Dan. He looked up in a panic. "Oh, no. A dead end?" Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind, causing Dan to tremble in fear. "Why don't you just give up?" Dan realized the one chasing him was the priest, Neo. "You should call me Senior. But that doesn't matter anymore. You should hand over the Holy Grail to someone more worthy, and leave this world to receive a lesson from the Saint King." Having said that, he lunged forward and grabbed Dan by the throat. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, striking his priests. Neo turned around, terrified. "What is going on?" A sword was pressed against his throat, rendering him unable to move. The voice of the man holding the sword rang out, "You'd better give up on taking the Holy Grail if you don't want to lose your head again." It was Merlin, his eyes cold and threatening. "From now on, I will be the guardian of the Holy Grail, in my capacity as a knight for the priest Dan." Meanwhile, on Vin Tran's side, a woman's voice spoke up. "What did you call me for, Vin Tran?" She was the third daughter of the first-rank direct descendants of the Hana Military Academy. "Isn't this where you're supposed to be doing your graduation mission?" he replied. "That's right. You're here to fight. The countries will fall silent soon, won't they, sister?" Hannah closed her eyes and replied, "That's right. Regardless, I still have a few questions about this graduation mission. The number of missions requiring first-rank military candidates is not high. Yet our mission is identical to that of a ninth-rank candidate." Vin Tran gripped the paper in his hand and said, "That is why I wanted to invite you to join this mission." Seeing the paper in front of her made her think, A mission requested in her mother's name, she guessed she could hear him out about this. She walked over to a small rock and replied, "What kind of mission is it?" Vin Tran suggested first, "I need to get to the Hyole territory." She sat down to discuss it with him. The Hyole territory. After your uncle's death, it won't be easy for you to do that. He knew that well, but still wanted to do it. Exactly. That is why I need you. You will be my bodyguard. In return, you will have enough points to complete your graduation mission. She looked at him searchingly. You wouldn't ask for this if there wasn't something in it for you, so what do you want? But unexpectedly, Vin Tran's request was very simple. I want a portrait of you. When he was young, he had seen a portrait of his sister that had been drawn with meticulous care. The image of the two of them as children was so close, but now everything was different. He said, "Isn't that old picture a bit faded?" Suddenly, Hannah's sword was pointed straight at his throat. He hadn't expected his sister to radiate such killing intent, ready to use Mikhail Elien's technique to kill her own brother. She gritted her teeth. "Are you mocking me?" Vin Tran, without a hint of fear, said, "No, I'm serious. The picture is a precious memory to me." Julian, standing nearby, grabbed his sleeve and shouted, "It's not that precious. What are you talking about?" Vin Tran winked, causing the boy to instinctively look away. There's no way a picture from so long ago could still be in such good condition. You think I didn't cast a preservation spell on it? He smiled brightly at Hannah. I've changed a lot, too. Don't you want to draw it with me again? She looked away, feeling shy. Hannah pulled her sword back and replied, "Change your request. If you do that, I'll consider it." Julian heard that and seemed to realize something about his sister. The scene shifted to the Hyole royal palace, where an elderly man raised a glass and asked, "You say Daima is dead?" The butler stood stiffly and replied, "Yes, it is truly sad," but he didn't care at all, and pressed for the main point. "You erased all evidence of my presence perfectly, didn't you?" The butler looked up and asked, "Pardon? Did you not hear my question clearly?" He picked up his wine glass and stood up. It turned out this man was the head of the Hyole family, Kfonzo Him. The butler replied, trembling, "No issues, sir. Everything has been arranged to make it look like Daima did it all himself. Her death will not affect the operations the Hyole family is currently undertaking." Kfonzo sipped his red wine and talked about his daughter. "Va is always asking me about what I do. It's not surprising, considering she harbors hostility toward me. Very well, I will see what she can do, and you too, you little brat, Vin Tran." Immediately after, he walked slowly toward the butler and continued, "After all, we still have a secret weapon, the blood of the dragon tribe." It turned out what he was drinking wasn't wine, but the blood of this dragon creature. The carcasses of the dragon tribe hung from the ceiling, sending a chill down his spine. He seriously challenged his daughter. "That's right. Come here to father." Kfonzo crushed the glass of blood in his hand in anger. "And you too, Vin Tran. Come here to me." The demon Kfonzo had finally revealed his true, brutal nature. A few days later, at the arena, Kagon and Vin Tran face off. Neither will back down. They are evenly matched. Julian watches from outside the ring, confused. How is this possible? Vin Tran's face is etched with anger as he stares directly at Kagon. Kagon madly lunges to attack him, shouting, "You're done for this time, Vin Tran." But he doesn't flinch, instead taunting him, "Come and get me if you can." Suddenly, someone leaps from the air, landing hard on the ground right between the two. Kagon rages, "You bastard!" It turns out to be Revan. "Don't forget about me, will you?" He angrily yells at him. "Stop tinting into my business. You're the one stepping into my business." Vin Tran and I are still in the middle of a duel. Kagon is annoyed and wants to deal with him immediately. "Then I'll have to deal with you first." Revan isn't being polite either. "Perfect. I wanted to fight you too." Vin Tran stands by, shouting, "Wait. That's not important right now. Have you both forgotten why you're even here?" Julian, down below, gulps. How did it end up like this? This tournament is attended by Lord Vankia, along with Vin Tran's father, Khan, and the head of the Vatican family. Stepmother Vessa watches nervously, urging Vin Tran on in her heart. "Hurry up, Vin Tran, otherwise our plan will be for nothing." 2 weeks ago, at the fortress, Hoka Ken puts her feet on the table and says indifferently, "Fine, you two can go." Hannah, confused, replies, "Wait, what? Are you two not listening to me? I said you are both going to the Hele territory tomorrow." Hoka Ken repeats herself. Hannah feels it's inappropriate. "My sword isn't suited for protection duties. There are first-year cadets better suited for this." The red-haired girl jumps down, places a hand on Hannah's shoulder, and speaks sweetly. "I hate getting caught up in trouble. Do you think I'd feel at ease with our two most talented cadets missing?" Hoka Ken gestures at her face, teasingly trying to butter her up. Then Hannah shifts her gaze to Vin Tran to respond. However, before she can finish, Hoka holds up a hand, ordering, "I don't want to hear another word. If that is the headmaster's order, you have no right to object." Hearing this, Hannah is somewhat flustered but finally decides to follow the order. Vin Tran turns to look at her, smiling. "That's right. You aren't the type to break a promise, are you? You're graduating soon, and I only asked for a portrait, remember? This is a pretty good deal, isn't it?" Hannah sighs wearily. Is this his plan? He's already calculated this. She speaks up. "Fine, I'll agree to give you a picture." He happily responds, "Really? You promised." Her silhouette gradually fades away. By the afternoon, everyone is busy packing their luggage for the trip. Vagan says sternly, "I hope you don't run into any trouble." Vin Tran replies, Hamonestly, "I'm not entirely confident about this mission." Hoka Ken understands his mood. Vagan is worried but supportive. This will be a dangerous mission. Vin Tran reassures him, "Don't worry too much. The Hele family won't directly harm me. Besides, my sister is a first-year cadet, and I have Siri, a spirit mage. We'll be fine." His servant behind him laughs, chiming in, "What about me? Master Vin Tran seems to have forgotten about me." "Oh right, and Wilson too." Suddenly, a voice from behind calls his name. Vin Tran. Wait a moment. It turns out to be Selbira, with Javen and the others behind her. They run up, panting. "Thank goodness. We made it just in time." Vin Tran looks at them and asks, "What are you guys doing here so early?" Their actions leave him stunned. "Attention. Bow respectfully before his glory." Revan holds out his fist, declaring, "I promise to have a real fight with you when you get back." Vin Tran. "Remember that?" Season is there too. Smiling. "Thank you, Vin Tran." The young man next to him adds, "Thanks to you, we've become stronger." Vin Tran is too stunned to speak, then suddenly bursts into laughter. Bowing respectfully in return. "I bow respectfully before your glory. I will return." His sister, sitting in the carriage, urges him. "Vin Tran, it's time to go." Vagon looks at her with an expression like, "Doesn't this woman know what camaraderie is?" Hoka Ken stands nearby and tells her, "Come on, don't you think everything will be okay? She's been acting like a corpse lately." Hannah remains aloof. Emotions only hinder us from completing our mission. As a martial artist of the Adenka family, this is what I must do. Her heart is just too cold. Vagan doesn't know what to say. The horses, neigh, and Vin Tran's group begins their departure. The friends behind them cheer. "Return safely, don't get into trouble." Vagon watches the carriage and asks Hoka Ken, "Will they be okay?" Hannah, she looks like she might be a little worried. At some point, she becomes cold, ignores her own feelings, and focuses only on the mission. That's why she's called the statue. "I'm worried about whether they'll be all right being together for so long." Hoka Ken dismisses it as normal. They're still sisters, right? I imagine they'll talk about the past while on the road. Contrary to her thoughts, the redhead, the sister in the carriage, jabs a sharp drawing stylus toward her brother to intimidate him. "You didn't kill them all, did you?" Vin Tran feels the situation is getting bad. Seeing the unfinished painting, the sister pulls the sharp object away. Vin Tran scowls. "What do you think you're doing?" Hannah stares at him expressionlessly, then makes a few quick strokes on his body with that sharp stylus. Vin Tran's hair falls onto the floor of the carriage. Julian suddenly gasps in shock. So she's cold on the outside but warm on the inside. It turns out she was just using that thing to cut his hair. As a member of the Adenka family, you don't just have to focus on martial arts. You also need to take care of your appearance. Remember to keep your hair neat. Not long after, it's almost evening. Hannah is intently working on the unfinished painting. She holds it up, compares Vin Tran to the portrait, and finally decides to give it to him. "Here's the portrait. Are you satisfied?" He happily thanks her. Holding the painting, Vin Tran keeps praising it. "It's beautiful. Even though you're prickly on the outside, how can you draw so beautifully?" Julian laughs. "That's true. Her drawing talent is amazing. She's been a genius since she was a kid." Hannah quickly puts her tools away and says calmly, "I've fulfilled my end of the bargain. We're square." Vin Tran is delighted. "I'm so happy. I'll keep it very safe." He feels confused and quickly asks Julian, "Why does she refuse to draw when she's this good at it?" The boy answers sadly, "Perhaps she gave up on her dreams a long time ago." Vin Tran, not knowing why, asks, "Gave up?" The boy explains, "You don't know. Once you carry the blood of such a noble family, sometimes you aren't allowed to live as yourself. The dream of becoming an artist is too far away for her." Vin Tran finds it truly unreasonable and counters, "No way. There is no reason why everyone has to become a martial artist in the Adenka family, when we have countless reasons to pursue our own dreams. If she has to give up her dreams just because of the word Anka in her name, I will help her get those dreams back. Currently, in Hele Castle, the people are demanding the right to overthrow the Hele government. Royal forces block the crowd, shouting, "Guards, hold the protesters back. Don't let them enter Dazona. They all share the same goal. We must have our land returned from the hands of the tyrant." Then, civil war breaks out again. In a corner of the castle, Vin Tran looks down and exclaims, "Is this really the Hele territory? Isn't this place supposed to be a prosperous land?" Hannah coldly replies, "Only the wealthy class enjoys life here. That's why this city is experiencing class conflict. The Hele family is no longer trusted by the people because of the tyrant's rule. To overthrow him, a force called the People's Resistance Army has been established. They are currently protesting and opposing the military forces here. To avoid any unfortunate incidents, all the wealthy families have moved to the central city of the Sona." Julian stood looking at the scene before him, unable to hide his shock. He knew there would be protests here, but he hadn't expected the scale to be this large. Vin Tran also looked down and muttered, "It seemed the protest hadn't been going on for long." His sister continued, "That's right. The event that sparked the rebellion started with the story of the resistance army's leader. Are you wondering about the lion, Sona?" The woman hesitated and didn't want to continue. "We need to get to Sona. Hurry up if you don't want any trouble." She turned around and called to everyone as she walked, "Follow me. I know a shortcut." Wilson, the servant, followed behind, grumbling about everything. This way might be more dangerous than going through Meridium. The young master suddenly cut his hair too. He looks so strange now. Siri replied, "Yes, but the good news is that Hannah seems very familiar with the paths around here. I wonder if she has been here before." This comment made Hannah flinch. Hannah was about to say something, but they were blocked by the Heole army, who began to interrogate them. "Who goes there?" Vin Tran was on guard as soon as he realized they were blocked by the Heole troops. Without hesitation, they charged. A group of strangers grabbed them. Vin Tran dodged the attack and explained, "Wait, we aren't doing anything suspicious." The soldiers weren't listening to him. They just kept attacking. "They have swords. They're rebels." Vin Tran found it troublesome. He probably couldn't explain things to them anymore. "So, you've decided to let your fists do the talking." Vin Tran used body enhancement and knocked him down with a single punch. The rest of them cried out in terror. What? What was that? Before they could even defend themselves, he landed a hit right on the corner of their mouths. Next, they were kicked in the neck. It was either fatal or crippling. In an instant, the Heolem soldiers all fell, except for one. He leaped up, shouting, "Die, you little rat!" His earth-shattering strike hit the ground, causing a massive, cataclysmic explosion. The two servants kept anxiously calling his name. The woman stepped in to intervene. "Stay calm. Vin Tran will be fine." At that moment, he jumped onto the wall, catching the attacker off guard. Then, Vin Tran lunged down, finally knocking him out with a powerful kick. Vin Tran felt exhilarated. His body felt so light. The magic-stimulating pill he had been forced to swallow while imprisoned in the tower, combined with his space reversal technique, was helping his body reach this state. At the same time, another group of Heolem soldiers approached. "There are people over here." They dared to attack the Heolem family's soldiers. "Call for reinforcements, don't let them escape." With soldiers on all four sides, how would Vin Tran's group handle this? Julian panicked and said to Vin Tran, "We're surrounded." He frowned, looking for a way out. There are too many of them. On Hannah's side, her servant was trembling constantly. "This can't be happening. What should we do?" The woman sighed, pulled something out of her pocket, and figured there was no other choice. She held it up and shouted, "Look closely, the blue emblem of the Heolem family." The sight made them stop attacking and turn their attention to the emblem in her hand. The emblem of a top-tier warrior? Then this person, the woman introduced herself. "I am Hannah from Kimson Fortress, and I need to get to Dusona." One of them exclaimed, "Hannah? Is she the direct descendant of Peach?" Then, he wisely announced to the entire army, "Everyone, stand down. She is a benefactor of the Heolem family." Vin Tran looked at her, confused. "Why didn't you use that sooner? If you had, this could have been resolved easily. It seems you didn't want everyone to see that emblem." Curious, he approached the woman and asked, "Sister, that emblem is suddenly." A magic-infused bomb rolled in from somewhere. The smoke bomb exploded, spreading wide and blinding everyone. Suddenly, a hand reached out from somewhere, grabbed his arm, and whispered, "This way." Meanwhile, Hannah's eyes were stinging, and she guessed it was a smoke bomb from the resistance. She opened her eyes wide, staring ahead, surprised to realize her younger brother had disappeared. The army urged each other to find Vin Tran. "Still nothing? We haven't heard from the people on Road 7. The woman anxiously ordered them, "Find Vin Tran at all costs." He couldn't have gone far. The army immediately obeyed and quickly split up to search for him. Hannah's condition was getting worse. She muttered, "I hope they get here in time." The two people behind her ran up to reassure her. "My lady, please stay calm." But this wasn't the time for calm. She shouted to signal everyone, "We have to hurry. Vin Tran might be in danger." Ciri expressed her thoughts, saying, "Perhaps the rebels captured the young master, but it's hard to believe he couldn't handle a group of people who have never been properly trained in combat." Hannah decided to tell Ciri the whole truth about herself. "They started acting as soon as I said my name," Hannah said, leaving the woman stunned. "What?" Hannah continued. "They know Vin Tran has a connection to me, so they assume Vin Tran is an enemy too." Ciri didn't understand what she was saying and asked again, "What are you talking about? Why is that?" Hannah lowered her voice, feeling guilty. "I am the one who captured and turned over their leader to the Heo Lem family." Back on Vin Tran's side, it seemed he had been drugged and taken to a strange cargo wagon. The young woman who had kidnapped him looked at him with contempt, "You little rat," then climbed into the wagon and ordered her accomplices, "Let's go." They quickly sped away from the castle. As the carriage was moving, the woman looked at the brown-haired man and asked, "Did you get that thing?" He replied, "Got it. We managed to get soldiers from the Heo Lem troops. It's a good thing we had the protesters." She reminded everyone, "This tunnel leads to Vatican territory, and it's quite dark inside. We should be careful." "Good. The Heo Lem people won't be able to find us if we disguise ourselves as merchants after exiting the tunnel." The brown-haired man pointed at Vin Tran and asked, "But who is this?" She replied, "Hannah's younger brother. He's the perfect hostage for the negotiations." The young man, Vin Tran, knew nothing and was fast asleep. The blonde man looked at his accomplices in fear and asked, "Guys, are we sure about doing this?" She put a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. "Don't worry. Do you want to become a slave to Gafono after escaping Midium?" The brown-haired man asked the woman, confused. "How did you manage to kidnap an Adenka?" She replied cheerfully, "I ambushed him in the smoke. It was quite easy." He felt short of breath, pulled off his hood, and asked, "What?" "That's impossible, unless he did it on purpose." Before he could finish his sentence, he took a direct hit from Vin Tran's peak elbow strike, leaving his teeth scrambled. She frantically called out his name. After dealing with the first one, he turned to the second. The blonde man didn't know what was happening, so he turned his head back to ask, "Han, what did you say? It's too loud. I can't hear you." But he was met with Vin Tran's blade pointed straight at his throat. Vin Tran threatened him, "Keep driving the carriage. I won't hurt you, just cooperate. I want to meet the leader of the rebels." It turned out he had been hiding his skills and faking being unconscious all along. The man fearfully complied. "I understand." He suggested, "Please move the sword away. I'm only good at driving the carriage." Vin Tran realized this face looked a bit familiar. "Are you the person I saw at the shelter for the homeless?" As the carriage was moving, someone suddenly blocked the path. Vin Tran panicked and shouted, "Hey, there's someone in front." The driver cried out in a panic, "Why is there someone in the tunnel?" He gripped the reins tight, trying to swerve the carriage, but it was too sudden, and the carriage lost its balance and tilted to one side. People and items inside tumbled everywhere, and even the horse went flying. A loud crash echoed. The woman struggled to stand up, complaining, "My head," then turned to check on her accomplices. "Conan, are you guys okay?" The man who had blocked the path stood up and spoke. "Just as expected. You chose this route. I'm not surprised the Heo Lem army didn't realize it. After all, this is a secret path used only by locals." Hamona looked at the armband on his arm and gasped. A blue Heo Lem armband. She roared in anger. "You traitor! Are you planning to sell us out to Gonzo?" He shrugged and replied, "Us? What do you mean, us? You're just a bunch of reactionaries fighting against the Lem Kingdom." The man held up a dark-colored pill. "I'll show you what a model citizen looks like." Seeing the object in his hand, she panicked. "That's a blessing relic." Having said that, he swallowed it in one gulp. His face gradually changed. A massive amount of magic power flowed through him, and his physique grew many times larger than before. A monstrous, fierce, giant demon figure appeared before their eyes. He felt the immense power within his body and praised it. "This is amazing. With this power, I can capture hundreds, even thousands of rebels. I'll catch you, and I'll receive even more blessing relics." He reached out with his claws, intending to slash at the woman, but Vin Tran appeared just in time to stop the monster. She was bewildered, not understanding why he did that. The monster was terrified he was wetting himself, thinking, "Can he stop me with just one hand?" "Who are you?" With a handsome face and sharp eyes, he replied, "You want to know my name? But you have to introduce yourself first." The magic-infused sword slashed repeatedly at him, but it seemed to have no effect. He laughed arrogantly. Don't make me laugh. With the power of the blessing relic, you can't even hurt me. But of course, before he could bark any more nonsense, he was struck by a massive blow to the head from Vin Tran. A huge boulder fell from above onto him. I knew mana couldn't hurt your half-human, half-dragon body. That's why I aimed for the ceiling of the tunnel from the start. Looking at this bizarre combination, he kept calculating. The power of the dragon kin, the final pieces have finally come together. The way to compress these powers, the dragon kin blood that Tovin once used to attack me, it all leads back to the Hyo-Lem family. I guess there are still many things to discover. As Vin Tran bent down to pick up his sword, the vicious woman unexpectedly lunged at him. She asked fearfully, "What are you? You let us capture you. Then you saved us. You should be on Hannah's side. Shouldn't you? You nobles are all the same. You don't care about us commoners at all." At that same time, there was the sound of a cane tapping from the basement. A strange man spoke up. "Hamona, stop. You can't beat that man." Vin Tran narrowed his eyes at the tunnel and asked the man, "Who are you?" The man introduced himself as Lauren Hyo-Le. He was a member of the Hyo-Le family, who was finally being revealed the leader of the resistance army, who had supposedly been captured and executed. The scene shifted to the forest on the outskirts of the Hyo-Le territory. Hamona whispered from outside the window, "Is he really Vin Tran?" The person next to him replied, "Yes, he's disguised so no one recognizes him. But he blew away those priests and the bastards of the house. The envious ones peeked in and mocked him. He looks ordinary enough. What was the captain thinking bringing him here?" With questioning eyes, he still had doubts. "Are you still suspicious? That man is the hero of Millennium. He cradled his daughter and told the two of them, 'His servant even once took care of my daughter.' If it weren't for him, he recalled the terrible memories. 'Mary Midway, house number 12, the one with the green roof. My daughter is there. Please, at least give the child something to eat.' Doolan had no choice but to order Siri, 'Go to that address. Mary Midway, house number 12. The old man said to her sorrowfully, "Hamona, I understand your skepticism, but this person came to help us." The man crossed his arms in silent agreement and added, "See? Even Mr. Subin thinks so." Harona was still skeptical about Vin Tran and couldn't be sure yet. No one knows when he might show his true colors and stab us in the back. Inside the house, Lauren sat across from him, probing. "You're the one who saved the people of Millennium, aren't you?" Vin Tran clarified. "My parents were the ones who truly intended to do that. I was just the one to start it in her stead." The man understood and replied, "Those who experienced it firsthand know better. Among us, there are those from Millennium, and others closely related to it. On their behalf, I would like to express my gratitude to you." Suddenly, an old man's voice interrupted the atmosphere between them. "We must kill him." Lauren turned to the Baron. The man pointed and shouted in a panic. "He not only found our hideout but even knows your identity. Lauren, it's not too late to get rid of him." The man asked for the Baron's intention. "You want to kill him? The martial artist who defeated the Blessed Ones and captured everyone just to turn them into sacrifices?" Lauren reassured him. "Don't worry, Baron. Everything will be fine." The man listened. "All right." Vin Tran watched silently, speculating, "They are very wary of outsiders. Something must have happened." He turned to ask Lauren, "Come to think of it, wasn't there news that the resistance leader had died? Why are you still alive?" The man replied gently, "Thanks to black magic." Vin Tran was stunned and asked, "Black magic?" The man raised his hand and introduced the bald old man. "This is the Baron. He escaped from the temporary shelter for the homeless. There, he discovered his talent for black magic while creating the Blessed Ones." The Baron explained seriously, "Have you ever heard of the cloning technique? I am the one who created a fake corpse of Lauren. Thanks to that, we swapped identities right before the execution." Julian only then realized what he heard. It sounded like the black magic that Tavan used to use. Lauren stood up, adjusted his hat, and asked Vin Tran, "I would like to speak with you privately. Would you mind?" Vin Tran agreed to his request. The two of them stepped outside. He turned to look at the Baron, who said nothing, only watching them in silence. In this barren forest, Lauren leaned on his cane and said, "So, my sister sent you here." Vin Tran replied, "She wants me to overthrow the Hyola family. She is trying to punish herself and her own family." Lauren lowered his head and muttered, "So, it was her." Vin Tran walked closer, wanting to ask a few questions. "Lauren, can I ask you something? Why did you gouge out your own eyes?" Hearing this, Lauren froze. Vin Tran continued, "Looking at those rough cuts, it couldn't have been caused by a skilled martial artist. Furthermore, there were no signs of you struggling. I can only conclude that you did it yourself." The man bowed his head and answered, "It's because I couldn't bear to keep witnessing everything with my own eyes. The cities my family controls, The humiliations the people have to endure, I can't bear to look at them anymore. Isn't there another reason besides that? He asked, out of curiosity. Lauren felt as if Vin Tran could see right through his soul. He kept thinking, he has better insight than an ordinary martial artist. Now I understand why my sister sent him here. After thinking it over, he replied, you saw the true nature of the Blessed Ones earlier, right? It's a drug that can bestow immense power, but is highly addictive. The Hyole family used them to divide the people. Those who complied were granted positions and favors. My family basically treated them like mercenaries. As those addicted to the Blessed Ones gradually left, the group of protesters was slowly crushed. Lauren was the first to stand up and organize the protest against the Hyole family. He continued, I couldn't stand the current state of the Hyole territory anymore. So until the rights return to the people, I will absolutely not look at it. After Lauren announced this to all the citizens, at that moment, he decided to point the knife directly into his eyes. I made a horizontal cut to prove that I have abandoned my sight, to become a symbol to gather those who have been cast aside. Hearing this, Vin Tran felt a bit awkward. Your willpower is truly admirable. The man happily thanked him. While the two were confiding in each other, unexpectedly, the strange, mutated monsters created by the blessed drug tracked them all the way here. He and the man took a defensive stance. It's the Blessed Group. Why was the hideout discovered? Lauren spoke up, suspicious. It's impossible. No one except the resistance army knew the way here. They charged down, yelling, we will be promoted to first-class workers if we catch him. He stepped forward and advised him, you should run, Lauren. Then, he rushed into battle against the mutants. Indeed, he couldn't inflict damage with this move. Vin Tran looked left and right. There was no one around to call for help. How do I? The monster punched at him with disdain. Where are you looking, kid? One punch sent him flying, but Vin Tran regained his momentum and steadied himself to keep from being knocked away. He looked at the monster and cursed angrily. He pointed toward a certain direction and shouted, Bro! Over there! Lord Lauren is in danger. The cruel monster is about to attack him. Just keep his face intact, that's all. Lauren couldn't react in time and could only sit still, waiting to die. Vin Tran screamed as he rushed to save him. He reached out to push Lauren away. In his place, he would be the one to get hurt. A massive explosion shook the entire area. Lauren, in pain, struggled to stand up, muttering, what just happened? Unexpectedly, after that fireball, Vin Tran's arm was severely burned. The man didn't know what had happened, and frantically called his name, Vin Tran. The half-breed monsters approached closer and said, blocking that hit is impressive, but can you continue to protect that blind man? You aren't even involved in this. We'll let you go as long as you hand over Lauren. Vin Tran refused their offer and continued to fight to the end. They aren't martial artists, they're practically demons. Using my full strength, I can still defeat them. However, I have to protect blind Lauren at the same time. It will be very difficult to fight both of them in this situation. They didn't hesitate and charged right in. Fine. Then die with Lauren. The enemy had 10. Their side had 1 carrying the team. Vin Tran was having a major headache with the current situation. Suddenly, the half-breed monsters were struck by sword slashes from out of nowhere, chopped to pieces like a fruit-slicing game, blood splattering all over the area. Vin Tran was stunned when he recognized this technique. It had come from his sister, Hannah. He called her name, Sister. At this moment, Hannah saw Lauren and wore a look of extreme terror, shouting, Lauren, you're still alive. Hearing the familiar voice, he replied, that voice, is it you, Hannah? She gritted her teeth in hatred, deciding to rush over and land a few blows on him. She screamed angrily, I never expected you to still be alive and well. Lauren Hyole is Hannah planning to finish him off for good? But luckily, the attack was blocked. If Vin Tran had been a second slower, Lauren's life would have been over. He shouted, questioning his sister. Why would she do such a thing? Vin Tran looked at the sister in front of him. He didn't recognize her at all. He didn't understand a person who rarely showed emotions. What could have possibly made Hannah this angry? As for Lauren, he remained deep in thought, then asked a question that caught Vin Tran off guard. Hannah, are you still passionate about painting? Such a simple question left Hannah speechless. Hannah collapsed to the ground, much to Vin Tran's astonishment. Sister. Hannah's tears began to fall. You can't even see them, uncle. So what is the point of asking? Lauren spoke up. I'm sorry. Hirona's voice rang out. She called to the leader, causing Lauren and Vin Tran to turn around. She rushed over with her men. What was that explosion just now? Is Master Lauren all right? Hamona looked at the mess in front of the group. How could they have gotten here? She wondered who the person sitting on the ground was. The silhouette looked a bit familiar. Hamona was suspicious. Could it be Hannah? As she spoke, Her face radiated killing intent. If Lauren hadn't stopped her, she would have torn Hannah to pieces. Calm down, everyone. He's fine. So, Hamona looked at Hannah, who was still kneeling on the ground, with a look of contempt. She didn't say a word. Hannah slowly looked up at the person in front of her. She guessed Hamona was the one from last time. Without a moment's hesitation, Hamona dealt her a heavy slap. Hannah fell backward from the force of it. She didn't expect Hannah to dare to come here. Who did she think she was to have the confidence to step foot here after nearly taking the leader's life? Hannah's face turned beet red from the slap, but her expressionless eyes remained. Hannah recalled the past. A warrior doesn't need emotions. They only need to follow orders and accept praise upon completion. That was what made the honor and virtue of a warrior. The scene was horrific, with fires everywhere and houses slowly collapsing. At that moment, Harona urgently announced that someone had infiltrated their base. She told the leader to run first, but it was too late. Hannah had been standing behind her the whole time. She used the hilt of her sword to strike Hamona's waist hard. Hannah watched coldly as Hamona fell heavily to the ground. The day after she gave up her dream, Hannah stood still, observing the people in the room. She no longer cared about anything else. Hannah's face was expressionless. Master Lauren Helm, I would like to invite you to give testimony as a witness to the illegal protest that took place in the center of Duna City. Hamona struggled to crawl up from the ground. She didn't believe Hannah. You liar. You want to take Master Lauren to end his life, don't you? Hannah replied. We are only interrogating Lauren as a witness and will release him after he answers a few questions. Hamona stood in the way to protect Lauren. Who would believe those blatant lies? She wouldn't let Hannah take their leader anywhere. A man slowly stepped in. How could he possibly lose his life? That man was none other than the head of the Helm family. He only wanted to ask his son a few things. Lauren was also extremely surprised to see his father appear there. The head of Helm spoke up. Has this rebellion been enough? It's time to stop this farce and come home. Lauren countered. He couldn't do that. He insisted. They would never stop fighting. Everyone was always in a state of readiness. Everyone present here was ready to sacrifice themselves for the Helm territory. The head of Helm looked around. So that was it. He hadn't expected Lauren to give up his sight to incite everyone to follow his ridiculous beliefs. He wore a wicked smile and grabbed Lauren's shoulder. But if you are so devoted, are you ready to sacrifice even your own niece? He didn't expect him to dare use his own grandchild to threaten Lauren. He didn't know how to act. The head of Helm continued to ask with a sneer. It was Lauren who taught Hannah to paint, right? He threatened Lauren. You don't know how sad she would be if your niece lost her sight just like you did. You understand what I mean, don't you? Faced with his father's threat, Lauren gritted his teeth because he knew his father's character. Shortly after, Master Lauren silently followed the head of Helm back. Just as Hamona predicted, a few days later, Lauren's execution was decided. Everyone protested, demanding the execution be stopped. He was like a hero to them. Fortunately, the Baron had quietly led Lauren away from that place. At that moment, it was lucky they had swapped places with Lauren just in time. The shadow clone technique must not have any errors. Lauren survived thanks to the Baron. The Baron urged Lauren, let's go quickly, otherwise we'll run into trouble if someone notices. Yes, thank you for leading the way. A familiar voice rang out. No, he felt this voice was a bit familiar. It was none other than Hannah. She was trying to escape the surrounding soldiers. Didn't you say you wouldn't take his life? Hannah screamed in despair. Why? Why is Lauren on the execution platform and about to be beheaded? As soon as she finished speaking, the blade of death fell. Everyone present was speechless. A quiet silence blanketed the place. Witnessing that scene, Hannah stood trembling and motionless. Her desperate scream echoed throughout the square. Lauren had also heard this sound. I'm sorry. Lauren recounted the past. What his father said before taking him away wasn't entirely wrong. Hamona listened silently. If it weren't for the Baron, Lauren wouldn't have been able to escape the execution that day. Even now, he believed himself to be nothing but a useless, blind puppet compared to anyone else in the Resistance army. Because he had to cover up the truth about his departure, Lauren couldn't send word of his safety to Hannah. She sat behind a tree, listening to the story. Regret still lingered in Hannah even after all these years. That day, the head of Helm had praised her. You did well, Hannah. He didn't know why she still kept such a gloomy face. Could it be that the mission isn't finished? He didn't think that was the expression of a hero who had just destroyed evil. Her face was dark, her body shaking incessantly. But the head of Helm stepped closer to Hannah. You only need to follow orders and receive praise. That is true honor and virtue. He handed her something. A warrior doesn't need emotions. Isn't that right? Then he asserted that Hannah would become a great warrior. She opened her palm. It was a badge covered in blood. Returning to the present, Hannah still kept that badge. Lauren asked Vin Tran directly if he really wanted to accept the request from his sister to overthrow the Helm family. After hearing the story, Julian was incredibly furious. He couldn't believe the head of Helm would dare to use Hannah like that. He absolutely could not forgive him. Vin Tran remembered the scene of his sister shedding tears, which made him even angrier. Vin Tran replied, "That's right, I will join Lauren's army." He asked him, "Can you help me with one thing? It's to have you go meet the head of Helm." Vin Tran had arrived in Dosona, the Helm family estate. The guards there stopped him. "Stop right there. This is the estate of the Helm family. Hand over your papers." Vin Tran presented a paper and introduced himself. "I am Vin Tran from the Blood City. I am on a mission and need to meet my grandfather." The guard said, "We will let you in after verifying. For now, please wait a moment." Vin Tran was angry. "Wait?" He glared at them. "You're just a lowly guard. Yet you dare to make a guest of the head of the family wait?" He threatened them, making the two guards fearful. Vin Tran knew he was a little late due to personal issues, but his visit had been personally approved by the head of the family. Vin Tran sighed. "Is the authority of a guard like you greater than his?" Vin Tran ignored the two guards, clasped his hands behind his back, and headed straight into the estate. "That's enough talk. I'm going in to see him now." The two gate guards hurriedly blocked him. "Wait, you shouldn't go in." Ignoring every attempt to stop him, Vin Tran flung the door open. He didn't know what it was that surprised him so much. Inside the vast estate, an army of soldiers was fully equipped with weapons and armor. There are so many soldiers here, and they're fully equipped, too. Vin Tran turned to ask the gate guard, "Why are so many soldiers gathered here?" Lin answered in fear, "It's because the Hides Festival is underway." The soldier explained that this event was named after the Hides flower, the symbol of the Helium family. It was also a competition for martial artists invited by the family. However, with the Revolutionary Army's activities spreading, security for the festival had to be tightened, and soldiers had to be on high alert with everyone. The soldier bowed his head, hoping he would understand. Vin Tran, however, felt as though his grandfather was abusing his power to control the soldiers for his own ends. The soldier couldn't believe his ears. "What did you say?" Vin Tran began to point out his suspicions. Even so, why were these soldiers stationed here? At the clan head's mansion, especially at the entrance to the hall used to welcome guests, Vin Tran suspected this was either a test for him or a power struggle. He growled, "Tell me, why are you really here?" One of the guards stated they were there to prevent any untoward incidents. With a loud thud, a soldier with a massive hammer and a murderous look appeared, staring at him. He demanded that he leave. A soldier with a scar across his mouth threatened him, wanting Vin Tran to leave immediately. "I hope you will cooperate voluntarily." Vin Tran smirked. "A problem?" He looked the soldier straight in the eyes and replied, "Do you honestly think I, the young master of the Adenka family and a cadet of Blood City, would bring trouble upon the family head?" His presence completely overwhelmed the soldier, stripping away his arrogance. Du stammered, No, that's not what I meant." Vin Tran spread his arms and shouted, "Who exactly are they protecting and taking orders from? How can you call yourself a soldier of such a great family when you can't even answer that simple question properly?" He scolded the soldiers present, pointing out that bringing so many men here was a waste of resources, and likely ineffective. They seemed shaken, glancing at each other for support. Vin Tran turned to the soldier with the large hammer. "He's fired. You'll go in to see my grandfather yourself." But the soldier had malicious intent and tried to ambush him. He swung the hammer, trying to crush Vin Tran. The soldier roared, "You aren't getting past me." Vin Tran effortlessly dodged the attack. He smiled and asked, "Is that your answer?" A murderous aura emanated from Vin Tran. "In that case, I'll go ahead and cause the incident you've all been dreading." The soldier realized that such an overwhelming pressure couldn't possibly come from an ordinary brat. The rumors about him taking down Meridium must have been true. A man shouted, ordering everyone to stop. It was none other than the family head, Gonzo Helium. He told them that enough was enough and to stand down. Seeing Vin Tran, Gonzo said it was good to see him again, but Vin Tran wasn't happy to see his grandfather. He told Vin Tran to come over and welcomed him to the Helium family. The two of them went into a room. Gonzo felt his demeanor was quite impressive. He wondered if he had gone a bit too far. Vin Tran bluntly replied that he had, and that he felt a bit uncomfortable. Gonzo extended his hand, asking for his forgiveness. He had heard so much about him, so he wanted to see for himself. Were the rumors about his strength exaggerated? Vin Tran countered that the head of the Helium family was overestimating him. He thought to himself that the man sitting before him was truly the head of the Helium family, Gonzo Helium. He could feel an incredibly powerful aura, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't just an aura, it was killing intent. He was truly worthy of being the head of a martial artist family. Gonzo said he had wanted to meet him for a long time, but deep down, he thought of him as the bastard who had taken his son's life. Vin Tran wasn't much different. He felt the same way. He told him that his reason for coming was to overthrow him, grandfather. Gonzo wondered what kind of mission could have brought him all the way here. Vin Tran said it was a secret. Gonzo seemed surprised that he would hide things, even from his own grandfather. Vin Tran sipped his tea leisurely. Indeed, Gonzo also noted that he was someone who separated business from personal matters. Gonzo laughed, covering his face. Haha, you really amuse me. Great answer. However, Vin Tran could tell Gonzo who had assigned him the mission. This piqued his interest. He smiled at his grandfather and revealed that the person who entrusted him with this mission was his mother. Gonzo was stunned to learn that his own daughter was the one who commissioned him. He thought to himself, "What? Vesa, are you trying to recruit this kid to your side?" Gonzo wavered slightly. He had heard that he had been doing some impressive things lately. He asked, "You and Vesa have been cleaning up my son's messes, haven't you?" Vin Tran insisted he was just a little lucky. This time, Gonzo looked at him with a different, murderous glint in his eyes. "Are you saying my son lost his life because you were just lucky?" Vin Tran said nothing, and the room grew quiet. Julian felt the conversation had taken a very strange turn. Vin Tran told the boy not to worry. He definitely wouldn't cause him any trouble. Gonzo sighed and told him he didn't need to be so tense. On the contrary, he thanked him. If he hadn't done it, he would have had to do it himself. Gonzo asked, "You've arrived a bit late, haven't you?" Vin Tran said he had been delayed by a conflict with the Revolutionary Army. Hearing this, Gonzo slammed the table in anger. "Those bastards, how dare they touch my grandson?" Vin Tran was confused by his sudden change in demeanor. He raised his hands to calm him down. "It's fine, grandfather. Other than being a bit late, I'm completely unharmed." But Gonzo didn't stop cursing the bastards. He believed that dogs who dared to bite their master must be punished. Gonzo told Vin Tran that he had just captured a few of their gorillas. He wondered how he thought he should handle them. In his teacup, the image of 2 gorillas appeared. Vin Tran carefully asked, "What did you do to them?" Gonzo gently snapped the handle of his teacup off. He wore a wicked smile and replied happily, "I already broke their arms and legs." Furthermore, Gonzo laughed joyfully. "Ha ha, they will regret the rest of their lives for daring to oppose me. Those filthy rats should know their place." These words sounded like a threat to Vin Tran. He asked him, "Right, Vin Tran? You must be absolutely furious at your grandfather's cruel actions." Vin Tran stood up and replied, "It's not easy to hide things from you." Vin Tran asked Gonzo back, "Aren't you curious about my mission too?" He listened silently. Vin Tran smiled and replied, "I have to participate in the Hides Festival." Gonzo was startled. "The Hides Festival? You?" Vin Tran pulled out a paper. "That's right. It's a bit embarrassing, but these are people we can trust." He asked if he could help him with one thing. It turned out Lauren's plan would coincide with the Hides Festival. He knew Gonzo was highly vigilant, so since he had blocked all routes to Sona, he would need his help with something back in the room. Vin Tran placed the paper on the table and pointed out the people who would participate in the festival, including the city lord and the commanders of Blood City, cadet representatives, the priest of Gala, Dan, and so on, even his own parents. Vin Tran was sure Gonzo would agree, as this was the kind of juicy bait he would never pass up. The night before, Vin Tran discussed things with everyone by the campfire. They didn't have much time left. Tomorrow, they had to contact the people he mentioned. Everyone remained silent, staring at him quietly. Siri and Wilson grabbed their heads in panic. They didn't know who else he planned to drag into this, and they thought their young master had lost his mind. Hannah also spoke up. Although she understood what he was planning, would those people actually follow his lead? Hannah shared her perspective. If things didn't go according to plan, they would be in a difficult position. It was too reckless. But Vin Tran wasn't worried, and asked back, "Are you worried about me, sister?" This question made Hannah blush and stutter. No, that's not it." Vin Tran smiled confidently under the flickering light of the fire. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." He explained that the only issue was how they would execute it, as they needed to contact many people in different places that Gonzo didn't know about. Hamona confidently pointed to herself. "Just leave that to us." Lauren said that the Revolutionary Army also had many secret contacts for these matters. They could send magical letters through these connections, so the things they were worried about could be resolved. Vin Tran felt relieved. He hoped his grandfather would be pleased with the gift he had prepared. A letter had been delivered to the recipient, and they opened it to read the contents. After understanding the current situation through the letter, Dan couldn't believe such a shocking event could happen in Heem's territory. Since when was Merlin standing behind him? He asked. What does the letter say, Priest Dan? Only then did he realize Merlin was there. Dan held up the letter and asked if Merlin wanted to go for a walk with him. At another location, the general of Blood City was trying to calm the city lord down. He asked Hokaken, "Are you planning to destroy this entire mountain?" The scenery here had collapsed under the city lord's fury. Hokaken was angry because, even though she was the city lord, she had no idea that students from their academy were experiencing such things. Vagon stood by cautiously. He tried to get her to calm down, as anger couldn't solve any problems. Hokaken slumped to the ground, exhausted. "Is it because we aren't trustworthy? Is that why no one asks for our help?" Hokaken turned to ask Vagon, "Who do you think is behind all of this?" Vagon speculated that it probably had something to do with Elder Tu Lao Van. Hokaken looked at him. Isn't that his end? Being abandoned by others. Hokaken asked if Vagon also thought the person behind this was the same. He thought there weren't many people capable of making the Council of Elders act according to their will. Hokaken mentioned the Nightmare Society. Had Vagon realized something? Images from the past surfaced. She said the leader was the ancient corpse Edmonds, and it seemed like Lady Vessa's younger brother was also a member. Vagon muttered pensively, "Nightmare, you say?" Hokaken cautiously asked Vagon, "How much do you think this will affect things?" He wasn't sure about anything himself. However, one thing was certain. They were looking at the ruins before them, just as Vin Tran had said. Vin Tran's mother also knows about his upcoming actions. He's going to burn everything down. She is currently negotiating with the head of the Khan family, so their only job now is to take advantage of that to create an even bigger fire. They really need to start preparing. Lord Gafonzo watched. But it wasn't the fire he expected. He turned back, brooding, as he looked at Vin Tran's mother. Would she really be the one to burn her own family to the ground? He stepped toward her cautiously. "I will ask you one last time." He placed a hand on Vessa's shoulder. It seemed Lord Gafonzo truly cared for her. "Is this really okay?" Vessa looked at him, her eyes tinged with sadness. She thought to herself, "Such a kind man. It's all right, Gafonzo. As long as I can atone for my family's sins in front of Hannah and the people of the Heel territory." There was more she wanted to say, but Vessa kept it to herself, silently thinking, "As long as I can make amends to Gafonzo and Sarvana." Returning to the conversation between Vin Tran and the Lord of Hele, Vin Tran said to his grandfather, "Do you really have time to be this idle? You should be preparing to welcome your distinguished guests instead." The Lord of Hele was quite amused by his grandson's attitude. He chuckled, his laugh echoing throughout the mansion. Vin Tran didn't understand why he found it so funny. The Lord of Hele peered at him with his experienced eyes. "Is that so, grandson?" Vin Tran remained silent. The old man stood up. Did he think he would be afraid of such things? The Lord of Hele stepped closer to him, his movements deliberate. Hele was a territory built on trade. According to the map, it served as the connector between the three great warrior clans, Simon, Vaticana, and Adenka. He gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what happens, even if our relationship with Adenka ends, it won't matter in the slightest." He spoke as if what Vessa had done didn't matter, claiming they only needed to connect with other territories. In reality, the other clans had always wanted to replace Adenka's position. The Lord of Hele leaned down to talk to Vin Tran, saying simply that his family was far too great. The Lord of Hele assumed he had intimidated his grandson. "Now, what will you do, Vin Tran?" "My grandson." Vin Tran bowed his head, saying nothing, then slowly smiled and countered, "Is that all?" The Lord of Hele startled, as if the boy had grasped his weakness. Vin Tran's smile was nothing short of devilish. "How about this, then?" The scene shifted to another forest, where Sakon was running desperately to find his young master. He was happy to find him sitting nearby, but Revan's current appearance terrified him. His master was laughing strangely while reading a letter. It was impossible to tell what was in that letter. Was he angry, or was he excited? At the Sun family mansion, the scene looked peaceful, but a massive explosion occurred shortly after. One lucky servant managed to dodge it in time. He couldn't understand why his young master would do such a thing. Kagon had also received a letter. Perhaps frustrated by its contents, he had lashed out. No one knew what kind of trick Vin Tran had used to make Kagon this angry. He cursed at Vin Tran, calling him a bastard. Revan ordered Sakon to contact his father immediately. On Kagon's side, it was no different. He told his men to report this to his mother at once. As it turned out, their letters were identical, containing only 2 words. "Come here," signed by Vin Tran. They became genuinely excited and frenzied, preparing to head to the Hele territory. Sometimes, he still dreamed of it. That day, 500 years ago, a fierce battle took place in the arena. The audience cheered in excitement. Vin Tran used his great sword severing technique. His body was enveloped in a powerful aura. Kagon shouted and lunged toward his opponent. Kagon was no slouch either. using his Gale Blade technique. They collided, and their attack generated a violent gust of wind. The spectators below couldn't hold their ground and urged each other to run. On the stage, Vin Tran and Kagon created more explosions, sending everyone into a panic. If they didn't run quickly, they would lose their lives there. Kagon felt the sheer power radiating from Vin Tran. He didn't know since when. His eyes widened, unable to understand how a one-armed bastard sword could be this powerful. Vin Tran was in the air, his aura completely overwhelming his opponent. Vin Tran imagined the scene from the past. Kagon and Vin Tran clashed repeatedly. He said, "It's over, Kagon." Vin Tran closed his eyes in a silent space. Then, a heaven-piercing scream echoed out. No one knew what had happened. Kagon had punished the evil Revan. Vin Tran quietly left the arena, moving forward. Perhaps he knew the truth had been orchestrated, and that the bitter relationship with Simon had never truly ended. Vin Tran headed toward the dungeon. Someone was lying on the ground there. Vin Tran averted his gaze. "This tangled mess, do you have a way to undo it?" Suddenly, Aslan was right beside him. He stared at him intensely. "Move past the Simon clan, and face the truth. You left only these words for me when you departed. For over 500 years, what have you been expecting from me?" Vin Tran slowly opened his eyes and saw a blurry image of Hannah. She was calling for him to wake up. Perhaps still tired from the dream, Vin Tran tried to open his eyes. When he realized Hannah was in front of him, she didn't stop trying to wake him. Seeing his sister, he was surprised to find her in his bedroom. Hannah told him she woke him up earlier than usual because it was already morning. "Get up and get ready quickly." Vin Tran immediately followed his sister's instructions. He told himself, "That's right. This is no time to be suffering through dreams like that." Today was the day before the Hides tournament took place. On the night before the tournament, the Hele family lit up the streets, making everything look magical. This year marked the 200th anniversary of the Hele family. The people danced happily during the festival. Celebrations were held all over Hele. The people spotted some familiar figures. They asked each other, "Wait, is that really them?" It was none other than the Lord of Adenka, Khan, and Lady Vesa. The villagers couldn't understand why the two of them dared to show up here after the death of young Master Daima. Some told others to be quiet. They heard Khan and Vesa approach the Lord of Hele. Gafonzo hadn't expected them to actually come. Meanwhile, Vin Tran was pleased with what he had set in motion. Hannah hadn't expected it either. "Seriously? You really brought my parents here?" Vesa bowed in greeting. Vesa of Hele pays her respects to the Lord. Gafonzo looked at his daughter, his voice harsh. The Lord of Hele didn't understand what reason she had to show her face here. He assumed if she had any care for Daima, she wouldn't have appeared here. But Vesa was not afraid in the least. Daima lost his life because of these hands. Gafonzo looked like he'd been struck a nerve. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead popped out. Gafonzo assumed Vesa had come to reclaim the Hele name. Vesa immediately countered, asking him, "Is this Hele name really worth that much? Enough for you to want to steal it? Even if it means doing such immoral things?" The Lord of Hele was furious. He pointed directly at her face. "Don't you dare insult Daima again." She turned to look at Khan and replied, "It seems you loved your son very much, yet now you are pinning all the blame on that late son of yours?" Gafonzo, despite his anger, couldn't refute her. He cursed inwardly. These bastards were driving him crazy. Vesa said to her son, Vin Tran, "As you said, I will participate in the tournament and ensure that our two families maintain a close relationship." "Yes, mother," he replied. Placing a hand on his sister's shoulder, she leaned in and whispered to Hannah, "I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you." As Hannah stood there in surprise, Vesa continued, "But things are different now." She glanced quietly at her father. "Your mother is here to end all this chaos." Julian told Vin Tran that the rules of the Hides tournament were very simple. It was a royal battle with dozens of people fighting simultaneously. If you survived until the end, you won. But there was one difference. Hannah whispered to him, "Vin Tran, you have to be careful." She knew that the Hides tournament wasn't just for the children of noble families. Commoners could participate too. Vin Tran said confidently, "It's certain the environment will be harsh. It will be hard to survive alone." A familiar voice rang out, "Greetings, Adenka." It was none other than Kagon. He introduced himself as the sixth young master of the Sun family, Kagon. Following closely behind were Revan and Sikon. Revan greeted him happily. "You must be Vin Tran's father. Nice to meet you." Gafonzo hadn't expected this move from Vin Tran, while Vin Tran happily watched his friends. "Oh, they're here." Kagon saw Vin Tran, and he mentioned that he almost didn't recognize him with his current hairstyle. Revan also asked where he had gotten his hair done. Vin Tran went over to his friends. His hair had been done by his sister. He happily thanked his two friends for replying to his letter. Kagon told him not to misunderstand. He looked at him with a murderous gaze, stating that he didn't help Vin Tran because he wanted to, but because he didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to trample on him. Revan looked at Vin Tran with the same expression, feeling that this challenge would be great. I didn't expect you to keep your promise too. Vin Tran just smiled. Good. Julian stood behind them, wondering, are these people going to be okay? Vin Tran turned back to introduce his two friends to everyone. These are the friends who will be participating in the tournament with me. Gafonzo broke into a cold sweat. Damn it. They really came. The future heads of the Sun and Vaticana clans. Raven exclaimed. Wow, Javen. You really look just like your father, don't you? Kagan immediately blocked Raven's mouth. What do you think you're doing in front of the househead? Khan walked closer to the teenagers. You must be young Master Javen of the Vatican family. He felt that Javen's personality was truly just like his father's. Raven asked Khan, do you know his father as well? Khan explained that when they were young, the three of them often hung out together. They had known each other for a long time. Raven thought that was amazing. So, how long has it been since you all last met? Kagon didn't understand why he would say that. Suddenly, Raven called out to his father, right, Dad? A figure appeared from the moonlight. The Vatican head landed with such force that the ground cracked into pieces. He laughed joyfully. Wow, it's been a long time, hasn't it? As expected of the head of the Vatican family, your aura is truly powerful. You've aged quite a bit since we last met, Khan said. This is the head of the Vatican family, Pontianus Vatican. Vin Tran and Julian couldn't believe the Vatican head had actually come here. The boy felt he hadn't accounted for this. Why would the house head show up in person? Khan hadn't expected to meet his old friend under these circumstances either. Pontianus spoke about the reason he was here. Vin Tran and Julian held their breath to listen closely. But it's true that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He hugged his son. There was no way he would miss an event that his son was participating in. Julian felt that Pontianus was just an idiot. Now Vin Tran understood why Javen had such an easygoing personality. On a rooftop nearby, a familiar voice rang out. What's this? You two are meeting in private? Traitors? Quick as a flash, the speaker moved from the roof to the ground gracefully. It was none other than Vankia, head of the Samion family. Greetings, everyone. Long time no see. With his mother standing by his side, Kagon's confidence was higher than ever. Hannah and Vesa were also stunned. The head of the Samion family was actually here. Pontianus was happy to see his old friend. Khan didn't understand what Vankia was doing here. Vankia patted his son's head affectionately and said, My son has already lost his honor once before. How could Vankia miss the moment Simon regains his reputation? He smiled, radiating true authority. Pontianus was not suppressed by this aura. You think you can defeat us? Are you challenging his son? Khan retorted, not backing down. Your honor could be trampled a second time, you know. Julian was in shock. The boy couldn't keep his mouth shut due to this gathering. These were the rulers of the continent, and all three of them were meeting in one place. Yeah, Julian panicked. He grabbed Vin Tran's shoulder. This is big. I can't handle this right now. Looking at the scene in front of him, Vin Tran knew it was true, but he turned to look at his grandfather. Because Gonzo was the same, he was trembling and didn't know what to do. Looking at the rulers of the continent in front of him, Gonzo didn't know how to act. Why are these bastards gathered here? Now, other matters weren't important. He was trying to come up with a way. He needed to get the three of them apart to avoid trouble. If that happened, this place would turn into a battlefield. The peaceful, beautiful landscape of Helium would be gone, replaced by a scene of devastation with fire engulfing the whole family. Gonzo thought of a solution. He had to chase them all out. He approached the three powerful figures. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Gonzo justified that the current situation in the territory made it impossible to receive them properly. When things were settled, he would formally invite everyone over. Pontianus replied bluntly. Right in front of his son, he dares to try to shoo me away? Vankia was visibly annoyed. How dare Gonzo speak to the head of the Samion family like that? Immediately, Gonzo turned pale, his face filled with fear. It's over. With such power and authority, there's no way Gonzo can chase these two away. If they stay together, this place will turn into a diplomatic minefield. What a predictable trick. He blamed his grandson. It was all Vin Tran's fault. Gonzo believed he really wanted to ruin him. Gonzo suppressed his irritation and slammed his hand on the chair. Damn it! He cursed in anger, wondering why that brat dared to interfere with his plans. Because of him, the city was packed with tourists, making it impossible to control. The Lauren Revolutionary Army and the followers of Vesa had infiltrated the area. Now, he couldn't tell how many had penetrated the city. Gonzo told himself he had to think of something quickly. Maybe he would let the people revolt. Their activities were quite organized. The butler reported that after the death of the Lauren family head, he thought they would disband. But unexpectedly, the movement was even stronger. Gonzo shouted, "What the hell? Is he sure he should give up on the real leader? Why on earth are they resisting?" The butler thought perhaps their subordinates had been persuaded by someone. Gonzo figured Vin Tran had a hand in it, but he would use them as tools if they teamed up. Gonzo really couldn't think of any other way. Was that the only option now? Gonzo told the old butler to go ask the nightmare for help. The old butler immediately stopped him. "No, they are too dangerous. We can't risk it this way." Gonzo radiated a murderous aura. He believed the culprit behind everything was that brat, Vin Tran. Regardless, he had to deal with him during the Hyde's assembly. Vin Tran was still oblivious. He was entertaining his friends, Selbira, Vagon, and Hoka. They were surprised by his new haircut. Selbira felt his new hair looked really cool. Vin Tran thanked her. The three asked why he suddenly cut his hair like that. Hannah walked over and said it was her handiwork. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. The scene of Hannah cutting Vin Tran's hair was too absurd. They looked at her, speechless. Hannah also felt it was strange, but said nothing. Selbira blushed and approached him. "Vin Tran, may I ask?" She blushed shyly, fiddling with her fingers cutely. "The festival is coming up. If you'd like, would you go with me?" It turned out she wanted to ask him out, but someone spoke louder than her. "Vin, there you are." It was none other than Javen. He happily draped his arm over his shoulder, holding a corn cob. "Still haven't eaten? Come on, let's eat together. There's a lot of good food." Vin Tran also felt that sounded great. He was hungry and wanted to eat something, so both of them left together. "Vin, there's some delicious grilled skewers over here," leaving Selbira frozen in place. Hoka teased Selbira. "Oh no, your prince has been kidnapped." Hannah turned to ask Vagon, "Is the Red Fortress only sending this many people?" He said the representative seniors were all out on missions, so they might arrive tomorrow. As desired, the descendants of all three families would gather here. From now on, the Hyde's assembly wasn't just a traditional helium event. It had become a symbol for the leaders of the great families. Before coming here, Vagon had also met representatives from the GA peaks, and there were even reporters from other regions. With the influx of tourists, rumors had spread, causing more people from different backgrounds to gather here. Just as he finished speaking, a magic circle appeared behind Vagon. "We have arrived too." Vagon sensed this familiar mana and turned his head to look behind him. It was none other than the sixth elder, Helios. The old man was happy to see Vagon again. He said that while it might not be the right time, he still wanted to offer that proposal to them once more. Helios wanted Vagon to inherit the position of elder, while mentioning the late older sister, which startled him. On Vin Tran's side, Raven was busy enjoying the delicious grilled meat skewers. He turned to see his two friends not touching anything on the table. "Why aren't you two eating?" Raven wondered if the food had gone cold. But he truly was a carefree guy. With the three people who held the whole continent talking happily right in front of them, it was impossible to eat. Vin Tran thought to himself, he had been dragged there by Raven, who invited him to a comfortable seat. Was this what you called comfortable? The three heads of the great families were chatting happily. "Ha ha, how long has it been since we could gather like this?" "I don't know, probably about 10 years. Pontianus felt he was in a great mood. He suggested, "How about we play a game?" Khan still calmly drank water or something similar. Although deep down he was looking forward to it, he thought, let's leave it for later, because today is their day. As he looked at the three sons in front of them, Vin Tran felt their banter was terrible. Julian felt that, although this made him happy, he could also sense that the friendship between these family heads wasn't exactly genuine. Vin Tran disagreed with that opinion. He saw it differently. This surprised the boy, because Vin Tran knew that ambition was the instinct of warriors, and it was that competitive spirit. The stronger they were, the more ambitious they became. And now, one of the few strong rivals in the world was sitting right next to him. He had a bad feeling. Perhaps he shouldn't stay in this place for long. Kagon also felt uneasy. He thought that even if he just ate a little, he would feel sick to his stomach. He calmed himself down, telling himself to stay composed. When facing three powerful people in terms of strength, even a single word or action had to be thought through very carefully. Unlike his two friends, Raven innocently raised his hand. Geez. It turned out he had a question for the heads of the great families. Bontanus happily agreed to his son's request. "Ha, fine, go ahead and ask." He was truly innocent. Vin Tran felt that everyone present was so powerful that he wondered who would win if they actually fought. The atmosphere suddenly turned silent. Vin Tran instantly froze. He must have wanted to give his friend a hard hit. Kagon was no different. He also turned to stone on the spot. Even Julian, despite being a spirit, couldn't escape the freezing sensation. The young man felt something was wrong. Trouble was coming. Bontanus immediately braced his body. Is that so? Vankia didn't hesitate to stand up either. I want to know, too. Khan had always been a calm person, but he wouldn't let this slide either. So all three of them were excited. Why don't we find the answer right now? Hoka-ken was stunned, unable to believe her ears. Tower Master, wait a second. Does Helios really intend to let Vagon become the Tower Master? He said nothing. Vagon looked at Helios. He knew exactly how he felt about that tower. He was sure he understood very well. But Helios asked if he didn't miss her, his older sister. This touched Vagon deeply. Helios spoke about Vagon's sister, the master of the Benelli Tower. An outstanding talent. At such a young age, she had already become a tower master. Helios didn't choose Vagon for no reason. He greatly admired a specific skill of his. He had reached level 5 through the practical experience of a harsh, mercenary life. Helios mused about the future, saying the tower would follow a new path, a path that a talent like him needed. Vagon. Hoka-ken blushed as she looked at Vagon, perhaps not wanting her dream man to leave, so she tried to stop him. Hoka-ken jumped in between the two of them, protesting. No way. Who do you think you are to treat our Vagon like that? Helios seriously asked Hoka if she could make his long-standing dream a reality, the one Vagon had desired his entire life. This statement left Hoka-ken unable to argue any further, as she herself knew this was indeed his dream. Vagon stammered, not knowing how to respond to this sudden invitation. Conversely, things were getting more intense over on Vin Tran's side. The family heads were eager to spar. Sensing the ominous signs from his father, Vin Tran and Kagon were incredibly tense, afraid they might lunge at each other. As for Raven, he was completely innocent, not understanding a thing. It was hard to tell if he was genuinely naive or just pretending. He asked again, "What's going on?" Kagon was one step too late to stop Raven's mouth. Damn it, why does that idiot have to speak up? Vin Tran just sat still, though he was extremely worried. What is this? What is this feeling? He felt something. In his eyes, the auras of the three family heads were incredibly powerful, brilliant beyond compare. Suddenly, Khan started laughing, and then the three old friends burst into laughter, leaving their sons even more confused. Vin Tran and Kagon stared blankly, both frozen solid. Vankia crossed her arms and said confidently, "If we actually fought, I don't think I'd lose." But Khan followed up, "You wouldn't win, either." Bontanus knew their power was meant to protect their families, and now that they all carried responsibilities on their shoulders, acting on impulse would be irresponsible. Vankia scratched her head, thinking she should have just wiped out the enemy from the start. She turned to Khan and said menacingly, "Someday, I will definitely fight you, and I won't hold back." Khan didn't back down. He radiated a powerful aura. "Don't worry. Just like you, I'm also looking forward to defeating Vankia." But for some reason, Vankia showed a look of regret. How fortunate, Vankia thought. Right. One day when their swords clashed, she would fall before her opponent's blade. For a warrior, there was no greater happiness. Then, Vankia stared wistfully into the void. Bontanus turned to his dense son, but the son still appeared cute, unaware of what was happening. He asked Raven, "Look at the three of them. In your opinion, who is the weakest?" Vin Tran grew tense. Does he think this is a test? We've already been handed the sword hilt. Kagon was just as tense as he was. He assumed the battle between the heirs of the great families had begun. Raven, as always, was the opposite of his two friends. He thought carefully for a long time before throwing himself into the arms of his doting father. Needless to say, my father is the strongest, of course. Bontanus laughed happily. "Ha ha, that's my boy." Despite the happy father-son moment of the Bontanus family, Vankia turned to ask her own dear son, Kagon, "What do you think?" Instead of answering that his mother was the strongest, Kagon said, "The head of the Adenka family is the weakest." Khan looked at the boy without saying a word. As far as Kagon knew, the head of the Balukan family possessed the space-piercing spear. His mother had her skills, but to his memory, the Adenka family had no special abilities. Kagon squinted, confidently assuming that a family unable to craft anything extraordinary must be the weakest. But Vin Tran countered, "You're wrong." He confidently claimed that Vankia was the weakest. Khan asked his son why he would say such a thing. Vin Tran recalled the uncomfortable feeling from earlier. The images of the three auras were etched in his memory. The power radiating from the head of the Vankia family was the weakest. Vin Tran looked directly at the three family heads. Among the three powers just unleashed, the head of the Sun families is the weakest. Even though all three were powerful and influential, their expressions suggested they hadn't expected him to be able to tell. Raven wondered, Really? I didn't even notice that. Kagon disagreed with this opinion. He asked what he was talking about. Before Kagon could finish, someone acknowledged that what Vin Tran said was true. Vankia revealed that the other two heads were at level 9, while she was still only at level 8. But with that, she picked up her eating knife. With a simple motion, her aura surged powerfully, so she believed that, at the very least, she was on par with them. Vin Tran had just witnessed Kak's special ability. Julian was also left gaping. That was the thing that helped her amplify her strength. Vankia waved her hand, saying that was how the three of them maintained balance. Raven continued to wonder, so, if we future family heads reach level 9, can we also reach level 10? Kagon was also curious. That's right, for my mother, reaching level 9 is as easy as pie. Khan explained that if a human reached level 10, they couldn't survive it. Upon hearing this, Kagon was quite frightened. Khan continued, when you reach the peak of level 9, you young masters will understand the feeling of being unable to get any stronger. That must be the limit for humans. Anything higher belongs only to the gods. Khan was quite happy to see that only his son answered correctly. You answered correctly, Vin Tran. He also thanked his father for the praise. Vankia smiled, but inside, she thought, he's just a cadet, yet he could almost measure mana above level 8. Vankia mused. She had thought he only had good instincts. But who would have thought the Adenka family was raising a monster? Vin Tran said nothing, just smiled without paying attention to Kagon sitting beside him. Kagon was annoyed. Damn it, it's him again. He didn't know if Raven had a hobby of making his two friends panic. He raised his hand. I have one more question. The two beside him turned to him in unison. Then Kagon and Vin Tran coordinated perfectly, without even planning it. One covered Raven's mouth. Aren't you tired from traveling? I'm tired. Let's rest. Vin Tran also hurriedly tried to escape. We'll leave you to chat comfortably. Then the two hurriedly dragged Raven away. Even if he wanted to resist, he couldn't, leaving the parents bewildered. Bontanus laughed heartily. I didn't expect them to be so close. This image reminded him of the three of them in their youth. Khan sighed. He didn't necessarily agree with what Bontanus said. His son was truly just like him. Vankia added that he was even like him in his foolishness, leaving him gaping. In contrast to the scene of friends reuniting after a long time, in another place, inside a dark cave, Vesa had arrived to meet Lauren. She asked her younger brother, so, you are still alive, Lauren? He held a box in his hand and replied. Although he wanted to say he was happy to see his sister again, looking at the city like that, he couldn't easily say so. Then he slowly opened the box, which contained exactly what Vesa needed. Vesa asked Lauren once more, this will be the thing to help me overthrow Gafonzo, right? The eye of Athenia Vagon was still quite hesitant. He cautiously replied, oh. But now there was no longer any hesitation in his eyes. He refused to become the head of the magic tower. Helios didn't expect Vagon to refuse. He asked him if he could tell him the reason. The reason was that the next move of the magic tower was something Vagon didn't want to be the head of. Vagon guessed that the next step was to interfere with the gathering and manipulate them to elevate a certain family, right? Since what he said was likely true, Helios remained silent, tacitly admitting it. Vagon also felt it was truly a pity, the magic hidden within his heart. The admiration had completely vanished, gone for good. Vagon looked over at Hokaken beside him and smiled. He hadn't joked that the fort under her command would collapse in a single day, but she really looked like she wanted to punch him. What did you say? Helios sighed sadly. What else can you even do now? Actually, this is your fault too. Helios explained that he had come to meet young Master Vin Tran and see if the sword could cut through his mana. Having heard he was a cadet from Blood City, he wanted to meet him as well. Even though he didn't achieve his goal, he felt very happy to see him again. Vagon. Vagon bowed to greet him, telling him to enjoy the festival, Master. Afterward, Vagon and his friends left, leaving Helios and his assistant behind. The assistant asked, why? Are you just going to let him go like that? Helios said, if Vagon himself doesn't want to, there's nothing even I can do. For now, just leave him be. The assistant was skeptical again. But what if he rebelled just like Vanelli? He fell silent, deep in thought, and then replied, if that happens, Helios stated firmly, he would personally reunite him with his sister in the afterlife. It was already late at night, so he told his two assistants, it's late, we must go. Hurry and meet the head of the Helm house. The next morning, the scene at Helm was magnificent, with clear blue skies and radiant flower petals dancing in the breeze. A young woman was talking to a ring. Greetings, esteemed guests. I am Maria, lead reporter for the Whispering Wind. She was broadcasting live. She was currently at Dersona Helm, where the Hades tournament was being held. The scale of the arena was truly staggering. It was being held on an unprecedented scale. as important guests who would go down in history were also participating. It was surprising that so many people had come. Aben couldn't believe that fool was actually standing on this grand stage. Merlin and Dan, like everyone else, felt it was truly spectacular. Even in that arena, he heard that the atmosphere was taken from the outskirts of Helm, just like the time in Millennium. The lead reporter continued to host the program, and most importantly, the rulers of this continent. The three heads of the three great families were arriving with their young masters, and they were now settled into their seats. The reporter turned back. I am announcing, right now, that all the participants of the tournament have entered the arena. Vin Tran and Kagon walked in with cold, expressionless faces. Only Jen wore an innocent smile. Boninus looked at his beloved son, so adorable. Wow, look at our children. Look at this magic crystal. Look at how crazy your friend is about you. Khan was speechless. The head of Helm, high above, looked down and asked, "Why are you here?" Vesa walked closer to her father and said that, after all, she was a member of the Helm family. Vesa mocked him, saying she thought her father would feel lonely since no one was coming with him. Gonzo knew her intentions were quite different. He asked bluntly, "Are you planning to monitor me?" Vesa didn't beat around the bush. Father truly understood her. Gafonzo was a bit worried. He thought Vesa wanted to stop him and tried to persuade her. If Helm's strength grew, it would benefit her too. He thought Khan was just a fool and surely wanted this place. Vin was shocked that his father was still like this. The current situation of Helm was not something she and her husband needed anymore. Meanwhile, Khan was feeling uneasy sitting with his two friends. Gafonzo thought Vesa was just pretending to be a saint. He thought that even if he stained this place red with the gloom of hell, her hands would be just as dirty. Gafonzo reminded her of everything Vesa had enjoyed up to now, and asked if she didn't realize it was all thanks to him. Even the seat next to Khan was earned only after getting rid of Vin Tran's mother. Her initial confidence vanished. Vesa replied that she knew that, and did not deny it at all. As if gaining strength, she looked her father straight in the face and replied, "That is why, to me, this is a way to atone." Gonzo saw his daughter's confidence and was slightly shaken. Oh, he told her to stop talking nonsense. Gonzo left without speaking further. Just do whatever you want. It turned out he had calculated it beforehand. Even if Vesa tried to stop him, the death of Vin Tran would happen anyway. Gafonzo stood on the podium. It had been 200 years since Helm became prosperous. The revolutionaries sitting in the stands heard it too. Now, talking about the revolutionary forces, those who could not accept peace and were always causing trouble in this land. He held a flower, much like the Hades flower. He hoped Helm would bloom again through this tournament. The speech ended. Everyone in the stands cheered enthusiastically. Raven was extremely excited. He wanted the match to start immediately. Vin Tran and Kagon seemed the same but said nothing. Vin Tran looked toward his grandfather with eyes full of murderous intent. No matter how far away he was, he could recognize him. Vin Tran smiled at him. Yes, we will bloom once again. Free from Gafonzo's evil. Gafonzo also looked at his precious grandson. Keep smiling, brat, because the next time I see you, you will be nothing but a corpse. He raised the magic crystal and announced, the male sword team from Helm and the young masters from the great families of the continent. Who will be the winner today? He began to count down. 3. Vin Tran's aura was ready. 2. Kagon also felt extremely excited. Ven wiped away his adorable smile and switched to battle mode. The Hades tournament began. As soon as the words were spoken, the other contestants immediately rushed toward Vin Tran's group. One guy thought these kids were only focused on themselves, fighting for the honor of their families. Because of that, the Mael sword team would take advantage of that and exploit the internal conflict. Gafonzo was secretly happy that he could take Vin Tran's life easily. This entire arena was full of his people, so before the boy could improvise, he could already eliminate him. Below on the arena floor, a guy was preparing to thrust his sword toward him, but everyone had truly underestimated the strength of this future family head. Their gazes were sharper than ever. With just one basic movement, the three of them took them down easily, without wasting much effort. Revan's adorable appearance had disappeared. He said, "Don't you dare get in my way." Kagon was becoming increasingly cold, striking without hesitation. "Come on, you little brat." This was the eye of Athenia. Lauren held the eye. That's right. The previous head of Helm, Athenia, had created this as one of her magical artifacts. Vesa frowned. Athenia, Helm, and the Dragon King, Abelton. According to the story, Athenia loved Abelton, a powerful dragon warrior. Athenia had persistently pursued Abelton, but in return, there was only disappointment and tears. Their love was not fulfilled due to their different races. A tragic love story. Lauren mentioned that many treasures and magical artifacts were created by Athenia for Abelton. They were all over Helm. He held Athena's tears in his hand. One of them was the Eye of Athena. It was created to predict dangers that might happen to a Belton. Lauren launched the Eye of Athena. Even though it was a tiny object like a pen, its destructive power was immense. The wall was broken into a circular shape, and strange patterns and characters appeared. Lauren explained, "When this tip pierces something, I can see through it and beyond. Now, tomorrow, bring this with you to the arena." Vin Tran, who knew when he had arrived, asked, "Do you know what they will use this for?" Vin Tran looked at the Eye of Athena in his hand. "They will gather evidence and Gafonzo's crimes in front of everyone. Specifically, a place like the Meridium Magic Crystal Factory." He listed several other crimes. Refining sacred items like dragon blood would require a large facility like the one in Meridium. Vin Tran put away the Eye of Athena, and Gafonzo probably wouldn't leave such a facility outside of Dersona. Vesa thought the same as him. That's right. He is afraid of anything that is not under his control. She said the sacred item production facility was definitely in Dersona. According to what she knew, the only place in Dersona that could hide such a large area was none other than the Dersona Grand Arena. The scene here was extremely busy. After stepping into the arena, everyone would be controlled by a type of magic crystal. The guide said that if it identified that one had no fighting ability, they would be disqualified and directly teleported out of the arena by magic. This guy also told everyone below that the purpose of gathering like this was to injure as many opponents as possible and stand tall until the end. Another contestant stood before Vin Tran, raised his hand to make a suggestion, and asked a question. "Is that okay?" Then, for some reason, he turned to look at him. "What if we accidentally kill someone during the match?" He could feel his evil intentions. The guide replied, "Ah, in that case, someone dying in a duel of honor is inevitable, right?" He had a feeling that everyone standing here wanted to send him to the afterlife. Vin sensed that very clearly. The problem starts here. Currently, to reveal the entire arena with his eye, he would still have to hold and transfer magic power into it for a certain period. This meant he would have to sit still at the center of the arena, right in the middle of dozens of people following Gafonzo's orders to take his life. Vin Tran thought the only way to avoid this situation was to win, so he could use the Eye of Athena in a safe state when no one was aiming at him. Vin Tran also knew that no matter how strong he was, he could not face all the elites of Helm alone. Suddenly, a voice spoke. "Vin Tran, what are you thinking about so intently?" It was none other than Kagon. He asked if he was worried. Fortunately, he had his friends. His confidence was regained. That was why Vin Tran needed them. Vin Tran called his two friends, Raven, Kagon. He had a request for them. Back to the present, as they knew, this would be a proxy war between the family heads. Therefore, he wanted one of them to be the winner. So why doesn't everyone focus on dealing with Helm's soldiers first? The three of them charged at Heolem's soldiers like a storm, until they were the only ones left standing on the arena floor, right? One soldier felt strange. Wait a minute, this wasn't what was planned. Gafonzo didn't expect this to happen either. What's going on? Why are they helping Vin Tran? His power was so overwhelming that the soldier grew fearful. Damn it, just attack whoever you see. Vin Tran unleashed his chained lightning strike technique. Chains wrapped in blue electricity appeared and coiled around his sword. He lunged toward the soldiers, using his aura to strike them down. Vin Tran blew away dozens of soldiers with ease, hardly exerting any effort. The lead reporter witnessed the scene, her eyes bright with excitement. What impressive martial power. She reported live, the young master Vin Tran of Adenka, who just last year was considered one of the 7 most useless young masters. And yet, right now, you couldn't see a trace of that pathetic image anymore. Our protagonist looked so handsome. A bald soldier brandished his sword and attacked from above. Things won't go the way you think, though. Young Vin Tran effortlessly parried the attack with his sword. He felt something was off, as his sword was handled like that by the guy. The bald soldier was arrogant. He figured no matter how these kids hovered around, the gap in power was still undeniable. He had to kill him quickly and claim his reward from the family head. But less than a second later, his thoughts vanished. A sword pierced through his body from behind. It was none other than Kagon. He acted with such brutality that even Vin Tran was startled. Kagon flashed a devilish grin and said, "Let's cooperate." Vin Tran, he wanted you to go down by his hand. If you lost your life to someone else, it would be quite troublesome, wouldn't it? Vin Tran probably didn't expect his friend to be this crazy. Vin noticed something unusual behind Kagon. Behind him, another girl was about to strike, but it was too late. She had already gotten too close to Kagon. When he turned around, it was really bad. The situation was dire. Suddenly, a spear struck the girl's head, saving Kagon's life. The girl immediately collapsed on the arena floor, unconscious. Kagon didn't understand what was happening. Vin Tran realized the technique. The opponent had raised their hand to recall their spear. That person was none other than Javen Kagon. Now wasn't the time to worry about others. Beneath his feet lay countless soldiers with huge lumps on their heads. Bontianas cheered from the stands. "That's my boy." Raven turned and flashed a peace sign to show off to his father. Kagon looked as sour as a monkey's rear end. He couldn't believe he had been saved by that idiot. Vin Tran told him to calm down. They couldn't be left behind. Gonzo started to get worried. Damn it. Cooperating with the heirs of other families like that, he didn't understand what the boy was planning. He kept thinking to himself that Vin Tran was truly a dangerous kid. At any cost, he had to take his life right here. Vin Tran couldn't delay much longer either. He rushed toward the soldiers and dispatched them easily, though it took quite some time. They couldn't be held back by a bad apple anymore. They had to finish this quickly. Vin Tran was distracted for just a few seconds and was nearly injured by an attack. Luckily, he regained his focus and dodged it. It turned out to be an acquaintance, a soldier who had blocked him from entering the mansion earlier. Vin Tran flew back quite a distance. The soldier bragged, "You're causing too much trouble, you little brat." He was determined to eliminate him right here, right now. Vin Tran, for the honor of Heem. Vin Tran recognized him. "Ah, so it's you. Let's see what you can do." Kagon's actions were truly ruthless. He cleanly took off the heads of his two opponents. He turned back looking so cool and handsome. This stage was only for the strong. The weaklings should get out of the way. Raven wasn't falling behind either. The sweet, lovable boy had vanished. When he unleashed his true potential, he was worthy of being the next family head. He threw his weapon at his opponent. "Take this!" The soldiers stood frozen in fear. It was coming just a simple blow, but with immense destructive power. Raven had already taken down 4 or 5 other soldiers. Another one tried to play dirty and attack him from behind. "Stop causing trouble, you bastard." But he was no match for Raven at all. Instead of being surprised, he flashed a smile as if he had been waiting for him. His weapon obeyed his command and flew back to protect its master. It knocked the bastard out cold. Raven looked leisurely at his lovely weapon in action. Everyone in the stands watched the intense battle between the 3 young men. The young masters had defeated Hyolem's soldiers. Wow, that's incredible. The soldiers lay motionless on the ground. Raven and Kagon surveyed the situation, seeing the soldiers down. The two of them thought, now only that guy is left. The sound of swords and heavy hammers rang out. They looked toward the giant the protagonist was facing. Their powers were evenly matched, with immense destructive force. Vin Tran had been observing this soldier for a while, thinking of ways to deal with him. Is that 5 stars? Not 6? His magic power is as strong as his body. But he knew very well, this guy is just all brawn, and aside from that, his whole body is nothing special. Facing such a massive opponent, Vin Tran used a combo technique. Galaxy Wanderer Prince, his sword was shrouded in invisible chains and beautiful snowflakes. Vin Tran smiled. He didn't know why every time the protagonist prepares to strike, he always smiles like that. When the brawny soldier lost focus and left an opening, Kagon and Raven seized the chance. They teamed up to make the guy's weapon shatter into 100 fragments. By the time he realized it, it was too late. This was the moment. The 3 young masters from 3 families dove at him like a piece of prime prey. But instead, he used some sort of secret art that made his eyes look completely different. Instead of dodging, he stood still and let all 3 of them strike his body with their weapons. Even stranger, when their sword tips and weapons touched him, they couldn't pierce through his armor. Kagon noticed this anomaly too. He wondered, what's up with this guy? He didn't even flinch. Vin Tran sensed something unbelievable. This feeling it couldn't be. He didn't expect this soldier to have the blessing of the Puppet King. He grabbed his hand, holding it like a toy, leaving him no time to react. Vin Tran was thrown far away. The soldier enjoyed tormenting him. Then he turned and blew Raven away. Luckily, Kagon managed to dodge in time. Raven asked Kagon, "What the hell is that?" Even though they attacked like that, he couldn't understand why the guy didn't even budge. He also wondered if this was high-level defense. This guy is insane. Vin Tran was thrown back. He struggled to open his eyes and saw the bastard walking toward him. Kid. The spot where he landed left a large crater. The soldier walked closer. He claimed they were trying to destroy the honor of Hyolem. This was the honor that everyone had poured so much effort and sweat into, and even blood, to build. Even though Vin Tran was seriously injured, he struggled to stand up. The person who makes us bleed like that surely can't easily talk about honor. The soldier called him a child, thinking he was too young and didn't know anything. A warrior's honor is to loyally fulfill their mission. He was as serious as if he had been brainwashed, even if that meant capturing people and breaking their limbs. His words successfully made him recall the past, even if it meant crushing them. He really wanted to finish off Vin Tran. Every mission requires some sacrifice. It's just that this time, you're in that position. He punched his hands together, claiming Vin Tran would be the one to pay the price for honor. Vin Tran. Vin Tran was furious at his insane reasoning. Don't make me laugh. Looking at the madman in front of him, he didn't know since when the honor of this era had become so twisted. A true warrior's honor is not like that at all. Vin Tran screamed at his opponent. A warrior's strength has meaning when it's used to protect people, and yet he used that power to oppress others and called it honor? The anger inside him erupted. Someone like him, he wouldn't let him tarnish the honor of a knight any further. The soldier didn't back down either. He was ready to fight to the death. If you're so good, then do it. The soldier carried his twisted belief. Vin Tran held his sword with burning anger. Both of them lunged at each other. And then, a massive explosion occurred below the stands. Gafonzo and Vexa watched from above. Gafonzo felt something. What is that? Something is strange. He didn't understand why the boy was so obsessed with winning. He turned to look at his daughter. Furthermore, Vexa acted as if everything would end. If Vin Tran were to win, it was as if everything would collapse. At this moment, perhaps Gafonzo realized it was impossible. Dragon blood was stored beneath the ground. Deep down there were countless hungry, ferocious demons. He wondered if they intended to show this to the world. Gafonzo sighed, trying to comfort himself. Isn't it ridiculous? That place is deep underground. How could they possibly expose it? Suddenly, he remembered the eerie smile and glowing red eyes of Vin Tran. This made him realize something. No, Gonzo muttered to himself. I can't predict what he might do. He told himself not to lower his guard, but right now he was incredibly confused. Damn it. Gonzo turned to signal the butler, telling him they should leave for a moment. The butler indicated the way, but noticing something wrong, he didn't move forward. Wait. Gonzo turned back, noticing his daughter. Vexa. Why was she standing there? Countless thoughts raced through Gonzo's mind. If he tried to destroy the evidence, would Vexa stop him? Was that their plan? He was lost in his own thoughts. If Vin Tran was just a decoy, and they were trying to find the location of the underground facility through his actions, then if he moved now, he would lead them straight to that place. But he couldn't know what Vin Tran was plotting. At this moment, Vexa finally spoke. What's wrong? She looked back at her father, with eyes full of murderous intent. Don't you have urgent business? Father. Gonzo looked at Vessa's expression and lost his cool, cursing his daughter as a damn woman. Vexa was very clever, using softness to counter his hardness. She asked what her father was doing, leaving Gonzo stammering, and Vexa smiled gently like an obedient child. I can handle this, so you go ahead. But a second later, her demeanor shifted faster than a street food vendor flipping a pancake. Or were you planning to deceive me right to my face? Gonzo, though unwilling, couldn't do anything. Damn it, I can't. Both felt bound together by invisible chains. He felt he couldn't do anything here. Vexa nonchalantly said to her father, Let's watch her together. Looking at his child below the stands, she was determined. The result would be clear soon enough. Vin Tran was extremely busy on the arena floor. He was quite tired from fighting that bastard. The soldier, as big as a bear, roared with his massive hands, wanting to crush him in one blow. He focused his energy. Vin Tran, stop running. His strike had immense power, but luckily his two friends supported him in time. That move left behind a chaotic mess with thick black smoke. Raven and Kagon couldn't believe it. Damn, this is crazy. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the soldier's eyes glowed as if something was inside. This madman kept charging at him like a beast, wanting to devour him. Don't interfere, you bastards! Even without weapons, using his bare hands, the rules could not be taken lightly. The shockwave sent our three boys flying. Kagon felt a bit annoyed. Was he not even worthy of being acknowledged for his strength? From the beginning, everyone ignored him and only focused on Vin Tran. Meanwhile, he was still struggling to defeat this formidable opponent. Vin Tran's face was full of scratches. He thought the only way to break through his defenses was to use a special sword technique to pierce the Puppet King. But the difficulty was that the enemy knew about it, so no matter how the three of them attacked, they couldn't do anything. If we can defeat the first one, we won't have to worry about the others, Julian said to Vin Tran. Their job was to create distance to use this special ability. He replied, I know, but the opponent is a 6-star warrior. There's no way he'll give us free time to use that move. Suddenly, Vin Tran looked up at the sky behind Julian. He looked at the clear blue sky through his eyes and felt something. Vin Tran turned back and called out, Raven, tell him to look at the sky. Raven did so immediately, though he was confused. The sky? He looked for a moment and felt it was just a beautiful day. So what? After looking closely, it seemed Vesa saw what he meant. Ha ha, the bastard still wouldn't give up. He cursed him. You scoundrel, what are you plotting? And swung a powerful blow toward Vin Tran. But unexpectedly, Kagon blocked the attack with his sword, even doing it with one hand. This surprised Vin Tran. Vin Tran. Vin Tran. You keep opening your mouth to say, Vin Tran. You've completely ignored me. Kagon was annoyed at being ignored and screamed. I am the one who will win this event and become the hero of the continent. How dare he look down on him? Kagon attacked continuously. You have to admit, the power of envy is unmatched. Vin Tran seized this opportunity, jumping up to attack, but the soldier thought he was trying to run away and reached out to grab him. Suddenly, a foot stepped on his shoulder, startling him. It was none other than our lovely boy, Raven. His stance was incredible. He intended to use a spear technique. Raven said to his weapon, Fly. Raven used the soldier as a pedestal and launched his spear, leaving the soldier unable to do anything. Vin Tran was already waiting, using his sword to catch the spear as it flew in. Even though the impact was immense, everything seemed to be under his control. But the unexpected part was that Vin Tran utilized the force of the spear to launch himself into the sky. To everyone's astonishment, the soldier was left gaping. What? You're flying in the sky? From his high vantage point, the arena looked no different than a hollow chocolate cake. Vin Tran looked down to observe the situation. He was very tense, but was trying to aim carefully. What Vin Tran did next was extremely dangerous. I hope readers won't try this at home. He dove down like a missile, his face looking no different than a hungry demon. Gonzo couldn't have foreseen this move. Impossible. From up there, even his own teammates and loved ones didn't expect it. Hannah and Vagan were very worried. They wondered, is he planning to use that height to slash him? But Khan seemed to know his move. He sat still and watched. At that height, he could use sword techniques without anything obstructing him. And more importantly, Vin Tran didn't want to give his opponent a chance to escape. He lunged toward the stands like lightning. The soldier finally felt the danger. He also didn't expect him to be this crazy. Damn it, I have to run. But looking at Vin Tran's determination, it would be hard for him to escape. Isn't that the honor of the Heole? He thought of his mother and uncle. Only two people in the Heole clan truly knew what honor was. Ironically, they were the ones cast aside by the family because they couldn't stand the family's evil ways. And who was he to talk to him about honor? Vin Tran didn't want to go easy on him at all. He used the piercing sword, second form. In the sky, glowing blue dots appeared, followed by a straight line striking down into the arena. As expected, he turned the place into ruins. No matter how big the Hides arena was, the explosion Vin Tran created affected it significantly. He used the Galaxy Slash, a strike that severed the idiot's hand. This was truly the aura of the protagonist. The lead reporter was startled. Oh, the army of Heole. Her assistant couldn't keep his mouth shut either. She declared that he had been completely defeated. The winner was the young master. The soldier's fate was unclear, but he had lost an arm. Hokaken happily hugged Vagon. Great, Vin Tran won. She didn't notice he was about to suffocate from her hug. Hannah, though seemingly happy, realized something strange. Yes, he had won this match. However, Vin Tran was in a difficult situation. He was panting from fatigue, and there were dark circles under his eyes. Hannah thought, he still knows how to find his advantage and head toward victory. When the opponent's Puppet King body was enhanced, it was a big problem. Vin Tran had planned how to deal with it from the very beginning. He slowly turned to look at the masterpiece he had created, but before he could even rest, two symbols of the two great clans appeared behind him. Vin Tran intended to turn back to see what was happening, but it was too late. Luckily, his flexible body allowed him to dodge both attacks. Why do they always cause such huge explosions when they fight? Vin Tran stepped back to a safe distance. Even though the wind from the clash was fierce, he held his ground. Kagon seemed to have been waiting for this moment. Finally, it's just the three of us, he said. Raven, just as excited as him, added, let's get started, shall we? Both of them unleashed their swords and killing intent toward him. Let's take down Vin Tran, they signaled. Their aura was immensely powerful. Vin Tran looked at the two who had been testing him this whole time. The time to end this event had come. Standing there, radiating an awe-inspiring presence, Vin Tran silently vowed to himself that from now on, this was his battle alone. His eyes ignited with fierce determination. I believe in you too, his father thought. Now, everything depended on him. Vin Tran, his mother, and Lauren had discussed this beforehand. His mother had pointed out a flaw in their plan. There was no guarantee he could defeat them all. At that moment, he had looked straight at Vesa and said with a confident tone, I will definitely win, for the honor of Adenka. And so, everything his mother regretted and longed for, she had placed upon him. She had only one wish, one single request, for Vin Tran to win. The three heads representing the Adenka, Samion, and Vatican clans sat there, observing the situation. Khan's entire body seemed to radiate a deathly aura. Perhaps he was deeply worried about Vin Tran. As for Gafonzo, he was frustrated, wondering why it was taking so long. What the hell are those brats doing? He spat. He hated Vin Tran and wished he would just die already. Kagon, Raven, and Vin Tran, all three were burning with fighting spirit. Kagon lunged forward frantically, determined to deal with Raven first. With a fearsome sword strike, Raven quickly parried. He even mocked Kagon playfully. Is that all you've got? Show me something more impressive. If that was what Raven wanted, Kagon was happy to oblige. He would show him everything he had. Raven couldn't hide his excitement. His eyes revealed it all. Kagon attacked from above, and Raven deflected every single blow without rest. While they were locked in combat, this was Vin Tran's chance. He would strike while they were busy fighting each other. Take this, my giant thunderous sword technique. This single strike from Vin Tran successfully sent both Kagon and Raven flying back. Kagon, caught off guard, gritted his teeth in anger and glared at Vin Tran, while Raven grew even more excited. He laughed loudly. Vin Tran, your fighting power is immense. If you're going to be like that, I can't lose either. With that, he attacked Vin Tran. Raven's spear grazed past Vin Tran's face. It was a close call. Because he dodged that attack, Vin Tran's own follow-up strike missed. After that clash, both of them fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Kagon used his ultimate technique, 8 Moon Slash, and lunged toward Vin Tran and Raven. It was another attack that seemed ready to tear everything apart. Looking at the terrifying trench he created in the ground, it was fortunate that Vin Tran and Raven had dodged in time, or they would have been finished. Vin Tran calculated the situation. His blood flow and aura had surged. If things continued like this, Kagon wouldn't last long. That was why Kagon was aiming for a quick victory. If that was the case, Vin Tran had to give it his all, or he would lose. If they were both going all out, how could he pass up this chance? He had to give his own best effort as well. Kagon, with surging killing intent and fiery eyes, charged in with his sword spirit. Raven let out a thrill-seeking grin and charged toward Vin Tran, unafraid, using his breaker technique. Vin Tran unleashed his supernatural sword art. The third form, Thunderstrike. The three of them collided like a storm, creating a terrifying battlefield. The attacks from all three soon caused a massive, smoke-filled explosion. Looking down from above, even Vin Tran's mother could feel the sheer terror of it. The light from their attacks spread everywhere. Khan maintained his serious demeanor, but he couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. A thunderous roar erupted. The sound could be heard from 1,000 miles away. After pushing his energy to the limit, Vin Tran's clothes were tattered, and he stood there panting. There was a deep wound on his abdomen. He knew he couldn't end this unscathed. After checking his wound, he looked for the other two, wondering how they were faring. Thick smoke made it hard for Vin Tran to see them. He thought, have they fallen into a trap? But no, they were still struggling to stand. None of the three were in much better shape than the others. Julian saw this and began to bite her nails. As expected, Kagon and Raven weren't easy to take down, but Vin Tran was worried about something else. Why is everything so quiet? After such a flashy explosion, there were no cheers or applause. Vin Tran felt an uneasy sensation that something was wrong. He knew it shouldn't be like this, so he continued to use his sword technique. This panicked Raven, who had no energy left to dodge. Kagon was no better, cursing, "Damn it! Was this the end for him?" But Vin Tran's attack wasn't aimed at them. Raven and Kagon were both startled. They wondered if Vin Tran had missed on purpose. Then, they saw something that left them in shock. After looking closely, Vin Tran realized why the atmosphere was so silent. It was because all three of them had been trapped inside this arena. Meanwhile, in the stands, the crowd began to whisper. It was just getting to the good part. How much longer do we have to wait? Are the people on the stage cheating? The cries of, "Start the match," echoed incessantly. Surrounding the arena was a terrifying barrier. Those outside could neither hear nor see what was happening inside, and vice versa. His father realized something was wrong. She anxiously wondered what was happening. As for Gafonzo, he had been silent from the beginning, secretly smirking. Finally, he would see Vin Tran die. Wasn't that what he had said? Next time we meet, Vin Tran will be a corpse. A brief announcement echoed. There had been a malfunction in the magic used for the match. Therefore, the Mage Tower would need time for maintenance. For the safety of the audience, the arena had been temporarily sealed with a barrier. Hearing the announcement made Vin Tran's mother even more surprised. This wasn't part of the investigation. She panicked and rushed toward Gafonzo, questioning him about what was going on. He bared his teeth in a confident smile and replied that it was his insurance policy. To do this, he had hired a few friends for help. Once the barrier disappeared, everyone would witness the scene of Vin Tran, Kagon, and Raven being destroyed. Or rather, a staged scene where the three of them were dead. Vesa couldn't believe her father would actually do such a thing. Enraged, she lunged at him and grabbed him by the throat. Filled with resentment, she shouted, ordering Gafonzo to get them out immediately. He laughed pitifully. She had placed her bets on the child of Sarvana, whom she was jealous of, only to end in failure. He said he was actually helping her. Now, the Adenka house would only be left with her children. Vesa couldn't believe her ears. She hadn't expected her father to go that far. After cursing him for being a scoundrel, she ran off. She had to stop this at all costs. Vesa tried to rush to the arena, but to Gafonzo, her actions were useless. It was too late. The heads of the three great clans were silently assessing the situation below. Khan was certain that the greedy old man Gafonzo had done something. He suddenly stood up, saying he was bored of waiting and would go get a drink. Vankia was puzzled. Why so sudden? Khan wanted to go drinking? Khan replied that he heard Gafonzo had many rare, high-quality wines, all of which were smuggled in. Hearing this, Vankia and Pontianus were quite surprised. The two looked at each other, implicitly understanding something. Inside the arena, Vin Tran realized it was a trap. However, Kagon didn't understand what he meant, and the crack that Vin Tran had caused on the barrier was slowly closing. It was a cut caused by a supernatural sword strike, yet it was closing. Was even that useless? It seemed they had been trapped by a mage beyond Vin Tran's understanding. Layers of magic were sealing the crack, one after another, and despite being severely injured, the teleportation magic meant to get them out of the arena wasn't working. Kagon also realized from the start that those people never intended to spare them. If someone capable of using magic this powerful appeared, they couldn't possibly stand against him in their current injured state. Therefore, continuing to stay here was too dangerous. They needed to get out quickly. Thinking this, Vin Tran turned to Raven and Kagon, telling them to prioritize escaping. But then, Vin Tran saw a strange man appear next to Raven and Kagon. He used magic to tighten his grip around their necks. They couldn't even resist. Vin Tran began to panic. He shouted for Kagon and Raven. The stranger heard him and spoke first. "This is the first time you and I have met in person." He then turned to Vin Tran and introduced himself as Helios, the master of the Mage Tower. Vin Tran gritted his teeth. If he was the master of the Mage Tower, then was a force that immense really helping Gonzo? Helios marveled at Vin Tran's supernatural slash. It was an intriguing strike, one that even managed to crack his barrier. Vin Tran demanded to know why he was helping Gonzo. With a sinister tone, he told him that he didn't need to know, because he was going to die right here. As he spoke, he began casting magic. Vin Tran calculated that he had to dodge the attack first. Taking a direct hit from the master of the Mage Tower was incredibly dangerous. However, the wound on his abdomen suddenly throbbed with pain, and he lost control of his body. Then, an explosion from Helios's magic erupted. Naturally, Vin Tran couldn't dodge this vicious attack. In pain, he took a heavy hit that sent him crashing down from above. Helios didn't let up. A giant hand reached out and gripped Vin Tran's throat, and then Helios stepped closer, step by step. He wasn't going to kill him immediately. His orders were to make it look like he had died by someone else's blade. Vin Tran tried to endure the pain and asked whose orders he was following, the four elders of Adenka or the Samion house. He drove his blade, grazing Vin Tran's face, and plunged it straight into the ground. Helios wore a savage grin. The one who ordered him had even higher authority than that. Since Vin Tran was already wounded, he didn't hesitate to dig deeper into the injury. Vin Tran wouldn't pass up any opportunity. He wouldn't let him have his way. So, he opened his mouth wide, and despite the pain and danger, he clamped his teeth down on the blade. Even with this action, Vin Tran was still able to perform supernatural sword techniques. His swordsmanship caught Helios off guard. What the hell is this? Vin Tran utilized a rapid-fire lightning strike technique, unleashing a terrifying blast of light against Helios. This single strike was enough to cause the ground and rocks to explode violently. Helios was blown back by Vin Tran, his clothes no longer intact. He sat there, staring at his arm covered in blue lightning, cursing Vin Tran as a freak. Before he could finish his sentence, Vin Tran unleashed another strike toward him. He flew high to dodge, but this sword technique of Vin Tran's was particularly lethal. No matter where he ran to the ends of the earth, he couldn't escape this attack. Helios screamed, "Damn it!" and performed magic to counter. But his magic was pathetic, easily pierced by Vin Tran's sword technique. This sword strike didn't just pierce Helios's magic, it successfully severed his right arm. Helios was caught off guard. He had used his strongest defensive magic, yet Vin Tran broke through it easily. Vin Tran flashed a cold smile. Anyone who interfered in their fight should have to pay the price. Then, as quick as lightning, Raven and Kagon swooped down from above, both attacking him at the same time. The two of them cursed angrily. "You useless piece of trash. You don't know your place. Daring to interfere with us." Helios couldn't believe it. "What is this? Not one, but two of them at once? Actually, make that three." Vin Tran would show him what true strength really was. Driven into a corner, Helios didn't give up, continuing to curse those bastards. With his remaining hand, he cast magic, a massive magic circle that he poured all his strength into creating. He would turn the three of them into dust. This magic was extremely dangerous. Vin Tran was trying to find a way to stop it, but if he used his ultimate sword strike now, he would destroy himself too. Vin Tran couldn't do anything else to him. Helios gloated and shouted, "Die!" The situation was dire, and he hadn't thought of another way. Just as his magic was about to wipe all three of them out, the crack in the barrier shifted. It suddenly went from its initial state of shrinking to gradually growing wider, as if someone outside was trying to tear the crack open to get inside. It was indeed true. Through that crack, someone jumped in from the outside, a figure whose appearance even shocked Vin Tran. The person who appeared was Lauren. This time, the three of them were saved. Seeing Lauren charge in to attack Helios without saying a word, Vin Tran tried to stop him but couldn't. He didn't care what Vin Tran said, and without hesitation, he stepped forward to shatter Helios's magic circle. Even Helios was shocked. With just one palm strike, he easily broke the magic. And he wasn't the only one. Everyone else stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. Such terrifying magic, and Lauren could easily handle it with one hand. Once the surprise faded, Vin Tran asked him why he was here. Suddenly, the barrier began to show large cracks. Kagon was outside, trying to use magic to get Lauren inside the barrier. Finally, he succeeded. Kagon and H could rest a little easy. Kagon breathed heavily, thinking, "The defensive magic is very sophisticated. The gap inside must have been created by Vin Tran." Suddenly, a guard was knocked down, and someone spoke up, saying Kagon had worked hard. The ones who appeared were Khan and Vexa. Thanks to Kagon, they were able to save Vin Tran, Raven, and Kagon. Hearing this, Kagon still bowed his head to apologize, because his power could only prolong the time enough for one person to get inside. Hoka worriedly asked, "Is it okay with just Lauren?" Before Khan could answer, V spoke up first, saying it was fine. She lowered her eyes and explained to them that if Lauren was there, the situation would be better. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, after Lauren destroyed Helios's magic, he wanted to advance further, but Vin Tran grabbed his shoulder to stop him. Lauren heard this and immediately cut off what Vin Tran was saying. He said this was a battle between the heirs of two families. Therefore, Lauren wanted Vin Tran to stand aside and observe, because he was carrying the honor of the Hyo-Lei house in this fight. Vin Tran was left speechless by Lauren's words. Finally, he stood there helplessly. Helios observed Lauren, thinking, that scar on his face, it couldn't be Lauren. Why is he still alive? But Lauren had no martial arts talent. Even before he lost an eye, he was still weaker than the young noble masters here. Thinking this, Helios gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know what trick you used to break my magic, but you're quite confident, aren't you?" Lauren looked at him calmly. "You should get rid of that magic right now." Just a simple look made Helios terrified, as he could feel Lauren's aura. Lauren was emitting a terrifying aura. He seemed to have turned into a monster. Lauren spread his sharp hand and grabbed Helios's face. Lauren didn't use a shred of effort, simply pinning him to the ground. After that, Lauren followed up with another punch. Helios's face was beet red, covered in Lauren's handprints, and his teeth flew out everywhere. The barrier outside finally showed signs of cracking wider. Everyone in the stands was surprised. The shield finally disappeared. Gonzo was eager. He thought he would finally get to see Vin Tran die, but things in the arena were not going as he had hoped at all. The person lying flat on the ground was Helios, his man, and the person standing there, eyeing Gonzo, was Lauren. Lauren's appearance left him both surprised and furious. He thought Lauren had died. Seeing everything in the arena, the stands began to buzz about what had happened. Everyone here also thought Lauren had died. Lauren stood in the arena and shouted, "My name is Lauren Helium, leader of the resistance, of the Helium family." He bit into a strange, circular object. That was the thing he wanted everyone to see. Vin Tran was surprised because Lauren still had another one on him. Gonzo was panicked now. He was sure Lauren was about to bring it out. After Lauren bit the marble, everything started to shake, and his body began to transform completely into a monster. Everyone in the stands screamed in horror, "A monster! Someone has turned into a monster!" After turning into a monster, Lauren said he was the avatar of a dragon. This power was created by purifying and absorbing dragon blood. That was the secret weapon of the Helium family. Gonzo was terrified and threw himself into the arena to stop Lauren. He drew his sword, angrily ordering Lauren to shut his mouth. Then he stepped forward to slash at Lauren without mercy. He gritted his teeth. "This is everything you have to take." However, Lauren easily blocked Gonzo's sword move, even though he was blind and had never been trained in martial arts properly. All of this was to create an extremely powerful army possessing the power of dragons to conquer this continent. It was because of Gonzo's ambition that all the surrounding fortresses had their resources drained and were turned into laboratories for researching dragon avatars. Gonzo couldn't let Lauren reveal any more. He slashed relentlessly, telling him to shut up. He pointed directly at Lauren's face and said, "This is a conspiracy. You are spouting baseless lies, all just to slander me." Vin Tran finally spoke up. He presented the evidence for everyone to see. Then Vin Tran took his stance, using magic to present the proof. Gonzo's jaw dropped. Vin Tran was actually able to manifest Etia's magic. Vin Tran shouted angrily, "Whether it's true or not, just look and you'll see." The magic Vin Tran used acted like an eye that could see everything. Countless dragon avatars hung on iron chains, looking utterly miserable. Witnessing this scene, the people in the stands were terrified. What they were looking at was, without a doubt, the dragon race. Selbira never imagined that the race they thought was extinct was actually still alive. Moreover, seeing them all shackled there, they realized the Helium family was capable of such horrific things. They kept the dragon race alive to harvest their blood. Vin Tran firmly presented evidence proving that the Helium family had been capturing the dragon race and conducting experiments to turn their blood into weapons. It turned out the dragonkin were the results of these experiments. To achieve this, they had committed countless atrocities. The crowd whispered among themselves, if this were true, even the Helium family wouldn't be able to escape punishment. In the name of the seventh young master of Adenka and his mother, Vesa Helium, the two would testify to this. Gonzo was furious. Damn it, this is a trap. All of this is a lie. He glared at the Helios lying there. Damn it, what is happening? Our covenant wasn't supposed to be like this. Hurry up and destroy these people. The Helios lying there was being stimulated by a source of power. He bared his teeth, eyes wide, and then another Helios appeared. He was also the master of the sixth tower. Julian was taken aback by this appearance. There are two Helioses? Raven was also surprised. Where did this Helios come from? I can't sense anything from him. Helios explained. The internal magical affairs have been quite complex lately. He heard that someone had been ordered to assist the devil, but he never expected them to be able to kidnap him as well. Helios admitted this was his mistake. With a simple snap of his fingers, Helios created a massive flame and sincerely apologized to everyone. Gonzo had been deceived. He never expected to be tricked by a fake magic tower master. Kagon thought to himself, this is the real Helios. Was fighting that imposter the only thing that had caused them so much trouble? Vin Tran thought the same. If it had been the real tower master, he wouldn't have given him any opening to exploit and wouldn't have had his arm severed by the shadow sword technique. Julian spoke up, surprised by the boy's sudden analysis, which was that even after using the shadow sword technique, the magic that trapped them hadn't vanished. So, Vin Tran concluded there was only one possibility. The Helios of the sixth tower was also their enemy. While he was lost in thought evaluating the newly appeared Helios, a loud thud drew Vin Tran's attention. Lauren was clutching his head in pain because this transformation carried side effects. Since the purification process required the demonic spirit of an archdemon, absorbing a large amount of dragon blood made one a victim of the demonic covenant. Vin Tran never expected things to turn out this way. Once this process began, the more blood absorbed, the more dependent they became, and they would lose their sanity and become extremely ferocious. And Lauren had become just that. He snarled, opening his mouth wide to reveal razor-sharp teeth. Lauren took step after step toward Gonzo. Gonzo was terrified, sweat pouring down like rain. Lauren's body was now 3 or 4 times larger than Gonzo's. Gonzo panicked, laughing nervously as he accepted Lauren as the winner. But he wasn't about to give up easily. He grabbed a round orb just like the one Lauren had used earlier. Don't think I've forgotten who created that dragon transformation. With this thing, a guy like Lauren, he didn't even finish his sentence before a strike silenced him. The orb flew out of his hand. With a simple punch, Lauren sent him flying over 1 kilometer away. Gonzo's head smashed against the wall, covered in blood. his eyes rolled back, and his teeth were knocked out. In this dragon form, Lauren became increasingly ferocious and bloodthirsty. The sight terrified the audience, and they scrambled to flee in panic. As they ran, they cursed the Helium family for creating so many monsters. Vin Tran was also rattled by the situation. He desperately pleaded with Lauren, "Please, calm down." But then Vankia, Khan, and Pontianus appeared, telling Vin Tran to step back. Vankia stared at Lauren, her eyes narrowing into a sharp glare. Pontianus laughed gleefully. Like father, like son. Khan stepped forward and declared that from now on, the three of them would handle this. The people fleeing in the stands all stopped to watch the move made by the three family heads. The heads of the three great families were joining forces to take down the monster. Vin Tran thought hard. Was this Lauren's plan all along, to expose all of the Helium family's crimes while he himself was taken down by the combined efforts of the family heads? Back then, Lauren had told Vin Tran to just stand by and watch. That was how he protected the honor of the Helium name. Vin Tran couldn't allow Lauren to fade into eternal sleep, along with the Helium family's crimes, even if it was for the best. With that thought, Vin Tran took off his coat. He stood in front of the three family heads, asking for their forgiveness for his rudeness. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. From now on, he would be Lauren's opponent. Vankia knew Vin Tran cared for Lauren, which was why he acted this way. But since Lauren had made a covenant with an evil spirit, he was now nothing more than a monster that had lost its reason. Therefore, it was best to end this quickly. Pontianus agreed. If the monster escaped into the audience, it would be a major disaster. Khan hadn't said anything yet. He stared at Vin Tran, not looking pleased. Khan couldn't understand what was going on in Vin Tran's head. Vin Tran confidently replied that because it was a covenant with an evil spirit, Master Lauren still had a chance. Vin Tran had once saved someone who had made a similar covenant with an evil spirit. Hearing this, Khan immediately thought of Morlon. Moreover, Vin Tran had promised his mother, Vesa Helium. He had promised he would never abandon his family. Vin Tran asked his father to help him keep his promise to his mother. Khan fell silent, deep in thought about what Vin Tran had just said. Just as Vin Tran was about to reach an agreement, Lauren's dragon form suddenly went berserk. Vin Tran wondered if it had completely lost its consciousness. While he was frozen in disbelief, the monster's fist closed in on him, but Khan quickly lunged out and blocked the monster's attack. Khan coldly asked Vankia and Pontianus if they could grant Vin Tran 3 rounds. Vankia was surprised. Would Khan really do this for his son? Pontianus thought to himself that Vin Tran was indeed the person with the greatest influence in the family right now. If that was the case, he was certain Vin Tran was truly Sarvana's son. If so, shouldn't I have higher expectations for him? Pontianus gladly agreed. But he warned that, after 3 rounds, there would be no mercy. Vankia also agreed. She considered this a favor Khan owed her. Khan didn't haggle. He was certain he would repay them later. Then, he poured all his strength into his hand. Let me show you what real power is. He turned and unleashed a punch toward the monster. The force pierced right through the beast. Khan told Vin Tran to leave the rest to him. Vin Tran agreed and rushed toward the monster like a storm. The monster stared at Vin Tran, its razor-sharp teeth looking terrifying. Vin Tran wore a face of determination. He had to save Lauren. Previously, Vin Tran had asked how to deal with that dark transformed dragon. Could they do it? After all, they had already defeated the high-level enemies that attacked Lauren in the forest earlier. But how to deal with this dark dragon? Hannah had told Vin Tran there were 2 ways to take it down. First, overpower it with physical strength. Even though it had strong magical resistance, ultimately, it was still just flesh and scales. If crushed by rocks or hit by heavy artillery, it wouldn't be able to get back up. But Hannah hadn't used that method. She had taken down a dark dragon with just a sword. So, the second method Hannah meant was what she had actually used. That dragon was truly just an inferior version of a real dragon. Its scales couldn't be as dense as the original. There were tiny gaps. If one's eyes were sharp enough and one's speed fast enough to detect those gaps, one could pierce the scales and attack the main body. Hannah was able to do this, thanks to her blessing from a mad artisan named Mayan, which granted her precise and rapid swordsmanship skills. Back to the current situation, the corrupted dragon has thrown a punch. This strike successfully knocked Vin Tran to the ground. Just like that, the first round ended simply. He was sent flying by the corrupted dragon. Vin Tran thought if it came down to pure speed, he could resolve this easily. All that remained was using his eyes to detect the gaps between the scales. Vin Tran has Julian by his side. Those divine eyes have the ability to precisely record magic power in an instant. Vin Tran flew high, dodging the monster's attack. This is his second round, and the final opportunity is almost here. Vin Tran's body suddenly convulsed, causing him intense pain. His body has its limits, so using that sword technique right now wouldn't be safe. Vin Tran asked if Julian wouldn't stop him. Julian replied, "Don't make such a scene." Julian wanted to stop Vin Tran to the point of going crazy, but thinking of that girl, the young boy couldn't bring himself to stop him anymore. Julian didn't want to make Hannah sad ever again. The corrupted dragon still ferociously charged at Vin Tran without rest. It was preparing to hit Vin Tran with yet another attack, and finally, luck smiled upon them. Julian had found the opening. There are 4 gaps from the shoulders to the chest. All he has to do is land a single strike through them. Vin Tran is thrilled to have finally spotted the opening. With the sword lent to him by Merlon, Vin Tran has only one chance. If he fails, Lauren cannot be saved. Vin Tran screams with determination, his eyes glowing bright red. He swings his blade, simultaneously activating his ability to create a powerful shockwave. The strike lands squarely on the monster's shoulder, his arms tensing up with effort. The monster lets out a terrifying wail from its wounded shoulder, blood spraying like a fountain, but the strike doesn't reach deep enough to hit its heart. Vin grinds his teeth, having clearly poured all his strength into that attack. The monster roars in fury, opening its massive jaws and lunging straight for him. Seeing his motionless back about to be swallowed by the monster, the people behind him scream in panic. Vin Tran, Khan, standing nearby, has already braced himself to intervene immediately. Vien Chen is frantic and overwhelmed, deeply worried about the outcome. No, if this keeps up, Lord Laurent will. It seems like the monster is truly about to reach Vin Tran. Suddenly, its rough outer shell begins to crack. The skin peels away like a molting insect, revealing a human of flesh and blood inside. Lord Lauren returns to his human form, his eyes vacant and lifeless. Finally, Lauren collapses on the arena floor right in front of Vin Tran and all the spectators. The cheers erupt like thunder, and the sorceresses look on in admiration. The monster has been defeated. Amazing. Young Master Adenka has saved us. Amidst that sea of cheers is Vin Tran, still dazed by what just happened, his mouth and nose covered in blood. In that moment, it feels as if every ounce of life and strength has been drained from his body. His eyes are about to close, but he keeps telling himself, "I did it." Just as he's about to collapse, his sword suddenly stabs into the ground, becoming a crutch for Vin Tran's weakened body. Even as he hunches over, he keeps repeating in his heart, "No, I am not allowed to fall yet. This is the chance for the whole world to see me," he tells himself, grabbing his knees to try and stand. Vin Tran's eyes regain their vitality. He thinks to himself, "Helium, I will overthrow the helium of Gafonzo." Vin Tran translates his inner thoughts into words. He shouts, "Helium." For a long time, the family has expanded its power through cruel acts. The hide's flower glows more brilliantly the more it absorbs the blood and grievances of others. Its petals are nourished and watered by human blood and flesh. Vin Tran continues, his voice growing more intense, but not everyone easily bows to evil. Like Lord Laurent, they have not lost their honor. Like me, they are pursuing their own sense of justice, even if the outcome is unfavorable. By now, Vin Tran is standing on his own 2 feet, spreading his arms as if speaking to the entire world. "Listen, I send this message to the people of Heliam." Vin Tran shouts, "Rise up!" His face is filled with determination and burning courage. Maria can't believe her ears, breaking into a cold sweat. She asks, "What? What did he say?" But in a split second, Maria grasps the situation and quickly turns to delegate tasks to the others. "What are you all doing? This is big news. Get the article out, now." They are just as confused as Maria. "Maria, if we aren't careful, we're going to be in big trouble." But Maria only cares about her scoop, shouting angrily, "Where is your journalistic spirit? You can't write a single article in a situation like this?" She orders them around, forcing everyone to scramble and take notes. If they don't write it now, other media outlets will steal the scoop. Scolded relentlessly, they have no choice but to nod and run for their lives to gather more info. "Our paper must be the first to report it. Act now." Maria, behind them, constantly pushes them, happy to have such hot news. Maria smirks. "I will spread the article about him across the world faster than anyone. Just wait." Vin Tran Adenka, the hero of the match, is still standing in the same spot. The patriarch approaches from behind Vin Tran, happy for him. He actually did it, defeating the scales of the half-dragon in 3 dimensions. He walks up, happily patting his shoulder and laughing. "Very impressive. As expected of my son's rival." But he notices something strange, his eyes widening in confusion. "Huh?" A sound of surprise. Vin Tran remains motionless with the man's hand on his shoulder. His eyes are open, but have turned gray. The patriarch stares in shock at Vin Tran's shadowed face. He has fainted while standing. Ah, this actually makes him laugh with pride. This really reminds me of the old days, when we used to exhaust ourselves in matches like this. Vanka, watching from afar, is panicked. He's still laughing? Heal him quickly. Khan, standing nearby, coldly orders Hoka-ken to assist. Suddenly, everyone rushes toward the arena, screaming Vin Tran's name. Hoka-ken runs, thinking to himself. Something happened again. Hoka carries the fainted Vin Tran inside. Before the patriarch, another person arrives to assist Loran, stammering, I remember the location. Before they can finish the sentence, magic is activated. Vin Tran and Loran are whisked away inside. Khan, with unknown intentions, watches the light of the magic without blinking. The orange-haired patriarch approaches, provoking him. What's wrong? Do you intend to keep treating me like a fool? You find your own son cute, don't you? But Khan doesn't react. Then, suddenly, Khan offers a rare smile and gently replies, That's right, but accompanying that smile is a pair of dark, gloomy eyes. Khan slowly continues. Now, I understand how you feel. After that, Helium falls into chaos. The bustling urban area has become deserted. The Helium family begins to purge anyone involved. She seems consumed by rage, killing without restraint. Revolutionary soldiers hiding throughout the city simultaneously pour into the streets, organizing protests, the scene filled with chaos and new flags waving. Everywhere there are newspapers reporting on the issue. All the events that occurred at the Hydes meeting are plastered across every front page. Furthermore, the press writes extensively about another issue, which is that Kafonzo can no longer maintain his power and position. The world is plunged into darkness and chaos. Just then, a bright red silhouette appears amidst shrill screams. It calls out, Kagon! Kagon stabbed Vin Tran. That nightmare causes Vin Tran to bolt upright. Sweat pours off him like rain. He screams, No! With his abdomen heavily bandaged, Vin Tran wakes up to find himself on a strange bed. He asks where he is, but the person doesn't answer, only saying, You're awake? The girl crosses her arms and says, As if I'm used to this another nightmare? You should go talk to the priest. Vin Tran puts a hand to his forehead, looking helpless and afraid, wondering, a nightmare? Even if it could be a dream. The images in the dream regarding the past and the battles feel so real. At a loss, he turns to ask the girl, How long have I been unconscious? She replies, About half a day. Everyone was very worried. At this moment, Vin Tran suddenly cries out, having just remembered something else. What about Lord Loran? Is he okay? Lord Loran doesn't seem to have woken up yet. He is still in a coma, covered in bandages. Bosa approaches the foot of the bed, saying to the motionless Loran, There are more scars on your body now. Lord Loran's eyes are dim, distractedly asking Bosa why I should have died back there, shouldn't I? Bosa doesn't answer his question but keeps rambling. It seems Vin Tran's way of thinking is very different. She leaves the sentence hanging. Over here, Vin Tran is very flustered. What are you doing? She is bowing her head to Vin Tran, saying gratefully that it was a dangerous decision, unnecessary and inefficient. But she continues respectfully. Thank you, Vin Tran. You saved Uncle Loran. On the other side, Loran is still lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, not saying a word. Only Vesa nearby keeps saying to Hansena, Exactly. He is blaming himself. Once again, I almost caused that child harm. Vesa pays no mind to Loran's expression, smiling as if nothing is wrong. Please, do not take your life lightly anymore, because there is still an important role left for you, Lord Helium. Loran seems to have heard something very terrifying in her words. His eyes widen in horror. Meanwhile, in an underground corridor with a canal flowing through it, a hand shoots up from the water, firmly gripping the brick ledge to pull itself up. The person drags his heavy, soaked body out of the water, panting to catch his breath. He curses under his breath. That unfilial bunch to force me into this situation. Just wait. This is not over. His face twists with resentment. He pulls out a black pill. You won't get away with surviving. Getting out of the Helium family. Kfonzo is covered in sweat, breathing heavily. He holds the black pill in his hand with wicked thoughts. None of you will survive to escape Helium. As he puts the pill into his mouth, a familiar voice rings out. That's far enough. Kfonzo is startled. Helios walks up, looking threateningly at him. You'd better shut up and get out of here. Kfonzo's eyes fill with terror. He can't believe it, and asks Helios, Do you dare to betray me? Helios takes steps closer to Kfonzo, who is sitting on the floor, saying as he walks, Edmund, just because of that idiot's big mouth, we've been exposed. It will be very troublesome if they find leads through you. He steps in front of Jifanzo, his hand initiating a magic circle with the intent to attack him. He spoke with a cynical tone. Will you stop things from becoming complicated? Helios's expression became terrifyingly cold. He finished his sentence regarding their nightmare, facing each threat and Helios's assault. Gonzo just calmly laughed. His laughter became increasingly excessive, echoing throughout the entire space. He trembled and said, "When the Giepmon strategy is gone, no one can come up with a plan." A murderous intent and cruelty appeared in Gonzo's eyes as he said, "This is my answer." Helios looked up at the sky. On the ground, the shadow of a monster was reflected, and Gonzo's voice was stained with blood. "Have you forgotten? Helios, I borrowed your help." He transformed into a massive monster, a horn appearing on his forehead like the Demon King, staring threateningly at Helios and saying, "To create what?" He looked with satisfaction at the sharp claws on his hands, proudly showcasing his bizarre form. "This is an item created by condensing a larger amount of blood than anything you have created throughout this entire time." Gonzo swung those claws toward Helios, shouting, "I have become the sworn enemy of all mages." Although that strike was incredibly fast and powerful, Helios's dodging speed was even faster. He created an energy orb in his hand, dismissively saying, "Come now, let's see if it can withstand the power of this archmage." With that, Helios unleashed a massive strike that caused the ground to explode, rocks and debris flying everywhere. The thick dust from the explosion slowly dispersed, revealing blood-red eyes full of murderous intent behind it. Gonzo laughed loudly. The previous attack not only didn't harm him, but made him even more aggressive, swinging blow after blow toward Helios, sneering, "Don't you realize that it's all useless?" Helios still lightly dodged every strike, his mouth still in the mood to play along. "Oh, that's too bad. It really didn't have any effect, did it?" Gonzo's body had transformed into a monster. The cloak he was wearing earlier fell to the ground. Each of his strikes caused the ground to crack and sink deep. He looked at Helios and said, "Are you still acting calm when you're about to die?" He arrogantly planned the near future. "After killing you, I will find Vesa, Khan, and Lauren. I will tear apart everyone who has stood in my way." Then he shouted, "And especially that guy Vin Tran. I will have to fill my stomach with his blood." Suddenly, Gonzo's eyes widened. He couldn't believe the strange change happening to himself. He felt a heavy, murderous aura approaching with horror. Gonzo glanced back, fearfully wondering, "What the hell is this? What is going on?" From the darkness, a wave of dark energy constantly poured out, making him increasingly panicked. As this terrifying source of energy emerged, Helios sneered, "Aren't you the one who forgot?" Following Helios's words, a pair of armored feet appeared. Gonzo's eyes widened to their limit, showing extreme shock and fear. A demon dressed in armor full of murderous intent stepped forward. Helios mocked him, asking whose power he had borrowed. And he thought in terror, "No, it can't be." The demon's face gradually became clear. He breathed softly with his eyes tightly shut. His blood-red eyes, filled with murderous intent, opened, his scar-covered face adding to the terrifying atmosphere. Gonzo's aura had completely vanished. He gasped, unable to utter a word. "The great demon." He looked at the demon with the dark power before him, thinking in panic, "Why is that demon god here?" He lifted his thin, frail legs with the thought, I have to run." But those small movements of his could not escape Vin Tran's gaze, which was filled with murderous intent. He lunged down to block his path, then swung his massive blade up. Gonzo was stunned, cold sweat pouring down as he thought, "Fast, too fast." His eyes darted to the side with extreme terror. Ahead was a rushing stream with the sound of roaring wind. He threw himself forward, thinking he had to take the risk. His hand luckily touched the water. He dove into the water, shouting with relief. "All right, if it continues like this," a sharp blade, moving with terrifying speed, tore through space. That powerful sword strike headed straight toward Gonzo, who was rejoicing underwater. He was laughing gloatingly. Divin, from above, looked down at where he dove as a large wave exploded. Beneath the water were streaks of blood. On the bank, only Gonzo's cloak remained, lying desolate. Divin stepped forward and reached his hand under it to find something. He looked at the black pills, the things Gonzo had swallowed earlier, with a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, Divin smirked, surprising Helios. He asked with interest, "You, of all people, showing an expression like that? What good thing happened?" He twirled the pill in his hand and said quietly, "Nothing special, I just had a nightmare." Two swords, one large and one small, clashed with great force. The great demon was fighting fiercely with his bitter rival. Vin Tran stood frozen, looking at the chaotic scene before him. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, another nightmare. With the scene of the two of them fighting bloodily, he whispered to himself, it's always this scene. Suddenly, the two stopped and turned their murderous gazes toward him, making him wonder. Huh? Vin Tran panicked at the thick, murderous aura directed at him. Two shadows lunged at him one after another, then shouted, so there you are. Vin Tran reacted with one hand. Following that voice, a series of shadows appeared and rushed toward them. They repeated the phrase, so there you are, so there you are. The vengeful shadows competed to rush in front of him. Vin Tran was terrified by this gruesome sight. His throat was dry, his forehead didn't stop sweating, and he could only manage a few meaningless sounds. From the flow of evil spirits attacking him, submerging him in resentment, every terrifying scream echoed incessantly, repeating and making one's heart tremble. Vin Tran started awake, scared by the terrible dream, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and he shouted loudly, no! That chilling voice still echoed in his head. It won't be long now. Vin Tran's younger sister looked at her brother, who was holding his head and breathing heavily, and asked, that nightmare again? Perhaps you should find a priest to ask for a blessing. That would be better. That terrifying voice echoed again. We will see each other again soon. He was still scared when thinking about that dream. The great demon cracked a blood-soaked smile. The owner of those horrific voices, he excitedly mentioned his name. Vin Tran. Vin Tran held a spoon in his mouth, looking contemplative. Julian hovered in midair, chin in hand, watching Vin Tran sitting on the bed, frowning as he scooped food awkwardly, thinking to himself, just needing a few more days of rest, and his body will fully recover. Vin Tran frowned, thinking to himself, for the past few days, that dream has just been circling in my head. Vin Tran called out to the boy hovering above his head. Julian, honestly, while I was unconscious, did you ever dream of anything? Julian opened his mouth wide, surprised, thinking, that again? I've told you so many times, it's not there. What on earth did you dream about to keep asking like that? Vin Tran furrowed his brows tightly. He pondered. Dreaming of what? Vin Tran glanced and asked the boy, aren't you curious about my past life? Julian's eyes widened, pointing at himself. Well, I've already sort of guessed it. Hearing Julian's answer, Vin Tran gave a happy smile and cheered. Is that so? Clearly. You're a master hailing from Samion, who had a bitter fate with the hero Kagon. And most importantly, you're acquainted with the ancestor Aslan. Julian was as excited as a child receiving candy, saying everything he knew. With so many signs, even a fool could figure it out. And the boy grinned, asking back, huh? Who exactly are you? Vin Tran looked at the boy hovering and asked, you knew my name is, which struck Julian like lightning. Julian clutched his head, mouth agape as if electrocuted. Vin Tran shouted loudly, Julian. Vin Tran's pupils were red as blood, his gaze cold and sharp. Strange. Before this, there certainly happened a similar situation in the family library. Finally, revealing his true name to Julian was something impossible. If even this was an arrangement left behind by Aslan, was there a reason why Julian wasn't allowed to know his identity? Vin Tran glanced at Julian, who was gnashing his teeth uncomfortably, making his own guesses. Vin Tran called out to Julian. Julian, who was clutching his head, opened his eyes slightly upon hearing his name. Vin Tran started walking as he spoke to the boy. I want to quickly uncover the meaning behind these nightmares I've been having. Vin Tran leaned his hand against the window, uttering in frustration. What happened to me in the past, and what is coming for us in the present? The figure of Aslan appeared in the mirror. Vin Tran lost his composure and muttered, what is the truth that Aslan left behind? Vin Tran steadied his emotions, smiled, and said, let's move faster, toward the truth. Julian grinned, nodding in agreement. All right, but the boy carefully reminded Vin Tran, we can't be too hasty. If we die, everything will be meaningless. He asked cheerfully, you'll be joining this time, right? Through the window, Vin Tran, tall and lean, was smiling, while a dark shadow with a mysterious grin lunged toward the window. The black-masked figure shattered the glass with a loud crash, while Vin Tran, busy talking to the boy, wasn't paying attention. Vin Tran startled as a foot prepared to stomp on his face. The figure attacked with force, but luckily, Vin Tran dodged the blow with agility. A direct attack right off the bat? Vin Tran put his hand on the floor. Trying to regain my balance amidst the shards of glass, I wondered to myself, are there really still Gafonzo remnants here? The sharp clatter of shoes on the wooden floor echoed, followed by a taunting voice. Not bad, dodging Damien's attack like that. I guess your performance during that social gathering wasn't just for show. Aben stood before the broken window, arms crossed, looking down at me with a mocking grin. Is that so? You're really getting me fired up, I said, my expression icy and my tone commanding. "Follow me, you fool. I have a few things to discuss with you." The intense, fiery red aura of an exorcist made Vin Tran unconsciously tense up. Julian asked nonchalantly, "You've known about this since your coming-of-age ceremony, right?" Vin Tran kept his eyes on the two walking ahead, but listened closely to what Du Yen was saying. Julian continued, "These are the last remaining descendants of this era." Then, Du Yen's voice rang out, introducing the arrogant pair from earlier. The fourth descendant, Aben, and the fifth descendant, Damien. Julian continues introducing the boy with a goofy expression and a mischievous streak that seems out of place for his age. Vin Tran abruptly stops and asks loudly, "What is it you want to talk to me about?" A sharp blade is coldly pressed against Vin Tran's throat, causing him to frown in annoyance. With an icy gaze, Aben whispers, "What, indeed?" Aben grinds his teeth and swears, "Are you mocking me, you idiot?" Vin Tran silently calculates that his body hasn't fully recovered, so he cannot easily fight back. The clanging sound of swords clashing rings out, and a long-haired girl strikes hard at Aben, knocking the sword from his hand. Aben grinds his teeth in alarm. It is Hansena. The girl with long hair, delicate features, and a sharp, cold gaze is standing in front of Vin Tran, leaving him wide-eyed with surprise. Hansena frowns angrily and says loudly, "My duty is to protect Rank 8 student Vin Tran." She knits her brows and raises her sword threateningly. "If you interfere with my mission, I won't hold back, even if you are of the same bloodline." Aben grabs his wrist, which is shaking from the pain, and replies with a gaze as sharp as a blade. "Sister Hansena, you know it too, don't you? You know what his actions imply. I, Vin Tran, will also join the war to compete for the position of family head." Aben points directly at Vin Tran, who is looking worried, and shouts, "He's the one who said it himself. I didn't even think about that." Vin Tran thinks, frowning. Neither the one-armed Vin Tran nor the foolish Vin Tran needs to shoulder this burden. This power struggle among the descendants. This is a brutal war filled with people full of potential and sinister schemes. "I only have one goal," Vin Tran says in a low voice. Vin Tran points to himself and explains seriously, "Defeat Samion, fulfill the Adenka mission, and reach the truth that our ancestor Aslan left behind. That is all." "Does he mean that I won during the friendly exchange?" Aben contemplates, muttering to himself, "Arrogant brat." Damien puts his arm around Aben's shoulder and says with a smile, "How interesting. The more rivals there are, the more I like it." He helplessly reminds Damien. Damien smiles innocently and questions, "But Vin Tran, have you ever felt that there was something strange about this mission?" "Strange?" Vin Tran exclaims. Hansena still points her sword at the two brothers and demands, "What do you mean?" Damien says, "It's been 500 years, Damien. Throughout such a long time," he says with a smirk. "Has the Adenka family ever managed to defeat Samion?" Vin frowns, thinking about what Damien just said. True, if the power gap between the two families were really that great, Samion would have completely conquered the Adenka by now using their strength. Damien explains excitedly, "You didn't experience anything special after the friendly exchange, right? That's why you said your goal was to reach the truth." Vin Tran nods in agreement. "That's right," Damien explains. "My sister also felt the same way, so she came up with a hypothesis. And this hypothesis turned out to be wrong. The Adenka bloodline can defeat the Samion bloodline, but perhaps that hypothesis isn't the whole story." Damien asks, "Huh? Then what is it?" "It requires a much more complicated condition," his sister answers seriously. "A variable that hasn't occurred in over 500 years. That's right. Perhaps it's the Adenka family head defeating the Samion family head, for example." Julian listens, panicked. "What?" Vin Tran frowns, listening in silence. Damien is excited. "How about that? If that's the case, you can still fulfill the mission." "It's irrelevant," Vin Tran says, looking at them seriously. "No matter what stands in my way, I must move toward the truth. Even if it is Samion." Vin Tran adds bluntly, "Or even you guys standing in front of me right now." I cannot overlook that statement. A voice rings out, surprising everyone and causing them all to turn toward its source. Following the call, a long-haired woman with red, glowing eyes speaks in a threatening tone. "You dare to push my children aside and covet the position of family head?" Vin Tran. In front of Vin Tran and Julian, something appears that makes both of them somewhat surprised and cry out. Looking at the woman appearing before them, Julian cries out, "Mother." The eyes of Vin Tran's mother flash with a mysterious red light as she stares directly at him. Suddenly, she speaks, gritting her teeth. "Vin Tran, what did you just say?" She continues, "You dare to push my children aside and claim to be the family head?" He and Damien are somewhat surprised to hear her words. Suddenly, Hansena jumps out and spreads her arms to block Vin Tran's mother. She shouts, "Mother, wait! Please listen to me." Vin Tran's mother is angry now, her eyes widening as she threatens Hansena. "Move aside." Standing before her oppressive aura and terrifying face, Hansena cannot help but tremble, cold sweat breaking out more and more, her expression gradually changing. Vin Tran's mother keeps scolding her. "I was kind to you for just a moment, and you already dare to be arrogant? Have you been blinded by the reputation here?" The scolding spills continuously from her mouth. Hearing these words, she can only stand still. He also does not say a word, standing motionless before the harsh words coming from her mouth. The heavy words from Vin Tran's mother come faster and faster. She loses her composure more and more, and shouts loudly, her face becoming fiercer by the second. "A reckless person who is unworthy like you. You do not deserve to be my son." Seeing that strange look in her eyes, Julian feels a bit surprised deep inside. "Follow me, Vin Tran," she shouts, glancing at Vin Tran with eyes as red as blood. His pupils contract with anger, and he quickly replies, "Yes, mother." Hansena's hand quickly reaches out to grab his hand. He immediately speaks in a comforting tone. "It's okay." He turns back to smile at her. "It will be all right. Don't worry." Under the sunlight, his smile becomes even more radiant. Leaving Aben, Hansena, and Damien behind in confusion, he quickly turns to answer her. "Let's go." "Mother," he says, and they keep walking. Immediately after, she quickly slams the door shut. Now, Vin Tran's mother stares at him as he stands opposite her. Contrary to Julian, who is trembling behind and doesn't know what to do, he calmly faces her directly. Vin Tran's mother opens her wide red eyes, her fierce gaze reaching out as if to grab him. Seeing that situation, Julian is frightened and says loudly to him, "Big brother, what should we do now?" But he only remains calm, his eyes showing no hesitation as he looks straight at her. Suddenly, Vin Tran's mother places her hand gently on his face, her gaze becoming tender as she repeatedly asks, "Are you hurt anywhere, Vin Tran?" At this moment, her hand gently caresses his neck. Thanks to mother's acting, "I'm fine," he thinks, quickly answering her. Julian, standing behind, still doesn't understand what is happening. This personality of hers, he quickly turns his sharp gaze toward her, slightly smirking. "Even I didn't realize it." Hearing his words, Vin Tran's mother smiles gently in response. "You're sharp. Even my lie was discovered by you." So, everything she said just now was a lie? Julian, on this side, is confused, understanding nothing, and constantly wondering. He also just glances back toward Julian behind him. Suddenly, he remembers something and speaks up. "That's right. The name of the item that can reveal the truth. It's the Eye of Athenia." An image of the item appears with each of Vin Tran's words. He quickly continues. "So, is the new family head of Athenia also backed by someone, just like you, mother?" He keeps asking her countless questions. She also quickly responds, answering his inquiries. "Although I am not sure, I think so too." Hearing that, he asks why. "Because that girl couldn't ultimately be with the Dragon King, Abelton." The words of Vin Tran's mother feel like the weight of a tragic love story. Two people standing in the same place but unable to look at each other. Hearing this, he quickly asks, "The Dragon King, Abelton?" Julian, standing behind, quickly fills him in on the Dragon King, Abelton. Athenia loved a hero who was a half-dragon. Everything, including the Eye of Athenia, was for him. Julian continues. Although he was a powerful warrior, backed by the ability to control water and possessed the power of a dragon, in the end, due to their different races, he could not be with Athenia. The backed power of Abelton was extremely strong. In his hand was a sword with mighty energy. At this point, Vin Tran's mother falls silent. Actually, what separated those two wasn't the difference in race. It was the forced backing of the families. Uttering these words, she seems to empathize with their situation, her mood quickly sinking. "When I make a decision, I hope to be able to distinguish between the real and the fake." The look of turning away without saying goodbye appears. Facing the coercion of the family, these pawns have no choice but to accept their fate, even the true feelings of the one they love. At this point, she seems to remember herself. It feels just like a curse. Suddenly, she speaks up. "I want to ask you something." Hearing that, both he and Julian, who were listening seriously, are a bit startled. In the middle of the room, Vin Tran's mother and he stand facing each other. She quickly asks him, "Why are you so obsessed with that mission and the truth? At all costs, you are even willing to cut ties with your own brothers." He only quickly and simply replies, "I don't know. A person who lost to Samon and died is called possessed, right?" Saying this, he chuckles, and she is startled, her eyes widening. Just then, she smiled and said, "As expected, you are a difficult child to read." "I didn't think there were 6 of them," he quickly interjected. Hansena didn't seem interested in competing for the family head position. The first person who came to his mind as the most likely competitor was the eldest son, Kagon, followed by the others. In that situation, they still haven't shown any hostility toward you, he continued. That's right, Hansena has no such intentions. At this point, she agreed with Vin Tran's assessment. The elders and the family were stalling the competition for the next family head. In his mother's mind, those family leaders were nothing but greedy people, always trying to line their own pockets with the family's money. They were desperate to find an heir who would represent their interests. Those greedy figures, constantly hungry for money and power, were always the first image that came to mind. That was Hansena's reality. In the schemes of those greedy people, Hansena was just the most convenient sacrificial pawn. The image of her looking bewildered, holding a sword in her hand while standing atop piles of wealth. To Vin Tran's mother, Hansena was just an obedient child, a child who knew exactly how precious and valuable what she had been given really was. The image of Hansena appeared. Wealth at her feet, power in her hands, yet she had no idea what was actually going on. She's trying to take responsibility, isn't she? Even if it means suppressing her own feelings? His eyes dimmed as he countered with a question. Mother, what do you think? She startled slightly at his probing question. If I prove that I am a better candidate for family head than she is, then I can lift the burden she is forced to carry. At this, he pointed to himself, confidently stating his thoughts. You want to set Hansena free? Are you serious? Hearing his words, she seemed somewhat astonished. Not everyone has a reason to chase the dreams of a warrior from the past while holding a picture of Vin Tran. And there is even less reason to look down on the dreams of others. In the past, he and Julian had looked at the portrait of Vin Tran together. Opposite them was Hansena, a sister who always cherished everything. If that child could just throw away the name Adenka, a strong image of Hansena emerged. She was always calm in every situation. Then, I will help her. At this, he revealed a face full of determination. Are you looking for proof, mother, to see if my resolve is real or fake? Hearing his determined words, she gaped in surprise. You don't really mean to do that, do you? She quickly asked him back. Then, what way do you have to free Hansena? She immediately pressed him for an answer. Elsewhere, a suitcase was slammed onto the ground. Hokaken started grumbling. Life is so good here. Remembering that she had to return to the fortress, she shouted in frustration. And I have to go back to the fortress, with that mountain of work waiting for me. Just thinking about it made her shake with anger. Standing in the middle of the street, she couldn't suppress her irritation. She threw her hands up at the sky and screamed, I don't want to go back. Do you want me to help you stay in Hela Inga a little longer? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. She happily turned around and asked, Huh? How? When she turned to see who it was, her mouth hung open in surprise. Vin Tran, she shouted. But he only smiled lightly. Behind him, Julian was smirking at her, and she quickly put on a cunning smile of her own. Hokaken pointed at Vin Tran and said loudly, From now on, I have a new mission for you two. She proudly spread her arms and said to Vin Tran, At this place, the Francis Art Museum, find the Long King Abeltan's treasure. Ugh, this again? Vin Tran sighed. Hansena glared at him, looking annoyed. Vin Tran didn't answer, just smiled gently at her. Hokaken happily and confidently announced, When the mission is finished, go meet the fortress commander to report. I will personally wait at Hela Inga to hear your report. In front of the museum gates, Hoka shouted to start the search. Hoka Quell seemed to want to hide her entire face behind the paper, and all that could be heard was her whispering, The artist Francis has hidden it. Seek the grace of the Long King. She finished reading, full of questions, her face etched with a look of extreme confusion. Vagon II? Really? Vin Tran responded naturally. They say the treasure of Francis Iom is hidden in there. Where the light reaches, there lies the grace of the Long King. That's the rumor. Hokaken gripped the paper tightly upon hearing this. Even though she was worried, she tried to reassure herself. Do you really believe this? It's surely just a scam. If it were real, Hela Inga would have gobbled it up long ago. However, Vin Tran's demeanor was incredibly certain, leaving her no room to argue, so Hansena would follow to protect him. Hokaken immediately spoke up. Huh? Why is it Hansena? Vin Tran shrugged, acting coy and playfully pretending to be scared. The remnants of Hela Inga might be targeting me, you know? I'm terrified. She laughed to herself, clearly not buying it. You? Isn't it you who dragged 3 major families into the Hades meeting to stir up trouble? Vin Tran didn't react much to this, just said, remembering that reports from a first-class representative must be received directly by the castle lord. He paused for a moment before offering a suggestion. Until you finish the mission, you can stay in Hela Inga, can't you? This seemed to spark an idea in Hokaken's mind. She looked up, her eyes brightening. The scene shifted, and a man's voice rang out. You've worked hard to get here, and it's good for the younger ones to broaden their knowledge and perspective. Shouldn't you show some goodwill? Hokaken poked her index fingers together, sweating as she tried to plead. Could you let me depart after a few days? Vagon's face darkened as he gritted his teeth, his voice rising a few octaves. Castle Lord. She trembled with fear, unable to stop herself from cursing inwardly. Damn it, this excuse definitely won't get past him. That bastard Vagon II. Immediately after, Vagon happily grabbed Hokaken's hand. Finally, you're doing your job as the Castle Lord correctly, he said, leaving her bewildered. Huh? Take this opportunity. Let's go tour the art. We should consider including it in the official program. He started offering ideas, while she rejoiced, thinking he had agreed. Her expression was triumphant, just like a cat smiling to itself. Thank you, Vagon II, Vin Tran thought as he walked. Adenka spoke up, asking, Where do you think the treasure is? And she quickly received a clueless answer from him. Isn't this mission very strange? If the treasure really existed, Hela Inga would have already seized it. She responded with a sharp glare. The mission is to find the treasure and protect you. I am only prioritizing completing the mission, that is all. A statement meant to clarify that she wasn't paying attention to him for any reason other than the mission. Hannah swung the door open and stepped inside. Duke Lauren is safe, and Gaponso has retreated. It seems nothing has changed yet, but for the most famous art museum in the country to be abandoned like this, she resolved to quickly ask Duke Lauren to intervene. She observed the gallery and offered her remarks along with a plan. Vin Tran's gaze rested on a painting. He wondered if this piece was a work by Francis Aom. The owner of this name and museum was the greatest artist of the era. It's no exaggeration to say that the masterpieces he left behind have contributed to the tourism revenue of Hela Inga. He exclaimed that he was a very talented artist. Even an outsider like himself could feel something. That piece isn't by Francis, is it? Hannah asked, breaking his train of thought. Vin Tran pursed his lips slightly. Knowing that talking nonsense without knowing the facts is a quick way to show one's ignorance, Hannah led him to another painting and introduced it. This is Francis's representative masterpiece. It's a portrait of my mother. It depicted an incredibly beautiful woman with blonde hair, possessing a gentle yet noble aura. This is the portrait Francis painted of my mother when she was in her 20s. The delicate and realistic style is the hallmark of this painting. The more you look at it, the more beauty you find in it. She continued, Francis mainly painted portraits of the people around him. The paintings were so realistic that they surprised everyone. Therefore, some believe that Francis had the blood of the Long people. This single sentence made Vin Tran jump. What? Long people? He looked on, cleverly and skillfully. Thanks to this, he had an innate talent for art. Not only that, this entire museum was built according to Francis's design. I heard that to this day, no one has been able to analyze the design. It's a truly magnificent white museum, Hannah concluded. So the treasure Francis left behind here must be what they call the Dragon King's blessing, right? You seem to know quite a lot about this, don't you? The sudden question startled her. I didn't even know who Francis was until yesterday. If you asked 100 knights, I bet not a single one of them would know. Yet, she could explain it in such perfect detail. The constant barrage of questions left Hannah silent. Vin Tran folded his arms and kept critiquing the artwork. Honestly, Francis's work isn't as impressive as I expected. The portrait I got from my sister when I was 9 seems much better. If she had kept painting, she might have been able to create something like this, too. That single sentence hit her like a sledgehammer. Her composure crumbled in an instant. A powerful aura erupted from her, and she angrily clenched her fists as she stepped toward him. Vin Tran just stood there with his arms crossed, completely unfazed. Aren't you holding your sword while looking the other way? What could you possibly protect if you're just swinging your blade while distracted? He challenged. Swinging your sword recklessly and handing your own judgment over to others, that's how you almost killed Duke Lauren and brought misery to the people of Heola. You let yourself be used by Gaponso, and the entire Felong army almost swallowed the continent whole. His voice was calm, as if he were just recounting a mundane story. You couldn't achieve your dreams, and you couldn't wield your sword properly either. Every word he spoke made Hannah tremble. The moment Vin Tran called her nothing more than a stubborn child, it was as if someone else from her past had said the exact same thing. Now, what can you even do? But with the naked truth of her deepest insecurities laid bare, she finally snapped. She felt like she was going insane, grinding her teeth in fury. Hannah swung her sword with a powerful strike, reflecting her inner rage. Vin Tran stood still, arms crossed, showing no fear whatsoever. Within moments, she was left exhausted, looking disheveled and powerless. Seeing this, he sighed, thinking perhaps he could have pushed a little harder. Hannah, seething with resentment, propped her sword against the floor to keep from collapsing and asked, "What is your goal in mocking me?" She screamed, her expression terrifying. "Fine, just as you said. I am flustered. So what? What do you want?" Vin Tran smiled after the emotional outburst. "Do you feel a little relieved now?" Hannah was stunned, her eyes widening. "What? Not every knight needs to be the strongest. That's impossible." He continued, "Let me handle that." His expression became more determined than ever. "I will fulfill Adenka's mission. I'm ready to surpass my father. That is what I want." He clenched his fist resolutely. "So, what is it that you want?" That was the question posed to Hannah. What did she want? She had never even thought about it. Hannah hesitated. "Huh?" Suddenly, Vin Tran noticed strange patterns beneath his feet. They were moon shadows. It was quite a thought-provoking sight. The symmetrical patterns formed something massive. "Is this a formation?" He mused that where the light shone, there would be the Dragon King's blessing. It turned out to be true. Upon pouring mana into it, Vin Tran quickly drew his sword and swung, intending to act immediately. Seeing this, Hannah lunged forward to stop him. "Wait, what are you doing?" But she was too slow. The sword plunged directly into the formation below. Power scattered wildly, leaving her helpless to stop it. The formation vanished, and a vortex instantly appeared in that very spot. Neither Hannah nor Vin Tran could react in time. Both of them left gaping in shock. Finally, they were both sucked into the vortex below. Suddenly, Vin Tran fell along with Hannah. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with terror as he realized he was in a freefall. Unable to accept that, he immediately used his snow-ice footwork to stabilize himself in the air. Thanks to the power in his legs, he landed instantly, creating an explosion that sent rocks and dust flying everywhere. But along with the landing, he worried, knowing he had already used too much strength in this encounter. Thinking of something, he immediately turned his head and called out to his sister, Hannah. She hadn't struggled at all. She landed with ease, her posture even more graceful than his. With a detached look in her eyes, she retorted, "What's there to be surprised about? I am a top-tier cadet representative, after all." Hearing this, Julian couldn't help but appear nearby to tease him. "Doesn't it feel humiliating to be told that by your sister?" Vin Tran scowled. Hannah continued her playful taunting. "Trying to take over my role as a warrior, are you? Still, too green, little brother." But what caught their attention wasn't the words, but something truly special that made both of them stare. A smile had bloomed on the cold sister's face. After teasing her brother enough, she finally turned serious. "Hey, do you know where this place is?" He replied, "I'm not sure." Could it be that the blessing of the Dragon King left behind by Francis truly exists? Hannah looked into the distance, deep in thought. The architectural style is definitely Francis's. Why on earth would he leave this beneath a museum? Vin Tran hesitated upon hearing this. He suddenly remembered something. Would it be too much to say this was Aslan's design? Julian, standing behind them, shook his head. That was highly unlikely, as their eras didn't align in the slightest. Francis's era was about 200 years ago. He lived during Athena's time, and there's a 300-year gap between that and your era 550 years before you and Aslan. Julian's words left him lost in thought. 500 years ago, the Hella family wasn't the major clan it is today. It took nearly 200 years to develop. If the Hella family was like it is now about 200 years ago, there was no reason to be in such a remote place when they already had Adenka. If so, why and by whom was this place built? While these thoughts swirled around him, he heard Hannah calling him. She pointed in one direction. "Look at that. That's a painting of Francis. On the left is the half-dragon. Could that be the Dragon King? If so, then this side must be Athens." Hannah was truly surprised. If that were true, this painting must be priceless. Even back then, how could it be here? Vin Tran had a different thought. Could they have been the ones who built this place? If so, what did they leave behind? As he pondered, he accidentally touched the painting, triggering a mechanism. Stones began to collapse and fall. This sudden event left him stunned. The ground was shaking. Indeed, the floor was constantly splitting apart due to some force, and something glowing red was emerging from beneath. It was an orb emitting an extremely powerful source of energy. It destroyed everything around it. Standing before the event, Vin Tran shouted in shock, "That's a guardian." A being considered an incredibly powerful divine protector. As if it had detected intruders, it raised its arm, ready to strike. With just one earth-shattering blow, it nearly caused the ground to collapse. Its immense force made Vin Tran hold up his arms to brace against the air pressure. But standing before him was Hannah. She used her legs to block the monster's attack. With her authority, she turned back and shouted, "Back off! This item is beyond your capabilities." Before she could finish her sentence, her sword blade moved faster than sound. It instantly tore through the boulders, accompanied by a blast of air. "Leave it to me." The guardian glared at the one blocking its path with glowing eyes. Both charged at each other to see who would claim the relic. But with her determination and faith, Hannah screamed, "It's useless." As they collided, it created a terrifying explosion. Just when everything seemed finished, Hannah's silhouette suddenly appeared, reflected in the guardian's crimson eyes. A brilliant light grew increasingly intense, engulfing everything. But no matter how enraged it was, it couldn't stop its head from being severed from its body. As for Hannah, she soared through the air like a true goddess of war. Vin Tran stood behind, observing everything, constantly in awe of his sister. Her speed is extraordinary. Every strike hits the Guardian's weak point accurately. Is this the power of a top-tier cadet? While he was still lost in his thoughts, Hannah said coldly, "This monster will stop if its core is destroyed. What did Francis leave here?" "Now, I'm getting interested too." She walked right in front of the monster's gaze, then whispered while raising her sword, "Still want to resist?" Just when she thought it was over, something made her eyes widen, her pupils dilating in shock. This attack not aimed at me? It's dangerous." She immediately looked back at her younger brother and warned, "Get out of there," because that brilliant red light was barreling straight toward him. He was smart enough to deduce the intent behind this action. Trying to use me to distract Hannah? How cruel. But it worked, as Hannah had to rush straight toward his position. She quickly shouted, "You idiot, move!" And Vin Tran responded with a look of pure determination. He quickly channeled his power into his sword with unwavering resolve. "I won't easily lose to your schemes." Hannah gritted her teeth in worry. The Guardian's power wasn't something Vin Tran could withstand. Thoughts raced through her mind. Hannah gritted her teeth and lunged toward his position to intervene as fast as she could. She stomped hard on the ground for momentum. "Faster, I have to block it." Hannah quickly intercepted it. Just as the red beam reached him, Hannah gritted her teeth and poured all her strength into the fifth move of the Adenka sword art, Refraction Shield. Her technique successfully parried the red beam just as it was about to hit Vin Tran. The great sword collided with the red beam, knocking it off its original trajectory. Even so, the shockwave from the explosion left Hannah staggering. She was drenched in sweat, breathing a sigh of relief, thinking, "Thank goodness." Just as she thought it wasn't too late, she felt a chill run down her spine. A massive, pale hand had appeared behind her out of nowhere, as if trying to snatch her. Hannah turned her head, seeing it out of the corner of her eye, her eyes widening as she gritted her teeth. "Damn it," she thought. She was frozen in place, watching the hand attack her, unable to help but think in frustration. Was that a feint, just to make me lower my guard? A blinding light purple explosion eclipsed everything in the dark, cramped space. It turned out that Vin Tran had arrived in time to use his blade to help Hannah block the attack. Continuous Little King's assault. Hannah, who had been bracing herself with her eyes squeezed shut, didn't feel the pain she had anticipated. Seeing this, Hannah opened her eyes wide in shock and called out, "Vin Tran!" After blocking the blow, Vin Tran was nearly exhausted, but he held on, blood trickling from between his teeth, cracks spiderwebbed across his purple blade. With all his remaining strength, he leaped up and forcefully knocked that hand away from his sword. Even while still coughing up blood, Vin Tran tried to shout to Hannah, "Now is the time. Destroy its core." As soon as Vin Tran finished, he saw Hannah grab her sword and sprint toward it like a flash. She built up momentum, kicked off the ground, and leaped higher than the machine itself. Her eyes gleamed with a cold, sharp light as she glared at the massive machine. Behind Hannah appeared the faint silhouette of a beautiful woman smiling. Her hand, holding a hammer, was raised high as if merging with Hannah's sword to create a layer of sea blue energy. Molly, the mad sculptor, the machine's crimson core kept emitting a blinding light, as if preparing to attack them once more. The light blue silhouette of the girl smiled gleefully, followed by the image of Hannah's hand, wielding the sword, decisively thrusting straight into the crimson core. She said coldly, "Perfect sculpture." As she finished her sentence, the beautiful silhouette seemed to smile even wider. She gripped her hammer tightly and swung it high over her head. Hannah's face darkened as she coldly drove her sword into the machine's core, causing large cracks to appear. The power of the thrust seemed to be amplified by the beautiful silhouette's hammer. The beautiful girl with the hammer smiled with delight at the large indentation she had just created on the ground. Vin Tran, leaning on his sword in the distance, one hand on his blade to steady himself, was excited to witness the scene. "The mad sculptor truly," he exclaimed. "Power worthy of the gods." Hansena tilted her head back with a cool demeanor, her face expressionless as she sheathed her sword. A blinding light from an unknown source suddenly appeared in the space where large rocks were floating. Julian used telepathy to tell Vin Tran, "Gordian has stopped." Vin Tran replied, "That's right, I can't feel its mana anymore." A voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. "How?" Hansena looked straight at him, asking seriously, "How were you able to react to Gordian's surprise attack like that?" Vin Tran modestly answered, "I actually missed the start of its attack." The corner of his mouth was still bleeding, and the severe wound on his side hadn't healed. But he still offered a gentle smile. "But I believed that you would protect me." He recalled the moment the red beam almost touched him. "That's why I didn't pay attention to that beam from the beginning." He nimbly darted his eyes, tracking every move the Guardian made. Thanks to that, I could read its movements. He remembered the moment that hand was about to touch Hansena, and how he had poured all his strength into one single defensive move. Little Julian whispered, "You protected me." Vin Tran continued, "And I protected you." Hansena broke into a sweat, unable to help but feel a sense of dread. His judgment and the strength to execute it. "I can't imagine what he has gone through, in places I couldn't see." Vin Tran confidently declared, "I will fulfill Adenka's mission." He lowered his gaze, bowing his head as he remembered those who had passed through his life. "To do that, I am prepared to surpass even my father and Samion. This is what I truly desire." Hansena gave him an encouraging smile. Maybe he really can do it. Vin Tran stared at her, wide-eyed and confused. Suddenly, a beam of blue light shot down right next to where they were standing. Hansena was startled by the shockwave before she could even turn her head to see what was happening. Vin Tran looked up at the sky, following the beam, and stammered, "That, the blue light, with terrifying destructive power, pierced through the reinforced concrete, shining down from above and through the roof of the magnificent castle." The striking beam quickly drew the attention of the city's inhabitants. Some looked up and pointed toward it. Noisy discussions broke out. "Look, the light, what's happening? Isn't that the Francis Art Museum?" Merlin, sweating and trembling, asked, "Are they going to destroy that place?" The situation on Vin Tran's side was equally chaotic when they saw the beam. The core should have been destroyed by now, right? No. Something is wrong. He tried to calm down, pausing his words as he looked at the large rocks floating in the air. The three of them stood stunned, looking at the stairs leading to the blue entrance framed by floating stones. Hansena looked up at the massive gate, skeptically asking, "A teleportation gate? Is this what Gordian was trying to protect?" Vin Tran smiled. "Let's go. Shall we see what Francis left behind?" The three of them stepped onto the stairs in sync, moving toward the teleportation gate. Julian, Vin Tran, and Hansena showed no signs of anxiety regarding the mystery that awaited them. On the contrary, they were excited. The blinding light behind the gate made Vin Tran uncomfortably close one eye. When the light finally dimmed, he opened his eyes wide in amazement. This is the three of them were standing, floating in midair. Below were buildings constructed close together. He thought with interest. The sky, and right above the art museum too. Only when standing from such a height did he have the chance to carefully observe the museum's design. He frowned in surprise and blurted out, "The museum's image looks just like the guardian deity." Suddenly, that blinding light appeared again, leaving Vin Tran stunned. "Ah," Hansena landed gracefully, looking worriedly at Vin Tran, who was sprawled on the ground trying to push himself up. Vin Tran gritted his teeth and whispered to the little guy who had run out of the gate after him, "Julian, do you remember the guardian deity's mark from earlier?" Julian answered confidently, "Yes. Of course I remember." Julian recalled the strange magic they had seen while inside the gate. The image of a trident and swirling waves. Only one guardian deity possessed these characteristics. The image of a powerful man, half human and half fish, holding a trident high. This is the trident guardian deity, once owned by the Dragon King Abaltan. Julian clenched his fists, excitedly telling him, "The trident guardian deity." A greedy thought crossed his mind. If we could use this guardian deity, then, he thought with anticipation, perhaps we could reach that place. Vin Tran remembered the place of overlapping mountains covered in white snow. At the foot of the mountains, there were only a few makeshift houses that were barely habitable. Hidden behind the mountains was a forest covered in white snow. Venturing deep into the mountains, one could find a white waterfall roaring amidst the cold winter. The wind howled through the scenery, making the air feel even colder. In contrast to the grayish winter sky was the darkness underground, where only a few flickering flames could be seen. A dragon with magnificent scales and sharp, golden eyes. That was the place where the dragon lay hidden in the deep silence. At that moment, Vin Tran was focusing on channeling his magical power, with terrifying flows of energy radiating from him. Hannah, standing behind, couldn't help but be astonished. Even though I'm acting as a bodyguard, I find it hard to believe he can wield this kind of mana, and even receive a blessing. Julian stood there, watching, lost in thought. Water magic is the type of magic most closely attuned to humans. He looked at Vin Tran, who was extremely tense, and guessed to himself, on the contrary, it will be beneficial for his current physical state. By this time, the power inside Vin Tran had reached its limit. He grimaced, telling himself, almost done. The beam of magical light was just like in Julian's memories. A moment later, the flows of power he had gathered drew a strange symbol. Magical power surged around Vin Tran, as if wanting to blow his two companions away. Hannah struggled to speak. All right, now the power within Vin Tran is growing stronger, and his facial muscles have relaxed. Afterward, he turned to Hannah, asking with satisfaction, See, am I skilled, Hannah? She looked at him with a blank expression and asked, Is my praise that important to you? Vin Tran smiled and winked, saying, I am easily moved by praise. If I am acknowledged by you, I would surely be very happy. Hannah, hearing him, was left speechless. After a moment of silence, she decided to say, Having legendary power is naturally a good thing. Continue to hone that power and strive to achieve what you want. Julian, hearing the praise, shyly scratched his head. Haha, thank you. A moment later, Vin Tran made a request. Please keep the power I have a secret. After all, it's a power that everyone desires. Hannah looked at him with a bit of suspicion. You trust me? He didn't answer but asked in return. Sharing a secret makes people friends, doesn't it? She folded her arms and sighed helplessly. People with that kind of thinking are very easily stabbed in the back. Suddenly, Vin Tran's voice cut through her words. You wouldn't do that. This comment caught her attention. He continued. My dream has to come true. Your dream must surely be the same. Vin Tran began to drift back into memories. Not everyone needs to become a powerful warrior. That's impossible. His face was full of determination, but he said, I will do it. The atmosphere turned unusually heavy. Vin Tran asked, What do you want, sister? The question caused Hannah to fall silent for a few seconds to reflect. Then, she gripped her sword tightly and said, If you want to push me out of the succession struggle with your current strength, don't you dare try anything, Vin Tran. At that moment, Hannah was radiating pure killing intent. Show me your battle stance. Prove the power of the Dragon King you possess. Vin Tran didn't flinch. He was extremely intrigued. I'm ready, and I'm very curious myself. His eyes were filled with the dangerous blessing of the tidal god, Foreign. Instantly, Vin Tran pointed his sword toward Hannah, but after a few seconds, it slowly faded away. This left both of them stunned, their eyes widening in shock. Vin Tran was the most surprised. He was deeply confused, wondering, Can't I use the blessing's power? Immediately after, Vin Tran collapsed to the ground, his mind in turmoil. He winced and muttered to himself, I can definitely feel the water mana surging through my body, but I can't do anything. Julian, in his mind, seemed to remember something. He said, That's right. This time, the god of the blessing didn't appear either. Usually, they would show themselves directly. Hearing that, Vin Tran looked up and around, completely puzzled. Why? This is surely what the Dragon King left behind. If not, is there something I haven't found yet? Suddenly, Hannah, standing in a corner, felt something and called out his name, Vin Tran. She began to share her deductions when he pressed on Ableton's portrait. That was when Wooden was summoned. Hannah spoke as she took action. Then Etheria's portrait must be hiding something too. Right after that, she touched the painting. A surge of mana from within it reacted. Seeing that, Vin Tran was incredibly shocked. Could it be another gene? Since when did Hannah take out her sword? Don't worry, we won't be fooled this time. Purple rays of light were gradually gathering, slowly forming a massive portal right in front of them. Seeing this, Vin Tran couldn't help but feel happy, but it seemed the destination of the teleportation gate had changed. Hannah, standing behind him, asked, Are you going right now? Vin Tran's face was full of resolve. There might be clues to complete my missing blessing. There's no reason to hesitate. The gate was still glowing, and without further delay, the two of them immediately stepped inside, preparing for the next trials. Upon entering, Vin Tran used his crystal to light the way. The two had been walking for a long time but still hadn't reached their destination. He wondered how long they had been walking. It was dark and deep, a rather strange place, possibly a space created by magic. Vin Tran felt a chill down his spine, frowning as he thought about the cold darkness. Just as he finished the thought, a black shadow appeared before them. Both immediately entered a defensive stance. Hannah asked, "Did you see that?" Vin Tran replied, "Yes, there is something inside the darkness." It seemed that in the footsteps they had covered, strange shadows were following them. At that moment, a horrific shadow was behind Hannah, as if trying to pounce on her. Before it could touch her, it was already distorted. It turned out Hannah had anticipated it. She swiftly unleashed slashes toward it. "Did you think you could ambush me like that?" Immediately after, she sliced the shadow into many pieces. The scraps of darkness lay scattered on the ground, looking gruesome. Just when it seemed to be over, those slashes barely did any damage, and even more bizarre shadows kept appearing. Hannah's face darkened as she thought, "Regeneration? My attacks aren't working?" Even so, she didn't give up, continuing to charge at the swarm of shadow monsters. At this point, Vin Tran also appeared to fight alongside her. Every slash caused the shadows to multiply. They were incredibly strong, constantly lunging at the two. By now, the group was completely surrounded by the monsters. There was no path left to escape. Julian was extremely worried. "What are these things? What are these ugly creatures?" Vin Tran looked at the swarm of monsters and thought, "I definitely felt like I landed my hits." After thinking, he spoke in a low voice. His sister seemed to be preparing to make a bold decision, asking tensely, "Regarding what happens after this flame goes out, can you keep it a secret for me again?" Hearing this question, Hannah was extremely surprised. She thought he was just joking, so she lowered her eyes and said, "Hey," but before she could finish, the shadow monsters were preparing to pounce and devour them. Without further hesitation, Vin Tran decided to extinguish the flame on his hand. A dark, gloomy screen appeared. His eyes turned blood red, burning with killing intent. At this moment, Vin Tran's face was full of malevolence, and killing intent shrouded everything around him. "Oh, warriors, fulfill your duty. Lead the master of the prophecy according to the Dragon King's arrangement." The shadow monsters now began to recoil in fear before Vin Tran's power. He commanded coldly, "What are you waiting for? I command you to lead the way for me." Oh, the fake shadow beings. Witnessing this scene, Hannah felt terrified. "Vin Tran, why are you?" She seemed to have realized his secret, the Scarlet Emperor's charm of sun. Vin Tran offered a dangerous smile and said, "I am the one who sees the truth clearly." Looking at the monsters in front, he thought to himself, "An effective gamble. It's as if they are protecting Aslan's arrangement." Suddenly, a voice spoke from somewhere. "You see the truth clearly? Go ahead." Hearing this voice, Vin Tran frowned and asked, "Are you the leader?" Instantly, a shadow with a woman's body appeared and introduced herself. "I am the destroyer Belome. I am the one who sees the truth clearly." Hannah asked, extremely worried, "Do you know what you are doing?" But Vin Tran remained indifferent. "I have come here according to the arrangements of the Dragon King, Abel Thun. Hand over what he left behind." Just when it seemed like more drama would occur, Belome bowed respectfully instead. "I am ready to hand it over to you, O you who sees the truth clearly." As she spoke, she took something out. "This is the arrangement of the Dragon King." Suddenly, a dark, sinister aura radiated from her hand. Seeing this, Vin Tran was incredibly surprised. He looked at the ring on his hand. Belome introduced it as the Dragon King's grace. The Dragon King had instructed that this was the final key leading to the heavenly realm. Vin Tran looked at it, completely confused. "This ring," Julian, from behind, asked, "Don't you find it strange?" Hannah spoke up to answer, "This ring is not whole." Hearing that, Belome smiled and replied, "That's right. This ring is what the Dragon King left behind." She revealed that it was meant to be used as proof for his descendants who would come here one day. Images of two identical rings appeared. Belome continued, "He split the ring in two and entrusted them to us." This series of unexpected information made Vin Tran frown in confusion. "Where is the other part?" Belome gnashed her teeth as she spoke. "That item is in the hands of someone who has the qualification." Immediately after, she raised her voice in mockery. "Not some intruder impersonating a descendant of the Dragon King." These words caused Vin Tran and Hannah to widen their eyes in shock. "What?" Without saying anything else, Belome immediately attacked the two, but Hannah stepped forward just in time to block the blow. Her eyes were sharp as she said, "Not bad." Without holding back, Belome unleashed a strike that sent Hannah flying. Seeing her in that state, Vin Tran called out, extremely worried, "Sister, how could a single attack take down our leader?" She said coldly, "Your secret has been revealed." Hannah looked at Belome, who was sullen, and said, "You were wrong." Suddenly, Belome's rage intensified. She began to vent. Those unqualified people are tainting the vow. Kill them. Immediately, the shadow monsters from earlier swarmed around the two again. They lunged at Hannah. She struggled hard to avoid them. Then she glanced back, thinking, there are too many. If this continues, I won't be able to protect Vin Tran. As she spoke, Hannah looked over at Vin Tran, who was fighting tensely. The villains, wanting to take him down quickly, delivered a lethal blow. I just need to kill them, and it will be over. Sensing that something was wrong, Vin Tran froze. Belome stood before him, preparing to strike, feeling quite smug. Didn't expect that, did you? The person most worried for Vin Tran at that moment was none other than Hannah. She widened her eyes and screamed, no! Standing before the jaws of death, he still didn't tremble. Suddenly, Vin Tran frowned and smirked as if he had a new trick. Conversely, the villain's side began to freeze up, stiffened. At that moment, Vin Tran moved swiftly, preparing to unleash his move. Standing before his intense killing intent, Belome began to tremble. Seeing that, Hannah felt incredibly relieved. It stopped. By now, Vin Tran had gained the upper hand. He asked with a smug smile, why are you hesitating? Isn't it true that I am the intruder to be killed? Carry out your mission. Finish me off. Hurry up. But Belome bowed her head, saying nothing. Vin Tran took the opportunity to step forward. You cannot kill me. I have met a destroyer like you before. Images of the shadow figures began to appear. He continued, I almost died before that power. A destroyer can unleash absolute power to protect the prophecy. The pressures that had been suppressing Vin Tran from earlier began to subside. You're speaking the truth. In other words, you have the power to kill me at any moment, yet you don't, even with the ring as clear proof. At this point, Belome felt immense guilt and couldn't bear to look him in the eye. Seeing this, Vin Tran asked, is there another reason you can't kill us? Am I wrong? At this point, she had no choice but to admit it. I agree, you're right. Hearing her admission, Vin Tran felt incredibly satisfied. Although he couldn't sense the Dragon King's power in her as clearly as she could in him, he felt relieved. He thought it must be Foxen's protection, the same protection the Dragon King once used that now resided within him. The exterminators could sense this power, which was why they didn't dare kill him recklessly. Since he might have a connection to the Dragon King, he had to take advantage of this. After thinking it over, Vin Tran said, I am a descendant of the Dragon King. Hearing this, Julian jumped in shock and asked, what? Since when? He explained, however, I knew nothing about the split ring or your existence. After all, 200 years have passed since the Dragon King passed away. The legacy has been severed and forgotten. No one could find this place without the perfect conditions. Perhaps from now on, it would be the same. As if she couldn't believe the truth, Belome kept denying it. That's impossible. Vin Tran continued, I will go out and find the other half of the ring. Belome immediately tried to stop him. No, I can't trust you. What if you don't come back? She was firm. We swore an oath to the Dragon King with our very lives. If we let someone unqualified survive, we will die. Belome grimaced, trying to express her deepest concerns, insisting on upholding the rules of the oath. You must die here. Hannah stepped forward to protect him. Vin Tran, don't worry. He wasn't afraid at all, smiling as he said, wait a moment, sister. Vin Tran immediately stepped forward to block his older sister and asked, what if we do it this way? Instantly, a sword was plunged deep into the ground. Vin Tran made an offer. Let's form a contract. Belome broke into a nervous sweat, asking, do you even know the weight of such a contract? His expression never wavered, a mysterious smile still playing on his lips. If I can't find the ring, I will forfeit my life to you. Hearing this, his loyal brother behind him shouted in extreme worry. But by now, Vin Tran was firm in his decision. The choice is yours. Stay here and keep an oath that will never be fulfilled. Each word from Vin Tran emphasized the stakes, urging Belome to decide. Either gamble their lives or bet on this 200-year opera. Even so, we can't defeat you. If you really want to kill us, he said, brandishing his weapon and threatening Belome with his own life, then let me do it myself. The blade was incredibly sharp, easily slicing through skin. Blood immediately began to trickle down Vin Tran's neck. Seeing that he was prepared to end his own life, Belome reached out to stop him. Wait, don't be so rash. Vin Tran's mix of calmness and insanity left Hannah constantly surprised. He didn't flinch at all in front of these mysterious beings. On the contrary, he was taking advantage of the situation to pressure his opponents. Clearly, their lives were in the hands of the others. But the initiative lay with Vin. Belome thought, if I kill them, there might be no chance to keep the oath. She clenched her fists, trembling slightly. Having reached a conclusion, Beloam decided to compromise. I understand. I agree to the contract. Vin Tran happily lowered his sword, a very wise decision. Beloam stood face to face with him, both ready to sign the contract. She placed her hand on the hilt of the sword embedded in the ground. Use your shadow as collateral. Vin Tran placed his hand over hers. I swear it upon my shadow. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark energy within Beloam's exterminator body surged, stirring the shadow behind Vin Tran. He glanced back, thinking to himself, my shadow is being absorbed into her body. She recited the terms of the oath. You must leave this place. Find the remaining ring, the symbol of the Dragon King's grace, and return. This contract is bound by our lives. It can never be broken. Beloam began to transform. Seeing her new form, Vin Tran was slightly surprised. Beloam smiled. To ensure that happens, I will take your shadow. She completed her transformation, becoming Vin Tran's shadow. She set a deadline for the mission. The deadline is the 7th waning moon. Fulfill the contract before then, and take back your shadow. Julian's eyes went wide, stunned beyond belief. Hannah worried for him. Vin Tran. At this moment, Beloam, in the shape of Vin Tran, wore a smile, while the original Vin Tran stood there with his mouth agape in shock. It's changed. Beloam explained that 7 waning moons was the maximum time someone could exist without a shadow. If he couldn't reclaim it within that time, she said with amusement, your body will shatter to pieces. Vin Tran regained his composure. He confidently declared, don't worry, that will never happen. Beloam slowly faded away. In that case, I will wait for you here, the one who sees the truth. A moment later, Vin Tran and Hannah escaped outside. He let out a sigh of relief. We're back. He glanced behind him. The feeling was so strange. Vin Tran still couldn't get used to it. There was no shadow under his feet. Julian was pulling his hair out in a panic. We only have 7 months to find a treasure with no clues. Vin Tran felt his reaction was a bit over the top. After all, their original goal was the legendary item known as the Heaven's Fruit. On the contrary, he was quite happy. Isn't the path we need to take becoming clearer now? Vin Tran turned to look at Hannah, thinking to himself, furthermore, the real problem is her. Hannah had seen it all. She was quite cold and somewhat annoyed. Seeing this, Vin Tran asked, what's the matter, sister? She turned away, saying coldly, the mission to find the Dragon King's grace, huh? A path into the unknown. Seeing her leave so decisively, Vin Tran hurried to catch up. Ah, don't you have any questions for me? Hannah replied indifferently. What would I ask you? She tilted her head slightly. You asked for it to be kept a secret, and I'm keeping my promise. Julian secretly felt relieved to hear such things from Hannah. Vin Tran smiled. Thank you, sister. Suddenly, the siblings heard a voice calling down from above. What is going on here? Vin Tran was surprised. The voice belonged to the city lord. Hoka-ken questioned them. Hey, Vin Tran, why do you always want to destroy the old building whenever you see it? She swung down from above. Let's talk about it slowly. Hoka-ken landed in an heroic pose and began the first round of questioning. She immediately ran up to whisper to Vin. The mission isn't over yet, is it? He smiled and nodded. Don't worry, it's only just begun. Hoka-ken cheered happily. Very good, my students. Can I hear a report from both of you? She looked at Hannah. Who will report first? Hannah? She shook her head, refusing. No. She nominates her younger brother. Let Vin Tran do it. He knows exactly what he did. Hoka-ken felt a bit surprised. Since Hannah said so, she grew curious. Vin Tran, have you already seduced Hannah? He stood there, stunned. Seduced? What are you talking about? He looked at the hole above and made a suggestion. In any case, we should probably close this place off. Visiting and falling into the hole would be very dangerous. Hoka-ken shrugged, quickly dismissing the idea. Leave those trivial matters to me. Once you're done with the report, go see Lady Vessa. Or rather, I should say, your mother. She winked mischievously. I'm sure you both have a lot to talk about. Scene changed to the luxurious mansion of the Hem family. Vin Tran calmly entered the room, reserved for the hero who defeated Gila. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed to pay his respects to the head of the Gila house. Lauren was flustered. Don't pretend like that. I'm only acting as the interim head right now. Vin Tran reassured him. Brother, you should get used to it. Lauren replied. Now you are the most powerful person in Gila. He shook his head. No, I am just a blind man. True power belongs to the people. Lauren shared his political plans. I will divide the territory and authority so they can compete with each other. That way, power can be transferred to as many people as possible. He wasn't worried about anyone abusing their power. Even if someone like his father appeared, human kindness would stop him. Vin Tran thought that would be a difficult and slow path. He saw things differently from her. At the same time, he affirmed that it was the path that would go the furthest. Vesa smiled at him. Even though she was his stepmother, their relationship was quite good. She praised him. On the carriage back from Meo Tum, I asked you to destroy my clan, and you did it very well. Vesa took out a scroll. I will reward you for that. Seeing the scroll in her hand, Vin Tran exclaimed, This is, he recognized it, a magic scroll. Vesa corrected him. To be more precise, it is a scroll to return to the homeland of the half-dragons. Lauren added, That is what the surviving half-dragons left behind. They want to express their gratitude to you. Vin Tran couldn't believe it. For me, and not for the two of you? Lauren tapped his cane on the floor. Vin Tran Adenka, I appoint you as the representative to visit those half-dragons. He authorized him. When speaking with them, your words will become my words, and your intentions will become my intentions. At the same time, at the teleportation gate in the Red Leaf Forest, Canby stood waiting under the canopy. Still not here yet? Vin Tran Anka. In his private room, Vin Tran examined the magic scroll in his hand, the dragon's homeland. Lying on the bed, he sank into thought. If that is where the Dragon King once lived, then surely something still remains. Vin Tran stared intently at the scroll. The Dragon King's grace. You think about the second ring, you need to find the clue to the other piece. Just then, Julian appears and says this scroll changes the destination of the teleportation gate, likely intended for the one in the Fine Arts Museum basement. Vin sits up. Julian, are you planning on using this scroll? Julian shrugs. Complex stuff like that is beyond me. If I knew how, I would have gone to the magic tower already. Vin Tran sighs. Fair enough, Julian reminds him, but we do have a talented mage, don't we? Vin Tran looks up. A mage? He suddenly remembers someone. Oh, right. That child. Vin Tran seeks out Siri to share his request with her, but she gets angry and refuses to go? This flat-out refusal stuns both Julian and Vin Tran. They both have the same question. Vin Tran holds up the scroll, questioning her. Why? Didn't you learn magic from Count Vagon? He tries to provoke her. Don't tell me you don't know how to use this scroll? Siri doesn't take the bait. No, that's not the issue. Master Vagon taught me well. This just confuses Vin Tran more. Then why? Siri suddenly turns around and points to the bandages wrapped around his neck. That neck. She interrogates him. You were fighting somewhere again, weren't you? At the conference, you were pushing yourself to save everyone. Vin Tran touches the wound on his neck, sheepishly denying it. Oh, no, it's just a small scratch. I'll be fine once I see a priest. Siri doesn't believe him. She pokes his side just one touch, and magical energy sparks like an electric shock, making Vin Tran feel numb all over. He quickly clutches his side, snuffing out the magic. Siri says indignantly, Look at you. You've barely recovered any magic power. It's the same old story. She flies into a rage. With your body in this state, you want to set off for a mysterious land? I absolutely do not allow it. Immediately after, Siri kicks Vin Tran out of the room. She slams the door shut. You should recover your health or find another mage to help you. Julian looks dejected. We got kicked out. Vin Tran is stunned. Is she really that mad? Julian analyzes. At this point, other than Siri, we can't find any other reliable mage. Vin Tran rubs his side. Plus, because I overdid it, my body hasn't fully recovered. I have to postpone the trip. Before he can even go back to his room to rest, someone calls out. Are you in here? Raven waves excitedly. Vin, where have you been? He is slightly surprised. Raven. He says, I searched everywhere for you. I thought you'd left without saying goodbye. Vin Tran wonders, aren't all the people in the city back already? Raven laughs helplessly. Actually, Bontianis is pretty annoyed with how much I jump around. He complains that if I can't be home for a month, I should at least visit once a week. He says he's never lost touch with me for this long. Raven explains, so, I'll be staying in Barity for a while. He adds, Kagon couldn't wait, so he already left. Vin is surprised. Kagon? At that moment, a carriage rolls away. The man left a message. 5 or 6 carriages follow each other out of the city. Vankia folds his arms and asks Kagon, Are you just going to leave like that? Hele and Adenka will fall into chaos. Surely there won't be another chance to compete for a while, right? He smiles. That's right. I want you to pass a message to him. Kagon says confidently, The next time we meet, one of us will definitely die. On this side, hearing his affectionate message, Vin Tran's fighting spirit flares up. Fine, if that's what you want. Raven punches his chest. So, Vin Tran, you told me not to forget, right? He reminds him. Our duel isn't over yet. Raven promises. Because of the business with catching that old man, I held back. But next time, I'm definitely going to settle the score with you. Vin Tran nods in agreement. All right, I promise next time there will be a duel without anyone to interrupt us. The sunset over the sea is strangely peaceful. And so, the incident in the capital has ended. The next image is a face reflected in the crystal clear water. She is standing by the lake, lost in thought. A week later, at the hole beneath the portrait, the wound on Vin Tran's neck has healed. He reaches up and pulls off the bandage. Wilson carries his luggage on his shoulder, happily saying, "Let's go." Julian looks forward with anticipation. There's no reason to delay. Vin Tran stares at the teleportation gate. The destination is the land of the Dragon Clan, Dragon Forest. He turns and says, "Activate the scroll." Ciri holds the magic scroll in her hand, her face beaming. "Yes, my lord." However, as she passes by him, she still threatens him. "But you must not overexert yourself in Dragon Forest, okay? Do you understand?" Vin Tran doesn't dare look her in the eye. "I'll try." Hannah glances at Ciri, silently assessing her. Is that maid really a student of Vice City, Lord Vagon? Under everyone's gaze, Ciri steps onto the ancient stone platform and stands before the massive teleportation gate. She exhales, thinking to herself, "Finally, the power I've trained so hard for can actually help my lord." She opens the scroll in her hands, telling herself, "I will definitely do this perfectly." A crackling sound echoes, and red magic energy spreads, wrapping around the stones surrounding the gate. Vin Tran watches with interest as the portal changes from blue to red. This is the door to Dragon Forest. The magic stones reconnect, and the gate slowly takes shape. Hoka Ken laughs and advises, "Wishing you a safe journey. Don't come back too soon." While waiting for the gate, Wilson silently calculates. A reward from the Dragon Clan? I'm sure I'll receive some incredible treatment. Hannah walks over to her younger brother. "Let's continue the mission." Vin smiles and replies, "Let's go." But just then, Ciri's urgent and panicked voice rings out, "My lord!" She struggles to keep the gate open. This teleportation gate is unstable. Ciri shares the bad news. Not everyone can go through. Hannah is alarmed. "What did you say?" Vin confirms, "How many people can pass?" Ciri is breaking out in a cold sweat, struggling to maintain the gate. "According to my calculations, only 2 people. Vin Tran frowns and repeats, "Only 2? "Yes." Wilson hurriedly begs, "This is the Lord's mission. Let me go instead." Hannah fights for the right to go along. "I will go. My mission from the start has been to protect you." Ciri struggles to maintain the gate. "Please make a decision quickly. Otherwise, the gate will close." Just as everyone is in chaos, Hoka Ken makes a decision. "Vin, take that little mage and go right now." Hannah disagrees and turns to question him. "City Lord, what do you mean by that?" Hoka Ken analyzes calmly. "It's obvious. In this situation, there must be a mage accompanying you to control the gate." She then looks sternly at Vin Tran. "I repeat, the expedition team members are Vin Tran and the little mage, those 2 only." Hannah still wants to negotiate, but Vin Tran speaks up to get her attention. "Sister, don't worry." He reassures her. "We will definitely return safely and obtain the favor of the Dragon King." He smiles confidently. "Because our mission isn't over yet. It absolutely will not end in failure." Hannah is silent for a moment, composes herself, and then urges him, "Go, Vin. I believe you will return." He nods seriously to reassure his sister, then turns and enters the gate. "Let's go, Ciri." The maid follows him in. "Yes, my lord." Their silhouettes disappear just as they step into the gate, and a booming sound of teleportation energy erupts. At the same time, in the red leaf forest, the teleportation gate crackles. Signaling that someone is being teleported, the magic light shines, and the gate opens. Because the gate is unstable, Ciri and Vin's entrance isn't exactly graceful. Both of them are nearly pushed out. Vin Tran lands safely. He looks over anxiously. "See, Ciri, are you okay?" She falls to her knees on the stone platform by the gate. "I'm fine." Ciri looks around, eyes wide, stuttering. "Over there," she worries. "Dragon Forest is so quiet. Is someone hiding?" Vin Tran signals for her to stay put as he steps forward. "No way." Ciri is stunned. "What?" He narrows his eyes, scanning the area, and reassures her. "No need to be on guard." He loudly introduces himself. "My name is Vin Tran. I am here because of the invitation from the half-dragons." Hearing this, there is movement behind some trees near the gate. The half-dragons emerge, cautiously holding their weapons. Gray steps forward to inquire, "Are you truly Vin Tran?" He nods in confirmation. "That's right." Gray continues to probe his identity. "I heard the young lord has the first sword. Forgive my rudeness, but could you show it to us?" Ciri is not very pleased. She can't tell if this is an invitation or an interrogation. Vin Tran explains to her that after just being tortured by the Hele, this level of caution is only natural. He doesn't hesitate to draw his sword. This sword is the sword signifying the beginning, left by my father, Khan. It was also forged by the famous general, Hansen. It is the beginning signifying sword of Vin Tran. Vin Tran draws the sword from its scabbard, and blue energy ripples from it. The Dragon King's seal appears. He shows the sword to the group of half-dragons. It is the sword that also contains the Dragon King's cauldron. Seeing that familiar shimmering power, Grey's eyes widen in shock. He turns to look at his companions behind him. The other two nod firmly. Grey taps the tail of his spear on the ground, places a hand on his chest, and bows. "Welcome, benefactor, to Dragon Forest. Quickly, blow the horn to welcome him." The young half-dragon named Yas behind him immediately blows the horn to signal the whole tribe. Only then does Ciri breathe a sigh of relief. It seems we don't need to be on guard anymore. Vin Tran looks at her and says with a smile, "Let's receive the welcome from the half-dragons." No sooner had he finished speaking than he took a rock to the head. As expected, a very warm welcome, he muttered. Ciri was terrified, screaming, "Young master!" Ruby spun around instantly. "Who goes there?" George roared. "Who dares throw rocks at our benefactor?" They spotted two small figures in the distance. Ruby hesitated. They were just two raggedly dressed children, Miju and Olivia. The aggressive boy missing his left arm was the one who had thrown the rock. The little girl beside him was trying to hold her brother back. Vin Tran clutched his forehead, rubbing the spot where the rock had hit. He was secretly shocked that child had lost his left arm. Miju angrily grabbed another stone and threw it. "Get out of Dragon Forest right now. Go back to the Helen family, you dogs of Gafonzo." This time, Vin Tran caught the stone easily. He was confused. Why had that child become like this? Because of his violent act against their benefactor, the boy was quickly restrained. Grey pinned Miju to the ground, both angry and embarrassed. "Miju, what do you think you're doing?" "Those people?" The boy gritted out through his teeth. "Them?" Tears welled up in Miju's eyes. "They are the humans who killed our parents." Olivia stood nearby, screaming, "Don't bully him," and then she burst into sobbing tears. Ciri rushed over to console them. "Wait, the children are just agitated." Grey felt helpless in this situation. "Ah, I was going to explain, but I just wasn't paying attention." Miju's mouth flew open. Regardless of everything, he bit down hard on Grey's finger. Grey winced with tears of pain, letting out a small moan. He let go and scolded him softly, but Miju took the chance to run toward his sister. Olivia was quick as a flash. Miju grabbed her hand, and then he pulled her deep into the forest. "Run!" Vin Tran still hadn't recovered from the shock. Those two kids. Ciri turned to look at her young master, and saw blood trickling from his forehead down to the corner of his eye. "Young master, you're bleeding." During the chaos, a gentle voice resonated. "More long, please forgive those children." Vin Tran turned his head. "Who?" The half-dragon group also turned toward the voice. Joss exclaimed, "Mother!" Ruby was startled. "Mother is here?" From the edge of the forest, a woman approached with a calm demeanor. "Those children have suffered so much at the hands of humans." She bowed slightly. "I apologize to you on their behalf." When Vin Tran saw the woman's face, he was stunned into silence. That face, he remembered the portrait hanging in the city. It was a painting Francis had done of his own mother at the age of 20, with that signature delicate and realistic style. Her face was exactly the same as the woman in Francis's painting. The woman asked gently, "Young master, do you know me?" Vin Tran nodded. Yes, what a coincidence. He shared that there was an artist who had painted a piece titled Portrait of My Mother, and the face in the painting looked identical to hers. He hesitated for a moment. "About 200 years ago," she smiled. "I haven't introduced myself yet. I am the matriarch of Dragon Forest, Nimir Yam." A moment later, soldiers in the city called out, "Look, the carriage is here." Several carriages entered the city, and the soldiers whispered to one another, "The matriarch is arriving with the savior." The gate guards ordered, "Open the gates." The heavy city gate slowly creaked open. The soldiers announced, "The matriarch has returned with our savior." Golden sunlight streamed into the carriage window. Vin Tran shielded his eyes. Along both sides of the road, soldiers held their weapons, hands placed over their hearts in a show of pure honor. They shouted out greetings, humble and respectful. Ciri sat in the carriage, looking outside in awe. So many of the dragon race have gathered here. Julian also stared around, eyes wide. "This is incredible." Vin Tran nodded, feeling slightly uneasy. "Yeah, exactly." He worried silently. The sheer numbers were one thing, but the real issue was something else entirely. He noticed something. Every single one of them was armed, and their minds seemed as sharp as their weapons, and the way they were looking at him, it wasn't friendly at all. That brat Miju earlier was the same. They were openly hostile despite Vin Tran being an honored guest. Looking at Ymir Yam in front of him, he felt this trip was going to be trouble. This invitation wasn't just a simple thank you, there was a hidden agenda. Suddenly, a loud commotion broke out right beside them, startling Vin Tran. He turned back to look at Siri. What's wrong? What's happening? Julian's eyes went wide. Siri pointed outside. Look over there. Vin Tran looked in the direction she was pointing, wondering what the heck it was. But when he saw the scene outside, even he couldn't help but gasp. Vin Tran stared, his voice trembling with shock. Is that a tree? Siri felt like her sense of reality was failing. It's way too big. Julian felt ashamed of his own lack of knowledge. I've never seen a tree that huge in my life. Ymir slowly explained. It is called the Millennium Tree. Since ancient times, it has provided us with strength and shelter. Then she pointed to a structure nestled in the hollow of the tree. That is my castle. She offered a friendly smile. Welcome everyone. Welcome to Dragon Forest. On the other side of the forest, a rock splashed into the lake, creating ripples that spread out as water sprayed into the air. Miju threw another stone into the water in anger. Letting humans into Dragon Forest? Everyone has gone crazy. He recalled what happened earlier. Even the clan leader had personally come out to wait for them. Olivia spoke up softly. They don't look like bad people. She remembered Siri, the girl who had protected her earlier. However, Miju wouldn't accept his sister being led by the nose so easily. He scolded her. I told you, don't let them fool you. Miju picked up another stone, thinking of their family, and threw it hard. How did they die? The stone hit the water like a whisper, shattering the silence of the lake. Painful, unforgettable memories surfaced the moment the half-dragons fell into the hands of the brutal Helen family. They were collared and dragged away without mercy. Those being captured screamed, "Run! It's a trap! You bastards from the Helen family!" Was the peace treaty just a lie? The armor-clad soldiers forcefully suppressed the captured half-dragons. Of course! Did you really think we would sign a peace treaty with scum like you? I never expected you all to come to this place. Unarmed, you stupid motor. The leader of Gafonzo's minions ordered his men, capture everyone with blood worth taking. Master Gafonzo is waiting. Hurry up. Miju and Olivia ran to the man lying under the leader's hammer. You bastards. Let my father go. The weak, small boy tried his best, but he couldn't move the heavy hammer off his father's back. Take this off him. Olivia ran over, grabbing her father's hand and sobbing. Dad, wake up. Motor grabbed the boy by his arm and hoisted him high. He threatened and warned, You're too weak for us to take your blood, so stop interfering and get lost. Miju cried out, No, I won't go anywhere until you give my father back. I'll keep getting in your way. Motor wasn't moved by the boy's words. Instead, he coldly gripped the boy's left arm. Then I'll make sure you can never grab anything ever again. The sound of bones cracking echoed out. Miju screamed in agony as tears streamed down his face. Seeing her brother's left arm torn off, Olivia was terrified by the cruelty of humans. Her tears poured down. At the same time, at Nymer's castle under the Millennium Tree, she told their story. To avoid conflict with humanity, we chose to live separately here. In this very dragon forest, some of the dragon race previously chose to stay in Helen, and they have fought endlessly for peace. At the dining table, Nymer shared sincerely, One day, we will integrate with humanity. We dream of a day when we can walk freely in this world. Recalling the story she had just told, Vin Tran wondered, Then, what about those people? Nymer nodded. That's right. She condemned Gafonzo's cruel actions. He captures them and drains their blood. Most of them returned alive, but their bodies were damaged from such prolonged torture. Meanwhile, in the forest, Miju and Olivia leaned on each other by the campfire. Not far away was an unmarked grave. Nymer sighed to Vin. Some of them never returned alive. Vin Tran glanced at the dragon soldiers outside. Those soldiers were armed to the teeth, and they were showing obvious hostility toward him. Vin Tran boldly voiced his suspicion. Is it possible that Dragon Forest is preparing for war against Helen? Nymer bowed her head, hesitating. It is to rescue those whom Gafonzo captured. We are planning to invade Duna. Vin felt the plan was too risky. If the dragon army flooded into the center of that city, Helen would surely face total destruction. Siri gasped in horror. War? Vin continued to analyze. However, Helen is a major trade hub. Many families have their interests tied to it. To protect Hele, influential figures from various clans would be forced to intervene if that were to happen. Nair understands what he means. That's right. The dragon race would face total annihilation. She suddenly stood up because it was his actions that caused Gafono's Hele to fall, which allowed us to stop the self-destructive war plan. Nymer bowed to show her appreciation, thanking him for protecting the future of the dragon race. We are truly grateful. Before she could finish, the door suddenly swung open, and a booming voice rang out. That won't happen. Kanbei led his troops into the banquet hall, loudly declaring that the invasion of Sona must proceed as planned. He stated his position. We cannot leave a page of history full of humiliation for the next generation. We will not become cowards who surrender to humanity. Kanbei applied pressure in the name of honor. We must fight. Mother, Vin Tran was a guest, so he found it difficult to say anything. His brows furrowed, and he felt a secret anxiety. Is this the ominous premonition, an internal conflict within the dragon race, followed by full-scale wars? Nair angrily shouted, Kanbei, you led an army to the residence again. Have you lost your mind? Hearing this, Kanbei did not back down and retorted, Have you lost your mind? Mother, canceling the war plan like this is ridiculous. We have endured so much sacrifice and oppression, while humanity hasn't suffered a single loss. We must teach them a lesson in defeat, at least once. We must show them that the dragon race can also bite the throats of humans. We will punish all those who were greedy and sought to exploit our power, the elders of the great clans and our most hateful enemies. Even the Six-Tower Pavilion. Upon hearing this familiar location, Vin Tran's eyes widened in astonishment. The Six-Tower Pavilion? Did even the tower get involved in this? After Kanbei finished speaking, Naimer slowly continued. After getting revenge, then what? Even if by some miracle we could retaliate against all our enemies, there would be so much bloodshed. What do you hope to achieve from that revenge? Giving in to rage and putting the whole clan in danger, I will never accept that. It seemed Kanbei still couldn't understand her. If you cannot continue to carry this out, step aside until this matter is resolved. Mother, his stubbornness made Nair shout angrily, How dare you? He dared to draw his sword in front of his own mother, an unfilial son. The next second, with a sharp sword in his hand, Kanbei lunged straight toward her. He seriously summoned his power as if to fight a real battle against her. She, not to be outdone, quickly transformed. The sudden battle between the two left Ciri visibly panicked. Wait! In the middle of the life-or-death situation, Vin's sword appeared to block Kanbei's attack. His sudden appearance and strange power made Kanbei's eyes widen in surprise. With just one hand, Vin Tran had easily blocked Kanbei's move. It seemed he still couldn't believe his eyes. Even Naimer was extremely startled. Then, Vin Tran smirked and exclaimed, How disappointing. Is the dragon race planning to start a war with nothing but such mediocre swords? Right behind him, Nair stammered, the sixth prince. As soon as he heard the name, Kanbei thought to himself in surprise. Vin Tran, the one who drove away Gaponso. The next second, he calmed down and stepped back. Kanbei slowly began, Prince, your bravery in freeing our captured kin is commendable. But this is a matter for the dragon race. If humans interfere again, this sword will have to be stained with blood. Hearing that, Nair shouted anxiously, Prince, stay back. Kanbei is the strongest swordsman of the dragon race. You cannot fight him. Vin Tran remained calm and asked Naimer, Why did you call me here? After a pause of about 2 seconds, she stammered, To express my gratitude. Without hesitation, he exposed the truth. If it were just to express gratitude, it could have been sent through other means. But you went as far as creating a scroll to invite me, even knowing that some would not welcome me. Why did you call me here? Vin Tran's analysis left Nair not knowing how to respond. Noticing her hesitation, he said gently, I feel that your actions, Nair, were like a request to stop the war. Shame appeared on Nair's face. No, asking such a thing of someone who has helped us is just too much. Suddenly, Vin Tran's decisive voice rang out, making her eyes widen. Just ask me for help. If you do, I will resolve the conflict between humanity and the dragon race. I will destroy the Six-Tower Pavilion that colluded with Hele, violating morality and standards, and fulfill my duty as a warrior of Adenka. That is my honor. Hearing this, Naimer didn't know what to say, only thinking to herself, Vin Tran, if he is truly the one I was hoping for, even if there is only a very small chance that he can stop the war. A moment later, Nair decisively opened her mouth to plead, Please help us, Prince Vin Tran, so that the dragon race does not follow the path of self-destruction. As if waiting for these exact words from her, Vin Tran confidently turned to face Kanbei. He quickly agreed, I would be happy to. However, Kanbei remained stubborn. I don't trust you, Prince. Whether you truly have the will to achieve these things, or whether you have the power to carry them out, I don't know. As soon as he finished his sentence, Vin Tran drew his sword and summoned his power. He quickly stabbed his sword hard into the ground. In the blink of an eye, Kanbei revealed a look of utter surprise. It turned out that Vin Tran's pure magical aura had enveloped the surrounding space. causing the dragon soldiers to constantly exclaim, "This is but, how could a human?" Staring at his own hands, Canby was surprised. His dragon blood is being forced out. Nair was no exception. She told herself, "There is no doubt. That child has inherited the evolution of Abentan." Canby whispered, "Where? Where did he get this power?" Not letting him finish, Vin Tran slowly asked, "Is this satisfying enough for you, Canby?" Immediately after, Canby stated, "But it's still incomplete. You, in your current state, cannot handle the six-tower pavilion." Ignoring his doubt, he calmly replied, "Don't think about stopping me. What if I perfect this blessing and surpass you? Will you once again use honor as an excuse to promote a self-destructive war? At that moment, even you won't be able to stop me, let alone the six-tower pavilion." The next second, Vin Tran raised his finger and said, 1 month. Within 1 month, I will perfect this power and challenge you. Continue to push for war, or trust me, and follow the path of peace once again. Let that battle decide it. Vin's excessive confidence made Canby extremely uncomfortable. In the Dragon Forest, a waterfall rushed down into a large lake. The water flowed continuously, cutting through the red leaf forest. As the water cascaded into the lake, foam splashed everywhere. 1 week later, Dragon Forest, Ableton Waterfall. Julian curiously asked, "Can you really perfect the blessing with this primitive method?" Sitting under the waterfall, Vin Tran slowly replied, "This is where the Dragon King Ableton used to train. Didn't clan leader Nair say so?" Feeling and accepting the energy of water magic within the body, this is the perfect place to receive the blessing of the water element. Hearing this, Julian gently sighed. People of the past must have had a hard time training like this. While training, Vin Tran recalled that Canby had proactively accepted the challenge. There were 3 weeks left until the decisive battle. To prevent the dragon folk from destroying themselves, he needed to grow stronger and show them a reliable image. In the quiet atmosphere, a stone suddenly flew straight toward Vin Tran at extremely high speed. While his eyes were still tightly closed, he quickly caught the stone. From a distance, Miju's jaw dropped in surprise. "What? How could you block that with your eyes closed?" Vin Tran immediately offered praise. "Your arm is strong. You will be a talented swordsman in the future." As soon as he knew he had been discovered, Miju immediately turned to the back and said, "Olivia, run." The boy hadn't even finished speaking when he saw Siri inviting Olivia to have lunch. "Here, try this," Miju screamed in worry. Seeing that, Olivia gently said, "You can also come and eat with us. I got the recipe from the dragon folk, so you'll like it." Olivia agreed while eating. "Big brother, this is really delicious." Her gullibility annoyed Miju. "Don't eat it so carelessly. What if it's poisoned?" Vin Tran slowly walked closer to the boy. "I know your situation, Miju. It must be very difficult, especially after what happened to your parents. I know it's not enough to atone as a human, but I will fight so that children like you won't have to suffer anymore. So, can you trust me just this once?" After hearing these words, Miju's eyes widened in surprise. The boy gradually lowered his arms. At this moment, a scene from the past suddenly flashed through his mind. "Miju!" His father's voice kept ringing out. "Run, Miju!" As if awakened, the boy aggressively swung his claws toward Vin. He called out to Miju in surprise. Miju, trembling and gritting his teeth, said, "My father, he trusted someone and was taken away and killed. I will never trust someone like you. Captain Canby will kick you out of the Dragon Forest." The next second, the boy turned and ran away, leaving Vin Tran unable to react in time. "Wait, Miru!" Julian stared, wide-eyed. "He's gone." Siri also worriedly thought, "The young master seems to care about that Miju kid. It might take some time for him to open up." At the same time, in the exhibition room, 2 guards kept yawning one after another. One spoke up, sounding completely bored. "Why do we have to guard the exhibition room? Why do we even have to watch over this thing?" The other replied slowly, "Who knows? How would I know? We're just guarding it because we were ordered to." A strange light suddenly flashed on the ceiling inside the exhibition room. Outside the room, a dark spirit suddenly appeared before the 2 guards. They were anxious and kept saying, "What? What is that? Where did it come from?" Without hesitation, the dark spirit lunged straight at them. After it possessed their bodies, both guards screamed in agony. "My consciousness." As they fell, the mastermind appeared. The scene shifted to the teleportation gate in Long Lam. Miju's frustrated footsteps echoed nearby. The boy kicked the gate and scolded it. "It's all because of this thing. If this gate didn't exist, none of this would have happened." Miju kicked the gate hard and commanded it. "Break!" I said, "Break. Just break already." The next second, a strange surge of magic erupted from the gate. Seeing this, the boy stood frozen in confusion. The magical surge grew brighter, making Miju exclaim in surprise, What's happening? He quickly covered his face against the gate's immense power. Looking up, Miju saw the dark spirit. At that moment, a suspicious voice rang out. Pleasure to meet you, kid. So, Barome had secretly infiltrated Long Lam, without anyone noticing. You see, I just got here. Could you show me the way? To Vin Tran. Upon seeing a stranger appear here, Miju broke into a cold sweat. Back to Vin Tran's training. While focusing on his meditation, he thought to himself, now Vin Tran finally understands why his blessing isn't complete. The power to control water element energy has two parts. The power to unleash oneself, and the power for Vin Tran to understand the rules of this water element. It's like trying to draw water from a dried-up river. It's very difficult. When that happens, he would receive that water into his own body. Water energy is just like the power of Long Lam. Following Vin Tran's train of thought, water bubbles gradually floated in the air. The next second, they surged toward him. These water bubbles surrounded Vin Tran according to his command. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a stream of pure, clear, yet powerful water. After completing the move, Vin Tran told himself, with this, he had taken one step closer to perfecting the control of this water element. While Vin Tran was still lost in thought, he suddenly saw Miju lunging to attack. The sudden appearance combined with the dark power surrounding the boy left Vin Tran extremely surprised. Miju! From the air, Miju was aggressively charging toward Vin with a giant sword. The force of the boy's attack made everything around them feel as if it were exploding. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. In a flash, Vin Tran quickly moved to another spot. Julian appeared immediately. Just now, that was. Before he could finish his sentence, Vin Tran replied, yes, I felt it too. While he was thinking, Miju's silhouette gradually appeared behind the waterfall. The boy was gritting his teeth as if in a fit of rage. Seeing the gloomy dark magic around Miju, Vin Tran realized he had made a contract with a dark spirit. The next second, the boy shouted loudly, humans, get out of Long Lam! Seeing this, Julian confusedly asked why Vin Tran's dark spirit would appear in Long Lam. Vin Tran didn't answer but frowned, thinking, tisk, how annoying. Why does that wicked thing have your name? Immediately after, panic appeared on Miju's face. It seemed the boy had been controlled by Vin Tran. From behind, he urgently launched an attack. I have to clear everything up. While thinking, Vin Tran warned, supernatural sword strikes won't work on the Dragon Clan. Using a sword wave to knock them down is the best option. It's going to hurt a little. Miju. This sight made Miju's eyes widen in fear. At the same time, a dark move suddenly shot straight toward the two of them. Vin immediately felt it. Miju was no exception. The next second, they desperately dodged the blow. Amidst the sound of flowing water, he gently landed on a rock. Next, Barome's deep voice echoed, can you really do it? It seemed Vin Tran hadn't yet discovered who it was. He didn't answer Vin's question but asked back, how did you know how to suppress the Dragon Clan like this? If you take him down too soon, my plans won't work out. Finally, Vin Tran recognized the Baron of the rebel army. At that moment, Julian's voice of surprise also rang out. He's the one who created Lord Lauren's fake body with dark magic, Barome asked curiously. Oh, we only met for a fleeting moment and you still remember me? Pausing for 2 seconds, Barome narrowed his eyes and said, but is it really okay for you to stand there idling while you're in the middle of a fight? No sooner had he finished than Vin Tran managed to dodge Miru's surprise attack. With a tone of resentment, the boy screamed, that's right, you're just like Gafano. In the end, you're trying to take my family away too. Right after, Vin Tran tried to block Miru's attack while controlling himself to avoid hurting the boy. He shouted loudly, wake up, Miju! Next, Barome Baby vilely interrupted. Don't forget you still have to deal with me. He quickly launched his attack. Hell's suffering. Vin was distracted, thinking, tsk, I have to avoid that move. But even while dodging, in this life or death situation, Vin Tran still kept his eyes on Miju. He worried in his heart that the boy might die. With extreme confidence, Barome unleashed a barrage of attacks as if trying to wipe out both of them. Suddenly, he exclaimed, oh, strange. It turns out the sight of Vin Tran shielding Miju had surprised Barome. When hit by the spell of suffering, all the moisture in the body should have dried up. Do you already possess the water attribute blessing? Vin Tran gritted his teeth and spoke up. Baron? You. He stopped short at Vin's next sentence. Are you the one who created the dark blessing item? The Dragon Clan's power has high resistance to magic. Converting it into dark magic isn't easy. But it's a different story if it's dark magic used by a dark mage. Dark magic is a malevolent energy used by sacrificing one's own vitality. It can erode and corrode the Dragon Clan's scales. Mentioning this, Images from the past flashed through Vin's mind. The goblin that attacked him, Elder Tiulu Van's fake body, even at the magic stone mine in Meo Tum, in everything surrounding the dark blessing items and the nightmares, the traces of a dark mage were always clearly visible. Without hesitation, he loudly declared, "That is you, Baron, the dark magic user of the nightmare cult." Although his secret had been exposed, Bahram remained unfazed. "You know too much. I can't let you live any longer." Miju, protected by Vin Tran behind him, stammered, Why?" Then, the scene of Bahram enticing the boy appeared. Vin Tran's goal was to take the place of the deceased Gafanozo. Hearing this, Miju fearfully asked back, Is that true?" He quickly replied, "Of course. And that man is Gafono's grandson. When he needs power, he will definitely capture the Dragon Clan and imprison them again. Before that happens, don't you want to chase humanity out of Longlam?" In the blink of an eye, the boy was captivated and agreed. I will return to reality." Miju couldn't believe it, thinking, "But why is a human like him protecting me?" "That mage," said Vin Tran, "is like Gafano. Maybe that human is different?" The next second, the dark spirit appeared to intimidate the boy. "Don't waver. All humans are evil. If you trust them, you will be betrayed just like your father. You must protect Olivia." As the words finished, Miju's dark magic radiated even more intensely than before. Seeing this, Vin Tran exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" His mana suddenly turned violent. Bahram chuckled gleefully and said, "It's time for you to die. I don't even have to lift a finger." On his command, Miju viciously thrust her sword toward Vin. "Finish him, kid. Destroy Vin Arena." Unexpectedly, the boy was bound tight by strange, thorny vines. Bahram's eyes widened in panic. "What?" The next second, he was struck by a clean, swift slash. It turned out that while Bahram was still confused, Canby had suddenly launched a sneak attack on him. Vin Tran called out in surprise, "Kambe!" But he couldn't get another word in. Canby said in a low voice, "Did you really think the Dragon Forest would let an intruder slip in so easily? How delusional. Human." Bahram clutched his chest in pain. "You this, in the blink of an eye." He lashed out in fury. "Useless lizards!" The next moment, Canby's sharp blade lunged straight toward Bahram. As expected, it pierced right through him. Bahram coughed up blood, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Even so, he remained stubborn. If you think this is the end, don't." With a cold tone, Canby stated, "No, this is the end for you." Nymer stood by his side and said gently, "Well done, Canby. Your swordsmanship is as excellent as ever." Before she could finish, Vin shouted, "It's not over yet. Not over yet, Canby. Look out." At the same moment as his panicked cry, Bahram suddenly appeared right behind Canby. He had the skill to create a fake corpse. His speed was too fast for Canby to react. Damn it. In a flash, Bahram unleashed a devastating attack. Vin Tran and Nymer both screamed, "Canby!" Unfortunately, Canby couldn't dodge in time. As soon as he fell backward onto the ground, Bahram sneered, "Oh my, didn't I tell you? This place is off limits. You damn lizard." Seeing this, the Dragon Clan soldiers bravely charged forward to protect their captain and drive out the intruder. Far from being afraid, Bahram wore a cunning smile. "Ah, it's time. These are the offerings I've prepared." Following his voice, Vin and Nymer stared in shock at the dark, gloomy energy surrounding Miju. "Feast to your heart's content, Vin Tran." The magical aura grew thicker and thicker. The next second, the boy opened his mouth wide, and a swarm of evil spirits was released. As soon as they saw them, the Dragon Clan soldiers panicked, realizing, "Are those Vin Tran's ghosts? Run! Run!" "How could they all appear at once?" James screamed in terror. "No, no!" The ghosts lunged forward. In an instant, his sudden silence made the other soldiers worry. Hey, are you okay?" A dark, magical aura radiated from around James. "You're asking me if I'm okay?" Unfortunately, he had been possessed by an evil spirit. "My family became like this. How could I be okay?" Following that, the other soldiers couldn't escape being controlled by the spirits. "Fight back against humanity's revenge. You cowards! Drive the humans out and give my family back." One soldier aggressively attacked his comrade. "Are you going to stop taking revenge, too?" His teammate stammered in fear. Don't do that." Fortunately, Nymer's vines managed to restrain the ruthless soldier in time. My body won't move." She had stopped the other warriors as well. "Mother, please, let us go. Our rage has its reasons." Nymer tried to wake them up. "Snap out of it. Do not fall under the control of those ghosts." On Miju's side, the boy kept stammering as if the spirits were draining his life force. Oh, Olivia. As soon as he called out her name, Miju began to wither away. Seeing this, Vin Tran hurriedly tried to wake him. Miju, Miju. Fearing he would lose focus, Nymer quickly comforted him. Don't worry, he's still alive. Vin Tran gritted his teeth and glared behind him. Barome, do you think this is funny? Baloam responded with a satisfied tone. It's hilarious. Watching you all fight each other is so entertaining. You just have to stir up the rage deep inside, and you'll start tearing each other apart. It's no different. They don't realize they're just puppets of my nightmare, happily fighting one another. Vin Tran said, if you hadn't interfered, we could have kept Vin Tran satisfied a lot longer. In an eerily calm tone, Vin Tran asked slowly, serving that Vin Tran, is that the purpose of this nightmare? Barome didn't hesitate to confirm. That's right. I went to such lengths to bring him back. That is our desire. Hearing this, he growled, I see. So that's what you call a nightmare? Then I will wake you up from that foolish dream. As soon as Vin Tran finished his sentence, Barome launched a preemptive strike. Just try it. Large-scale devastation. As soon as he finished chanting, vines carrying dark power surged from the ground. Their speed accelerated rapidly. Nymer immediately discovered that the restraints made from the roots of the 1,000-year-old tree had withered. The child possessed by the ghost was now free. A moment later, Barome commanded loudly, Dragon Clan, do you have no pride? How can you let Gono's grandson walk freely in the dragon forest? The coordinated attack of the spirit-possessed dragon soldiers made Nymer highly alert. It's dangerous. Vin Tran remained unfazed, his eyes burning with fury. Instantly, his entire body was surrounded by crystal-clear, yet powerful, water. This overwhelming hydropower, what is that? It wasn't what Barome had intended. He gasped. The zone of devastation is reviving? How can this be? The next scene made Barome even more incredulous. He stammered, could it be after 200 years? Seeing this, Nymer teared up, thinking, my child, Adenka, there is finally someone to inherit your power. It turned out that Ford had been summoned by Vin Tran to join the battle. After reviving all things, he powerfully slammed his trident into the ground. Feeling the power returning, Nymer joyfully exclaimed, Paul Sidon's blessing is the power that leads the Dragon Clan. By releasing the collected hydro energy, it could forcibly awaken the strength and souls of the Dragon Clan. This is Forden's first technique. Dragon Clan, welcome him with the dragon's roar. After being freed from the evil spirits, the Dragon Clan soldiers roared loudly. Our new Dragon King has appeared. Protect him with all your might. Barome still couldn't accept the truth. Has Vin Tran's control been completely shattered? The next second, Vin Tran confidently declared, it's time to wake up from this dream. Boom. Barome gritted his teeth, thinking, what is this? His control is absolute. Breaking his contract is impossible. He screamed in frustration. What kind of trick did you pull? Ignoring Barome's raving, Vin loudly proclaimed, O Dragon Clan, I promised her ladyship that those who oppressed the Dragon Clan would pay for their crimes, and that we would resolve issues between races peacefully. Will you trust me and lend me your strength? As soon as he finished, the Dragon Clan soldiers chanted together, follow the descendant of the Dragon King. Let's drive out the invaders together. Hearing this, Vin Tran smirked confidently and said, I will lead everyone forward. Without hesitation, he commanded, charge. Barome seemed terrified. Leave, get away, Vin Tran said powerfully. That dark magic is useless now. The next second, he unleashed Paiden's blessing. A clean sweep then, Vin Tran's clear water collided with Barome's dark magic. As if he had long anticipated this move, Barome sneered. Throwing yourself into destruction. What a stupid death, Vin Tran Arena. Just as Barome finished, Vin suddenly appeared right in front of him. He decisively thrust his sword deep into Barome's chest, followed by the spears of the dragon soldiers. Ignoring Barome coughing up blood, the evil spirits still cowardly hid behind him. The next second, Barome's soul escaped his old body. He gathered his power and threatened, You must have forgotten that I can use corpse resurrection. This time, I will definitely. Vin Tran wasn't surprised at all, but calmly said, You won't let him slip away this time, right? Kanbei. Just as he finished his sentence, Kanbei struck Barome from behind with a clean slash. It seemed he hadn't accounted for this. Seizing the moment, he forcefully severed Barome's arm. Kanbei growled, This is the end for you, intruder. Barome's tone was filled with rage. To think I would be defeated by these pests. Then, Kanbei's eyes showed surprise at the scene before him. At the same time, the panicked voice of a nearby soldier rang out. Vin Tran's souls are being released. Barome couldn't believe his eyes. Lord Vin Tran, did you save me? Thank you so much. Before he could finish, the evil spirits stared blankly at Barome without answering. It seemed Bahram realized there was no way out. He tried to persuade them. Wait, wait, not yet. I will bring this scum back to you, Lord Vin Tran. Without waiting another second, the spirits pounced to take over Bahram's body. Seeing this, Canby exclaimed in shock. Your own followers. Vin Tran raised his voice. You forced them into a contract, didn't you? Even as his body was being taken over, Bahram still tried to scream, Vin Tran, please don't abandon me. I can still fight, my loyalty remains. The next second, he transformed into a terrifying monster. Julian stood there, jaw dropped at the sight. It was unbelievable that a human could hold so many soul contracts. Vin Tran didn't answer, only thinking to himself that Bahram had truly become a monster. He was still drowning in absolute agony. Oh, Prince Vin Tran, have you really abandoned me? Why? In a flash, Vin Tran recognized Bahram's technique, the dark mist. As he spoke, the gloomy, black fog began to spread all around. The trees that had just been revived quickly withered under this dark magic. Seeing this, Vin Tran felt a surge of shock. The trees had already withered, as the power of the Dark Soul contract amplified the black magic. The soldiers immediately shouted, Everyone run! Don't let the mist touch you. It will drain us dry. Run! As they fled, Miju wondered what on earth was happening. Ever since Bahram spoke to him, his memories had become a jumbled mess. While running, Miju suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette. His eyes widened in shock. It was Olivia, lying on the ground, gasping for air. Olivia! Olivia! He cried out, rushing toward her. Wake up, Olivia! Meanwhile, the Dragon Clan soldiers were panicking and shouting. It's spreading! If it keeps going like this, it'll swallow us whole! Nair quickly ordered. Everyone, fall back! Sensing the technique, Vin Tran exclaimed in surprise. No way! The next second, he told Julian, Julian, I will sever the Dark Soul contract with my enchanted strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, It's not impossible. The Dark Shadow clones were constantly multiplying by feeding on Miju's life force at least a dozen times over. If you can't strike them all down, you won't be able to stop him. Hearing this from Julian, Vin broke into a cold sweat. Even using all his power might not be enough. Was there truly no other way? Just as he felt helpless, Canby suddenly spoke up. No, there is one way. As the successor to Abentan's power, you might be able to use it. The core of Piden's blessing, the ultimate secret art passed down to the greatest warriors of the Dragon Clan, the ultimate technique of Abentan. Saying this, he firmly insisted it was the only way to defeat that monster. Miju held the frail Olivia tightly in his arms and encouraged her. Hang in there, why did you run out here instead of staying home? Olivia's voice came out in a difficult, ragged whisper. As her eyes drifted toward the scattered buns on the ground, she said, I wanted you to have the sandwiches Siri gave us. Her concern for him moved Miju deeply. However, he knew they had to focus on escaping now. We'll talk later, we have to run. But it was too late. The mist had detected them and lunged to attack. Miju flinched in fear, thinking, damn it. Just as he thought they were done for, a protective barrier suddenly appeared, shielding them and blocking the mist's attack. Someone appeared and said, Found them. It was Siri who had come to their rescue. Seeing her two friends, she asked with concern, Han Miju, Olivia, are you two okay? Back on Vin Tran's side, they were standing around talking, completely unaware of the mist approaching from the distance, and the one who spotted it was Vin Tran. He shouted in alarm, Above us! As the mist spread, someone immediately rushed forward and slashed through it. Then, magic circles began to appear one after another. Seeing the person who had just landed after swinging his sword, Vin Tran sincerely said, Thank you, Sir Kanbei. Despite what he said, Kanbei remained silent, staring intently at his corroded sword, feeling a chill. Merely using his sword to strike had caused the blade and his own arm to corrode. A sense of doubt rose in his heart. Is my sword really this useless? Suddenly he knelt down and made a desperate plea to Vin. Please, inherit the sword of Abentan, Prince Vin. Canby's actions shocked Vin to the point of gasping. Sir Canby? Even Nair was stunned, exclaiming, A demon? Kneeling before a human? Kanbei's entire body trembled as he poured out his heart. My mother cannot stop an intruder, let alone stop a war. Forgive me for shamefully relying on an outsider like you, but this is the only choice we have right now. Vin Tran's silence made him understand that they had to place the secret art of their clan into the hands of a human they had once despised. He must have been suspicious, and then, he asked point-blank, Can I trust you? Prince Canby truly wanted to know Vin Tran's answer. Can we entrust the future of the Dragon Clan to the prince? Vin Tran remained silent for a long time, then hesitantly spoke. In another place, Someone's bare feet stomped hard on the ground. It was Ciri, carrying Olivia, and running at full speed, using her remaining strength to shout at Miju, "Run, Miju, don't let them catch you." Miju, while running, asked in confusion, "Why are you helping us? I treated you with hostility, threw rocks and shoes at you." Ciri laughed calmly and replied, "Because the prince wishes for it." In her mind, she recalled that day and proudly said that the prince had once stated that power exists to protect others. Because of that, she always kept the image of Vin Tran giving his all to help others in her heart. His gaze was full of determination, which allowed Ciri to proudly affirm that it was an honor. Miju, upon hearing this, seemed not to quite understand the meaning of power to protect. Suddenly, a memory from the past surfaced in his mind. A weak voice echoed, "Miju, run." Before Miju and Olivia's father died, he had used his last breath to scream, "Stay alive and protect Olivia." Just as he was lost in the past, a blinding light suddenly appeared in the sky. Ciri happily realized that this mana belonged to the prince. Miju exclaimed in awe, his face a mix of bewilderment and anticipation as he asked himself, "Can I also become someone like him?" Miju silently called out the name of the hero who was facing the final boss to save everyone, Vin Tran. Adenka and Kanbei also saw the sight. His voice was serious as he said, "He has only inherited the principles. Since the time of Abenton, no one has been able to replicate this ultimate technique." Heir stammered. "It seems even she is placing all her hope in Vin now. Everything depended on Prince Vin's martial arts." At the same time, Vin was recalling Kanbei's words. Pedon's blessing holds two powers. According to him, one was the sword the prince had described before, a sword that could release naval energy. On the other hand, this second sword. Suddenly, Vin Tran clenched his fist. The magic within him surged as he remembered the crucial detail in Kanbei's words. It was a sword that could absorb energy. His power gradually caught Barome's attention, and at the same time, that power helped heal the Dragon Clan soldiers. Everyone's faces showed sheer astonishment at the power Vin Tran was sharing. Kanbei and Heir both stood silently, receiving this healing. Miju, with a look of surprise, hesitantly muttered, "He's back." Back with Vin Tran, who was trying to gather his power. A strike imbued with energy compressed to its limit was focused in his sword. He knew full well the capability of the sword when combined with his own power. Legend says it could drown the world in a black sea. Barame finally looked up at Vin and called out, "Vin Tran." He lunged at him with hatred, screaming, "If it weren't for you." Ignoring his frantic rage, Vin Tran remained calm, focusing on his strike. The name of this technique, his voice was as cold as ice as he uttered, "Black Sea." As soon as he said it, a powerful strike was released. That sword stroke sliced Barome in two. And just like that, Vin Tran sent him to the afterlife with a single blow. His body disintegrated into the air, and the sky began to clear. A raindrop suddenly fell onto a withered flower, followed by a gentle rain that poured onto Olivia's face, causing her to wake up from her coma. Ciri saw this and shouted joyfully, "She's awake!" Miju cried with happiness, "Thank heavens!" He was extremely shocked to see that the horrifying wounds on his sister's face had healed. Her corroded face had been restored. Olivia, just waking up, didn't understand what happened, and asked softly, "Brother, why are you crying?" Miju didn't say anything, just hugged her tightly and called out, "Olivia." His actions made Olivia confused. "Brother, I can't breathe." Elsewhere, others were joyfully catching raindrops with their hands, saying this power was helping to restore the dragon forest. Heir then asked her son softly, "Sir Kanbei, do you still hate humanity?" After a moment of silence, Kanbei said seriously, "Yes, I will never forgive those who trampled on my kin." Back a few hours earlier, when he had respectfully knelt before Vin Tran and asked him, "Can I trust you?" he didn't hesitate to answer, "I have witnessed many people suffer because of conflicts with those cruel beings." He gripped the sword in his hand tightly and said with certainty, "I only wish I could make those people disappear and, if possible, do something to make amends to those they harmed." The unwavering determination from both his past and present lives shone through as he declared, "I am ready, Sir Kanbei. Please, put your trust in me, and entrust the Dragon King's sword to me. I promise." The flashback ended, and Kanbei returned to reality with a happy smile on his face, speaking softly. "However, I want to believe in you now. I want to place my trust in Vin," he said. The one who had declared, "I will wipe out the evil forces from Yongrim." And so, he didn't hesitate to speak up. He watched him closely. Every strike was unleashed with incredible power. Kanbei looked at Vin seriously and said, "All right, I have nothing left to teach you." He made his declaration with absolute certainty. The Dragon King's sword had been passed down perfectly to Prince Vin Tran. This made Vin Tran extremely happy. Finally, the power of the Dragon King was completely his. But before he could revel in his joy for too long, Canby warned him. However, you must remember one thing. Sensing the gravity in his tone, Vin hurriedly asked, "What is it?" Canby explained calmly that while using his sword outside the Long Lam waters, his eyes flicking toward the massive, deep hole Vin Tran had just carved into the ground, he warned that Vin shouldn't expect to wield his power like he did before. Vin Tran didn't catch a word of that. "What do you mean?" Seeing his confusion, Canby kindly explained. "This place, Long Lam, is filled with pure mana and energy, thanks to the power of the 1,000-year tree. Even if you tried to pull energy from outside, it wouldn't even hold a candle to the power of Long Lam." He even offered some thoughtful advice. "While you're here at Long Lam, absorb as much power as you can. It'll definitely help once you're out there." Hearing this, Vin Tran was fired up with determination. "Then let's get started right away." However, Canby just smiled, pointed in a direction, and replied, "That's enough for today." The prince noticed Miju peeking out from behind a tree, watching them. Canby chuckled, saying it seemed their new guest had arrived. Without hesitation, Vin Tran quickly invited the boy over. "Are you going to train with us again today?" Miju beamed and accepted immediately. "Yes." Moments later, under Canby's supervision, Miju threw himself into his training with a wild intensity. Julian couldn't help but laugh and tease Mu. "You're faster now. You were so stubborn before, how come you're being so obedient?" But Mu ignored the teasing, staying focused on Vin Tran's combat instructions. He knew that after losing an arm, he'd be prone to losing his balance following a wide swing. "You always have to think one move ahead," Vin Tran explained. His deep understanding of fighting with one arm left Canby puzzled. "Prince, have you ever trained a one-armed person?" The question hit home, catching Vin Tran off guard. He stumbled over his words. "Ah, yes, that's right," and quickly made up a random excuse. "I knew someone like that," he told himself, thinking he was just passing on his own methods, but realizing it probably sounded too suspicious. Now it was Miju's turn to be curious. "But Vin Tran, I've been wondering for a long time." Vin Tran grew even more nervous. What do you mean?" Miju pointed down at Vin Tran's feet and asked innocently, "Why doesn't Vin Tran have a shadow?" Vin Tran didn't know how to answer that. Later, at Nair's office, she heard something that left her stunned. She asked about the blessing of Abentan. Canby didn't hold back. "Yes. Prince Vin Tran found it in an underground gate in Dona." "So I've heard," she replied. Nair muttered to herself about a pair of divided rings. Vin Tran, who had been silent until now, stepped forward with a request. "Actually, I came to Long Lam to find it. If you know anything, please tell me." After a moment of contemplation, Nair sighed wearily. "Is this fate?" She then opened a drawer, took something out, and said, "This is the only keepsake he left behind." In Nair's palm sat a ring. She was prepared to hand it directly to Vin Tran. "If this is what you've been searching for, then take it." Upon seeing the ring, Vin Tran was so shocked he practically shouted. The blessing of the Dragon King. Julian couldn't believe the so-called Dragon King's blessing was kept in a simple desk drawer. After the initial surprise, Vin Tran hesitated and asked, "Are you sure I can take this? This must be the Dragon King's son's heirloom." Nair smiled sincerely and said, "It would be more meaningful if I gave it to you. If I kept it, it would just roll around in a drawer forever." Vin Tran finally accepted the ring, promising confidently, "I will use it in a way that doesn't dishonor the Dragon King's name." A few days later, he went back to the stream beneath the waterfall to train. He was deep in thought. "All right. Thanks to the oath with the Shadow Assassin, the fear of death has vanished." He calculated the time. There were still 6 months left of the 7-month deadline below him had set. Just then, a drop of water fell on him. Each drop here felt like the power of the dragon heart he was trying to claim. "I have to absorb all the power I can from Long Lam during this time." 6 months passed, and the time came for Vin Tran to bid farewell to the dragon tribe. "Thank you all for everything." Naimer led the group to see him off. "I was worried we didn't treat you well enough." Vin Tran stood before the dragon tribe and declared firmly, "I've inherited the Dragon King's legacy here." He looked toward Mu and his loyal friends, then turned to Canby. "I've had a wonderful teacher. To ask for more would be greedy." Canby said with gratitude, "We now have a future thanks to you." Vin replied with a happy smile, and soon he was ready to leave. "I'm heading out now." The Dragon Tribe members waved goodbye. "Farewell, Prince Vin Tran. Please come back and visit." The gate activated, teleporting Vin and Ciri back to the dungeon. As soon as they emerged, Ciri cheered. "I made it back safely." Vin Tran intended to comfort her, telling her she'd been through a lot and should go home and rest, when suddenly he spotted someone. It was Hannah, eating right near the gate. Her presence left Vin Tran bewildered as he stammered, "Sister? Why are you here?" At the same time, over at Hoka Ken's place, she looked at someone and asked with a mixture of confusion and annoyance, "Why are you here?" The man in her office replied quite calmly, "No need to look so annoyed." He explained that he was only there for a visit from a former cadet. This left Hoka Ken speechless. She knew exactly who was standing before her. The eldest son of the direct lineage, the strongest candidate for the next family head, Adenka. With a face thicker than a fortress wall, came and said casually, "Hey now. Even if I was a cadet, you shouldn't treat me like this. That's going to be trouble." Suddenly, his eyes narrowed dangerously, and he questioned her. "Are you not going to greet the future head of Adenka, Commander?" Hoka Ken was startled and immediately bowed respectfully. "Oh, I am honored and respectful." She then gathered her courage and asked, "Come on, what business do you have here?" Kamon suddenly used magic and asked bluntly, "My sister is about to be knighted, isn't she?" Then, a bouquet appeared in his hand. "I want to give her flowers." With a sinister expression, he asked about Hannah. "Where is she?" Back at the gate, Vin Tran shouted in shock, "Sister, why are you here?" He couldn't believe it, thinking, "No way, did she stay here to guard the gate?" Hannah saw her reckless little brother and asked with concern, "Vin Tran, you're back?" But he was too panicked about her being there. For the 7 months he was in Long Lam, Julian sympathized. Hannah had a duty to protect us, and she followed that duty blindly. Looking at his sister who had guarded the gate for 7 months because of him, Vin Tran felt heartbroken and self-critical. "I should have at least sent a letter. You didn't need to go through all this trouble." However, Hannah didn't blame him. Instead, she smirked and retorted, "You call this trouble? Are you criticizing my duty?" Her words left both him and Julian confused. After a moment of bewilderment, Vin said, "You've changed a bit, sister." Hannah didn't shy away, admitting that the last 7 months hadn't been meaningless for her. Her voice was measured. "I've thought a lot." She recounted what happened after Vin Tran left for the Dragon Tribe. Not long after she left, the soldiers guarding the place were attacked. We couldn't open the gate to Long Lam from our side, so I decided I would protect this place. I felt restless and angry emotions I had never experienced before. At that moment, when Hannah saw Vin Tran return with the ring glowing on his hand, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "I'm relieved because our mission didn't fail. Besides that, something more important is that you're safe." Vin Tran heard those words and happily suggested, "Then, let's go, finish our mission." Hannah agreed without hesitation. "All right." A moment later, Wilson saw Siri exiting the gate with Vin Tran, and was so happy he ran toward her, shouting, "Siri, you're alive." At the same time, the two siblings walked off together. Hannah said, "You've grown a lot since we last met." Vin Tran was baffled. "Is that so?" Thinking she meant his physical stature, he asked, "Have I grown taller over the last 7 months?" Looking at her oblivious brother, she sighed. "No, not that." She was talking about his strength. "Your aura is impressive. Theoretically, you're at the 3-star light level. But there's something different about your presence." Hannah proudly assumed he must have worked tirelessly in Long Lam. She then affirmed, "Among all the 3-star light warriors, you are the strongest." Her words made Vin Tran curious. Aren't there other noble successors among the 3-star lights? Kagon also possesses outstanding talent. Obviously, Hannah knew that. But to her, Vin far surpassed them. "I know, and I can say this for sure. You are stronger than them, and you will continue to be." Her praise made both Vin Tran and Julian glow with pride. Then, Vin Tran replied softly, "Thank you for the compliment, sister." At that very moment, someone suddenly appeared. Melanong pointed at Vin Tran and said with a tremble, "Truly, the heir of the Dragon King has appeared." Seeing him, Vin Tran shouted, "Before the 7th moon sets, the one who swore before the shadow has returned. The shadow assassin must keep his oath." As he finished, a purple spark appeared in the air. Melon's power suddenly surged. It headed toward Vin Tran, who stood calmly in place. Seeing this, Hannah called out in worry, "Vin Tran!" At that moment, he glared at Melon, who exclaimed, "You have kept the oath of the Dragon King and your own." His voice echoed slowly, as if in reward. It seemed his power wasn't aimed at Vin Tran, but rather wanting to enter the ring on his hand, the Dragon King's legacy. The reward Melon offered Vin Tran was, "I will return your shadow to you." Julian was overjoyed. "Good, I've secured the next step." As for Vin Tran, he looked at the ring in his hand and muttered, "This is the true blessing of the Dragon King." Melon began to fade away, saying, "With this, I am finally free." Fearing he would disappear, Vin Tran shouted, "Wait, what is this ring? Why did Abentan leave this ring behind?" Melanon didn't hesitate to share. We don't know the full details, but one thing is certain. It will lead you to the heavens, and the power of the first Helium family head is contained within it. Vin heard those words and wondered, is this ring also a magical artifact of Edia? Before truly fading away, Melanon smiled and blessed Vin Tran. I hope you reach the truth. Finally, Vin Tran and Hannah completed their mission. Everything that needed to be done at Helium was finished, and without needing a rest, he quickly organized his next schedule. Now, it was time to return to Blood City. A week later, at the frozen Blood City, Vin Tran stood before the gates, wondering, is no one coming to greet us? We should be on schedule. Suddenly, a voice called out, long time no see. A figure sitting atop the fortress wall cheered at his siblings. Having said that, the figure leaped down in front of everyone. Seeing that person, Vin Tran was so surprised he stammered, you are. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard the sound of Julian grinding her teeth. Come on. This state of Julian's left him somewhat confused, so he quietly called out to her. And then, a piece of information was, Julian explained that the eldest son in the direct line was the most cruel and wicked of all the siblings, far worse than any comparison. Vin Tran heard this, and had to agree with Julian's words. The eldest son, he really was similar. He felt Kamen bore a striking resemblance to Julian's own cruel father. Among the 8 children, he looked most like Adenka. Just then, he spoke up, referring to his own brother as that person. He showed contempt for Vin Tran's background. As expected of a concubine's son, he sneered at Vin Tran. This made Julian tremble with rage. What did you say? To avoid conflict, Hannah quickly spoke up to ask, brother, why have you come to Blood City? Kamen took a step toward her and replied, I've been gone for too long. Suddenly, he thrust a bouquet of flowers in front of her. Unexpectedly, he gifted her a withered bouquet, claiming he came to congratulate her on her promotion. Hannah smiled sinisterly and said, continue to dedicate yourself to martial arts, just like this flower. Vin Tran, of course, didn't understand what this gesture meant, so he asked hurriedly, Julian, what is this rude guy trying to do? Julian immediately revealed that he was threatening her. She then briefed Vin Tran on the current situation. Currently, the power in Adenka was balanced between the eldest son's faction and the second child's faction. Both had different advantages. In terms of raw power, the second sister was the strongest. But politically, the eldest brother held the most authority. Furthermore, there was a key turning point. The only factor that could break the balance was Hannah's faction. Based on those things, Julian could guess Kamen's scheme. If she gave up on pursuing her dreams, there would be a massive variable. He wanted her supporters to remain trapped in a neutral gray zone. After a moment of silence, Hannah finally spoke up earnestly. Brother, I have no interest in fighting for power. Hearing this, Kamen asked a single question that made her eyes widen in shock. Don't you care what happens to that blind person in Helium? He even boasted confidently that he had the support of 2 out of the 4 great elders. Because of that, he smugly declared that influencing the power structure in Helium was nothing to him. How long do you think that weak-hearted person can withstand my interference? Watching Hannah tremble as she reached out to take the bouquet, Kamen said smugly, if you don't like it, just let it wither in the vase. A self-satisfied smile, and that declaration escaped his lips, as he aimed to seize control of all of Adenka. At that very moment, a voice suddenly rang out, and a hand touched Kamon's withered bouquet. No, Vin Tran used his magic on the bouquet, and to everyone's surprise, he caused the flowers to revive. Kamen was extremely stunned. Impossible! How can dead flowers bloom again? At the same time, Vin Tran declared in a cold voice, I won't let someone like you take over Adenka, Lord Kamen Adenka. At that moment, Wilson and Siri inside the carriage noticed the situation outside. Siri exclaimed in worry. Wilson was trembling, panicked as he muttered, why is the eldest son Kamon here? Seeing that his voice was too loud, Siri turned back to signal him to lower it. Quiet, Wilson. At this time, Kamen was questioning Vin about his participation in the struggle for succession. I heard from Aben. You're also competing to find the heir? He pointed mockingly at Vin Tran's head and said, knowing your place is also a kind of intelligence. It seemed he took great pleasure in belittling Vin. A low-born person with no substance dares to step in here. Vin Tran himself wasn't afraid to go toe-to-toe with Kamon. He brushed the hand away and replied, isn't it true that you also lack the substance to be the heir of Adenka? His words left Kamen somewhat startled. Huh? With a sharp tongue, Vin Tran bluntly recounted what had happened that day. According to what I've heard, Daya is the only one in the 500-year history of Adenka to win the friendly match. He rubbed salt into Kamen's pride. That means you were the one who suffered defeat at the hands of a direct descendant of the Simon family, right? A contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. Her awakening back then must have been a disaster for you. I don't even dare to imagine it. The words he spoke were like a fatal wound to Kamon's pride. People compare you to Dia so often, don't they? At that exact moment, Vin Tran was startled as he felt a dense bloodlust surging toward him. A blow sent him flying quite a distance. The one who struck with such brutality was, of course, Kamon, his pride heavily wounded. His voice rasped out, "It wasn't my fault. The Simon family has been undefeated for over 500 years. But why? Why did it have to be at this time?" He growled in affirmation. "That eccentric woman, Dia, is not normal. Don't you dare compare me to her." Seeing Kamon's brutal actions, Ciri could no longer stay silent and questioned him. "My lord, what are you doing?" Kamon, driven mad, went to strike her. Hannah quickly stood in front of her and warned loudly, "Don't interfere. It's dangerous." However, she was worried about Vin's safety. Hannah knew that, but she couldn't let Ciri risk her life when her brother was that enraged. She understood her brother well. No one could stop him. As for Vin Tran, after taking a punch from Kamon, he struggled to stand, silently exclaiming, "So this is the power of the eldest son of the Adenka family." Suddenly, he felt a wave of hatred rushing toward him. Kamon lunged at him with the intent to send him to the afterlife. "I'll kill you." A terrifying slash was unleashed. That strike was so powerful it cut through everything in its path. A mocking laugh echoed as Kamon stood amidst the chaos and shouted, "Divine sword dance." Just as he was brimming with confidence, a voice unexpectedly rang out. All talk and no action. Vin Tran had now leaped high into the air in front of Kamon. A triumphant smile was on his face. The training at Yongrim had not only enhanced Forden's blessing but the properties of other blessings as well. This time, it was his turn to give Kamon a taste of his own medicine. His movement speed startled Kamon. "Is this the Heaven's Guest step? It's even faster than what I heard." Kamon struggled to parry Vin Tran's attacks. "My eyes can't keep up with him." At that very moment, Vin noticed an opening in Kamon's guard. Without hesitation, he decided to act. "He's off balance. Now is my chance." Thinking it, he quickly delivered a powerful strike to Kamon. But perhaps Vin Tran didn't expect Kamon to be able to block that blow. This left him somewhat surprised. And in that split second, he was grabbed by Kamon. Kamon laughed happily, raised his sword, and shouted, "You stopped yourself. You really are a fool." Only now did Vin Tran realize his plan. He caught me. He intentionally created an opening to trap me. Inside the Blood City fortress, loud explosions rang out. Kamon didn't let Vin Tran escape his grip. As soon as he saw him back away, he pursued him relentlessly. "How is this possible? Vin Tran." He slashed wildly at him and yelled, "Keep going, keep bragging." Vin Tran immediately used a barrier to protect himself from the storm of sharp strikes, but he had slightly underestimated Kamon's destructive power. His strikes could cause a massive tremor, shaking everything. Finally, Vin lay in pain on the ground, gritting his teeth. He's too strong. He was forced to highly regard Kamon's capabilities. His judgment and power far surpassed his own in every aspect. Was the gap between them truly this immense, even though they were both from the main branch? Seeing him like a fish on a chopping block, Kamon laughed out loud, "You're done for." Vin Tran himself realized things were going south. He was in real trouble. But instead of being sent to his grave, a magical barrier suddenly appeared, protecting him from Kamon's finishing blow. Kamon seemed to realize who the barrier came from, so he was incredibly annoyed, grinding his teeth. "Damn it." Meanwhile, Vin Tran gasped, "Magic?" Then, a figure appeared, stepping in to stop Kamon. "That's enough for now, Lord Kamon." The one who saved Vin Tran from an inevitable defeat was Vagon. He growled that the siblings' sparring had gone on long enough. Seeing him, Vin Tran called out in surprise. The Vice City Lord, Cam, was losing his mind because someone was blocking his path. He roared in fury, "A Vice City Lord dares to stop me? Do you want to die?" Vagon showed no fear of his authority. Calmly, Vagon replied, "It is precisely because I am a Vice City Lord that I am intervening." He began to warn Cam about his crazed actions, suddenly storming into the fortress to cause trouble. "Even if you are the first prince, what you are doing is clearly exceeding your authority." Furthermore, he reminded him, "Luckily, you weren't inside the buildings you destroyed. If you humble yourself here, I won't report this to the main house." In the end, he used his authoritative father to make Cam behave, even though he didn't want to. You wouldn't want to make up an excuse to talk to your father, would you? With that, Cam left. But before going, he said, "I don't know how many years it will take, but I will return with the qualities necessary to become the heir of Adenka." And the day I reappear, it seemed he held a grudge against Vin Tran. I will send you to your hateful mother." Facing that intense killing intent, Vin Tran was not afraid and retorted sharply. He would not let anyone insult his mother. Both he and Julian had never even seen her face. But from what he had heard, Savina Hully did not deserve to receive such insults. Immediately, Julian spoke up. "You should remember this," which was also when Vin Tran added, "You will pay for insulting my mother." The moment Cam finished his sentence, he vanished. His hands clenched tightly in helplessness. At that moment, he was too arrogant. He was angry at himself for being too subjective, sleeping on the power he had gained, and forgetting where he stood. Remembering the high and mighty faces like Aslan, Kong, and Kamen, Vin realized he was still too small. He hadn't even reached the starting line to challenge them. Therefore, his determination to become strong grew even higher within him. "I must obtain the blessing of the gods as soon as possible. I will begin my journey from there." Vin Tran calmly accepted the treatment. A moment later, the treatment ended, and Chevin slowly informed him that the healing was complete. "Thanks to your unique traits, you didn't sustain any serious injuries." Hearing that, Vin Tran replied, "Thank you." Next was Vagon's lecture for Vin Tran, which made the boy so obedient he could only listen in silence. That was a dangerous provocation. "Cam's power is much greater than yours. As for Vin, he volunteered to personally heal the others. I will also recover the others." This made Siri extremely grateful, and she replied, "Thank you." Right at that moment, Vagon gave an unavoidable punishment to Vin. "It will be a bit uncomfortable, but stay in the city for the time being to train." Obviously, he wouldn't just accept it and countered immediately. "Wait, I need to go to Nin Waterfall right now." He was stubborn, but Vagon was 10 times more stubborn. He growled, "You participated in an illegal match, so you'll be punished. Consider yourself lucky that's all you have to face." Helpless in this situation, he had to comply. Yes. Suddenly, Vagon let out an exclamation. It seemed he had realized that the mana inside Vin Tran had become much stronger than before. It looked like the trip to Young Rim had results. The density and quality of your mana are completely different from before. Suddenly, Vin Tran frowned and said sternly, "I need to report the situation in Young Rim urgently." What he said made Vagon very confused, especially, "I have something to discuss privately with the Vice City Lord." He even stammered, "Me?" A moment later, inside the sturdy castle, a startled question echoed. "The Nightmare's goal is to resurrect the great demon Maven?" Vin Tran did not hesitate to clarify. "Yes, a person named Barome said so. The Nightmare is a cult that worships the great demon." Each terrible name was listed by him, and Sami, Adenka, and Hele couldn't imagine their influence. While the two were talking outside, inside, Siri was still being treated by Chevin. "And what about the matter you wanted to speak to me about privately?" It was something that caused Chevin to be so surprised that his eyes widened. "What is this?" It turned out that his abilities couldn't heal Siri. "Why is my healing skill not having any effect on this person?" On the balcony, Vin Tran was repeating what Canby had once told him. With the Long Clan warrior, Canby had said straight out that his enemy was the Magic Tower. If the Magic Tower is also working with the Nightmare, a piece of information revealed by him made Vagon freeze. Could the sudden death of Vanelli also be related to them? Perhaps because he was too shocked, he slammed his hand on the railing, making Vin Tran blankly call out, "Vice City Lord?" His whole body suddenly trembled, and he said, "Wait, I need to go somewhere." At that very moment, Hoka Ken brazenly stormed into Vagon's room and said loudly, "Vagon, I have something to say." But instead of waiting to see what she had to say, Vagon rushed straight out and growled, "Leave it for later, I'm taking leave." This action of his startled her, but she quickly tried to stop him. "Wait." Of course, she couldn't stop him. Watching her subordinate run further and further away, she asked in confusion, "Leave? When will you be back?" Hoka Ken looked bewildered, wondering, avoiding responsibility is my thing, isn't it? Right then, Vin Tran stepped out and asked, "What's wrong?" City Lord Hoka Ken replied without hiding anything. "Ah, Hannah just arrived at Nin Waterfall." Hearing that, Vin Tran wondered, "Her? Is she taking her promotion exam?" Returning to a few minutes ago inside Hoka Ken's office, Hannah had seriously requested, "Yes, let's proceed right away." She said sternly, "I have earned enough points from the mission in Hele." Even so, Hoka Ken was still quite confused and said, "But why stop suddenly?" Hannah then replied in a firm voice, "I don't want to be overshadowed by others anymore. I want to become stronger, to protect the people around me." Returning to reality, after listening to Hoka Ken recount what just happened, Vin Tran smiled proudly. "You've grown up, Hannah." Suddenly, Hoka Ken pointed directly at him and said, "Now, I have a request for you." She offered a very lucrative deal to him, "Do you want to support Hannah on her mission?" Naturally, he was so happy he asked loudly. "Me?" Siri, sitting to one side, wondered in confusion. "But the young lord is only a semi-apprentice." Even Chevin added, "Aren't only those of the second rank and above allowed to support promotion missions?" Hokaken laughed slyly and said, "Oh my, Vagon. That strict guy just left, didn't he?" She had already calculated how to avoid Vagon finding out. If we substitute someone else's name, who would know? This scheme of hers obviously received Vin Tran's agreement. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the room. Siri saw that and ran after him immediately. "Young lord, let's go together." Before leaving for Nin Waterfall, he didn't forget to thank Hokaken for her help. "Thank you, City Lord." Just then, Chevin asked anxiously, "Is it okay to let him go like this?" Hokaken smiled and said, "As long as the priest keeps quiet." The reason she let Vin Tran go to Nin Waterfall was that Vin Tran had survived the Holy King's tomb. Perhaps Vin Tran was the one who could see the truth in Adenka's legend. Looking at the firm back of that young man, she believed that the legacy the founder Aslan left in the city was also for Vin Tran. Even though she had given him the opportunity to obtain the legacy, there was still a bit of worry within her. Ancestors, am I doing the right thing? At the same time, at Nin Waterfall, the monster was provoked and roaring horribly. However, in the end, it took a fatal slash. The person who made the move was, of course, Hannah. As soon as the monster fell, she silently declared in her heart, "The mission is over." Suddenly, her eyes glanced to one side, as if she were wondering why Vin Tran was so interested in Nin Waterfall. At that time, Vin Tran had tried to see something behind the waterfall, and Vin Tran was also obsessed with Adenka's mission. Could there be something going on? While lost in thought, suddenly a familiar voice rang out, pulling Hannah back to reality. "You really are different." Siri looked at the monster carcasses lying on the ground and couldn't help but exclaim, "You've defeated all the beasts at the waterfall." Hannah, upon seeing her and Vin, asked in surprise, "Vin and Siri, why are you here?" He quickly explained, "The city lord asked us to come and support you. Siri is an excellent spirit master, so she will be extremely useful." He spoke while his eyes were fixed on somewhere else. "But the mission is over." Right when Vin Tran was about to say, "I guess a little extra won't get us in trouble, right?" Hannah realized his intention and called it out immediately. "All right, how do you intend to get past that fierce waterfall?" Exposed, Vin Tran didn't hesitate to tell his sister, "Please, step aside." His action made Hannah ask, full of curiosity, "Vin Tran?" Siri, standing beside him, laughed and said, "I guess Sister Hannah hasn't seen it yet." She excitedly showed off to Hannah the new technique Vin Tran had received, the new power the young lord had acquired, and the skill Vin Tran received was called Blessing of Fin. This skill was as powerful as a current that wanted to sweep everything away. Obviously, this skill leaned towards water control power. Right at that moment, Julian appeared, pointed forward, and exclaimed, "Look!" After Vin Tran sucked up all the water in the waterfall, Julian saw something glimpse in the depths. There really is a cave hidden behind the waterfall. Vin Tran stared intently at that spot and muttered to himself, "That place, the blessing of the gods." As for Siri, the moment she saw the cave, she shouted, "I'm going too. I have to make sure the young master doesn't do anything reckless." Hannah, of course, couldn't let her troublesome younger brother go alone. "I'm coming too." Their actions left Vin Tran stunned. "Siri, you too?" A gentle smile bloomed on Hannah's face as she said, "You've always supported my dreams, so I want to support yours." Hearing that, Vin Tran couldn't bring himself to refuse and replied, "Then I am truly grateful for your help." And so, he swiftly headed inside, accompanied by his spiritual companion. "Let's go, Julian." Julian, naturally, agreed at once. "Very well. I have waited a long time for this day." Vin Tran's footsteps were steady and firm. Behind him were Siri and Hannah. Both he and Julian shared the same thought. "We will claim the god's blessing left behind by the founder Aslan." One morning at the northern port of the Adenka territory, the shouts of sailors rang out. "Is everything ready for departure?" "Not yet. Hurry up. Do you want to hear Lord Cam scold you?" Cam led his troops and spoke softly. "So, father, we are now setting sail to conquer the archipelagos." Khan said nothing, merely staring at his eldest son with a cold, piercing gaze. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "The sea is still a place many warriors don't know well. Don't be hasty. Be patient and persistent." Cam respectfully replied, "Yes, father. We have been planning this for a whole year." Afterward, he proudly detailed the plan he had meticulously researched. "First, we will destroy the pirates occupying the islands and bring the sea routes under Adenka's control. If we dominate the seas, Adenka will conquer even Sami and gain even more influence. At this point, he knelt before Khan. I will bring this conquest to victory, and prove Cam declared with full confidence that I am the most suitable person to succeed you as the head of the Adenka family. In response to his declaration came the cheers of Cam's loyal subordinates. Lord Cam, you are amazing. Truly, the next family head. Naturally, Cam himself was overflowing with arrogance, believing that with this achievement and the pressure from the elders, they would have no choice but to approve. He was completely convinced of his own standing. Even if someone is strong, they cannot withstand external pressure. Father, no one can compare to me or look down on me. Just then, Khan suddenly lowered his voice and asked, why do you want to become the family head? The question caught Cam off guard. What? His confusion seemed to disappoint his father. Then, he turned to leave, not forgetting to leave a message. I hope to hear the answer when you return. His actions left Cam completely bewildered as he quickly called after him. Wait, father, what do you mean? While he was still wondering what just happened and why his father had cut him off so abruptly, one of his subordinates shouted from afar. Lord Cam, everything is prepared. Not knowing who had poked the hornet's nest, Cam turned back and snapped at his subordinate. You slow fool. It's finished now? You should have finished before my father arrived. Next, he ordered the departure. Raise the sails. We will succeed in this campaign. His subordinates responded in unison. Yes. At the same time, somewhere else, several books suddenly tumbled from a shelf. Vagon lay among a pile of books, his face filled with exhaustion as he lamented. A dead end, huh? Looking at the wall of books before him, he felt a bit helpless. I thought my sister would have left some clues at home, but there's nothing here but books. Then, he recalled what Vin Tran had said earlier. His sister was a straightforward person. If Vin Tran was right about the evil nightmares infiltrating the magic tower, then perhaps she had fought back against them. Because of that, Vagon reasoned that if that were the case, she must have left a code behind them. Thinking of this, he suddenly wanted to take out a memento. The only thing she had left him was a piece of paper. It's this. Naturally, he didn't know why his sister would give him this. What did you leave for me, sister? Just as Vagon was wondering in confusion, a magic circle suddenly appeared on the paper. Or did she leave nothing at all? He immediately discovered the anomaly, his voice filled with shock as he exclaimed, This is… Back with Vin Tran's group in the cave behind the Nin waterfall, they were chatting animatedly. I never imagined a place this vast could be hidden here. Are there really dragons here? Yes, it's true. According to my mother, they exist, Hannah asked, full of curiosity. According to legend, the blessing crystal chooses its own master. How do you plan to take it? Vin Tran smiled smugly and affirmed, Well, it will choose me. At that very moment, a low, deep voice echoed, What makes you so confident? All three of them jumped in surprise. Hannah cried out. Vin Tran wondered where it came from. A shadow appeared above his head with a wicked smile, saying, Where are you looking? Over here, right here. Vin Tran and the other two immediately turned around. He growled, Who are you? Annalyn laughed mischievously and asked in return, Who, indeed. Then, it suddenly used magic. It silently teleported right over Vin Tran and teased him. Who do you think I am? Do you even know? Its speed caught him off guard, and he thought to himself, When did he get behind me? Immediately, the three in his group spread out. Seeing this, Annalyn chuckled. Not bad movement. Julian appeared and reminded Vin Tran, My friend, that last magic, it wasn't human language. Hearing this, Vin Tran quickly realized something. So that means he then hesitated and muttered, Are you? Did he already know Annalyn's true identity? The dragon that protected the prophecy? Seeing that he knew who it was, Annalyn replied with satisfaction, At least you aren't completely clueless. Without hesitation, Vin Tran shouted his identity. I am Vin Tran, the descendant of Aslan, the one who sees the truth from the prophecy. I have come to claim the blessing crystal. Annalyn, upon hearing this, calmly remarked, Really? I have been guarding this place for that brat Aslan for 500 years. This statement only made Vin Tran more excited as he quickly demanded, Then give me the blessing crystal. Of course, things were not that simple. An incredible piece of information was revealed, but you're mistaken about one thing. The one allowed to enter here is not of Aslan's bloodline. Annalyn revealed that the family that could receive the crystal was the family of Vin Tran's mother, which was also Ciri's family, the bloodline of the Hle family. Ciri herself was so horrified that she gasped, Hle? Even Vin Tran hadn't expected this. If it was Hle, then it was the family of Vin Tran's mother and Ciri's family. Suddenly, Annalyn grabbed Hannah by the neck and exclaimed. In other words, it slammed her down to the ground and gleefully added, You have no right to be here. The moment those words were spoken, a shocking explosion occurred, causing Vin Tran to panic as he ran over and shouted, "Sister!" Annalyn gripped Hannah tightly and growled, "Those who are not of the Holy family must die. That was the pact between me and Aslan." At this moment, it had returned to its true form and was crushing Hannah. At the same time, it introduced itself, "My name is Annalyn." Just as it intended to send Hannah off to the afterlife, "You must die here suddenly." A sword strike appeared, severing its magic. Vin Tran had successfully saved his sister from the claws of death. He asked her anxiously, "Are you okay?" Hannah lay on the ground, trembling as she said, "I'm sorry in the end. I just got in your way." Then, Annalyn growled, "Who are you?" It felt angry because Vin Tran had interrupted it. A mere human dares to oppose the dragon race? A bloodthirsty smile appeared on its lips, accompanied by a threat. "I warn you, if you stand in my way, I will kill you both. Step aside." Naturally, Vin Tran wasn't about to do that. He stood in front of Hannah and Ciri, saying, "I can't do that. She is my sister." His stubbornness made Annalyn decide to take him out too. Then, "You must die." It launched a fireball straight at Vin. He didn't hesitate to use magic to counter it. It seemed Annalyn had noticed something about him. Just as I thought. I wasn't wrong. As it turned out, Vin Tran's strike had split Annalyn's fireball in two. A thunderous explosion followed. Vin Tran's expression was as tense as a drawn bow, while Annalyn suddenly burst out laughing. This left Ciri wondering. He suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Hannah bewildered. "What's going on?" Julian trembled, thinking, "Is this dragon insane?" Annalyn didn't care what anyone thought. With excitement, he asked, "So, you know that sword technique? Is what the prophet, whom Aslan trusted, said really true?" His words made Julian itch to ask, "A prophet? Aslan had a prophet as a friend?" Even Vin Tran was unsure. "No, this is the first time I've heard of this." "So," he asked directly, "who is this prophet? Do you remember his name?" Annalyn, with his goldfish memory, began to recall. "Let's see. It's been such a long time." After a moment of thought, he remembered, "That's right, back on that day, when Aslan turned his back and told me, I am certain." He laughed happily. The prophet's name was a name no one expected to hear, leaving everyone stunned. Julian suddenly realized he was being called the prophet, and, in bewilderment, pointed at himself and exclaimed, "What? What did you say?" I went back to the past when Julian was still a prophet, and he rewrote the story he had heard himself. This is the story I heard from Annalyn, a dragon deity who has resided deep within Nin Falls for the past 500 years. The story begins when, suddenly, a gigantic black shadow descended upon the peaceful territory of Samir. Every word was inscribed on paper. The identity of that black shadow was the powerful figure who chose the Sam territory as their stopping point. This being carried a heavy killing intent, and the name of the villain was clearly recorded, the Great Evil Maven. The ability that Vin Tran possessed was that every living creature that touched that demon became his slave, and Samir was pushed to the brink of annihilation. The people ran away in fear in all directions. "Run away! It's the demon! The demon has appeared!" In those dark times, saviors appeared, but it was 4 heroes who stood up to oppose him. The first person mentioned was also the first to lunge at Vin Tran the very first moment. First, his name was the Sun Sword Saint, Aslan. And then, Aslan unleashed his Sundance sword technique. One of the horns of the Great Evil Maven was sliced off by him. As soon as that horn hit the ground, Aslan landed safely, not being able to. Seriously wound the Great Evil Maven. With this strike, left Aslan slightly disappointed, as he muttered, "Missed." Suddenly, from within the severed horn of Vin Tran, phantoms appeared. They broke free and attacked Aslan. Seeing this bunch play a sneak attack game left him unable to react in time, and he cursed. Damn it. In that life or death moment, Lamigo appeared with a shield in hand and saved Aslan's life. He also spoke up, saying one person couldn't fight this demon alone. His shield alone was enough to deflect Vin Tran's attack. Julian wrote about him as an indispensable friend of Aslan, a close friend of Aslan the Holy King. Lamigo. Vin Tran seemed to realize his attack had been neutralized and muttered, "Aslan." Then, he suddenly grabbed a tower right next to him. He lifted the tower in his hand and roared, "Aslan!" Immediately after, he threw the tower toward Aslan. Seeing the tower flying in his direction, Aslan screamed in a panic. "The tower is collapsing!" Lamigo was also startled and shouted loudly, "Dodge it!" At that instant, someone suddenly used magic to hold the tower back. Lamigo saw this and exclaimed, "The tower has stopped!" And Aslan told everyone, "What are you hesitating for?" It turned out, the person responsible for causing the tower not to fall was the head of the H. Bun Halay clan. Julian also wrote her name in the book, the head of the Hole clan, Batun Hole. Only then did she speak up, urging Aslan. If you stop here, how can you ever defeat that great demon? Her presence made Aslan joyfully call out her name. Basatun! Even Lamego exclaimed, You've come. Without a second of hesitation, Batun continued to use her magic and shouted, Charge, Aslan! Her magic crushed the tower. Finally, the massive tower was reduced to nothing but rubble. Batun quickly signaled to her teammates, I've cleared the path for you. This time, it was Lamego's turn to act. I will transfer all my holy power to you, through the Holy Grail. In this moment, Aslan received all of Lamego's strength. He also shouted, letting him know, This is your only chance. Don't waste it. Aslan gritted his teeth with determination and replied, Understood. Lamego did not hesitate. He quickly surged forward. He approached Vin Tran without fear. Vin Tran saw that scene and his anger flared. He immediately swung his blade, and the power from that slash headed toward Aslan. This left him slightly terrified. Moving to a support point, he fell. Just when it seemed like everything was coming to an end, someone suddenly appeared. And the last one, Annalyn, had arrived and saved Aslan from a guaranteed defeat, making him hesitate and murmur, Who are you? Its name was recorded by Julian in the book Legend of the Mysterious Dragon, Annalyn. Now, it turned to ask, The situation looks pretty bad, doesn't it? Aslan replied with a firm voice, We cannot give up. Annalyn had to admit, True. Even though I don't see any path to victory. At this moment, all I can do is believe in the prophet you mentioned. It referred to the prophet Julian, the one named Julian who prophesied that we would win. After a moment of silence, Aslan also smiled and affirmed, That's right, he loudly declared. Of course we will win, Annalyn said with satisfaction. That's the spirit. So it brought Aslan closer to Vin Tran. Aslan swung his sword with force not to be underestimated and said loudly, We will end this. He loudly called out Vin Tran's name and gave him a slash. Great evil maven. Returning to the present, Vin Tran had an expression of disbelief while listening to the story Annalyn told. And just like that, we were able to defeat Vin Tran. Finishing the story, it boasted with pride. Surprised, aren't you? That legendary dragon is none other than me. After a moment to regain his composure, Vin Tran spoke up. Aslan and the Holy King Lamego, I have heard of them. He acted as if he knew nothing about the person named Batun, but I have never heard of any legend of Batun or Annalyn. This made Annalyn unable to believe it, and it shouted, What? That's impossible. It questioned in shock. You mean to tell me you've never heard of the Black Flame Dragon Diet Fong and the Destroyer Annalyn? Vin Tran was a bit speechless at this part. Diet Fong and the Destroyer? Even Julian found that name, Black Flame Dragon, confusing. Even though he was clearly read muttering for a while, Vin Tran returned to the main point. So, to summarize, you defeated Vin Tran and you were given that prophecy by someone named Julian? Annalyn immediately confirmed. That's right. I honestly didn't care much, but the others were counting on it. Just then, Julian had some doubts about what Annalyn said, so he asked in a low voice, Is that old dragon lady sane? Seeing Vin Tran not answering him but instead staying strangely silent, he questioned, calling him. Immediately after that, Vin Tran revealed that the dragon didn't seem to be lying. I heard the name Batun 500 years ago, and her descriptions were so vivid they couldn't be made up. He was a bit shocked when he found out the name of that great demon. So that great demon's name really is Vin Tran. But however, he felt something was off. Didn't Vin Tran perish alone, under the Sam Earth? Thinking about this, he suddenly guessed something. Wait, dead? Vin Tran remembered the past when he was killed. He remembered the moment he collapsed and confusedly asked himself why he could die again. Recalling past events made his head ache like a hammer. What is happening? My memory of the moment of death is too faint. Seeing he couldn't remember anything else, Vin Tran decided, but for now, we need to know more about the past from this dragon. Right at that moment, suddenly, Annalyn grabbed his collar and shouted, All right, that's enough questions. It threw him to one side and said, You should step aside for a bit. Its throw sent him flying straight into the wall. Ciri and Hannah saw this and worriedly called out in unison, Young Master Vin Tran. Now, Annalyn revealed its killing intent and excitedly said that it hadn't talked to anyone in a long time and felt so thrilled. Its hand reached out as if to strangle Hannah. It wanted to deal with her first. I've decided. I need to kill you. Another shocking explosion occurred. In Annalyn's eyes, there was now overwhelming surprise. It turned out Vin Tran dared to use his own body to shield Hannah. Annalyn called out hesitatingly. You in that moment, it immediately felt a familiar flow of magic radiating from Vin Tran. I can sense the bloodline of the Holy Clan from you. From within his figure, it saw the silhouette of Sarvana. "Are you a descendant of that child from years ago?" As for him, even though he was injured, he gritted his teeth and stated firmly, "She is my sister." His bravery made Annalyn satisfied, and it exclaimed, "Very good, I like that." It lifted his chin and asked, "Want to wager your life on a little game?" He wasn't afraid, and asked back, "A wager?" A game was proposed by Annalyn. "If you win, I will give you my heaven fruit and let you leave here alive. You could even kill me. My corpse would definitely be worth a fortune. You know?" Saying this, it squeezed his chin hard. "But if you lose," its face was full of excitement as it said, "All of you must die here." An interested smile blossomed on Annalyn's lips. It used its massive true form and powerful killing intent to challenge Vin Tran's group. "What, too scared to say it, sweetheart?" Afraid of it hurting his sister and Ciri, Vin Tran quickly shouted, "Only I will wager my life. It has nothing to do with my sister and Ciri." Obviously, Annalyn didn't care. "No, I don't care." Julian was driven mad by that attitude. That old hag. Right at that moment, suddenly, Ciri shouted, "Fine by me." Even Hannah urged her younger brother, "Agree to it." Ciri said sincerely, "I don't want to become a burden to you, young master." Hannah, although she had been injured, still smiled and teased, "You aren't going to come here just to fail, are you?" Their actions left Vin Tran so surprised he was speechless, and then he accepted having them join the battle. "I understand." He turned to shout at the crystal-guarding dragon, "I accept the wager." Annalyn, seeing that he finally accepted its request, cast a look of contempt and said, "Wouldn't that have been better from the start?" As soon as it finished the sentence, it immediately unleashed its power. Annalyn gathered a magical orb. In the darkness, a faint magical light emerged, spreading throughout the cave. Then, a shocking explosion occurred. Vin Tran, who hadn't figured things out yet, asked, "What just happened?" Then, not knowing what he saw, he was so surprised he gasped, "Huh?" It turned out that instead of attacking him, Annalyn gently approached him. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and a blinding light emerged. The object inside Annalyn's mouth made Vin Tran jump as he shouted. Annalyn then revealed the heavenly spirit fruit. Vin Tran held the strange fruit in his hand, unable to help but wonder. "This is the heavenly spirit fruit?" Julian bluntly criticized. "It looks more like a rotten fruit." "So," Vin Tran asked hesitantly, "is this really the heavenly spirit fruit?" Annalyn transformed back into human form and firmly asserted, "It is exactly that, even though it hasn't bloomed yet." His words made Vin Tran wonder, "Hasn't bloomed?" He quickly clarified that Besatin had mentioned this before. The heavenly spirit fruit is a miracle created by the gods, molded into fruit. Even though he said that, Vin Tran still felt something was off about what he held. "A miracle of the gods, I can feel it because I possess divine power myself. The divine power inside this is too little." His puzzled expression made Annalyn find it funny and explain, "Divine power exists in everything, and we dragons can filter and store that power bit by bit. Pure essence of divine power accumulated like that, that is the heavenly spirit fruit." Speaking of this, his expression suddenly turned mischievous, and he created a real heavenly spirit fruit. It turned out he was thrilled to tell Vin Tran a fact. It takes 100 years. Hearing this, Vin Tran was so shocked he shouted, "100 years?" Julian himself was confused. His mother had received a heavenly spirit fruit, and it hadn't even been 30 years yet. After the initial shock, Vin Tran calmed down. So, he started calculating the time for the fruit to bloom. It would take 70 more years to get a complete one. Just then, Annalyn reached out, lifted his chin, and declared, "Now, the bet begins." He cunningly challenged Vin, "If you truly are the prophet Aslan spoke of, you will succeed, and you must make this withered heavenly spirit fruit bloom." His voice became increasingly excited. "Make it bloom, and make it yours. You know what happens if you can't, right?" Vin Tran didn't shy away and smiled, replying, "Don't go back on your word." Suddenly, he remembered Lego's Holy Grail, thinking of a way to transfer the divine power into the heavenly spirit fruit. Scene change. Vesa smiled and welcomed her friend to the place. "Thank you for taking the trouble to come to Adenka," she said gently to Dan. He responded with polite, formal words. "It's nothing. Of course I had to come." He calmly said that in order for the holy water flowing from the Holy Grail to spread everywhere, they needed a reliable ally. Vesa obviously agreed with his words. Of course, the church alone cannot handle it all. Dan came there with a request. "So, the power left behind by the Holy King can reach the furthest places. We ask for Adenka's help." He was a bit awkward when mentioning the cost. "We would like to negotiate the lowest price possible. Would that be all right?" Obviously, Vesa wouldn't easily accept that. I truly appreciate your intentions, but the manager of Anka is not used to loss-making deals. This conversation would surely be long. While those two sat there bargaining, Raelsa left with Merlin. She asked, "How is life as a holy knight going? Can you handle it?" Merlin nonchalantly replied, Easier than I thought?" His words made her tease him. "Did you visit the Holy King's grave and suddenly get faith? And you just went along with it? I suppose you could say that." He laughed happily and confirmed, "Someone changed my fortune here." While he was sincerely thinking, "I want to use this life to help that person." Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the sky above. This sudden appearance made Raelsa and Merlin so shocked their eyes widened. Even Julian and Dan jumped up, startled. A surge of power struck the place directly. Dust and rocks flew everywhere, making Dan gasp. He blankly asked himself, "Wait, was that a cannon blast or something?" Vesa seemed to recognize the power that had just arrived. This mana. Her eyes were filled with amazement. "It can't be, right?" From inside the black smoke, voices arguing could be heard. "Couldn't you have landed more gently? Oh my god, the grass is ruined. What did you say to me? If I hadn't landed like that." While Annalyn was smug about his heroic landing, how could it not be awesome? Merlin and Raelsa had run to them and loudly called, "Young Master Vin Tran." Seeing them, Vin happily called out, "Raelsa, Master." On the other side, Vesa stepped forward slowly and said to Annalyn, "So, you are the person from before." Seeing that she knew him, Annalyn asked cautiously, "You recognize me?" She immediately stated a detail. "Yes, from that day at the Nin waterfall." Hearing this, Annalyn realized immediately. He knew who Vesa was. Sarvana's friend saw that he remembered her, and Vesa happily said, "You remember now?" Suddenly, Annalyn tilted his chin forward, as if pointing at someone. Furthermore, his shout echoed throughout the villa. "That person is also here." Inside the office, it seemed Annalyn's presence had disturbed that person so much that Khan dropped his pen. He sat frozen in one spot. Khan's usually unchanging expression was now filled with shock. Looking at the shiny golden holy grail with sparkling gems embedded on it, Annalyn was so shocked he had to ask again, "Is it real? The holy grail that Lemo used?" He continued, "You survived leaving the tomb?" Vin Tran didn't hide it at all and admitted, "Yes, I received the Holy King's oracle. At that time, La Enemogo told me, 'The holy relic will lead you to the heavenly spirit fruit.'" Hearing this, Annalyn couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect you to fulfill one of the two conditions." His words made Vin Tran's excitement spike as he asked immediately, "Then what is the remaining condition?" "The Black Flame Dragon, the Destroyer, and..." Everything he said was denied by him. Wrong. This surprised him slightly. "What?" Seeing the blankness on Vin Tran's face, Annalyn shouted angrily, explaining, "It is the wind slicing and destruction. You got it backward. The wind slicing sounds cooler, so it comes first." This attitude made Vin Tran slightly startled as he replied, "All right. My mistake." While he was angrily lecturing him, "Never make that mistake again, is that clear?" And Vin Tran kept a nonchalant attitude, replying, "I will be careful." In another corner, Julian had finished treating Hannah. "All done, miss." Hannah rotated her shoulder to check and sincerely said, "Thank you." Only then did Julian turn to Ciri and remind her, "Ciri, you also have a cut on your face." Ciri touched the wound on her cheek and said, "Oh, I already applied medicine to it." Even though she said that, Julian warned, "But it might leave a scar. You should treat it." For some reason, mentioning the wound made her look confused. Then she explained, "I did treat it, but it seems divine power has no effect on me." Her words made Julian so shocked he shouted, "Huh? That's impossible." On the other side, Annalyn had also focused on their conversation and nonchalantly said, "You are an anti-divine power type?" Vin Tran heard this and wondered, "Anti-divine power? Isn't the Holy Family known as people with mana forms? Furthermore, I thought that was also considered an anti-divine power type. Batoon has it too, because their bodies contain so much mana that any divine power that tries to enter gets bounced out." Annalyn sighed helplessly and said, "Luck, you say?" He pointed at Ciri and bluntly stated, "The two conditions for the heavenly spirit fruit to bloom are the power of the Holy Grail and a person with an anti-divine power body so that it cannot interfere with the fruit's condensation process." Seeing him say she was part of the process of creating the fruit, Ciri was so startled she yelled, "Wait, me?" Julian was stunned, asking himself, "Ciri is counted too?" Even Vin exclaimed, "So, even the Heli bloodline and that matter were all part of Aslan's plan?" But then, Julian suddenly thought of something. "Wait, Isn't everything going too smoothly? He seemed to have guessed that until now, he had only left a few items, stopping at that level. But this time, it was no longer a plan, but a foresight. A fragment of Aslan's memory appeared in Julian's mind. The name of the prophet is Julian. That was his name. Thinking of that, he could only sigh and gasp. It can't be, right? But wait, just then, Vin Tran said in a serious tone. I know this is sudden, but there's something I need from you two. Can I count on you, Siri and Dulin, to help me make the spirit fruit bloom? Siri agrees immediately, without a second thought. I'm not sure, but I'll do everything I can. Dulin bows politely and replies, I can only help for a little while. This holy grail belongs to Lord Vin, so please, use it as you wish. Annalyn finds this spectacle fascinating. Their unity reminds him of Aslan's group. The kid's eyes widen in surprise because, right in front of him, Vin Tran looks just like Aslan, gently turning around to call out to him, Annalyn. That makes him go quiet. Suddenly, VA appears behind Annalyn. The dragon asks, Are you really going to give it to Vin Tran? Her voice makes Annalyn jump. He turns around and replies, That's right. And then, well, she hesitates. Vin Tran will, and she brings up Aslan right at that moment. He'll die, right? Just like that child 50 years ago. Her words make Annalyn's expression darken. A moment later, Dulin begins channeling his magic into the Holy Grail in the name of the Light of Gare. Annalyn and Vesa stand back and watch the process. Suddenly, Annalyn asks, You've always wondered why Sarvana had to die, haven't you? Vesa hesitantly admits it. Then Annalyn asks her, Well, what do you think? She casually replies that there's no way a power like the spirit fruit could be created without any loss. There must surely be a price to pay. Like, her voice drops. Someone's life, for example. Unexpectedly, her guess is confirmed by Annalyn. Exactly as you say. He explains how the spirit fruit works. The condition to leave the cave alive is for someone with highly blood to obtain the spirit fruit. The spirit fruit always requires a sacrifice. That offering is cursed and weakened. Even if the one sacrificed consumes the fruit, they cannot escape the curse. Vesa hears this and seems to recognize the curse. Could it be? Back in the past, on that day, she angrily pounded on the door and shouted for Sarvana. Sarvana opened the door. Vesa questioned the person inside. Why didn't you eat the spirit fruit? Sarvana, do you intend to just die like this? If you don't answer, I'll break the door down myself. Finally, she forced the door open, but before she could even call out her name, the scene before her stopped her in her tracks. Vesa's expression was filled with shock. She had seen a strange tattoo on Sarvana's back. After regaining her composure, she asked tremblingly, What is that tattoo? Then she lost her temper, forcing Sarvana to quickly calm her down. What are you doing? Vesa, calm down. Obviously, she couldn't calm down at all and kept screaming. What happened in that cave? Annalyn speaks in a detached tone, recounting the noble sacrifice. She knew everything, yet she volunteered to become the spirit fruit's offering. No, she gave her own life to save all of you. Those words stir up a sorrow long buried deep within her heart. After a moment of sadness, she asks, And what about Vin Tran? Annalyn replies indifferently, No need to worry now. He says firmly that if done the right way, he will still get the spirit fruit and survive. Watching Dulon gathering his strength, he feels there's nothing to worry about. At least everything is going smoothly so far. A moment later, the Holy Grail is filled with Dulon's magic. He immediately hands the Grail to Vin Tran, having poured all his divine power into it. In the moments before passing out, he tries to add a few more words. I hope this helps your dream, your wish. Once he finishes, he collapses, making Vin Tran cry out in shock. Priest Dulon Merlin manages to catch Dulon, noting that he used power far beyond his limits. The sacrifice Dan made for him leaves Vin Tran extremely grateful. Thank you. Seeing them standing there frozen, Annalyn loses patience and shouts, Are you done? Bring the head over here. Vin Tran quickly answers, Yes. Afraid that Vin Tran would be too worried about Dan and ruin the big mission, Merlin volunteers to look after him. Leave him to me. You go on ahead. Vin Tran says, gratefully, Yes. Professor, please take care of him for me. To save time, Annalyn quickly decides, All right, let's go. A blinding light appears once again, followed by a surge of power flying away. Annalyn takes Vin Tran somewhere, right in front of everyone. Suddenly, Vesa speaks up. You've arrived, head of the house. So it was Khan who arrived. As he approaches VA, he asks, Have you heard why Sarvana died? VA replies coldly, It wasn't the spirit fruit. She saved us. These words break Khan's heart. I thought as much. Seeing him like this, VA intends to comfort him. Khan, but he stops her. "It's all right, my lady," he says softly. Knowing the truth is enough. His eyes gaze into the distance as he calmly remarks, "Only today, with the cool breeze blowing through the blue sky, do I finally feel that she has truly left." At the same time, back in the cave, Ciri holds the spirit fruit in her hand in front of the Holy Grail and says anxiously, "I'm starting now, okay?" Her hand moves the fruit closer to the Grail, bit by bit. Just as they are about to touch, a shout stops her. "Wait!" Anneline's scream makes Ciri jump, and she accidentally drops the spirit fruit. As a result, it falls straight into the Holy Grail. Immediately, a massive surge of power radiates outward. Anneline shouts angrily, "The artificial spirit fruit will disappear in an hour. How dare you eat it without any preparation?" His words leave Vin Tran confused. "What are you talking about?" Anneline yells tiredly. "The spirit fruit." He helplessly explains the reason for his irritation, leaving Vin Tran so stunned he doesn't know what to say. "It's not just a fruit created from a miracle of God. If you dare eat it without preparation, your body won't withstand it. You'll die." Ciri hears this and begins to blame herself. "It can't be because of me." But Vin Tran refutes her. "No, it's fine," he says without fear. "My divine bones are fading away anyway. Now, I understand Aslan's arrangement. I absolutely cannot let go." Intense determination flares up within him, and he clenches his fist. "I will risk my life to obtain the power of the spirit fruit." Perhaps because of Vin Tran's action, Anneline suddenly looks surprised. He's noticing something on his hand. That ring. Before he can ask about it, Vin Tran orders, "Ciri, make the spirit fruit bloom." Following his command, Ciri immediately complies. "Yes, young master." Power begins to pour out of the Holy Grail. Vin Tran's eyes remain fixed on the Grail and the fruit, and then he is astonished to see the glowing golden light on Ciri's hand. Ciri is just as stunned, calling out, "The spirit fruit." Right then, Anneline steps forward and offers praise. "Congratulations, Vin Tran." With his form suddenly changing, he smiles and congratulates him. "You won this bet." His appearance leaves Vin Tran startled. "Am I becoming young again?" he stammers. Before he can figure it out, Hannah rushes in from somewhere, covering his eyes and scolding. "Vin, you look too young now." Even Ciri stands in front of him and screams, "How shameless." Right in front of her master, in that very moment, she notices a symbol on Anneline's back. She cries out in shock. "That symbol?" Seeing the look on Ciri's face, Anneline smiles and says, "You recognize this too?" Ciri's voice still trembles. "That was back in the past. When I was little and serving Sarvana, I accidentally saw something I shouldn't have. I saw it." Sarvana didn't blame her. Instead, she smiled and suggested, "Let's keep this a secret from others, okay?" The symbol from back then is exactly the same as the one on Anneline's back. Lady Sarvana had the same tattoo as the one on your back. Anneline doesn't hide it and speaks plainly. The spirit fruit has its price. If it accelerates the development of the one who eats it, the death of another will come faster to compensate. Dulan finally understands. "Is that why you called it betting your life?" Vin Tran asks directly. "So, from the beginning, you intended to be the sacrifice for the spirit fruit?" Anneline shows no fear of death and answers boastfully, "Am I pretty amazing, sister?" Then he says, "The spirit fruit will disappear soon, right?" He starts urging Vin Tran. If you eat it right now, he doesn't look afraid of death at all. Anneline even encourages Vin Tran to hurry up and eat it so he can see what it looks like when he closes his eyes. "You'll be able to see my grave." But at this moment, Vin Tran is only focused on the spirit fruit. "I really got the spirit fruit. This will bring the truth about Salon to light." He slowly lifts the spirit fruit to his mouth, just one last step to go. In the next moment, a violent surge of power strikes Vin Tran, causing him to scream in pain. The agony of receiving this power forces him to collapse. Ciri and Hannah watch, worried, and call out in unison, "Young Master Vin." Anneline just sits leisurely in a corner and says, "Hang in there. If you can't handle it, you're going to end up a corpse. If you're truly seeking the truth, then just stay alive for my sake." He chuckled, adding, "Don't go dying on me for no reason." Back to Vin Tran, who was enduring bone-crushing pain, his body feeling as if it were ablaze. "This overwhelming power, my body feels like it's burning up." Watching him struggle, Anneline just smirked. Just then, Hannah shouted loudly, "Like this! Vin Tran is going to die! Isn't there any other way?" Anneline said mysteriously, "I was wondering the same thing when I heard you say that." Just then, the ring on Vin Tran's finger suddenly activated. Anneline realized who the pair of rings belonged to. "Aren't those rings Abentan and Hele's?" This made Hannah curious. "How do you know that?" She kindly explained the ring's function. That woman Hele was head over heels for that guy, Abentan. She would rather take the pain for him than see him suffer. So, she placed a spell on the pair of rings they both wore. This ring allows the wearer to share their pain with the other person. You can only share the pain once. Furthermore, from what I know, that pain far exceeds human limits. If you can't handle it, you're done for. And yet, you still want to risk it? Without a moment's hesitation, Hannah put the ring on and said she had already decided on her answer long ago. She recalled what Vin Tran had said. She is my older sister, and now she repeated those words. And he is my younger brother. Annalyn was intrigued by the situation. Nice. I'm actually a bit jealous. As soon as Hannah put the ring on, the two rings instantly merged. Vin Tran's ring bonded with Hannah's. His pain was partially transferred to her. He quickly felt something unusual. Is this pain fading? Hannah had already collapsed from the intensity. This made Vin Tran realize in shock. Han, are you helping me? Suddenly, his determination surged. Thank you, sister. I won't waste your efforts. He summoned all his strength to endure, wanting to devour that power. At all costs, this power must be mine. Watching them both, Ciri didn't know what to say, only calling out anxiously, young master, young lady. At that moment, Annalyn approached her and sighed. So, it's all falling apart, huh? Then it mentioned its old friend, Batoon. Batoon used to be like that too. She would cry so much whenever she saw someone get hurt. It also sounded bored with Ciri, saying that crying alone wouldn't solve a damn thing. Annalyn's gaze carried a stern lesson for Ciri. Grow stronger, and together with him, make the High House famous, and ensure everyone remembers Batoon. Got it? Ciri instinctively replied. Oh, yes. As soon as the conversation ended, another explosion occurred. Ciri cried out in confusion. Annalyn didn't know about this incident either, so it couldn't say anything more. Even I don't really understand the full meaning of that thing. Aslan never explained it specifically. However, it had a certain belief. But one thing is for sure, its voice sounded slowly as it saw a figure emerging from the smoke. Today, in my tomb, a hero is born, Annalyn said of Vin Tran. Beneath the rushing waterfall, a voice rang out. No, I don't want to. Annalyn looked at the person opposite, flatly refusing. I gave you the spirit of heaven, plus I let your maid and sister live. Why on earth do I have to train you? Vin Tran, with an innocent face, continued to beg. I'm still not used to the body that was just enhanced by the spirit of heaven. Please help me. Annalyn gritted its teeth in anger. I don't even know how much longer I'll live, and you expect me to serve you everything on a silver platter? He calmly replied, my mother lived for a long time after serving as a sacrifice for the spirit of heaven fruit. You're a dragon. Surely you live longer, right? Heh. Annalyn clenched its fist and replied, and why should I help you? Vin Tran's tone turned serious and sincere. I will ensure your name is remembered forever. Annalyn sneered. Pfft. I don't care if humans remember me or not. Vin Tran's next words made it freeze. What about your comrades? A dragon like you, keeping a promise for hundreds of years, even facing death for it. Why? Because their promise was more important to you than anything else, right? Their memories are being twisted and erased because of that person. The story of the heroes who sacrificed themselves cannot be treated like this. I will bring everything to light. Help me, Annalyn. A flicker of memory flashed by. Night had fallen. Annalyn was gathering around the campfire with everyone. Francis was drawing Etia, and it was chattering away. Annalyn gently closed its eyes. Promise me one thing. It happily reminded Vin Tran, as if giving a final instruction. Remember to make my part the most epic one, something fitting for the name Black Flame Dragon of Death and Destruction. You hear me? Vin Tran was confused. Wait, isn't it just death and destruction? Annalyn flared up. Yeah. When an adult is talking, you listen and keep quiet. He laughed, and it told him to stop laughing. Vin Tran, with a calm face, looked at it and whispered to himself, yes, I will certainly do that. To tell your story. Under the ring's glowing light, a voice spoke up. It creates a subspace, huh? Vin Tran held out his hand. When the rings separate, it helps you share the pain. But when linked, it's a place to hide. Annalyn was intrigued. Right, it's perfect for training you now. And it's not just that. It also has time manipulation magic. 3 years in, there is only 1 year in the real world. However, since it's from 200 years ago, there are limitations. First, you can only stay in there for a maximum of 6 years. Second, it only creates one space, and I can come and go as I please. Vin Tran looked at the ring and smiled. Thank you. Suddenly, the ring flashed with a blinding light, opening a portal that looked dark and deep like a bottomless pit. Annalyn watched from start to finish. Wait. And we're doing this now, man? Before he could even collect his thoughts, he was already rushing inside. Julian flew in after him. Annalyn panicked. Stop. Wait a second. You'll die immediately. Plop. Annalyn and Vin Tran had fallen. Everything around them sparkled like a galaxy. Vin Tran looked around. It's too dark. Julian had the same thought. There was nothing in there. Annalyn ran over, breathless. Hey, I said, wait. Even I only come in here once every 2 weeks. Julian thought to itself. Does he think she goes in here whenever she wants? It tried to make Vin Tran understand. How long do you think a human can last alone in this dark place? After 1 month, you'd be crazy enough. Julian leaned close to Vin Tran's ear and chuckled. He let out a breath. If he could manage it, he pointed at Annalyn. Do you dare to bet? If I live for at least 1 month, you will become my dragon. It was very confident. Annalyn laughed greedily. If you lose, you will become my slave. Both agreed. No changing our minds. Night fell, and the air turned colder than the day. A massive tiger roared, saliva spraying as if it were salivating over a delicious meal right in front of it. Standing below, ready to face the attack, was Annalyn. It stood still, knowing its own capabilities. Gonnet. Annalyn made a grotesque face and shouted, You dare bare your fangs at me? Let me show you who the black flame dragon of death and destruction is. After unleashing its power toward the tiger, Annalyn looked bewildered. Damn it, the tiger is now charred black and unrecognizable. It looked down and whispered, I completely wiped out the meat. Scene change. A dark liquid is dripping into a bottle. Annalyn held each bottle, bored, pouring the liquid in. This is blood from a dying dragon, but it's useful. Then Annalyn idly thought of Vin, and it flared up again, clenching the bottle's mouth. Vin Tran, that stubborn brat, does he think he can make it in a month? Scene change. Vin Tran is calmly cultivating his power. Julian kept buzzing around him. The silence was broken by footsteps. Annalyn rushed over. Hey, you haven't gone crazy yet, have you? Vin Tran opened his eyes when he heard its voice. Oh, has it been 2 weeks already? It asked Vin Tran. Is your spirit that ironclad? Were you held in a prison for 10 years, or something? He was calm. Oh, something like that. Annalyn put its hands on its hips, looking at him. Anyway, are you planning on lying here until the ring expires? Vin Tran picked up the blood bottle and examined it closely. That's right. Thanks in advance for the next 2 weeks. Black flame dragon of death and destruction. Annalyn stomped its feet in anger as it walked out of the cave. Ah, damn it. So annoying. Why did I let a kid like that bully me? It stopped while walking. Well, I hope he keeps his promise to fix my story. Annalyn calmed down and moved forward. Wait a little longer. We will be reunited soon. Scene change. A sword is raised high. A blinding light emits from within the cave, perhaps from the sword. Swoosh. A powerful horizontal cut. 2 years later, equal to 6 years in the subspace, Vin Tran was practicing swordplay. Annalyn stood above, observing. Now you look like a real man. With this skill, most mages are no match for you. He turned, walked in front of Annalyn, and knelt to show his sincerity. I am truly grateful to this loyal dragon. You have cherished and preserved the legacy of the Alliance. In the past, they must have thought the same. Annalyn smiled. Don't be stingy. Use it properly. Vin Tran was startled. What? Julian flew high above, reminding him. Hey, look up. Warm rays of light shone down. Vin Tran felt relieved. Now I can rest. Black flame dragon, of death and destruction. Blue sparks were shot into the sky, then fell. Below, a crowd of people was looking up. We're being bombed! Roos shouted from the center of the energy source, erecting a magical shield. He frowned, scanning the surroundings. Damn it, am I seeing things? Because, just then, a group of people charged toward the gate, and amid the chaos, a voice rang out. Aren't those our soldiers? Seeing the critical situation, Roos couldn't just stand by. I will head to the front lines myself. Mages, provide cover. The mages complied instantly. His face was twisted with cruelty. No one must be allowed to infiltrate this fortress. Suddenly, something caught his attention. An evil spirit was slowly drifting closer. The soldier saw him dazed and shouted, Commander, are you all right? Before he could finish, Roos swung his sword, delivering a finishing blow to the man. The other soldiers witnessed the scene and screamed in terror. Commander, what's wrong with you? Roos seemed to have gone mad. He struck down everyone he saw with bloodthirsty intent, his face dark, his eyes glowing red like blood. A ghastly power now engulfed Roos. He snarled and charged into the fray. A bloody battle was underway. Smoke and fire everywhere. The scene utterly devastating. The scene shifted to the contrast elsewhere. A place far more peaceful, where snow fell. blanketing everything in white. Wilson spoke up cheerfully. You've gotten cooler over the past 2 years. Siri chimed in from the side. The training must have been a huge success. Vin Tran stood opposite them, looking at the pair. You've all worked hard too. I'm sorry to bother you right after I got back, but there's something I need to ask. Vin Tran looked out the window. Why are my family's soldiers at the fortress? Wilson stood up to explain. They're gathering reinforcements, he repeated. Reinforcements. I see. Siri explained in more detail. Recently, strange and unidentifiable disturbances have been appearing all over the continent. Just recently, a border fortress commander rebelled and attacked his own men. With so many things happening, they're even recruiting students now. Vin Tran pondered for a few seconds, feeling that something was off. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, followed by a low voice. Dean Hoka-ken stood outside, looking for someone. Are you in there? I've come to report my return. Before the words even faded, a surge of power flew in from nowhere. Magical binding chains wrapped around Vin's body, followed by a voice that declared, How interesting. Hoka-ken stood outside, gripping the chains. Who was bold enough to unleash this kind of magic right outside the dean's office? She wanted to see who it was. She accidentally looked up and caught Vin Tran's gaze. Hoka-ken spoke first. It's you, Vin Tran. He smiled in greeting. Long time no see, Dean? Inside the room, Vin Tran and Hoka-ken were chatting. I assume the heavenly fruit was effective, wasn't it? She ran around him, looking Vin Tran up and down. You've changed so much. You're even taller than me now. Don't even mention level 1. You're strong enough to take down a breakthrough level master now. Hoka-ken exhaled, but then leaned against the desk, clutching her head. Vin Tran found it strange. Are you not happy that your student is making progress? Hoka-ken seemed lost in thought. Well, she asked sheepishly, have you forgotten that you're still a level 8 student? If you keep this up, how are the others supposed to study? Hoka-ken sighed in frustration. They only know how to praise you. Oh my god, Vin Tran is so cool. Vin Tran is so amazing. Ugh, it's so annoying. Maybe I should just promote you to breakthrough level right now. Vin Tran countered, finding it completely illogical. She was rambling to herself when a report came from outside. Dean, this is the level 8 Academy representative. Julian was quite surprised. A new level 8 representative? Vin Tran asked. Who is it? Hoka-ken called out. Ah, yes, come in. A voice rose. Greetings, Dean. Dean Julian's eyes widened as he looked at the person. Standing before everyone was Loa. She strode closer. Level 8 Academy representative Loa Adenka reporting for duty. She was the 8th ranked student representative and the 8th direct descendant of the Adenka family. Loa finally noticed someone else in the room. She stopped abruptly. Oh, you have guests? Then I'll come back later. Hoka-ken stopped Loa. It's fine. You all know each other. Hearing Hoka-ken's words, she looked a bit confused. We know each other? Impossible. After a moment, Loa shrieked. That useless brother, Vin Tran? Julian gritted his teeth. That bitch. I hope she stubs her pinky toe on the corner of the table so hard her nail flips off, just to satisfy me. And there was more. Vin Tran exhaled and reminded him, calm down, Julian. Loa had made Vin Tran's life miserable growing up. It was no wonder Julian was this angry. Loa approached Vin Tran to make conversation. I think it's been 7 years since the last time we actually spoke properly. I heard you've changed. She observed him, secretly assessing him. It's not just that he's changed a little, it's like he's become a completely different person. Vin Tran smiled. Long time no see. Loa teased him. Little brother, I think you should speak to me with more respect. Vin Tran looked away. Oh, right. He placed his hand on Loa's head. Vin Tran ruffled her hair and said, Does that make you happier, dear sister? Loa gritted her teeth in anger and slapped Vin Tran's hand away with force. Take your hand off me. Loa trembled with irritation. Don't you dare look down on me. Every day since she became the level 8 representative, people told her she'd have to yield her position to Vin Tran as soon as he returned. Everyone said it, even the trainers. She was treated like a temporary placeholder for Vin Tran. I am also a direct descendant of the Adenka family. Don't look down on me. Loa swung her sword toward Vin. This is a fair fight. Loa challenged Vin. Prove it. Prove if those achievements are real or not. Vin offered a cold, smug smile in response. You're going to regret this, sister. Loa pointed her sword at Vin. Let's have a match. Hoka-ken watched her, assessing the situation. Oh boy, she's so young and naive. It seems Loa doesn't even realize it. The gap in their strength was so vast that she couldn't even feel it. Hoka-ken sighed. Even if they clash, it can't really be called a real battle. While lost in thought, she remembered something. Hoka-ken's eyes sparkled as she made a suggestion. How about we make it a sword duel? She ran over and draped an arm around Vin Tran's shoulder. No, wait. Since it's come to this, tell anyone who's free to come and watch. Academy representative, what do you think? She winked mischievously. Let's go big, shall we? Without waiting for an answer, Hokaken declared the duel would take place in 1 week. At the large arena in the fortress, a voice rang out continuously. Miss Loa, Miss Loa. Bella looked at her, confused. Are you really planning to duel Mr. Vin Tran? Loa walked deep into the hallway, answering Bella as she went. That's right, and I am going to win. Loa flashed a devilish smile. I will win and force Vin Tran to crawl on the ground once again. She flashed back to the past, where Loa had slapped Vin Tran, sending him falling to the floor. Vin Tran, you were born to serve, just like last year when Loa beat you into a pathetic mess and you cried like a baby. That really suits you. And yet, you dare to look at me with those eyes? Loa was furious and determined to make him pay for daring to look down on her. Loa was looking forward to seeing Vin Tran humiliated in front of everyone. Bella walked behind her, reminding her, but Mr. Vin Tran's reputation is also quite astonishing. He's the youngest person to ever receive the engraved badge, the only winner of the exchange event. Not to mention his achievements at Mithu and Hele. Loa didn't care about any of that. Rumors are always exaggerated, Bella. Even so, I understand what you're worried about. But you really don't need to worry. Vin Tran winning, that chance isn't even 1 in a million. Because from the moment he accepted the challenge, Vin Tran lost every opportunity he had. Like prey caught in a web, she placed her hand on the door. Suddenly, Loa laughed loudly. Vin Tran will lose before he even makes a single move. Prepare yourself, little brother Vin Tran. The scene shifted. Selbira shouted as she prepared to strike. A powerful collision occurred. Vin raised his hand to block. It seemed that the blow didn't affect him in the slightest. Vanelli attacked from behind. Selbira, don't let him get away. Whoosh! Vin vanished in a split second, right before the eyes of Selbira and Vanelli. Both were startled by the situation. Vanelli screamed, he disappeared! Unable to stop their momentum, she and Selbira crashed into each other. Vin Tran stood to the side, watching the show, crossing his arms as he asked, Can we stop here? Vanelli had a bump on her head, holding it as she answered, Yeah. She walked closer to him, her eyes bright. Even though it hurt, she was incredibly excited. You're on another level, Vin Tran. I didn't even see you make a move. You've gotten insanely strong over the past 2 years. Selbira's cheeks flushed pink, and despite her pride, she softly complimented him. Yeah, and besides, she turned her face away, secretly thinking, he's also become incredibly handsome. Vin Tran reached out his hand. You all have gotten stronger too. To reach level 7 inches, just 2 years. That's impressive. Vanelli beamed. It's all thanks to you, Vin. If you hadn't led us back then, none of this would have happened. Vin felt relieved as he listened to her, and he smiled involuntarily. Suddenly, he sensed danger approaching from behind. Vin Tran swiftly turned around, swinging his sword out. Thanks to his quick thinking, he avoided the blow. Vin Tran smirked as if greeting him. Long time no see, Revan? Revan looked at him, his expression cold and indifferent. Cold as always. Huh? 2 whole years and not a single message. Vanelli pointed at Revan and asked, Who is that? Vin Tran reached out his hand to introduce him. This is my best friend, Revan. After the introductions, Liu Yifei turned back to continue the conversation. Revan, it seems you haven't been slacking off at all. Your giant sovereign defense has gotten much stronger, Revan said with confidence. Of course. I have to keep my skills sharp so I won't feel embarrassed standing before you. I might not be on your level when it comes to offense, but defense? Who knows? I might even surpass you. Liu Yifei gave a wry smile. I'll be waiting to see that. After joking around for a bit, Revan finally made his request. What about you? Show me the results of your training, too. Liu Yifei waved him off. Actually, I already have an appointment. He looked toward Selbira and asked, Selbira, where is Raven? We promised to spar when he got back. She stammered. Oh, about that. Sebeliran said something that left Liu Yifei completely shocked. The scene shifted, and Liu Yifei was now outside, standing there doing something. In his hand was a newspaper. Prince Raven Vatican, missing. Lost contact during a mission along with an attendant. Julian said, the person with him must be Butler Sunday. Could he have been swept up in the chaos that Wilson mentioned? Liu Yifei replied that according to the article, that seemed to be the case. He looked at the facts in the paper. This was clearly caused by Liu Yifei's evil spirits. Even now, somewhere out there, events like those in Methe and Hele were repeating themselves. Liu Yifei trembled as he crumpled the newspaper in his hand, his face filled with hatred. We have to put an end to this plan as soon as possible. Julian shared his opinion. And to do that, We need to break free from these shackles quickly. He let out a long sigh and agreed. You're right. I'm still a student for a few more years. Even if I set everything else aside, I can't become the successor yet. I must find a way to leave the fortress as soon as possible. As they were talking, Maria's voice rang out from below, interrupting them. Let me in. I'm freezing to death out here. The guard quickly stopped her. I apologize, but you must at least identify yourself. Liu Yifei watched the two arguing below. Whoever she was, she really stood out. Julian leaned over to get a look too. Yeah, she really does. But that woman, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. An image flashed through his mind, and Julian pointed at Maria. Brother, I think I found her. Liu Yifei was puzzled. Found what? Julian continued excitedly. The fastest way to leave the fortress. At the same time, Maria angrily explained her identity. I am Maria, chief reporter for the Wind Echo newspaper. Let me meet Liu Adenka. After some more arguing, Maria was now shivering from the cold. Someone brought her something warm. Here, have some hot tea. Maria took the tea and sipped it slowly. Thank you. Siri observed her for a moment, then whispered into the ear of Liu Yifei, who was sitting on the other side. Who is she, young master? Maria set her teacup down and spoke up. Let me introduce myself to her. I am Maria, chief reporter for the Wind Echo newspaper. Siri was surprised. You mean the Wind Echo? The continent's top news publication? Maria laughed. It's nothing major. Liu Yifei glanced at Maria, interrupting. You traveled north without warm clothes. That was a close one. She explained the reason. I had no other choice. As soon as I heard about you, I rushed over as fast as I could. He reached out his hand, wondering, why are you in such a rush to find me? Maria jumped up from her chair and pointed a finger at his face, startling him. Instinct. My reporter instinct told me you were a mobile disaster magnet. Sharp eyes, truly a chief reporter, Julian noted as he watched her ramble on. In other words, I'm a walking headline. Liu Yifei replied, spot on. You're exactly the reporter Maria I was thinking of. You were the first and most enthusiastic person to report on their actions in Hele 2 years ago. Thanks to Julian's memory, Liu Yifei recognized her. Then let's move to the next step. Liu Yifei decided to speak up. I'll give you an exclusive. Just for the Wind Echo. Maria couldn't sit still and shouted, really? He acted as if he were thinking. Let's see. For the headline, she agreed immediately upon hearing the title Liu Yifei proposed. Oh, that's good. Newspapers fluttered throughout the streets. A man holding a paper couldn't digest all the information on it. No way. This is crazy. Is this really true, young master Liu Yifei? Time passed until the day of the duel. In the stands, Vanelli shouted, you can do it. Liu Yifei, not to be outdone, yelled with all his might, go for it. Hansen spoke up. Oh, it's been 2 years. Meanwhile, Aben looked at Liu Yifei with a scowl. Finally showing your face. Huh. On this side, Khan and VA just watched in silence, both deep in their own thoughts. Hokaken stood behind them and sighed. Actually, I was planning on letting him skip a few grades. Everywhere, people held newspapers, debating. Liu Yifei Adenka has suddenly returned. Will he surpass his siblings in the succession race? A blonde guy peeking at a newspaper said, you have to admit, that's a catchy headline. The guy next to him glanced at Maria, who was smirking. Wind Echo beat us to it again. Yeah, Maria observed the report spreading among everyone. She thought to herself, all right, I've spread your story everywhere, just like you wanted. The rest is up to you, young master Liu Yifei. In the middle of the arena, Loa was stunned by the scene around her. What the hell is this? Isn't this just a normal duel? That panic passed quickly. She gave a wicked smile. No, this is even better. All these eyes will be witnesses to your failure. Liu Yifei stood between them, raising a flag to introduce them. I am Reborn, acting as referee. Both sides, prepare to take your positions. He wasn't very happy, thinking, why did I get dragged into this? Revan remembered the day Liu Yifei made the request. He couldn't believe it and asked, what, you want me to be the referee for this match? Liu Yifei crossed his arms, evaluating him with the power of his giant sovereign. That's easy enough. Revan quickly explained, that's not the problem. There are plenty of other people. Why does it have to be me? Liu Yifei insisted firmly. I want you to see it with your own eyes, so you can see how strong the person you swore loyalty to has become. Revan relaxed and smiled. Fine. Show me. Liu Yifei waved the flag to signal the start of the match. Hearing the signal, Loa raised her sword high. I will carve a humiliation you won't forget into you. Brother, wake up, she charged. Liu Yifei remarked, how arrogant. Loa was taken aback by his expression. What? Liu Yifei, arms crossed. repeated, I'm just saying, you're too weak to face the Red Lotus. He reached out and called for Wilson. Wilson respectfully brought the item to him. Here you go. Liu Yifei looked at her and continued. On the day of the real sword duel, you accepted 4 disadvantages. No moving, a wooden sword, and attacking with your left hand. He raised his sword to face her. Today, I will take on all of them, except for the part about attacking second. Hearing what Liu Yifei said, Loa couldn't take it. She gritted her teeth. Her eyes were full of hatred. Loa shouted, Just how much do you have to look down on me to be satisfied? Who is the arrogant one here? I'll show everyone exactly what I mean right now. A bright red light burst forth. Belle watched the red circle before her. Her body was being covered by the power radiating from the sword. Belle watched the transformation in a panic. Did you seal my mana? Loa looked at her arrogantly. Bingo! Finally realized it. She stroked the sword like a treasure. Athenia, the sword. I secretly obtained it during the chaos in Hele. Anyone who catches sight of this sword will have their mana sealed. The effect is short, but fatal. Belle looked at her and asked, Having your mana sealed as a martial artist, that's no different than death, right? Loa smiled as if victory were already in her grasp. Exactly. No matter how strong you are, you'll show a weakness. And that weakness will lead to Liu Yifei's defeat. Back to the match. Loa was doing the same thing to Liu Yifei. A blinding mana radiated from her sword. He opened his eyes wide, observing the situation before him. Loa smirked, thinking, Gotcha. Now Liu Yifei can't use his mana anymore. She rushed toward him with her sharp sword tip. Loa declared, as if sure she would succeed. I'll cut off your left arm, dear brother. She dashed crazily toward him. He stood there without taking any action. Finally, Liu Yifei opened his mouth. Cut off my left arm? With a sword that's just a hilt? Loa looked down, stunned. She didn't know when, but the tip of her sword had disappeared. Outside, Revan's jaw dropped. From the sky, many sword tips were falling and embedding themselves into the ground. Loa lost her initial arrogance. Her face turned pale. Impossible. Now Liu Yifei shouldn't be able to use mana. The hands holding the sword hilt trembled. Don't tell me he broke the sword relying only on physical strength. Liu Yifei held out his wooden sword. All right, let's begin, shall we? As you wish, I'll show you my true power. Little sister Loa hadn't recovered yet. She couldn't believe her sword had broken. I don't understand. How did he do that without using mana? I didn't even see Liu Yifei swing his sword. What the hell is going on? What exactly happened? Liu Yifei saw her panic and asked, What's wrong? Loa, are you admitting defeat? Loa pointed at him. You tampered with my sword. Right, if you didn't do that, how could you ever hope to beat me? Vin Tran's brother side-eyed him, as if to ask if that was his only excuse. Revan noticed the gaze and felt uneasy. Why? Why is he looking at me like that? Vin's eyes were fixed on the sword behind his back. Revan hurriedly pulled it out and hugged it tightly to his chest. No, don't even think about it. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to get this sword? He made a suggestion. If his sword broke, he could just ask Master Hanan to forge a high-end one. Revan beamed at that, happily offering the blade. Here you go, miss. She took it, though the quality of the sword wasn't exactly impressive. Before she could finish her sentence, the blade snapped off and clattered to the ground behind her. She and Revan both turned, staring in confusion. Vin Tran said, his voice cold and serious. Are you satisfied now? Revan's hand trembled as she gripped the hilt. Beside him, Revan chuckled to himself. She whirled around and shouted, Bella, bring me another. Bring me every sword we have. I am not accepting a loss like this. A powerful, razor-sharp slash tore through the air. The gleaming blade, which seemed to be made of ice or crystal, shattered into countless sharp fragments. The tip of the sword drove straight into the ground. Loa was sweating cold in a panic. The arrogant look she had at the beginning was gone. Then, Loa collapsed onto her knees. Whispers broke out from the stands. That's already the 7th sword he's broken. Isn't she supposed to be the 8th? She's not even in his league. What was she thinking? Challenging the 7th son. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. No way is Vin Tran really this strong? That means I never had a chance from the start. It's like I walked right into a trap Vin Tran laid out. Nearby, VA spoke to Khan. Their levels were worlds apart. The way Vin controlled that overwhelming power made it look as if he were already the family head after absorbing the heavenly spirit fruit. He agreed with her. That's right. Over the past 2 years, Vin Tran has completely made the heavenly spirit fruit's power his own. Loa remained frozen. Revan stepped closer to remind her, Lady Loa, will you continue the match? Seeing she didn't respond, Revan covered his mouth and declared that Loa Adenka was no longer fit to continue. The winner is Vin Tran. Someone launched a sneak attack from above, but Vin spotted it. He looked up and smiled. There they are. Revan protected Loa. Boom! Something dropped into the center of the arena and exploded. Vanelli asked what was happening, while Selbura watched and replied, "Someone just jumped into the arena." Revan stood between the smoke and fire. What the hell is going on? After a moment, the smoke cleared, and Vin Tran calmly greeted, "Long time no see. Fifth brother Damien." Damien stood with one hand on his hip, a sword resting on his shoulder. "You dodged that just now?" "I knew you were good, little brother." He pointed at himself and asked, "You've decided then. Fight me." Vin heard a shout from the stands. "Hey, Damien, you can't just jump in there like that." He glanced toward the voice. "Yes, yes." Damien raised a hand to his mouth and shouted, "Seventh-ranked representative, Damien Adenka, may I enter the fray?" She sighed, helpless to stop him. That battle maniac always acts before he thinks. Vin Tran approached, saying he didn't mind. Damien pointed at Vin Tran, delighted. He said it's okay. Hoka Ken seemed surprised by the decision. Not even a hint of surprise? It looks like he even anticipated Damien interfering. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "As the headmistress, I approve of this match. Fight as you wish." Damien, overflowing with power, aimed his challenge directly at Vin. "You'd better give it your all." Vin stood before a giant entity, wrapped in a blazing light and intense reddish-orange energy that radiated divinity and ultimate power. Damien, standing ahead, prepared to unleash the fire wheel. He laughed coldly, warning Vin, "Otherwise, you'll die." Above, Ain sat with his arms crossed. Damien's firewheel blessing originated from the fire god, the god who created massive explosions. Each of those rings of fire contained enough power to blow away an entire snow-covered mountain. When it comes to pure destructive power, Damien is the strongest among us 8 siblings. Crack! A cataclysmic explosion split the ground apart. Everything was crumbling under the destructive force. Smoke and fire rose like a volcano erupting with lava. The stands were buzzing with chatter. "It's so hot." Before Revan, flames curled like a cyclone, surging with heat. He recalled Vin Tran's words, "I might be stronger than you when it comes to defense. I'm really looking forward to it." Then, Revan smirked. "Wait for it more long? Are you serious?" Damien's sword strike was blocked by a protective ring. Revan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He even kept up with the defense? Damien's eyes went wide, in disbelief. Vin ran over and jumped on him, eyes sparkling with admiration. "You're just too amazing. How did you block my move? Everyone else can only dodge, but you blocked it head on." Vin Tran was pinned down by him, unable to move. "Hey, let me go first." Revan also gently reminded him, Prince Damien, what about the match?" Damien draped his arm over Vin's shoulder. "Why ask about something so obvious?" "I can't beat Vin. I surrender." Revan didn't expect him to reply like that. "Then, the winner is Vin Tran." Maria stroked her hair, watching below. "The fun part is just beginning." "Huh." Baum didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Maria Sunny explained. "Lord Vin Tran already defeated the 6th child, back when he was still rank 9. And now, he's defeated the 8th daughter and the 5th son. So, who's next?" Below in the arena, the tip of Vin Tran's sword pointed straight at Aben. The situation wasn't what he had imagined. He gritted his teeth. "Impossible. Damn it. The 7th son's rebellion is about to begin." Vin Tran pointed his sword, challenging him. "Are you going to teach me a lesson? Brother Aben, come down here." Vin Tran looked at Aben. "What's wrong? Don't tell me you're scared." Aben looked panicked. "That attack was blocked that easily?" He tried to reassure himself. "Calm down. Vin Tran has definitely gotten much stronger, but there has to be a way to beat him. I am a genius who has mastered all the Adenka family sword styles. I can handle any situation. No warrior is without a weakness. Vin must have one too. A weakness, why can't I find it? Attacking, defending everywhere I look. I don't see any openings." Whoosh! A ray of brilliant power shone down. Aben slashed through Vin Tran's body in front of him. Vin didn't fight back, just stood there. Finally, Vin Tran's soul shattered right before Aben's eyes. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe his eyes. This is, don't be ridiculous. This can't be real. There has to be at least one chance for me to win. At least one." Aben stared at Vin Tran's face. Please Vin still remained calm, not making a move. Aben observed with everything he had. Just a little bit, anything at all. His pupils dilated. "Impossible. I haven't even actually fought him yet, but I've already lost hundreds of times. I might never be able to beat Vin Tran." A voice broke through, waking him up. "Aben. Aben. Prince Aben." The person in the stands shook him gently. "Are you okay?" Aben looked at him, lowering his voice. "Yeah." He looked at the wreckage below, thinking to himself, if I lose to Vin Tran in front of this crowd, my chances in the succession race will vanish forever. But if I don't fight, I'll be remembered as a coward. Mocking voices echoed somewhere. What? The fourth son is too afraid to even step up? But after witnessing Lord Vin Tran's power, who would dare to challenge him? With this kind of momentum, isn't Vin Tran aiming for the position of the next family head? Hearing those remarks, Philodanel clenched his fists. That bastard Vin Tran, he's finally starting to stir up trouble. If Vin Tran shines here, our entire plan to seize the Adenka clan will collapse completely, she shouted. Stop this match immediately. We cannot let Vin Tran show himself any further. Unknown to them, Hoka was standing right behind her. Oh my, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Seeing her unexpected arrival, Philodanel hurried to greet her. Hoka Ken, headmistress. She raised a hand to cover her mouth and laughed. Every match within this arena is completely under my jurisdiction. And, of course, I have no intention of stopping it, Elder Philodanel. Philodanel scowled, cursing under her breath like an old hag. Damn it. Vin Tran stood in the center of the arena. He spread his arms as if to welcome them. Now, Brother Aben, hurry up and make your decision. The audience is waiting. After all, will you accept the challenge, or will you run away? Aben still hesitated, unable to decide. Suddenly. Mocking voices reached his ears, catching his attention. A warrior dodging a challenge? Are you trying to tarnish the honor of the Adenka clan? Aben looked at the person and asked, why are you here? The eldest brother, Kagon, had appeared in the stands. Sounds of admiration and awe erupted. Prince Kagon, isn't he supposed to be at the pirate archipelago? This has gone way too far. Julian looked at him with disgust. He reminded Vin Tran, you have to show everything you've got. Vin Tran didn't show any expression. Yes. A thought occurred to Maria. Last I heard, the pirate archipelago was still in the development phase. So why is he back? And he showed up without even letting me know beforehand. Come on, what are you plotting? Aben bowed his head, saying self-deprecatingly to Kagon, brother, but if I retreat now, I'll be. A voice echoed in his head. Aben, you've changed. He was startled. This was telepathy. Kagon continued to transmit his thoughts. Since when did you think you could go against my orders? Don't make excuses anymore. I said go, so you go. A voice rang out, cutting him off. Calm down. Prince, you shouldn't scare your younger brother like that, should you? Soretta approached them. Threatening others is something for pirates to do, isn't it? The pirate queen Soretta swished her dress. Julian pointed at her. No way, that woman is the pirate queen Soretta. She's a wanted criminal, linked to countless deaths of civilians and warriors. The stands were in an uproar once again. It's the pirate queen. Why would she come to this continent? Run! Khan dashed forward quickly, standing in front of Vesa, Hele, and Hoka. His face was deadly serious as he spoke up. I won't ask why you're here. Pirate queen, a criminal like you has no right to speak your final words. Soretta looked lost. Wait, who is she looking at? Haven't you told them yet? He smirked. You really do love surprise gifts, don't you? Suddenly, she knelt down and spoke respectfully. I, Soretta, pledge my loyalty to Kam Adenka. The entire pirate archipelago under my command shall be annexed into Adenka territory. Khan froze. What? The crowd around them began to murmur. The pirate queen has surrendered? In just 2 years, Prince Kam has conquered the entire pirate archipelago? Khan looked at both of them, lost in thought. So, this is how Kam achieves his goals, he said sarcastically. My apologies. I've stolen your spotlight again. My adorable little brother. Vin looked at him, remaining silent. Soretta remained bowed at Kam's feet as the crowd buzzed with rumors. He had conquered the pirate islands in just 2 years, and even forced the pirate queen to submit. After a long silence, Khan finally spoke. Vesa stood behind him, whispering, It doesn't seem like a lie. Those eyes show no reaction. Kam strode toward him. Father, 2 years ago, when I set sail, I told you this. I would prove that I am the most worthy person in the Adenka family to be the heir. As soon as he finished, the audience began to murmur again. So, the Adenka family now dominates everything? As expected, the next heir will be the eldest son, Prince Kam. Khan watched him, his face cold. He didn't answer, silencing the whispers with a look. Kam waved his cloak. Everyone, thank you for your congratulations, but today isn't about me. Don't forget, this is my younger brother's stage. He placed a hand on Aben's shoulder, his tone forceful and unconcealed. Now, Aben, since your little brother has returned after all this time, teach him a lesson. From start to finish, Vin didn't say a word. Below the arena, Revan began the introduction. Next, We will begin the friendly match between Lord Vin and Lord Aben. Aben trembled and whispered to Cam, "Should I attack first with my sword? He will definitely counterattack. A first strike, then a counter. No, that won't work either." Seeing how scared he was, Cam sighed. "Wait, Aben." He handed him a vial of yellow liquid. Aben looked at it curiously. "What is this?" Cam explained briefly. "It's a potion that pirates drink before a fight. Soretta gave it to me as a sign of her loyalty. It's said to temporarily amplify magic power." Aben took the vial, feeling even more terrified. He stared at it, thinking, Soretta gave this as a sign of loyalty, and it can temporarily amplify magic power? Without another thought, Aben drank it all in one gulp. Cam watched him with a smirk, drinking it so fast. Suddenly, Aben's body surged with a strange magical aura. He looked at his hands, feeling more confident. Power was flowing through him. He felt like he could do anything. Having achieved what he wanted, Cam turned to walk away. He dropped a final line. "With that power, can you defeat Vin? Even without it, I don't believe you'd lose. You are the smartest genius among us brothers, right?" Aben's face flushed red. He clenched his fists, confidently stepping onto the arena as if victory were already his. "Yes, I will definitely win and come back." A wicked smile appeared on Cam's face. "That's good, Aben. You won't be able to win anyway." Revan raised the flag and shouted, "The match begins." Vin looked at Aben with a polite smile. "Don't be too nervous. I'll go easy on you." Just like the previous matches, Aben stood there, sweating profusely, not saying a word. He just stood there, gasping for air, not moving. Vin warned, "Your left hand isn't moving. Start whenever you're ready." Watching Aben's expression, he realized something was wrong. What is this? Aben's condition is strange. Aben held his head, his face turning deathly pale. "Just a few minutes ago, I felt power surging through me, but now my body won't respond at all." Aben stumbled, about to fall. Vin reached out. "Brother, are you okay?" In Aben's head, the whispers echoed, making him lose his mind. What happened to him? "My lord, are you all right?" The fourth prince doesn't look well at all. "Brother! Lord Aben, brother!" Aben lunged at Vin like a wild beast. He screamed in anger. "Shut up." Vin calmly blocked Aben's strike with his sword. Behind the blade, he watched Aben carefully. Something was definitely wrong. His eyes were unfocused. Aben wasn't in his right mind at all. And this smell salty. A faint, fishy scent. The smell of the sea? Vin used his strength to shove him back. Aben gritted his teeth and growled, charging at him again in a frenzy. Vin realized the situation was dire. What is going on? I need to end this quickly and find out what's happening. Aben, filled with power, performed. A powerful attack with shocking speed and strength. He roared. Vin's blade suddenly cut across his chest, making him freeze. Aben gritted his teeth, unsure if it was from pain or anger. Vin looked up, and facing him was an immense, violent purple surge of energy erupting from Aben. He opened his eyes wide, confused. What is this? Aben had passed out before his sword even touched him. Aben lay on the ground, coughing up black blood. His face was twisted, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Vin stared in shock. Khan and Vesa stood above, restless. Seeing that, Theodanal and Jerson were completely stunned. A shout echoed through the arena. "Lord Aben is coughing up blood. Call a physician. Get the physicians here." Cam leaped from the stands, his voice full of worry. What happened? The physician, while tending to Aben, turned back. It's poison. I'm not sure what it is, but it seems to be a lethal type of poison." Vin's face froze. "Poison?" Cam stepped in front of him. "Don't tell me you poisoned him." Hearing such baseless accusations, Vin lost his cool. "Wait, what are you saying? I didn't do anything to him." Suddenly, Jerson grabbed him from behind, restraining him. "Stay still. Until we determine the exact cause of this poisoning, Vin, you will be thrown into the dungeon." Vin looked at him, gritting his teeth. "Elder Jerson, the situation is chaotic." A weak voice spoke up. "Save me," Aben groaned on the stretcher. "I don't want to die. I don't, brother. I trusted you." "Why? Why, brother?" Hearing that name, a flash of hatred appeared in Vin's eyes. "Are you that desperate for the family head position? To the point of pushing your own brother to his death?" Vin glared at him. You are someone I can never acknowledge. You will never inherit Khan and Aslan's legacy." The prison door slammed shut. Julian panicked, holding his head. "Vin, are you in jail again?" Vin reassured him. "Calm down. This isn't the first time." He glanced to one side. "Anyway, Headmaster, why are you here?" Hoka Ken avoided his gaze. She pouted. "They said I have to be held responsible and jailed because of matters related to the fortress commander." I might have been a bit disrespectful to Elder Phi Daniel. This is probably their retaliation. Vin asked, but you don't believe I intentionally poisoned Aben, do you? Hearing such ridiculous claims, Vin lost his patience. Of course I didn't. Hoka-ken believed him. She sighed. Well, with your skills, there's no need to use poison. Vin stood up and paced around. Exactly, but if I let Cam do whatever he wants, he will really frame me for this poisoning. He gripped the iron bars. I have to get out of here. Vin didn't waste words. He channeled his power. A blinding, authoritative light enveloped him. Lightning aura, giant technique. However, the door didn't change at all. Hoka-ken pulled with all her might. Damn it, it won't budge. Vin looked at his scorched hands. It seems there's a high-level magic seal covering the entire prison. She had an idea, magic? Then we just need one special sword strike to break it, right? Vin replied immediately. It's impossible. It seems directly linked to magical manipulation. Breaking it from the inside will be very difficult. Hoka-ken sat down, dejected. If Sir Vagon were here, he would have broken it already. Remembering something, Vin asked. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since I returned. Where did the vice commander go? She didn't dare answer directly. Then, footsteps echoed from the hallway, drawing closer. Enough. Don't beat around the bush anymore. Cam stood before the cell door. The investigation results are in, Vin. Hearing his voice, Vin gritted his teeth. Cam. He held out the evidence. Vin, a vial of poison was found in your room, the same type discovered on Aben, and the wooden sword you used. You tried to poison your own brother in a match that was supposed to be a contest of honor. Vin didn't care. He asked quietly, was this your plan from the beginning? A true warrior responds with strength. It is a disgrace for someone from a noble family. Cam ignored him. I don't know what you're talking about. But if the council accepts these findings, he pointed at him, you will be executed on the spot, according to family law. Vin, Julian, and Hoka froze. She screamed, executed on the spot? After their conversation, Cam walked away, thinking, that arrogant brat, Vin. All the evidence is staged perfectly. There's no way out for him. Let's see how cocky you can be when your head is about to roll. As Vin Tran was satisfied with the results, he crossed paths with someone. Khan had arrived at the prison. Cam spoke first. Well, what do you mean? In a cell? Is that for real? Vin Tran shouted at Hoka-ken. The vice commander who's been missing for 2 years? She replied wearily. Yes. The last time I saw Lord Vagon was at the home of his late sister. But that house was burned down shortly after. There's been no contact since then. No one knows where he went or if he's even still alive. From the other side, Khan lowered his voice. What are you plotting, Cam? He stepped closer to him. Aben is in critical condition, and since we can't identify the poison, we can't treat him. Are you planning on just letting Aben die like this? Kamen adjusted his mood. He replied casually, who knows what you're talking about, father? Khan's eyes blazed, his magic-infused hand raised, ready to strike. You think I don't know? Cam took a powerful punch, staggering backward. Khan looked at him and growled with authority. You've become arrogant. Relying on those old men in the family, do you think everything will go your way? Blood trickled from the corner of Cam's mouth as he leaned against the wall. You couldn't find any evidence, could you? If you had any, you wouldn't be here, would you? The Black Sword Unit would have dragged me to headquarters a long time ago. The power of a warrior exists to protect the truth. That is a warrior's duty. Wasn't it you who taught me this? Now, aren't your actions going against a warrior's duty? Father Khan, in a fit of rage, slapped him hard. You dare lecture me about duty? His next sentence left Khan stunned. What's so great about this so-called duty? With your power, father, why don't you just crush everything you hate? Why bind yourself to such worthless duty? I'm not like you. Times have changed, and I will use every means necessary to get what I want. Khan looked at Cam. Why do you even want to be the head of the house? Why are you going this far? Suddenly, Cam laughed loudly. Because I hate being beneath anyone. Vin Tran, I can't stand the feeling of being looked down upon by others. Even by you, father. He turned and walked away. Watch closely, father, and see how I replace you. Khan said one thing that made Cam pause. Are you sure it's over? You still haven't defeated Vin Tran. Even now, that kid is still there. He surely has read your moves and is already figuring out how to turn the tables. Switching back to the cell, Vin Tran was deep in thought when Julian interrupted. If you want to clear your name, identifying the poison is the key. He asked, what if we find out what kind of poison it is? Julian offered his opinion. Given that Aben always needs a selection like that, it must be a rare poison. Its origin or the person who made it must be limited. If we identify the poison, we might be able to track down the real culprit. Vin Tran placed his hand on his chin, deducing. Come to think of it, it smelled like the sea. Julian asked, startled. Huh? The sea? Are you sure? It was more like a fishy stench. Julian closed his eyes. A fishy scent, the pirate queen. After a moment, his eyes widened as if he had found the answer. Julian hurried to say, I know. It's the venom from a lamprey fish. It's a predator that lives in the deep waters of the pirate archipelago. It lures prey with glowing poisonous tentacles on its jaw. A colorless poison is extracted from those glowing tentacles. I heard it's used in internal pirate conflicts. Hearing Julian's information, Vin also realized something. Pirates, it's that woman. Julian warned him. It's bad. If someone is poisoned by lamprey venom, their body will melt into liquid within 5 hours. If he was poisoned right after Cam appeared, it will be 5 hours by sunset. Beside them, Aben was writhing on the hospital bed. Julian continued. Aben will. He will die before sunset. A voice echoed in the room, refuting the claim. Vach is chasing after Khan. This isn't right. Sir, please allow me. Let me go consult him directly. If she did that, he turned. Cutting her off, Aben wouldn't be saved. Khan recounted what happened in the prison. I met Cam. That guy clearly doesn't accept my methods. If we force him to submit, he might hide the source of the poison out of spite. We don't have much time left. Over there, Hoka Ken screamed in a panic. What? Aben will die before sunset? We're running out of time. Vin Tran was calmer. Right. We have to be fast. If Aben dies, I lose the only evidence to prove my innocence. He furrowed his brows. Furthermore, he remembered when Aben was being taken away by the medical team, whispering from the stretcher, I trusted you. Why did you do this? Why? Vin Tran clenched his fists with determination. It's true that Aben never treated us well, but I can't let him die a wrongful death, he said, with determination. We must save Aben at all costs. Hoka Ken sat on the bed, smirking. But do we have a way out? She provided information. I've checked for sure. Every side of this prison is covered in magic, like the bars. We can't break out by force. Moreover, our weapons have been confiscated. There's no way to escape this place. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Right, you'll die in there. Vin Tran looked at the person standing outside the bars. You? The pirate queen Soretta? Why are you here? Ah, I look down on you, she said dismissively. You land dwellers are so weak. When you catch an enemy, you should kill them immediately to avoid trouble later. Outside, everywhere you turned, people were whispering. Resting at a time like this? What the hell is going on? I overheard the instructors in the fortress say that Lord Vin Tran secretly used that poison. Dang, standing in the crowd, wondered. Why would he do that? Vu reached out to reply. Isn't it obvious? He might have been able to defeat the fifth person, which is fair. But by the fourth, he must have been exhausted. Right? Suddenly, he burst out laughing. So that cowardly brat couldn't get rid of his dirty nature, huh? Siri lost her composure and tried to step forward. I'm going to teach them a lesson. Wilson grabbed her hand tightly. Don't. Sister Hansen beside them also stopped her. It's useless to argue with people like that, Siri said sadly in a low voice. Young master, I just hope you can clear your name and return safely. Dang was deep in thought when something caught her attention. A figure, completely covered in a cloak, walked up and stood in front of Siri. She screamed in panic. Who are you? The scene shifted. An attack was launched with explosive power, creating a powerful and dazzling turquoise halo. Soretta was summoning her power, the one who swallows the waves. She swung her sword and charged forward. The waves, like drills, flew straight ahead. Sharp waves. Vin Tran was handcuffed. He agilely dodged the attack. Truth be told, he was also trying to hold on, but it was a bit too much. He said to her, I can't dodge if I don't use magic. A bolt of energy came dangerously close to Hokaken's body. Her eyes widened, as if she had just discovered something. No, she's reading my movements. Seeing H in danger, Vin shouted, Headmaster! Suddenly, she felt like she was falling into a stream of water. Hokaken looked around at that water. Sarita, on this side, grimaced. It stopped. Don't tell me she looked at Vin. That guy has the same water-type blessing as me. Seeing Soretta distracted, he knew the time had come. Perfect. This is the chance to counterattack. Vin Tran used his hands to forcefully push the energy toward her. Take this, Sarita panicked. What the hell is this? I'm like being sealed away. Vin Tran's power erupted terrifically amidst intense screaming and pain. The blue water droplets were floating. She gritted her teeth, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, all the magic fell straight to the ground like ordinary water. She couldn't believe her eyes. What was this? Hokaken ran over to support Vin Tran, who was kneeling down. Vin Tran, are you okay? He struggled to reply. Yes, I'm fine. Soretta regained her confidence. I was panicked for nothing. So, this prison is a special type created by the magic tower. Inside this prison, using magic will damage your main magic circuit. You won't be able to do anything in there. She raised her hand, summoning sparkling droplets of water. Soretta fiercely hurled the stream of water like the ocean inside. Unless you die. Vin Tran stood stunned, unable to move. He turned to warn Hoka. The headmaster took a deep breath, as deep as she could. The water flowed like a torrential flood, crashing down. Prison wave. Vin Tran and Hoka felt like they were sinking into the deep sea. Soretta stood outside, spreading her arms triumphantly. How is it? How does it feel to be trapped in an endless ocean? Scared yet? How long can you last? 1 minute? 2 minutes? Even the best divers start to suffocate after 5 minutes. Luckily we're on land. At least you won't become fish food. Just drown there. A figure appeared in front of her. No. Vagan took off his hood. The one drowning here is you, Pirate Queen. He summoned his power, unsealing the dark power, clashing directly with the light energy, creating a violent energy storm. A stream of water was flowing strongly towards Soretta. She looked at herself being surrounded, thinking in disbelief. No way. Can a prison created by the magic tower be destroyed this easily? Vin Tran lowered his voice. Relax, Soretta. After all, we are on land. Even if you drown in this water, you won't be food for the fish. Vin Tran slid quickly toward her. She smirked. Don't underestimate me, young master. Blessing of the wave swallower. Suddenly, her confidence vanished. Her face displayed panic. Soretta's eyes widened as a massive, destructive blast of blue energy erupted, ending the duel in a blinding flash of overwhelming power. Vin stood before the radiant light of freedom, turning back to express his gratitude. Thanks to you, I'm still alive. Thank you. The commander of the Vagon fortress stood there, cradling the exhausted Hokaken in his arms. Long time no see, Vin Tran. You seem to be in quite a hurry, he said with a reassuring smile. I'd love to chat more, but there's no time. I've got the situation handled, so just go. Suddenly, he called him back. Vin Tran. I saw your training match earlier. You've grown impressively in just 2 years. Vin Tran paused for a moment, looking at the fortress commander. He gave a warm, subtle smile before making a promise. I'll pay my respects properly later. Once he finished, he leaped away. Vagon lowered his gaze, thinking to himself, I'm sorry, Vin Tran. I'm afraid you won't be able to pay those respects anytime soon. Until this is all over, I cannot return to the fortress. Not until I find the root of this nightmare. Hokaken stirred, slowly opening her eyes. Lord Vagan, she shouted, jolting awake in a panic. What happened? Where are Vin Tran and the Pirate Queen? She scanned the area, noticing the campfire already lit in the center. Is this the forest near the fortress? Someone started a fire here, and I think I heard Lord Vagan's voice. A certain object on the ground caught her attention, and she leaned in to inspect it closer. The scene shifts. Vin Tran was now facing Soretta directly. He narrowed his eyes at her. As I expected, being dragged into that current wasn't enough to kill you. Soretta flicked her tongue mockingly. If I were weak enough to die from that, I wouldn't have earned the title of Pirate Queen. Vin Tran didn't waste words. He raised his sword and pointed it straight at her. Hand over the antidote. You know I don't have time for this. Soretta adjusted her hat. You figured it out, did you? Very well. That gives me even more reason not to let you live. Vin Tran watched the tsunami she had just summoned and thought, it's huge, so she was holding back while in the dungeon. The powerful wave crashed directly into him, and he felt as if he were sinking into the deep ocean. Still, Vin Tran calmly pondered his next move. I can use my blessing this time so I won't drown, but staying in the environment the enemy created is too dangerous. Where is Soretta? Where did she go? He scanned his surroundings. Vin Tran swung his sword hard in one direction, but it seemed to have no effect. He gritted his teeth. What? An illusion? A water clone? While he was distracted by the clone, Soretta appeared out of nowhere, ready to strike him down. Caught you. Vin Tran immediately summoned his power, forcing his physical form to adapt. Below him, Soretta tried to block a destructive blue energy blast. She felt a chill. The fact that he also possessed a water-based blessing was truly troublesome. This could drag on forever. I need to use a more powerful technique right now. Suddenly, Vin spoke up. Soretta, let me ask you something. Why did you surrender to Cam? Someone like you, who can control the ocean, shouldn't have lost to him. Soretta looked down from above. Do you know the greatest virtue of a pirate, young master? It's greed. The greed to want more than any other pirate. Cam did beat me. He led a ragtag fleet and had skills too mediocre to be called a clan successor. His journey lasted less than 2 years before ending in failure. But she remembered their first meeting. The scene was complete chaos. He had said, "Don't look." Soretta was surprised. Cam roared, "I said don't look down on me." Soretta continued. The burning desire inside him wasn't that of a warrior, but rather the eyes of a pirate. She raised her sword high. I wanted to see just how far Cam's ambition would take him. I became curious to see how far he would go with that destructive desire. Vin Tran observed the situation as the water began to rise. It grew higher and higher, following the motion of her sword. Soretta declared, "I can't let you stop me, young master." Without a second's hesitation, she attacked. Wave Swallower. The massive water current poured down, as if to devour Vin Tran. His eyes didn't show a hint of fear. Soretta unleashed a powerful strike. The blue energy formed a massive whirlpool shockwave, creating a deafening sound and spreading destruction everywhere. She shouted, "How about that? This is the technique that made me the pirate queen. Any ship hit by this sinks instantly. Now, young master Vin Tran, you sink too." Suddenly, a trident-shaped symbol appeared within the magical whirlpool. Darkness began to shroud Soretta. She panicked. "The world, it's gone dark?" Vin Tran stepped forward. "Pirate Queen Soretta, look closely. This sword is Abentan Aom, the blade of the one known as the Dragon King." Behind the door, moans of pain could be heard. Aben was coughing up blood, his body covered in wounds. Cam stepped toward where Aben lay. He spoke in a tone that made the boy tremble. "You're so pathetic, Aben." Aben looked up at him, pleading softly, "Please spare me, brother." Cam said something coldly that left Aben stunned. "Why won't you just die? Stop struggling, just melt away and die. That's your only purpose." Suddenly, a guard rushed in, panicked. "Lord Cam, it's an emergency." Cam glanced at the door. "What is it?" The guard stammered. "Young Master Vin Tran and the fortress commander. Hoka Ken, they've escaped." Cam's face stiffened. "What?" Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The guard cried out, "Is it an earthquake?" Cam approached the window to look outside. What on earth is happening? Something caught his eye, and his pupils dilated. Cam stuttered. "Rain?" Nearby, Soretta was struck by a powerful slash. Her arm was severed and sent flying backward. She gripped her arm, trembling, her face twisted in shock. He's not even 20 yet, and he's this strong? A monster. He's a completely different breed of monster. Vin Tran looked down from above. "Hand over the antidote. I know you kept a portion for your own protection." In his eyes, he saw Soretta's own fear reflected back. She looked at him and asked, "I don't see the same greed in your eyes as mine. So, what makes you fight? Money, fame, women? What exactly are you aiming for?" Vin Tran replied solemnly, "I must correct the twisted truth. To do that, I must become strong." Her face contorted. "Stronger than Cam?" Vin Tran's expression didn't change as he answered lightly. "Stronger than my father, stronger than anyone. If it's necessary." Now, Soretta could only stare in shock, unable to utter another word. Soretta trembled as she tried to stand. "I didn't expect you to have more ambition than even I do." "You win, young Master Vin Tran. Both in strength and ambition. I have lost." She suddenly tossed a vial toward him, adding, "But then again, I am a cowardly pirate, after all." Vin Tran suddenly realized something and gritted his teeth. "This scent, it's the poison of the lamprey fish." As the vial fell, a figure suddenly lunged forward. It was Hoka Ken, using her lash to secure the vial at all costs. "Got it." Vin Tran turned to look at Soretta, who was laughing like a maniac. Too careless. Even the poison was mostly just water anyway. She launched a surprise attack before he could defend himself. "Damn it!" Seeing Vin Tran in danger, Hoka screamed. "Vin!" Soretta laughed triumphantly. "What a pity. But you won't have much time to enjoy your victory." Hoka Ken, filled with rage, whipped her lash toward her. "You bitch!" Soretta conjured sparkling water orbs in her hands. "See you in 5 hours, if you're still alive by then." Hoka Ken hugged her own body. "It's so hot." Sweat poured down Vin Tran's face. "Steam?" "No," she disappeared. Hoka Ken ran to him. "I can't believe it. Even you were poisoned, Vin. Is there really no way?" He clenched his fist. "No, because I was poisoned. All the preparations are complete. The antidote will find its way to me." 30 minutes until sunset. Inside the fortress, a stern declaration echoed. Regardless of the reason, anyone who breaks the clan's bonds will be suppressed by force under the arrest warrant. Cam spoke confidently, his hands folded. "According to the Hakken clan laws, for the one who escaped with Vin Tran, Adenka V gritted his teeth, his eyes lowering to hide his surging killing intent. Cam continued, smugly. I hereby officially issue an arrest warrant. Khan, with an imposing aura, asked him, Are you really planning to settle this with me to the very end? Cam smirked, showing no fear or remorse as he stared back. Father, I won't give you any reason to strike. He raised his sword and commanded, Now, why are you standing there? Go after the fugitives. If they resist, do whatever is necessary to bring them back here, by any means. Suddenly, someone interrupted him. There's no need for that. Vin Tran and Hokaken had arrived. He looked Cam straight in the eyes. I won't run. In his hands, blue and red energies were erupting. Those present panicked. What is that smoke the young master is releasing? Cam narrowed his eyes, thinking, It's not just smoke. This is Khan. Had the answer. The boy's blood was spraying out as a mist. Vin Tran confidently declared that this blood mist would reveal the true mastermind who used the poison. Cam calmly walked toward Vin Tran. I wondered what kind of nonsense you'd spout by coming here yourself. Truly a reckless fool, Vin Tran. He held his blade to the boy's neck. Or have you finally gone mad because you're about to be executed? Vin Tran calmly pushed the blade away. That's right. I'm definitely going to die like this. So, if there's a chance to survive, I'm willing to do anything. His next words stunned Cam. I've just been poisoned by the pirate queen Saretta on my way here. He flinched. What did you say? Vesa, standing behind him, spoke up. Saretta's poison. Jerson lost his composure. Then that blood also contains poison. Vin Tran smirked. It's too late to keep your mouth shut now. I'm sorry, but you all must capture the pirate queen and retrieve the antidote. He meant that if they wanted to live, Cam's eyes did not hide his hatred. You bastard! Everyone present was in a panic. Is it really poisoned? If what he says is true, then we've all been poisoned. Hokaken pouted at Vin Tran. He's doing something this insane and he's not even flinching? Fiedanel trembled but tried to appear calm. Don't mess with me. Why should we believe you? Vesa interrupted her. No, everything Vin Tran just said is true. He really was poisoned. Only then did Jerson truly lose his composure. Fiedanel screamed. Does that mean the poison is already in our bodies? The two of them looked toward Kamen at the same time. He was furious. Damn it! Stop looking over here. Cam avoided their gazes. They would find out he was the culprit. Once he had achieved his goal, Vin Tran continued. According to Saretta, the poison takes about Kamen thought to himself, 5 hours to kill someone. I must get the antidote before I'm discovered, or I'll melt just like Aben. Soon, all of Adenka will be mine. I cannot die now. First, I must find Saretta. Cam was walking away in a hurry when he was called back. Hey, young master. He glanced at Saretta in the corner. That stupid woman. Why did she show up here? She hugged her arm and slowly approached Kamon. Someone, call a priest. Quick. He grimaced, feeling a bit panicked. Damn it. Getting involved with Saretta right now is a disaster. Vin Tran thought triumphantly. But whether I like it or not, on land, Saretta, I can only rely on you. Cam! Jogon has found her, he pointed. She's the pirate queen. Seize her. We must find out where the antidote is. Saretta was confused as a crowd suddenly rushed out to surround her. What is this? Aren't the elders and the soldiers all on Cam's side? Cam, holding a sword in his hand, approached her and ordered, Hand over the antidote. Saretta backed away. What? A thought flashed through his head. Didn't she say never to give it to me? If Aben wakes up right now, everything will collapse. Cam shouted loudly. Are you listening to me? I said give me the antidote right now. Have you forgotten your oath of absolute obedience to me? We will all die because of you. She couldn't resist. This, the eye patch itself, is the antidote. He excitedly reached out to take it. At least we've saved our lives for now. Once we're detoxed, we'll figure out the rest. Before he could touch it, someone snatched it first. Vin Tran held the antidote and examined it. How long has Aben been unconscious? Cam panicked because the antidote had been snatched away. Are you not going to hand it over? Vesa answered his question. About 5 hours. I heard that's the most critical time. He clenched his fist. How strange. These two types of poison have quite similar characteristics. He looked at Kamon and Saretta. Lord Kamon, do you know something? Why would Saretta use a poison similar to the one that struck Aben? Isn't she your loyal subordinate? Vesa unleashed his power. He warned in a cold voice. Tell us. Kamon and Saretta cowered as he asked him, Hey Kamon, what the hell is going on here? Tell me. As soon as he finished speaking, Cam's hands trembled. He swung his sword and struck Saretta down. Cam knew for sure he had lost. You dare to deceive me? Saretta, you dare to spread poison all over Adenka? I was truly stupid to keep a pirate with no background like you by my side. She was too weak to say a word. Finally, Saretta collapsed under his blade. Vin Tran, having witnessed it from start to finish, clicked his tongue. What a hassle. Now that Saretta is dead, the pirates will definitely turn hostile toward Adenka. Continuing to develop the island through them is now an impossible task. It's a pity that 2 years of effort have gone down the drain. Lord Kamon, he snapped his fingers. Bok Bok, are you there? Bok Bok appeared. Young Master Vin Tran, did you call me? Vin Tran handed the antidote to him. Take this to Priest Chevin. Tell him it's the antidote I sent, and he will understand. He took it and handed it to Bok. Swoosh! Bok Bok vanished. Theodenel hurriedly ran after him. Wait! Jerson also shouted from behind. Hold on! She reached Vin Tran. I mean, you should leave some antidote for us too. We're going to die too. He turned his head and laughed out loud. You all are fine. Only I was poisoned. Cam looked at him in horror. What? Hokaken winked and explained. The truth is, what I sprayed on you all was my own blood. Jerson froze. So, you didn't poison us at all? Fidenel pointed at him. You dare to deceive the Council of Elders? Vessa, who had been silent the whole time, smiled. That's right. Vin Tran never explicitly said whose blood it was. It was just a very small omission of information, but the effect was absolutely terrifying. Realizing he had been tricked, Cam began to feel regret. What is this? So that means I threw it all away with my own hands? Sareda, the pirate archipelago, did I ruin it all myself? Aben screamed in pain. I can't hold on any longer. Sweat and tears poured from him. The physicians tried their best to save him. No, the young master's body can't take it anymore. His body is melting. Rai encouraged him. Don't give up. Pour all your holy power into it, or the young master will truly die. Suddenly, a warm ray of light flew in and enveloped the atmosphere. A physician wondered, is this? Chevin responded, looking at the antidote. A voice spoke up, cutting through. Move aside. Chevin reached his hand toward Aben. He explained briefly. It's the antidote. Let it touch Prince Aben. After using the medicine, the wounds on his body began to heal. A blinding light flashed. Rai covered his eyes. The light. The physicians on this side also stepped back a few paces. Too bright. He observed and then happily exclaimed, his body has stopped melting. A miracle. It seems the poison in Prince Aben's body has disappeared. Vin Tran let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, it wasn't too late. Khan and Vessa were also somewhat relieved after hearing that. On the other side, Cam was furious. Damn it, I handed the antidote to Aben myself. He knows I'm the one who poisoned him. The day Aben wakes up and tells the truth to father, I'm finished. I must act before that brat Aben wakes up. Vin Tran approached the hospital bed. When will he wake up? Chevin touched Aben's body. It's hard to say. The poison is gone, but his body and energy still need time to recover. I suggest maintaining a healing coma for about a week. Cam smiled secretly to himself. A week? Is heaven helping me? As long as I kill Vin and Aben within a week, everything will go according to plan. Fidel suddenly spoke up. Lord Chieftain, should we reward Lord Cam? You have resolved this case, haven't you? Doesn't he deserve a reward? He glanced at her, reminding Cam. Are you kidding me? Elder Fidanel. Vin hurriedly interrupted. Wise advice, Elder, Khan reminded him. Vin Tran. He glanced at him, signaling him. Let's do that. Lord Chieftain. The next day, the poisoning incident in the clan was officially announced as Saretta's sole act. Vin and Hoka were cleared of all accusations. However, the honor of resolving the crisis and dealing with the Pirate Queen belonged to Kamon. Vessa asked Vin, Are you really okay? You were the one who cornered Saretta and saved Aben, he replied seriously. But if I push Cam too hard, he might harm others again to escape. Temporarily letting him enjoy a bit of victory is the safest way. She whispered, I'm sorry. I owe you one. Khan stood in front, lost in thought. Jogon leaned close to his ear and whispered, Chieftain, shouldn't we present the medal now? Khan lowered his eyes. I know. Standing before everyone, Khan loudly announced, not only did he eliminate a major threat to Adenka, but he also showed wisdom by saving his younger brother. He brought out the medal. Well done. In Vin Tran's head, his voice rang out, full of pride. Truly, very well done. Vin Tran Khan turned to look at him behind. Vin Tran was stunned for a moment. Cheers and praises echoed in the air. Long live Lord Cam. That medal was a turning point. It looked like the eldest son would be chosen as the next clan head. He smirked slightly. Too early to praise. The real battle is just beginning. He walked over to congratulate Cam. Congratulations, Lord Cam. Enjoy your short-lived victory. But as you yourself said, Lord Cam, now is the time for me to prove myself. Vin Tran narrowed his eyes as he looked at him. You, who plotted against your own brothers out of ambition, do not deserve to become the head of Adenka. He turned his hand and drew his sword. I also want to prove to you that I possess strength worthy of the name Adenka. He glanced at the tip of the sword pointing at him. I intended to kill you early, and now you've given me the perfect excuse. You dare to turn me into a laughingstock? I will kill you right here. Cam agreed immediately. Fine. I accept your challenge. Revan opened his mouth in surprise. Many murmurs of excitement arose. Prince Vin Tran has challenged Lord Cam. This is rebellion. What if Prince Vin Tran wins? No way. Lord Cam is much stronger. Khan looked at Vin Tran and Cam. Very good, my sons. Show me the results of the past 2 years. Prove it to me. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Wait. Jerson ran over to reassure them. Everyone is too excited. Please calm down a little. Fidanel also agreed. She came over to soothe everyone. The two of them are going to duel now? She looked around. Vin Tran is just a student. Isn't it too early to face Cam? Cam wasn't very happy. His face darkened. What are the two of them doing? I'll kill that brat immediately. Fidanel communicated with Kamon through her eyes. And if you do that, how will it look? You'd be branded a cold-blooded killer for murdering your own younger brother in a duel. You'd gain absolutely nothing from it. The priority now is to shift the Council of Elders' attention away from Vin Tran. He wasn't happy about it, but this was the perfect opportunity to kill that wretched Vin Tran. But he couldn't afford to provoke the Elders before the clan head selection. Finally, Cam decided to sheath his blade and regain his composure in front of his younger brother. It seems I got a little carried away. Vin Tran, however, didn't seem ready to let it slide. He spoke up. I was the one who severed Soretta's arm. Isn't that enough? Zagon interjected. Lord Cam was the one who finished her off. Besides, you've got Principal Hoka standing right there. Hoka Ken, suddenly being called out, crossed her arms and delivered her verdict. If they didn't crush Cam now, he would surely continue to pose a threat to Vin and Aben. The problem was, the Council of Elders had a pretty convincing excuse. The time he spent at the fortress with the 9 badges, it was a rite of passage for a true warrior. In short, no matter how strong Vin Tran was, as long as he was still an 8th-level student, he wasn't qualified to challenge Cam. Jerson continued. Then Vin Tran just needs to prove he's stronger than a warrior who once conquered a fortress. Ha. He nodded in agreement. Exactly. Just then, something appeared that caught her attention. Hannah was walking inside. That changed everything. Right there, in front of the Council of Elders, Hokaken recoiled. You, why are you here? No, wait. What brings you here? A buzz rippled through the air. What? Is it over? Looks like it. The Council and Cam are pulling back, right? Cam gritted his teeth in frustration. You just got lucky, you know that? Vin Tran suddenly taunted him. What? Are you running away because you're scared of losing? Worried about you-know-who? It's not like it's your first time losing, is it, Cam? Cam flicked his cloak, his face twisted with rage. I am actually going to kill you. Jerson stepped forward to calm him down. Stay calm. Cam Fannel interrupted. Right. Winning or losing against Vin Tran can wait. If you fight and you lose, then you'll hear things you don't want to hear. Cam glared at her. Me? Lose? Fidanel was startled. No, I meant, he bit his lip. Swallowing his resentment, Cam turned and walked away quickly. You're right, I'll retreat for now, but if you interfere again, I'll slice your throats. Hearing such arrogance, Fidanel couldn't help but curse under his breath. Who do you think helped you get here? You've barely grown up and you're already acting so cocky. Julian panicked when he saw him actually leaving. Big brother, we can't let Cam get away. Vin Tran replied. I know. In that case, we have to force him to stay. Hannah was getting closer, and she asked everyone, Can I take your place in challenging Vin Tran? Cam froze. The people next to Vin were equally shocked. Sister Hannah? Maria, watching from above, couldn't help but yell, The third princess, Hannah, you broke the fortress last year. I heard you were on a mission on the southern continent. Why are you here? Cam stepped forward. Why are you here? Are you here to boost Vin's power? You forgot my warning, Hannah. Even if something happens to Lauren Hele, she looked at him with a smirk. Hele will be safe. Per the agreement with Yong Rim, the Dragon Clan troops are stationed at the Lord's castle. If you threaten Lord Lauren, be prepared to become an enemy of Yong Rim. Of course, I won't just sit idly by either, Lord Cam. He shot her a hateful glare. You dare. Hannah ignored him and kept walking, then caught Vin's eye. Sister Hannah. She looked at him and asked, I interfered on my own accord. You don't mind, do you? Vin Chidanel quickly tried to stop her. Sister Hannah, don't act so rashly. She stopped. If you really object, how about this? The winner between the two of us will challenge Lord Cam. And if I lose to Lord Cam, I will officially support him as the next clan head. Cam saw the potential benefit and immediately thought about the succession. That tiring stalemate with Dia, if he just had to beat Hannah's forces here. A golden weapon, glowing with a deep, pitch-black energy core, shook violently, tearing through the dark purple magic of the space. He laughed in excitement. The succession fight won't even need to happen. Victory will be mine. I can definitely beat her, that annoying girl. Even if Vin Tran wins, he'll be exhausted after fighting Hannah. Then I can finish off that exhausted brat and accidentally kill him. Without hesitation, Cam made his decision. Fine. I'll fight the winner. Do whatever you want. Hearing him agree, Fidanel still tried to stop Cam, but he remained cold. Seeing how determined he was, she could only stay silent, suppressing the rage building inside her. Just then, Hannah turned to Vin. Looks like it's settled then. He looked at her without showing any emotion on his face. Below in the arena, Hannah and Vin stood facing each other. Revan stood in the middle, raising a flag. From this moment on, the great battle between Vin Tran and Hannah begins. She spoke first. This place is incredibly humiliating for me. Vin Tran didn't meet her eyes. He looked somewhat hesitant. I know that one day I have to defeat Hannah and free myself, but I don't want to humiliate her on such a big stage. Vin Tran said in a low, sincere voice, I was hoping you wouldn't step up. Chi? Hannah understood what he meant. Don't look at me like that. Just keep moving forward. Step past me to show the Council of Elders, show Cam, and go even further toward the dream I know you'll achieve. He looked at her, feeling powerless. Sister Hannah continued. Back at the Francis Fine Arts Academy, you said you would surpass me and take on the role of a warrior. Can you surpass me now, Vin? Hearing those words, he finally let go of his inner worry. Vin Tran's hand touched his sword. I'll prove it. In the stands, Maria pushed Nose's head to adjust the camera angle. It's the battle of the sculpture. Hannah, don't miss a single strand of hair or even the pores. Record everything, he replied, stressed. Understood. While observing, something caught Maria's attention. She looked at Hannah. The sculpture, Hannah, is smiling. Revan got into position and shouted, Both sides prepare. The battle begins. Hannah, with her smug, mysterious smile, was bursting with blue aura, sparkling like stars in the freezing void. Her gaze was cold and determined. The tip of her sword was less than a hand's breadth from his face. Vin Tran was stunned, thinking, She's so fast. Hannah closed the distance. But I won't let you pass me so easily. So your victory isn't hollow. I'll give it my all. The power of the blue light from her slash collided with the towering stone wall, creating a deafening explosion right in the middle of the arena. Hannah landed gracefully on the rubble, ready for a life-or-death battle, her sword still blazing in her hand. Vin Tran lay on the ground, the sword hovering right by his face. Geez, you're still serious about everything, aren't you? Hannah looked down from above. I told you, didn't I? If I make it too easy, the council will get suspicious. His hand was gathering power. Well, I don't have a choice then. Looking at what was appearing, Hannah was stunned. It was thunder from the power of a giant. One of her armor plates was scorched. His thunder technique is even stronger. A single explosion already wiped out all my sculptures. Hannah sank to her knees. Then, she leaped high into the air like a streak of light. Vin Tran followed Hannah's movement as she flew up. She struck a pose in the air, her voice full of determination. I won't give you a chance to counterattack. I'll keep the pressure on. Sword strikes were unleashed one after another before Ha's eyes. She watched without blinking. So cool. Vin Tran countered with a blinding purple energy shield, blocking the attack from Hannah in a high-speed clash. Maria's eyes widened as she shouted. Hoka jumped in surprise. You scared me. Maria approached, notebook and pen in hand. I'm sorry. I'm reporter Maria. Could you analyze their fight? I can't make sense of it at all. Hoka Ken glanced down. Sure. It's more one-sided than I thought. If the 8 brothers specialize in firepower, Hannah specializes in speed. With her Michelin-level speed, she has endless initiative. Someone like Vin Tran shouldn't be able to handle it. If it were me, it would be different. I would have sliced Hannah. You've climbed up here and are getting closer to the position of clan head. Maria tried to keep up with Ha's speaking speed. Got it. As expected, the age gap makes everything unfair. Next, Hoka Ken said something that caught her attention. No, actually, it's the opposite. Since her first surprise attack, she hasn't landed a single hit. It means Vin Tran can completely read her movements. Once he finishes analyzing Hannah's patterns, her initiative will end. After a tense exchange, Vin Tran looks at her and says, Now, the initiative belongs to me. Following the collision, Hannah is pushed back, launching herself backward amidst a burst of glowing purple light and scattering debris, her great sword striking out. Her blade shattered into 2, leaving her in shock. Fragments of the sword rain down. Hannah recalls a similar scene from the past. Cam's voice echoes in her ears. Hannah only has a long road ahead, and with her current level and skills, she couldn't even dream of the clan head seat. Hannah once thought, "When I was young, I thought the clan head seat was something you earned by being stronger, a privilege everyone fought for. I believed it was something you had to seize for the sake of success." Vin speaks up. "I will complete Adenka's mission. For that, I am prepared to overcome even Father and Sam. This is what I want, and then I met you." Hannah stands still, unmoving. "Only I have the foresight for the clan head seat. True, that seat really suits someone like me, but I am also a direct descendant of the Adenka line. I won't yield it easily." Seeing Hannah rise, Julian quickly warns, "Lady Hannah's magic power is rising." Vin Tran expresses his thoughts. She knows fast attacks aren't effective anymore. She intends to finish it with a single strike, so we should respond accordingly. Julian remembers an image from when Vin Tran was young, with Hannah patting and stroking his head. Julian clenches his fists. "Yes, brother." Vin and Hannah stop, facing each other, their purple and blue powers clashing violently, creating an energy barrier that splits the battlefield. Hoka assesses the situation. With this one strike, the match will be decided. Vin's breath slows down, power surges through his body, and Hannah's eyes flash with unprecedented determination. Vin Tran grips his sword, the blessing of the heavenly spirit fruit. "To this very day, I stand here. I couldn't have achieved this without your help. Thanks to you, I saved someone precious and freed myself from foolish waste. Haminously, thank you." From the shattered ground, a massive, brilliant, light purple magic circle activates, enveloping the entire arena. The White Castle in the background is struck by a massive vortex of purple energy and intense sound, showing that the entire area is affected by the magic. Hannah struggles to maintain her balance. Everything around her seems to stop, her long hair fluttering in the wind. In just a moment, Vin Tran's magic sword pierces through her and shatters. Hannah collapses, exhausted. Seeing her like this, Julian anxiously urges Vin Tran. "Brother, she's hurt. Please, help her." He stands still. No. Helping her now would only hurt Hannah more. Hannah's tears fall. After a moment of silence, she speaks. "I'm glad. The day you truly surpassed me has finally come." Vin Tran responds firmly. "I will become even stronger, stronger than anyone else. Perhaps these are tears of happiness." Hannah smiles, struggling to lift her head to look at the sky. "Is this my defeat, Vin Tran?" Revan's voice rings out, cutting through the air. "Miss Hannah has lost. The winner of this match is Vin Adek." After the intense match, Hannah temporarily faints. A medic's voice is heard. "The bleeding has stopped. She will recover soon." Another person reminds them, "Move carefully." Vin Tran wears a contemplative expression. "I guess there's nowhere left to run, right?" He looks up at the sky and shouts, "I have proven my worth. My martial prowess has surpassed the defensive warrior level. So come out here, young Master Cam." A sword is thrown down. Cam says coldly, "No need to shout so loudly. I'm right here. I told you clearly 2 years ago, didn't I? That when I returned, I would send you back to your pathetic mother." Seeing him enter the arena, Vin warns, "Luevan, start the match now." He takes his stance. Vin Tran looks at Cam calmly and utters each word clearly. "It seems you've forgotten what I said back then. For insulting my birth mother, you will pay the price." Young Master Kamon Revan raises the flag. With serious expressions, both sides prepare. Start. Kamen leaps into the air, swinging his sword high, preparing to deliver a finishing blow to Vin Tran standing below. He grins, his eyes glowing like a demon. Vin Tran is not intimidated, staring him down. The two blades collide in midair, releasing a powerful explosion of orange and white light that shakes the entire arena. Amidst the destructive purple light, he and Cam jump at each other, weapons slashing through the air in a life-or-death struggle. After the impact, the ground splits open. A massive, brilliant, pinkish-purple energy orb explodes, swallowing everything and creating a deafening roar. The force of the explosion is immense. Zero struggles to stay standing. Vanelli is no exception. "My body feels like it's being torn apart by the mana." The speaker nearby is stunned, judging. Just the collision of swords and mana alone has created such force. Maria watches intently, blurting out, "This is terrifying." Coming to her senses, she looks at Ha and asks, "But what blessing does Lord Cam possess? We don't seem to have that information." Ho speaks up. "Neither Khan Dia nor Cam were born with any blessings. It's pure martial arts that is their talent, though Cam's talent is a bit modest. Even Vin Tran would have a hard time in a direct confrontation like this." Vin Tran stares at Cam with sharp eyes, pushing his lightning-sparked purple sword against him with all his strength. Fidanel and Jerson look at the situation and whisper with a laugh. That's right, Kagon might lose to Dia, but he's still out of Vin Tran's league. Normally, this should be an overwhelming victory for Cam. Even if he ate the heavenly spirit fruit, Cam's strength isn't easy to overcome. But if it's Vin's sword, it might be able to check Cam's ambition. After fighting for a while, Vin Tran has somewhat gauged his strength. Truly, he has enough power to speak of the clan head position. His swordsmanship and mana control are clearly superior to mine. If it were the me from 2 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow. Just then, a blinding beam of light shoots out, slamming into the ravaged battlefield with destructive force. Cam nimbly dodges it. He mocks, "After all that bravado, is running all you can do? After making such a scene, is this pathetic performance all you have to show? This is starting to disappoint me." Vin Tran isn't rushed. That line should be mine, shouldn't it? Are your attacks, Lord Cam, just cutting through air? He swings his sword, preparing to attack again. Don't worry, this time I'll take your head. Suddenly, a sound distracts Cam, the sound of water. Beneath his feet, a stream of water swirls as if about to engulf his body. Realizing something, Cam grinds his teeth. Is this Vin Tran's water attribute blessing? Did he use the time he was dodging to draw up groundwater? Vin Tran extends his hand, then clenches it like a declaration. Now, this battlefield belongs to me. Murmurs rise from the stands. Water is surging everywhere in the arena. Lord Cam is surrounded. That's dangerous. The current flows swiftly, swirling as if to swallow him whole. Cam uses his strength to swing his sword, trying to break the current. Godly sword technique. His body is drenched. With this little water trick, do you think you can take me down? Vin Tran plunges his sword deep into the floor, his body covered in fierce blue electricity. After playing with water, you should watch out for an electric shock, shouldn't you? Realizing he's fallen into a trap, Cam grinds his teeth, thinking, damn it, was this his plan from the start? Crack! A bolt of lightning strikes his body. Seizing the opportunity, Vin Tran lunges, landing a direct hit with the force of the shockwave and the Giant of Thunder's power. Cam is completely exposed. I'll end it here. I'll combine all my blessings into this strike. The seal chains on the sword break. Vin Tran grips the sword tightly, staring at Cam with a cold, determined gaze, focusing all his purple energy into the weapon to unleash the chain link attack. The finishing blow is launched. He dashes like lightning, the black sword sweeping across, creating a white explosion of light around him, displaying terrifying speed. The lethal thrust pierces space, releasing a purple light so blinding it dazzles the eye. The arena, surrounded by forest, is now covered by a massive beam of light descending from the sky, signaling a decisive moment. In an instant, everything looks like ashes. Black smoke drifts through the air. Maria steps forward. City Lord Ha, beside her, doesn't understand. What the hell is happening? Looking at the scene below, she freezes. Impossible. Revan doesn't blink. This is irrational. Vin Tran winces slightly. Cam's hardened, mana-filled arm has blocked his strike. Vin Tran can't believe it. How, Cam? Are you protected by the Lesser King's blessing? Kamon's eyes flash, his rage ready to spill over. He uses his strength to shove Vin Tran away. Cam holds out his hand, admiring the power surging within his body. So it doesn't just defend, it also enhances strength? It's more useful than I thought. Vin Tran grinds his teeth and snarls at him. How did you use the Lesser King's power? Cam regains his confidence and flies at him. From now on, you will only know surprise. Seeing him approach, Vin Tran brought his sword forward to defend. In his mind, he thought, is he linking the lightning giant with a chain? Boom! Another explosion shattered the arena floor. Vesa jumped up. What's going on? Someone's voice rang out. That's Vin's technique. He tried to keep his body balanced. How is this possible? Kagon has already used the Sovereign's might, and now the lightning giant too. He rumbled with power as he spoke. Did you really think I just sat around doing nothing for 2 years? The power I gained during those 2 years on the pirate archipelago comes from the master of the obsidian chest. The ability I received is mimicry. Julian gasped. The master of the obsidian chest? Did he really receive a blessing from that god? Vin glanced over and asked, which god is that? Julian briefly explained to Vin that it was a malevolent deity worshipped by pirates. I once tried to seek that blessing myself, but I gave up. Legend has it that there was once an infamous pirate on the archipelago. He was so cruel and vicious that other pirates eventually hunted him down, and he sank to the bottom of the sea along with his treasure. But his intense obsession became deified, reborn as a ruthless, evil god. It was that very cruelty that made me refuse the blessing. Kamon stood at the prow of the ship, saying, "My power demands a price. Throw 100 sailors into the sea as payment. From the many powers within my treasure chest, I will grant you one. Are you truly prepared to pay that price?" Kamen didn't hesitate, turning his back on them. "We're setting sail." Soretta asked him to be sure. "What is your intention?" Kamon said in a low voice. "I want the power to crush those who look down on me. You, my father, and them, all of them. That skull can grant me that power. I will take it, no matter the cost." Beneath the sea of fire, innocent sailors struggled and screamed, I'm dying! Save me!" Vin Tran was trembling with rage after hearing that. "Human lives, you say?" he shouted in indignation. "Instead of using that power to protect others, you killed people out of greed. Aren't you ashamed to call yourself a warrior?" Kamon tilted his head. "So, you know about this power? But even if you do, what difference does it make?" He waved his hand, hurling a massive surge of water at him. Vin Tran felt a chill. Even Foxen, the Galaxy Wanderer, was stunned. Boom! Another explosion rocked the area, rocks and debris flying everywhere. Vin Tran stepped back. This couldn't be happening. That last attack was the Amilun sword technique. Julian warned him. Such an ability won't trigger without an activation source. There must be a catalyst for him to mimic. Vin's eyes widened. Kamon can use my skills because he was hit by my attacks. No way. He voiced his thoughts. To mimic, he had to be hit by the move at least once. Kamon didn't deny it. "Exactly. That's right. And you were generous enough to mix all those skills together and attack me just now." The situation was taking a turn for the worse. Vin Tran was frustrated. What a mess. Now, it wasn't an exaggeration to say Kamon had become him. Kamon laughed. "No, because I am much stronger than you. I am the one who will overwhelmingly dominate you." Vin Tran swung his sword to parry the slash. Both he and Kamon stared in shock at what was about to unfold. Two sources of power, both from Vin Tran and his opponent, erupted. Kamon summoned his power, chaining it with the Sovereign's might. Vin Tran also raised his sword, executing a heavy slash. The two blades collided directly, and their powers clashed before exploding. He calculated, it seems that since he isn't using a blessing from someone else, his mimicry must have limits. A time limit, or a limit on the number of uses? There must be a weakness like that. But to find it, Kamon's adaptability was too fast. Suddenly, dark clouds swirled in the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck down from above. Kamon absorbed the power Great Thunder. Julian watched him charge, and clutched his head. Has he already unleashed that much power? In a decisive moment, a massive, blinding blue light was released, firing a piercing beam that countered every threat. Vin Tran stood still, observing, not having acted yet. This is too dangerous to deal with, he thought. Finally, he spotted an opening. There it is. The best way is to cut through it with the sword path and neutralize it. The purple orb from his blade shot forward, slamming straight into the giant lightning bolt. Kamon gloated. "That's right. Use that strange sword path, Vin Tran, for it will lead to your demise." Vin Tran startled slightly, wondering. He's laughing? He watched Kamon and calculated. Damn it. Was that his goal all along? A blue bolt of lightning struck down. Kamon landed and looked toward Vin. Seeing a glimpse of him, he clicked his tongue. "What a pity." Kamon spoke up. "If you had swung that sword path, and even grazed us a little." Vin Tran crossed his arms in front of his chest and activated his defensive armor. Kamon looked at him and continued, "I could have already mimicked that strange sword technique." Vin Tran gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, I can't use my ultimate attack recklessly. If I don't use it at the right moment, I'm just handing my final technique over to him. Kamon raised his hands high and said, "All your blessings have been mimicked, and you don't dare use that strange sword path because you're afraid of it being stolen." He immediately accelerated toward him. Kamon laughed. "You're out of moves." He swung his sword at Vin Tran, but he leaped up and dodged it. Vin Tran slid backward, silently telling himself, I am becoming more and more proficient with my blessings. Soon, I will surpass even his skills. Kamon looked at Vin Tran with a murderous aura and sighed. He asked, "If I mix the astral travel with the Sovereign's might, it would be even faster, wouldn't it?" Vin Tran was startled. He continued, "Each blessing is strong on its own, but when combined, they are even more powerful." Kamon spread his arms wide and shouted, "Now I understand it all." Vin Tran thought with surprise. 4 blessings in just a few minutes? His talent is truly terrifying. He pointed at him and challenged, "With such talent, why throw yourself into that filthy desire for power? You belong to the Martial clan." Kamon cut him off. "And are you still chewing on your father's outdated words?" He continued, "Defeat me yourself, warrior. As long as I win, The method doesn't matter. That's enough. Cayman's words echoed in his head, reminding him of Kajin. He went on to say, in the end, history is only written by the victors. Vin Tran was stunned, his heart aching as he questioned himself. Will I succumb to that method once again? Suddenly, another voice spoke up. Don't give up. Hearing this, Vin Tran snapped out of it. It was Julian. He encouraged him. You said you would fix history. Are you planning on giving up that easily? Julian said decisively. The version of you I know never gave up, even when you were a useless failure before. Vin, he didn't give up. Vin turned to look at him and thought, Julian, finally, he smiled and whispered, yeah, that's right. The match isn't over yet. He said to Julian, Julian, use that move. He was surprised and asked back, but that move isn't finished yet. He replied, do we have any other choice? Julian fell silent for a moment, then smiled and said, all right, let's try it. A space appeared where only Vin and Julian were present. He asked, Julian, do the stars in this space mean something? He put his hand to his chin, thinking, and replied, I think so too. Vin Tran continued, just as Annalyn suddenly interrupted them both. You think it's like the sword path of the ultimate strike, right? Vin Tran spoke, Annalyn, and it laughed. Finally, you've realized it. Annalyn said, try following it for once. It should be what Aslan left behind. It continued. The final arrangement. He returned to reality. Cayman shouted, stop muttering to yourself. He gripped his purple greatsword tightly along with his chains and said, I will gather all the techniques I've mimicked into one strike. The greatsword turned red. He threatened him and slashed down. At the same time, Vin Tran also lunged forward. As he swung his sword, he thought, if this move gets stolen too, it's really over. This is my only chance. Cayman sneered. How foolish of you to risk charging at me. He raised his blade and said, you've finally gone mad. Vin Tran calculated, timing is everything. Create an opening for him. He slashed hard at Cayman's greatsword and told himself, end this match in the blink of an eye. The collision between them created a massive explosion, filling the air with dust and smoke. Cayman laughed, I will crush you in this state and cut you in two. Meanwhile, Vin Tran struggled to hold on, silently asking himself to hang on until Julian found a way. He gritted his teeth and thought about the new technique Annalyn had passed on the sword path of the ultimate strike, created by his master. Asterlan had merged the essence of divine power into it, a sword path imbued with divine strength, and because of that, even the new god, Julian, could use the sword path. Vin Tran's sword was hacking hard against Cayman's greatsword. He gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into the strike. Cayman froze, thinking, he's surging along the edge of the greatsword. Vin and Julian both spoke at the same time. At this moment, he gripped his sword hilt and focused on the slash and the creation of the sword path. In that same moment, as Vin and Kagon faced each other, Julian, standing beside him, simultaneously used his power. He gritted his teeth, showing clear determination. Seeing his steady stance, Cayman was finally worried, but it was too late. A blinding light appeared before him. That light flared up, engulfing the entire arena. Returning to a moment ago, Annalyn had spoken. What? You want me to name that move? It thought for a bit and then said, since this is a strike that surpasses the very concept of a sword path ending and destroying. Annalyn said, no, wait, ending and destroying is my line. A bit disappointing, but fine. Finally, it concluded, let's call it the transcendent ultimate strike. Vin Tran swung his sword past Kagon, leaving behind fragments of the great sword. Cayman was stunned, thinking, he didn't even show signs of using the sword path, yet the attack appeared as if out of thin air. Vin Tran also thought to himself, usually, all my power would have been copied. But this match should have been his, but I still possess a power you could never mimic, a power called Julian. Julian said emotionally, he actually did it. Cam fell to his knees, while Revan stood there, stunned. Seriously? He won? He shouted. You actually won? Amidst everyone's anticipation, Revan clearly declared Vin Tran the winner of this match. Mac grabbed his severed arm and followed silently, while he stormed off in front. Damn it, to hell with this. Cayman thought bitterly, refusing to accept this. He would kill Vin Tran at any cost. Suddenly, Khan approached and spoke. Father, he said, it would take a lot of effort to heal an arm severed by Vin's sword, requiring magic and a second-class priest or higher. Kai and Mac replied respectfully, yes, Master. Khan continued walking. As he passed Cam, he mentioned that the treatment, Khan said in a stern voice, can only proceed after the investigation into the origin of his blessing is complete. Cam was briefly stunned. The scene shifted to the stands, where reporters were shouting at each other. Breaking news, special scoop. Du pointed and ordered, write up the victory of young Master Vin first. Our paper must publish it first. A reporter spoke up. A paper has already published it, sir. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, what? That's impossible. The match just ended. Who could it be? The reporter replied, the Wind News. They've already reported on young Master Vin's victory everywhere. Maria smiled and said, they had the headline written since the match began. The world was turned upside down by an event unseen for centuries. The sudden rise of the young master spread rapidly among the people. Each newspaper's description differed, but their assessment of Vin Tran was the same. The divine leap, leading the next generation. Fidenel stabbed his knife hard into a newspaper with Vin's picture, hissing furiously. Vin, that brat. Jerson tried to calm her down. Stay calm, Lady Fidenel. Fidenel shouted. Do I look calm to you? She added angrily. That Vin Tran brat just slashed down every main branch except for the second son with his sword. Now, no one can stop Vin Tran. Fidenel continued. The only card left is the eccentric second son, who acts on his own whims. Her hand trembled with rage. Khan, that name, having successfully produced an heir beyond our control, might actually do something unprecedented. Fidenel hesitated. Overthrow the Adenka Elder Council. Hearing this, Jerson was startled. Debach slammed his staff hard on the floor and said, given the situation, we have no choice but to go all the way. Debach added with determination, we must take down that insolent Vin Tran at any cost. That evening, on the castle balcony, Vesa spoke. Congratulations, you're going to receive all the hatred of the Elder Council. She smiled. A protruding stone is bound to be hammered down. Vin Tran replied cheerfully, once I'm strong enough to blunt those blows, it'll be fine. Vesa smiled gently and said, if I'm not mistaken, the Elder Council will promote you very soon. He rested his chin on his hand in thought and said, in exchange, they'll give me an impossible mission, or perhaps the mission itself will be a giant, obvious trap. Vesa reminded him seriously, don't be complacent. She explained that they have strategies that have controlled Adenka for 500 years. Even if they've succumbed to greed, the danger remains. You must doubt everything you encounter on this mission. Vin Tran hesitated, then replied, I'll keep that in mind. Vesa walked over and brushed the dust off his shoulder. I originally intended not to interfere in the children's struggles, but with you, I just can't keep that resolve. Vin looked at her silently, thinking that it felt different, not like what he had experienced with his own mother. The feeling was completely different. Vin Tran asked, are you favoring me because you're the Lady of Adenka, or because you're my mother? His words left Vesa stunned. She asked back, what? Vin Tran said softly, I hope it's because you're my mother. Vesa looked at him in surprise, then closed her eyes and replied gently, It seems that is the case, my son. He smiled back at her. Vin Tran spoke. Then, as your son, I would like to ask for a few things. The scene shifted to him walking along the path when someone called his name from behind. He turned and asked, Hoka Ken? The city lord ran over breathlessly and said, Where have you been hiding to play all day? Something big has happened. She panted and handed him a scroll, telling him, Read this. Vin Tran said softly, The Elder Council must have given me a mission, right? Perhaps as a condition for a special promotion. He took the scroll from Hoka Ken's hand, and she startled, exclaiming, Whoa, you knew about this? That's insane. He opened the scroll and replied, I just wanted a lead from my mother, let's see. But upon reading the contents, Vin Tran couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This is an order to exterminate monsters infiltrating Gilon Snow Village in the Tosan mountain range, treating 8th rank student Vin Tran as a temporary fortress warrior. After completing this mission, he will be officially promoted to fortress warrior. The Adenka Elder Council, complete this mission, get promoted to fortress warrior. Vin paid special attention to the words fortress warrior. Julian appeared and said, They're acting more boldly than expected. He gripped the scroll tightly, thinking, Right. That means they're calculating that this mission will be even more dangerous. Returning to the scene when Debach approached, he asked, However, Vin Tran now possesses a force we cannot control. Fiodonal added, Now we must find a way. Debach laughed. He possesses an uncontrollable force, you say? Debach said maliciously. How about this? He proposed. An opponent that cannot be subdued by force. Then we will overthrow him using the Elder Council's methods. The scene shifted to the snowy mountains, where Marion was crying out of fear, sitting trembling on the ground. In front of her was a massive, extremely fierce leopard. At the same moment, the leopard roared. Inside the castle room, Debach uttered malicious words, saying, to let that brat Vin Tran learn how the Elder Council fights. Before leaving the fortress, I have a request for you, mother. Vesa entered a forest filled with butterflies. Rausa and Hansen followed her. She marveled. This is an enormous amount of magical power, strong enough for grass to grow even on a snowy mountain. And she hesitated. I want you to keep the remains of my benefactor, Annalyn, in a safe place. In front of the three of them stood a towering dragon skeleton. Additionally, please allow the great artisan Hansen free use of them, and please send the people I mentioned to Dragon Forest. The scene shifted to Selbira and Revan walking toward a magnificent castle. She observed the surrounding scenery and exclaimed, "It's huge. My God, Dragon Forest actually exists." Selbira was a child who dreamed of becoming a historian, and Revan was the heir to a branch family specializing in recording history. Suddenly, Nea appeared with an entourage and spoke. "Welcome, friends of young Master Vin Tran. The Dragonkin tribe will help preserve history in written form," she said happily. "Welcome to Dragon Forest." The scene shifted to the snowy mountain. Vin Tran looked ahead and told himself, now all preparations are complete. Behind him were Wilson and Ciri. Vin declared clearly, "Our destination is the snow-covered village in the Tosan Range." He breathed and said, "Julian." Ciri followed behind and explained, "Julian is a village formed from many small hamlets. Previously, it was protected from monsters by a magic barrier, but recently, the barrier has weakened and monsters are attacking more frequently." She continued, "A few small hamlets have been destroyed, and the people are evacuating to a larger central village." Wilson leaned in toward Ciri and asked, "But looking here, were 3 students sent ahead as an advance team?" The scene shifted as a fierce oxer roared and attacked Marion. She was knocked backward by its strike. Marion thought, "Damn it." She looked down at her leg and examined it. "That leopard bit me." Suddenly, another oxer appeared behind her. It roared hideously. Marion rolled her eyes in fear. "No way." She looked back at the oxer in horror and thought, "There's another one?" 2 oxers charged to attack Marion at the same time. They sneered wickedly. She had to close her eyes tight, thinking, "It's over." Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Marion opened her eyes and was incredibly stunned to see a figure standing in front of her. That person was none other than Vin. He used magic to create a defensive layer, blocking the attack of the 2 oxers. Vin glanced at her and asked, "Are you okay?" Marion was stunned and wondered, "You blocked that oxer's attack?" Vin thought, "Too easy." He called out to Ciri. A flame was launched. The attack aimed directly at the oxer's head. Seeing that, Marion shouted, "Behind! Ciri is hovering and using magic." She happily told herself, "We did it. We took down the first monster." As for the remaining oxer, it suddenly felt pain in its neck, and purple butterflies appeared before its eyes. Julian appeared and used magic. At the same time, Vin Tran pulled his sword back to take a stance. Jagged lines of light appeared. You used the superior sword-kicking technique to strike straight at Oxer's head. Seeing this, Marion was speechless. She could only think to herself, "Incredible. Absolutely incredible." Vin Tran gently reached out to Marion and asked if she was hurt anywhere. She didn't say a word, instead, rushing forward to hug him tight. Seeing this, Wilson and Ciri were extremely surprised. Mari burst into tears, saying, "Thank goodness, I thought I was a goner." Vin Tran looked at her, feeling a bit awkward. He said, "You're freezing. Let's start a fire first." They built a fire and boiled a pot of water. Wilson took a cup and handed it to Marion. "Here, have some warm water." She replied, "Thank you." Mari smiled and remarked that Vin Tran's servant was very kind. Wilson immediately turned beet red. While he chatted with Marion, Vin stood by quietly, observing and calculating. Looking at her, he figured she must be one of the top-tier students. A third-year student, Mari was known as the most beautiful student in Hamong Thon. The number of students who considered her their first love had reached dozens. Vin analyzed this, which was why she was known as Marion, the first love. Wilson clutched his own chest. He told himself, "No, Wilson, she's out of your league." Ciri glared at her with a piercing gaze. "Why do you have to blow on it before drinking? It's been cold for ages." Ciri remained wary. She thought to herself, "Plus, she's sticking to the young master way too much." Seeing Marion leaning against him, Vin Tran said coldly, "Senior Marion." He asked her, "Was that snail the target of this subjugation mission?" Mari replied softly, "We thought so too." But suddenly, 2 male voices called out loudly, "Mari, where are you? Answer me." Mari immediately smiled and said, "That voice." One person spoke up, "Over there, there's a light." Rick held a lantern and shone it forward. He slid down and said, "Found her. Thank goodness." Khan ran in front and added, "I told you, didn't I? I said she would be safe." Mari stood up. waved her hand and shouted, "Hey everyone, Khan," Brick called out to Marion. Suddenly, Vin Tran thrust his sword, blocking the path in front of both of them. Khan asked in surprise, "What the hell?" Mari hesitated. Vin spoke in a cold tone. You guys. Vin Tran stared wide-eyed at the two and questioned them. "What were you two just doing?" Khan was stunned and blurted out. "What?" he shouted loudly. "You dare throw a sword at us? Do you want to die?" Marion hurriedly explained. "Calm down. This is Vin Tran. He saved me." Brick spoke up. "Vin Tran? The seventh young master of the main line?" Khan continued. "Then doesn't that make him in 8th grade?" He pointed at Vin Tran and asked, "Hey Junior, you just dared to throw a sword at your seniors?" Vin asked coldly. "When investigating in such harsh weather, it is mandatory to divide into groups of 2 or more. This is a basic principle taught in the curriculum. So why did you isolate Marion and make her perform the mission alone?" Khan stammered. "That's because," Khan pointed and shouted, "if we keep doing that, who knows when we'll finish searching these vast snowy mountains? Just an 8th grade upstart acting like he knows everything?" Siri cut him off. "Currently, young Master Vin Tran has been appointed as the acting starbreaker. Not a rank of student you can look down on." Khan thought in surprise. "Acting starbreaker? I've never heard of such a strange position." He put on an arrogant act and said, "Anyway, he's just a rookie who's only done a mission or 2, right? We have completed so many missions and contributed to the territory." Khan grabbed the hilt of Vin Tran's sword and said, "Leaning on your bloodline to act tough, aren't you?" He swung the sword and asked with a laugh, "Experience is paramount here. Get it?" Khan threatened. "A little brat like you dares to." In the moment he got close, Vin Tran grabbed his hand and lightly flipped him into the air. Before Khan could even process it, he was slammed to the ground. He was in pain. Vin Tran pointed his sword at him and asked nonchalantly, "Experience, you say?" Vin Tran said coldly, "The things I've been through probably far exceed your imagination," he said with contempt. "You can't even handle the basics and you want to surpass me? You brat." Scene changed to the large Jilin tribe. "Inside a house," Brick said in disbelief. "Another magical beast?" Marion was sitting next to Vin and replied, "The thing that attacked my leg wasn't a snail. Even the snails were avoiding the creature I encountered. It looked like they were running away." She recounted it while trembling. "A giant black panther, a black panther as big as the city walls here, appeared. It started tearing apart the abandoned village I was investigating. I almost died too. It suddenly changed direction and vanished into the snowstorm." Julian appeared and said to Vin Tran, "Black panthers don't normally live in these snowy mountains," he pondered. "Furthermore, its movements felt purposeful, as if it were being controlled by someone." Vin Tran thought to himself, like in the Tuakol mission, perhaps a trainer has brought a dangerous magical beast along. Marion acted coquettishly and said, "Vin, I'm so scared. Can you hold me?" Vin looked at her in silence. Then he put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. Marion whispered, "Thank you." Khan, on the side, was extremely uncomfortable. He thought to himself, "Just a little bit, and she's already acting all high and mighty. What does that broad Marion see in that guy that she keeps giggling next to him?" Khan shouted orders. "You, come with me to my room for a moment." Vin Tran sighed and replied, "I have nothing more to say. If you have business, find your own way to my room." Hearing this, Khan gnashed his teeth in anger, swung his fist at him, and said, "Watch this." Vin Tran coldly used magic. Immediately, a wave of blue energy radiated around him, causing the other 3 to collapse to their knees. Brick thought to himself, "This is Marion," was also astonished, thinking, "He only released a little mana." Khan, both terrified and in shock, felt like he couldn't breathe. He looked at him and wondered, is he really a monster? Vin Tran withdrew his mana and walked up the stairs coldly. Vin Tran said, "The taking care of my lovely seniors bit ends here. Next time, I won't be so forgiving." Khan, though furious, didn't dare look him in the eye, and could only mutter, "Bastard." The bedroom door closed. Julian appeared and said there was nothing suspicious in the room. Vin replied, "Good work, Julian. It seems none of the students are qualified to be part of the Elder Council." He considered that if there were someone qualified among them disguised as a student, they would have shown at least some killing intent when threatened by his mana earlier. Vin sat on the bed and said, "Perhaps they haven't made their move yet, or maybe I'm overreacting because of my mother's warning." But, before he could finish, there was a knock at the door. Marion said, "It's Marion. May I come in?" Julian exclaimed in surprise, "Marion?" While Vin Tran said in a cold tone, "Come in." She stepped inside in a white nightgown, looking extremely seductive. Carrying a tea tray, Marion blushed and said, "Sorry for the intrusion." he thought shyly. So beautiful. Someone like me doesn't even have a physical body, so why does it feel like my heart is beating this fast? Vin Tran looked at the cup of tea and mused. The tea smells wonderful. Marion smiled and replied, right? I specifically chose it to drink with you. You saved me, and I haven't had the chance to thank you properly. Also, I wanted to apologize for Khan's rudeness. I want to have a calm talk with you. Vin Tran asked back. In the middle of the night like this? She moved closer and said, late at night is the best time, isn't it? Marion pushed Vin Tran down onto the bed. He furrowed his brows slightly. She said flirtatiously, because the night is so long. Marion sat on top of Vin and said softly, we can have a really deep conversation, can't we? Marion took off her hair tie and began to seduce Vin. How is the scent? Pleasant, right? Don't tell me you don't feel your strength fading away. By now, Julian thought there was no problem and said in a confused tone, strength? No way. Could she have done something shady? After that, she laughed loudly and said, soon enough, I'll be the only seductive person you can see. Marion slowly reached out to touch his face and whispered, don't worry. I don't intend to hurt you. Vin watched her silently with blank eyes. The more he was like that, the more Marion enjoyed it. Just one night, both of us will benefit, right? No sooner had she finished the sentence than the tip of his sword was pointed at her throat. Then, Vin Tran said seriously, don't move. Your body is shielding me perfectly from the person watching outside the window. Indeed, there was someone outside the window targeting him. Marion glanced at the sword sheath with a tense expression and asked herself, he drew his sword while pretending to be pushed down? Marion hadn't even realized it. A second later, she was shocked when he suddenly asked, does the Elder Council even interfere with the love lives of students now? Marion laughed loudly, pretending not to know about it. Watching? The Elder Council? What are you talking about? I just wanted to get closer to you. Vin brought up the ingredients in the tea, mentioning an aphrodisiac extracted from the Rena Osa flower. Is that what you mean? Hearing this, Marion looked astonished and whispered to herself, terrible. Did he know from the very beginning? Seeing that she didn't reply, Vin said with a sarcastic tone, you really know how to seize an opportunity, don't you? First love Marion. Scene change. Khan, out of extreme anger, punched the wall. He was so mad he was shaking, gnashing his teeth as he said, damn it, that bastard Vin Tran dared to treat me like a fool. Khan remembered the moment Marion actively leaned against Vin and grew jealous, thinking to himself, and Marion too. Even Khan's first love was completely leaning toward him. Finally, unable to take it anymore, he screamed, I'm going to die of anger. Rick, beside him, hurriedly tried to persuade Khan. Calm down, Ken. Just then, he opened the door, walked in, and said, the blizzard is easing up. I'll go buy some supplies nearby. At that moment, he finally calmed down and replied, yeah, thanks. However, when Brick opened the door and went outside, Khan got angry again and muttered to himself, just you wait, Vin. He accidentally heard these words, but remained silent. The scene cuts back to Vin Tran. He immediately gets straight to the point. What was the mission the Council of Elders gave you? Mari remained stubborn, refusing to tell the truth. And if I tell you, do you want me to play double agent between you and them? Vin Tran replies bluntly, that's right, because standing on my side would be more beneficial for you, wouldn't it? She looks puzzled. Why? Vin Tran doesn't hesitate to share his plan with her. Because in the near future, I intend to wipe out the entire Council of Elders. This statement leaves Mari worried about her own future. She didn't rush to answer, taking a moment to think it over carefully. Then, Marion offered a sarcastic remark. How ridiculous. Yet, coming from someone as absurd as him, the words carried a strange sense of truth. A second later, she shifted her attitude, pushing Vin Tran's sword aside as she asked, fine, then answer me one thing. He stared blankly, asking, what is it? Mari got straight to the point. Are you impotent, or do you prefer men? The question left him wide-eyed and jaw-dropped, and he shouted, what? Come on. Marion was getting annoyed now. I mean, we've been stuck together for so long, so how come you don't show any interest at all? With an angry glare, Vin looked at Julian and immediately replied in a flustered tone. Ever since that old soul possessed him, his body must be broken. Vin knew it. Vin Tran still didn't buy it. What the hell are you talking about? He then said bluntly to Marion, I'm just not interested, that's all. What do you want me to do? No matter how beautiful you are, in my eyes, you're still just a kid. She hurriedly stepped off the bed, turned away, and said indifferently, I'm offended now. Suddenly, Mari pulled the curtains shut and whispered, fine, whatever, I get it now. I truly am a spy for the Council of Elders. They ordered me to seduce you and spend the night with you. Once things progressed, They plan to use me to control you. Of course, they promised me a bright future as a reward for the mission. Hearing this, he scolded loudly. How despicable. Marion admitted it. Right? I'll report that I've successfully seduced you. That way, the council will let their guard down and reveal their weaknesses. She walked over to sit next to Vin, let her strap slide down, and whispered into his ear to make the seduction attempt look more convincing. It would make sense for me to sleep here tonight, wouldn't it? He turned to look at Mari and was momentarily stunned by her cleavage, causing him to freeze for a few seconds. Then, to avoid being seduced by Marion, he decided to strike her with lightning and said, "Big thunder." Struck by the lightning, she screamed in panic. The lightning sent Marion flying to the door, and the fall left her body aching all over. Marion sat there moaning for a while. A few seconds later, she scolded loudly, "Hey, that was too much. If we've agreed to cooperate, at least show me some respect." Vin Tran replied dismissively, "The bare minimum of respect is that I didn't kill you immediately." His threat made Marion shut her mouth. A few minutes later, Vin Tran hesitated and said, "It seems that bright future is nothing but a lie." As he spoke, he picked up a scorpion to show her. It turned out the lightning strike had been aimed at it. The moment she saw the scorpion, Marion was terrified and screamed, "That's a grade 1 scorpion." Deep down, she thought to herself that even the giant race wouldn't survive its sting. No matter what the outcome was, the Council of Elders had intended to kill her from the start. Vin Tran frowned, staring at her intensely as he repeated himself, "I already told you, not killing you right away is my version of respect." Furthermore, he knew someone was standing outside the door. "Show yourself, Daniel." Marion looked surprised to see someone here. As soon as he opened the door, insects and locusts quickly crawled in. Daniel asked loudly, "How did you discover that scorpion?" Seeing them, she quickly ran to cling to Vin's leg, while he smugly replied, "I didn't discover it. You probably planted it the moment Marion entered the room." The sting seemed quite painful. Vin Tran showed Daniel his arm where the scorpion had bitten him. At first, the wound swelled, but a second later, it subsided. Seeing this, Daniel shrieked in shock. "That's impossible." Even Marion was astonished and shouted, "You can withstand the poison of a deadly scorpion? You aren't poisoned because Vin Tran's master used their own blood mixed with water to create an antidote for you." Vin Tran acknowledged this. "I don't know why, but my master treasures me a lot. Since I have dragon blood flowing through my body, toxins have no effect on me whatsoever." Finally, he loudly asked for the intruder's objective. "What now, Daniel?" Outside, snow was falling, and two people were currently walking outdoors, talking to each other, snowing again. "The weather here is always like this. Look at those clouds. They definitely don't look normal, do they? It'll probably pour rain for a while." Inside the room, the insects began to attack Vin, but just a second later, they were sliced in two by Vin Tran's sword. Not just those, but the others met the same fate. Daniel didn't seem worried. Instead, he turned to provoke him. "How long can you hold off my insects?" Afterward, Marion sat on the bed. Vin Tran loudly asked, "What's your name?" He took off his hood and replied, "I'm Daniel Leo. I am one of the 10 great beast tamers of the continent." Upon seeing him, Julian looked terrified and screamed, "Daniel? Could it be one of the 10 great beast tamers? The white insect Daniel? Be careful. He is the strongest master of taming minor magical creatures." Sure enough, hearing this, Vin Tran remained calm and replied, "You're quite confident in your abilities. Daring to reveal your true form?" Daniel clenched his fist and said in a high voice, "It's not confidence." As he said this, cracks suddenly appeared on the ceiling. Then, monsters swarmed out from the ceiling. Hearing their screeches, Vin Tran was incredibly surprised. A second later, his eyes filled with killing intent. Without hesitation, Vin raised his sword and slashed continuously at them amidst Marion's terrified screams. Next, she looked worried as she saw cracks appearing on the floor. And when she saw insects crawling out from there, Marion warned him, Vin, there are insects on the floor too." Furthermore, Daniel confidently declared, "I've already won. My guards have covered every surface in this room. You can't escape. You are completely surrounded now." However, Vin Tran still acted nonchalant and calmly replied, "A beast tamer in the top 10 of the continent actually getting their hands dirty just to kill a few fools. It's really hard to understand." He confirmed, "That's right." The next second, Vin Tran suddenly let out a surprised, "Huh?" At the same time, someone was standing in the building next door, secretly watching him. He remained patient, standing there watching Vin Tran, despite the freezing weather. The scene shifted to Delba Bach, who was leisurely pouring tea. Phi Daniel stood nearby, asking about Daniel. Are you okay with this? Before she could finish her sentence, he took a sip of tea and replied, Don't worry. I've prepared everything. You can rest easy. Even so, Phi Daniel was still unsatisfied. But he's one of the 10 great beast tamers. If he betrays us, it'll be trouble. Delba Bach glanced at her and said in an annoyed tone, I told you not to worry. After seeing his attitude, even though she didn't like it, Phi Daniel was forced to stay silent. Moreover, he loudly confirmed once more, There's no need to fear him betraying us, because I've already prepared an excellent safety device. The scene shifted back to Vin Tran, where the insects were still attacking. On the other hand, Vin Tran suddenly asked him, Were you forced to come here? There's no killing intent in your attacks. Having been caught by his opponent, Daniel was extremely worried. However, he didn't tell the truth and only replied, You don't need to know. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vin Tran struck Daniel with a sword blow. He didn't forget to threaten him. From the moment you stung me with that poisonous scorpion, I couldn't let you live. Furthermore, Vin Tran had the good intention of using telepathy to talk to him. Even if I spare you, they will kill you anyway. Very quickly, Daniel replied in the same way. Telepathy? Once his opponent was willing to listen, Vin Tran quickly negotiated. But I can give you a chance to strike back at the trash who exploited your grievances. Meanwhile, he still had to act out the fight, swinging his sword toward him. Daniel was immediately knocked back and screamed. He left a large hole in the door and stopped only when he hit the second wall. At this moment, Daniel loudly mocked Vin Tran. Help me? Nonsense. You can't defeat them. He stepped in front of him and replied gravely, You have to believe me, because you have no other choice. Daniel looked conflicted. What reason do I have to believe you? A moment later, he suddenly shouted, I have no other path left. The scene shifted to Phi Daniel. Out of curiosity, she asked, What is that safety device? Delba Bach laughed loudly and replied, In the deepest dungeon under the Adenka family estate, that person's daughter. The scene shifted to Vin. Daniel finally decided to tell the truth. She's locked up there. Hearing this, he looked incredibly surprised. He let Vin Tran see the insects crawling on his hand and said, Maybe she's already dead, but even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance, as long as I think the child might still be alive, I can't stop. Left with no choice, Daniel was forced to let the insects attack Vin. He didn't dodge at all, just staring at them with a resentful gaze. And then, those insects buried Vin Tran alive. For a moment, all that remained before his eyes was a mound of earth. Thinking Vin Tran had lost, Daniel shouted an apology. I'm sorry, but I couldn't gamble my daughter's fate on a kid like you. Just as he finished speaking, he heard his voice. I'll help you. Daniel was so tense he broke into a sweat. A few seconds later, with just one sword stroke, Vin Tran sliced the mound in half. The second sword, you've completely torn it apart. Finally, Vin Tran said in a cold tone, For your unjust grievance and for the honor of Adenka that has been dragged through the mud, I will get the child out. This sword is my vow. Daniel was so terrified his face twisted, gritting his teeth as he glared at his opponent. A second ago, Vin Tran's building was still peaceful, but just a second later, a clap of thunder erupted from within, lighting up a corner of the sky. Then, as Vin's sword lunged toward Daniel, he knew he had lost and thought to himself, From the moment that surprise attack failed, I no longer had a chance of winning. You were just patiently listening to my story. And now, you intentionally showcased the power you'd kept hidden just to give me confidence. Thinking this, the sword pierced into Daniel's body, and a lightning bolt shattered the roof. He bowed his head with a heavy sigh and said, With this level of strength you possess, perhaps I can entrust this to you. Hearing that, Vin Tran stepped forward and pulled his sword out. Finally, Daniel pleaded, Please, help me, you promised. Fine, I will definitely keep my promise, Vin Tran replied. At the same time, he casually stabbed the centipede crawling in front of him. The moonlight illuminated the night sky. Vin Tran's silhouette stood silently, watching the severely wounded Daniel. His eyes narrowed with frustration. How annoying. Aslan, can those who bear your name really fall this far? Even though he seemed lost in a dream, his body sat perfectly upright. Behind the door, Mari stood dumbfounded in shock. Does he really have that much power? The rumors that he defeated almost all the direct bloodline members turned out to be true. After a long while, Ciri's loud calls rang out. The young master didn't seem surprised. Vin Tran turned sharply. Ciri had arrived right on time. Regardless of her gasping for breath, he calmly ordered her to use magic to preserve the corpse. But it seemed Ciri had something more important. She spoke urgently. That's not it. The words Ciri uttered instantly froze the two of them. It's critical down there. Below, Rick's eyes had rolled back. Blood was foaming from his mouth, and a large hole was carved into his chest. Cassie was screaming as she held him tightly in her arms. "Wake up! Rick! Open your eyes! Rick!" Vin Tran looked blank, unable to understand what the hell was going on. Before he could process it, she suddenly turned to look at him, with hatred in her eyes. Vin saw the 2 lines of tears still streaming down Cassie's face. She grabbed his collar. "You bastard. You're the one who pulled this stunt, right?" Cassie lost control, struggling and screaming. "Did I treat you so badly that you had to do this? Too much talk. It's beneath me." Vin Tran slapped him straight across the face. Cassie's cheek turned red. Only then did he speak. "Calm down, Cassie." Then, Vin Tran pointed to Rick lying below. "Look at the angle of the magic stone embedded there. It was inserted from underneath, wasn't it? Like a detective, he exposed the reason in an instant it would be hard for someone else to create that kind of embedding manually, so it was highly likely he had done it himself." Tired, Vin Tran lowered his voice to clear his name. "That means the one who did it wasn't me, but Rick." She was stunned for a moment, unwilling to believe it. "No way. Rick is so kind. Why would he let himself be like that?" He quickly called out, "Marianne, remove that magic stone." Mari stepped forward gently. "Yes." Though she was obedient, inside she was conflicted. "All other students try to impress me, but this brat keeps treating me like a normal student. It doesn't feel half bad." Following orders, Mari bowed and reached her hand toward the magic stone. Before she could touch it, a wave of light radiated out. Suddenly, Rick convulsed, his whole body emitting a blinding light. "What is this?" Not stopping there, the ground began to tremor. The earth was shaking. Everything was happening too suddenly. Vin Tran had to rush to throw the door open. "What is going on?" Stepping outside, he was shocked once more. While everyone was in chaos, he thought, "What is that? Run away." At the same time, Julian lunged forward, pointing ahead. "Boss, look, the defensive barrier is being destroyed by that oversized panther's claws." It kept pushing deeper, and the panther's face was now clearly visible. It rose up as if to devour everyone alive. Mari also appeared. She startledly informed Vin Tran, "That's the one. That's the panther that attacked me." He gritted his teeth. With this new information, Vin realized the problem. So the stone Rick used was actually a summoning signal for the panthers belonging to the Elder Council? The situation didn't allow him much time to think. Saving people came first. Vin Tran quickly called out to Sen and Marion. Looking at the weak children, Vin Tran couldn't help but order, "Evacuate the villagers. Set aside your personal feelings and fulfill your duty as students." Mari didn't want to leave like that, worried. "Wait, what about you?" Pulling his coat over his shoulders, he coldly decided, "I will eliminate them." Saying as doing in a flash, Vin vanished completely, making Cassie gulp in amazement. In the dead of night, he jumped like a blur across the rooftops. As he glided, Vin Tran questioned Julian for information. "Julian, is that Black Panther a magical beast controlled by Daniel?" The boy confessed truthfully. No. If so, he would have summoned it before he died. Besides, he was a beast tamer who only specialized in controlling small magical beasts. Julian confidently asserted his knowledge. That one definitely belongs to another faction, not the Elder Council. The crazed panther flailed, wanting to sweep everything away. It reached into the courtyard through the fence, smashing into it repeatedly. Using its massive body, the panther crushed the wall into rubble. Its pitch-black eyes were filled with depth. Damn it, who created that thing? Quick as lightning, he jumped onto the panther and slashed off its arm. No matter how strong he was, Vin Tran had to admit it was a monster overflowing with power. The madness hit him, and red veins bulged in his eyes. "Let's go, Julian." Vin Tran pointed his sword straight at the panther. But quickly, he became distracted and panicked because of the moans coming from Julian. The boy clutched his head as pain consumed his entire body. Vin Tran called out anxiously. Julian was fading, but he remained absolutely loyal. Seeing the danger, he warned, "Boss, watch out." His sword was suddenly swept away by thin strings. Something wasn't right. Before he could react, it was out of reach. Damn it. A large hand appeared, grabbing the sword. It turned out to be Sircon. The fully armored man spoke imposingly. Just as expected. Those old geezers failed. I never see them do anything right. Because his beautiful master was right in his sight, Sircon finally smiled under his hood. Luckily, I arrived just in time to meet the destiny of my life. He stood frozen. Butler Sircon was overjoyed. Vin Tran ran quickly toward him. "You are still safe." He wanted to hug Sircon, but unfortunately, only the edge of a blade kissed his cheek. That was close. Blood dripped down, instantly leaving Vin Tran in shock. With a cruel look, he smiled faintly and said, "Looks like you still don't grasp the situation, huh?" Vin Tran didn't know where he pulled so many strings from, as they flew wildly through the space. He was completely sealed off with no escape from Sircon's spider web. Sircon's eyes were a mix of red and black. He smiled and asked, "Who am I? Do you know?" Vin Tran was stunned, sensing that suspicious magic. He looked in panic at Sircon, who was becoming corrupted. "Don't tell me you made a pact with an evil spirit?" In the nick of time, Vin Tran shouted loudly to wake him up. "Get a hold of yourself, butler. You have to break free from that evil spirit." Sircon laughed triumphantly. "My goodness, it seems there's a misunderstanding." Hearing that, he was surprised. A misunderstanding? Suddenly, the panther lunged toward him. "I didn't sign a contract with an evil spirit," Sircon mocked. "You fool." He used the magical strings to move toward the tiger, and in a single moment, it was tightly bound by Sircon. He doesn't even recognize his own master. He inwardly exclaimed in horror that Sircon had taken down that giant monster in a blink. In a flash, he used his strength to pull the panther hard and said something cryptic. "This is what you should be aiming for." Sircon threw the panther straight at Vin Tran and said viciously, "It's on that side." It used its giant paw to crush the spot where he was standing. The tremors from that strike sent surrounding stones flying. Vin Tran had nimbly dodged to the side, secretly deducing, "He is controlling the beast with just a single thread? If I let him continue like this, it will be trouble." In an instant, his eyes flashed. "First, I have to take down the panther and save the butler." Then, Vin Tran created a magical orb of blessing the giant's lightning pillar. He quickly fired the attack, piercing straight toward the tiger. When the attack was nearly upon it, Sircon arrived to block it. He offered a friendly smile and blocked the attack with his bare hands. In just a moment, Vin Tran's magical arrow was wiped away by Sircon. He was stunned for a few moments. "Have you forgotten?" he arrogantly taunted. "Lightning has no effect on my body." Sircon controlled the panther's paw to rush toward Vin. The direct attack was too fast. He panicked, not knowing what to do next. Because of that, it knocked him 10 meters away, piercing through the roofs. Vin Tran tried his best to withstand the attack, only to be slammed hard into a building. Even after taking such a heavy blow, he forced himself up. Vin Tran emerged from the rubble, feeling increasingly anxious. "This situation is bad. For some reason, I can't connect with Julian." Memories of this fiery battle suddenly rushed back into his mind. Every image appeared clearly in his head. After Butler Sircon was defeated by Master Merlin, he had created a technique to counter lightning. The giant's lightning pillar is useless against him. Back in the present, the panther continues to roar in front of Vin. It crashes into a nearby house, but luckily, he reacts quickly and dodges it. As he lands on the ground, a thought suddenly hits Vin. He cannot use giant's lightning. Plus, Hamong Rian has already been taken. The panther immediately lunges with its claws pointed at him. It roars ferociously. But before it can look intimidating for even 3 seconds, Vin Tran pierces its head with a needle. He lets out a sigh of relief. Good. Now he can finally rest easy. Then, he mutters happily, "This is my first time controlling a puppet with FDIN, but the results are better than I thought." Vin Tran pulls the needle out of its head. "You don't want to be used by them anymore, right? Just rest now." The panther's eyes slowly close, but the red strings of the evil spirit come to surround him again. This time, Vin Tran quickly throws a dart to cut through them. "I won't fall for the same trick twice." The strings continue to swarm toward him with no end in sight. From behind, too, they form a matrix, enclosing him from every direction. He frantically spins around to look. They haven't just surrounded him from the back. The enemy standing above has already cornered Vin Tran into one spot. This entire area is compromised. The evil spirit above praises him. "Well done. You've realized it." But the enemy prepares to finish him off with strings held in both hands. It is too late. The evil spirit controls the strings to slash everything around. Seeing them rushing toward him, Vin feels panicked, realizing he cannot dodge. The attack creates a devastating amount of destruction. The enemy lands on the ground, looking smug. "Finally, your strength has run out." The evil spirit laughs coldly and approaches to interrogate him. "Let's have a little chat." After that blow, the enemy doesn't kill Vin Tran, but ties him up instead. Vin Tran Adenka. Vin Tran indignantly retorts that the butler is not the type of person to get involved with evil spirits. And this bizarre way of speaking is strange. He uses all his strength to state his suspicion. The evil spirit currently possessing the butler is the great demon Raven, right? Vin Tran continues to question, "Butler, what happened to you? Is Raven safe?" The enemy suddenly falls silent, then changes expression and mocks him. "Don't bother. The butler is now completely mine." The evil spirit tightens the bonds and prepares to cast a spell. "Now, you will be mine too." Before casting it, The enemy adds, "Don't bother resisting in vain." Suddenly, Vin Tran hears the real butler calling out to him, "Lord Vin Tran." The enemy is still casting the spell until he is pulled inside the strings. Vin Tran looks around and analyzes. This is the domain of the String King, a space created from strings and magical power, completely isolated from the outside world. He cautiously calls out, "Butler!" Vin Tran hugs him tightly. "Just as I thought, your consciousness returned for a brief moment." The butler says hurriedly, "You are using the last of your strength to hide yourself from the evil spirit's gaze." He also urges him quickly, "There is not much time left." "My lord," the butler pleads. "Young Master Raven, please, save him." Suddenly, Vin is stunned. Hearing the butler say that, Vin is confused. "Raven? You want me to save him?" He grabs the butler's shoulders and presses him. "What do you mean? Where is Raven? Is he okay?" Hearing that question, the butler falls silent, remembering, and begins to tell the story. Across the continent, disturbances suddenly occurred. We realized those unexpected riots were caused by Vin Tran's evil spirit. We saw it at the gathering, and after that, the two of us began our journey. Therefore, we secretly left the fortress and began investigating the chaos in the Vatican territory. After months of investigation, we encountered a group of people who had been completely swallowed by Vin Tran's evil spirit. That was when they discovered a nest of people who had become violent after being possessed by the evil spirit. One of them screams, and the others turn their attention to the two of them. They rush at them madly, shouting, "Intruders! You are not allowed to take our territory. Kill them!" The butler and Raven get into position. Raven laughs with excitement. "Let's try slashing them with my sword." Just a few minutes later, the two of them finished off the group. Raven looks at the corpses and says, "Seems like these guys didn't know anything." The butler replies, "Yes, they were just bandits infected by demonic energy." Raven laughs brightly, looking at the butler and saying, "Let's find clues quickly and head back. Vin Tran could arrive at any moment." The butler smiles in agreement, softly replying, "Right, let's do that." Raven happily shares his plan. "I don't know how strong Vin Tran is now. I want to fight him again as soon as possible." Suddenly, someone grabs his ankle from behind. The evil spirit's black shadow appears and asks, "Do you really think so?" He freezes, still in shock, while it continues, "Even if you fight, you'll just lose." Raven stammers, "You." He immediately realizes it is Vin Tran. Raven raises his spear, preparing to attack, and shouts, "So, you are that demon." The spear pierces through everything. He thrusts the spear forward, but the evil spirit remains very calm. It suddenly pulls Raven into an illusion, bringing up old events to distract him. "You've felt it, haven't you? 2 years ago, at the Hayat gathering, you were one step behind Vin. The evil spirit Vin Tran continues to sow negative thoughts into him, and then he came back after doing who knows what, and he's even stronger than before. Right? But what happened after that? It tries to make Raven hate Vin Tran by manipulating his mind. Do you think you can stand beside him? You will be left so far behind that he won't even see you in his line of sight anymore. Do you think he still considers you a comrade?" His face darkens. Raven bows his head, while the shadow flies in front of him and says, "No way." Those words seem to weigh heavily on Raven's mind, causing him to gasp in fear. It speaks again. "I'll ask you one more time. Are you really satisfied with that?" Raven's voice grows weak. He seems to be sinking into its trap. Taking advantage of Raven's vulnerable mental state, the evil spirit Vin Tran grabs him tightly. In reality, the butler tries to push him away, shouting, "Young master, it's dangerous." But in the end, he cannot save him, because the evil spirit has taken over Raven's mind. He has no time left to resist, and can only look back, stammering, "Butler." He calls out to the butler one last time, "Butler." The last thing he sees is the butler's panicked face. Run. Back in the present, the butler continues his story. "I thought my magical power could dispel the evil spirit, but what we encountered was no ordinary spirit. The one standing before us at that time was the one-armed swordsman. In front of the butler at that time was Vin Tran. His eyes blazed with killing intent as he looked down at him. Vin Tran, the great demon king from ancient legends." The butler collapses there, saying disappointedly, "I was possessed by Vin Tran, and young Master Raven was also captured. I don't remember anything after that." With what he has just told him, Vin Tran thinks to himself, "If it's the one-armed swordsman, then it's definitely me. I thought it was just a misunderstanding that someone was using my name. Great Demon King, Vin Tran, what on earth is he?" The butler, in a state of extreme anxiety, says, Young Master Vin Tran, a terrible threat is coming. It is specifically targeting you. Hearing that, he freezes, incredibly surprised, and asks again, Me? The butler, not mistaken at all, says, I repeat, the great demon king Vin Tran, his target is you, young master. With the clues he has just heard, Vin Tran feels uneasy. Suddenly, the butler shows strange behavior, which startles him. One of the butler's eyes starts turning red. The butler also says urgently, There's no more time. With a painful shout, his eyes turn completely black. The evil spirit is gradually taking over the butler. Seeing this, Vin Tran is extremely anxious. Butler. The butler covers his eye, gritting his teeth, trying to say his final words. My limit has been reached. The evil spirit is about to take over my body again. And when that happens, young master, you won't be able to win. The butler points to a sword wrapped in cloth nearby. I will return Humong to you. With this sword, his expression becomes more determined as he adds, Kill me. Vin Tran doesn't know what else to say. The butler, with a hopeful smile, says, I will support your sword. The barrier of his mind against the evil spirit is cracking. It breaks completely as the butler finishes his sentence. Please, save young Master Raven, now. The evil spirit Raven has manifested. It curses. Damn it, he dares to resist my control. It looks up at Vin and talks to the butler. Butler, once I take over Vin Tran, the first thing I will erase is your soul. Vin Tran, on his side, grabs the sword and says bluntly, Butler, I refuse your request. After retrieving Humong, he glares at the enemy with killing intent. I will save both the butler and he raises his sword, getting ready to fight with his technique. I will banish you. The great demon king Vin Tran, the evil spirit Vin Tran, also begins using the butler's skills. So, you still have the nerve to talk big? It shouts. Facing a 7-star warrior, it has been powered up and pulls all 10 fingers, wrapping them in magical strings. The evil spirit Vin Tran controls the thin strings to attack while saying, Will you even find an opening to unleash your sword technique? The strings tear up the ground, but Vin Tran skillfully dodges and gradually gets closer. He thinks to himself, finding an opportunity to unleash a special move in this storm is impossible with my current level, so I will make him lose his balance. Thinking, he acts. His next attack captures the evil spirit Vin Tran's attention. As he leaps toward it, he calls upon his upgraded fist skill with a plan in his mind, forcing an opening for a split second. That massive fist represents the power of the Dwarf King, Galactic Traveler. He gritted his teeth, lunged forward, and unleashed a barrage of punches at it, salt-infused fists. Adengaven launched multiple strings, its responsiveness taking him slightly by surprise. Adengaven used those strings to neutralize Vin Tran's punches. It even taunted, You've let your guard down. It shouted loudly, Do you think you can win by just relying on brute force? Then, it clenched its fist tightly. Obeying its command, the strings tightened, causing his knuckles to shatter like glass. It mocked him for being so naive. But what really stood before the evil spirit made it freeze. Fragments of light erupted from Vin Tran's technique, and his hair began to turn golden. He whispered to himself that he had only created this opening because of the bond between him and the butler. Vin Tran was now a completely different person. He smirked, You won't be able to ignore this face, if you really are Vin Tran. With that, Vin Tran gripped his sword firmly and took a stance. The regression he was using had now disguised him as Kagon, Vin Tran's most formidable rival. The evil spirit Vin Tran could only stammer in sheer terror. The moment he finished calling out the name Kagon, he brought his sword down hard. Vin Tran swung, severing the evil spirit's arm. The evil spirit Vin Tran gritted its teeth and looked down at its arm. Finally, it was forced to exit the host's body through the wound. Vin Tran slowly landed and sheathed his sword. He was worried about the host's condition. The butler had passed out. Just as Vin Tran ran over to catch him, he noticed the butler was still breathing. He whispered, He's still alive. He must just be exhausted from resisting the evil spirit. I have to get him to safety immediately. But suddenly, Vin Tran felt an ominous premonition. It came from above. A surge of black magical energy descended behind him, shaking the ground so hard that Vin Tran had to struggle to stay upright. He dropped his disguise and looked up to see the magical energy gathering, slowly converging to form a vortex, pulling in dirt and stone. From a distance, the scene looked terrifying. Standing on Vesa Hele Rock, the villagers and Vin Tran's men watched in anxiety. Village chief, what just happened? The others were equally confused, caught between fear and curiosity. Who is fighting over there? Siri stood before Vesa Hele Rock, speaking in fear. Young master, she clasped her hands. praying for his safety. Below, Vin Tran was fighting against a strong wind to turn around. He looked toward the source of the strange phenomenon, stunned. There, the vortex was slowly shrinking. Vin Tran realized the trajectory of that magical energy. Aura was concentrating in one spot. The vortex shrunk into a streak of light like a star, then vanished, and the magic dissipated, leaving a familiar figure floating in the air after taking a heavy hit. It was Raven, but he had been possessed and controlled by Alengaven. "It's been a while. You look shocked to see me. What about you?" it asked maliciously. Seeing my face, "Are you surprised?" Vin Tran was slightly surprised and called out softly, "Raven?" The evil spirit Vin Tran landed on the roof of a house, slowly approaching where Vin Tran stood. He spoke up, "Your little game ends here." Vin Tran, with an icy expression, pointed his sword forward. "I made a promise to the butler." The tip of his blade began to crackle with electricity, enveloping Vin Tran and the aura he radiated. Vin Tran gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with resentment. "I will drive you out, reclaim Raven, and expose everything that happened 500 years ago." The great evil Vin Tran. The evil spirit Vin Tran reached behind, grabbing the spear strapped to his back, and laughed. "This guy is truly a well-invested vessel. Even if I only use a fraction of my power, I can completely control his body. Thanks to that, I can now fully focus on using his strength to fight." It finished speaking and unleashed its aura, pulling the spear out, ready to attack. Both of them immediately lunged at each other, vying for the upper hand. Both auras were so powerful that their collision triggered a massive explosion. Raven's magnified avatar began to be summoned. The skill was also known as the One Who Understands All Things. It raised the spear high to gain momentum. The evil spirit Vin Tran shouted the command for the piercing technique, and the avatar immediately fired the spear. Despite its massive size, it flew as fast as an arrow, slamming into the ground where Vin Tran stood, shattering it. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere. The evil spirit stood in mid-air and laughed loudly. "Interesting. This guy's guardian spirit is actually quite top tier." With his agility, he jumped onto the large chunks of rock to approach the evil spirit Vin Tran. It quickly realized something was behind it. Vin Tran slashed his sword with his accumulated aura. That slash flew toward the evil spirit Vin Tran like a physical blade, but it easily dodged it with its intuition, turning back to mock him. What a pity. The evil spirit Vin Tran began to wield its spear. Then, it yelled loudly, "My turn now." It then threw the spear toward Vin Tran. He managed to dodge the spear as it crushed the ground, but it continued to fly forward. Vin Tran tracked its trajectory with his eyes. In a straight line, it pierced through several large houses without stopping, causing the upper floors of the buildings to collapse simultaneously. Seeing the terrifying power of that spear throw, Vin Tran whispered, "The force is incredible. Even with the evil spirit's help, his guardian spirit is stronger than it was 2 years ago." He frowned, returning to a serious expression. However, seeing the evil spirit Vin Tran currently weaponless, Vin Tran quickly calculated his next move. "Since you dropped your spear, you've exposed an opening." As if reading his mind, the evil spirit Vin Tran smirked, "Don't even dream of it," and reached out its hand. The spear immediately returned under its control. Sensing the spear flying toward him, Vin Tran immediately summoned his magnified avatar. "Little King." He reached out his hand, and the avatar followed suit to defend. But the evil spirit Vin Tran had calculated this too. It called for the spear that pierces all things. Raven's avatar appeared again. It raised the spear and thrust forward, preparing to pierce the palm of Vin Tran's avatar. He wondered to himself, it hasn't even touched the spear yet. Can he activate his guardian spirit like that? The moment the spear tip touched the palm, it caused the avatar's hand to crack and shatter, sending the spear directly toward Vin. He knew he couldn't block the attack. He gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue as the spear hit him, triggering a massive explosion. Standing before the cloud of smoke and dust, the evil spirit Vin Tran laughed triumphantly. "How about that? Surprised?" It even hurled insults at the host. "This dog, Jen, trained to use his guardian spirit just to defeat you, yet let a little brat use such tricks. I wonder what Master Nedius in the afterlife would say." But while it was ranting, Vin Tran lunged out of the smoke. Despite his battered body after taking the hit, he still had the strength to launch himself at the evil spirit Vin Tran to attack. Vin Tran slashed rapidly at it. The evil spirit Vin Tran managed to raise its hand to defend. It was pushed back by the remnants of the slash. Vin Tran stood there, less steady than before, but his spirit was sharper than ever. "How dare you mention my master's name? I don't know who you are or why you have my memories and identity," he shouted with resentment. "But I can no longer forgive you. I will cut you into 100 pieces right now." He cursed the evil spirit Vin Tran as a fake bastard. It scoffed with contempt, followed by a wheezing laugh as if his words were laughable. Vin Tran stayed silent for a moment before asking, "And what's so funny?" The evil spirit Vin Tran clutched its face, laughing. It said, "Do you really remember nothing? I'm the fake, huh?" Then suddenly, the smile vanished coldly. It looked at him. "And what about you?" The evil spirit then said, "Are you really the real one?" Vin Tran realized it was comparing him to the Vin Tran of his previous life. Covered in wounds, Vin Tran trembled. "Are you doubting that I am real?" "Unbelievable," he shouted. "It's ridiculous. I am Vin Tranian." Remembering the memories of his birth, Vin Tran thought to himself, "I was born with a missing arm in the Sam clan." A series of images from the past flooded his brain. Suddenly, Raven spoke up. "You don't know how you died, do you?" That sentence startled Vin Tran for a moment, while Raven, standing opposite him, spread his arms and said, "You saw it too." As he remembered, he recounted, "When I slashed the sixth idiot, and I connected with my own memories for a moment. Memories of meeting Aslan when he was an adult." The more he talked, the more excited Raven became. "Strange, isn't it? You've never seen adult Aslan, but I have those memories." Pointing his finger at him, Raven said, "You are the fake, you fool. You don't even know what happened to you." Looking at Vin's blank face, he said, "Useless Vin Tran, the one who was used by Aslan to the very end." He was shocked. "Aslan used me?" Hearing that, Raven bared his teeth. "Isn't it very strange?" With a joyful expression, he said loudly, "Aslan, the master, the heroes who fought against me 500 years ago, why didn't they protect your honor? Why didn't they do anything when you were being ridiculed as the great evil?" Questions poured out. Was it because Simone intervened or because I stopped them? No. Then he answered himself. Their goal was to bring the great evil Raven to this land and destroy him. Vin Tran couldn't utter a word. Just like that, he continued with his logic. They praised you as someone who sees through the truth, but they all deceived you. Unable to take it anymore, Vin Tran trembled and growled. "Shut up." With rage in his eyes, he screamed, "That's a lie. That's impossible." Without a second of hesitation, he lunged straight at Raven. At the same time, Raven raised his hand to cast a spell. "Running straight into my attack when you're out of options? How pathetic, you fraud." Suddenly, a violent surge of magic erupted from deep beneath the ground. It shot straight toward where Vin Tran was charging. The force of the impact cracked his shield. With his hand wrapped in white bandages, Raven gripped his spear. He imbued it with magic, sneering. "Going insane won't change the truth. You know." A massive wave of power crashed down toward the earth, shaking the ground as debris flew everywhere. But suddenly, Jerson's eyes widened. Where the spear had struck, there was only empty space. He had vanished. From above, Vin Tran split into multiple clones, surrounding Raven. Seeing him unleash aerial attacks, Raven laughed loudly. "Fast. The more you struggle, the more I like you." Suddenly, Raven whipped his head around, but from behind, he channeled massive magical energy into his spear. "You're not fast enough to escape me." At his master's command, the spear flew straight at Vin, but shortly after, Vin slashed it multiple times. Crushing under the massive force, it shattered into pieces in midair. As if he had lost his mind, Vin Tran rushed forward with his sword. Raven was equally excited to face him. Their weapons collided, and the sheer force of the impact shook the ground violently. The sword bit deep into the spear. Instantly, Vin Tran cleaved it in two. With no weapon left to defend himself, Raven collapsed to the ground. A giant magical blade pointed directly at him. Seeing this, Jen rushed to grab it. The tip of the spear, severed earlier, fell right between the two combatants. Now, Raven struggled to speak. "You still don't understand. Aslan's true scheme was never for our benefit." Above him, Vin Tran was trembling. "Shut your mouth," Raven kept goading him. "Wake up! He's been deceiving you this whole time. I can't stand it anymore," Vin roared. "I said shut your mouth." Recalling Aslan, he yelled, "Don't you dare tarnish his name. He was the one who wept for my injustices, and he was the one who paved the path I walk today." Suddenly, Raven probed, "Then why did he keep your memories from you?" Vin Tran was startled. "What?" Raven's words shattered his composure. If he were truly sincere, why would he hide those memories? Deep down, Vin Tran was breaking apart. He knew of his own pain and torment, yet he remained silent. He thought of Aslan, erasing all the memories that worked against him, so that you would act exactly as he wanted. In a daze, Vin Tran turned back, remembering Aslan's face. Aslan, with a stern expression, looked straight at him. The blade in Vin's hand began to fade away, but seeing his golden opportunity, Raven commanded his spear to launch from the ground. It headed straight for Vin's face. It happened so fast that Vin barely blocked it. The great sword split in two. Realizing he had been set up, he cursed the bastard. Suddenly, Raven grabbed Vin Tran by the face. Then he jumped up excitedly. "Got you." With a fierce expression, he laughed. "You don't need to worry about a thing." As he spoke, his magical energy flowed toward Vin. "Now you'll know everything." In a dark place, Vin Tran was chained by his limbs. Draven, wearing an iron helmet, growled, "I've done it." Looking toward him, he reached out slowly. "Now, become mine." With joy in his heart, Javen said, "Help me achieve my perfection." Helpless, Vin thought. Damn it. Suddenly, a golden butterfly appeared, catching his attention. A powerful surge of magic attacked directly. And at the same moment, a voice echoed, "This is not the right place." Hearing the sound, Vin Tran quickly turned to look. It was Julian, the one who had cast the spell. "It's still too early for you two." With a calm expression, the boys spoke as they confronted each other. In the dark void, Julian appeared and said, "It's still too early for the two of you to face off." Hearing this, Vin Tran was suspicious. That familiar tone, could it be? The image of Aslan appeared right behind the boy. Julian answered him. Immediately, Vin shouted, "Aslan, is everything he said the truth?" "No. What exactly is he from the very beginning? Is that great demon really me?" Julian cast his eyes down with a hint of caution as the massive figure in front of them spoke up. "Still don't believe it?" The smoke around him faded. Regardless of the doubt, the iron mask fell from his face. Now, it had transformed his face into Vin Tran's. "If you see it with your own eyes, you'll believe it." Looking ahead, Vin Tran pondered. "For the first time in 500 years, I'm seeing my own face like this." Unable to believe the scene before him, he stammered, "Why is my face inside that thing?" Then, Raven looked down and said, "Hey, kid with the glasses." He looked at the boy and judged, "I don't know who you are to dare impersonate Aslan. Just remembering that guy's face makes me want to go mad." From his hand, Raven created a magical orb. "I'll wipe you out right now." Streams of magic were slowly sucked into the orb. The rocks around Vin Tran and Julian were no exception. Vin was astonished. "Is he absorbing the space around us?" A long blade gradually formed from the magical power. Holding the weapon, he raised it high. With a murderous look, Javen said that killing Vin Tran would end it all. Then, he swung it straight at the shackled Vin Tran. "Become mine." Vin Tran watched it head toward him, thinking helplessly that he couldn't move a muscle. But Julian, next to him, quickly raised his hand. A golden surge of divine power shot forward, blasting the blade away. Seeing his magic destroyed, Raven was stunned. "What?" The golden butterflies hovered around the boy. Javen was suspicious. This way of using divine power, could it be you? Dozens of butterflies gathered in one spot, and just seconds later, they transformed into a massive, shining sword right above Javen. Then, Julian raised his hand, and the sword pointed straight at Raven. Witnessing the immense energy, Raven was thrilled. "It really is you." The sword struck his shield. Inside the barrier, Raven shouted, "Are you going to kill me again, like you did 500 years ago?" Aslan looked helpless. Julian said nothing. Now, Vin Tran spoke up. "Aslan," Julian replied, "Brother, there isn't much time left. I will use this child's divine power to banish the great demon." The boy's expression grew sad. "If you have anything you want to ask, this is the only time." Looking at Julian, Vin Tran thought to himself, "Things I want to ask?" Dozens of questions raced through his mind. "How did I die? What did you say in the prison that day? Did you really deceive me?" Not knowing if he had figured it out, Vin Tran slowly called out, "Aslan." But the name remained incomplete. Suddenly, Vin Tran's eyes widened. He remembered the image of a man. "Please, protect Prince Duven." Amidst the ruins of the buildings, a man with a bruised body sat leaning against a stone. He was breathing heavily. Returning to the dark void, Vin Tran spoke. Suddenly, he shouted, "Raven is being held by the great demon. We have to save him safely. Can you do it?" Hearing this, Julian was startled. He understood what Vin meant, and Julian smiled. "Yes, because you are a righteous person. I entrust the future to you." Standing in midair, the boy said, "To save that child, the current divine power is not enough. I need to pay a price." Frowning instinctively, Vin Tran asked, "What is it?" Julian pointed at himself. "It is me." The scene of Aslan appeared behind him. The boy said, "My traces remain in your will. We must use Adenka's will." The sword was still stabbing hard into Javen's shield, but with a reluctant face, the boy confirmed that this meant Adenka would lose the qualification to be the one who sees the truth, and in the future, might not be able to unlock the memories he left behind. To be sure, Julian asked. Is that okay? Vin Tran hadn't answered yet. At this moment, the sword's tip shattered. Finally, Vin Tran said, Did I teach you to betray promises so easily? To betray human lives? With absolute trust, he shouted. Use whatever you have to. Just save Jen. In agreement, Julian smiled and replied, Yes, brother. As the sword shattered, Raven broke free and said, Playing around ends here. But he missed his chance to block the golden butterflies surrounding him. You can't stop me, Aslan. He hovered in midair. Instantly, Julian leaped to his left. On this side, Raven grew even more aggressive, parasitizing the blood of descendants to struggle. How pathetic! A pair of sharp, piercing eyes appeared. Now, Aslan suddenly appeared, holding a sword. Seeing his image, Raven was overjoyed. You magical freak who died 500 years ago, don't stand in my way. Then, Aslan frowned and said, I'm sorry. I will go ahead and wait for you. Brother Vin Tran. A sword strike pierced straight through Raven. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and called out Aslan's name. A powerful blue light pierced through Vin Tran's body. The shell of the light slowly shattered, revealing him holding Jen in his arms. Aslan looked worriedly at his brother in front of him, then thought, You successfully saved this child from the high-level Demon King through your own willpower. But Aslan watched Raven intently as he drifted away with his eyes closed. He couldn't help but ponder, this child is clearly the Prince of the Vatican. You even made someone like that an ally? His face showed clear confusion, his brows furrowed tightly. In the future, Aslan had seen, this connection didn't exist. Not anymore. A long time ago, the future already moved beyond your predictions. Aslan's gaze drifted into the distance. You! Aslan's figure slowly faded away. Within his sight, Vin was restrained, his limbs shackled. Aslan fell silent. Vin was the true Adenka. He pondered, if it were him, perhaps he could create a future even better than what Aslan had witnessed. He could only go this far. In his final moments, before Aslan's form completely dissolved, he silently entrusted Vin with the responsibility. Everything that follows, I leave to you. Forgive me. Suddenly, an angry voice boomed out. Aslan, you bastard! Along with that, a massive magic circle appeared, its power so great it seemed to shatter space itself. Vin Tran roared fiercely. At this rate, I won't just be dismissed quietly. I will drag everyone down to be buried with me. At the same time, even though Vin Tran was bound and his body covered in wounds, he was still trying to break the chains with magic. He would tear this space apart. Moments later, the chains binding Vin Tran finally shattered. Vin Tran was still gritting his teeth, struggling, his voice filled with resentment. At least, he reached out his hand, trying to destroy the barrier around Julian, and shouted, Kid, I'm taking you with me. As I grab you, I'll crush you before I leave. Then, the soul inside Julian's body seemed to awaken. The boy's eyes opened, revealing a flicker of spiritual aura. Immediately after, Julian fainted. His body fell out of Vin Tran's reach. A blue light appeared before his eyes, leaving him stunned. Then, it swiftly darted toward the hand Vin Tran was using to reach for Julian. That blue light was none other than Vin. In the nick of time, he caught the boy and flew far away from Vin Tran's grasp. Vin Tran saw this and was boiling with rage. Damn it, even at the very end, you're still a hypocrite, Vin shouted while holding Julian. Are you okay? Wake up, he called the boy's name loudly. Julian! Vin Tran heard the name and couldn't help but freeze. Julian? He was deeply confused. Had the Oracle Aslan mentioned that? In Vin Tran's mind, he couldn't stop thinking about Julian's prophecy. 500 years of Aslan's bloodline. The child is within Vin Tran. Thinking of this, he let out a smug grin. Vin Tran saw a massive explosion behind him and broke into a cold sweat. Has he lost his mind? Vin Tran's body was no longer intact. He laughed as he said loudly, So that's it. So that's why you knew the future. Now everything is clear. Aslan, he said to Vin in an arrogant tone. Just wait, Vin Tran. And you too, Julian. Vin Tran didn't care that his body was crumbling. He continued speaking casually. The remnants of Aslan inside you must be exhausted by now, right? Next time, I won't be chased away so miserably. He glared at Vin and Julian. I will catch you and take over that body. In his final moment before disappearing completely, Vin Tran didn't forget to shout a warning. Just wait, Vin. Meanwhile, back at the fight between Vin and Raven, the two remained in their original stances. Raven's facial expression couldn't be clearly seen, and suddenly, his upper clothing vanished. Vin Tran used his feet to balance on the ground. He looked at Raven, who had suddenly collapsed onto him, and felt worried. Raven, are you okay? Do you recognize me? His face looked haggard. Raven breathed heavily and called his name. Vin, he asked Vin Tran. I'm pathetic, aren't I, to be captured like this? I wanted to help you. I left because I wanted to stand by your side. Suddenly, Jerson collapsed to the ground, and in despair, he continued, but I couldn't help at all. I only ended up being a burden to you, Raven said, tears streaming down his face. Even from now on, I probably can't keep up with you, can I? Vin Tran listened to his words, remaining silent. A moment later, he asked, during the gathering at Hat, do you remember the final blow? Vin recounted his situation back then. I was slashed deeply in my side and had to endure so much. For a long time, you couldn't even hold a sword properly, and Siri scolded you constantly. Vin Tran remembered the scene where he had struck him. The one who dealt that wound to you back then was me. His face at that moment was filled with confidence. Vin Tran continued. Back then, and even today, you were always a worthy opponent to me. He reached his hand out toward Raven. Follow me. I'll lead the way. Raven heard these words and froze. Then, Raven grabbed Vin's outstretched hand. He agreed immediately. Raven smiled sincerely and said, I will chase after you with everything I have. That face and smile suddenly reminded Vin Tran of Aslan. He had also smiled at him like that once. I will chase after you with all my strength, brother Vin Tran. Thinking of this, Vin Tran suddenly froze. He was so lost in thought that he didn't realize that Raven had suddenly collapsed to the ground. It seemed he had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Vin Tran's expression became blank. He thought numbly. In the end, Vin Tran had never heard Aslan's true intentions. He was silent. If Vin Tran was truly just a pawn being used, then was it right to continue following Aslan's arrangements? Vin Tran couldn't help but worry. And there was another Vin Tran. When he faced him again, could he win? Vin Tran looked into the distance and asked himself if he could remain steady without wavering. After a while, his vision began to blur. He was tired. Immediately after, the sword in Vin Tran's hand fell to the ground, and he collapsed, passing out. Not long after Vin Tran fainted, snowflakes began to appear in the air. The snow intensified, falling where Vin Tran and Raven were lying. The two remained still as the air grew increasingly cold. The scene shifted to another city, one now blanketed in thick snow. At the main Adenka castle, light shone from the windows. Inside a certain room, the glow of a magic crystal was slowly fading. Dabak Adenka saw this and grew panicked. What happened? Why has the response from the magic crystal connected to the village stopped? He couldn't help but wonder. Dabak Adenka had tricked that student into believing it was a magic tool that could make him stronger. Clearly, the activation signal had been sent, so the village should have been razed to the ground by now. He broke into a cold sweat. There was also no news from that woman. Marion. Had the enchantment plan failed too? Fidanil Adenka saw the look on Dabak Adenka's face, frowned, and spoke, his voice filled with doubt. Elder Dabak, have we failed? Upon hearing this, he angrily slammed the table and shouted, Failed? Don't say such unlucky things. We can still salvage this. Suddenly, Zagan Adenka appeared and spoke. Salvage, my foot. The two looked at him, terrified. Elder Zagon Adenka continued after mishandling everything so badly the murderous aura around him was overwhelming. Jagan Adenka said while channeling his power, Are you only now wanting to meet Tobin, who went ahead of you? Immediately after, two dark magic circles appeared on both Dabak Adenka and Fiel Adenka, making them tremble in fear. Lord Jerson Adenka, we are sorry. He calmly pulled the chair in front of Fidanil Adenka and sat down. Jerson Adenka said coldly to the two trembling from their punishment, Don't waste time, prepare it for me. Dabak Adenka trembled and asked, Prepare what? Zagon Adenka's gaze was full of killing intent as he named what he needed, a sacrifice. The scene shifted to where Vin Tran was standing. He was reflecting on what he had said to Vin. Just wait, Vin. I will prepare the most horrific gift for you. Every evil smile appears in my nightmares. Vin Tran looked upward as he spoke. At both the beginning and the end of every nightmare. You are always there. He smiled smugly, wondering what expression Vin Tran would have when he saw this. I am truly looking forward to it, he said to the person with flowing hair in the distance. You too, right? That person's eyes shone fiercely from beneath thick hair. Kagon couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, why did he end up in such a humiliating situation? Vin Tran's body had been pierced by Kagon's sword, his eyes filled with shock as he looked behind him. Kagon's thoughts kept racing. The winner should have been none other than him. In Vin Tran's sight, Kagon's face, teeth gritted in anger, appeared. He thought indignantly, that position should have belonged to Kagon. He fell to the ground in pain, blood spurting from the wound. There was not an ounce of resignation in his heart. He couldn't believe Kagon had lost to someone who was essentially one-armed. It was laughable. The stadium erupted at this fight between Vin Tran and Kagon. What the hell is going on? Master Kagon attacked from behind. He thought to himself, what kind of hell is this? Kagon trembled and muttered to himself. It can't be. He seemed to have gone mad. This absolutely could not have happened. Kagon screamed. The result of this match is invalid. That one-armed guy is actually a devil. After the match, he stood before him, thoughts racing in Kagon's mind. After framing Vin Tran, he became the legendary hero of sword and bow, enjoying endless wealth and glory. Beads of sweat rolled down Kagon's face as he kept telling himself that he, Kagon, would always be the ultimate winner. He coldly looked at Vin Tran's broken body, sneering inwardly, mocking his pathetic state. With his gaunt face and a bandage wrapped around his eyes to block his vision, Vin Tran looked incredibly pitiful. In his private room, Kagon drank while feeling restless. But why, despite all this, could he not shake off this nagging sense of discomfort? He recalled the words Vin Tran had said to him. Even at the very end, you remain truly pathetic, even though he was the one who had been stabbed. Vin Tran had still calmly told him that his name would be remembered by future generations as a loser. As Kagon thought about this, the murderous intent in his eyes grew thicker. He smashed a bottle of wine against the floor. He panted heavily. Suddenly, Kagon screamed in a fit of madness. No, that's not how it is. The one history books will remember as the winner is me. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, I haven't truly lost yet. A hand appeared from nowhere, reaching toward Kagon's back. Immediately after, thousands of hands filled with dark energy grabbed and pulled at his entire body. Those hands covered Kagon's face, leaving only one eye exposed. Kagon's mouth kept moving, whispering, I haven't lost yet. His eyes darted wildly, and as he tried to finish his final words, a voice echoed in his subconscious. I commend you, Kagon. I will grant you one more chance. His limbs were chained, his whole body surrounded by thick dark energy, and countless faces with various expressions appeared, staring intently at him. His mouth kept muttering, It's not over yet. Everything is still unfolding. Kagon clenched his fists. This anger of mine still won't subside. As soon as he finished speaking, those faces screeched and lunged toward where he was chained, trying to tear into his flesh. Just then, a sword slash severed a face that was wide open, ready to bite. It didn't stop there. The other faces met the same fate. The one who struck was none other than Kagon. He shattered his own chains and used his sword to clear the obstacles around him. Kagon landed lightly in the space, thick with murderous intent, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, Still not enough. He walked while continuing, This is not good enough. I won't be satisfied until I take that guy down. Kagon's voice was filled with resentment. Vin Tran, I must take your life for this annoying feeling to truly disappear. The giant face behind him was easily slashed to pieces. Kagon called out, his voice ominous. Come out! Where are you hiding? His face was contorted with rage. This time, I will definitely cut off your head, Vin Tran. All of these events were memories flashing through Vin Tran's mind. He opened his eyes in a panic, his face dripping with sweat. At this moment, Vin Tran was lying on a carriage. Siri was watching over him. Vin Tran doubtfully blurted out the name, Kagon. Amidst the heavy snow, the convoy kept moving forward. The laborer working with Siri saw him sit up and said, Young master, have you finally regained consciousness? Vin Tran held his face, wondering to himself if he had passed out after the battle with Javen. Suddenly, Vin Tran panicked and turned to Siri, asking, Where are the butler and Revan now? What is the situation in the village? She glanced to the side and said, The two of them. Siri pointed toward a carriage moving nearby. They are lying in that carriage over there. She recounted the situation of Sirkon and Raven. Both had passed the critical stage thanks to timely treatment. I also checked, and none of the villagers were injured. So, we are on our way back to the fortress. Vin Tran breathed a sigh of relief. That is very fortunate. Just then, a soul detached itself from his body. Julian spoke in a daze. What a good sleep. He saw the boy and said, It's a good thing you are safe, Julian. Julian woke up in a panic when he saw something strange happening to his own body. What is this? Why is your body turning transparent? Vin Tran replied, Didn't you just fight that great archdemon Maven? Why are you surprised, boy? I honestly have no memory of that. Vin Tran wondered to himself now that he thought about it. Why did Aslan use Julian's form to appear? Just then, someone called his name. Marion reminded him, Look this way. She pointed behind her. The person lying behind asked me to call you. Vin Tran immediately jumped onto Revan and Sirkon's carriage. He asked Sirkon worriedly, Butler, have you regained consciousness? He smiled and replied, Once again, I owe you my life. Young Master Vin Tran spoke. I should be the one saying that. If it weren't for your help, right then, he noticed something. Vin Tran saw that Sirkon's arm was gone, and he hesitantly said, that arm of yours. He used his remaining hand to touch the bandaged area and smiled. Master Morlong, do not be too troubled by this. After all, it was thanks to sacrificing it that we were able to survive the great archdemon. Sirkon suddenly frowned and continued. The important thing is that I called you because I just remembered something. Vin Tran asked, is it related to Vin Tran? He confirmed, exactly. During the time he chose me as his vessel, I accidentally saw some fragmented memories of his. Sirkon thought for a moment before telling the story. The images I witnessed were... He paused briefly and continued. A gate. Sirkon slowly recounted what he had seen in a deep, dark space. He wasn't sure if it was on the surface or in an underground chamber. Following the flow of the memory, he stood before a massive door. Sirkon's voice echoed from behind that imposing door. Numerous punches landed on the door, revealing that behind it was a space as dark as ink. The demon possessing Sirkon's body laughed and said, just a little more time. The waiting that has lasted for 500 years is coming to an end. Right after those words, the door gradually opened, revealing 2 blinding spots of light. He continued, I felt a vague sense of Vin Tran's true entity. Following Sirkon's description, many faces of various shapes appeared alongside the souls of countless people who had been sacrificed to him. He carried a chaotic energy that seemed ready to swallow the entire world. His eyes were filled with fear as he recalled the scene. Sirkon frowned and said, if that terrifying thing is released into the world, I truly dare not imagine how terrible the consequences would be. He remembered 2 glowing spots, like eyes appearing on a dark entity full of murderous intent. He doesn't have a complete body. He only lives as a parasite, swapping bodies with those who have signed the contract. Therefore, the thing he craves most after being reborn is definitely a perfect vessel. Sirkon looked at Vin Tran anxiously. And I believe that vessel. Before he could finish, Vin Tran admitted it bluntly. That's right, it's me. Vin Tran remembered Vin Tran's arrogant gaze. I will definitely catch you and take that body for myself. Vin Tran frowned in silence. It was easy to understand. Vin Tran looked at his own hands and thought, a healthy body full of power, combined with the heaven-given bone. He clenched his fists. Those were all things he had once longed for deeply. So Vin Tran understood that deep obsession very well. He thought of Vin Tran's terrifying fixation. He would certainly use every dirty trick to turn Vin Tran into his new body. Vin Tran's eyes were filled with determination, but he would never let him take his body so easily. After thinking, Vin Tran said to Marion, Marion, drive the carriage straight to the main Adenka family estate. She heard his words and wondered, are we not returning to the fortress? Vin Tran replied calmly, haven't I already made it clear? Sooner or later, I will wipe out that council of elders. Marion realized something in a panic. Then, could it be? He thought to himself that for so long, Vin Tran had been dragged into dealing with the tricks of evil spirits. But his face was cold as he spoke. Today, I will directly crush the council of elders. Vin Tran calculated internally that this time, he would personally cut off all of Vin Tran's limbs. In the night, the moonlight illuminated the world, and the main castle of the Adenka family was still brightly lit. Zagon Adenka walked while calculating, I must speed up the plan. He pondered, gather all the prisoners to be used as sacrifices and take them to that location. If this succeeded, thinking of this, Zagon Adenka's smile became insidious. I can summon the strongest swordsman to bring Vin here. From this point on, there will be no need to order those old geezers around as lackeys anymore. As Jerson Adenka was thinking, he noticed someone appearing ahead. He should find a way to deal with these people as well. There was someone standing opposite Adenka. He stared at that person. This person was none other than Khan. He stood silently, not saying a word. Jerson Adenka saw Khan and thought to himself, the master of the Adenka lineage will surely be the one blocking my path in the future. However, it's not too late to eliminate Khan after my resurrection is complete. The two were gradually closing the distance. Zagon Adenka told himself, for now, let's ignore Khan. Contrary to the noisy thoughts in his head, Khan just kept walking in silence. The two of them passed by each other without a single greeting, the distance between them growing wider. Suddenly, Khan stops in his tracks and asks calmly, who's there? These words leave Zagon Adenka stunned. He breaks into a cold sweat and replies, who? What? It's me, Elder Jerson. Khan's gaze is icy as he looks at Zagon Adenka, his body radiating overwhelming magical power. Just because you've put on a human skin, Khan says, unleashing his mana. Do you think you can hide that filthy magic of yours? The pressure he exudes is intense, his eyes burning brightly. He says nonchalantly, Anyone who dares to trespass into my mansion without permission must face a bitter end. Zagan Adenka grinds his teeth at this, muttering, "This terrifying monster." A figure walks slowly toward him. It is the household head, Khan, burning with murderous intent. He says in a deep voice, "Even if you have become an evil practitioner, the person you are manipulating is still an elder of the Adenka clan." The household head's face is stern, his voice full of authority as he warns, in other words, dealing with him must be done according to family law. Let him go and get out of here now. Zagan Adenka is immediately forced to his knees by an invisible magical pressure. He is furious, thinking to himself, is he using magic to manipulate this entire space? This power isn't just affecting my body, it's invading my soul as well. Jerson Adenka glares hatefully at the tall figure of Khan. He realizes clearly that this level of mana far exceeds the limits of any human. Khan's eyes emit a powerful purple glow, as if to devour Jerson Adenka, but he refuses to submit. Jerson Adenka still has a strong will, thinking, I absolutely cannot get captured here. He pushes his hands against the ground, using all his strength to repel Khan's magic. Seeing Adenka destroy his binding energy, Khan muses, that eerie energy. Looking at him writhing, Khan immediately recognizes it as the Blood Emperor's power. He frowns and says bluntly, I have realized your true identity. Khan slowly exposes Zagan Adenka's identity, the great evil maven, who perished in Sami 500 years ago, now just a wandering soul of a defeated man. But he denies it. No. Khan is surprised. What? Jerson Adenka doesn't clarify, just lowers his head and mutters, no way. Khan deliberately tries to stir his memories of that fateful day. He vehemently refutes it, saying, no, it's not. Jerson Adenka gritted his teeth, asserting firmly, I am the one who won. He screams madly at Khan. That is a total lie. Jerson Adenka is nearly losing his mind, repeatedly in denial. On that day, I never lost. Don't act like you know everything. He charges madly toward Khan, aggressively wanting to finish him off. He shouts, I will end your life. Jerson Adenka raises his fist, pouring all his power into it before swinging toward Khan. Khan is faster, stepping to the side and calmly dodging Jerson Adenka's punch. Because he misses his target, Adenka's momentum carries the punch into the wall behind, causing it to collapse instantly. Even the exterior of the building shakes violently from the force of Jerson Adenka's blow. The spot where his fist landed explodes into tiny fragments. Immediately, the entire building comes crashing down, collapsing into ruins. Khan shows no emotion, his eyes looking up at the sky. Jerson Adenka, floating above the crater, calls down, that's right, I am the ghost who has returned from 5 centuries ago. He doesn't let Khan go, arrogantly saying, all the strongest fighters over the past 500 years. Then, Adenka begins to attack, screaming to assert his status, have all had to kneel and submit to my control. His spell lifts a massive boulder and sends it flying toward an empty lot, causing it to explode. The giant rock lands right where Jerson Adenka was aiming, and he lands on the ground to assess the situation. Jerson Adenka continues, as a show of mercy, I originally intended to just pass by, but since it has come to this, he growls, determined, and shouts, I will capture you here and make you my new vessel. From inside that rock, a purple light begins to glow even more intensely. Khan shatters the boulder from within, causing it to explode instantly. His cloak flutters among the debris in the wind before slowly falling. Khan loosens his tie and says authoritatively, that won't be easy. He shows no fear before the madness of Zagan Adenka, saying, because I am stronger than any warrior you have ever fought before. In the dungeon hall, the guarding elders ask each other anxiously, what is this? Deobak Adenka announces from on high, we are going to relocate the prisoners from the dungeon to the outside, right now. The others are stunned. Why are you doing this in the middle of the night, and where do you intend to move them? He pulls rank, asking, isn't the prison under the management of the Council of Elders? This shouldn't be a problem at all. One person explains fearfully, the problem isn't that. This is the prison buried deep beneath the Adenka family estate. The person adds apprehensively, those held here are all formidable warriors who have threatened the very survival of the Adenka clan. Among them are many who once possessed immense power. Moving them all at once is far too dangerous. Another person insists to Deobak Adenka, we need to ensure the highest level of safety. Moreover, there are many procedures that need to be completed. Finally, they try to stop him. In short, transporting these prisoners now is impossible. Deobak Adenka thinks to himself, I already know that. Suddenly, he imagines the result. What did they say? You say it's impossible? The image of Zagan Adenka's sinister face appears, scaring Deobak Adenka. If that's the case, I will use your very lives as a sacrifice. He breaks into a cold sweat thinking of the sacrifice. The elderly leader asks him, Elder Deobak, what do you really need those prisoners for? Deobak Adenka doesn't answer immediately but snaps angrily. Shut your mouth. He looks up at them and shouts, if it weren't for my connections, you wouldn't have climbed to the position of elder, so at least show your worth for once. These useless fools. The guards look at him with strange expressions as he rants and raves. Deobak Adenka feels a bit embarrassed that he couldn't intimidate them. He asks, what? Why are you looking at me like that? Fianal Adenka can't stand to watch any longer. She pushes him aside and says, fine, let me step in to handle this. Deobak Adenka stammers, Elder Fianal. The prison warden asks Fianal Adenka politely, Lady Fianal, please explain this clearly to us. The person asks sternly, why is Elder Deobak acting so strangely? Suddenly, she draws her weapon and immediately sends the man to his afterlife. The warden is stunned, unable to speak, and those behind him are shocked, not believing their eyes. Elder Fianal, what on earth are you doing? The person just killed by Fianal Adenka falls to the ground, and she doesn't hold back, stepping on his face. She radiates murderous intent as she threatens the others. Anyone who still has doubts, feel free to step forward. Fianal Adenka warns the group forcefully. We don't have much time, so we have no choice but to take a gamble. Deobak Adenka, witnessing her brutality, rushes to stop her. Wait, calm down, Elder Fianal. This act is truly too reckless. If Vesa or Khan finds out, your head won't stay on your shoulders. She replies without fear, if we fail, we will lose our lives to Vin Tran before anyone even discovers us. Fianal Adenka feels she has no other choice. She calculates. Since it has come to this, we are forced to resurrect them in the shortest time possible and live together in a world full of nightmares. Hearing Fianal Adenka, he finds it logical and doesn't object. She puts her hand on the main door and orders, tell your subordinates to gather the carriages immediately. Deobak Adenka bows and replies, understood, I will gather them secretly. She pushes the door open, not forgetting to add that the workers will be eliminated once they finish the job. Suddenly, a horrific sight awaited Fianal Adenka. Her eyes widened, filled with a mix of shock and fear as she stammered, how could you possibly be here? Fianal Adenka stared obsessively at the person before her. Vin Tran curled his lip, mockingly asking, what's the matter, Elder? Vin Tran knew full well that Fianal Adenka was terrified. She looked as if she had just seen a ghost. She thought to herself in pure astonishment, why on earth could that guy show up here so fast? Fianal Adenka stood frozen, foolishly asking, why didn't you go to the fortress according to our plan? Vin Tran smiled and replied, because this mission is an opportunity the Council of Elders had high hopes for me to fulfill. So, I thought reporting back early was the right thing to do. He acted innocent as he recounted, I have successfully completed every requirement you assigned, and thanks to those results, I'm about to reach the level of a transcendent warrior. When Philip Adenka heard this, he gritted his teeth in fury, unable to take him down. Then, Vin Tran turned to him and asked, but I've been hearing some very strange rumors lately, he said, his voice lowering as he got straight to the point. The Council of Elders is holding the daughter of an assassin hostage to force him to submit. Deobak Adenka was shocked when Vin Tran asked this. He thought to himself, how on earth does he know about that? Philip Adenka saw his expression and grew even angrier, realizing this old man was all talk, bragging about his grand plans. Yet his execution was so sloppy that he left a trail behind. Deobak Adenka, naturally, wouldn't admit it. He denied everything. Who spread those ridiculous lies? Did you stop every elder in the middle of the night just to talk about this nonsense? Deobak Adenka made up a pathetic excuse to dismiss Vin Tran. If you're done talking, get out of my sight. Vin didn't care about Deobak Adenka's excuses. He stared right at him. That's her, he thought. Marion appeared behind Vin, waving in a friendly manner. Deobak Adenka looked at her, stunned, and mused, Mari, why is that woman here? Vin saw his expression and understood. He said sarcastically, seems you've recognized Marion, haven't you? It looks like you two have crossed paths before. At this point, Vin Tran grew serious and asked, it seems you've even had some very pleasant tea time together. He emphasized the type of tea, Lenos black tea, no less. Deobak Adenka couldn't deny it anymore and cursed under his breath. Damn it, if this keeps up, Vin Tran deliberately released his power, catching the Adenka group off guard. Deobak Adenka quickly realized this mana aura belonged to Philip Adenka, yet he was also acutely aware that it was shaking the very atmosphere. But it wasn't coming from Vin. He also realized with excitement that this heavy pressure could only belong to the moon in the sky began to appear, full and round, Emerging from behind the dark clouds, a massive figure appeared, throwing a punch toward Jerson Adenka. Vin Tran realized, my father is here. That punch was so intense it blew up the land, leaving it in ruins. Jerson collapsed to the ground, refusing to accept defeat, his mouth muttering, it can't be. The soul possessing Adenka's body forced him to stand up and fight again. Zagon Adenka resisted. Let me go! Khan! You can't defeat Khan! The demon's voice coiled around his mind, disgusting and vile. I need to focus, so stop resisting. It persisted. I already knew this, but Khan mocked Jerson Adenka from afar. Is this all the strength the leader of the nightmare world has to offer? The parasitic soul sneered, mocking him. Khan quickly realized and said, so, you're just a parasitic soul borrowing someone else's body to survive. The parasitic soul was frantically obsessed with Khan's body, that muscular physique, the powerful 9-star magic, and an unshakable willpower. This is the superior talent I've never possessed. Zagon Adenka wore a greedy smile as he looked at Khan, who was walking toward him. He watched him with a filthy gaze, thinking, I desire it so much. Zagon Adenka began to transform into a monster, thinking he would seize that body for himself at any cost. His claws grew long, distorting into a terrifying form. Adenka's figure grew until it loomed over Khan, as if he could easily crush him at any moment. He faced Khan and let out a roar to assert his dominance. Jerson Adenka's face was vicious as he stared at his target, not hesitating for a second. He immediately unleashed his power, lunging at where Khan stood, and the fierce battle began. Khan, unafraid, looked at the giant monster and calculated, this is the blessing of Jerson, the beast god Gron, the one who grants wild, berserk power. Khan instantly raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying red beam of light toward Zagon Adenka. But the monster's power was so great that Khan had to step back. Zagon Adenka took the opportunity to lunge forward, trying to grab a struggling Khan. Khan was forced to use his immense power to counter Jerson Adenka. In the palace far away, a group of people, affected by the shock, screamed, help me! Khan heard the sound and became cautious. Damn it, there are still people over there. His gaze shifted toward the palace, and he inadvertently lost focus. Jerson Adenka took advantage of this and knocked Khan into the air, sneering, you're too reckless. Pressing his advantage, Jerson Adenka continued to throw punches, mocking Khan. With such pathetic strength, how dare you boast so loudly? Jerson Adenka was thrilled to see him beaten, laughing, let's see if you can fight back now. Khan, unable to defend against Zagon Adenka, was instinctively sent flying by the blows. He fell to the ground, and Adenka appeared from behind, ready to deliver the final blow. He roared, this time, I'll slam you straight into the earth. Jerson Adenka put all his strength into a powerful strike that shook the entire area. As the dust settled in the ruins, Khan lay motionless, defeated. Jerson Adenka stood there, gloating as he watched him from afar. He felt a hint of doubt, thinking, was it really that easy? But Jerson Adenka quickly pushed the thought aside. He picked him up and said happily, so, the body of the Adenka family head could be taken over this easily. The soul looked greedily at the motionless Khan, contemplating his plans. Now that the strongest warrior is in my hands, I can truly accelerate my reincarnation process. He roared at Khan, become my vessel. Just as he prepared to take over Khan Anka's body, a sword suddenly flew toward them, and Khan accurately caught it. Jerson Adenka stared in confusion as Khan suddenly held a weapon. He gasped, shouting, what? Where did that sword come from? Jerson Adenka looked up at the roof of the building behind them and saw a woman, asking in surprise, who are you? He quickly recognized her as Vesta. She rushed toward Khan, shouting, Master, I will do my best to protect this mansion. Leave everything here to me. Please fight with all your might. Khan, held in Zagon Adenka's grasp, slowly drew his blade. Unflinching, he stared at the sword in his hand, preparing to use his ultimate move to finish off Jerson Adenka. Khan slashed in a flash, cutting across the sky. He swung his arm toward Zagon Adenka, saying calmly, didn't I tell you already? Khan's sharp sword instantly severed one of Zagon Adenka's arms. He emphasized, I am stronger than any warrior you have ever faced. Khan turned to look at him, stating his status clearly. That is why the whole world calls me by the name Adenka. A brilliant light flashed in the night sky, and a giant stone fell from above. Vesta stood from on high, as if she had been observing something all along. Then, she reached out her hand, preparing to stop the impending force. A net was cast, forming a barrier to block the rays of light heading for the area. They fell with a thud but couldn't pierce the shield, despite the immense power. Dealing with this strength required Vesta to concentrate fully. Her barrier was massive, covering the area. Outside, dust and debris swirled, but inside, Everything remained intact. After a moment, a piece of debris fell away. Khan Ainka stood still, looking incredibly majestic. At that moment, Vesta returned and informed him, "The mansion is completely unharmed." "My apologies for troubling you, my lady," he said, appearing apologetic. "You didn't need to go through all this trouble. I could have handled it myself." But she didn't mind. "I don't want you to be worried. If I can help you, I will." After she spoke, her attitude toward the monster changed. She looked down at the figure lying in the deep crater as she spoke. "I also want to show that arrogant, evil soul the true power of Ayanka." He lay motionless in the pit, his body trembling, his legs stiff. He seemed to be struggling to stand. The ground still bore the imprint of his giant hands, but his body seemed to have shrunken down. He tried to sit up, cursing incessantly. "Damn it, Khan Ayanka." His teeth clenched together in rage. He had lost an arm, and filled with resentment, he shrieked, "Don't you dream that this will end so easily?" Khan immediately switched to a counterattack. "Are you still planning to use those stupid little tricks?" The figure screamed, "No," and vanished. Vesta saw that the situation was turning grim and stepped forward. "Wait, master. There's something very strange." The entity was being eroded. It tried to say something. Finally, its body had almost turned into a skeleton. It uttered its final words. Vin Tran witnessed this scene, and Vesta couldn't help but be horrified. The creature had withered away completely, but Khan said nothing. After a moment of silence, he voiced his thoughts. "So, this is how you increase your own power?" From within the flames, a voice rang out. "Exactly." The fire wore a savage grin. It said, "Every time a mortal who has signed a contract with me dies, all of their energy and experience becomes a sacrifice for me." It hid its face, slowly moving forward. "The more you use that power to destroy those who have signed the contract, my true form has become more powerful than ever. It's like the final drop of blood in a chalice about to overflow. At the moment when the sacrificial offerings are fully accumulated, I will descend as a supreme entity, holding absolute power." He spoke with a threatening tone. "When that day comes, the first person I take out will be you, Adenka." Yet, Khan showed no fear. "If that's the case, we need to capture his true form as soon as possible." He stepped forward, imposing, and declared, "You are the one who actively attacked the territory of the Adenka clan. I will consider this action." A formal declaration of war from the Nightmare Guild against the Adenka. Veins bulged on his forehead. This time, he was truly determined. "My blade will surely end your life." The great Nightmare Maven mocked him. "Let me see you try." It wasn't the least bit afraid, even sneering. "How hard will you try?" With that, it left. Just then, a voice called out, "Father, are you all right?" It was Vin Tran. He hurried over to assess the situation. Vesta saw her son's concern. Vin Tran was just like her. Khan seemed displeased by his appearance. "I sensed your presence the moment you returned. Why did you come straight to the main family estate?" Vin Tran explained, "I had some urgent matters that needed to be resolved immediately." Hearing him, Khan vaguely guessed, "Is this related to the Council of Elders?" Vin Tran didn't intend to hide it. "Yes, I intend to wipe out the entire Council of Elders." Switching scenes to the dungeon, someone asked, "Are you really planning on doing that?" They were doing something shady, fearful as they acted. "Will doing this be okay? We have no other choice." The leader seemed determined. "Things have reached this point. We have no choice but to follow through." The man looked extremely tense. If Elder Diobak falls and his crimes are dragged into the light, those of us who relied on him to get these positions will be finished too. The three of them walked for a long time until they finally stopped. "We finally arrived. Behind this door lies that place." The door was sealed by many chains. The man broke into a sweat just looking at it. "Below this area is where the most dangerous criminals who threaten the Adenka are kept. Is releasing them truly the right decision?" But while he was still thinking, the leader prepared to push the door open. His hand gradually reached for the handle. Back at the previous location, the sound of a staff tapping against the ground echoed. Its owner was very angry. "Vin, you are speaking too carelessly. Are you capable of taking responsibility for those words, huh?" Diobak was furious. "You know that words once spoken cannot be taken back." He lectured him harshly. "Even if Jerson acted beyond his limits, that is only the moral failing of an individual. Insulting the honor of the entire Council of Elders is an extremely serious crime." Vin Tran didn't bother listening to any of this. He cursed under his breath. "You cunning old foxes. Are you trying to twist my words to shift all the blame onto me?" Suddenly, Khan spoke up. "Have you prepared yourself mentally? What you are plotting to do will go completely against the historical traditions of this clan's martial arts." Khan asked again, "Are you ready to face that?" Seeing this, Deobak complained, Sir, don't tell me you intend to side with that brat. Khan replied calmly. This is no small matter, Vin Tran told himself. Punishing the wicked and pursuing righteousness, that is simply the act of a warrior keeping his oath. Daobak pondered, asking, An oath? Vin Tran explained. Yes, I made a promise to Daniel, the beast tamer who ambushed me. I will rescue his daughter, who is being held captive by Daobak. The moment he finished speaking, the old man went berserk. That again? Why would you go looking for his daughter in this place? Ignoring his outburst, Vin Tran said that if he put himself in Daniel's shoes, the first thing he would do is find a way to save his daughter. Daniel was a master at controlling insect-type magical beasts. He could mobilize a giant swarm of ants to move like a landslide without making a sound. Given these facts, it was easy to guess. A man like him having to give up on rescuing his child proves that she is being held in a place that even he cannot infiltrate. Vin Tran didn't hold back. As far as I know, there are only a handful of places on this continent like that. At that same place, something was pushed aside the exact place the men from earlier had entered. The chain-locked door had been opened, just as Vin Tran guessed. For example, the Adenka underground dungeon. After presenting his theories, Vin Tran continued to point out those he suspected. I believe the Council of Elders, especially the 4 Great Elders, have fallen, becoming puppets of the nightmare, and following their orders to lure me into a trap. Perhaps not expecting Vin Tran to have figured out this much, Daobak was caught off guard. Vin Tran's expression was icy. He clearly stated every piece of incriminating evidence. Somewhere right here in the Adenka underground prison. I demand you search for Daniel's young daughter. Daobak furiously tapped his staff on the ground. This is unforgivable, he shouted, determined to stop his actions. Control over the underground prison is one of the core powers of the Council of Elders. Do you dare challenge the authority of the Council of Elders? Unexpectedly, this time Khan answered for him. Yes, that's right. This time, I will not let it slide. The reason he was so determined was that one of the 4 Great Elders had become a puppet of the evil spirits and even intended to kill the clan head. Memories flashed through his mind. After Tiliban's death, 2 elders had fallen. Such a thing had never happened before. Khan declared bluntly, As the clan head, I cannot stand by any longer. Suddenly, Vesahele snapped her fingers, and something appeared unexpectedly. Fional and Khan turned their heads in surprise. Khan continued, Both of you. You must cooperate to prove your innocence. Daobak couldn't speak for a moment. He could only mutter, The Black Sword Squad that specializes in arresting criminals. Khan, do you really intend to go all the way? Despite his anxiety, he asked calmly, Do you intend to convict the entire council? If Vin Tran's words are wrong, we won't let this go. To this question, Khan didn't answer him, but he called for his son, Vin. He looked at him, as if waiting for something. Continue. It was unclear how much time had passed. An unconscious stranger was brought in. He was placed on the ground. Vin Tran stood before everyone and introduced, This man is the beast tamer Daniel. He recounted, He ambushed me during a mission under someone's coercion and begged me for help. With that, he pulled out a piece of paper. The note he left behind before dying recorded in detail how he had been dragged into this. This time, Vin Tran didn't beat around the bush. He stated bluntly that he had identified Elder Daobak as the mastermind. The elder was sweating with anxiety, yet he still feigned calm to rebut. Anyone could forge a piece of paper like that. That isn't evidence. But the old man didn't expect him to have other proof. Daniel seemed to have thought of that too. From his bag, he pulled out an object. He had left a highly poisonous scorpion, along with the letter. The 2 people behind him couldn't help but exclaim, Disgusting! Vin Tran didn't care. He moved on to the main point. The important thing is this. The scorpion was moved forward under the wide-eyed gaze of everyone. What? What is that? On the scorpion's body, there were obscure writings. Something was carved onto its abdomen. Fional wondered, What does it say? I can't read it. Daobak said nothing, but he was thinking to himself, I've never seen this kind of script before. Is it a code? Or, then, he became irritable again. Vin, what is your intention in bringing this out as evidence, huh? A strange voice rang out. That is the script of the Chun-Jin tribe. All attention shifted toward that direction. They listened intently to the mention of a race of giants that had long ago been wiped out by human oppression. Vin Tran greets her. You've arrived. This is Lady Naima. She greets them. Greetings to the members of the Adenka clan. She smiles in front of everyone. I am Naima, mother of all Longren, a friend of Prince Vin Tran. Her presence leaves many in shock. Among them were Khan and Fiello, dragon half-bloods from the Dragon Forest, a communication crystal. Where did that guy, Vin Tran, even get that red soil? Beside her stood a young woman, She greeted him. "Hello, I'm Maria, head reporter for the Win broadcast station." She smiled to herself. After hearing about Prince Vin Tran's mission, constantly moving between the main estate and the fortress was definitely the right call. Such a huge scoop falling right into my lap. Na sat in the middle as they formed a semicircle. She arrived as if she had already known. "If you wish, I can translate the Chunin language system. The inscription on that scorpion's belly is a perfect match, aligning with the contents of the letter that Prince Vin Tran mentioned. To add credibility, she said she would guarantee it with her title as the Dragon Clan matriarch." Vin Tran smiled. "I owe you my gratitude, Lady Na." She brushed it off, saying it was nothing, as he was the savior of the dragon forest. Holding a gemstone in her hand, she seemed very eager to help him. "If you need any help, just call us any time." Vin Tran now had the upper hand, and with that, all the testimonies so far were settled. Suddenly, Vessa's eyes glowed bright red, and Vin Tran said, "Everything has been confirmed as the truth through the matriarch's eyes." The crowd began to murmur. "What? So the Elder Council has truly fallen and rebelled? I thought that was impossible." Dabak seemed to lose control, shouting, "Shut up, all of you." His rebellion was nothing short of proof of his sinful deeds. "You have all fallen for the schemes of those bastards and are insulting the Elder Council. Do you all want to be beheaded?" Vin Tran looked on in disgust and countered, "Bastards, you say? Isn't that filthier than what you did to a girl who had just come of age?" Vin Tran was furious. He stepped closer and scolded him right to his face. "You disgusting piece of trash, it seems you still have a shred of shame left." Provoked by his insults, the veins on the man's forehead bulged. Vin Tran gave him an ultimatum. "For the sake of that girl, I won't hold a public trial for you here, so just do as I say." Dabak had no other choice and replied, "Fine, if you want to see it so badly, I'll show you the underground prison of Adenka." But he arrogantly demanded, "But only you and I can enter, just the two of us." Hearing this, Vin Tran glanced at Khan to signal his understanding. Khan spoke up, "Very well, the investigation will be left to Vin Tran." With approval granted, he left immediately. "We will be right back. Please, wait here, it won't take long." Soon, they arrived at the location. Standing before the door, Dabak said, "Let's go." Vin Tran reluctantly followed him. Understood. In the gloomy dungeon, he couldn't help but wonder, why is there such a place beneath the main house? Dabak said flatly that it was to safely imprison the dark sides of Adenka. It was lit by chained-up gemstones. Dabak added, "The Elder Council strictly manages the prisoners sealed by magic. You should consider yourself lucky. Even among the elders, only a few are allowed in here." Whether it was the truth or just mockery, Vin Tran replied, "It's a true honor." He followed him step by step, a growing sense of suspicion rising within him. Wait, something feels off. Standing before the cells, he thought, why are all the rooms empty? Don't tell me. As he pondered, the man behind him prepared to ambush him. Vin Tran's eyes darted backward, and he managed to draw his sword just in time to block the attack. Vin Tran was truly enraged now. He asked him, "Where did you move everyone from here?" Seeing that look on his face, perhaps Dabak was gloating. "You don't need to know," he said, confident he could take him down. "Because you're going to die here too." Above ground, Fional suddenly made a move. "Elder Fional, surrender." "What are you doing?" She radiated murderous intent, no longer needing to play her usual part. This time, she attacked directly. In the basement, Dabak swore that no one would leave here alive today. Above, Fional had also gone mad. Patriarch Khan narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that it wasn't a sword meant for attacking. This thing was. The next second, he spoke loudly. "Elder Fional, it seems you've truly been backed into a corner." Every word from Patriarch Khan made Vessa Hale's expression turn frantic, to the point where she had to draw the oath sword. She stared silently at the sword on the ground. The oath sword, a tool used by the Elder Council to curb the Patriarch's power. Instantly, a memory was triggered in Vessa Hale. This was a treasure forged by Adenka herself, and the reason the elders held authority far beyond other families. Anyone carrying the blood of Adenka could not escape the binding of this sword. A heart squeezed by shackles. Vessa Hale's thoughts echoed, because the Founder's will hidden in the veins would tighten around the heart of the Oathbreaker. Anyone who dared to betray their vow would have their heart shattered and perish. At this moment, Patriarch Khan's gaze became profound. "So, what are you trying to declare with that sword?" Fional Adenka suddenly laughed with a hidden meaning. The next second, she spoke loudly and summoned the shackles. "It's simple." Fional Adenka reached out, her eyes full of calculation. "Make a vow to me, Patriarch." Vessa Hale watched, worried. "So, you really want to see how this ends, Fional?" Patriarch Khan stood to the side, looking at the chains as he said, "What do you want me to put on the line as a wager?" Fianna Adenka smiled back. Patriarch, how confident are you? She lowered her arm, and in the silent air, Fianna Adenka declared, Do you really believe that boy, Vin Tran, can bring back the evidence? Patriarch Khan lowered his head deeply, and replied in a low voice, The boy will return no matter what happens. Fianna Adenka spoke with defiance. Then let's use this as the wager. Your position as Patriarch. Finished speaking, she laughed loudly, filled with ambition. Release Khan and hand over the seat of the Patriarch to him. Vesa Hele was stunned. What? Patriarch Khan hadn't expected her move either. The next second, a large, brilliant crystal appeared. Debach Adenka lunged at Vin Tran with his weapon. He quickly dodged the blow and stood on the surface of the crystal. Vin Tran's face instantly turned grim. Even the prisoners who had been held here had vanished without a trace. There was a terrible conspiracy hidden behind this. Suddenly, someone called to him. Vin Tran reacted quickly. Julian. From above, Julian quickly informed him. I saw the carriages leaving the estate. The boy pointed toward the menacing carriages and continued. There are countless of them, scattering in all directions. Suddenly, Julian's voice faltered, and a second later, he reacted. The situation was becoming extremely dire. Vin Tran looked clearly disbelieving and said, Father, are they planning to dethrone you? Debach Adenka flickered in and out of sight, saying, This is not the time to worry about your father. Vin Tran, you can't possibly withstand my attacks, can you? His voice grew louder with every word. This is the basement, where neither the family's laws nor light can reach. He darted behind Vin Tran with taunts. Even if I finish you here, no one will force me to take responsibility. Vin Tran's gaze suddenly turned murderous as he looked at his opponent. Just before he could react, the crystal shattered. Due to the momentum, he was thrown back. Vin Tran thought to himself, I need to find the child quickly and get to my father, or he will really be stripped of his title. He fell freely through the floors. This was the entrance they had passed through earlier. Suddenly, Vin Tran reacted, twisting his body to dive downward. He quickly spotted the door. I have to get out of here first. Just as he was about to reach it, a massive amount of debris crashed down from above. With a bang, the bricks exploded outward. Vin Tran braced his sword, staring ahead, completely stunned by what he saw. It had been blocked off. From the darkness, Debach Adenka appeared. This is the only way out. He flashed a horrifying smile. Don't even dream of escaping from here. Vin Tran summoned his weapon and replied, Then I'll cut you down to open a path of blood. Debach. The scene cut back to Patriarch Khan. His face darkened. Things coming to this point only made him more certain. Everything Vin Tran said was true. They had truly fallen deep into corruption. Then he looked at Fianna Adenka. Should I wipe them out? The next second, Patriarch Khan's eyes filled with rage. He didn't take his eyes off Fianna Adenka's every move. No, getting rid of them is too easy. Oaths or laws. All of those things can be crushed by the power of a patriarch. Then he recalled what Debach Adenka had done. Debach underground. And then he remembered the others. Corrupt elders, even if all of them rushed at me at once, it wouldn't matter. At this moment, the patriarch felt as if he were going through a war. I have the power to sweep away every crime standing in my path. There won't be anyone brave enough to oppose me. He clenched his fist, thinking, because I am so strong. Suddenly, Salvana's voice echoed, because Khan is a strong man. In the vague memory of Patriarch Khan, Salvana smiled, holding a sword tightly. You will surely become the great warrior you always dreamed of being. At that moment, he loosened his grip. That's not it. He fell into deeper thought than ever before. The power I am pursuing is not this kind of authority. Patriarch Khan remembered his childhood. The power of a warrior is meant to protect and should only be used for the sake of justice. Those were the teachings of an unknown warrior I read in the library when I was little. Back then, his eyes had glowed when looking at those pages. Even the ancestor Aslan had admired that greatly. A righteous and noble path. He always had a belief within him. Because I have always worshipped the footsteps of the elders, I have reached this realm. When he saw Vin Tran's back continuing along that same path, Father has always supported me. His face was etched with inner turmoil. I think I finally understand what's in your heart. Suddenly, Patriarch Khan placed his hand firmly on the chain. I place my faith in you, and I will do what I believe in. Then he said loudly, Very well. The next second, he swore solemnly. I, Khan, accept the council's oath. Every word was spoken without a hint of fear. I will stake everything on my son. Vin Pidanel Adenka, seeing his goal within reach, laughed heartily. Those who take this oath will be bound by a chain connecting their hearts. The sound of his opponent rang incessantly in Patriarch Khan's ears. You must promise to uphold the oath. Pidanel Adenka looked at the chain and said, If you betray it, The other party has the right to use this chain to rip your heart out. If that chain fades away, and Vin Tran still hasn't finished his investigation, she was greedy and continued to set conditions. You must either give up your position as patriarch or refuse the oath and die. Choose one. Vach Helen panicked and called out Khan's name, but Patriarch Khan replied bluntly, "That won't happen." He looked at the chain on his chest, sure that Vin Tran would switch the scene back to him. Patriarch Khan's voice continued to echo, exposing the entire truth for all to see. On this side, Vin Tran glared at his opponent with murderous intent. Vin Tran wore the Bach Adenka emblem and attacked with his weapon. "What's the matter, brat?" He confidently and loudly took the attack, which Vin Tran parried. "Is it this difficult to deal with a one-armed old man?" He quickly retreated and began using his ability to see if he was roasted by lightning, mocking, "Can you still talk tough?" Debach Adenka wore a cunning smile. As he finished speaking, a surge of electricity erupted, followed by a massive explosion toward Debach Adenka. Suddenly, he appeared beside Vin Tran before anyone knew it, but the boy quickly detected his opponent's presence. Debach Adenka struck Vin in the face with lightning speed, but it did nothing to him. Instead, it made the attacker reveal an opening. Whenever he saw a strong attack, he would dodge to stall for time. He spoke up. "How long do you plan to play around?" "Debach, don't you hate me?" Vin Tran deliberately mentioned his opponent's arm. "I thought you hated me because of that arm." Debach Adenka let out a cold huff. "You think provoking me will make me lose my cool and expose an opening?" The next second, he vanished. "Give up on that idea." Debach Adenka was like a ghost, flickering in and out of sight. "Even if you escape from here, don't even think about bringing evidence back to Khan. I've sent countless carriages scattering in every direction." He stood from afar, watching his opponent unblinkingly, as finding the right carriage carrying Daniel's daughter among the crowd was. The next second, Debach Adenka appeared behind Vin Tran and shouted, "It's impossible." At this moment, the boy was strangely calm. He gripped the iron chain tightly and said, "You never know until you try." Hearing this, Debach Adenka's attack speed slowed down. Suddenly, a massive crystal crashed down, blocking the two of them, which made him act like a madman. "You crazy." He waited for the moment he intended to strike. Two massive arms protected Vin Tran. The opponent's voice rang out, "Dropping a crystal right on my own head?" Vin Tran brushed the dust off his coat. "Now is not the time to be surprised." He continued as large crystals fell along the chain. "Everything has only just begun." Seeing this, Debach Adenka froze. Damn it. The fear emanating from him caused the wolf inside him to manifest. It quickly slipped through the chains, dragging the crystals along. Watching from beneath the giant arm, Vin Tran couldn't help but think, aura turns into smoke to move at high speed and pass through objects. He recalled moments earlier when the opponent appeared beside him like an assassin. That aura of Debach was truly top tier. With his sharp judgment and observation, Vin Tran quickly spotted an opening. Possessing such power, yet he planted the hand holding his weapon onto the ground, leaving an opening for me to take a stance. Then he remembered their training and kept affirming that there was only one reason. The severed arm caused his body to lose its balance. Debach hadn't trained to adapt to that. At this moment, Debach Adenka quickly wove through the crystals. The very first moment he transitioned from smoke form back to his physical body, he exposed himself. Vin Tran predicted he would definitely have a massive opening while trying to regain his balance. Suddenly, he shouted loud enough to shake the void. "Julian!" The sound traveled far, making the space feel like it had frozen. Suddenly, the door behind him swung wide open, and Julian pointed upward as if summoning something. The boy followed his gaze. The slash far surpassed a sword technique. Vin Tran quickly prepared to seize the opportunity. He swung the large blade in his hand down with all his might, followed by a surge of lightning pulled down from above. A massive beam of light shot up into the middle of the night, and suddenly, the air fell silent once again. The next second, one of Debach Adenka's ears was severed. He was so terrified he broke into a sweat. You dare to slash me again?" Finishing his sentence, he didn't hesitate to land, causing the crystals to lose their support and fall along with him. Debach Adenka was furious to the point of madness. "Struggling is useless. Both you and Khan are finished." His attacks toward Vin Tran were like tickles. "No, you're the one who's finished, Debach." Suddenly a sound rang out. "Carriage Unit 1. Report. Carriage Unit 1. That made Debach Adenka jump. "What is that?" The voice continued to speak. "It's a disaster." The carriage group outside was panicked after discovering something. "I don't know why, but someone is chasing our carriages. That mana level is terrifying." Debach Adenka couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing those words. Impossible. Among so many carriages, did he find the right place where Daniel's daughter is hidden right away? He thought, trying to find an answer. How did the next second, He realized the direction of that sword strike was the exact direction Carriage Unit 1 had taken. Could it be? At this moment, Julian stood high above, observing everything. The boy listened to Debak Adenka's words. You used the sword strike to signal your allies? He looked toward Julian and thought, don't even think about fooling me. There's only one carriage that is shaking violently because it's too light. Shifting the scene to the carriage group, the horse's legs were restrained. A voice rang out, accompanied by a figure that captured the group. I lost to you again, my lord. Young Master Vin Tran appeared and said with a laugh, just how much do you intend to torture this patient? Ropes surrounded and tightly bound a horse and the man behind it. He had a panicked expression. Do you know who I am? To dare do this? I am an elder of Adenka, Seokan replied. Yes, I know. Unfortunately, I don't have the time. Seokan pulled back the curtain with a fairly calm expression. Let me finish checking the carriage before we exchange pleasantries. The Adenka elder stuttered, trying to stop him. Wait. Stop. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. His gaze was no longer mere observation, but had turned into absolute shock. His pupils contracted, and cold sweat dripped down the clearest evidence of his horror. It can't be. This shifts back to Vin, who was rushing forward with a decisive combat stance. Blue beams of light were unleashed. An arc-shaped blade of light swept horizontally through the black-purple energy mass. A threat rang out. You have no chance now, he replied decisively. My allies will catch up to the carriage, Vin Tran continued. So stop and get out of the way, Debach. At this moment, he was engulfed by dark energy. His posture was incredibly distorted. No. Even though he was at a disadvantage, Debach's expression didn't show surrender. His eyes narrowed with determination, thinking to himself, I can't be captured like this. Just a little bit more. Images of Debach appeared in a luxurious setting, surrounded by women and wine. Showing his indulgence, he thought, I will enjoy eternal pleasure in the world that Vin Tran creates. Here, right here. When his determination and fury reached their peak, he transformed into a dark entity with glowing eyes. He revealed his bitter resentment. I can't lose to a brat like you. Vin Tran hovered in midair, his cold eyes observing the surrounding environment. Endless barrier smoke. A tornado of dark purple smoke was engulfing the entire space. Vin Tran thought, I can't contact Julian. Is this the outside magic sealing technique, the domain of the Assassin King? That energy stream was rushing toward him, he thought to himself. Another smoke-based attack. Vin Tran deployed a beehive-shaped defensive barrier. He muttered, that won't be able to pierce through the prince's defense. The energy stream drew closer and closer. Those rays of energy surged forward, piercing the honeycomb defensive hand. This caused Vin Tran to lose his balance. The two light streams collided, creating a massive explosion. Vin Tran stumbled and fell to the ground. He couldn't believe it. Had he really crossed over into the territory of a minor lord? No. He had transmigrated. He placed his left hand over his chest, right where there was a large tear in his clothes. He thought, this sudden surge of blessings and this feeling, you must have received it from me as well. Vin Tran. Deobak smiled smugly, his voice dripping with arrogance. Royal blood power. Surprised? This is the ultimate technique, combining my blessings with the power of royal blood. His eyes glowed intensely, vacant and soulless, as his mouth hung open, declaring, endless mist boundary. I transform myself into mist and trap my opponent in an infinite sea of fog. Then, Deobak lunged forward at high speed, creating trails of mist and sharp purple streaks of light all around. Vin Tran, if it weren't for you, I would still be enjoying everything, like a noble elder. Vin Tran stood in the middle of shattered, broken ground, with purple energy currents heading straight for him. Die. Suddenly, Vin Tran drove his sword deep into the ground, sending blue lightning crackling in all directions. He was enveloped in a burst of overwhelming energy. He looked at his opponent with pure contempt. You the one who destroyed our honor? You dare to speak? The sound of clashing weapons echoed as the blades locked. Vin Tran unleashed a massive, brilliant white crescent-shaped slash. The bright blue blade stood out against the night, tearing a gap through the darkness. Amidst the dark purple smoke, a small point of light appeared. Vin Tran's eyes widened in shock. The barrier was regenerating. A malicious sneer crossed his enemy's face. This space is forged from the infinite power of the royal blood circulation. Do you really think one slash is enough to break it? Delbach mocked. How many times can you use that sword technique? 10? 20? In here, you will never escape my fog. You can't. Before he could finish his sentence, a sword swung up, freezing him in his tracks. 10 consecutive strikes followed. Vin Tran executed a flurry of lightning-fast strikes, leaving giant X-shaped blue light trails cutting through his foe. Delbac's eyes widened in panic. What is this? Doesn't that technique put a strain on your body? You shouldn't be able to use it that many times. Delbac stared at him, thinking, is he trying to die? Vin Tran remembered his past life. He sat on a rock, looking up at the sky, and asked, if I had the heavenly bones like Kagon, and both of my arms, how many times could I use this technique? A voice replied, you having heavenly bones? That sounds like a pipe dream. She smiled, but in theory, counting the number of times was meaningless. Vin Tran took his stance and unleashed 22 consecutive slashes. Delbac couldn't believe what was happening. He thought the barrier was breaking. This is dangerous. If this continues, he's going to break out. Then, he roared in fury. You bastard! Vin Tran roared back. They lunged at each other as 28 more slashes struck home. She had asked, why are you asking such a thing so suddenly? Do you find it strange that someone as incompetent as me received this sword? Vin Tran replied, yes, master. He stared at the sword in his hand, his eyes filled with sadness. The essence of this sword is so great compared to a useless, one-armed wretch like me. Shouldn't it be given to someone more worthy? She crossed her arms and looked at him. What do you think of Sami right now? Vin Tran was momentarily stunned. Then, her gaze grew heavy. Delbac swung his blade high. I am the head of the Council of Elders. Vin Tran swung as well, leaping from above and unleashing a powerful, heavy strike. This strike slammed directly into his opponent, triggering a blinding explosion of light. The power that has ruled Adenka for 500 years, a brilliant light poured out from the center, filling the entire frame. Delbac glared, laughing like a madman. In the past, the future, and forever, we will rule and exploit everything on this land. Vin Tran said, I believe your ways are wrong. You are drowned in greed and pleasure, neglecting your duty to protect this land. The words echoed in Vin Tran's mind. I want to defeat them and prove that what I believe is right. His eyes were filled with determination. He unleashed the decisive slash. Vin Tran declared, a martial arts family must fulfill the duties of a martial arts family. Blue light engulfed the entire space. He continued to unleash consecutive strikes. The blow sent Delbac flying into the air. It seemed he had lost the ability to fight. Vin Tran thought to himself, this technique, it is a demon-slaying sword, crafted specifically to destroy Sam. That was why she said aloud, Vin, the only one worthy of receiving this sword is you, Vin Tran. Vin Tran lunged forward. Someday, you and this sword. Delbac was terrified by the sight. The blade pierced right through him, and red liquid gushed out. Vin Tran thought, I will wipe away the rot of your family. A glowing white orb was tightly bound by thick iron chains. Fiel Adenka held the chains, thinking to herself, just a little bit more. As the final chain fell away, she looked at Lord Khan, who stood nearby with his eyes half closed, holding a section of the chain. She thought, Khan, you're finished. The giant chain shattered, falling away amidst a dazzling light. She wore an incredibly eerie, satisfied, and calculating smile. Finally, the last chain had broken. A voice called out, making her turn her attention. Vin is the young master, Vin, Fianal Adenka, panicked. What? The voice spoke again. The young master has returned. Vin Tran appeared, looking dark and menacing. In his hand, he held Delbac's corpse. Someone couldn't help but gasp. He defeated Elder Delbac? Siri quickly rushed over to check on him. Young master, are you all right? Without waiting for an answer, Maria stood by, excitedly scribbling in her notes. She asked, what happened down there? Vin Tran threw Delbac's body to the ground. He announced coldly and confidently, I have defeated the traitor, Delbac. Fianal Adenka was absolutely shocked, trembling with terror at Delbac's defeat. She thought, Delbac, he lost? Delbac received the most royal blood power among us, Khan remarked, glancing at the evidence. Vin Tran spoke up, calm and collected. It's not in my hands. This caused Siri and Maria to panic. Maria gasped. What? Siri stood nearby and added, that means the family head is in danger. Fianal Adenka smiled, a look of madness in her eyes. Vin, you have failed your father's expectations. Not only did you fail to find evidence, but you used force to attack an innocent elder. She held the chains high, her expression twisted. What will you do now? The position of family head or your own heart? Which one will you give up? Khan interrupted. You're too impatient. I never said we didn't find the evidence. Elder Fianal, his words made her flinch. Khan opened his eyes wide, his voice calm. More importantly, Vin Tran, he continued, has never once failed my expectations. From afar, Serkan rushed over, carrying a large cocoon. He threw the cocoon down and said, I'm a bit late. young Master Vin Tran. Vin Tran stepped forward, speaking as he walked. You brought her back safely. I'm sorry for putting so much pressure on you. Delbach wheezed from the side. No, Sir Khan replied, not just to him, but as he helplessly unwound the silk. The word safe might no longer be accurate. Vin Tran froze, his expression one of pure shock. Fionel Adenka's face turned deathly pale, her eyes wide with horror. Delbach lay slumped on the ground, his face twisted in fear and helplessness. Damn it. Everyone present wore expressions of sheer terror. One person's face was smeared with dirt, their eyes staring blankly, with a trail of blood running from their nose. Sir Khan said, I tried to save her, but it seems she passed away a long time ago. A hand gently stroked her face, letting her eyes close in peace. Khan stood up, his voice stern. Answer me, Delbach. His face was strained, veins bulging as if he were struggling to contain his fury. Why did that child have to die at your feet? Delbach's face turned white. An overwhelming aura of killing intent radiated from Khan. You people, who call yourselves warriors, you used a child's life to threaten others for your own gain, didn't you? His eyes glowed, his intense rage visible for all to see. It seemed he might strike Delbach down at any second. Did you collude with the evil spirits to do this? Delbach's pupils constricted. He used every ounce of his remaining strength to choke out. No, we never did that. That's slander. Feel Adenka screamed in fury. Delbach, you idiot. She continued to scream. Don't answer. Vin Tran's mother, use your magic. A shout rang out. Liar. She completely dismissed the excuses of the one standing before her. Delbach hurriedly explained. Wait, family head, please wait. I will explain everything. Khan unleashed a powerful attack, his hand wrapped in a shroud of purple energy. He squeezed his face tightly and delivered a fatal blow to his head. Fionel Adenka winced, fumbling with something in her hand. She raised a knife she had just pulled from her pocket. Damn it! Khan thrust his fist forward. The chains constricted around her heart, making her stiffen. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed at Khan's feet. Vin Tran watched the scene, thinking, so, this is how it ends. He thought the era of the four great elders was over. A voice interrupted his thoughts. It's not over yet. Khan growled. The four great elders and this nightmare, I will expose every single person involved in this corruption. He continued. From today, Adenka will cut all ties with the rot of the Council of Elders. Under Khan's leadership, a large-scale investigation into the suspicious groups was launched, but an arm hung limp, devoid of life, leaving a trail of blood across the surface of the sword. Someone spoke up. What is this? Call a priest. Quickly, call a priest. Another said, no, it's already over. They're headless corpses. Every single suspect, the elders, the warriors, the servants all died at the same time. Their heads had exploded. A trace of royal blood power was discovered in their bodies. A stone grave stood bearing the name Daniel Leo, with a bouquet of flowers lying silently at the foot of the tombstone. Vin Tran said, I'm sorry, Daniel. I couldn't save your daughter. Far away from the mansion, the best he could do was hold a proper funeral for her. He continued, from now on, no one will ever have to be sacrificed like that child again because of the family's corruption. Khan spoke from behind him. That promise, can you really keep it? Vin Tran was slightly taken aback. Father? Khan held a bouquet of flowers in his hand. He stepped forward to answer him. In his heart, he thought, if you can do that, I will make you the next family head. Khan asked softly, can you promise me that? Vin Tran responded quickly and firmly, yes, absolutely. I will certainly do that. After saying that, Vin Tran added, because if someone with real power falls into despair and gives up, their strength will never be able to reach those who need to be saved. As he spoke, scenes from the past flooded his mind. It is precisely because of that. Those lives could not be protected. Vin Tran spoke with a heavy heart. I have witnessed too much. Finally, he concluded. That is why I swear, I will change things. Adenka then wondered, you said you have seen this countless times? Where exactly did you see it? Vin Tran immediately became evasive about it. Afterward, he quickly replied, I read about it in the library, in records from 500 years ago. To his surprise, Khan agreed and continued, I also received a teaching at that same library, which quite surprised you. Yes. Then, he continued, in the historical records of the era you just mentioned, there was a large gap. Khan's voice rang out evenly. But from that gap, I was able to see the integrity of that man. It is because I admired him so much that I have been able to come this far today. Finishing his words, Khan placed the bouquet on the ground. Then, he bowed his head and fell into silence. Seeing that, Vin Tran suddenly asked, Father, do you know the name of that man? Khan answered immediately, I don't know. However, he hesitated and added, I only know that the progenitor Aslan always followed him and treated him like a big brother. Next, Khan sighed helplessly. I understand. You probably find this childish, don't you? He denied it immediately. Not at all. Then Vin Tran said, if he were that man, he would feel very honored to be admired by a great martial artist like his father. Outwardly, Khan replied calmly, is that so? But inside, he thought he was resolute, as he told himself, perhaps only you are the child worthy of inheriting my will. Then, Khan spoke up. Vin Tran, I have something I want to talk to you about. Just then, he suddenly felt extremely confused. What could it possibly mean? Khan wondered. He couldn't feel the will of the progenitor Aslan from Vin Tran at all. It was clearly present just a moment ago, but at this rate, he couldn't let him inherit the position of family head. After a while of thinking, he finally understood. So, that's it. Did you anticipate this situation, which is why you created such an inheritance method? You really are ruthless. Progenitor Aslan. Seeing something was wrong, Vin Tran asked with concern, Father, are you all right? But he just turned away and replied, It's nothing. Let's walk and talk. Khan spoke while walking. I intended to throw all our strength into destroying the nightmare that is the source of all this. But currently, we have too little information. Finishing, he wondered. Is there any place where we can gather intelligence? Vin Tran said softly, I know someone. Seeing Khan remain silent, he understood and continued. There is someone currently in hiding, hunting down the nightmare. Suddenly, another person appeared before them, making him curious. Who are you? As the other person took off his hood, Khan immediately recognized the deputy commander of the Kagon fortress. A moment later, conversation broke out. Have you traveled everywhere to analyze the clues left behind by the deceased? That is correct. Hearing that, Khan began to question. Why didn't you report to me and instead hid away? He explained. Because I felt a threat from within Adenka itself. Kagon believed that members of the Elder Council had conspired to set fire to his sister's mansion. I was forced to take the clues and pretend to go missing to escape. Then he recounted, I only informed Vin Tran and the commander of the Hokaken fortress that I was still alive, and I arranged to appear periodically at my sister's grave. Khan saw this and said, Adenka will no longer be manipulated by them from now on. You don't need to live in hiding anymore. He replied obediently, Understood. Family head. Vin Tran wondered. So, have you decoded Lady Vanelli's secret message yet? He didn't answer, simply pointing out. You might as well look at it directly. It would be faster. Finishing his words, Kagon cast a spell, and magical power immediately surged forth. Du, upon seeing this, blurted out, Isn't this long-distance teleportation magic? And he was surprised, exclaiming, Teleportation magic? She hesitated and spoke up. If so, then he asked, Has Lady Vanelli found the nightmare's lair? On the other side, Kagon was nearly exhausted after the recent summoning. A second later, everything fell apart, fragments flying everywhere. Seeing that, Vin Tran asked, What happened, Deputy Commander? Standing up, he replied, As you can see, this magic is still incomplete. Hearing that, Vin Tran asked in surprise, Incomplete? Kagon immediately explained, Yes, the most important piece is still missing. The coordinates containing the destination information. As he finished, he added, Even though I've tried every way, I haven't been able to find it. Perhaps my sister failed to leave a clue. Just then, Vin Tran spoke up, denying it. No. Clues left behind in such a reckless way couldn't possibly be useless. He thought to himself, Lady Vanelli must have always trusted that her younger brother would find those coordinates, which is why she left her last wishes. Then, Vin Tran encouraged himself. Try to remember. Somewhere among the events when facing the nightmare, there must have been a clue that Lady Vanelli had seen. There must be. A moment later, he finally discovered something suspicious. Then, Vin Tran turned to confirm. Mother, were there any marks like patterns left on the bodies of the elders? Vach replied, Yes, there were. It was something that looked like a magic circle, quite strange. Kagon, hearing this, asked excitedly, Is that true, my lady? She added, Yes, but most of it was damaged along with the bodies. I'm not sure if any part of it is intact enough to be used for magic. Meanwhile, Vin Tran thought to himself, If absolute accuracy is required, then he spoke to reassure them. Everyone, there is no need to worry. Khan, seeing his series of actions, wondered. Using ink? Vin Tran didn't answer, only thinking that by controlling the water, he believed he could utilize Julian's memory to redraw the magic circle as accurately as possible. After finishing, Vin Tran asked, How is it? He immediately added, Is this enough to cast the magic? This caused Kagon to secretly praise him. Such amazing memory. Not only is it enough, but it is also perfectly accurate. Then, he immediately cast the spell. Display the destination. The entire large room was bathed in the light of the spell. Suspicious shapes very quickly appeared in the room. Then, the connected signs suddenly manifested. Vin Tran exclaimed in surprise, "The route is being connected." She also couldn't help but chime in. "No, this is not a normal route." Immediately after, Vagan said, "It's a message from my sister." As he finished, he shouted, "There's the message. Vin Tran is right here." Vin Tran muttered to himself, "That location is..." He paused for a beat and then confirmed firmly, "The Magic Tower." Vin Tran is currently at the Magic Tower. In another development, a voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, it looks like you took a pretty heavy beating, didn't you?" As he finished, Helios looked straight ahead with a sinister expression. Devon, as he finished, he continued to ask, "Why did you go and provoke Khan and end up in this state?" "It's because of that your power is weakened, so you can't temporarily take over another body, right?" Just as he finished, the large, silent door suddenly moved, and from inside, a spirit with a strange face escaped. However, Helios remained unfazed, simply standing there and staring. Then, he gently raised his hand. Even so, it seems the Adenka Council isn't completely useless. Countless images appeared immediately. The warriors who had been imprisoned underground in Adenka had arrived here safely. The thing in front immediately flew into a rage, and its voice became increasingly excited as its power spilled out. "This is the evil spirit contract. It was that evil spirit that gave us amazing power with this." Then the thing said triumphantly, "I can take revenge on the Adenka family that imprisoned me." As he finished, the images suddenly exploded. Now, Helios spoke up. "After making the contract and killing dozens of experts, their power will return to you, right?" Then he whispered a command. "Now, swallow them up and grow stronger. If it weren't for you, I'd be in real trouble." Helios analyzed the situation coldly. Over the past centuries, magic civilization has advanced rapidly, but the status of us mages still cannot compare to the warriors. "Vin Tran, I will use you." As he spoke, a dangerous look appeared on his face, the look of someone determined to usher in a new era for mages. At the same time, Khan Din Tin said that thanks to Deputy City Lord Vagon, they had obtained a crucial clue. "I will honor the courage of those who have fallen," he added. He replied, "Thank you, sir." Then Vagon turned to him and said, "Thank you, Vin Tran. Thanks to you, we were able to decipher my sister's code." Vin Tran replied modestly, "It was all thanks to your cleverness, Vagon." Then he frowned. "But damn it, I never expected the magic tower to become a pawn for the great demon." Just then, VA spoke up. "There is another force suspected of joining the Na-Me," she said in a steady tone. "Sami, some people who made contracts with evil spirits have used the royal blood power of Samion." Khan, listening, understood the implication immediately, as Vin Tran was a saint of Samion, so it was no surprise to him. Right then, Vagan interrupted. "With all due respect, sir, could it be that he suddenly formed a theory that Samion hasn't been taken over by Vin Tran?" But Khan didn't think so. "No, the possibility is very low." After saying that, he added, "The balance of power between Adenka and Samion is still at a stalemate. If they had really been taken over by Vin Tran, Samion's legion of evil spirit contracts would have attacked long ago." Khan believed that, above all, Vania Samion was one of the few true warriors he acknowledged. Rather than letting her family be swallowed by a great demon, she would destroy it with her own hands. He concluded, "The Magic Tower and Samion clearly both hold clues about Na." Khan quickly delegated, "You and Vagon will head to Samion." Then he turned to him and said, "Vin Tran, and the Vice Commander, go to the Magic Tower." Khan added, "Vin Tran, I grant you supreme investigative authority of the family." Vin Tran asked, confused. "That means seeing the boy hesitate." He finished, "During the investigation, your words will carry as much weight as mine." Julian cheered happily in his heart, representing his father, but out loud, Vin Tran said, "Yes, I will definitely uncover the hidden truth of the Magic Tower." On the other side, Vagan spoke up cheerfully. "But sir, that seems too much for a student." Hearing this, he felt puzzled. The Vice Commander, Vagan, nodded and replied, "That's right. Since the Council's mission is complete, you should receive the promised reward." He asked, "The reward is?" Vagon excitedly continued, "A promotion ceremony. And the lady over there has also announced that you have graduated from Crimson Fortress." Siri peeked out from the window, catching the spectacular scene unfolding before her eyes. She cheered happily. "The fortress gates are already open." Hoka Ken began to raise her voice. Students, raise your flags. Hearing this, the students immediately held their flags high. Then she continued, from now on, we will hold the promotion ceremony for Vin. She paused for a beat. Everyone, cheer for student Vin. After saying that, she added, and listen to the instructions from the Crimson Fortress commander. By now, Vin Tran stood tall, waiting for further orders. Whispers broke out continuously. He's been promoted in less than 3 years. Amazing. And I even heard he defeated a corrupted elder. Meanwhile, Siri and the others were beyond excited. Vin Tran couldn't help but think that compared to when he first entered the fortress, everything had changed so much. Julian whispered to himself that it was perhaps the commander's favor. Vin Tran agreed. That's right. Instead of going through tedious procedures, it seems they are letting us leave this way. He mused. A farewell, truly in the commander's style. On the other side, Hokaken said, as a student of Crimson Fortress, Vin has upheld its honor. She kept shouting and demonstrating everything a student should have. The people standing around looked on with various expressions. Julian asked curiously, Brother, are we supposed to salute with our right hand? He replied, Commander Hokaken knows clearly that I am left-handed. Vin Tran smiled and added, so, to show true respect, I will salute with my left hand. Seeing this, Hokaken grinned and scolded, that brat. The more she spoke, the more enthusiastic she became. Now, you are truly a transcendent warrior. You can act in the name of Adenka. Then Hokaken lowered her voice. Now go. Don't keep your sister waiting. So, under everyone's gaze, Vin Tran began to walk away. Siri and the group wondered. Young master, are we just leaving like this? He asked nonchalantly. Didn't she tell us to go? In his heart, Vin Tran added, all necessary procedures are complete. After saying that, he calmly ordered, let's go. To the magic tower. And so, Vin had been promoted to a transcendent warrior. Behind Raven's back were scars from those slashes. He put on his shirt, wincing as he felt the pain. Sister, he stood there and said, there was really no other way. It was the only strategy to escape that great demon. Raven remembered that moment and said gloomily, but it hurt like crazy. I know you held back when you struck. Sister looked at her bandaged arm, feeling a bit relieved. Usually, wounds caused by supernatural skills would never heal. Thanks to that, from now on, we don't have to worry about being bothered by Vin Tran anymore. Outside, someone knocked on the door, accompanied by a voice, it's me, Khan. May I come in? Raven happily recognized the father of Mr. Vin Tran. Khan opened the door and walked in, asking with concern, how is your body feeling? Sister placed her hand on her chest and bowed slightly to show gratitude. We are truly grateful to you, master. Raven also said energetically, your food is absolutely delicious too. He replied quietly, you two have provided an extremely important clue about this matter. Treating you well like this is only natural. To be honest, I have no face left to look at Posiano. Outside, a beam of light suddenly struck the courtyard. It created an earthquake, accompanied by a powerful surge of aura that made those inside the room feel the shaking. Shaking? What is this? Down in the courtyard was Raven's father, who had rushed to Khan's house, shouting, Khan, where is my son? Up in the hallway. Khan was silent, while sister was awkward. How dare you break someone's floor? Raven chuckled as he looked down. He said cheerfully, ah, it's father. Meanwhile, he was worried. As soon as he met him, he called out, Raven! After seeing his son safe and sound, he said loudly with relief, my son, I've arrived. Your father has traveled all this way to find you. Back at the fortress, a loud explosion occurred when something crashed into the wall upstairs. A large hole was broken in the wall, and the person who caused it was Hokaken. She was holding a rope, hanging herself, but then she felt a killing intent. Hokaken turned around, her face trembling with fear. Is that you, Vice Commander? On the other side, Vagan was walking heavily, his face darkened. Didn't I tell you I missed you very much? He gritted his teeth, squeezed the paper in his hand, and said angrily, during the 2 years you were gone, the fortress turned into a complete mess. Then Vagon unleashed a series of complaints. From logistics to personnel, everything was in total chaos. And even reconnaissance missions had been completely abandoned. Not to mention the rubble that Cam had left behind before leaving, which no one had finished cleaning up, making Hokaken only able to laugh awkwardly in shame. Suddenly, he stepped closer, his killing intent growing stronger. Commander of the fortress, Hokaken started, startled and frightened. She turned away in fear, squeezed her eyes shut, and whispered to herself, this time I'm dead for sure. Contrary to what Hokaken thought, Vagan just placed his hand on her shoulder. Even so, he scratched his head and sympathized. Even though it's messy, I see that everyone has tried their best in their own way. More importantly, my sudden disappearance is also my own great responsibility. I'm sorry for making you all worry. Commander of the fortress, Hoka Ken was moved, calling out, Vice Commander. Vagan then turned and left. All right, from now until I return, resolve all the backlogged work. She pulled the rope and landed, wondering, wait, you just got back. Are you planning to go somewhere again? He prepared to push the door open, turned around, and continued. I have decided to support young Master Vin Tran. Young Master Vin Tran. It seems like the young master is planning to confront the magic tower. Hoka Ken was a bit worried and asked, again? You won't be gone for too long, will you? Vagan opened the door, and before leaving, he said, I will definitely return, so don't be sad. Just focus on your work, understand? After that, he left, not forgetting to close the door. Hoka Ken was silent for a moment, and then smiled. Yes, I will wait. Vagon walked down the hallway, thinking to himself, Vin Tran has already left for the magic tower, so I must finish my preparations so I can head there as well. He looked forward with a serious expression and thought to himself, the place where it begins is my home. On the other side, Vin Tran had arrived. At the border between Samion and the Adenka region, the two of them stood on a slope, looking down at the boundary. Vin Tran thought to himself, the sixth magic tower is located right in the territory of Samion. Naturally, to investigate everything clearly, we are forced to enter Samion. He continued his line of thought. After 500 long years, I have finally returned to my homeland. Julian saw his contemplative expression and asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling anxious? Vin Tran just smiled slightly and replied, yes, because that place is also where too many terrible things have happened. Then he asked himself seriously, wondering how Samion had changed now. Suddenly, someone called out, young master! Vin Tran and Julian turned around. It was the servant caravan that had returned. Wilson held up a paper and shouted, we have received the response from the magic tower. Vin Tran replied with satisfaction, good, tell me quickly. Back at Khan's mansion, Raven's father was enraged and stomped his feet hard. After hearing Khan's story, he became extremely angry, his aura flaring. So that bastard is residing in the magic tower? Are you sure? His face twisted as he asked again, he dared to touch my only son and sister? Khan sat there and replied quietly, that is indeed the case. It seemed that his tentacles had reached across the entire continent. Raven's father suddenly stood up, shouldered his weapon, and said darkly, all right, I've heard enough. Seeing him turn to leave, Khan asked, where are you going? Raven's father paused and replied, where else? He turned his face, glaring with resentment, and said, I am going to flatten that magic tower. Back at Vin Tran's location, Julian and he looked over the letter. Is this actually true? Vin looked up and asked, Wilson, are you sure you didn't send the wrong letter? Wilson replied firmly, how could that happen? I clearly stated we would investigate the magic tower under the orders of the head of the Adenka family. Vin looked at the letter again. Was this really the response from the magic tower? The letter stated, the magic tower does not accept any visitors from Vin Tran or the Adenka investigative team. If you attempt to break into the magic tower without permission, we will mobilize the full force of the tower to attack. Vin Tran thought to himself, are they really going to respond this aggressively just by using my father's reputation? Julian also pondered, this means they are prepared to start a war with the Adenka family. His face darkened, and he said with irritation, what on earth gives them the confidence to be this bold? Do they really have the power to face us? Just then, Julian spoke. They couldn't possibly do this, relying solely on the magic tower's strength. There must be another plan hidden behind this. Vin Tran continued to think along those lines. Now that I think about it, besides the carriage that the butler managed to capture, all the other prisoner transport carriages disappeared mysteriously, didn't they? Could they all have been taken toward the magic tower? He began to consider a possibility. If that Vin Tran draws power from the deaths of those who signed contracts, then that is entirely possible. Then a huge question arose. If so, what the hell are they planning to do by gathering such a massive source of power? Vin Tran tucked the letter away and said, it has come to this. We need to speed up the investigation. This left the two servants stunned. Really? You still want to go? Siri asked, incredibly worried, sharing what she knew, and offering advice. I heard from the fortress deputy commander that no one has ever survived after ignoring a warning from the magic tower. Young master, please, let's retreat. At Khan's estate, he stopped Javen's father. That would be too troublesome. He asked, confused. What do you mean? Khan smiled confidently. Because that mission belongs to our Adenka family. At Vin's place, he stood and said, we are here in my father's name. In other words, if we retreat, it's the same as my father retreating. Vin Tran gritted his teeth in anger and adjusted his gloves. If they want to start a war with the Adenka family so badly, we have no choice but to show them what we're made of. Elsewhere, Selbira sighed as she held a stack of books at Yong Rim. She approached the cave and talked to herself. I really wanted to see the ceremony with Vin. As she stepped into the cave, Selbira added, it must have been magnificent. Suddenly, a voice called out, making her turn. Selbira, are you still dwelling on that? It was Javen, who was jotting something down as he looked over. He wondered, I told you the ceremony ended yesterday. Aren't you going to forget about it? Selbira walked to the stone ledge, set the stack of books down, and replied, what about you, Raven? Don't you feel regret? Raven returned to his work, saying as he wrote, I feel pretty regretful too. But what can you do, right? Then they both looked ahead. Before them was a giant object made of stone. It was a large stele covered in strange languages and symbols of dragons and knights. Especially after that thing appeared, Raven voiced his thoughts. I wonder if that swordsman in the mural is Vin. I was thinking the same thing. It definitely relates to the historical truth that Vin is searching for. He looked over and smiled. The best thing for Vin is to decipher it as quickly as possible. Selbira replied, I understand. She sighed wearily. I'm so curious about where Vin Tran is and what he's doing right now. In the neutral forest between Adenka and Samion, a girl was running for her life through the woods, as if fleeing from something. The snowy ground beneath her kept cracking, following her footsteps. At a dangerously close distance, the ground finally shattered. A strange monster emerged from beneath the earth, shaped like both a dragon and a worm. The girl turned, sweating, and said, I finally made it here. Since it's come to this, I can't just stop and give up. The girl immediately used her skills, gathering magic power, and said, I'm going to see this through to the end. As it began to open its mouth to snap at the spot where she stood, she launched the orb of magic power, shouting, Magic bullet, causing an explosion of energy in the middle of the forest. Realizing it was no longer there, she felt relieved and whispered to herself, I did it. Did I just use magic? Before she could finish, the monster returned through the smoke. It lunged again, opening its mouth wide. The girl was so terrified she froze, thinking frantically, it can't end like this. In those few final seconds, she squeezed her eyes shut and cried out internally, Sister! From another direction, Vin Tran arrived just in time, swinging his sword as he lunged at the monster. He quickly approached the monster and slashed across its mouth. With just that single strike, the monster instantly collapsed, blood spraying like a waterfall. The girl saw the unbelievable scene and asked in shock, did he take down a giant snow mountain demon that easily? She looked at Vin Tran cautiously. What on earth is that guy? Meanwhile, he looked down at her, this child. Vin Tran observed the girl's body, analyzing internally. Her body is self-charging with magic power, just like mine. A wild source of magic that didn't belong to this era. Vin Tran landed and walked toward the girl. Who are you? Just as he finished, another identical monster appeared. The girl, knowing the rules, shouted loudly, These snow mountain demons have 2 heads. They're very dangerous. Hearing this, Vin Tran surged with aura and turned. He swung a strike toward it, the magical blade flying straight at the monster. The strike hit right in the center of its body. As it passed through, the monster was sliced in 2, finished in a single blow. But it didn't stop there. The slash continued for several more meters, felling trees as it went. Vin Tran looked back at the girl sitting there, stunned, and pressed her. I'll ask you again, he continued. Where did that magic power come from? Interrupting Vin's words, 2 people ran over from a distance. Sina, they were a couple, both worried about the girl. Sina, there you are. Our child is still safe. From this, it was revealed that the girl's name was Sina, and they were her parents. They sighed in relief and hugged her tightly. Thank goodness. Do you have any idea how worried your mother and I were? Sina looked at her father with a hint of suspicion. Are you really worried about me? The father smiled and replied, Of course, my dear. If something happened to you, how could we ever face the dragon? Hearing that, Sina, as if having heard it too many times, bit her lip, trembling with extreme anger. Vin Tran sheathed his sword and asked them, Are you the parents of this girl, Sina? They happily replied, Yes. Are you the one who saved our daughter? Thank you so very much. But Sina was still shivering with resentment. Seeing her in such a negative state, he was quite confused. Julian noticed and remarked, The atmosphere seems a bit strange. Vin Tran was also quite puzzled. They just mentioned the dragon, didn't they? What does that mean? The father explained brightly. Yes, our tribe are the guardians of the dragon god lake. Vin Tran, who seemed to have never heard of it, asked back, "The Dragon God Lake?" Back at Yong Rim, Selbira assessed. "This place is written in ancient script. The rest is covered by plants, so I can't read it." The dragon woman stood there and read, "An entity will assist, the one who sees the truth." The dragon woman spoke. "I can use magic to clear it without damaging it." Selbira agreed. "I'll leave it to you, then." After that, she raised her hands and began to apply magic to it. Immediately, the vines were removed. At Vin Tran's location, the father continued to explain, "There is a large lake nearby, and legend has it that a dragon is sleeping at the bottom of the lake, while our small tribe lives gathered around it." The mother added with a bright smile, "But recently, it has actually appeared a dragon of flesh and blood." At Selbira's place, Raven was a bit surprised. "There's another dragon?" The female dragon continued to read the content. "Two dragons will reverse time and help that person." Having heard that, he had his answer. "Definitely." Vin Tran once said he was helped by the dragon behind the waterfall. Selbira was also shocked, saying, "So, is there another dragon supporting Vin Tran?" Meanwhile, the father suddenly grabbed both of Vin's hands, beaming as he suggested that the boy saving his daughter must have been fate, which caught Vin by surprise. The father then extended an invitation. "Would you like to come meet him?" This made Vin Tran's expression shift. Somewhere deep in the forest, in the middle of a frozen lake, sat a man, perfectly calm. What was notable was that he possessed dragon scales, identifying him as a member of the dragon race. Just then, the father made an offer to Vin to go meet their dragon, referring to the man in the tattered cloak. Indeed, he was the very dragon the man had mentioned. The carriage traveled along the vast, snow-covered mountain road. "The sixth magic tower is much larger and more magnificent than I imagined." "That's right." Now, Vin Tran sat inside the carriage, researching the first magic tower, managed by Tower Master Helios. A magic matrix appeared in his mind, with the first tower at the head of the 6 allied mage families, while 5 deputy tower masters took turns managing the others. Among them were the families of the Fortress, Deputy Commander, and Mr. Vanelli. Opposite him, Wilson and Siri were still chatting away. The furthest towers weren't even in sight, let alone reachable. It was freezing. "Do you want this?" Vin Tran asked, seriously looking for a solution. So, the problem is, he felt conflicted. Which tower is Vin Tran in? Both Julian and Vin were deep in thought. The highest probability was the first tower, managed by the Tower Master, and the third tower, under Mr. Vanelli's responsibility. But we can't be sure yet. The carriage kept rolling forward. Determining that first was the priority. Suddenly, Siri turned pale as she realized something. Seeing her tremble, both Vin Tran and Wilson grew worried. "What's wrong?" "Siri? Siri?" he stammered. I just felt a chill." Looking at her own hands, Siri replied in fear, "I can sense a cold and lonely mana." Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from outside. Vin Tran quickly stood up, telling Siri to keep an eye on the carriage. Siri replied, "Yes, sir." Instantly, he leaped out of the carriage and rushed toward the sound of the blast. In the scene ahead, there were people dressed in blue, looking like a tribe. Vin wondered, "We arrived here after hearing the explosion. But a dragon? And that little girl who looked so anxious, it was truly worrying." Julian, flying behind him, hurriedly said, "Hyung, right now, the magic tower should be the top priority." Vin had a headache. "What do we do now?" From afar, the sound of wooden wheels creaking echoed. "Young master!" Just then, Wilson and Siri looked miserable beside the horses. Vin shouted, "Siri! Wilson! What happened?" Remembering, Siri began to explain. "We were attacked by a snow mountain python. We used magic to escape, but we couldn't save the carriage." "I'm so sorry." A villager spoke up. "Please, this way. Wood is plentiful here. I think we can help you all repair the carriage." Sina, behind them, couldn't stop shivering. Her gestures were all captured by Vin Tran's sharp eyes. "That would be wonderful. Then we gratefully accept your kindness." A village appeared in the middle of a vast, snowy forest, the Dragon Lake village. A man touched the wooden wheel, assessing it. "The damage is quite severe." He told Siri and Wilson that it would likely take about 2 days. Vin hurriedly replied, "Sorry to trouble you." Above him, a weary Julian muttered, "What a waste of time in a place like this. Why don't you just fly us there already?" Hyung, "The villagers are friendly. Let me take everyone on a tour." Vin Tran thought, "By the time we arrive, I'll be completely out of mana." Suddenly, Julian thought of something and said, "Oh, right." Looking at the scenery around the village, the boy thought, "This village is strange. Most of the villagers are mages." Vin Tran added, "Moreover, it seems everyone stores mana directly within their bodies." As he thought, he looked up at Julian. I never knew a village like this existed. This place is a neutral zone between two families, so it doesn't attract much scrutiny or investigation. The villager said, a nice village, isn't it? Vin Tran hurriedly replied, yes, it seems so. His suspicion grew. He glanced away, thinking, a nice village? His eyes drifted toward the trembling Sina. If it were truly a nice village, that girl wouldn't have risked her life to run away. The unease in his heart deepened. This village was definitely hiding something. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. He couldn't possibly forget this feeling. Recalling the moment he met that strange dragon, he thought, this is the exact same shuddering feeling I had when I first met Annalyn in the cave behind the lake. A second later, he whipped his head around to find the source of that gaze below the lake. Looking at the frozen water in front of him, there was a figure in the distance. Sure enough, it was a dragon. The blue dragon man also noticed someone looking at him. In an instant, he arrived right in front of Vin. Who are you? He leaned in close and warned. What kind of fool dares to wander into this village? Everyone around them was stunned. Lord Dragon, you've come. Looking at the dragon right in front of him, Vin frowned. No way did he arrive the moment I sensed his mana. The dark blue magic power was still lingering on the ice in the distance, and the mana flow was still in the middle of the lake. Even now, he couldn't believe it. Was his speed so fast that even my mana detection spell couldn't keep up? The blue dragon man asked. I asked you who you are. Looking deep into Vin Tran, he probed, why do you carry the dragon's bloodline inside you? So it really is a dragon. The atmosphere grew tense. Someone said, Lord Dragon, this person saved Sina when she was running away. The man calmed down. So, it was you? Afterward, he turned to Sina and said, Sina, I will forgive your stubbornness this time, as you've brought back someone quite interesting. With sharp eyes, the blue dragon man spoke up. When she was called by name, she shuddered in fear. Sa. At that moment, Vagan stood with a stern expression. Welcome. The old man was guzzling beer. Long time no see. Around him were strange girls with fierce smiles. He shouted, Traitor, Vagon. Then, Morlan probed, didn't you leave already? Why are you back now? Vagon replied, I'll get straight to the point. He closed his eyes, thinking, to stand against the magic tower, we need your strength. Having thought it through, Vagon spoke up. Mercenary Guild, I want to hire you all. Hearing this, Morlan sneered, and suddenly the crowd around them erupted. You say you want to hire us? All by yourself? This guy is crazy. After a round of laughter, Morlan raised his voice. Have you forgotten our rules? As he stood up, he grew in stature. 2 conditions for us to accept a commission. To prove his strength, Morlan punched his fists together. First, we don't listen to those with less money than us. At this point, Vagon had already activated his magic. Second, we don't listen to those weaker than us. Even more excited, he shouted, Hey brothers! The crowd heard the order. Everyone around them had already to quarter, cast magic to warmly welcome their guest. With a sinister look on his face, the blue dragon man ordered, Get over here, hurry. When called, Sina shuddered again. Assessing his surroundings, Vin Tran thought, something must have definitely happened in this atmosphere. To resolve the danger, he said, Sina, if you don't mind, could you tell me what happened? A bit wary, Sina frowned, thinking, a human. Remembering the moment she was saved, she thought, he defeated the mountain python with just 1 strike. So if he was that strong, traveling freely outside this forest probably wasn't difficult for him. Memories from her childhood surfaced the dreams her sister and she had when sitting together. She smiled happily. Sister Leia? Returning to the present, Sena glared. Maybe this person can change this village. The thought appeared in her mind. Someone not bound by this village of mine. As she spoke, Sena's whole body trembled. That bastard of mine. Suddenly, the blue dragon man spoke up. You're from the Haley family, aren't you? Hearing that, Vin Tran was startled. What you just said, before he could finish his sentence, Wilson and Siri shouted frantically, Young master, wait, let's go together. Siri stepped forward and said, Right now, there's a massive wave of magic power approaching. Suddenly, Siri sensed something. The massive source of magic in front of her made her shudder. Looking at that person, she stammered, Dragon race? The blue dragon man was curious. The child is the same way. Suspicious, he probed. How do you know about the Haley tribe? He replied, How could I not know? With a stern face, he explained. The Haley bloodline has accepted the will of our dragon race. Hearing this, Vin recalled old memories in the stories his mother used to tell him. The dragoness told a similar tale. He continued, A body containing mana so pure that it completely rejects divine power. In your terms, this is called magic, right? Where do you think that stuff comes from? The villagers here are the same. Sina, standing opposite them, looked stunned. Then the words he uttered left Siri and Vin startled. The people in this village are descendants of the High XY clan. Even though your bloodlines have been diluted, you could say you are distant relatives of theirs. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Play. Could it be that you also know something about what happened 500 years ago? Siri was overjoyed on the side. So, there are still relatives who survived? Meanwhile, Wilson had no idea what was going on. The villagers gathered around immediately. My goodness, what a coincidence. From the very first moment I saw you, I felt that our connection was not ordinary at all, one of them said. See that, Sina? The remark made Sina grit her teeth in anger. There are friends here who are the same age as you, so you won't have to be lonely anymore. Without a word, she ran off. Wait, Sina! Seeing this, someone stepped in to ease the tension. I'm sorry, she's still quite impulsive. Neither Wilson nor Siri dared to say another word. The Blue Dragonkin walked away and asked, I'm sure you all have plenty of questions, don't you? Follow me, and I will provide you with answers. He turned his head and spoke. Because all of you are like descendants of the dragon race. Meanwhile, Sina sat alone under a tree, cursing. Damn it, I had so much hope. It turns out they share the Hle bloodline too. In the end, they are all the same. With tears streaming down her face, she thought she finally had a chance to escape this hellish village. Suddenly, Wilson appeared out of nowhere and called out, Hey! Hearing the voice, Sina was startled. What's wrong? She asked. He replied, Young Master Vin Tran sent me. It would be troublesome if you went too far and ran into monsters. No need to worry, just relax. As it turned out, his name was Vin. She felt a bit more at ease and sighed. Whatever. Then, she stood up abruptly and said, Don't meddle in my business. That Vin Tran guy, or anyone else, is just her eyes lit up. As she listened to that lizard rambling on. Furious, Sina shouted, In the end, you're all cut from the same cloth. Didn't you just say that you and the friend with you also share that same bloodline? But Wilson explained calmly. The thing is, Siri and I aren't actually blood siblings. I call her sister sometimes just out of affection. We are just from the same village. Look, even our hair colors are completely different. See? Hearing this, she calmed down. Is that so? You look a bit sad, he said. I'm not very knowledgeable about magic or mana. I've always just been the one left behind to watch the luggage. Returning to the earlier moment, the Blue Dragonkin gave an order. You, go back. Wilson was confused. Yes, sir. Up ahead, the man looked at him and said, If you stay here, you'll only be a hindrance. Since you haven't even awakened your mana yet, go back to the village and wait. Afterward, they left, and he watched them go, thinking about those critical moments. I've never been the chosen one, but at least I know one thing for sure. Suddenly, Vin's voice resonated. Wilson, take that child and go. He was surprised it was the young master's telepathy. Walking in front, Vin Tran commanded, Ensure she doesn't go too far, and if possible, find out what secret she is hiding. Still clumsy, Wilson was confused. With the abilities of an ordinary person like me, how could I possibly do that? Vin Tran explained, That child has a deep-seated rejection and distrust toward the Hle bloodline. Precisely because you are an ordinary person, this is a task only you can complete. I entrust this to you. With confidence, Wilson vouched. Our young master is the greatest person in the world. Not understanding a word of it, Sina made a blank face. Then she asked, What did he even do? Wilson struggled. No, I can't explain it accurately, but to sound more convincing, he shouted, Anyway, if the young master knew you were in some kind of trouble, he would never just stand by and watch. Hearing this, Sina widened her eyes and turned back toward Vin, as the blue dragon began to speak. That happened 500 years ago. It's quite a coincidence. That's also when I chose this place to settle down. Senna chimed in. That dragon, Carlos, appeared before us less than 3 years ago. With a frightening expression, she insisted. He always acts kind, but you must never, ever trust him. Their footsteps stopped. All right, where should we begin? Standing behind, Vin Tran spoke up. Aslan, the Sun Sword, or the Great Demon King. Vin Tran, anything related to those two is fine. Filled with hatred, Sina stood firm. That guy, the Blue Dragonkin's face appeared. He murdered my sister. Vin couldn't believe his ears. Your sister was killed? At the mere mention of those words, Sina couldn't stop trembling. 3 years ago, that guy suddenly appeared. The whole story goes back to before that, during that day of the blizzard. In the white snow, someone shone a light forward and called out, Hey, over there, there's a person. Seeing that, the two of them went to check the situation. Hurry, let's carry him. The true identity of the man who survived the snow because the villagers thought they had struck gold. They practically gave up their livelihoods. A dragon god from legends, a protector of the village. Once the myth manifested before their eyes, the villagers lost all reason. They only knew how to obey. Being pampered by the villagers, he gradually recovered his strength. However, life was never that peaceful. Then, one day, in the eyes of the villagers, Carlos was no longer a god, but revealed his true form. He stood proudly in front and asked for sacrifices. Vin Tran blanked out. Carlos, what did you just say? Immediately after, Carlos continued. This place is where the great demon you are searching for was sealed. Hearing this, he became even more bitter. No way. In an instant, Vin Tran was so panicked he couldn't think. The great demon king should be in the magic tower. A moment later, he heard him correct himself slightly. Ah, to be precise, it's where he used to be sealed, which left Siri puzzled. Very quickly, he explained. You mean he's not there anymore? Seeing this, Carlos continued to speak. The heroes you mentioned must have sealed the great demon king here. According to him, it was already too late. Over a long period, he has already escaped. And so, I came here to take over. Those words left everyone confused. Come to think of it, if this large lake existed 500 years ago, there's no way I wouldn't know about it. Yes, was this lake here during the boss's time? Lakes like this don't just appear naturally over 500 years. Then, when did it actually appear? Just a moment later, Vin Tran seemed to remember something, freezing his entire body. Before him was a fierce battle. The more Vin watched, the more uneasy he felt. Is this a memory? Aslan Adenka was rushing to attack the opponent in this place, pouring all his strength into a strike. The battle between the two had reached its conclusion, followed immediately by a massive explosion. The giant's sword shattered the ground into 100 pieces, and not only that, but countless other swords surrounded them, forming a perimeter. From the sky, a ray of light suddenly flashed, illuminating the surrounding space. It hit the sword, making the blade shine brightly. Boss! Boss! It turned out to be Siri, in reality calling out, Are you okay? At this moment, he had quietly understood some things. Could it be that the person who created this, Lake Vin Tran, seemed to have understood everything? Was it me? Yet Carlos still didn't understand and pondered. Did this guy see something through the mana of the lake? A moment later, he instinctively shouted, Carlos, during your time staying here, could I look into this lake more? And the response was an agreement. Sure. I find you quite interesting too. Keep chatting while you search. You might remember a few things. Siri heard this and responded cautiously. Thank you, sir. Carlos observed the situation for a moment and said, Just stay at that person's house for now. I'll tell him. Meanwhile, Julian stood on the side, silent as a grave. Just a moment later, they arrived. So you are the village chief? How embarrassing. Vin Tran sat at the dining table and began to discuss. I see many magical beasts around here. Is this village still safe? He received an answer from the chief. Yes, I heard that for hundreds of years, they've never dared to come and cause trouble. According to him, it was all thanks to that lake. All thanks to the amount of mana the dragon god radiated throughout the lake. Magical beasts are more sensitive to mana than humans, so they are too scared to come near as long as you don't run outside recklessly like that girl, Sina. Siri was a bit curious and said, I thought because he carries a cold stream of mana, he would be very scary. She looked into the distance and finally dared to speak. I didn't expect Mr. Carlos to be warmer than I thought. Right after that, someone brought out food and said, Exactly, he is the guardian deity of our village. Then she placed the bowl of soup down and said, Come on, everyone must be hungry, eat plenty. Seeing that, Vin Tran started drooling. It had been a long time since he had tasted food from the northern Samion region, but Julian accidentally misunderstood. You seem happy, don't you? Seeing that, he immediately explained. I told you, I just caught a glimpse of old memories again. I'll probably find more clues about that great archmage here. After tasting a bite, Vichan's cheeks flushed red. So good. Only then did the boy feel somewhat comforted. That's great. Yet, deep down, Julian felt a bit sad. I still can't see the boss's past. Every time I try to dig deeper, my head throbs like it's being hammered. The boy couldn't understand why such a strict, forbidden pact was in place. What is the boss's true identity, anyway? Suddenly, a terrible thought flashed through Julian's mind. What if the boss is actually a bad person? What should I do? Just then, the door creaked open a tiny bit. It turned out the two of them had just walked in from outside. I'm home, she said. Seeing a familiar face, Siri called out, Wilson, but he just coldly replied, You're back? Meanwhile, she couldn't help but worry. Mom was so worried you'd run off somewhere far again. Yet, she indifferently brushed her off and headed to her room. I'm tired. I don't want to hear it. Making her mother's heart grow heavier. This girl. Really? The village chief stopped her. Let it be, dear. Just ignore her. She'll stop sulking in a little while. A moment later, Wilson suddenly spoke up. Excuse me, young master. I have something to report. But Sina immediately covered his mouth, for she already had her own plan in mind. It's not time yet. Sina observed Vichen for a moment, and told herself, exposing the truth has to wait until I verify if this servant's words are actually true. It was clear that by now, Sina had started to doubt, thinking, I need to find out if he's truly righteous first. She found Vichen increasingly annoying. At the same time, at the Mercenary Mages Guild, for some reason, the roof was suddenly destroyed by something crashing into it. Maon looked at it for a moment, then let out, damn, that might have been a bit too much, but it's been a while since I had such a satisfying fight. He looked down at him and mocked, You lost, Vagon. But more than anyone else, Vagon knew that from the very beginning, he never dreamed of beating Maon. He's a mage at a much higher level than me. Looking at Maon, he already had a scheme forming. Everything is just a stepping stone to convince that brawny, brainless leader. Burn brighter. Burn even stronger. Immediately, he created a small orb, thinking, I'll provoke you until you lose your mind completely. Finally, Vagon was satisfied that he could use his sister's power to counterattack. Sister. Using the very magic you left behind for me. On the other side, Maon had realized something was off and stepped forward to investigate. Hey, Vagon, you seem to be hiding something, right? However, he remained very confident, declaring, Those tricks won't work on me. Vagon took that hit full force and cried out in agony, while Maon kept pounding his fists into the floor, causing the ground to crack open. The whole building shook violently. The people standing outside were panicked but helpless. The building is about to collapse. Damn it, someone stop the guild leader. Forget it. No one can stop him in that state. Inside, thanks to his sister's power, Vagon had luckily dodged a hit. Still, Maon remained very confident in his abilities. He whipped his body around, assessed the situation, and suddenly realized, is that teleportation magic surrounding your hands? But in reality, he had figured it all out. That's the real deal right there. Is this your trump card? Still, Maon remained leisurely, provoking him. Come on, bring it on. As he spoke, he sensed something wrong. Let's see what other tricks you have to surprise me. Watching him unleash his attack, Maon finally panicked. This magic is. Immediately after, a surge of overwhelming magic rushed forward, crashing down where he stood, but it seemed Maon took no damage, as he was surrounded by a shield. What kind of trick was that just now? He thought for a moment and understood. Isn't that the magic of the magic tower? Immediately, Vagon smiled, replying in a confident tone. That's right, it's the orthodox and powerful magic that you people always look down on. In his mind, he calculated, the magic tower only favors minimalist, high-power magic. They secretly develop their own type of magic. Not only that, it creates a food chain pyramid and labels all other types of magic as heretical. They draw clear lines between levels to disparage them. The Mage Guild is just a collection of outcasts, leaning on each other to survive. The more Vagon thought about it, the happier he felt. No wonder this guild is always filled with jealousy and inferiority toward the magic tower. Only those useless, talentless fools have to rack their brains coming up with those petty tricks. Maon gritted his teeth in anger. Isn't that so? Ask the leader of the useless bunch. After that, he rose again and lunged toward Vagon. Shut up. You ungrateful son of a... Immediately, a huge explosion occurred, sending dust flying everywhere. Vagon was thrown back by the force of the blow. That made Maon feel extremely satisfied. This time, I will finish you. But Vagon continued to fight back, second by second, to stall for time. Then, the two attacks collided, and even the sky lit up. He luckily landed on a roof, thinking, the mages in the guild always have to practice versatile tricks to deal with magic tower mages like Maon. Looking over, Vagon made a general assessment. He chose martial arts combined with body-strengthening magic, while he still leisurely approached. High-level defensive magic from the magic tower, blocking the hit while reflecting the force, I must praise you for that. It seemed he knew quite a bit about him, so he said loudly, such terrifying magic must cost a massive amount of mana, right? Immediately, Vagon's expression tightened in surprise. He spotted the weakness already? Seeing that, Maon was even more thrilled and laughed loudly. The two kept taunting each other for a long distance. After a while, Vagon realized his body wasn't doing well. He was finding it hard to dodge. He's truly worthy of being the guild leader. Just then, he suddenly appeared, saying, The direction of your teleportation is too easy to predict. As if knowing his time was up, Vagan couldn't even leave a final word. It's over. That blow sent him crashing to the ground. Maon, having caught Vagon, became even more furious. How dare you? You have the guts to use the very magic of those bastards to provoke me. He didn't stop cursing at him with the worst language. Magic should be diverse and surprising to be interesting. The Magic Tower people, who spend all their time ranking levels and looking down on others, aren't true mages at all. Vagon saw this and tried to add fuel to the fire. If you hate the Magic Tower that much, why not just overthrow them? With your personality, why be so timid? That remark made Maon fall into silence. Then, Maon finally spoke up again. They haven't fallen once in several hundred years. If we run headfirst into their mold, it'll be us who get crushed. Not only that, but Vagan also offered a juicy piece of bait. So, what if there were a chance to bring down the Magic Tower? It stunned Maon. What did you say? Immediately after, he recounted everything he knew. Right now, the most promising teenager in the Adenka region is on a journey to challenge the Magic Tower. He is the one who wants to hire our guild. Having said that, he smiled confidently. If we start right now, we might still have a chance to intervene. Vagon asked again. So, what's your decision? Meanwhile, on the other side, he was still training hard. Only one thought remained in Vichen's mind. Nostalgic memories I thought I had forgotten suddenly came flooding back. Precious memories kept returning one after another. Memories that had blurred after I became Vin, these precious memories are coming back to life. Could it be because of the abundant mana in this lake? A moment later, that battle appeared once more. This memory again, this is the final part. Immediately after, a huge explosion erupted. Finally, he calmed down and opened his eyes to face reality. Carlos saw this and stepped forward to ask, seeing his expression, "It looks like you still didn't find what you needed this time," and received the reply, "Yes." Then, he continued, "That's enough for today. There will be plenty of opportunities later." Carlos didn't forget to remind him, "There's a festival tomorrow. Just go have fun and relax a bit." Seeing that, Vichen said again, "Thank you, I will." But, in reality, his heart was cluttered with swirling thoughts. In the end, I just keep rewatching the Great Archmage's final attack until I'm bored to death. The technique of carving out an entire mountain to create a lake is truly terrifying. Underneath the ice, there seems to be a familiar figure of Vin Tran. Immediately, he planned to try one more time. The stance must be like this. A moment later, the sword was placed on the cold ice. Carlos saw this, kicked the sword away, and shouted, "What are you doing?" leaving him quite surprised. Carlos's. Then Vichen received a stern scolding. "You are forbidden from using force in this lake, even a little bit." Because, more than anyone else, he understood the value of the lake. If the flow of magic into this lake is interrupted, the whole village is doomed. If the monsters flood in and devour this place, can you bear that responsibility? After that, Carlos L. turned his back and walked away with a warning. "Stop playing these crazy games and get out here now." Vin could only respond with one sentence. "Yes, I think I was being too rash." At the same time, in the inn, the village chief was calling out, "Selbira, Raven, do you hear me clearly?" Meanwhile, Vin Chen was in his room, secretly and intensely researching everything. "I need information on the dragon in Long Lam. Collect it all. Don't miss even the smallest detail." A moment later, two people appeared and announced, "News about the dragon? You came at the perfect time. We just found some extremely useful information for you." Selbira was completely stunned. "What? You've already encountered the dragon?" Vin Tran nodded slightly. "Yeah, but I'm doubting if this dragon is actually the one from the stone tablet you all found." Deep down, he carefully analyzed the situation. That attitude was clearly very strange. He was definitely hiding something. Vin Tran frowned and suggested, "Aren't there any other clues? Like its physical appearance or something similar? Anything that could help identify that dragon?" Raven searched through his memory and hesitated. "There's nothing like that." But Selbira immediately added, "There is a prophecy about the dragon's movements. The dragon of the future and the dragon of the past will leave behind lessons and gifts for him, each in their own way." Hearing that, Vin Tran fell into deep thought. The future and the past. Maybe the timeline is calculated from the moment I died and reincarnated. Annalyn must be the dragon of the future who helped me. So the dragon of the past must be the old lizards. This speculation made him a bit skeptical. "No, at least in my life as Vin Tran, I've never seen any dragon. There's no way I would ever be taught by one." Vin Tran shook his head in frustration. "Here I go again, trying to find answers in memories I don't even have." Julian appeared beside him, looking at him with clear anxiety. After a long moment of internal conflict with no conclusion, Vin Tran said softly, "I see. If you find anything else, Let me know. Yes. Leave it to me. The space fell silent again. Bored, he reached out to touch the shimmering stone in front of him. Then, Vin Tran suddenly spoke to Julian. What do you think? The boy startled slightly and stammered. Well, it is suspicious, but Carlos's magic is the real deal. It's hard to believe that there could be another dragon besides such a legendary creature. He had to admit, the magical aura of Carlos that I felt is the most solid proof that he is a dragon. Its magic so dense and powerful that it even disrupts magical perception. Vin Tran realized. So that's it. Then, is Carlos really a dragon? Sena, who was on the roof overhearing this, froze. She frowned, thinking to herself, even so, I still can't believe it. Vin Tran, I'll go alone today. Outside, Siri saw a figure sitting in the middle of the frozen lake, and asked curiously, why are you back so early instead of sleeping? Seeing someone approach, Vin Carlos became alert, his cold gaze fixed on her. His voice rang out icily. So you're that boy's maid. Realizing the person in front of her wasn't Vin, Siri was terrified. Lord Carlos? She backed away, eyes wide, looking panicked, and stuttering. Who are you really? The village was suddenly filled with people calling out for Sena in a panic. Vin Tran was talking to someone. He said, you mean your daughter just disappeared? The other person replied, yes. She vanished without a trace. He closed his eyes, using his spiritual energy to search. But after a moment, his mind sensed something abnormal. Trouble's brewing. The magic of this lake is too intense. I can't detect Sena's magic, not even the magic of the people here. Her mother cried out anxiously. Right before the festival, something like this had to happen. Vin Tran looked at Wilson. Follow me. I'll go find her myself, he said excitedly. Yes, I'll start searching right away. Before he could finish his sentence, Wilson was grabbed by his collar unexpectedly, and before he could react, Vin carried him and flew high into the sky. Wilson screamed in terror. Young master. The onlookers could only stare in stunned silence. Sena's father carefully instructed his wife, we have to hurry too. We must find her before the festival begins. Her mother sighed sadly. Yes, Min. At this moment, contrary to everyone's worry, Sena was running with all her might through the snow-covered forest. After some time, she stopped and hid behind a tree. I should be safe for now, as long as I made it here. Looking at the note she had stolen earlier, Sena couldn't help but smile. Sister, even if I'm all alone, I will still fulfill our dream. She clutched the note tightly in her palm. I will get out of here safely, I promise. Just then, a voice made Sena jump. So you're here. Luckily, I found you before young Master Vin did. Seeing a group of people heading this way, she realized in horror that her plan was exposed. Sena's father gently urged, let's go home, Sena. But strangely, there was a hint of smugness on his face. She stood up alertly and shouted, how did you find me so quickly? He replied, you ran in the opposite direction of the giant monster from the snowy mountains that young Master Vin Tran defeated, didn't you? Monsters will gather to feast on that carcass, so obviously, this path is safe. Seeing her father step forward and reach out his hand, he said, let's go, Sena, back to finish preparing for the festival. She was so panicked she couldn't speak. The magic in Sena's hands instantly flared up, aimed straight at the person in front of her. Don't come any closer, he stopped in his tracks. That's attack magic? Since when did she learn that? Seeing the situation going sideways, her father quickly tried to reassure her. Calm down. You shouldn't use such dangerous magic so recklessly. Sena gritted her teeth. Mom and Dad have become so strange. He coaxed. We love you. Hearing those words, she screamed in pain. Please, wake up. You say you love me, but you did it yourself. Why did you treat my sister like that? Why did you let her die? Her father suddenly hugged Sena tightly, causing the defensive magic in her hands to be neutralized in an instant. He spoke softly. I didn't realize how much you've suffered. I'm sorry. At least from now on, Dad will do everything he can for you. Thinking the conflict had been resolved, however, unexpectedly, a shiny dagger silently appeared in the man's hand. The snow-covered forest was cold, but the human heart was even colder. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, shattering the forest's silence. Vin Tran's voice was cold. Are you planning to sacrifice your own daughter to the dragon, just like what you did to her sister? Sena's eyes widened in shock. Her father was a bit scared but didn't give up. This is our village's business. Young Master Vin, as the former village chief, I must fulfill my duty. He reached his hand forward, only to suddenly look terrified. His pupils contracted. Realizing his hand had been severed, Sena's father let out a miserable shriek. Looking at the severed hand lying on the snow, still gripping the dagger, Sena stammered, Did you save me? She glanced at Wilson, who was supporting her. Why did you tell him? What are you plotting? Wilson said sheepishly. That Vin Tran quickly intervened. Don't blame Wilson. It was I who insisted on knowing. And I'm not plotting anything. I'm simply Sina's father shouted angrily. What do you know about this village? We have no other choice. Everyone, hold the sacrifice for me. The people with him immediately rushed forward. Hand her over. Don't interfere. The sword in Vin Tran's hand flared with magic as he swung it. As for parents who dare to sell out their children for their own benefit, I simply cannot stand by and watch. A brilliant sword aura slashed out, cutting a deep trench. Wherever it went, countless sharp ice pillars sprouted in its wake. The crowd rushing to attack was immediately locked in place, looking at each other in panic. What is this? Ice is growing from the ground. Sina's father, trapped between two sharp ice pillars, cried out in horror. Young Master Vin Tran! Wilson exclaimed excitedly. Just as I thought. That's awesome, Sina exclaimed in awe. Not far from them, a small head suddenly emerged from the ground, followed by a familiar face gasping for air. Wilson sounded surprised. Huh? Bob? It frowned, looking very angry, then gathered all its strength and shouted, Siri! Siri! Looking at the frozen lake in front of him, Bob announced in a panic, She's gone! As the words left his mouth, Wilson was so shocked he gasped. Julian was just as terrified, his eyes wide in disbelief. Gone? Vin Tran approached Sina's father. What is the meaning of this, village chief? Tell me everything you know right now, he stammered. I don't know anything. Vin Tran's voice went cold as he glared at him. You must know. Sina's father secretly sent a signal. Then, he yelled, Everyone, get up. At all costs, we must offer the sacrifice to Lord Carlos. The crowd, as if infused with sudden strength, broke free from their restraints and charged forward once more. Seeing them about to grab him and Sina, Wilson panicked and stammered. Young Master Vin Tran stomped his foot onto the ice, and a massive surge of magic instantly radiated outward. In an instant, the crowd was scorched by this power, wailing in pain. Sina's father watched them collapse right in front of him, crying out helplessly. Impossible. Vin Tran's voice rang out, warning, I won't kill you, because I can't bring myself to kill a father and his villagers right in front of the child. His expression suddenly darkened, looking truly terrifying. Tell me, where was Siri taken? He stubbornly replied. Do you think you have the power to be a match for Lord Carlos? Both you and that brat will become his sacrifices. Before he could finish, a powerful punch landed squarely on his face. Vin Tran lost his patience, gritting his teeth as he shouted fiercely, Wake up, you piece of trash. He grabbed the man by the collar and hauled him up. No matter the cost, no parent is allowed to sell out their child. Vin Tran's gaze was icy, his brows furrowed tightly. No, I will never, ever forgive something like that. Sina widened her eyes, frozen in place, too astonished to utter a single word. She used all her remaining strength to stagger to her feet. Vin Tran looked back, curious, and called out, Sina, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Sina admitted honestly, What my father said is true, Vin. Carlos is incredibly strong. As much as I feel for your servant, it's best you just give up and run away. Thinking back to what her sister had once said, this is the optimal path, she repeated sadly. It really is the best choice. Vin Tran didn't waver at all. Instead, he declared firmly, I must go. Sina jumped. What? She reached out to stop him. If you go there, you're just walking to your death. Under his command, all the village's most skilled mages have already been defeated. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, No matter how strong he is, I can't just abandon my loved ones and leave. After all, Siri is like a sister to me. Julian called out to his brother with deep emotion. It seemed Sina was deeply affected by these words, her expression suddenly turning somber. Vin Tran looked toward her father. Well, speak up, village chief. Yet, despite everything he knew about Carlos Lost, the man remained stubbornly silent. Just then, Sina's voice rang out. My father will never talk, because everyone in the village is terrified of Carlos Lost's power. Instead, I will tell you what happened to this village. Our village used to be safe thanks to the mana from the lake. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. But that didn't last forever. The reach of the mana kept shrinking, and monsters began to threaten us. The villagers fought desperately to protect this place, but their endurance soon hit its limit. That was when the village chief, my father, spoke up. Everyone, this wooden wall is our final line of defense. It may be crude, but we cannot retreat any further. He was resolute, calming, and instructing the villagers to hold the line, to preserve the land our ancestors protected for our children. And even though everyone was united in their determination, The village's final defense collapsed easily as monsters of all kinds poured in. People gripped their spears tightly, calling out to each other, "They're behind us, don't retreat. Protect the village, keep the formation." A giant monster lunged forward, and the mages immediately used magic to block it. "Shoot, attack." While the commander anxiously reminded everyone not to let their guard down, a wolf-like monster silently crept up and snatched him away. A desperate scream echoed, then fell silent. Sina quickly pulled her sister away. Lena was panicked. "What's happening, Sina?" she shouted. "The wall is down, it's a chaotic battle, we have to run." But they didn't get far before the ground beneath them rumbled and shook, with cracks growing wider by the second. Then, a monster burst from the earth, tossing both sisters into the air. Rocks, dust, and debris flew everywhere. Sina and her sister lost their grip on each other. Their father was terrified, calling their names in desperation. "Damn it! Lena! Senna! Run!" Senna scrambled toward Lena, who had fainted. "Sister, wake up! Please, wake up!" The monster appeared silently behind them. It opened its massive, fang-filled maw. As soon as Sina turned her head, her pupils contracted in horror, and sweat poured off her like rain. Just then, in that hair-raising moment, a blinding surge of energy came out of nowhere, slamming into the monster's mouth. In an instant, a massive burst of light erupted, and the monster exploded along with it. Stunned by what had just happened, she couldn't close her mouth, finally gasping out after a long pause. No way Carlos Lost had made his move after recovering his body. He appeared like a god. Witnessing Carlos Lost channeling magic, the villagers cheered in unison. "The Dragon Lord has ended the battle." As soon as he used a strange magic, the mana from the lake flowed outward once again. It quickly covered the entire valley. The monsters turned and fled, leaving the villagers filled with both joy and confusion. "The monsters are retreating. Did the Dragon Lord drive them away?" From that day on, the village became peaceful, and Carlos Lost became everyone's guardian deity. Back then, Sina shared the villagers' sentiment and believed it, at least until that moment. Shortly after, she saw a magic circle and asked curiously, "Lord Dragon, what is this used for?" Carlos replied, "This is an altar for the ritual." Sina suddenly felt uneasy. "An altar?" He smiled sinisterly. "To maintain the mana of the lake, a sacrifice is needed. Once every year, offer the blood of a youth from the village as a tribute to me." Back to the present. Carlos was watching Ciri tied to the altar, holding a gleaming dagger, smiling gleefully. Now, the ritual officially begins. After being unconscious for a while, Ciri struggled to lift her heavy eyelids, her gaze still dazed. The surrounding scene quickly startled her. "Why am I tied up like this? And what is this thing?" Seeing movement on the altar, Carlos noticed. "Ah, you're awake?" When Ciri saw the sinister look on the man who had spoken, she screamed in terror. Carlos watched the crowd behind her, and she secretly realized that the eyes of all the villagers looked very strange. Not normal at all. What had he done to them? Ciri asked angrily. "What are you doing here, Carlos?" He replied nonchalantly. "What do you mean? I am protecting this village and keeping it safe." Driving the dagger deep into the focal point, Carlos boasted, "By using you as a sacrifice, mana energy began to transfer immediately." Ciri panicked, not understanding what was happening. A strange red light began to emerge from the air. Then suddenly, that light generated powerful bolts of lightning that struck her. From her wounds, her blood was being drained by an invisible force. Ciri trembled in pain. Very quickly, her blood was collected into the magic circle waiting below. Carlos stood in the center, absorbing the surging mana. The villagers cheered in amazement. The Dragon Lord is receiving the blood. Feeling his body overflow with energy, he was excited. Incredible. To think such tremendous power could be gained from just a few drops of blood. It's almost a pity to have wasted the effort of draining the village kids all this time with this. Ciri's voice cut through his schemes. "You fraud." Carlos was stunned. She continued. "A true dragon wouldn't need to drain human blood. You really are just a fraud." His face darkened, his eyes burning with anger at being hit where it hurt. "What?" Ciri's face looked truly miserable now, with blood streaming from her tear ducts to the corners of her mouth. "I can feel the mana of the villagers who died because they are screaming in agony right behind you." Carlos sneered and waved his hand. "Mana carrying emotions? Enough with the nonsense." He suddenly spoke coldly, pointing directly at Ciri. "If what you say is true, then it's all your fault. Because if you had appeared here sooner, they wouldn't have had to die," she retorted angrily. "Don't justify your actions, you monster." Carlos placed a foot on the handle of the dagger at the circle's center and pressed down hard. "Say whatever you want. Now, I will become a dragon possessing supreme power." As he spoke, his expression twisted, his bloodthirsty eyes and gruesome smile looking truly terrifying. Carlos shouted, "With your powerful, highly blood." Ciri cried out in agony as the altar tortured her with brutal magic. He continued to laugh gleefully. "Go to the afterlife and apologize to the dead villagers for being late." In that moment, unable to find a way to escape, Ciri gritted her teeth and told herself, "No, I can't." Just then, the barrier was torn apart by an immense power. A shattering sound echoed, satisfying to the ears. She opened her eyes wide, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. "You came." Carlos panicked. "No way, my barrier has been broken?" Vin Tran waved one arm, his sword aura cutting through the wind to clear a path, while his other hand carried Wilson and Sina. Seeing who had arrived, Carlos was shocked. "That's Vin Tran." He coldly chanted, "Amilun Heavy Sword Art, First Form." As he finished, the sword in Vin Tran's hand transformed, lunging toward the enemy's magic circle with overwhelming momentum and power. He shouted, "Heavy Sword, Two-Part Strike." A surge of power tore through space as it flashed. Immediately after, a rumbling sound shook the ground. Rocks flew in all directions, and the shockwave pushed Carlos Lost back several steps. The villagers panicked. "The ritual has been ruined! Lord Dragon!" Carlos Lost's eyes bulged with bitterness, his teeth grinding in anger. "Damn it!" He looked at the wreckage, calculating internally he hadn't expected the enemy to target the magic circle first. "At this rate, I can't refine the blood anymore." Carlos looked up at the intruder and warned loudly, "Vin Tran, you dare to interfere with my plans? I won't forgive you." His mouth puffed out as magic power concentrated. In an instant, a massive flame was unleashed by Carlos. "Die!" It was so powerful it swept away everything in its path. Vin Tran furrowed his brow, concentrating, his lips pressing into a straight line. Waiting for the right moment, he unleashed a slash of sword aura, splitting the flame in two. Magical light flared brilliantly, waking the silent, snow-covered forest. Explosions rumbled everywhere, and the blazing fire illuminated the sky. Ciri was freed from the altar's binding, but she was too weak, her face devoid of color. Sena was extremely worried, crying out urgently, "Sister Ciri!" Wilson was panicked, reaching out as he ran over. Fortunately, he managed to catch her just in time. Both of them tumbled to the ground. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had saved her, Wilson was immediately struck by panic as the upper part of the altar collapsed toward them. He hugged Ciri tightly, not knowing what to do, his helplessness clear in his eyes. Just then, a blue magic light appeared out of nowhere, blowing up that collapsing piece. Wilson was momentarily stunned, not understanding what had happened, and turned his head back. Not far away, Sina was struggling to create a shield to protect them from the debris. Her eyes were filled with both fear and panic, looking truly pitiful, when suddenly, she heard someone angrily calling her name. "Sina?" It turned out Carlos had recognized her, but he seemed unsure, hesitating before calling out again, "Sina, my miserable daughter." At that moment, he was furious. "So, you were the one who led them here." Seeing Carlos's crazed expression as he prepared to attack, she recoiled in terror. While Carlos was bracing himself, Vin Tran moved like a gust of wind, closing in on his right side. The moment Carlos launched his technique, Vin Tran's sword cleaved through it in one clean stroke. The two energies collided, creating another massive explosion. The shockwave blew away every obstacle in the vicinity. Vin Tran sheathed his sword, spun around to change his stance, and locked his cold, sharp gaze on his enemy. Carlos gritted his teeth in shock and panic. His technique had been a fraction of a second too slow. Vin Tran's blade swept toward his throat. Carlos threw himself backward, struggling to dodge. The blow forced him to stumble back nearly 10 paces. Vin Tran's voice was cold. "Your dragon impersonation ends here, Carlos." Carlos was shaking with rage, sweat dripping from his face. "You insolent brat," he suddenly roared in a frenzy. "I will make you regret daring to challenge the great dragon." Dark, eerie magic erupted violently around his body. Vin Tran remained calm. "Someone who has never even seen a real dragon like you sure talks a big game, don't you?" He gestured with his hand in a provocative motion. "Come on then, you fake. I'll show you the power passed down from a real dragon."